Gently shook her head. So you don't have anything to eat either. Gently shook her head. So you don't have anything to eat either. Gently shook her head. So gently shook her head. So gently shook her head. So only Zhang Chen's arms began to slowly dance. Those originally simple movements began to gradually become complicated though. However, in Zhang Chen's case, it was as smooth and natural as flowing water. Every subtle movement seemed to resonate subtly with the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This isn't the basic Natura method. Zhang Chen, what is he doing? Rongshan also discovered the strange movements that happened to Zhang Chen at that moment. He looked at the scene before him in shock. Looking at the both familiar and unfamiliar air napping technique in Zhang Chen's hand, it seemed to have been given a whole new life in his hands. After watching for a long time, it was only then that Rongshan finally reacted and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He's pushing on the basic Natura method of Longhu Mountain. Difficult. Could it be that he's going to create new feats? How is this possible? Rongshan's incredulous exclamation of surprise was heard. Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, was equally jaw-dropped and looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Exclaimed, a face full of incredulity. Create the law? I haven't even learned the basic nascent soul technique yet. Zhang Chen has even begun to create laws? However, for both of them, they exclaimed. Zhang Chen, however, was not aware of it, for he had long since entered into that state of isolation. Wholeheartedly, he began to strengthen the nascent soul method. Only what he doesn't know is this. In the opinion of the present old master of heaven and Rongshan, once again, he entered the realm of the unity of heaven and man and the forgetfulness of things. As he moved his hands in the air, he left a cyclonic trajectory, if any, in the air. The body strikes a weird and unbelievable pose, but driven by those moves, the surrounding yuan qi unexpectedly began to accelerate towards Zhang Chen's body. Over time, Zhang Chen's improved nano-air speed soared at a rate visible to the naked eye. That original absorption efficiency that was almost unattainable by humans. It's on full display in him today. In the end, its speed of absorbing yuan qi was actually 100 times more than the original Gong method. At this moment, the old heavenly master and Rongshan felt the heaven and earth spiritual air that was depleting around them at an extremely fast rate. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other with shock in their hearts. A few moments later, the old celestial master couldn't help but softly marvel. What a demon! Just by watching it once, not only did he learn it, but he even has such a deep understanding of the nascent soul technique. What's even more frightening is that he also improved the air napping technique that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Such a demon is rare in my cultivation world. Hearing that even his own master had such a high opinion of Zhang Chen, Rongshan on the side first let out a long breath, slowly recovering from his shocked state. Then with an exclamation filled with admiration for this prospective senior brother. Zhang Chen is indeed too unexpected. Master, the fact that I could bring this kid to the mountain by hand is a great blessing from God for our Longhu Mountain. Why don't you hurry up and accept this disciple? If you're a little late, the other old guys will find out. That would be stealing disciples from your old man. Hearing Rongshan's half-joking words, the old heavenly master's eyes glared, his beard blew, and he said with a straight face, who dares to rob the shut-in disciple of my Longhu Mountain Zhang Jiwei? I'll smack anyone who dares to come here with a big earful. Looking at the old heavenly master's reaction at this moment, Rongshan, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh and tease. Master, I remember before you asked Zhang Chen to choose between the two, the inner sect and the outer sect. How is it that after less than 10 minutes this is your close disciple? Hear that. The old celestial master first blushed in his old face. A kick to Rongshan's as followed. Angrily, Rongshan, I see that you've grown in skill. You even dare to flirt with your master. Why don't I take some time to supervise your cultivation in the next 2 days? Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Rongshan was so scared that he instantly tensed up and broke out in a cold sweat. The old celestial master's personal supervision of the practice. That's no joke. Don't, master, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. That you didn't hear anything. I didn't say anything, haha. Watching Rongshan get cold sweat from his two words, the old celestial master shook his head helplessly. You, with such a good talent, don't know to practice diligently. If you had worked harder, it wouldn't have been so bad that the golden light mantra never reached its grand completion. Just as the old heavenly master opened his mouth to admonish Rongshan, Zhang Chen, who was sitting there deducing the new air-containing method, suddenly stopping all his movements. The movements on Zhang Chen's body instantly attracted the old heavenly master's attention. Even the words that were reprimanding Rongshan simply stopped. Turning his head, he looked at Zhang Chen. After a moment of silence, the old heavenly master suddenly spoke. Did you just improve the method of air napping? I see that your speed of chi nascent is much faster than before. Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Old celestial master, just now I had an occasional realization, and I feel that this air-containing technique is not quite perfect. It was then improved a bit along the lines of my own thinking. As a result, what I didn't expect was that this improvement had directly increased the speed of the nano-air into 100 times. Originally, my body, which needed several days to store a full amount of air, turned out to be full directly after the end of an air-napping cycle. As soon as Zhang Chen finished his words, a look of shock appeared on the old heavenly master's face. He couldn't be more clear about the efficiency of this nascent soul technique's nascent soul. Even someone like Zhang Chen, who had just come into contact with cultivation, the body can't store much air. That doesn't fill the entire body so quickly. Unless Zhang Chen's improved nascent soul technique was truly able to increase the efficiency of nascent soul by 100 times. Otherwise, it would be impossible to nano-fill the air so quickly. However, if Zhang Chen had really created such a terrifying air-napping technique, then this gongfu was enough to qualify to enter the highest place of the Longhu Mountain Scripture Pavilion. Its status would be on par with the Golden Light Mantra and the Five Thunders Positive Law. It will become the new supreme treasure of Lungfu Shan. Not an exaggeration in the slightest. If this nascent soul technique that could increase the speed of nascent soul by 100 times was circulated inside the Inhuman Circle, I'm afraid it's enough to cause the entire Inhuman Circle to fight over it. Even those few alien great families. I'm afraid that all of them would have to pull down their faces to personally participate in the fight for this technique. Think about it. The old celestial master gulped. The heart couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, this technique has appeared in Longhu Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Inhuman realm is going to stir up another bloody storm. Emotional. A wave of curiosity also rose in the old celestial master's heart. He wanted to figure out this gong method that Zhang Chen had improved. Is it as amazing as he says or not? Chapter 5, Lu Jin, how can a person of over 100 years of age be so unsettling? Calm over the emotions in your mind. The heavenly master frowned slightly, his gaze deepening as he looked at Zhang Chen. Opening his mouth with a hint of skepticism, he asked, Zhang Chen, can you really be sure that this new technique has indeed increased the speed of air napping by 100 times? After using this technique, did you have any strange sensations in your body? You know, in cultivation, foundation and steady progress are most important. You can't hurt your foundation by being greedy for speed. After hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Rongshan also added from the sidelines with a complicated face. What the master said is very true. The path of cultivation has always begged for gradual progress. This kind of quick method is afraid of future problems. Zhang Chen, your body has been filled with air so quickly. Is there any discomfort? Facing the doubts and concerns of the two elders, Zhang Chen did not show the slightest bit of panic, but calmly responded. The late generation is well aware of the importance of the foundation, but although this gong method appears to be fast, it is actually a fine analysis and optimization of the original Nachi method, making it more in line with the laws of the human body's meridian operation. As for its effects, the latecomer also conducted repeated thoughts and deductions in his mind before he dared to use it out here. Hear this. Old Tianshi and Rongshan's faces eased slightly, but the doubts in his mind were not completely removed. They exchanged glances with each other. A thought rose in his mind at the same time. They want to verify it. Let's see if Zhang Chen's improved new gongfu was as amazing as he said. If it was true that it was possible to increase the speed of nano air by 100 times, then I'm afraid that this gong method is going to be about the entire Longhu Mountain's future status in the Inhuman realm. After all, in the Inhuman world, nano airspeed is crucial for instantaneous changes in combat. Enhance the speed of nano air by 100 times. Undoubtedly means being able to quickly restore true air at critical moments. It might even change the battlefield. This was precisely the reason why the old heavenly master had placed so much importance on the new gongfu that Zhang Chen had improved out. Looking at the old heavenly master being so interested in his own gongfu, Zhang Chen knew, here's your own chance. Whether or not you can enter Lungfu Shan next and become a disciple of the old heavenly master. It all depends on what happens next. Old celestial master. If you really don't believe me, you can try my improved gong method yourself. Hear this. A glimmer of light passed through the old celestial master's eyes. He was well aware of the importance of the increase in the speed of air napping to the cultivation of an inhuman. 100-fold increase in speed was undoubtedly a major breakthrough in the cultivation world. If this technique was really as magical as Zhang Chen had said, then it will be of inestimable significance to the legacy of the entire Longhu Mountain and even the Taoist community. And Zhang Chen was now voluntarily contributing this technique. This showed that this kid seemed to really want to join their Dragon Tiger Mountain. This was just what the old celestial master wanted. At this moment, the corners of the old heavenly master's mouth unconsciously curled up. However, he quickly suppressed it. The same calmness as before was restored. Zhang Chen, the old heavenly master's voice was calm and majestic. If this gong method of yours is really that amazing, then you can follow me in cultivation from now on. Zhang Chen instantly understood when he heard this. Didn't the old heavenly master's words mean that he wanted to make himself his close disciple? The thought that he was about to be able to access the two techniques, the Golden Light Mantra and the Five Thunders Positive Technique. The smile that rose up at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth could barely be suppressed. In order to be successful in staying at Lungfu Shan, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. His eyes were a little firmer than before, because he knew that this was a crucial step in his ability to enter the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Old Celestial Master, please memorize these things before running that air-napping technique. Strike that. Zhang Chen then began to teach the Old Celestial Master in detail how to run this improved air-napping technique, telling all the details of it one by one to the Old Heavenly Master. Listening to Zhang Chen recount the details of the Gongfu, at first the Old Celestial Master was able to maintain a calm demeanor, but as Zhang Chen's narration got deeper and deeper, the Old Celestial Master's brow also unconsciously furrowed, and every now and then, he exclaims, "So that's how it's done." After presenting the theoretical details, the Old Heavenly Master's eyes were already filled with a look of relief for Zhang Chen at this time. After Zhang Chen's detailed narration, he's got it figured out. Zhang Chen hadn't just completely improved the Gongfu, it also tells all the principles of it in a nutshell. This kid's talent and cultivation is truly worthy of the name demon. I can't believe I almost missed such a talented disciple. The Old Heavenly Master had just finished sighing in his heart. He then saw Zhang Chen begin to greet himself and join him in practicing according to this Gong method. Since it was the first time practicing a new Gong method, the Old Heavenly Master didn't dare to be the least bit lax, only to see that the Old Heavenly Master was fully concentrated, following Zhang Chen's instructions and setting up the movements for practicing. A few moments later, as the Old Celestial Master began to follow Zhang Chen's body, he began to move together. The flow of true air in his body suddenly accelerated. It was as if the Yuan Qi in the space around him was being pulled by some kind of tug, surging into his body in a hurry, and these airs proceeded at an ever-accelerating pace with his movements. The speed of Nana air is really that fast. The Old Heavenly Master first let out a gasp of astonishment, and then devoted himself fully to cultivation. The moment the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi seemed to sense his intentions and began to converge over in a steady stream, as the Kung Fu runs. Within the Dantian that was originally as calm as a mirror, the true air was surging like a river breaking its banks. With old Tiancher's cultivation today, and it would have taken an hour or more to complete the process of nano air, at this moment in his body was actually rapidly absorbing at an incredible speed. Even more shocking, at the time when the Old Celestial Master was practicing this Gong method, the nearby natural airfield seemed to be pulled by a strong gravitational force. It began to converge frantically towards his location. Rumble passed with a loud bang. Everyone present could clearly feel the Yuan air in their surroundings. It began to be absorbed into the body by the Old Celestial Master at an indescribable speed. The originally abundant heaven and earth Yuan Qi around them rapidly dried up. That powerful suction force even affected the natural airfield around the entire Longhu Mountain. It was as if the entire mountain's air had been drained by him in an instant. In the meantime, the 10 brothers who came to observe the ceremony of accepting the discipleship of the Old Heavenly Master Zhang Jiwei at Lungfu Shan, as well as the sect masters were there conversing about the news of the Old Heavenly Master's new disciple. A strange fluctuation suddenly swept across the mountain. They perceived that the spiritual air of heaven and earth around them at this time seems to be depleting rapidly at an unprecedented rate. In this moment, a bad feeling instantly welled up in the hearts of the crowd. All of them looked up in the distance in the direction where the Old Heavenly Master had just left. What's going on here? Could it be that there is something wrong with Lungfu Mountain? Zhao Fangxiu, who had come on behalf of the company, was the first to stand up. Looking at the heaven and earth spiritual air that was slowly recovering in the distance, he frowned. Are you kidding me? With the Old Heavenly Master around, how could anything go wrong at Longhu Mountain? You guys wait here for now. I'm going to go see what this is all about. Hearing Zhao Fangxiu's words, Lu Jin, who usually had the best relationship with the Old Heavenly Master, was the first to stand up. He began to take steps towards the place where the spiritual air of heaven and earth was rapidly disappearing. The other 10 brothers who had come to observe the ceremony were again the various sect masters. After seeing Lu Jin get up, both rejoined their positions. They all knew that Lu Jin and the Old Heavenly Master had a good personal relationship. It is most appropriate for him to step in this situation now. I don't know what the hell this new BZ is up to. The time for the apprenticeship ceremony is coming up soon, and there's still such a big commotion going on. Ugh, how can someone over 100 years old be so uninspiring? Chapter 6 Lu Jin, Zheng Chen, who hasn't yet worshipped the master. It's not too much to cut him off, is it? Lu Jin, the company's 10th brother, one of the top figures in the inhuman world. He was very confused by this sudden phenomenon of the rapid disappearance of the spiritual air of heaven and earth. After keenly noticing that the source of the anomaly seemed to come in the direction of the mountain gate of Longhu Mountain, he then hoofed it over there. What's going on with old Bullseye? Could it be that he is at this point in his enlightenment to something that has never appeared before? The more Lu Jin thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. After all, the Old Celestial Master was the most recognized and talented guy in the inhuman world today. It's no surprise that he's making such a big deal out of it. As the footsteps drew nearer, Lu Jin felt the strong fluctuation of the airfield become clearer and clearer. And when Lu Jin walked to the gate of Longhu Mountain, only to see that the old heavenly master was practicing together with a small child who looked no more than 8 or 9 years old. The kids looked rather young though. However, the way it guided the heaven and earth yuan qi from the surrounding environment into its body appeared to be extremely skillful. Is this the old heavenly master's close disciple, Zhang Lingyu? Such a skillful grasp of the cultivation method at such a young age. But it's so much better than those little dolls at my house. One time, Lu Jin was actually a little envious that the old heavenly master was able to receive such a good disciple. He stared at Zhang Chen for a moment. It was only the nascent soul technique that he was running at the moment. Surprisingly, he gave himself a feeling of both familiarity and some strangeness. It seems to have been taken off from the traditional air napping method of Lung Fu Shan. Yet there is a sea change in detail and efficiency. It looks significantly more difficult and more subtle. Is this the Longhu Mountains air napping technique? Why, it's a bit unlike that. Could it be that the old celestial master has improved this spell? See here. With a hint of doubt, Lu Jin was no longer distracted and began to concentrate on his observation. Only, this time he no longer just looked at Zhang Chen. Instead, he observed along with the old celestial master. On one side stood Rongshan. The first moment he saw Lu Jin he was ready to bow and greet him. However, Lu Jin directly reached out to stop him at this moment. It seemed to be to prevent startling the old heavenly master and Zhang Chen who were practicing. Rongshan saw Lu Jin's movements. Naturally, he understood what he meant. So with a nod to Lu Jin, he continued to stare at the old heavenly master and Zhang Chen with him. In the eyes of both of them, every time that Gong method runs, the spiritual air in the surrounding heaven and earth was like being attracted by a huge vortex. It began to converge into their bodies at an astonishing speed. Lu Jin relied on his rich experience in cultivation and his sensitive perception of the heaven and earth's yuan qi. Immediately, he realized that it was due to the fact that the old celestial master was practicing this peculiar and highly efficient air napping technique. It was what caused the instantaneous and drastic reduction of the spiritual air of heaven and earth in a radius of several miles. He marveled in his mind. Such a profound air containment technique was rare. Not only does it require the cultivator to have an extremely precise control over their meridians and orifices, one must also possess an extremely high level of comprehension and a strong ability to channel true air. This was not a realm that could be attained by an ordinary nascent soul method. What surprised Lu Jin even more was, except for the old Sky Master, this seemingly ordinary little child beside the old heavenly master. Surprisingly, he was able to cooperate with the old celestial master to accomplish such a high level of cultivation together. The talent and potential is evident. This Gong method, Lu Jin muttered, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. In his experience, once this highly efficient air napping method that the two old celestial masters were now practicing was popularized, then it will definitely overturn the existing cultivation pattern. It might even trigger shocks and changes in the entire inhuman world. Thinking about this, Lu Jin was shocked in his heart. At the same time the mind marveled. Worthy of an old celestial master. It's over 100 years old, and still able to create such an amazing air napping method. Truly worthy of being able to be called a Jedi. Praise for the rest. Lu Jin couldn't help but think back to the incident from decades ago that he could remember for the rest of his life. At the Lu family compound, the old celestial master broke his reverse life triple with a slap. Every time I recall this, Lu Jin only felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Now, upon seeing that the old celestial master had pioneered a new method of air napping, Lu Jin immediately felt the gap between himself and the old heavenly master deepen in his heart. Just as he was about to stand here and slowly wait for the two old heavenly masters to finish their cultivation, Lu Jin suddenly realized a hint of something wrong. Wait, no, why is that child running his Gung Fu one movement faster than the old heavenly master? Just found this. Lu Jin still thought that she was blind, but when he once again brought up a 12th degree of seriousness to look at it, it turned out, surprisingly, that it hadn't just been his own eyesight. Rather, the old celestial master's movements were really a cut above that little child's fullness. Wait, why do the old heavenly master's movements look so rusty at this point? And that little kid's movements did look so skillful? Could it be that this is not the old heavenly master teaching his disciples to nativize the air and cultivate? Rather, that little child is teaching the old celestial master to practice in the air? As soon as the thought popped into his mind, it directly startled Lu Jin. But at this point in time the more you watch the two move, just the more and more I felt that I hadn't guessed wrong. The truth is indeed, he had originally thought that the old heavenly master was teaching his new young disciple the novel air-containing techniques he had comprehended. Yet a closer look reveals, that child's movements were actually smoother and quicker than the old heavenly master's. It was as if he was guiding the entire cultivation process, rather than passively accepting the guidance of the old celestial master. and the old celestial master's movements were so rusty. It's as if it's the first time you've received such a practice, if one's guess is correct. So that means, that seemingly insignificant little child was the true owner of this terrifying technique capable of instantly draining heaven and earth of spiritual air. This subversive discovery, it instantly stunned even Lu Jin, a world-weary decanter. Here, what's going on with this kid? He's actually transmitting the Dharma to the old heavenly master? Lu Jin stared at that Zhang Chen. A deep shock showed in his eyes. Such a feat of naturing air so swiftly has never been heard of inside the inhuman circle before. If I'm not wrong, this should be a primordial technique. He was able to create such an amazing technique at such a young age. This qualification, isn't it a bit demonic? After realizing this, Lu Jin instantly became interested in Zhang Chen. A strange thought suddenly came to mind. Take advantage of the fact that the boy is not worshipping now. It's not too much to ask to cut him off directly from the old celestial master, is it? Chapter 7. Even if he took out the Tong Tian talisman, he had to grab Zhang Chen with the old heavenly master. Although Lu Jin was inwardly shocked at Zhang Chen's demonic talent, the thought of taking him under his tutelage even flashed through his mind for a time. But whenever the thought comes into one's mind, his mind then unconsciously conjured up the big slap that the old heavenly master had huffed on his face decades ago. That's a real pain in the ass. Lu Jin knew that the old heavenly master was usually quite good at talking. He's generally quite reasonable if you don't touch his bottom line. But the thing about intercepting someone's shut-in halfway through, it's really a bit too unorthodox. Especially since this disciple is still so brilliant. Such a young age was able to teach the old celestial master to cultivate Gung Fu. Even though the desire to take Zhang Chen as his disciple was still alive in his heart. But after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jin still decided to hold down his inner urges for the time being. Think it's better to think long term. For one thing, the old heavenly master's slap was really bad. Secondly, he, Lu Jin, was also really not the type of person who could make the mistake of seizing another person's disciple. After all, he, Lu Jin, had been inside the inhuman circle for so many years. You don't get the title flawless for life for nothing. One thought. Lu Jin sighed very helplessly. But just then, suddenly, he saw that Rongshan was still standing next to a little guy who was about the same size as Zhang Lingyu. What's going on here? Why is there another little one? After seeing Zhang Lingyu standing beside Rongshan, Lu Jin unconsciously suddenly remembered when he came to Longhu Mountain a few months ago. The old celestial master had mentioned to him that he himself had found a child with good roots at the bottom of the mountain. The kid's name is Zhang Lingyu. Good roots and bones. Excellent cultivation talent. Born with snow-white hair. Wait, born with snow-white hair? I remember Zhang Lingyu was a young white man. One thought. It was as if Lu Jin had caught the point. Directly, he walked quickly to Zhang Lingyu's side, looked him up and down. It startled Zhang Lingyu, who was attentively watching the old heavenly master and Zhang Chen cultivate at the side. One time, Zhang Lingyu was a bit confused as she looked at this strange old grandfather who suddenly appeared in front of her, a head of gray hair and about the same age. After sizing up Zhang Lingyu, he twisted his head again to look at Zhang Chen in the distance. Upon confirming that Zhang Chen in the distance had black hair, a smile instantly appeared on Lu Jin's face. Looking at the somewhat dazed Zhang Lingyu, he opened his mouth. Your name is Zhang Lingyu, right? Hearing Lu Jin's words, Zhang Lingyu, who was at the side, was first stunned. A timid nod followed. See this. The smile on Lu Jin's face suddenly became even brighter than before. So that kid isn't Zhang Lingyu. Ha ha ha, isn't this my chance? Lu Jin was ecstatic in his heart. Since the little guy who was currently leading the old heavenly master in his cultivation was not the old heavenly master's close disciple, Zhang Lingyu, then it means he, Lu Jin, still has a chance now. Looking at Zhang Chen in the distance, Lu Jin still decided to take a gamble. Even though Lu Jin was well aware that the decision to dig up the old celestial master's wall might be met with a big slap on the face, but he was ultimately unable to resist the lure of Zhang Chen's demonic talent. As the present-day sect master of the Trinity sect, he had to find a disciple for the reverse life triple that could carry on the legacy before he could do so. After much internal weighing, he decided to let it go. Even if he gets beaten up again by the old heavenly master, he also had to fight for it and see if he could pull Zhang Chen over as his disciple. After all, he is now in possession of the mastery of the 3 times against life. But it was no less than the top-level technique of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Golden Light Mantra. No longer can he but he also mastered the Tong Tian Talisman that has one of the 8 strange techniques. The great name of the Tong Tian Talisman, one of the 8 wondrous techniques of caution. The fame within the inhuman circle needs no introduction. Use the 8 wonders technique to attract Zhang Chen. It might actually be able to impress this young man of unlimited potential. So, after much deliberation, Lu Jin decided to start taking action once the two finished their cultivation. Think about it. He dropped his gaze on the tender figure that came to be practicing with the old heavenly master. To learn more about Zhang Chen, Lu Jin turned his head to look at Rongshan, who was on the side. Opening his mouth in a tone that was calm but couldn't hide his inner surprise, he asked, "Rongshan, who is that little fellow who practiced the Shin Na air method with the old celestial master? To have such an amazing cultivation level at such a young age, and to be able to bring the old heavenly master to cultivate with him." Hearing Lu Jin's words, Rongshan didn't think much of it and spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. "That child's name is Zhang Chen, and he is truly gifted in cultivation. I was bringing Zhang Lingyu back to the mountain when I accidentally found him and brought him back. I really didn't expect him to surprise us so much." Hearing Rongshan's words, the light in Lu Jin's eyes was even brighter than before. "So you brought the boy back temporarily?" Hearing Lu Jin inquire in this manner, Rongshan didn't react for a moment and nodded directly. "That's great. That means the old heavenly master has no intention of accepting him as his disciple yet?" Looking at Lu Jin, whose eyes were glowing at this moment, Rongshan instantly realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, so he hastily opened his mouth to remedy the situation. "Uncle Lu, master, his old man already has the intention of wanting to take Zhang Chen as his disciple." When Lu Jin heard this, the essence in his eyes was slightly more astringent than before, and he thought in his heart, "Looks like I'm late after all. If only I had come a little earlier, before the old heavenly master decided to take Zhang Chen as his disciple. It might even be a good one." Lu Jin thought for a moment in his mind and continued to think, "But it's okay, after all, when the old heavenly master invited others before, he was talking about accepting Zhang Lingyu as his disciple. Now that there's another Zhang Chen, even if it's him, it's not good to temporarily change it to directly accepting two shut-in disciples, right?" It was only when she thought of this that Lu Jin finally made up her mind in her heart. "Forget it, whatever. It seems that this time we have to bring out the Tong Tian talisman to compete with the old heavenly master for a disciple." Lu Jin was secretly calculating in his heart, even though he knew that it was not easy to snatch the talent that the old heavenly master had his eye on. But in the face of such a rare genius, he didn't want to miss it easily. If he could introduce such a good seedling to his discipline, then maybe in a decade or so, he was also able to cultivate a strength as strong as that of the old heavenly master. He was called one of the best disciples in the entire inhuman world. Once we get to that point, his own disciples were able to steadily suppress the disciples of the old heavenly master. That helplessness that had been suppressed for nearly 100 years by the old heavenly master, and it will finally be able to end it for good. "Whatever, I'll fight this old bull nose. Even if I get slapped a few more times by him, I'll have to take out the Tong Tian talisman to fight him for Zhang Chen." At this time, Lu Jin had already made up his mind. Such a great opportunity after all. Once you miss it, you can't really find it again. Chapter 8. Only adults make choices. We kids usually want it all. Looking at Lu Jin's chesty appearance at this moment, Rongshan remembered Lu Jin's earlier inquiry again. The mind quickly took stock. He clearly realized that Lu Jin had shown a strong interest in Zhang Chen between her words, understanding that it was possible that this old man had moved to take Zhang Chen as his disciple. But, deeply aware of Zhang Chen's importance to Longhu Mountain, Rongshan was suddenly nervous at this point. "It's true that what you fear comes to you. Just now, I was worried that the old men who came to Longhu Mountain this time would snatch Zhang Chen away. I didn't think it would come so soon." In order to make sure that Zhang Chen could stay in Longhu Mountain, not to be tapped by the old man Lu Jin, so Rongshan shaped up his guts and spoke. "Uncle Lu, senior nephew knows that you are now very interested in Zhang Chen's talent, but you don't know. This Zhang Chen is very much to master's liking even though it's his first time on the mountain. Though the official acceptance ceremony has not been formalized yet, nor have the guests been notified, but in master's heart, he has also long been considered a close disciple by master. Just like Lingyu." Rongshan's words rang true. The intention was to dispel any thoughts Lu Jin might have had. However, Rongshan also knew very well in his heart, with Lu Jin's experience of having lived for over 100 years, I'm afraid it's really hard to stabilize him with these words. Lu Jin's deep eyes revealed a cunning gaze. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He naturally saw the tension in Rongshan's words. After all, the more nervous Rongshan was at this point, the greater the probability that he would cut Zhang Chen off from Longhu Mountain. "Rongshan," Lu Jin spoke with a smile, "don't be nervous. With my relationship with the old ox, no, the old heavenly master, if the old heavenly master really takes a liking to this child, I naturally won't take it away from him." Said here, Lu Jin suddenly changed his words and then spoke. "But if this child isn't interested in the purification on your Longhu Mountain, going to my place might be a good choice as well. But then again," Lu Jin continued to add with a smile, "if this child is interested in my reverse life triple or Tong Tian talisman, it wouldn't be a bad fate." This statement was made. Rongshan's face instantly changed drastically, especially when he heard the words Tong Tian talisman. How did Rongshan not think of that? The Tong Tian talisman that had been lost for so many years inside the inhuman circle had no news. Surprisingly, it would be in Lu Jin's hands. Not to mention, listening to Lu Jin's tone of voice at this time, Rongshan knew that Lu Jin's words were by no means as simple as a casual remark. Rather, it is truly a danger signal to them. With the reputation of the 8 Wonders technique, it might really be able to attract Zhang Chen. Ho! After a brief but intense run of breath, the two men stopped moving their hands one after the other. The old heavenly master suddenly opened his eyes at this time. Shock and appreciation flickered in his eyes. Incredible! This technique has really increased the speed of air napping by 100 times. What's even more rare is that it really hasn't had any negative impact on the cultivation foundation. After the old celestial master had collected his power, feeling the true air that was about to overflow in his body, an exclamation full of shock came out, and Zhang Chen, who opened his eyes one step ahead of him. Instead, he stared at him with a small smile on his lips. Seeing the smile on Zhang Chen's face, the old heavenly master naturally knew what he meant. There was hardly any hesitation. The old heavenly master spoke directly. Zhang Chen, you shouldn't go to any inner or outer gates either. From today, you are my Zhang Jiwei's last disciple. Later, you follow Rongshan and go change your clothes first. The guests are waiting there. The old heavenly master's words fell. The smile on Zhang Chen's face was a bit more winning than before. It was as if the result had been anticipated. He now saw the golden light spell and the thunder spell beckoning to him. Wait, little friend. Your name is Zhang Chen, right? Grandpa Lu has something even better than Longhu Mountain here. One of the 8 wondrous skills, the Tong Tian talisman. Do you want it? Hear the voice coming. Zhang Chen and the old celestial master froze at the same time. The Tong talisman? Elder Lu Jin came over? The two men looked back. Only an old man with a full head of white hair. Inside his hand, he was holding up a talisman made entirely of air and smiling at the two. Old Lu, the ceremony is about to start. What are you doing here if you're not waiting in the waiting room? Although he was surprised by Lu Jin's sudden appearance, still, the old heavenly master did not panic, and his tone was calm as usual. It was as if he had already known everything. Lu Jin heard the old heavenly master's words. Collecting some of the smile on his face, he replied, and it wasn't you, an oxymoron, that started the whole thing? A large portion of the spiritual air on Longhu Mountain instantly disappeared, startling the visitors. I'm just going to come over on their behalf and see what this is all about. Speaking here, Lu Jin suddenly changed her words. Looking at Zhang Chen, he smiled and opened his mouth. That's not known until you come and see it. I didn't expect there to be such a demonic brat under the sky. Gee, that's right up my alley, old celestial master. Anyway, your acceptance quota for disciples has already been filled by 10. Why don't you let me take this kid? Lu Jin's words had just finished. The old celestial master's face then immediately darkened, and he was furious with the pressure of his heart. Good old Lu, I can't believe you're digging your way to me, but after all, it's an old celestial master. There's still something to be said for nourishing your breath, only to see that the old celestial master quickly adjusted. Looking at Lu Jin, he faintly said, Old Lu, Zhang Chen is already my close disciple. Later on, we're going to change our clothes and join Ling Yu in worshipping under my dragon tiger mountain. Just die. Hearing this, Lu Jin didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Old celestial master, don't be so hasty. You've given everyone a deal to take one shut-in disciple. What's the matter with one more now? What's more, as adults, we can't influence a child's mind, can we? Why don't we let Zhang Chen choose for himself and see where he wants to go? Lu Jin finished saying this, ignoring the old celestial master's reaction. Walking directly to Zhang Chen's side, he opened his mouth. Zhang Chen, I'm telling you that being a Taoist priest in the mountains can only be but no fun. Why don't you come with me? My place isn't any worse than Longhu Mountain. Grandpa's house has the latest game consoles, better food than on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and kids to play with. If you like to cultivate Grandpa here, but there is also one of the 8 wondrous skills, the Tong Tian talisman. You know the 8 strange techniques, right? It's much more powerful than these Nubizi's golden light spells. Listening to Lu Jin's words, the old heavenly master's face grew darker and darker, sucked his teeth in anger. Lu Jin's out-of-the-box tactics specifically targeting small children can be too abominable. All 7 or 8 years old. What kid can stand up to this barrage of attacks? But, the old heavenly master was secretly surprised in his heart while being angry. I didn't expect that the Tong Tian talisman that had disappeared inside the inhuman circle for so many years would be in Lu Jin's hands. This old boy can really hide. But you've brought out all your treasures from the bottom of your box in order to dig yourself out? The old celestial master was angry. After a few moments of reflection, still figuring out how to deal with it, only he held out his right hand. A ray of thunder began to slowly converge in the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin's heart thumped in secret. Bad. I'm not going to piss off the old celestial master enough to strike me with lightning, am I? Who can stand up to this? However, although the old heavenly master used out his thunder law, but things didn't go the way Lu Jin thought they would. Only a thunderbolt was held up in his hand. Slowly, he walked over to Zhang Chen's side. A change of face from the usual seriousness. With the same smile as Lu Jin's on his face, he opened his mouth. Zhang Chen, game consoles, televisions and whatnot. We can buy them in Longhu Mountain. On feats. Don't listen to him either. Our Dragon Tiger Mountain has a thunder spell in addition to the Golden Light Mantra. Our thunder technique is not inferior to any 8 strange techniques. If you don't believe me, ask old Lu to try moving his hands with me, and see if I don't chop him to death. After the old heavenly master finished speaking, he looked at Lu Jin with a bad smile on his face. By this look from the old celestial master, Lu Jin's face turned a little green with fear. No way. This newbie is really trying to strike me with lightning. Zhang Chen on the side, looking at the two people who were now arguing so much that they were even vaguely in a position to make a move, all waiting for themselves to give them a reply, waiting for their choice. However, what they don't know is this. For Zhang Chen, regardless of which option he chose, he felt at a disadvantage, so he simply didn't do anything about it, turning his head directly to the two men. Give them an answer they wouldn't expect anyway. Only adults make choices. We kids usually want them all. Chapter 9. How about letting Zhang Chen and Lu Linglong get engaged? Ha, you heard it, old heavenly master. Zhang Chen he wants. Lu Jin, who thought that Zhang Chen was attracted to his Tong Tian talisman. After recalling what Zhang Chen had just said, he instantly froze in place. On the other hand, the old heavenly master, who had long heard what Zhang Chen said, was on the side. Instead, they squinted, very calmly looking at Lu Jin, who was happy for nothing. He smiled and opened his mouth. Old Lu, didn't you hear me? This little disciple of mine is greedy. He wants both. Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Lu Jin instantly became unsettled. He stared at Zhang Chen seriously for a while. After a long time of glancing back and forth, only then did he speak slowly. I hadn't really thought about it. You kid, even though you're not very old, but in terms of your level of greed, those down the mountain who are big corrupt officials don't necessarily catch up with you. Longhu Mountain's Golden Light Mantra and 5 Thunders Orthodoxy, as well as my Lu Jin's Reverse Life Triple and Tongtian Talisman. No matter which one of them is circulated to the outside world, it's worth the fight for the entire inhuman circle. But you're good. You even want to eat it all by yourself. You're not afraid of bracing your kid to death. The words that Lu Jin said sounded like he was expressing his dissatisfaction. However, in reality, he was still very satisfied in his heart with the boldness and confidence that Zhang Chen had displayed at this moment, when he was Zhang Chen's age. I don't even dare to speak up to my elders. Not to mention when the two elders made themselves a choice. How dare you ask for a lion's share of the money? Indicates that he wants it all. Such ambition at such a young age. I can see that this kid is bound to be a character in the future. The old celestial master's thoughts at this time were similar to Lu Tsuenxian's, but on the subject of choosing a sect, neither one will budge from that. It's a big deal. And it's about the legacy of the family. You can't give it all to a child just because he wants it all. Chen you're still young now and don't understand things between sects. You can only choose one place between the Dragon Tiger Mountain and the Lu family. I see that you have just come into contact with the nascent soul method at Longhu Mountain, and you have easily learned and mastered it, and were able to improve upon it. That means we're meant to be. The old heavenly master hadn't finished his words. Lu Sumayer then hastily opened his mouth to interrupt him. Newbie, but pull back. Since when do you Taoists talk about karma? One time, neither of the two, the old heavenly master and Lu Jin, would budge. The two unconsciously stood together, staring at each other with glazed eyes. The air was full of gunpowder, and now the two of them were fighting over the main character. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, he stood with Zhang Lingyu and Rong Shan as the two of them. But, the two of them, old celestial master and Lu Jin, stared at each other for some time. It was found that no one would take a step back. None of them wanted to pass up Zhang Chen, a kid with endless potential. And so, after a period of silence, it was Lu Jin who felt justified and broke the quiet first. Hesitation finally spoke up. Tell you what, how about we each take a step back? Hearing Lu Jin's proposal, the old celestial master visibly froze. He pondered for half a day without understanding what exactly Lu Jin meant by each taking a step back. Each step back? How do I back off? Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, it was Lu Jin who spoke slowly. Although the rule within our inhuman circle is that we can't worship two sects, but it doesn't say that sects can't marry each other, does it? Saying this, Lu Jin paused, twisting his head around. He once again took a closer look at Zhang Chen. With a very satisfied nod, he opened his mouth. I have a great-granddaughter named Lu Linglong, a few years younger than Zhang Chen. Why don't my Lu family and your Longhu Mountains Zhang Chen set up a doll's marriage for this old celestial master? What do you think of my proposal? The old heavenly master listened attentively to Lu Jin's proposal. At first he was ready to refuse, but after thinking for a few moments, he actually unexpectedly felt that Lu Jin's proposal seemed very good. Let Zhang Chen become Lu Jin's great-granddaughter-in-law. Both allow him to continue to stay at Lungfu Shan to cultivate. He was also able to receive Lu Jin's inheritance in the name of his granddaughter-in-law. That's quite a double whammy with that offer. Not to mention, the Lu family's reputation in the entire inhuman world was that of the excellent ones. Now Lu Jin, the old master of the Lu family. She is also known as flawless for life. From the aspect of character alone, there was no need to worry about Zhang Chen meeting a bad person. Maybe the shut-in disciple of his own and the Lu family's union. It could still be a good story within the entire inhuman world. Watching the old celestial master fall into deep thought, wasn't it still a slight nod? A trace of a satisfied smile then appeared on Lu Jin's face to the side. I've taken out the Linglong baby bump. If this old newbie still dares to say no, I have to fight him. Just as Lu Jin was ready to roll up his sleeves at all times. Time for a big fight with the old Sky Master. The old celestial master who had been silent for half a day finally spoke. Old Lu, I am not having any problems here. But whether or not this will work out or not will depend on whether or not these two kids say yes or no when the time comes. The old heavenly master had not finished his words. Lu Jin, who was on the side, then waved his hand between them. You don't need to say this crap. If my baby bump doesn't want to, this matter will be forgotten. What do you think? Hear this. It was only then that the old celestial master finally nodded. Since the old celestial master doesn't have any opinions, let's settle it like this for now. In a little while it will be time for Linglong to choose a sect. At that time you will bring Zhang Chen along to my place. Let's let these two children meet first, and then we'll just finalize the doll's marriage in the presence of the major sects. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Lu Jin and the old heavenly master, Zhang Chen was a bit confused for a moment. What's going on here? According to common sense, shouldn't these two old guys fight over me, their senior apprentice? How is it that all of a sudden two old foxes start getting together and plotting bad things? But, though the two of them, Lu Jin and the old celestial master, came together and plotted. But this is for Zhang Chen, and yet it's not really a bad thing. Let Zhang Chen and Lu Linglong get engaged. He was naturally quite pleased with this marriage. After all, Zhang Chen, who was familiar with all the contents of the one-man manga, but she was quite familiar with Lu Linglong. In the future she was a beauty in the one-man world no less than Summer Harvest. Besides being pretty, Lu Linglong's character and strength, all of them are also the best of the younger generation. Just when Zhang Chen was satisfied with this marriage in his heart, Rong Shan, who was on the side, suddenly spoke with great envy. Junior brother, you're really lucky. This coming to Longhu Mountain not only joins the Master's clan, but also betroths a doll's marriage, but it makes senior brother envious. Lingyu, do you think it's right? Zhang Lingyu heard Rongshan's words. First, his face was full of doubts. Then he looked at Rongshan and opened his mouth word by word. Senior brother, we came to the mountain to pursue the great Tao, not for these childish things. Junior brother, if you don't cultivate properly, I will surpass you. Listening to Zhang Lingyu's words at this moment, Zhang Chen couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Looking at Zhang Lingyu who had a serious face, he couldn't help but think in his heart, this guy can look real straight. This is the model of a cultivator who is dedicated to the Tao. Think about it. Zhang Chen unconsciously recalled the love-hate relationship between Zhang Lingyu and Xiaohe. He then took the initiative to pat Zhang Lingyu's shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. Senior brother Lingyu, don't worry. With me here this time, I will definitely make you focus on the Tao and cultivate with one mind. I'll take care of summer harvest and all that for you. Just focus on your cultivation. Having heard Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Lingyu's face was filled with questions for a moment. He really couldn't figure out what Zhang Chen was talking about. Only, before he could ask who summer harvest was, the old celestial master on the side had already discussed everything that needed to be discussed with Lu Jin. At this moment, the two old foxes changed their previous hostile appearance. It looks as close as a brother. Ah, old Lu, the time for the disciple acceptance ceremony is almost here. You'll go ahead and check in with everyone. We'll be there later. Chapter 10, The Inhuman Realm, which has just settled down, is about to make waves again? At the highest point of Lungfu Shan, inside a magnificent golden-domed Taoist temple, a solemn apprenticeship ceremony is underway. Above the ancient and simple hall, the lights were bright and the incense smoke lingered, making it look particularly solemn. Talismans and portraits of Taoist classics are hung around the main hall. In the center of the hall, the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei was clad in a purple Taoist robe. The head wears a tenchi hat that symbolizes the status of a tenchi. With a majestic face, he stood in front of the 64th generation of Heavenly Master's tablet in front of Longhu Mountain. The hand held a pillar of incense the thickness of the original thumb. Incense is being offered to the ancestors of Lung Fu Shan. On either side of him stood two teenagers. One was Zhang Chen, who had amazing talent and created new air-napping methods. The other is Zhang Lingyu, who has long been known to the public and also has outstanding qualifications. With the incense in his hand inserted into the incense burner, accompanied by the melodious sound of bells and drums, the apprenticeship ceremony officially began. The old Heavenly Master held a duster in his hand and recited scriptures under his breath. Guide the two disciples through a complex series of rituals of worship. They bowed to the ancestor tablets in turn. He also performed the great salute of kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times to the old Heavenly Master. Demonstrate your willingness to follow old Master Tianchu's practice. The onlookers were the heads of the various sects and the 10 brothers, Lu Jin and the others, all watching this with bated breath. Although these people are calm and unruffled on the surface, but except for Lu Jin, a trace of doubt unconsciously arose in the hearts of all the others. Why is it that this time, in the disciple acceptance ceremony at Longhu Mountain, the old Heavenly Master's disciples will change from 1 to 2? Except for the shut-in disciple Zhang Lingyu who had informed everyone beforehand. And who is that extra kid who is about the same age as Zhang Lingyu? Though the crowd was puzzled in their minds. But now is the time to conduct the ceremony of acceptance. It wasn't good for them to open their mouths at this time to ask the old Heavenly Master who that extra child really was. But these people were, after all, the heads of various sects. He is a first-class intelligent person in the whole world. They quickly guessed. Suddenly there was this extra disciple. I'm afraid that it has something to do with this matter of the sudden disappearance of the aura of heaven and earth before. One thought. The crowd then couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, they had deep questions in their minds, but they all know that now is not the time to ask that question. Soon, the apprenticeship ceremony came to an end. Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu both rose to their feet, each accepting the master's tokens bestowed by the old Heavenly Master. Watching the two children, Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu, put away the teacher's tokens that belonged exclusively to Longhu Mountain. A rare smile finally appeared on the old Heavenly Master's face. Zhang Lingyu, Zhang Chen, from now on, you are disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. When the teacher said that, it was only when the 10 brothers who were watching the ceremony on the side as well as the heads of the various sects finally realized Zhang Chen's name. They looked at each other. It seemed that they all wanted to know from each other's faces what exactly was the origin of this brat Zhang Chen. What kind of power is behind him? Surprisingly, it allowed the old Heavenly Master to add an extra quota to his apprenticeship. After all, everyone in the room knew he can become the disciple of a Jedi. The degree of difficulty can be imagined, but of all the people present, the only person who knew Zhang Chen's identity was Lu Jin. In turn, he nearly burst out laughing at the puzzled looks on the faces of the crowd. Hey, this great-grandson son-in-law of mine is a genius. No, a demon whose talent is even more exaggerated than the old Heavenly Master. Let's make you guys just not follow me to see it and wait for your regrets later. Old Heavenly Master's discipling ceremony was soon over. The next thing the old Heavenly Master did was to lead both Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu to the front of the crowd. Let them mix it up in front of the other family heads and sect heads. Old Heavenly Master, these 2 new disciples you've taken in are extraordinary, especially this kid. At such a young age he has already cultivated the air in his body to a state of fullness. Those boys in my house are nowhere near as good as him. Lu Ci, the head of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families of the inhuman realm. Looking at Zhang Chen, he couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. There isn't a single kid from our Wang family that compares to him either. Old Heavenly Master has really taken in a good disciple this time. Wang Ai, who was standing beside Lu Ci, also spoke at this moment. Not only this kid, but also Zhang Lingyu, I see that his roots are quite good as well. Alas, such a good disciple. How come we at Maoshan can't even meet one? The headmaster of the Maoshan sect looked at the 2 people, Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu, who were following the old Heavenly Master, and opened his mouth with great envy. Our sword pavilion hasn't received a well-qualified disciple for a long time either. We also, after a few pleasantries, the guests slowly dispersed and began to go and exchange pleasantries with those closer to them. Just when God was thinking he could finally clear his head for a while, suddenly a fellow whom the old Celestial Master very much did not want to see came to his side. The visitor was none other than the company's representative, Zhao Fengshu. Congratulations to old Celestial Master for accepting 2 more of his favorite disciples. After a brief congratulations, Zhao Fengshu suddenly looked at Zhang Chen with a smirk on his face. After staring at him carefully for a moment, he suddenly spoke. Old Celestial Master, the phenomenon of the sudden disappearance of heaven and earth's spiritual air just now should have something to do with this child, right? As soon as Zhao Fengshu's question came out, The scene, which had just been chaotic, instantly quieted down. A bunch of old guys present. Which one is not a human being? They had long had an idea about this in their minds, only none of them were fit to ask. Zhao Fengshu, on the other hand, was the perfect person to ask this question. After all, he represents the power of the state. For Zhao Fengshu, this question, the old celestial master already had a countermeasure in mind. Dong Zhao, what just happened does have something to do with this child, but more than that, it's me. I just had a sudden epiphany on our Longhu Mountains airnapping method, and I accidentally made a big commotion. Speaking of which, the old heavenly master glanced at Zhang Chen again and said, during my epiphany, I didn't expect that this child Zhang Chen would learn all of my newly epiphanized airnapping techniques just by taking a look at them. This child's talent is simply too astonishing, making me unable to resist accepting him as a close disciple along with Lingyu. The crowd listened to the old celestial master as he narrated his story. It was only then that it finally dawned on me what had just happened. It was also known why the old heavenly master had taken in one more new disciple. For what the old celestial master said, all the people present were half convinced. However, it was in the way of the old celestial master's position and strength in the inhuman realm. Even if there is doubt in the minds of the people, it's not a good idea to ask at this point. And Zhao Fengshu, who wanted to know the truth, he looked up at the old celestial master who had been staring at him, opened his mouth, but didn't continue with anything else. He knows, the old heavenly master was probably saying this to protect Zhang Chen. As for what kind of secret Zhang Chen had on him, in the ancestral calf protecting Tenchi's house, I'm afraid I can't ask a bit. But, as far as the information revealed by the old heavenly master is concerned, this new disciple of old Tianshi, Zhang Chen, in terms of cultivation, it seemed to have an extremely terrifying talent. One thought, Zhao Fengshu couldn't help but sigh. Originally, there was an old celestial master in Longhu Mountain. If there's another new celestial master class warrior here, this inhuman realm, which has only stabilized with great difficulty, I'm afraid it's going to make waves again. Chapter 11, Fists and Fists are hard to learn. As the chairman of the board of directors of Natatone Inc., what Zhao Fengshu was responsible for was maintaining order throughout the inhuman realm. He didn't want to see the emergence of someone who could threaten the order of the inhuman world. This was also the reason why he realistically wanted to figure out the secrets on Zhang Chen very much. But now, with the most respected old celestial master in the inhuman world standing in the way, Zhao Fengshu knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to inquire about Zhang Chen's secret for a while. There is no way around it. Zhao Fengshu had to be on his way down, contacted their people in charge of surveillance at Lungfu Shan in advance, explained that they must report on the situation of LWM in a timely manner. This kind comes from the company's watchdogs. It is found in all sects, in all major families. The heads of these sects and the heads of the families also knew of their existence, but they all rather tacitly didn't point this out. After all, these surveillance officers, it's the middleman that keeps the peace between the big inhuman forces and the company. These personnel could never enter the core of a sect or a lineage, but at the very least, they were still able to know and report some simple movements of these strengths in time. For example, the celestial master came down from the mountain, or something happened to one of the sects. They are able to inform the company's top management in a timely manner, ensure that the company is aware of the movements of the various sects. In case something uncontrollable comes up, the company was able to have a response. But, for these things, the old heavenly master was naturally unconcerned. It's not like they, Lungfu Shan, had any intention of challenging the existing order. Therefore, as to who the company has placed at LWM, he didn't have a care in the world. But if it's someone who dares to really piss him off, even if the company knew about it, the old celestial master didn't care. After all, now with his strength, I'm afraid that the entire inhuman realm won't be able to stop him. For all that messing around, the old celestial master didn't have the heart to think about it. He's just taken on 2 young apprentices. The main task now is to teach the disciples to cultivate. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. The old heavenly master had brought the 2 of them, Zhang Chen and Zhan Lingyu, to cultivate inside the small courtyard early in the morning. Chen the first lesson of our cultivation is the Nana air method, but you've already learned this air nascent technique, so you're ready to move on to the next stage. The next stage is basic kung fu and fists and feet. I've already spoken to your senior brother Rongshan. He's waiting for you in the inner courtyard right now. Go find him. The old heavenly master finished commanding Zhang Chen. Then he turned his head and Captain Zhang Lingyu opened his mouth. Lingyu, your senior brother has already begun to learn kung fu on fists and feet, so you'll follow me next to practice nascent soul initiation. Having heard the old heavenly master say so, the Zhang Lingyu on the side looked at Zhang Chen with a hint of envy in her eyes. Zhang Chen had even been able to access real kung fu, and he doesn't even know how to nab air yet. No way. Who let this junior brother of his be a demon? In that short period of time, he had already learned the nascent soul technique. What was even more outrageous was that he had also improved this gongfu. There's no comparison. The old celestial master had just finished commanding. Zhang Chen was then amidst Zhang Lingyu's incomparably envious gaze. It's time to start heading out to the outer courtyard. The old heavenly master looked at Zhang Lingyu, who had been staring at Zhang Chen's back. Straight away, he reached out and gave him 2 hard knocks on the head. Stop gawking. If you are really envious of your senior brother, then quickly learn the air napping technique. First learn the basic nascent soul technique of our Longhu mountain, and then I'll teach you Zhang Chen's improved version of the nascent soul technique. With your qualifications, you'll be able to learn it in a month at most. Zhang Lingyu, who had been knocked on the head by the old celestial master, the little face instantly crumpled after hearing those words. Surprisingly, it takes a month to learn them all? This is too slow. At this point, the place where the disciples of the inner courtyard of Lungfu Mountain practiced, Zhang Chen bumbled over to Rongshan's side. Very seriously, he looked at his nephews who were diligently cultivating not far away. Seeing Zhang Chen come, a smile finally appeared at the corner of Rongshan's mouth. He looked at Zhang Chen, who was watching others cultivate, and was happy in his heart. Oh junior brother, this time you've fallen into my hands. The cultivation of boxing and kicking kung fu doesn't involve practicing all those techniques on the air. Master specifically explained that he asked me to knock on you more so that you don't go too smoothly on your cultivation path. You're going to have to suffer a bit in this next period of cultivation. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was at that moment staring earnestly and incomparably at someone else's cultivation, he watched. The corners of Rongshan's mouth involuntarily raised a bad smile. He patted Zhang Chen's shoulder and spoke. Junior brother, are you ready? If you're ready, start practicing with me. Rongshan finished. Zhang Chen then nodded without hesitation. Looking at Zhang Chen with an air of confidence, Rongshan continued to speak. This set of boxing is a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It's called the Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist. The style blends Taoist internal martial arts techniques and practical combat skills. Each move and each style contains deep Taoist Tao rhythms, and only those with air in their bodies can begin to learn it. To think that when I was introduced to this set of fists, I had already been initiated for half a year. I didn't think you'd be qualified to learn this when you just came to our Dragon Tiger Mountain. This talent of yours is truly demonic enough. After sighing, Rongshan looked at Zhang Chen with a slightly envious look and continued. I'm going to show you how it works first, so pay attention to what I'm doing. Of course, when watching my movements, you can't just look at the movements, but pay more attention to the punching intent in them. Master said that the power of this set of boxing techniques is actually not weak. It's just that no one has been able to utilize its strength for so many years. Even our master, who has been practicing for so many years, has never been able to get the hang of it. Speaking here, Rongshan suddenly stopped and shook his head. Ugh, why am I telling you this? Attention, I'm going to start. As soon as his words left his mouth, he set up his stance straight away. Prepare to show Zhang Chen this complete fist technique. Just seeing Rongshan transporting his air, his movements were flowing like water. Each punch seemed to drive the surrounding heaven and earth energy, as Rongshan throws his punches. On the side, Zhang Chen was staring at Rongshan's every move. Don't want to miss a single detail. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Rongshan's set of punches is also almost near the end. As he was about to wrap it up, with his last punch, a sound that sounded like a tiger's roar unexpectedly rang out on the field. Roar! Hear the voice. Rongshan, who had already finished his punching technique, instantly put a hint of joy on his face. I didn't realize I was in such good shape today. As he closed his fist, he actually struck out a tiger's roar. Just as Rongshan was pleased with himself, Zhang Chen also finally waited for the voice in his head. You have successfully watched the entire Fighting Dragon, Fighting Tiger program. The punch can now be reproduced in its entirety. Does it start copying immediately? Chapter 12, I just practiced boxing. How did I drive my senior brother crazy? Does it start copying immediately? Hearing the voice ring out in his own head, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth finally lifted into a smile. He had waited so long for this moment. Reproduce immediately. Wrestling Dragon and Tiger Fist technique has been successfully copied. The level of proficiency of this punch is the same as that of the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. The system's voice was heard ringing out. Immediately, Zhang Chen felt the memory of a new set of fists in his mind. Now, all of Rongshan's senses of that style of boxing, all of them had been completely copied by Zhang Chen. Looking at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth suddenly raised in a smile. Rongshan, who was on the side, opened his mouth to ask with great curiosity. Young master, why are you smiling so happily? Did you memorize the set of punches I just threw? Rongshan's words woke up Zhang Chen, who was immersed in excitement. Senior brother, I've learned them all. Rong Shan, who had wanted to take this opportunity to teach Zhang Chen a few words, he instantly froze in place after hearing Zhang Chen's reply. What the hell? I didn't hear you right. Junior brother, what did you just say? You, say it again. Rongshan couldn't believe his ears. It had to be repeated again by Zhang Chen. Senior brother Rongshan, I'd say I've already learned all of that set of punches just now. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Looking at Zhang Chen with such confidence, Rongshan just felt his trippy, soft and fragile mind that he couldn't even call soft and fragile. At this moment it was also as if it had received a heavy blow, shattering to pieces. No way. What kind of person learns the fighting dragon and tiger fist technique after only reading it once? I practiced for a month back then just to be able to throw this set of punches in its entirety. Even if junior brother is a genius, it's impossible for him to do this. Rongshan was frantically consoling himself in his mind at this point. Finally 5 minutes later, it was only then that Rongshan slowly slowed down from the shock that Zhang Chen had given him, only to see him come to Zhang Chen's side with slow steps. Reaching out to touch Zhang Chen's head, he opened his mouth. Junior brother, what you just said really scared me. One thing I will tell you, though, is this. I know you have a very good memory, and you could probably memorize the routine completely just by looking at it once, but it's useless to just memorize the routine for this set of punches. You have to combine your air with the set of punches to make it work, and if you want to make the same tiger whistling sound that I just did, it's even harder. You can't afford to be low-eyed. Junior brother. Listening to Rongshan's words, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. It looked like this senior brother of his still didn't believe that he had learned this set of fists. No way. After all, they have no idea what their powers actually are. That's a copy. Directly, the entire set of Gongfu was packaged and copied along with Rongshan's cultivation experience over the years. There is such an ability in the body. How could Zhang Chen not learn? And so, at Rongshan's disbelieving gaze, Zhang Chen directly stood up and transported his air. Beginning to follow Rongshan's movements from before, he punched up this set of punches in place. With Zhang Chen's first punch, Rongshan, who had just been filled with incredulity, was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes at this moment. Surprisingly, he saw that Zhang Chen's starting stance was complete without the slightest mistake. It was exactly the same as the starting movement when he was fighting this set. Even the amount of control air is exactly the same. Rongshan thought he was blind and might have been mistaken, so even reached up and rubbed his eyes. He then stared closely at Zhang Chen's movements as he continued to look over. Only Zhang Chen saw that each of his movements was nothing like what he had demonstrated before. It's as if he's rehearsing in a mirror. His fists and kicks cut through the air, bringing up a gust of punching wind. Every move and every stance landed precisely and powerfully where it should. Even the subtle changes in his eyes and the rhythm of his breathing were just like his own. Rongshan's eyes widened at this point. A look of consternation filled his brow at the sight before him. He kept a close eye on Zhang Chen's movements, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. His heartbeat accelerated with Zhang Chen's every move. The shock in his heart was like waves rolling over, until Zhang Chen's set of punches ended. Hit that tiger sound as he did at the end of the move. It took Rongshan a moment to snap out of his overwhelming seriousness. By now his eyes were wide and his mouth couldn't close for a long time. He couldn't understand it. Why was Zhang Chen able to in such a short period of time? Not only did he completely master his boxing routines, and it also manages to show its essence so well too. Especially the tiger's roar that wraps it up at the end. All exactly as they were before. Learned. He really learned. The sound of a tiger whistling. The first time I practiced this boxing style I was able to make the sound of a tiger's roar. Genius. No. This is a demon. Demon. That sound of a tiger's roar as Zhang Chen closed his fist. It was like a lingering sound that could not be calmed down in Rongshan's mind for a long time. Elder brother Rongshan? Elder brother Rongshan? Zhang Chen, who had finished collecting his fists, walked over to Aizen and patted him hard on the shoulder. It seemed to want to slap him out of his seeming insanity. Available results. Zhang Chen slapped him several times in a row. He didn't even react. It's like it's been completely immersed. All of the news from the outside world was chosen to be ignored. Ugh. I didn't think that if I just practiced a punch. How did I drive my senior brother crazy? Looking at Rongshan who couldn't come back at a moment's notice, Zhang Chen had to choose not to startle him for now. Just let him slowly regain his composure. Just as Zhang Chen wanted to temporarily leave this place, going somewhere else to hang out, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, for every feat I copy, I get a chance to strengthen it. After copying this set of punches, it seems I haven't chosen to strengthen it yet. One thought. Zhang Chen immediately opened the feat strengthening panel. Let's see if there's anything in this set of punches that lends itself to enhancement. Congratulations to the host for learning a new set of punches and gaining a chance to strengthen his feats. This technique is the fist technique of Longhu Mountain, and there are 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. The speed of punches can be enhanced to 100 times the current speed. 2. The power of the fist can be strengthened to 100 times the current power. 3. Fisting intent. You can make the sound of a dragon and tiger with every punch, and get a dragon and tiger power boost. Looking at the 3 options that appeared before his eyes, Zhang Chen instantly felt a bright light in his eyes. He feels that these are 3 directions that can be strengthened. All of them seem to be very useful. Chapter 13. There is no mistake. How is it possible that every punch has a dragon and tiger sound? Look at the 3 directions of enhancement for this one fist technique. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. The speed of the punch, the power of the punch and the intention of the punch when it is thrown. All very good reinforcement aspects. All of them have a great boost for the battlefield. This is especially true for the third choice of contextual reinforcement. Surprisingly, every punch could produce the sound of a dragon and tiger and gain a dragon and tiger power boost. I'm afraid that's something even the elder masters can't do. No, don't say the old Skywriter. I'm afraid that the person who created this boxing style in the first place couldn't even do this. Originally, Zhang Chen hadn't wanted to use the opportunity for strengthening in this way. He was also thinking of using this strengthening opportunity to strengthen the nascent soul technique, strengthen all the other 2 directions of the nascent soul method. But now looking at the direction of strengthening this punch, it seems ridiculously strong as well. Zhang Chen then made up his mind that it was better to use this reinforcement opportunity first. After all, improving strength was the most important thing at the moment. After carefully comparing the 3 options, Zhang Chen finally made up his mind in his heart. He was going to choose the third enhancement option. After all, it's just taken literally. With the added power of the fist intent and the dragon tiger power, it should be no less powerful than the other 2 options. I'll choose the third strengthening option, strengthening the meaning of the fist. After hearing the choice that Zhang Chen had made, Zhang Chen's body was immediately the same as before, moved on its own. He was only seen taking a stance and concentrating on the systematically improved fighting dragon and tiger fist technique, with his fist swinging out. Each punch seemed to carry the power of the dragons and tigers of heaven and earth on it. That power stirred in the air, creating a shocking ripple. Punch after punch. A dragon's roar followed by a tiger's roar. It rang around him without pause. That's not all. As Zhang Chen's punches became faster and faster, a lifelike dragon and tiger silhouette even gradually appeared behind him. The meandering dragon circled behind him. The false image of a fierce tiger stood behind him. With every punch he threw, these shadows shifted and moved with it. It was as if it was intimately connected to each of his strikes and became part of the punch. Rongshan, who slowly recovered from the shock. Suddenly, he was attracted by the chaotic fluctuations of heaven and earth spiritual air around himself. He frowned and glanced toward where Zhang Chen was. Yet it was this glance that once again froze him in place. What's this? Rongshan's jaw dropped, unable to believe what was happening in front of his eyes right now. Looking at the both familiar and unfamiliar set of punches that Zhang Chen was fighting at the moment, Rongshan unconsciously recalled the previous scene when he was practicing the nascent soul technique. Difficult. Could he have changed this boxing method that has been passed down for thousands of years again as well? I've never heard of the fighting dragon and tiger fist technique being able to produce such a terrifying sight. Even the master can at most hit a few dragon and tiger sounds. But what the hell is this dragon and tiger silhouette? I'm not dreaming at this moment, am I? Look at the unbelievable things in front of you. Rongshan directly reached out his hand and shone a few hard slaps on his face. As he cut through the fiery pain coming from his face, he realized he wasn't dreaming. It was amazing that all of this happening in front of his own eyes was all true. This kid was able to cultivate his fist technique to such a level in such a short period of time, and was even able to comprehend such unimaginable changes on his own. Truly a wizard in the world that is rare to see in 1,000 years. No, it's a demon. What a demon. I, Rongshan, have been convinced in my life. In terms of cultivation talent, I'm afraid this kid is the #1 wizard of the ages. As Zhang Chen's movements ended, the mighty and incomparable dragon and tiger silhouette behind him also gradually dissipated into nothingness. The strengthened fighting dragon and tiger fist technique was also imprinted in his mind forever at this moment like an engraving. Feeling that his strengthened fists were so terrifyingly powerful, a trace of a satisfied smile also appeared on Zhang Chen's face, only to see him turn his head to look at Rongshan, who was already completely unable to say anything, and opened his mouth with a smile. Senior brother Rongshan, how was my punch just now? Has the essence been learned? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Rongshan, who was still in a state of stagnation, was instantly awakened. Recalling the question Zhang Chen had asked himself, he stammered in great embarrassment. Good. Very good. Much better than your senior brother me. Even better than master in some places. Rongshan didn't mince his words of praise. He even gave the highest evaluation in his heart. More powerful than even the old heavenly master. If that's the case, then am I done with this set of punches? Rongshan nodded dully. Then I'll go back to my master to resume my duties and see if he has anything else to teach me. Just as Zhang Chen wanted to hurry back to the old heavenly master's side, the time to learn the golden light mantra, one of the two main treasures of Longhu Mountain, Rong Shan, who had been frozen on the side for a long time, suddenly reacted. With a pleasing voice, he opened his mouth to Zhang Chen. Little junior brother, can you teach senior brother me the new fist technique you just created? I'd love to be able to make a keening sound with every punch. Hearing Rongshan's words, Zhang Chen cocked his head and thought for a moment before answering. It's fine, but senior brother, you have to promise me two conditions first. As soon as I heard there was a play, a very bright smile instantly bloomed on Rongshan's face. I'll promise you everything except beating up master. Watching Rongshan agree so decisively, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Looking at the smile on Zhang Chen's face, for some reason, Rongshan suddenly felt a bit oozy. But to be able to learn new punches, Rongshan still decided to promise Zhang Chen. The first condition is simple, and that is that I want to go and see the cultivation of the disciples of the outer court. Hearing Zhang Chen's first request, Rongshan was a bit frazzled. Watching the outer court disciples practice? Junior brother, what they are cultivating are some ordinary techniques, but they are far inferior to the ones we are practicing. You can't waste your time in those places. Rongshan didn't understand what Zhang Chen meant, so he spoke kindly. What he didn't know, however, was this. He said this, but Zhang Chen became even more excited. Those ordinary feats might not seem useful to Rongshan. Cultivating it is better than not cultivating it. It's a pure waste of time. But for Zhang Chen, it's a great way to brush up on your chances to strengthen your feats. Don't miss it. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm just going to take a look. Wouldn't put my heart into those. Only after hearing Zhang Chen's explanation did Rongshan let out a sigh of relief. It's a small matter. Well said. Whenever you have time, you can go to me, and I'll take you around the outer courtyard. And in the meantime, familiarize yourself with the disciples within the sect. Seeing that Rongshan had already agreed to the first condition, Zhang Chen then opened his mouth and spoke his second condition. Senior brother Rongshan, the new fist technique I just created hasn't been tested in actual combat yet. Why don't you come and practice with me? Chapter 14, this is called practicing boxing? This is clearly playing with your life. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Aizen Shimos immediately took several steps back. Junior brother, what did senior brother do wrong? You say it, senior brother will change. But can you not be so cruel in your methods? You're going to kill someone with that horrible punch. Rongshan thought back to the exaggerated punch that Zhang Chen had just thrown. Surprisingly, his body couldn't stop starting to tremble. He couldn't even begin to imagine that keening fist with the sound. I'm afraid it's going to be bruised and purple when it hits my body. Watching his senior brother step backward step by step, Zhang Chen did not stand in place and shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth. Alas, it seems that senior brother is not going to agree to the second condition. Originally, I was thinking of teaching senior brother the essence of my improved boxing style during the competition. Now it seems like there's no chance. After saying that, Zhang Chen made a gesture that he was about to lift his feet and leave. Looking at Zhang Chen's movements did not seem like he was joking. Rongshan couldn't help but get a little anxious. He knows, as long as Zhang Chen told the old celestial master about his realization of the new fist technique, then I'm afraid that the old heavenly master wouldn't dare to release this set of fists for a while, unless he waited until he had verified the safety of this set of punches before letting others practice. It was just like Zhang Chen's revamped air napping method. Old Tianchi has already told the other disciples. Only when he had studied all of this nascent soul method would he let them practice it. Rongshan knows, the old celestial master was actually doing this for their safety. But that hard feeling of knowing there's something good out there and not being able to learn it ahead of time, Rongshan doesn't want to go through that again. And so, he clenched his teeth and made the decision in his mind with great difficulty. Junior brother, I promise you, but you've got to go easy on them. Listen to the trill of Rongshan. The smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth became even more intense. Don't worry, senior brother. I know you know the golden light curse. It can't be broken. After Rongshan agreed to a match with Zhang Chen, the two quickly took their stances, ready to spar. Almost at the same moment, the two moved together. A large and a small fist instantly collided with each other. A strong and incomparable air force was instantly released outwards with the two people at the center. At this moment, Zhang Chen did not immediately display his full strength. Instead, he went through the motions with Aizen in a much more peaceful way. He wanted to see himself in the presence of a strengthened punch enhancement. How much of a gap there was between still and a second-tier master like Rongshan. At first, the two men exchanged punches and kicks, seemingly indistinguishable. However, Rongshan relied on his rich combat experience and his degree of control over the air. It was still capable of circling Zhang Chen's strengthened fists for a moment or two in a boxing duel. However, when Zhang Chen figured out Rongshan's current strength, as he prepared to show the true power of his enhanced fist technique, the situation was immediately reversed. Only Zhang Chen could see Zhang Chen concentrating and gathering his energy. The corners of his mouth lifted in a bad smile. Looking at the incredibly nervous Rongshan, he opened his mouth. "Senior brother, be careful next." Zhang Chen's words just fell. Rongshan instantly tensed. In fact, he also knew that Zhang Chen had not exerted his true strength to fight against himself just now. As Zhang Chen, who had gotten serious, swung his fist, in an instant, a deafening dragon roar sounded. A dragon-shaped shadow also appeared behind Zhang Chen at this time. Coming! Seeing the dragon-shaped shadow that suddenly appeared behind Zhang Chen, Rongshan's eyes widened for a moment. Also nervous as hell. He felt it now. What kind of terrifying sense of oppression did that dragon-shaped shadow behind Rongshan have? At this time, Rongshan didn't dare to have any bragging rights. While swinging his own fists, a golden light spell was also turned on for protection. This was the subconscious reaction made by his body. Only when extreme danger is felt, that's what makes it happen. As the dragon-shaped shadow behind Zhang Chen moved along with his fist, an invisible force was like a true dragon coming out of the sea, carrying a majestic and unparalleled might straight towards Rongshan. Faced with this sudden shock of terror, even though Rongshan fought back with all his might, however, in the end, it was still unable to withstand the terrifying power contained in Zhang Chen's punch. There was a loud bang. It was the sound of the golden light spell shattering. Along with this voice rang out. Rongshan's body also flew out of the ground in an instant. It traced an arc and crashed heavily into the stone wall of the large mountain, fitting it out into a human-sized crater. The whole thing seemed to be set in, and for a while it couldn't fall out. Looking at Rongshan's miserable state at this moment, Zhang Chen, after realizing the terrifying power that he had just unleashed with that punch, he was also frightened and his face changed slightly. He also did not expect his ordinary punch to have such a terrifying strength. One punch actually shattered Rongshan's golden light spell. Keep in mind that this is still a punch that has only been strengthened once. If the speed and power of the punches were enhanced again, how terrifying would one's own punch be then? Zhang Chen almost didn't even dare to think about it. 100 times stronger on top of that. I'm afraid I can really wrestle with dragons and tigers. Zhang Chen, who slowly recovered from the shock. Finally, he noticed elder brother Rongshan, who was still embedded inside the stone wall. One time, there was an unspeakably awkward atmosphere in the air. A few moments later, reacting, Zhang Chen quickly ran towards where Rongshan was. Reaching out his hands, he tried to snap Rongshan out of the stone wall. Only, he snapped halfway through it without success. There is no way around it. Zhang Chen had no choice but to look at his fists once more and opened his mouth to Rongshan. Elder brother, hold on a little longer. I'll try this punch to see if I can break the stone wall. You'll be out by then. Aizen, who was in a trance, hearing Zhang Chen trying to throw another punch at his side, instantly woke him up. With a tone of great alarm, he spoke. Stop. Junior brother, you can't fight. Never fight. Elder brother, I can come out. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of here if you punch me again. A cry of alarm passed. Rongshan didn't dare to hesitate for a second. With all his strength, he managed to pull himself out from inside the stone wall. After coming out of the inside, Rongshan then sat down on his butt, recalling the terrifying punch that Zhang Chen had just thrown at himself, knowing that at this point he was still in a state of shock. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that he had a premonition and opened the golden light spell in advance for defense, otherwise, himself, even if he didn't die, I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for half a year too. Look at Rongshan sitting peacefully on the ground. It was only then that Zhang Chen opened his mouth and asked, Elder brother, how are you now? Shall we continue? Rongshan, who had just returned to his senses, after hearing Zhang Chen's words, he immediately rounded his eyes. What the hell? Continue? I'll lose this old life if it continues. Forget it, no more sneaking around. It's better for me to wait for Master to finish his appraisal before I learn this fist technique. It's still a small life for me right now. After getting up, Rongshan couldn't even pack his own clothes. He casually found an excuse and then stepped on his feet and disappeared in a puff of smoke. It made Zhang Chen, who was on the side, look blankly. Ugh, it's so hard to get someone to want to practice boxing with me. But now, people just slip away. Looking at Rongshan's disappearing back, there is no way around it. Zhang Chen had to bring his newly strengthened fists, rejoined the old celestial master. Chapter 15, Old Celestial Master. It's only been half an hour, and you've learned the boxing technique again? The old heavenly master sat inside the small courtyard outside the practice room. He was instructing Zhang Lingyu to practice the basic air-napping method of Longhu Mountain. Between their conversations, there was a sudden sound of familiar footsteps. Hearing this familiar sound of footsteps ringing out, The corners of the old celestial master's mouth couldn't help but raise a hint of a smile. He knew that this was his good disciple Zhang Chen returning. TSK, the first time he practiced boxing he managed to last half an hour. I really underestimated him before. The old heavenly master's words had just fallen. Zhang Chen, who had just left for less than half an hour, appeared in front of the entrance of the small courtyard. The old celestial master lifted his wrinkled eyelids, a smile stacked at the corners of his eyes, and inwardly said, "This kid, I'm afraid he can't stand the pain of practicing boxing, so he's turned back so quickly to come complain to me. It seems that my asking Rongshan to knock him around a little bit really did the trick." A hint of cunning flashed in the old celestial master's eyes. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said with the characteristic doting teasing of an elder in his pale voice, "Yo, isn't this our little Tatsuer? Back so soon? Is Rongshan's training too harsh? Or is the boxing too hard to practice? Old man, I thought you'd be out there all day." The old celestial master stopped instructing Zhang Lingyu at this point. Turning to face Zhang Chen, he put his hands behind his back and looked at him with interest. It was as if he was expecting a response from Zhang Chen. Yes, this old man is actually waiting to see me laugh. But how will master react if he realizes that I've already learned all the punches and created new ones? One thought. Zhang Chen's mouth then couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. At this moment it was as if he had already seen the hilarious look of his master's shocked and dumbfounded face. The old heavenly master had been observing Zhang Chen's movements. However, when he saw a hint of a bad smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It was only Zhang Chen who hemmed and hawed at the old celestial master. Then directly afterward, he spoke with incomparable excitement. "Master, I've already learned all the boxing techniques taught by Senior Rongshan, and in the midst of learning to fight, created new punches. Even Senior Brother Rongshan is no match for me." After hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master was just about to give out the words of reprimand he had prepared in advance, but as these words were about to come out of his mouth, they were re-swallowed by the old heavenly master. Only the smile on his face instantly froze. In its place was a look of disbelief. Even his eyes, which were usually always open, were glaring at this time. It was as if he wanted to see through Zhang Chen inside and out, wanted to see if this surprising little guy was lying or not. But, when his astonished and incomparable gaze met Zhang Chen's pair of clear and incomparable eyes, the old celestial master then had a vague guess in his mind. Zhang Chen doesn't seem to be lying. He really learned this extremely difficult set of boxing techniques within half an hour, and improved on it just as he did when he practiced the nascent fist technique before. The moment this thought appeared in the old heavenly master's mind, his majestic yet benevolent face was even slightly distorted at this moment. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and his pupils contracted extremely rapidly. It was as if he was trying his best to digest the unbelievable news. He stared intently at Zhang Chen, his lips opening and closing a few times, but for a moment he failed to make a sound, and those eyes, which had never stared so round before, were full of skepticism and curiosity. The old heavenly master couldn't figure out how the hell this kid Zhang Chen did it no matter what. In the meantime, Zhang Lingyu, who was diligently practicing the air nascent technique on the side, was even more stunned and jaw-dropped. His eyes, which were originally focused on cultivation, instantly dilated, and his sight unconsciously locked onto Zhang Chen. It was as if he had seen something incredible. His mouth opened slightly and he couldn't even get half a word out. Those clear eyes were full of gloom. The fists that had been clenched tightly also drooped helplessly at this moment. He couldn't figure out how. Why only half an hour? What about this young master of his own who just learned the fist technique, and he had only learned an introductory move of the nascent soul technique? Is Zhang Chen still considered human after all? Somehow, at this moment all of Zhang Lingyu's confidence seemed to have been suppressed in an instant. Even that firm Dao heart almost collapsed at this moment. Looking at Zhang Lingyu, who was a little shaky at this moment, the old heavenly master shook his head helplessly and sighed. Alas, this child Lingyu is so pitiful. Obviously, he has good talent, but he bumped into this demon, Chen and now even his heart of the Dao is a bit shaken. I originally put the two of them together because I wanted Zhang Chen to stimulate Zhang Lingyu and inspire him to fight, but now it seems like it's better to teach the two of them separately in the future. Otherwise I'm really afraid that this child Lingyu won't be able to handle it. The old heavenly master had already made up his mind at this moment. Never bring these two kids together again. After the old celestial master's thoughts ran slightly off course, he quickly got back on track. Although he had somewhat believed Zhang Chen's words at this point, but there was still some doubt in his mind. In the end, the old celestial master decided to personally verify it with a hint of curiosity about Zhang Chen's new fist technique. He told Zhang Lingyu to calm down first and stabilize his Dao heart. He then led Zhang Chen out of the cultivation room and onto the martial arts arena of Longhu Mountain. By now the sun was up outside. The sun shone brightly and the breeze rustled through the pine forest. The old heavenly master and Zhang Chen stood opposite each other in two figures, one old and one young. At the same time take a stance to throw a punch. Prepare to verify whether what Zhang Chen said was true with practical actions. The old heavenly master looked at the confident Zhang Chen. The mind believed another minute of what he had just said, so he slightly revved up 30% of his power to try out this new set of Zhang Chen's fists. In the meantime, Zhang Chen also mobilized the true air within his transmitting body. His fists glowed with a faint golden light. Looking at his master after he was already ready, he then stopped hesitating. A direct punch was thrown. A loud dragon roar sounded abruptly, as if a real dragon had broken through the air, followed by another punch, accompanied by a tiger roar that shook the heavens. A fierce tiger silhouette appeared along with Zhang Chen's punching momentum. Lifelike and mighty. Dragon song? Tiger whistle? The old heavenly master looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that each of Zhang Chen's punches was accompanied by a dragon and tiger sound. Beyond that, while Zhang Chen was throwing his punches, the dragon and tiger silhouettes behind him were more than enough to make his heart shake wildly. It was completely beyond the old heavenly master's expectations. Chapter 16. Zhang Chen could actually fight the old heavenly master? Zhao Fangshu couldn't sit still. The old heavenly master stood there, his face gradually turning serious in the face of Zhang Chen's ferocious attack. Only a deep breath was taken, and a glint of light flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. The true air in his body instantly condensed into his right fist. Using 50% of his power to run the fighting dragon and tiger fist to respond to Zhang Chen's fierce attack that was like a true dragon and tiger. Zhang Chen's fist came wrapped in the might of a dragon and tiger. For his part, the old heavenly master struck out calmly, hardening his super strength to dissolve the raging force with a single punch. However, Zhang Chen did not stop there. After the initial encounter, he didn't seem to be affected, but instead his fighting spirit was even greater than before. When he fought his own senior brother, Rongshan, Zhang Chen still felt a bit put out, but now he was up against the old celestial master, the number one person in the inhuman realm. He could naturally let go and have a good fight. As the dragon and tiger silhouettes behind Zhang Chen's back became more and more solidified with Zhang Chen's fighting spirit, a huge stream of power was continuously injected into his fists. The power of the fight with the old celestial master was also increasing. See this. The old celestial master's heart was slightly shaken. He clearly felt the intensity of Zhang Chen's attacks rising. Even though he had already used 50% of his power, that pressure was growing in the face of the increasingly courageous Zhang Chen. Only Zhang Chen's punches were powerful, and each strike was accompanied by a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. Its power was at least several times greater than at first contact. The old celestial master blocked every blow from Zhang Chen though, but beads of sweat gradually seeped from his forehead. There was a constant flash of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't boost the strength he used because of it, though. Still clenching his teeth, he persisted in resisting Zhang Chen's unstoppable attack. In the meantime, the inner disciples who were performing morning exercises in all corners of the mountain. Suddenly, he was caught by a shocking fluctuation of air energy. They all looked over toward the place where the fluctuation of the air machine was the most intense. However, when they had just turned their own gazes to the martial arts arena, several terrifying and incomparable voices suddenly exploded in their ears. The sound was like thunder exploding, and like a dragon's roar that went straight to the clouds, breaking the usual tranquility of Lung Fu Shan. Curiosity drove the many inner disciples to rush to the source of the sound. When they arrived at the scene, what came into view was surprisingly a fierce duel between the old heavenly master and Zhang Chen, the new shut-in disciple he had taken in yesterday. These inner disciples who had been initiated for many years could not believe their eyes. They couldn't figure out how this young master uncle of his own had clearly entered the door of the heavenly master's house only yesterday. How come you get to practice against Master Shifu today? They're guys who have been practicing for so many years, let alone practicing against Master Shifu. It was a struggle to even connect with one of Master Shifu's moves, as much as these people didn't want to believe what they were seeing in front of them. But that fact is here, and it's not up to them to disbelieve it. Only Zhang Chen's fists were seen dancing like dragons and snakes. Every move and every style contained an extremely terrifying power, and although the old celestial master resisted with 50% of his power, he also appeared to be struggling a bit. See this. The surrounding disciples were all dumbstruck. They looked at the scene in front of them incredulously, especially seeing that the dragon and tiger silhouettes, which could only be heard of in legends, were actually alive and well behind Zhang Chen's back at the moment. When each attack was accompanied by powerful waves of air and ear-piercing sounds of dragons and tigers, they were filled with shock that couldn't be written on their faces. There was an overwhelming fear of Zhang Chen, a small child with strength beyond imagination. Is this the newly initiated junior master? How long has he just been initiated? The strength is so terrifying. Watching him spar with Master Shifu was like watching a godly fight. When will I be able to cultivate to a realm like junior masters? You can pull it off. Just take a look. The strength of Junior Master Zhang Chen is something you can achieve? During the crowd's discussion, the old Heavenly Master's personal disciple also hurriedly arrived at that moment. Zhang Qianhe, Dong Ying, Liang Yue, Zhao Huanjin and Qian Dahu hurried to the martial arts arena upon hearing the news. They saw that the old Heavenly Master and the newly initiated junior brother Zhang Chen were battling soundly against each other. One by one, they stopped at once and stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with a look of surprise. The eldest disciple, Zhang Qianhe, had a shocked look on his face, whispering to Dong Ying by his side, "Senior sister, look at this kid's punching technique. Why do I find it so familiar? But how on earth did he induce such a majestic dragon and tiger chi? Is that in the fighting dragon and tiger fist we learned?" Second senior sister Dong Ying frowned as she returned. Eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that our new junior brother has realized this on his own. Have you forgotten that thing Rongshan said last night? Our junior brother's enlightenment is a demon. The oldest three, Liang Yue, stood aside, panting slightly. His health is not good. The original Luo Tianjiao a year before the death of disease, all the way to run wildly to this some gasping road. Senior brothers, look at the expression on Master's face. Even though he's saying he's resisting, I feel it's more like he's testing the limits of this brat Zhang Chen. But it looks like Master who didn't use his full power is still struggling a bit. Junior brother is awesome. Zhou Huanjin glanced at the two men who were still in the middle of a fierce battle. The corner of his mouth hooked into a bitter smile. I have to admit that I, as a senior brother, have had my eyes open today. If we can allow Zhang Chen to integrate into our family as early as possible, it will definitely be beneficial to the future development of our Longhu Mountain. A trace of admiration flashed across Qian Dahu's rough face as he patted his chest, his voice low. Hey, it's not too late, but no matter what, this junior brother of ours will definitely be a ruthless character in the future. In the days to come, we can't bully him based on his status. Otherwise, if we get beaten up by him, we'll be disgraced. Rongshan listened to his fifth senior brother's words. I couldn't help but feel a blush on my face. He had already seen junior brother's terrifying fists. The old Heavenly Master who was fighting with Zhang Chen. Seeing more and more disciples gathered around the side of the martial arts arena, he could not help but frown. As Zhang Chen's master, he did not want Zhang Chen's strength to be exposed to the public prematurely. Exposing it too early would only be bad for Zhang Chen, without any benefits. Therefore the old celestial master wanted to terminate the cut in time, after the decision is made, only to see his face aghast. A glittering golden light suddenly surged out around him. That was the golden light mantra that the old Heavenly Master had struck with full force. Da! The old Heavenly Master let out a soft cry under his breath. The golden light instantly transformed into a golden chain that went straight at Zhang Chen. A majestic internal force instantly suppressed all of Zhang Chen's attacks. Although Zhang Chen fought hard to resist, but ultimately due to the cultivation gap is too large, had to close the momentum and retreat. Good boy. I can't believe I haven't taken you down in one go. Seeing this, the old celestial master once again quickly stepped forward. The golden light spell behind him unexpectedly turned into a large golden hand at this moment. It directly clutched Zhang Chen in his hands, suppressing all of his cultivation. He prepared to take him out of the martial arts arena. Before leaving here, the old Heavenly Master he looked around, his gaze sweeping over each of the disciples present one by one. He then came to Zhang Qianhe, Dong Ying, Liang Yue, Zhao Huanjin and Qian Dahu. That serious look made everyone involuntarily lower their heads and feel an invisible pressure. You guys, no matter who leaks out the matter of your junior brother Zhang Chen today, you will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect and will not be tolerated. The old Heavenly Master's voice was like iron and stone, his words resounding. However, the old Celestial Master knew, something like this can only be hidden for a moment at best. After all, paper can't hold fire after all. Not to mention the fact that there are now company personnel responsible for surveillance inside the mountain gates. A helpless sigh followed. Only then did the old Heavenly Master pinch the back of Zhang Chen's neck collar and lead him out of the martial arts arena. Even though the old Heavenly Master had strictly forbidden the circumstances of Zhang Chen's sparring session with him to be spread out. However, the company had planted a supervisor at Lungfu Shan and still reported the shocking news to his superiors. Soon, the news spread like thunder to Liao Zhong, the head of the company in South China. Liao Zhong was shocked at the first moment he received the news. It's almost as if I can't believe my eyes. And so he did not hesitate. Decisively, the matter was once again urgently reported to Chairman Zhao Fengshu, who was located at the headquarters of the head office. After all, Zhang Chen was the guy he personally named to be taken care of more. At this moment, Zhao Fengshu was sitting on a leather swivel chair in his luxurious office, fiddling with an exquisite wolf hair brush in his hand. When he heard this news from his men, his eyes instantly widened and the pen in his hand almost slipped to the ground. He incredulously confirmed over and over again, Zhang Chen? That disciple that the old Heavenly Master took in only yesterday is actually able to go head-to-head with the old Heavenly Master? Also, what's with this dragon and tiger silhouette and roaring sound? Put it here to make a movie. Chapter 17, Master. I want to learn the Golden Light Mantra. Zhao Fengshu sat behind his desk, his back leaning against the comfortable leather chair, his brow furrowed. Inwardly, he felt mixed feelings about the strength that Zhang Chen had suddenly revealed. After all, how old was Zhang Chen to be able to fight against an old Heavenly Master? What was even more outrageous was the news that came through that Zhang Chen was still able to throw terrifying punches with a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. This was almost beyond Zhao Fengsu's knowledge. The company has been able to maintain the balance of the inhuman world for so many years. He was well aware that the emergence of an inhuman like Zhang Chen would often break the original balance of power and bring about no small amount of upheaval to the entire inhuman realm. What especially worried Zhao Fengshu was that Zhang Chen was still a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Originally, Longhu Mountain had a Zhang Jiwei who was able to overwhelm the inhuman realm. And now if another Zhang Jiwei comes out, well, that's not going to be easy. Looking at the report in his hand, Zhao Fengshu helplessly covered it on the table. It should be known that Longhu Mountain had kept a low profile for so many years, rarely participating in Jianghu disputes. The news that reached the inside of the company was also almost non-existent. But now because of Zhang Chen's appearance, in just one day these news that could change the landscape of the inhuman realm were exposed. If it goes on like this, there would be plenty of headaches for him later. Although Lung Fu Shan had previously been in the inhuman realm away from those worldly battles, but now with Zhang Chen, a new disciple with strong strength, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to continue to maintain the calmness of the past. Plus that ancestral reputation of Lung Fu Shan for being protective of its shortcomings. Once Zhang Chen caused a bigger storm in the future, Longhu Mountain would definitely give full protection. This would only cause a chain reaction that might even spread to the entire inhuman realm. Alas, the unlucky child. How good would it be if the company found out? Such a talented fellow, cultivating him might even be able to check the old Heavenly Master. Thinking of this, Zhao Fengsu couldn't help but rub his temples with a headache. He began to figure out how to deal with possible situations ahead of time. At the same time, he also pondered how to communicate with the old Celestial Master. In the future, try to avoid unnecessary conflicts due to Zhang Chen's incident. It's best to get to the point where it's best to keep this kid off the mountain for the rest of his life. Zhao Fengshu turned around in front of his desk several times in a row, and his inner worries were still hard to quell. Eventually, he picked up the phone on his desk and contacted Liao Zhong, the head of the South China region. After hearing Liao Zhong on the other end of the phone answering, Zhao Fengshu immediately spoke. Liao Zhong, given the current situation, I request that you make sure to strengthen your focus on Zhang Chen, especially when this brat leaves Longhu Mountain. You must keep tabs on his dynamics at all times. Liao Zhong's expression tightened when he heard this. He was already busy tracking the movements of the Medicine Fairy Society. It's even more stressful at this moment. He responded, Dong Zhao, I understand the importance of this matter. However, at the moment, my side is fully tracking the Pill Fairy Society, and I've already got a trace of them, and with limited manpower, I'm afraid it's difficult to take care of. Before Liao Zhong could finish his words, Zhao Fengshu's voice sounded once again. I'll give you extra manpower and can mobilize temporary workers from other regions to assist you if necessary. But one thing is, whether it's the Pill Fairy Society or Zhang Chen, you must keep an eye on me. Hearing Zhao Fengshu reply like this, Liao Zhong naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. He was still a little confused though. Why would the company's director Zhao be so attached to a small child? Even if he was as talented as he was and caused visions, he was still just a small child. How could it be taken as seriously as the infamous cult of the Medicine Fairy Society? Although Liao Zhong didn't understand, he answered seriously. Please don't worry. I will adjust my deployment as soon as possible to do both. Zhao Fengshu heard Liao Zhong's distress, but the situation was urgent, so he didn't talk too much nonsense and reiterated once again. I know the task on your end is daunting, but this person Zhang Chen is just as much of a potential threat to us. You must find the right person and make sure to put this task in place. Remember, any factor that may disrupt the existing order cannot be taken lightly. Our company exists to maintain the stability of the existing order. Upon hearing this, Liao Zhong, though feeling pressurized, was well aware of his duty and promised that he would handle the issue properly. Hang up the phone. Liao Zhong took out the portrait with Zhang Chen on it and hung it in the same location as the Medicine Immortal Society. Elder Heavenly Master Zhang Jiwei temporarily suppressed Zhang Chen with his profound power in the martial arts arena. He was then brought back to the quiet little courtyard of cultivation. Although Zhang Chen was restrained, he did not show any sign of frustration at this time. Instead, he sat down in the middle of the yard like nobody's business. Begin to focus on the Naciverse to recover the expended power. Only his eyes were slightly closed. His breathing was even, and the air in his body was rapidly replenished in a short period of time. It was as if the intense confrontation just now hadn't affected him too much. Within a short time, the airflow in Zhang Chen's body had returned to a full state. Looking at this good disciple of his, the old celestial master shook his head helplessly. Sometimes too much talent isn't a good thing. Let's hope that Zhang Chen hasn't entered the vision of other sects and lineages. Just as the old heavenly master was sighing in his heart, Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming as he looked towards the fiery old celestial master and spoke with incomparable seriousness. Master, I've learned the fist technique as well, so why don't you call me Golden Light Mantra next? Listening to Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master could not help but darken his face and directly opened his mouth to reprimand. You child, don't think you can do as you please just because you're highly talented. In such a short period of time you've practiced the fist technique, and then you go on to practice the Golden Light Mantra. Do you even want your foundation? There's a saying in our cultivation world that if the foundation is not firm, the ground will shake. Zhang Chen, who had been reprimanded by the old heavenly master, it seemed that he had already expected the old heavenly master to say this, only to see him grin and heave as he opened his mouth with great confidence. Master, my roots, that's definitely not a problem. Don't you believe me? Besides, I do know that the Golden Light Mantra of our Longhu Mountain is a method of dual cultivation of life, so polishing my foundation is even more of a no-brainer. Zhang Chen's words fell. The old heavenly master then placed his own gaze on Zhang Chen and carefully surveyed him. A moment of contemplation. Once again, after weighing the pros and cons in his head a few times, only to see him yank Zhang Chen to his side, using his own air, he wandered around Zhang Chen's body. What's so strange? His root stability is simply terrifying. After the old celestial master carefully examined it several times, only then did he finally confirm that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Chen's foundation. He was now perfectly capable of starting to learn the Golden Light Mantra right now. That's just it. Since you're so persistent and have such confidence, I'll agree to teach you the Golden Light Incantation. But no matter what, you have to remember, on the road of cultivation, steady progress is the long-term way. Don't be in a hurry. The old heavenly master admonished Zhang Chen in a serious manner. However, Zhang Chen did not take the old heavenly master's words to heart. After all, there was a replication system in place. Every single feat is a perfect copy, and how could it possibly hurt the roots? After hearing that the old heavenly master was finally ready to teach him the Golden Light Mantra, Zhang Chen's face was filled with excitement. He was finally able to learn the Golden Light Mantra, the treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 18, what a joke! You can even look at this Golden Light curse thing and know it? Since he had already promised Zhang Chen to teach him the Golden Light Mantra, the old heavenly master would naturally not go back on his word. On the side, Zhang Lingyu was looking at this scene with envy. He also wanted to learn boxing and the Golden Light Mantra, but he hadn't even learned the most basic air napping method at the moment. All you can do is drool in envy from where you are. Only the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath. The decision was made to start teaching Zhang Chen the Golden Light Mantra. Cultivating the Golden Light Mantra must be used in conjunction with the appropriate mantra. I'll read the mantra to you next, so memorize it well and don't be lazy. With a serious expression on his face, the old heavenly master slowly recited out the mantra of the Golden Light Mantra word by word. Heaven and earth, the metaphysics of the universe, the root of all air. As the old heavenly master chanted, the entire cultivation room seemed to be enveloped by the majesty of the Golden Light Mantra. However, when the old heavenly master finished reciting this set of slogans once, he found Zhang Chen's eyes were misty and he looked drowsy. It was as if the vital catchphrase had not been taken to heart. See this. The old heavenly master's face sank as he couldn't bear to walk forward. Reaching out, he gave him 2 hard knocks on the head. It's just the right amount of intensity, and the cluelessness doesn't hurt your brain. It instantly woke up Zhang Chen, who was dozing there. Zhang Chen. Watching Zhang Chen wake up from his doze, the old heavenly master then lectured in a serious tone. The Golden Light Mantra is one of the 8 great mantras of my Dragon Tiger Mountain, and each phrase contains a profound true meaning of the Tao. So if you're slacking off like this, won't you be letting down your natural talent? In order to learn the Golden Light Mantra, you must comprehend it with your heart, not listen to it as a lullaby. Listening to the old heavenly master's reprimand, Zhang Chen was helpless in his heart. Who remembers anything that long? Besides, he didn't even have to learn the feats. Just start copying straight away. As for the catchphrases and whatnot, he basically couldn't use them. Master, disciple knows. There was no choice but for Zhang Chen to open his mouth and cope with a few sentences. He didn't want to deal with his master like this if he could help it. However, Zhang Chen knew deep within himself that the copying ability he possessed was beyond the realm of common understanding. To avoid attracting too much attention and unnecessary trouble, he had no choice but to do this. The old celestial master could see that Zhang Chen didn't seem to care. instead of immediate rebuke. However, he was ready to educate him with facts, because the old celestial master knew, do not learn the incantation of the golden light spell properly. It was impossible to master this technique. Even if Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to learn it. At the same time, the old celestial master was prepared to take this incident as a lesson, to give this demonic disciple of his a good knock, only to hear the old heavenly master recite the mantra of the golden light mantra under his breath once again. As each word was spat out, a majestic airfield emanated from the old celestial master's body. A few moments later, a tangible golden glow swirled and rose around him. It made the entire small courtyard seem like it was bathed in holy light under the golden light. Zhang Chen looked at the shining golden light around the old heavenly master, and his originally lazy eyes instantly became focused. Catchphrases he can do without, but the process of releasing the golden light spell he had to watch in its entirety. Only then could he make a direct copy of the old heavenly master's level golden light mantra. At this moment, the old heavenly master closed his eyes and concentrated, his mouth continuing to whisper the mantra of the golden light incantation. As each syllable was recited, the surrounding space seemed to respond to his call and began to converge with majestic golden energy. In an instant, a radiant and dazzling golden light erupted from within the old heavenly master's body. It was as if a golden wave instantly swept across the field, and the light was very dazzling. In the meantime, accompanied by a large amount of golden light along with it, there was also that incomparably strong strand of air streaking through the air. In this moment, the air in the entire small courtyard seemed to be compressed to the point of suffocation. A powerful deterrent instantly came over. It nearly lifted Zhang Lingyu, who was secretly watching the old heavenly master perform the golden light mantra, out of the air. This is the golden light mantra? So powerful. Zhang Lingyu let out a gasp of surprise instantly after she got up. When he was at the bottom of the mountain, he had heard brother Rongshan say that master's golden light mantra was very strong. He didn't expect it when he saw the scene with his own eyes. And yet, it was much more important and scary than he thought it would be. However, Zhang Chen, who was watching the golden light mantra with him, acted calmly. At this point he somehow suddenly remembered when he was watching the anime, the scene where the old celestial master used the golden light spell to lock up the demonic Lu Jin. At that time, Lu Jin fell into a state of loss of control due to the control he suffered. His power skyrocketed, and his entire body completely entered a state of berserkness. Yet the old heavenly master at that time was able to rely on his deep cultivation of the golden light mantra, turning the golden light mantra into a golden chain. It locked Lu Jin in place so that he could not escape. Then a famous scene was born that has gone viral. I killed the old master. One thought about this famous scene. Zhang Chen just about couldn't hold back his laughter. However, it was good that Zhang Chen had good control over his facial expressions. It was not detected by the old celestial master. Soon enough, the initiation of the golden light spell was over. A dazzling layer of golden light now spread around the old heavenly master's body. Suddenly, the old heavenly master turned back to look at Zhang Chen, his eyes very serious as he spoke. Although the mantra is long, it must be memorized. Only by truly comprehending its essence can the power of the golden light mantra be realized. Otherwise, even if you memorize all the aspects of this technique, then your golden light incantation would probably be similar to a piece of paper. After lecturing Zhang Chen, the old heavenly master began to show him the finishing touches of the golden light mantra. It was only in light of Zhang Chen's previous performance of not listening carefully. This time, the old celestial master purposely sped up the tempo of his silent recitation of the golden light incantation as he wrapped up. The intent was to keep him from speculating. Later we'll give the kid a good thrashing when he's practicing on his own. However, to the old heavenly master's surprise, until one puts away the golden light spell completely, not only did Zhang Chen not show the slightest bit of nervousness or confusion, but instead, he stood there motionless throughout the entire time in a calm and self-contained manner. It didn't seem to care about the old celestial master's little gesture. Seeing this scene, a sudden burst of fire sprang up in the old heavenly master's heart. This brat, on the basis of his high talent, is so unconcerned about cultivation? If he can't learn it later, see how I'll fix him. However, what the old celestial master didn't know was this. Now in Zhang Chen's mind, the painstakingly weighted system voice had sounded. You have successfully observed the entire process of the golden light spell. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? The system's voice was heard ringing out. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Zhang Chen's face that had remained calm. Reproduce immediately. The golden light mantra has been successfully reproduced. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Hearing this familiar voice ring out, Zhang Chen directly hemmed and hawed. He only lifted his head and spoke confidently. Master, I've learned all the golden light incantations. The old heavenly master who was thinking inside his head about how to teach Zhang Chen a lesson and make him change his stinking problems. The sudden voice instantly interrupted his thoughts, and he didn't react for a moment, only to hear him subconsciously open his mouth. "Oh, have you learned the golden light spell already?" The words came out. The old celestial master instantly realized that something was wrong. Only when he froze and recalled what Zhang Chen had said, the old celestial master finally exclaimed in shock. "Wait, what did you just say? You can learn the golden light mantra even with a single glance?" Chapter 19 Golden Light Spell Hundredfold Defense Strengthening. The old heavenly master clearly did not believe Zhang Chen's words, but look at him with confidence. Recalling Zhang Chen's previous incident of instantly learning the nascent soul technique and fist technique, somehow, the thoughts in the old celestial master's mind were suddenly a little shaken. What if what Tatsu said is true? The mind thinks to this point. The old master froze slightly, an imperceptible look of shock flashing through his eyes. "Hey, master, if you don't believe me, I'll play it for you again." Strike that. Zhang Chen then stood up directly from the ground, only to see him assume the starting stance of the golden light mantra and recite the long yet power-rich mantra under his breath. Heaven and earth, the metaphysical sect, the root of all air. With the recitation of the mantra, Zhang Chen's body was actually gradually flooded with a layer of golden light around him as well. That golden light splendor was radiant and glittering, and compared to the golden light incantation that the old heavenly master had previously cast, it was practically identical in both form and might. Good boy. When did he memorize this golden light incantation's mantra so well? Could it be that the lazy look he just had was actually an act? See this scene. The old celestial master was instantly suspicious in his heart. He thought the kid must have been lying to himself before. He wasn't lazy at all. Good boy and your master are playing with their hearts and minds. Sooner or later they will be beaten. The words in the old heavenly master's mind had just fallen. Next moment, only Zhang Chen's body suddenly blossomed with light. When the power of Zhang Chen's golden light mantra was fully unfolded, the entire small courtyard was once again enveloped by that powerful airfield. The old heavenly master and Zhang Lingyu, who was watching from the side, were all stunned by this amazing scene. Especially this kid Zhang Lingyu. He stared with wide eyes, not at all believing that his junior brother had mastered the golden light incantation in such a short period of time. And looking at the power he used, it was actually no less powerful than the old heavenly master. Is this young master of mine that perverted? Being his senior brother is really stressful. Just as shocked as Zhang Lingyu was the old heavenly master. He was as the heavenly master of the heavenly master's house. Naturally, he was aware of just how difficult it was to cultivate the technique of the golden light mantra. It was important to realize that this technique was a life and death technique. Trying to teach him to learn it and be able to put it to use was hard enough. Not to mention being able to cultivate to an extremely strong level. The enhancement of this technique relied on the usual painstaking cultivation and accumulation of time. And Zhang Chen, a beginner, the golden light incantation was fully grasped with just a single glance, and also cultivated it to a very terrifying realm. One could tell just from the air on Zhang Chen's body. If we disregard the air that supports the golden light mantra, and only look at the realm that this one technique has been cultivated to, Zhang Chen's control over the golden light mantra now seemed to be no longer below his own. Good boy. Just one look is worth decades of my hard training. Where in the world did this kid get this anticlimactic thing? What the is this even a human being? Even the gods and goddesses in the sky don't have to be this perverted. Rarely, the old heavenly master actually exploded in his mind for once. Being a person of monasticism, the most important thing is a calm and quiet. The heart that is even more 10,000 years of the ancient well. Basically, you don't mess up your mind when something unexpected comes up. Yet today the old heavenly master felt as if he was a bit taught. Because of Zhang Chen's demonic level, it had long since gone beyond what he could understand. Feeling out of sorts, the old celestial master hurriedly mouthed the meditation incantation that he hadn't recited again for decades. From there, you can quiet your mind as quickly as possible, after re-allowing your mind to recover. On the other hand, the old heavenly master looked at Zhang Chen with a slightly complicated expression. The heart was both amazed, but more than anything else, relieved. After all, no matter how demonic this brat Zhang Chen was, he was still his Zhang Jiwei's disciple. No matter which master, all of them were eager to see the disciples they taught get stronger and stronger. The old heavenly master nodded with incomparable satisfaction, celebrating in his heart. It's fortunate that I didn't let go yesterday. Otherwise, if I let this kid run to old Lu, I'm afraid I'll regret it later. After successfully showing the old heavenly master his mastery of the golden light incantation, Zhang Chen did not directly put away his gung-fu. Instead, the entire person froze directly in place, because the system's voice, once again, sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for learning a new set of feats and gaining a chance to strengthen them. The technique is the golden light mantra, a defensive technique of the life and duality category, with a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. The coverage area of the golden light spell can be strengthened to 100 times the current one. 2. The defensibility of the golden light curse can be strengthened up to 100 times the current one. 3. Strengthening of the state of mind to 100 times the current one. Look at the 3 enhanced directions in front of you. Zhang Chen couldn't help but light up. Whether it was the range of the golden light spell, or the defense power over the strengthening of the mind, all are extremely important directions for cultivation. No matter which choice was made, it would be of great help to Zhang Chen. However, now he had only one choice to make. Thus Zhang Chen analyzed his own current situation. Now that he had his own golden light mantra of the same level as the old celestial master, he was doing well in terms of range coverage and mindfulness. Plus, he is still young enough that he doesn't require much in the way of mindfulness. All things considered, choosing strengthened defense was the most cost-effective option for Zhang Chen right now. After a moment of reflection, without hesitation, he chose to prioritize strengthening the defense of the golden light spell. System, I choose the second item. With the movement of his mind, the light of the golden light mantra steeply became even more intense. That golden light that originally surrounded his body suddenly became even stronger. It was as if an invisible layer of armor protected him tightly. Looking at the changes that suddenly appeared on Zhang Chen's body, the old heavenly master was filled with shock and disbelief. It seemed that in Zhang Chen's body, the golden light mantra had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar to the old heavenly master. As time slowly passed, the defensive power of the golden light mantra showed an astonishing increase under Zhang Chen's reinforcement. The kind of protective power that is like a bronze wall, getting stronger one at a time. After Zhang Chen had chosen to strengthen his defense, he devoted himself to the cultivation of the new golden light mantra. Slowly, the golden light surrounding his body began to change significantly. The original golden light flowed through Zhang Chen's body even more radiantly, increasing in brightness by several times. It was like blazing molten gold burning in the night sky, giving people an indestructible feeling. Not only that, the originally intangible and qualitative golden light became as if it was substantial after being strengthened. It was as if a solid golden shield had formed around Zhang Chen's body. Anyone who took a glance at it could feel the terrifying defensive power that originated from the golden light spell. The old celestial master was observing the entire process of Zhang Chen's golden light mantra undergoing changes with his eyes on the side. When he saw the strange changes produced by the golden light curse on Zhang Chen's body, a hint of amazement flashed across his weathered eyes. He quickly sensed that this was different from the regular golden light mantra cultivation. The intensity and texture of that golden light was far beyond what he had ever seen before, and even far beyond his own level of mastery. Difficult. Could it be that this sinful disciple has improved the golden light incantation for me? Chapter 20, Old Celestial Master. This defense. To think that it can't even break my lightning spell? It doesn't take much thinking. It must be. This demonic disciple of his own must have properly improved the golden light incantation again, from the Nazantine method to the fist technique, and now the golden light mantra. There seemed to be nothing that Zhang Chen could not learn and improve. The old celestial master was now somewhat numb to this. While being numb, he also finally recognized Zhang Chen's terrifying talent in Gongfu cultivation. It would be nice to have the 5 Thunder Orthodox technique, or the 8 strange techniques for this kid to learn. There's no telling what horrible contraptions he could create again. The old celestial master was both worried and looking forward at this time. At the same time, he was also deeply curious about the limits of Zhang Chen's study of feats. Zhang Chen at this time, still in full concentration, he was rehearsing the golden light incantation that strengthened his defense by 100 times, only to see that the golden light that originally lingered on his side had become exceptionally eye-catching at this moment, its brightness and concentration increasing geometrically compared to before. The golden light surrounded him as if it were a solid entity, forming a solid barrier. And the glittering golden light caused the entire small courtyard to be reflected as if it were daytime. For his part, the old heavenly master was closely watching Zhang Chen's movements. When he saw the golden light spell after that finalization, an incredibly shocked look flashed in his eyes. How can that be? The glow of this golden light is not right at all. The old celestial master realized that the golden light mantra that Zhang Chen was now casting was both a visual presentation and the actual sensed fluctuation of the airfield. All of them far exceeded what the original golden light mantra could achieve. The old celestial master secretly pondered in his mind. I'm afraid that this child's comprehension and utilization of the golden light incantation has already exceeded his own knowledge. I also wonder what changes have been made to this child's improved golden light mantra. Suddenly a strange thought rose in the old celestial master's mind. He actually wanted to make a move to try out Zhang Chen's new golden light curse. However, Zhang Chen acted as if he had guessed his thoughts. When he had raised the original golden light spell to 100 times the level of defense reinforcement, he also wanted to find someone to try to see just how good his defense was now. And the person who came to try Zhang Chen's golden light spell couldn't be an ordinary person. It must be powerful to do so. After all, he originally possessed the same level of golden light mantra as the old heavenly master. Ordinary people couldn't even break through his defenses. Not to mention that the defense of his golden light spell had now been increased by 100 times. It was even more impossible for an ordinary cultivator to be this test officer. Right now, Zhang Chen felt the best tester. It was the supreme master of the inhuman realm, the old heavenly master, who was in front of him. Master, I feel as if I'm invincible. Why don't you try? Just feel free to come and attack me with all your might. And hit me as hard as you can. I will definitely not fight back. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master's brows instantly knitted together. I think your kid really has itchy skin. I didn't get my hands on you outside because I was afraid you'd lose face. But now that I'm back in the courtyard, let me give you a good thrashing then. Master. The old heavenly master spoke with a serious expression though. But in fact, in his heart, he had already felt his hands itching for this new golden light mantra of Zhang Chen. Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, heard the conversation between his master and senior brother. Stunned, his eyes widened momentarily. What the hell? Why is junior brother still begging master to beat himself up? Master is so powerful. His strength is deservedly one of the best in the world. Won't this break master? Just as Zhang Lingyu hesitated to go up and persuade this master and disciple duo, the old heavenly master's powerful fist had then taken on a lightning-fast momentum. It struck at the golden light spell on Zhang Chen's body. He tried it first with a meaty punch. Although there was no air boost, with the kung fu in the old celestial master's hands, with this old fist alone, I'm afraid that I can defeat most of the experts in the world. But as the old heavenly master's several attacks came down, however, he realized that when his fist struck the golden light spell around Zhang Chen, it was as if it had crashed into a bronze wall, and it was simply unable to shake the solid golden light curtain around Zhang Chen. Good boy, I really underestimated you. I'm not holding back next. Strike that. The old celestial master directly transported his heir, no longer having any reservations, and then fiercely blasted out a punch at Zhang Chen's golden light curse. That was a punch that didn't hold back. It was more than tens of times stronger than when he had sparred with Zhang Chen's fist before. Just a simple punch. Even Ding Shaman, one of the two great masters of the world below him, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch it. However, just as the old celestial master thought that his punch would be able to easily break Zhang Chen's golden light spell, a time to teach his high-minded disciple to behave properly. Boom! All that was heard was a loud bang. Zhang Chen and even the layer of golden light spell outside his body surprisingly did not move at all. The glow was only slightly dimmer than before. Apparently it was the result of a bit too much consumption of air. However, after Zhang Chen silently recited the nascent soul technique in his mind, the layer of golden light spell outside his body was then refilled once again. No, not broken? How is this possible? A look of disbelief appeared on the old heavenly master's face. He'd thought the resulting golden light spell might be a bit sturdy. However, it had never occurred to him that Zhang Chen's golden light mantra defense was so powerful to such an extent. It was surprising that he was even able to block a punch he had thrown with all his might. For the power of his punch, God is a natural in the mind. Even if that Rohu, who specialized in horizontal training kung fu, came, he had to be flown out dozens of meters away. But this punch struck Zhang Chen's golden light spell, and yet not even the slightest splash of water flooded up. The old heavenly master, who was not willing to do so, had to get serious at this point. He decided to offer a more powerful means. Let's test it to see where the limits of Zhang Chen's golden light spell really were, only to see the old heavenly master clasping his hands together and chanting under his breath. An electric light leaped in his palm. That was the palm thunder among the lightning techniques he specialized in. As the old heavenly master violently launched his palm, a purple thunderbolt blasted at Zhang Chen's golden light mantra defense as if it were an angry dragon. However, the lightning spell that seemed to be enough to destroy everything was like a stone thrown into a lake when it came into contact with Zhang Chen's golden light mantra, stirring up ripples before dissipating into nothingness. Although this strike did not break Zhang Chen's defense, however, it had obviously consumed more of Zhang Chen's internal air than the previous punch. It made the light of the golden light curse dim down more as a result. Good boy. This defense is like an unbreakable turtle shell. How about I draw heavenly thunder to try? Looking at Zhang Chen's golden light spell defense that had quickly regained itself again, the old celestial master thought about it or thought better of it. For one thing, the power of the heavenly thunder was simply too powerful. He was afraid in case this disciple of his couldn't block it, then he would have one less demonic disciple. Secondly, it's just not a good idea to put this heavenly thunder thing on your own people. Anyway, he had now tried out the basics of Zhang Chen's golden light spell defense. Even he himself could not penetrate Zhang Chen's defense. It was even more impossible for others to do so. Knowing this was enough for the old divine master, He had now thoroughly recognized Zhang Chen's improved golden light mantra. Chapter 21 Talent is good, then one should gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought and learn more feats. Looking at the layer of golden light spell in front of him that couldn't be broken by any means, the old heavenly master sighed helplessly. Forget it, take it away. It's annoying to look at. Hearing the old heavenly master say this, Zhang Chen's face suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. The defensive power of this strengthened golden light spell of his own was really not to be underestimated. Even the most powerful old celestial master in the inhuman world couldn't penetrate it. This meant that his own now had the ability to go down the mountain and wander around at will. As long as one opens one's golden light spell in advance when fighting someone, then he will be invincible forever. This can be for Zhang Chen, but it's news that couldn't be better. But, thinking back to the previous battle, Zhang Chen felt that he still couldn't be too happy too soon. He clearly felt the massive depletion of the air in his body after receiving several attacks from the old heavenly master. He knew deep down that although the reinforced golden light spell had amazing defense, however, sustaining such a state requires the consumption of a large amount of air, and although he was now able to quickly replenish the air in his body in a very short period of time, but if the lightning method like the old celestial master just did a few hundred more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out myself. After all, he was still too young and his body was not fully developed. Compared to adults, there is a significant gap in innate air storage. If only he'd waited until he was a bit older and upped his air storage, then the problem is solved straight away. Suddenly Zhang Chen had a flash of insight, thinking about the other two directions of enhancement that seemed to be in place for his Nasaverse method. One was an increase in the total amount of natronic air, and the other was an increase in the range of natronic air. If I were to replicate another technique to increase my total amount of nano air to 100 times, wouldn't that be the equivalent of having unlimited air to use when I'm in battle? One thought on that. Zhang Chen then saw a sudden light in front of his eyes. If he went out and learned all the techniques of all the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain, he was afraid that he would have dozens of extra strengthening opportunities. In this way, he would be able to strengthen the nascent soul technique, the fist technique, and the golden light mantra together to their strongest levels. It just so happened that he had now learned the golden light spell himself. As for the Five Thunders orthodoxy, I'm afraid that I won't be able to access it for some time. Might as well take advantage of this one now then. Copied the other normal feats as well. Think about it. Zhang Chen then prepared to go to his own senior brother Rongshan to seek help. After all, he started out promising to do himself a favor. After thinking about this one, Zhang Chen directly opened his mouth to the old heavenly master with a playful smile. Master, do you think I'm out of this? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old celestial master directly darkened his face and twisted his head around, not wanting to talk to this exasperating brat. He learned the fighting dragon and tiger fist and the golden light mantra straight away in one day, and it has been improved all over, making it a whole lot more powerful. That's if he hasn't left the master yet, unless his master is a god. Looking at the old celestial master with a black face, Zhang Chen was early to continue speaking. Master, I've learned all these things anyway, or else I'll go out and watch my senior brothers and nephews cultivate? I want to learn from the best of the best and learn a little bit more holistically. Looking at Zhang Chen with this smirking look, the old celestial master just couldn't help but feel a pang of anger in his heart. Get the hell out of here, wherever the hell you are. You're a guy I don't want to teach. The old heavenly master waved his hand and was about to expel Zhang Chen, a boy with unbelievable talent. Save yourself the distraction of being in your presence. He. Then master and brother, you guys go on with your cultivation. I'll go out and sneak around first. Under Zhang Lingyu's envious and jealous gaze, Zhang Chen didn't have any hesitation. Straight away, he quickly stepped out of the small cultivation courtyard reserved for heavenly master disciples. But as he left the gate of the small courtyard, the old heavenly master's voice, however, suddenly entered his ears. In the future, you kid won't need to come over in the morning. Go around the place where other disciples are practicing more. For you kid, say set of 100 strengths might be able to help you make greater progress. Before Zhang Chen could open his mouth to respond, the old heavenly master's voice then came once more. From tomorrow onwards, come to my small courtyard every afternoon and tell me what you have realized. Strike that. The old heavenly master then directly waved his hand and closed the gate of the small courtyard. Shut Zhang Chen out. Hey, this old man, he's quite tolerant. I thought he didn't want these two techniques of mine. Obviously, Zhang Chen had long anticipated that his master would want to try out these two new techniques, but asking one's disciples about what they were discussing could be really humiliating. Leaving the small courtyard, Zhang Chen then walked towards the place that Rongshan had told him yesterday that he often went to for cultivation. At this time, Rongshan was in charge of teaching the cultivation of the outer disciples of Longhu Mountain. Seeing Zhang Chen come, Rongshan couldn't help but be very puzzled in his mind. Didn't the boy follow his master to learn the golden light mantra? How did you get here so quickly? Could it be that Master sees that this kid is learning too fast and fears that his foundation is unstable and doesn't want him to learn for the time being? With this doubt, Rongshan quickly greeted Zhang Chen, "Junior brother, kicked out by Master, right?" With an expression of "I understand everything," Rongshan smiled and arrived in front of Zhang Chen. Hearing Rongshan's words, Zhang Chen was astonished. I didn't expect this senior brother of his to look naive, but surprisingly, he was able to guess that Master had thrown himself out. Humph. Is it because of the golden light curse? As soon as the words came out of Rongshan's mouth, Zhang Chen was even more astonished and said in his heart, "Did this guy turn on his perspective? How can he know everything?" Looking at the surprised expression on Zhang Chen's face, Rongshan couldn't help but show a bad smile at the corner of his mouth and thought, he. While junior brother hasn't learned the golden light incantation yet, we can come back and bully him properly with this skill. Otherwise, with this cultivation speed of junior brother, I'm afraid that it won't take more than a year for the golden light mantra to surpass me, and then it will be difficult to bully him again. Just as Rongshan was thinking that his junior apprentice brother had not yet learned the golden light mantra, he was taking more advantage of him. Zhang Chen's next words almost scared him to death. "Senior brother, I've already learned all of the golden light incantations. Master said for me to come out and learn something else first, to gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought. Senior brother, quickly take me to the place where the other disciples are practicing. I can't wait a bit." Hear that? Rongshan's eyes popped out in fear. You actually learned the golden light incantation as well? Hearing Rongshan's words, Zhang Chen could not help but be very puzzled. Didn't you already guess it just now? Senior brother? Why are you still so surprised? Senior brother, let's get going. If we're a little later, it'll be time for the noon meal. Chapter 22 Copying Ability Upgrade? From now on, you only need to read half of it to be able to copy it. Rongshan wiped the sweat from his head, throwing the idea that he was just about to bully his little brother out of his head in a hurry. Without any hesitation, he took Zhang Chen and began to head to the martial arts arena for the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Master, who is this? Is that your newest disciple? A disciple who had just finished a period of cultivation. At the sight of Rongshan coming with a child, thought I was going to have another little mentor. Ji Hao, don't talk nonsense, this is your little master. Hearing his own master's introduction, Yang Jihao immediately saluted Zhang Chen with a respectful expression. Senior nephew Yang Jihao, meet junior uncle. Seeing that a disciple had taken the initiative to come to the door, Zhang Chen couldn't help but light up. After looking Yang Jihao up and down for a few moments, he directly opened his mouth. Senior nephew Yang, what fist did you just practice? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's question, Yang Jihao's face was instantly delighted. He thought the junior master was interested in the set of punches he had just thrown and wanted to learn it, so immediately responded, Junior master, the name of what I just practiced is Tiger's Whistling Fist. The fist is strong and powerful, as if a fierce tiger is descending from the mountain between each move. The momentum is extraordinary. Yang Jihao introduced himself to Zhang Chen while swinging his fists in a whirring manner. Looking at his disciple with this pressed desire to perform, Rongshan couldn't help but darken his face and thought, Yang Jihao, this simpleton, how dare he flaunt his boxing skills in front of junior brother? Do you know that your master I was just punched with my fists by my little brother in the morning? At this moment, Yang Jihao did not notice his master's abnormality. Instead, he was there very vigorously performing his boxing skills for Zhang Chen. Tiger's Fist? How come it sounds like a lower level of the fighting dragon and tiger fist technique practiced by inner disciples? I also don't know if copying a fist technique like this will give me a chance to strengthen my own feats. However, Zhang Chen still planned to try and see if he could replicate it. Master nephew, you just punched a little fast. Can you slow down a little and re-punch it so I can see the whole punch? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yang Jihao's face was visibly pleased. Junior master is interested in my boxing style. Looks like I'm still a good puncher. Thinking of this, Yang Jihao slapped his chest with an excited face and opened his mouth. Junior master, no problem. You can watch it as many times as you want. The words fell. Yang Jihao then started punching once more. Looking at his disciple's excitement at this moment, Rongshan's face couldn't help but darken even more. This kid, he's really half a bottle of wobble. What's with all the punches? And you're still here pretending with your little uncle? I'll fix you when I get back. But, just as Rongshan was thinking in his mind about how to clean up this disgraceful disciple, when he turned around, he realized that Zhang Chen was staring at Yang Jihao's punching technique with interest. Rongshan was very curious about the scene before him. He didn't know why Zhang Chen would be so interested in Yang Jihao's boxing style. The punch was so obviously flawed that he could barely watch himself. However, the junior apprentice brother, whose boxing skills were clearly above his own, was able to calm down and watch carefully. This scene made Rongshan a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Difficult. Could it be that this disciple of mine has something I don't know about inside his fist technique? It can't be. That this is the gap between me and junior brother, right? Rong Shan, who had no idea what to do in his heart for a while, was somewhat at a loss for words. He had no choice but to be patient. Together with Zhang Chen, he watched the set of punches that his disciple was fighting. Right after Yang Jihao finished punching once more, Zhang Chen finally waited for that voice in his head once again. You have successfully observed the entire process of Tiger's Fist. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Chen's face clearly showed joy. Being able to successfully replicate this fist technique would mean that he could have one more chance to strengthen his feats. And so on, just as I guessed before myself. Even if it was a trashy feat, as long as it could be copied, it would still be able to gain a chance to strengthen it. Yes, immediately replicate the tiger's whistle fist. Zhang Chen didn't have any hesitation. Directly copying this tiger's fist technique, the host learns a new set of feats and gains a chance to strengthen them. This technique is a technique for channeling air and absorbing air, and there are a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. The 3 directions of reinforcement are. The system hadn't finished its words. Zhang Chen then interrupted it in his own mind. In the future, trash feats like this don't need to report the direction of reinforcement like I do. Yes, host. Looking at the fact that he had another chance to strengthen his feats, a very satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face then. On the side, Rong Shan had been observing Zhang Chen. Upon seeing the hard-to-suppress smile on his face, Rong Shan's heart stuttered. Difficult. Could it be that junior brother has realized something new from within such a feat again? This can't be right. How come I didn't observe anything? At this point, Rongshan was all a little depressed by what he had brainstormed. He was only seen staring at Zhang Chen for a while. Eventually there was only a helpless sigh. Alas, junior brother is junior brother, and a demon is a demon. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. Forget it. Let the youngest junior brother figure it out in here by himself. I'm leaving first. If I don't leave again it's really going to piss me off. In order to prevent himself from being struck by Zhang Chen once again next, save your own Taoist heart that is on the verge of breaking. Rongshan made a random excuse and slipped away directly, leaving Zhang Chen to wander around this outer courtyard by himself. For Rongshan's inexplicable departure, Zhang Chen didn't care too much. After all, he had come here for the purpose of duplicating feats. It didn't matter much to him whether his own strange senior brother left or not. After successfully obtaining a replication opportunity, Zhang Chen walked forward and jumped up to pat Yang Jihao's shoulder. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Senior nephew, since senior brother has something to do, let you show me the rest of the place. Led by Yang Jihao, an elite disciple of the outer sect, Zhang Chen met a number of disciples successively, and he also relied on his seniority to have these disciples perform their familiar feats for him one by one. Without realizing it, Zhang Chen had copied 7 feats. It also gained 7 chances to strengthen its feats. This made Zhang Chen very satisfied. It was just a pity that it was now time for the Heavenly Master to release the meal at noon. Some of the disciples had already gone to eat. Otherwise, Zhang Chen would be able to copy more feats again. But Zhang Chen was in no hurry about it. After all, this was the first day that he had just arrived at the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He was already very satisfied to be able to have such a harvest. Anyway, there's still a long time to go at LW. One had enough time to duplicate all of the feats here. Looking at the 7 chances to strengthen his feats that he was holding in his hand, Zhang Chen had just wanted to use all 7 of these enhancement opportunities in his mind. The system's voice, however, suddenly sounded in his head at that moment. Congratulations to the host who has successfully copied 10 feats. Your ability to replicate has been successfully given a chance to strengthen. The copying ability takes effect by upgrading from having to watch the entire process of the Gongfu to only having to watch any half of the process of the Gongfu to take effect. Chapter 23, Main Battle Feats Strengthening Pull Full. Time to go down the mountain and make a break for it. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Chen could not help but be startled, so he hastily opened his mouth in his mind and asked, my copying ability can still be upgraded? From now on, you'll be able to just observe half of someone else's spell casting process and be able to directly copy it? Yes, host, but there is one thing this system needs to correct. This half can be any half, even if there is no continuity in between, but as long as it reaches 50% of the total, you can directly copy it. After a bout of explaining the system, Zhang Chen's eyes visibly widened. It's even more awesome than I thought. It's worthy of the system. Realize that your replication abilities have been enhanced. Zhang Chen was obviously quite a bit more excited than before. Upgrading his copying ability meant that he could use less time to copy feats. That would make it easier and easier to get enhanced feats. One might even be able to copy the feats used by the other person when fighting against them as well. Nice. Real nice. This way it won't take much time before I'll be able to have all of the Longhu Mountains techniques copied. In that case, there will be a chance to apply to master to go down the mountain and learn another technique. Just thinking about this, Zhang Chen was a little too happy to speak. Let's put aside the matter of duplicating feats for now. It's better to use up the points from these 7 enhanced feats first. Zhang Chen now had 3 major cultivation techniques on him. The Nasoverse, the Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist, and the Golden Light Mantra. He strengthened each of these 3 feats once. Now it only takes 6 enhancement opportunities to pull it all together. So Zhang Chen didn't have any hesitation. Start strengthening directly from the Nana method. System, strengthen the other 2 directions of strengthening the Dragon Tiger Mountain basic nascent soul method. Enhance both the total amount of nascent chi and the range of air draining to 100 times. Zhang Chen's words just fell. He then felt a strange wave coming from within his body. This kind of fluctuation was familiar to him. He had already felt it when he first strengthened the nascent soul method. This is exactly the special feeling that arises when the natatorium method is systematically improved. As this burst of strange fluctuations gradually spread throughout Zhang Chen's body, his body also moved on its own at this moment. It began to evolve the enhanced new feats on its own. While Zhang Chen was evolving the new gong method, he suddenly felt that the place in his body where he stored his air had expanded 100-fold without him realizing it. The body that had already reached full air energy, at this moment it seems to become like a bottomless pit, began to crazily suck up the nearby heaven and earth spiritual air in this surrounding, with the addition of 100 times the speed of nano air. Soon, all the heaven and earth spiritual air inside the small courtyard where the outer disciples practiced was pumped clean by him. Luckily, the disciples who were practicing here had gone to eat. No attention was paid to this strange phenomenon. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it might not cause another commotion amongst this group of outer disciples. Even though all of the heaven and earth spiritual air in the vicinity of the small courtyard had been pumped clean by Zhang Chen. However, the speed at which he was crazily absorbing the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi didn't stop there. It was because that 100-fold enhancement of the range of the gravitational air was also put to practical use at this time, as Zhang Chen's speed of extracting the spiritual air of the heavens and earth became faster and faster. The old celestial master who was teaching Zhang Lingyu to cultivate was the first to notice the changes in the spiritual air of heaven and earth in the vicinity. This is that brat absorbing the spiritual air of heaven and earth? The old celestial master was obviously very familiar with this situation in front of him. After all, he caused a riot over it yesterday. After realizing that this was a commotion made by Zhang Chen, the old celestial master was a little reluctant to get into it, but gradually he began to realize something was wrong. The speed and extent of the disappearance of the spiritual air of heaven and earth in this vicinity was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Even if it was himself, he couldn't swallow so much heaven and earth spiritual air. The old celestial master didn't understand. Why was Zhang Chen, a small child who had just practiced cultivation, able to swallow so much heaven and earth spiritual air? Could it be that something happened to this kid while he was practicing? At the thought of this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but frown. Just as he wanted to get up and go over to see what was going on, that force that was absorbing the spiritual air of heaven and earth suddenly stopped. This is the case. The old heavenly master was naturally dumbfounded. He pinched his fingers and roughly calculated the total amount of heaven and earth spiritual air that had just disappeared in this neighborhood. Instead, it turned out that these disappearing heaven and earth spiritual airs were enough to bring the body within himself to a full state several times. As soon as he thought of this, the old heavenly master shook his head helplessly. After all, so much air had long exceeded the amount of air that could be stored in that boy's body. Therefore it was completely impossible for the kid Zhang Chen to swallow it all. Otherwise, he would have been bursting his body long ago. It was simply impossible to continue consuming heaven and earth spiritual air in the back. After giving up on this one guess, the old celestial master had other ideas in mind. He felt that this should be Zhang Chen working on some strange new stuff again. Only the gas consumption is a bit alarming. Humph. This brat. I don't know what new thing he's realized. When the time comes, we'll have to give him a good hammering. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master suddenly stopped cultivating and shook his head helplessly as he continued. I'm such an old fool. Why am I trying to rob my disciple again? Alas, the clear heart mantra must continue to be recited. Congratulations to the host. The enhancement of the total amount of air to be absorbed and the range of air to be induced by the nascent soul technique has ended, and the system has already merged the 3 into 1 for you on its own. In the future, your nana method will be replaced by a fully enhanced nana method. Hear the sound of the system broadcasting. Zhang Chen nodded with great satisfaction. He was not expecting this system to still be so thoughtful, and even took the initiative to help him combine the enhanced contents together for ease of use. Since that's the case, let's strike while the iron is hot and strengthen both the fist technique and the golden light incantation as well. Congratulations to the host. The punching speed and punching power of the fighting dragon and tiger fist technique has been strengthened to 100 times its current level. The system has taken it upon itself to combine all three into one for you. Congratulations to the host. The golden light mantra's coverage and mind reinforcement have both been strengthened to 100 times the current level. The system has taken it upon itself to combine all three into one for you. Looking at his three main battle feats, now all three directions of reinforcement had been pulled full circle. Feeling the terrifying power within his body, Zhang Chen had a sudden desire in his mind to go down the mountain and make a break for it. But he knew that the current old heavenly master would naturally not let him out. After all, this was the first day he had just arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Just came in for a day to go down to the mountains to practice. This is really too inconsistent with the rules of Longhu Mountain. In desperation, Zhang Chen still decided to stay at Longhu Mountain for the time being and copy some other feats. Build up a number of times that you are able to strengthen your feats. When they encountered a powerful technique like the 8 Wonders technique and the reverse life triple in the future, being able to have enough enhancement opportunities to pull it right up to full level. P.S. I'm going to be going down to Dragon Tiger Mountain soon to make my way through the inhuman realm, and the plot is going to get more and more awesome. Fellow readers, I'm begging for some hypes and gift support. The more hypes and gifts you get, the more updates you'll get. Chapter 24, Lu Family Feast. Heavenly Master descends. Zhao Fengshu was in a hurry. Time passes quickly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of the month, Zhang Chen had already copied all of the Longhu Mountain's feats. It made his chance to strengthen his feats pull right up to over 100 times. During this period of time when Zhang Chen was constantly copying feats, he also imparted the essence of the three main battle techniques he had already strengthened to the old celestial master as well. It's just a shame. Old Tianshi did not have such an exaggerated copying ability as Zhang Chen, even if his cultivation talent was unusually high. But for a whole month, he had also only practiced the fully enhanced air napping method that Zhang Chen had taught him. The other two enhanced feats, instead, they are only memorized for running. It was far from reaching the point where Zhang Chen was as directly skillful in using it as he was. As a result, it made the old heavenly master think even more highly of Zhang Chen's talent in cultivation. If the old heavenly master were to say who was most likely to ascend into the immortal world at that time, then he would not hesitate to open his mouth and say Zhang Chen's name. No one could hope to match the son's talent. Just when Zhang Chen had already copied all of the Longhu Mountain's feats, he was a bit bored of staying on the mountain. Suddenly, a letter of invitation from thousands of miles away. It was sent directly to the reception of the Heavenly Master's house at Lungfu Shan. The letter came from Lu Jin, a pivotal 10th brother in the inhuman world. The content of the letter was roughly that his great-granddaughter, Lu Linglong, had now reached the age of picking a sect to join and learn from. Lu Jin then wanted to organize an event, inviting all the major sects, including Longhu Mountain, to the Lu family compound to choose a suitable master for Lu Linglong. As the current leader of the Orthodox Way, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house had naturally received an invitation letter from the Lu family. Look at the familiar letter in your hand. The old celestial master couldn't help but sigh with emotion and lament the passage of time. Even Lu Linglong, a little girl, had already reached the time to choose a master to learn from. The Lu family was one of the 4 great families of the current inhuman realm. It has a significant position in the circle. Coupled with the fact that the Lu family's original family did not follow the tradition of Kung Fu, they had always adhered to the ancestral motto of only passing on family traditions, not gong methods, within the inhuman circle. For this reason, most of the elders of those famous sects also liked to go and recruit the sons and daughters of the Lu family into their own sects to cultivate. It was already unknown how many times a worship event like this had been held inside the inhuman circle. LW has also participated in it for I don't know how many times. Only, the ones who used to go there were the personal disciples of the old heavenly master. But this time, the old heavenly master had already made up his mind and was prepared to personally take Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu out to see the world. After all, he had already made an agreement with Lu Jin a month ago. This time, when he went to the Lu family compound, apart from attending the worship ceremony of the Lu family's children, there are more important things. That's the doll's marriage that the two families have already discussed. Collected the handwritten letter sent by Lu Jin. The old celestial master looked at Zhang Chen, who was sitting beside himself reading a comic book. He had a mind to criticize Zhang Chen twice for not doing his job, but when he thought about the fact that this kid was now in possession of a technique that even he didn't know, his words of criticism then suddenly choked in his throat, unable to say anything for a while. Alas, this sinful disciple. I don't even know how to scold him. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was posing there, the old celestial master had a helpless look on his face. However, on second thought, immediately after taking this kid to the Lu family, the old heavenly master couldn't help but brighten up. I'm afraid that old Lu fellow couldn't imagine how Chunner is already so powerful now, right? I'll be sure to take a picture of the surprised look on his face as a souvenir. Unconsciously, the corners of the old celestial master's mouth unexpectedly revealed a bad smile. Master, what are you laughing at? Why do I get the feeling you're not holding your farts? Was it something funny in the letter? Zhang Chen, who was reading a comic, unintentionally glanced at the old celestial master. When he saw the rare bad smile at the corner of the old heavenly master's mouth, he immediately opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Zhang Chen's flirtatious voice, the old celestial master's face darkened and he directly reached out his hand to give Zhang Chen a violent chestnut. It was a pity that Zhang Chen had been prepared. Directly, he opened his golden light spell in preparation to resist. Look at the golden light spell in front of you. The old celestial master's hand went up halfway, but he still couldn't knock it down. You sinful disciple, turn off the golden light curse if you can. He. Master, if you want to fight, just fight. Disciple will never fight back. The two just stood there for some time. It ended up closing at the same time as before. This scene had been played out countless times inside this small courtyard, but it also made Zhang Lingyu, a poor child, envious countless times. Ooh, when will I be able to reach Junior Brother's realm? I also want to have the strength to be able to fight Master. Zhang Lingyu, who had just learned the basic air nascent technique and was already able to use air to fight, was powerlessly envious in his heart. He had been cultivating desperately for the past month, but it was still far from being able to catch up with this one of his own junior brothers. If it weren't for the fact that he is dedicated to the Tao and his Taoist heart is as strong as iron, I'm afraid that Zhang Chen had already been struck by Zhang Chen and his Tao heart was shattered. In fact, regarding Zhang Lingyu's cultivation speed, the old heavenly master was still very satisfied, though not as good as my younger self. But he was also already the one with the best cultivation talent in the entire Longhu Mountain besides Zhang Chen. The demon. Even if it was placed in the entire inhuman realm, it would still be a leader among his peers, but there was no way around it. It was only his bad fate that he had met this demon. Zhang Chen covered all of his flashes. The old heavenly master recited the mantra of clearing the mind a few times in his heart. After restoring his state of mind back to normal, looking at Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu, he opened his mouth. Chen Lingyu, it's been a month since you two went up the mountain. Next, I'm going to take you guys out for a walk, so you can get in touch with our inhuman circle and get a good long look. The old heavenly master's words fell. Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu were both filled with excitement, especially Zhang Chen. Having learned all the feats of Longhu Mountain, he had long since become interested in the feats outside. Originally, he had already wanted to apply to the old heavenly master to go down the mountain for training, but I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Look at the excitement of the two kids. The old heavenly master stroked his beard and urged, "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and go pack your bags. I've already had the plane tickets booked. We'll fly straight to the East China region tomorrow." As the old heavenly master was preparing to bring Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu down the mountain, the company executives had also learned from the watchers that the old celestial master was about to come down from the mountain to attend the Lu family's big banquet. When this news reached the ears of the company's director, Zhao Fengshu, he couldn't help but immediately tense up. Although he knew that the old heavenly master had only come down the mountain this time to go to the Lu family to attend an event, but after all, as the strongest man in the inhuman world, whatever happened to the old celestial master would be highly scrutinized by the company. Plus, this time, the old heavenly master had also brought his beloved disciple Zhang Chen along with him to the Lu family. Therefore, Zhao Fengshu felt that he had to make a personal trip to the Lu family as well. After all, apart from the concern for the old celestial master, he was also particularly concerned about Zhang Chen. He wanted to take this opportunity to see to what extent Zhang Chen, a genius, had already cultivated. If he could, he wanted to win Zhang Chen inside the company. After all, he still didn't want to see another new Jedi from Longhu Mountain, to break the rare stability of this inhuman world. Chapter 25, Cultivating to the Celestial Master Level in a Month? Zhao Fengsu was stunned. Inside the airport lobby, an old man, two young men, and three figures in Taoist robes attracted the majority of people's attention. After all, seeing a Taoist priest these days is still a strange combination of an old man and two young men. It's still enough to make travelers near the airport turn around and look twice more, especially the two little ones, Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu. Although the two of them were still young, their naturally handsome appearance coupled with their Taoist robes really attracted many gazes in the airport. They were like Taoist children coming out of a painting. Their handsome and extraordinary faces and dusty temperament attracted the eyes of many young ladies. In his heart, he thought, these two little Taoist priests are born really good looking, and I don't know from which Taoist temple down. It's just a pity that the age is a bit small, or else. Even some of the older great aunts and uncles couldn't help but look at it a little more fondly. They gathered together, commenting on the appearance of the two men while imagining if their own daughters or granddaughters could tie the knot with these two extraordinary little Taoist priests in the future. What a wonderful picture that would be. Zhang Chen did not care about the gazes the crowd threw at him, and even smiled and saluted them from time to time. But Zhang Lingyu, the guy who went out for the first time, on the other hand, he was a little embarrassed to be surrounded by a group of people. Blushing, she tried to avoid their gaze. However, under the stimulation of the words that little Taoist is still shy, Zhang Lingyu couldn't wait to bury herself right then and there. Looking at the very different performances of his two disciples, the old celestial master smiled helplessly and said darkly, "It seems that in the future, we still need Spirit J to go down the mountain more often to practice and experience. It's not good to be so shy all the time." Just as the trio was leaving at a brisk pace towards the outside of the airport, inside the station two airport staff dressed as Nadatone employees were staring at the three of them with a serious look on their faces. They were notified by the company to come and cooperate in a task. Detect what kind of strength Zhang Chen, the young apprentice beside the old heavenly master, actually had. The one in charge of testing the strength of the charter was a middle-aged man with a rather easygoing look. He is a natural-born inhuman with the ability to detect the exact strength of others within a certain range. Thus he was sent by Zhao Fangshu to test what kind of level Zhang Chen's current cultivation had reached. It is convenient for the company to be able to have a deeper understanding of Zhang Chen, the little guy. As he watched the trio get closer and closer, the young man in charge of cooperating with the execution of the mission directly opened his mouth. "I don't know what's wrong up there. What's a little kid got to find out?" As soon as the young man finished complaining, the middle-aged man spoke directly to interrupt him. "Cut the crap. The mission objective has arrived and I'm ready to begin. You take good notes." After saying that, the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Chen who had already walked to his side. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his ability. At the time his ability was unleashed, the middle-aged man's two eyes instantly turned golden. A golden light that was completely invisible to others instantly shone on Zhang Chen's body. It seemed to want him to give it a good look. At this point, the old celestial master on the side didn't see the golden light shooting out from the middle-aged man's eyes though, but he still felt an inexplicable power appear in his disciple's body. He glanced in the direction of the source of the power. Only a familiar face appeared in front of the old celestial master. For this natural-born alien inside the company who was able to detect the strength of others, the old heavenly master naturally recognized him on the spot. More than 20 years ago, when this man first entered the company, just don't know the sky and want to probe the strength of the old celestial master. But as a result, he was so shocked by the results he probed out that he fell to his knees on the spot, unable to stop trembling. It was almost as if he was going to kneel in front of the old heavenly master and kowtow to him on the spot. After that one incident, the old celestial master knew the man's abilities and the flaws in his abilities. Once the person he detects has strength beyond what he recognizes, he then suffers a backlash from his ability and falls to the ground in a limp. The more he exceeds his ability to detect, the more powerful his backlash will be. As far as the old Skyrider knows, the limit of what he could probe was the 10 men other than himself and the 2 magnificent men. He was able to check them all without injury, but beyond that threshold, the backlash of his ability would trigger. Looking at this death-defying fellow, he dared to probe his disciple Zhang Chen. The corners of the old heavenly master's mouth couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. He did not stop the man from probing Zhang Chen. Instead, he looked at him with a gloating expression. Zhang Chen's current strength, that was naturally extremely terrifying. Even he, a Jedi, could not break Zhang Chen's golden light curse. One can only imagine what level of strength he has reached. Such strength was going to be far beyond the limits of what he could probe. A few moments later, in the midst of the old celestial master's bad smile, this one poor scout sent by the company suddenly screamed miserably. On the spot, his legs went weak and he directly fell to his knees, covered in cold sweat. With an incredulous face, he looked at Zhang Chen who passed by him. Just now, he had actually felt a death-like fear from Zhang Chen's body. Feelings like these he had only felt once in his life. That was more than 20 years ago, when he had made a fool of himself to probe the old heavenly master's cultivation. How is this possible? Quickly, how can this child's strength be as terrifying as the old heavenly master back then? Difficult. Is there something wrong with my ability? For a while, this Nadutong employee preferred to directly suspect the failure of his ability. None of them were willing to believe that Zhang Chen's strength was even on the same level as the old heavenly master. What? That kid's strength is on the same level as the old heavenly master? What a joke! How the hell do you work? You two mealies. On the way to the Lu family compound, Zhao Fangshu held his cell phone and growled out frantically. He didn't believe the results of this probe in any way. A month ago, Zhao Fangshu had seen with his own eyes that Zhang Chen was not even very good at cultivating. But after a month, this kid's strength is on the same level as the old heavenly master? That's not funny. Cultivating a celestial master level combatant in a month? Does this want other inhumans to live? Obviously. Zhao Fengshu didn't recognize this result at all. What a bunch of mealies. Zhao Fengshu hung up the phone in his hand fiercely. At the same time, the curiosity towards Zhang Chen in his heart intensified a few points. So once again he urged the driver to speed up. He couldn't wait to meet Zhang Chen now. In the meantime, Zhang Chen and his group of 3 had also arrived at the gate of the airport. Only a few top-of-the-line big GS were seen, parked neatly. Lu Jin stood in front of these cars, staring at the exit of the airport with an anxious face. When he saw Zhang Chen and the 3 of them, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He only saw him quickly pull open the car door and spoke excitedly to Lu Linglong, who was sitting in the back of the car. Linglong, hurry up and come out. The little groom that great-grandpa picked out for you has arrived. Chapter 26, but I really don't want to bully little kids. High-speed car. Lu Linglong, who was sitting in the back row, had her eyes fixed on Zhang Chen the whole way. The pink dull hair on top of her head shook twice every now and then, and it looked as if she was extremely interested in Zhang Chen. Lu Linglong's dad, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the vehicle. For his part, he had a dark old face and his eyes were fixed on the car's rearview mirror. It seemed that as long as Zhang Chen dared to do anything strange to his own daughter, he's a father but he's about to smoke 7 wolves. At this time, Lu Linglong's dad was actually not very satisfied with this marriage arranged by Lu Jin in his heart. He hasn't even warmed up this baby bump himself. But how come you're betrothed to someone else? But it was in the way of elder Lu Jin's lechery. He, on the other hand, dared to be angry. So he had to focus all his attention on Zhang Chen. While guarding against Zhang Chen arching his own cabbage, he was actually curious about Zhang Chen. He didn't understand what kind of talent this kid had. It was what made his grandfather, one of the 4 great families of the Inhuman Realm's family heads, so impatient to marry off his precious great-granddaughter. When Lu Jin first talked to Lu Linglong's dad about this matter, Dad Lu Linglong had also asked Lu Jin about Zhang Chen. However, Lu Jin's sentence, "You'll know when you see him," was passed over. Now on their way back to the Lukes, Dad Lu Linglong even observed Zhang Chen all the way. As a result, none of them found out what exactly was so unusual about this kid that he was able to win the old man's favor so much. Lu Jin, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was staring at the 3 of them the whole way. As for his eldest grandson's defenses against Zhang Chen, he, on the other hand, did not take it to heart. Lu Jin knew that as long as Zhang Chen revealed a little bit of his amazing talent, then I'm afraid this eldest grandson of his is even more anxious than he is. Looking at this journey, Zhang Chen and his great-granddaughter both got along extremely well, and his own great-granddaughter looked very interested in Zhang Chen as well. Lu Jin then couldn't help but feel smug. Humph, it's still me, Lu Jin, who has the vision to settle this kid in advance. If we wait for the other old things to discover Zhang Chen's talent, it'll be too difficult in trying to get this great opportunity. Soon, the convoy carrying the crowd arrived at the Lu family compound. The Lu family compound was extremely lively now. Only the representatives of the invited sects from all over the world and the well-known foreigners had already arrived early. As soon as the old celestial master and his group showed up, they immediately became the center of attention for everyone in the arena. After all, the current old celestial master was the true and genuine number 1 in the Inhuman realm right now. Upon his arrival, he was immediately greeted warmly by a group of respected old men inside the Inhuman circle. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the old heavenly master was surrounded by the crowd and stepped into the inner hall. Watching his master being dragged by the crowd to the inner sanctum, Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu could only go and find a place to stay by themselves very helplessly. Zhang Chen, why don't we go play over there? Just as Zhang Chen and Zhang Lingyu both froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words, Lu Linglong suddenly walked to his side, somewhat shyly pulling his sleeve and pointing at the distant Lu family's martial arts arena, and opened her mouth. Zhang Chen looked in the direction of Lu Linglong's finger, only to see that inside the martial arts arena, there were many half-grown boys about the same age as them who were sparring inside. According to Zhang Chen's understanding of Lu Linglong, although she was a woman, she was also very strong and hardworking in her cultivation. That's why she loves places like the drill hall. In fact, for this group of peers to cut between, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, had no interest whatsoever. Even copying feats from them, Zhang Chen was too lazy to move. After all, in Zhang Chen's opinion, the kung fu of these half-grown kids was really bad. Altogether, they might not even be able to catch a single move of their own. However, it would be nice to cut a deal with their elders. Then Zhang Chen could still consider it. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering whether he should bully these kids or not, he turned his head to see that his senior brother, Zhang Lingyu, on the other hand, was very interested in the competition on the martial arts field. Looking at the crowd that kept fighting on the stage, unconsciously, Zhang Lingyu had already clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to go up and fight. Looking at Zhang Lingyu with this stance of wanting to fight with his peers, Zhang Chen was helpless. However, he also knew the reason why Zhang Lingyu was so agitated at this time. After all, there had been such a powerful junior apprentice brother like himself. Zhang Lingyu simply couldn't judge just how strong he was among his peers. And now, it was the time for him to test the results of his cultivation. There is no way around it. Zhang Chen was still led by both Lu Linglong and Zhang Lingyu to the vicinity of the martial arts arena. He had just found a seat. A fashionably dressed girl was seen sitting on her but beside Lu Linglong. Hey, Linglong, this little Taoist priest is the fiancé your great-grandfather chose for you, right? As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Linglong immediately blushed. Flower, you're so annoying. Ignore you. Looking at Hovenhorn Sumika with a flirtatious look on her face, Lu Linglong extremely shyly buried her face in Zhang Chen's arms, not daring to look at Hovenia Cordialis again. Yo, Linglong, why are you so shy? This is not like the usual you. Hovenhorn Cordial Flower flirted with Lu Linglong a few more times, but Lu Linglong didn't say a word back. Seeing that Lu Linglong didn't have any reaction, Hovenia Cordialis placed her gaze on Zhang Chen again. Hey, you're Linglong's fiancé, Zhang Chen, right? We Linglong are great admirers of the strong. Why don't you go on stage and try? If you can beat everyone in the field, Linglong will love you to death. Hovenhorn Cordial Flower looked at Zhang Chen with a smile on her face. She seemed to be eager to see Zhang Chen fight. Huar, Zhang Chen, he's only just cultivated for a month. We've all been exposed to cultivation earlier than him, so don't make things difficult for him. As soon as he heard that Hovenia Cordialis had asked Zhang Chen to go up and fight in the ring, Lu Linglong then somewhat anxiously told the news she had learned from her great-grandfather. But who knows? As soon as he finished this sentence, a male voice suddenly sounded behind a few people. Linglong, why are you so defensive of this brat? As your good friend, I must remind you that you can't be mesmerized by this kid's looks. Although this kid was born with a face that can plague thousands of beautiful girls, our inhuman realm doesn't rely on face value to eat. We still have to use strength to speak. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd turned back together to look. Only a fat kid with glasses was staring at Zhang Chen with an angry face. Zhang Chen took a few glances at this little fatty and immediately recognized him. This guy should be the little fat guy who opened the handicap during the Luo Tiandajiao Hidden Dragon. According to Zhang Chen's understanding of this little fatty, he naturally knew that this guy had been fond of Lu Linglong since he was a child. It would even automatically evolve into Lu Linglong's licking dog in the future. Watch the appearance of the Hidden Dragon. Zhang Chen's original thoughts of not wanting to fight with these little guys had also changed at this point. Just as he looked at Hidden Dragon's angry look, he couldn't help but have a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Ugh, I really don't want to bully kids, but if it's a love interest then I won't hold back. Chapter 27. I haven't even thrown this punch yet. Why are you directly scared to pee? Zhang Chen and Hidden Dragon stepped into the ring almost simultaneously. For this matchup, Hidden Dragon felt in his heart that he had already won. After all, he had just heard Lu Linglong say it. This guy called Zhang Chen had only been practicing for a month. For an opponent who had just started cultivating, Hidden Dragon didn't feel that he would lose. Come on, let me see what kind of strength you really have. Hidden Dragon shook his fat body and set up his own house move, confidently trying to win this one. On the contrary, Zhang Chen stood in a very casual manner, looking broken all over, just like those who don't practice. See this scene. The self-confidence in little fatty Hidden Dragon's heart that he could outwit Zhang Chen was even stronger. Kid, come on. You fight. Young Master Hidden Dragon, I'll let you have 3 punches first. You have to go all out. Or don't say I'm bullying you later. Unconsciously, Hidden Dragon had become a bit adrift under his growing self-confidence. Directly want to let Zhang Chen this fledgling kid first 3 punches. Hearing Zhang Long's words, Zhang Chen was a bit confused. Let him start with 3 punches? I'm afraid that if I don't punch over, this kid who doesn't know what's good for him will directly have to repractice his number. Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, heard Zhang Long's request. Instantly stunned, his eyes widened and he looked at the little fat Zhang Long with an incredulous expression. Are all the foreigners under this mountain so powerful? A guy younger than junior brother dares to let junior brother fight 3 punches first? I didn't hear it wrong. When I was on the mountain, I couldn't even catch the wind of junior brother's punch, and this little fatso was able to catch 3 punches from junior brother? Or was it a let? Is my cultivation that bad? Look at the confident look of Hidden Dragon in the ring in the distance. For a while, Zhang Lingyu unexpectedly and surprisingly began to feel unsure of herself. Fatty, do you really want me to punch you 3 times first? I'll tell you what, it's deadly, so think about it. Zhang Chen looked at the confident Zhang Long and shook his head helplessly. For young people, while self-confidence is important, that comes with a life to keep. I can't lie to you, though let your horse come. Zhang Long looked at Zhang Chun, who actually looked down on him somewhat. For a moment, he couldn't help but get a little angry. In response, Zhang Chen was naturally quite speechless. He had been ready to just beat him up to relieve his anger. But now, it seemed that he couldn't do it without taking a serious shot at teaching him a long lesson. However, in response to Zhang Long's request for him to hit him with 3 punches at full strength first, Zhang Chen would also try to satisfy him as much as possible. Do you really want me to go all out? Zhang Chen once again gave the little fatty a chance when he was about to throw his first punch. Humph. What's with the grating? My little master didn't eat all this fat for nothing. Come on no. Hidden Dragon looked at Zhang Chen, who already had the intention to strike, just to be on the safe side. He still transported his heir to reinforce his defense. He was afraid that in case Zhang Chen made some underhanded move and knocked himself down, he would lose his face in front of Lu Linglong. Look at the Hidden Dragon that's ready to go. Zhang Chen gently raised his right fist. In order to satisfy little fatty Hidden Dragon's request, he had directly raised his heir to the extreme. The Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist technique was also utilized by Zhang Chen on top of his right fist at this moment, with Zhang Chen running at full strength. Next moment, the dragon and tiger silhouettes unexpectedly appeared behind Zhang Chen at the same time. Immediately afterward, this dragon and tiger silhouettes unexpectedly let out a terrifying roar at the same moment to the hidden dragon in front of them. Just as Zhang Chen raised his right fist, a feeling of terror then suddenly sprouted in Hidden Dragon's heart. It was a feeling he had almost never encountered before. Immediately afterward, only 2 terrifying silhouettes of a dragon and a tiger began to emerge behind Zhang Chen, and both of these shadows were staring at the hidden dragon with murderous gazes. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move, fearing that if he moved, he would be taken away and torn apart by those 2 terrifying shadows in the sky. When these 2 horrible creatures let out a roar together, Hidden Dragon only felt that his soul was about to fly away from the soul-shattering roar. After this, originally, this little fat man who was full of confidence had already begun to soften his legs and unconsciously wanted to fall to the ground. However, before he could return to his senses, as Zhang Chen's fist slowly swung forward, a mountain-like terrifying aura began to spread out towards his location. At this point, Zhang Lingyu, who had felt this familiar aura, was currently looking at the 2 Zhang Chen and Hidden Dragon with excitement. He was looking forward to how exactly Hidden Dragon would receive this terrifying punch from his junior apprentice brother. The other onlookers of the numerous young generation, when they felt the terrifying and incomparable aura, they were instantly stunned in place, not daring to move a muscle. For some reason, they actually had the terrifying feeling that they would die without even a crumb left once they moved at this moment. A cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his head. Even Lu Linglong, who had been silently cheering for Zhang Chen off the field, all of them were scared to the point that their dull hairs stood up by the sudden appearance of this terrifying aura. With an incredulous face, he looked at Zhang Chen on the stage, and then looked at the Hidden Dragon at this point, being locked by Zhang Chen with his heir. His feelings at this moment were much stronger than the other onlookers. The pressure he was under at this moment was almost several times that of the others. As soon as this terrifying and incomparable aura came out from Zhang Chen's body, Hidden Dragon can no longer control their own legs, pop but directly kneel on the ground, trembling. Without realizing it, Hidden Dragon's pants were already wet. Zhang Chen's fist hadn't really thrown a punch yet, just a simple swinging motion. Surprisingly, with just his fist momentum, he had scared the piss right out of Zhang Long, a guy who was full of confidence. Ha, that's kneeling? I haven't even started yet. Looking at Hidden Dragon, who had fallen to his knees with a puddle of liquid dripping from beneath him, Zhang Chen then no longer had any interest in him. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. These half-grown kids were literally not worth his time. Ha? What happened? Hidden Dragon just kneeled down? That's right. Wasn't this kid quite confident just now? How come he knelt so dryly? Who knows about that? However, I don't know if you guys saw anything strange just now, but I seem to have vaguely only seen strange shadows appearing behind that Zhang Chen kid. I saw it too, but it seemed like it was more than just shadows. I thought I heard them roaring. How come I also have memories of this when you say that? What kind of strange spell did this brat Zhang Chen use? Fooled us all? Hey, don't say all that stuff first. Look guys, Hidden Dragon seems to have been scared to pee. Really? Let's see. I'm going to go. I really peed. Now I'll lose my face in front of my goddess. It wasn't until nearly 10 minutes after Zhang Chen had walked out of the ring. It was only after being frightened by the power of Zhang Chen's punch that Zhang Long finally reacted. He listened to the voices of the group around him discussing themselves. Somewhat confused, he looked down. This look doesn't matter. The puddle of yellow liquid on the ground directly let the Hidden Dragon eyes black, suddenly feel hopeless life. Chapter 28, you guys should go together, so as not to waste time. After that experience just now, Hidden Dragon no longer had the face to continue staying here. So horrible social death scene, or social death in front of his goddess. Hidden Dragon instantly just felt hopeless in his life. He was seen covering his face and leaving the ring in tears without a moment's hesitation. Hidden Dragon's entirety of this play directly dumbfounded the audience off stage. None of them understood what had just happened. Zhang Chen just gently waved his fist. How come this kid was directly scared to pee? Did Zhang Chen do something evil? The younger generation present couldn't figure out how exactly Hidden Dragon had lost. Hey, Zhang Chen, what kind of evil magic did you just use? Tell me about it? Looking at Zhang Chen, who was sitting beside Lu Linglong, Hovenhorn Sumika stared at him with the look of a curious baby. Lu Linglong by her side was even more dumbfounded and shaking, looking as if she was also curious about this question. Facing these two cuties with their eyes pressed, Zhang Chen spread his hands helplessly and opened his mouth. Where's the evil magic? It's all just strength. Strength? Che, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Hovenhorn Cordial Flower was clearly dissatisfied with this answer from Zhang Chen. Flower. Maybe Zhang Chen is really good and used his strength to scare the Hidden Dragon? Hearing Lu Linglong actually open her mouth to defend Zhang Chen, Hovenhorn Sumika first stared incredulously. Immediately afterward, he glanced at the two sitting together and exclaimed, Linglong, when did you start defending this kid so much? I remember you said earlier that you were somewhat dissatisfied with the doll marriage your old master had fixed for you. Why did you change your mind as soon as you saw Zhang Chen? Well, before Hovenhorn Cordial Flower could finish her words, Lu Linglong unexpectedly swooped out directly and covered Hovenhorn Cordial Flower's mouth. Bitch, rip your mouth off if you talk any more nonsense. Looking at these two living treasures who were fighting together, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, leisurely picked up a bowl of tea and drank it. Hey, you boys definitely used a dirty trick just now, didn't you? How else could Hidden Dragon have lost so easily? Just when Zhang Chen thought that he would be able to neutralize himself in this group by scaring the piss out of Hidden Dragon, a few of his buddies who usually played extremely well with Hidden Dragon came to fight for him at this moment. That's right, how can you defeat someone without even making a move? I'm not convinced. Yeah, I'm not convinced either. I'm going to try it with you. Try it. I will also challenge you, a senior disciple of the Heavenly Master's house. I'm coming too, with a group of youngsters up in arms. At that moment, Zhang Chen actually became the target of a group of young people who wanted to challenge him. Ugh, it's no fun to fight this bunch of uneducated Dragonite characters. It's only fun to beat up some elite disciples like Zhuge Qing and Wang Yuya. Looking at these brats from various lineages and sects in front of him, Zhang Chen didn't say much and directly waved his hand, speaking to them. If anyone else wants to come, I'll give you a chance to come together. After saying that, he patted Lu Linglong's shoulder and got up directly, speaking softly. Linglong, I'm going to go and I'll be right back. So help me heat up the tea first and come back to drink it later. Lu Linglong, who was patted on the shoulder by Zhang Chen, somewhat dumbfounded. Zhang Chen, who had jumped directly onto the ring, opened his mouth with an incredulous expression. Together? Zhang Chen is going to challenge all of them? Will he be in danger? The Hobnus Cordial Flower beside Lu Linglong was also in a daze at this moment, within her circle, but she had never heard of anyone who could stand up to a group of peer group inhumans. Linglong, if your fiancé can really challenge everyone among his peers, then it makes sense that he could scare the piss out of Hidden Dragon with his air. Zhang Chen reascended the wide ring, ready to make good use of this opportunity to neutralize himself among his peers. At the same time, he was prepared to make as much noise as possible. It would be best to draw on the crowd of older generations within the Lu family hall. If he could compete with them and secretly copy some famous feats, this would be a huge profit for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's reappearance instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. He scanned these dragon friends of Hidden Dragon and did not take them to heart. He then looked around with a hint of disappointment. I didn't expect any surprises. He spotted a few familiar figures looking toward him from among the crowd. Zhuge Chang, Lu Lin, Fu Rong, Feng Shiyan, Shan Shitong, and other characters once seen inside the comics had surprisingly come to this Lu family feast. It's just a shame that there's no sign of the guy Wang Yuya, but do the math. I'm afraid Wang Yuya hasn't gone to Wudong yet at this moment, being forced at home by his billionaire father to work hard to get into Tsinghua. Wang was also absent, causing Zhang Chen to be a bit disappointed indeed. I guess I'll have to go beat him up alone later. Putting down the thoughts in his mind for the time being, Zhang Chen gathered his gaze on these elite disciples again. Looking at them at this moment, it seemed that they did not want to join the others on the field to deal with Zhang Chen. They were highly interested in the two disciples coming down from the Heavenly Master's palace though, but there was no intention of striking out with these friends of Hidden Dragon. However, they can't play if they don't want to. After all, this time Zhang Chen just wanted to make things a bit bigger. It can't be done without the participation of these masters of their peers. Since you can't come up here, then I'll take point from Yan Wang, Zhuge Chang of the Zhuge family, Feng Shiyan of the World Society, Tang Long of the Tang Sect, Lu Lin, Shan Shirtong. I know you guys have itchy hands too, so come along and save yourselves the time of having to waste later, beating them up one by one. The guys whose names were named by Zhang Chen one by one were all in a daze at this moment. Obviously, he hadn't done anything. How come he was also named by Zhang Chen to start a fight? They didn't understand and didn't want to just somehow engage Zhang Chen. The others didn't know how terrifying Zhang Chen was. However, as elite disciples of various families, they naturally knew the terror of Zhang Chen's strength. Just now, when Zhang Chen was cleaning up Hidden Dragon, they had truly felt the terrifyingly powerful force on Zhang Chen's body when he threw his punches. That kind of terrifying might. They had only seen it on the bodies of their own elders. These few people glanced at each other, and a complex look flashed in their eyes. Especially the little fox Zhuge Qing, who had grown up with a dark belly, had already guessed that Zhang Chen was afraid that he was doing this to take them as an example. I heard from my elders that the current old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain swept away a bunch of his peers back in the day, and even the current head of the Lu family was made to cry by his slap. Could it be that this brat is trying to imitate the old heavenly master back then, and also perform a feat of power over his peers? As soon as Zhuge Qing's words left his mouth, Lu Lin's face immediately darkened. Hey, that Zhuge family kid, if you dare to make up anything about my great-grandfather again, you'll be the one I punch first. Hearing Lu Lin's growl, Zhuge Qing didn't care. He pointed at Zhang Chen standing on the stage and opened his mouth with a smile. Brother Lu, right now our common enemy is the one standing on the stage, and he's going to use us to establish his authority. I don't need to tell you how strong he is, do I? If we're still harboring a problem now, we're going to be humiliated. After Zhuge Qing finished speaking, the Wind Sand Swallow on the side also came over at some point. This squinty-eyed little brother is right. We can all be the ones whose names he has named. This fight that is a must. If we have the time to argue, we might as well discuss how to deal with that punch he just threw. After Feng Shiyan finished speaking, Fu Rong, who was holding a short sword, also immediately picked up the conversation. I'm good with a sword, and I'm fast enough to hold the guy before he swings, but I'm not sure he has any other tricks up his sleeve. I specialize in the art of talismans and can provide long-range strikes. My ability is related to space, so I can take him down in one blow when it matters. I'm a warlock with a lot of powers, so when the time comes, you guys just listen to me. Just like that, driven by Zhuge Qing. These elites who had been named by Zhang Chen had to gather together, introducing each other to their abilities so that they can work better together when the fight starts later. After all, what they were about to face was Zhang Chen, a great enemy with terrifying strength. Not to mention that the other party was going to challenge a group of them. If they lost just like that, it could really be a disgrace to the adults of their own sect. Chapter 29 Zhang you guys really haven't seen the world. Looking at the crowd that was eagerly discussing how to deal with himself, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, did not take them to heart. Instead, he stared at the group of guys who had come together early because of him and thought about something else. According to the original plot, Zhuge Qing and Fu Rong, they shouldn't have gotten to know each other so early. But because of my arrival, they were brought together early. If I think of it that way, then can I not change the fate of others as well? Like going to the rescue of my senior uncle, Zhang Huai? Counting the time, it should be almost time for him to be hunted down by those people from the Tang sect in the Nature Palace, right? After thinking about Zhang Huai, Zhang Chen unconsciously remembered another thing. And then there's Shander. She should be almost rescued by the company now too, right? This poor little girl could probably be saved with both full hands. By the way, the Dan devouring that senior uncle Zhang Huai was hit by seems to be able to save him with the double all hands as well. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about what kind of things he was going to do next, not far away, Zhuge Qing and his group had already discussed their countermeasures, and all of them mounted the ring. Watching Zhuge Qing and the others go on stage, those good friends of Hidden Dragon were not happy in their hearts, but they were self-aware. These guys who came onto the stage afterward were basically the elite disciples of some big sects. They can't afford to mess with these people. What's more, they had the same goal, to defeat Zhang Chen, this arrogant fellow. Zhang Chen stood in the middle of the crowd, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding peers. Although each of these guys had the underlying heritage of different sects in them, but in his opinion, these childish fellows could only cause a trace of silence and disinterest to rise in his heart. Ready to lose? If it's ready, it's ready. As soon as Zhang Chen's provocative words fell, the originally quiet atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhuge Qing's face changed slightly, and the dark temperament in his bones was rarely transformed into resolute determination at this moment. The family heirloom mastery, Wu Ho Chi Men, unfolded from his feet in an instant. A large destiny disc instantly covered the entire ring. Lu Lin clenched her fists, and the reverse life triple technique that she had learned from her own great-grandfather instantly operated. and her entire body was enveloped in a strange air. Back then, his own great-grandfather competed with the old heavenly master and was broken by a slap. Now he couldn't repeat his great-grandfather's old ways. For the sake of the Lu family's face, he had to win this one. Fu Rong even frowned slightly. The long sword in her hand glowed with a cold and chilling light, and a strand of air slowly attached itself to the sword body, seemingly ready to attack Zhang Chen at any time. It was clear that she, who was aiming to be a future female sword immortal, would have a hard time tolerating such a provocation. Wind Sand Swallow was also ready to unleash his spatial powers at any time. As long as Zhang Chen dared to show any slightest crack, then her fist would travel through space and ruthlessly smash on Zhang Chen. Shan Shitong, on the other hand, felt out a large bag of talismans from his chest, ready to activate the spell machine gun at any time. Look at the crowd that is so well prepared. Zhang Chen smiled disdainfully, hooked a hand at them so they could do it. Until this moment, the crowd could no longer endure Zhang Chen's taunts and attacked him. For a while, sword chi streaked across the martial arts stage, talismans were scattered like rain, and Lu Lin and Feng Xian's fists were intertwined with the attacks of various spells. This, coupled with Zhuge Qing's use of magic spells to adjust his station, had drastically increased the battle power of several people. Almost in an instant, all sorts of foreign energy intertwined into a brilliant storm of light and shadow, enveloping the entire martial arts stage. Looking at the scene before them, the cultivators of their peers on the stage were all shocked. The strength that this group of elite disciples had exerted at this moment had far exceeded their imagination. Some people are already thinking differently. If he were to replace himself with Zhang Chen at this time, he was afraid that he would not even be left under this kind of bombardment. At this moment, Lu Linglong, who was off stage, had worry written all over her face. He looked at the spot on the field where Zhang Chen was and clutched Hubenheild's small hand tightly with a panicked expression. Huar, Zhang Chen, he'll be alright, right? Why don't I go get great-grandpa? Hearing Lu Linglong's words, Hovinia Cordialis couldn't help but get nervous as well. Let's go shout together. We can't let anything happen to Zhang Chen. Look at the scene in front of you. Hubenhorn Sumerian Flower thought back to earlier when she had previously encouraged Zhang Chen to go to the ring to challenge him. She then hated to slap herself twice. Just as the two of them, Lu Linglong and Hovinia Cordialis, were about to go shout at the elders to come over and deal with this matter, a flat and incomparable voice, however, rang in their ears at that moment. Two senior sisters, there's no need to be so nervous. This point of attack doesn't pose any threat at all to junior brother. The two men sniffed and looked back. Only the white-haired Zhang Lingyu was seen hugging her arms, her face devoid of any concern for Zhang Chen. Looking at Zhang Lingyu who was so calm, it was only then that Lu Linglong and Hovinia Cordialis slowly let go of the heart they were hanging onto. As Zhang Chen's senior brother, he naturally knew Zhang Chen's strength better than the two of them. As expected, Zhang Lingyu's words had just fallen shortly after. Only a shining golden light instantly rose from the smoke that filled the sky, reflecting the entire ring into a golden color. Seeing this wave of golden light rise from above the ring, Lu Linglong and Hovinia Cordialis remembered something almost simultaneously, and that was one of the inherited techniques of Longhu Mountain, the golden light mantra. Zhang Chen, he's just been in contact with cultivation for a month, and he's actually learned all the golden light incantations? How is this possible? Hovinia Cordiala was filled with incredulity after seeing that golden light. As a data analyst of the inhuman realm, she was naturally well aware of just how difficult it was to cultivate the golden light spell. Yet she was now meeting a brat who had just cultivated for a month's time and had mastered the golden light incantation. This caused all three of her views to take a major hit in this moment. Odd. No wonder the heavens of the Lu family insisted on Linglong marrying Zhang Chen. So that's how it is. While Hovinia Cordialis was in a daze, Lu Linglong on the side was also full of incredulity at this time. However, on second thought, she thought that with the golden light mantra Zhang Chen might not be injured at the time. The corners of her mouth just couldn't help but turn up. The dull hair that had just stood still due to excessive worry also resumed its adorable state of shaking and shivering at this moment. Except for the two of them. The other younger generations who were more knowledgeable also guessed what that golden light meant. As he watched, the people around him were shocked by Zhang Chen's use of the golden light curse. Zhang Lingyu, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, TSK, you guys really haven't seen the world. What's so surprising about just a golden light spell? If you guys knew that junior brother's golden light curse couldn't even be broken by master, you'd be scared to death. Chapter 30, how is your attack not as good as a scrape? As Zhang Chen's golden light spell opened. Originally, the various dazzling spell attacks on the field were all covered by the light of the golden light spell at this moment. Only a dazzling golden light was seen circling around him, forming a sturdy and incomparable defense barrier. Regardless of what kind of moves the opponent used, whether it was Zhuge Qing's exquisite Wuhou Qi Men, or Fu Rong's unstoppable sword Qi, or Tang Wenlong's, Shan Sherdong's, or Feng Xiaoyan's respective unique stunts. None of them could penetrate the gleaming golden protection. The crowd's attacks rained down on the golden light, but only caused layers of ripples, which then dissipated into nothingness. Each of their impacts was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to shake the layer of golden light by a single bit. Zhang Chen's golden light mantra was like an immovable fortress that remained standing despite the wind and rain. At this very moment, no matter how unpredictable Zhuge Qing's Chiman Bagua formation is, how rigid and unparalleled Lu Lin's reverse life triple is, or how harsh and compelling Fu Rong's sword chi is, or how Wen Xian's fists that penetrate space, Zhang Chen just cast the move Dragon Tiger Mountain Golden Light Mantra in a calm and unhurried manner. It then took the attacks of everyone on the field together. After opening his own Golden Light spell, Zhang Chen did not continue to pay attention to their offense. At this moment, their cultivation level seemed so insignificant in Zhang Chen's eyes. It was as if these people were just fledgling toddlers, and it gave him a pang of boredom. Thus, Zhang Chen turned his gaze to the crowd on the stage. At the sight of the colorful images of shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd, the corners of his mouth lifted into a wicked grin. Anyway, we're here and the golden light curse is on, so why don't we just play a little bigger? Only Zhang Chen slightly raised his head, and a lazy voice resounded throughout the martial arts stage. Fellow brothers, today, I, Zhang Chen, the shut-in disciple of Longhu Mountain, would like to learn the kung fu cultivation of all of you. If you are heroes, you might as well please join together and attack me. If you are a bear, you can leave quickly. This statement caused an outcry. Zhuge Qing, Lu Lin, Fu Rong, and the other young talents who were fighting to attack on the stage changed their faces drastically. They usually think highly of themselves. How had they ever been humiliated like this? It was already embarrassing for them to have a few of them join forces to attack. Now Zhang Chen was clearly disliking the lack of cultivation of several of his people, and to pull all the younger guys on the field with the offense. Such words sounded like an insult to them. A trace of anger flashed through Zhuge Qing's eyes. He was the leader of the younger generation within the inhuman circle. He had been extremely intelligent since he was young, and had mastered the martial marquis chi sect to a very deep realm. Except for the final step of the martial marquis strange door, which he had yet to step into, he had long been able to control it with ease. Yet it was he who was so strong and powerful who was humiliated by Zhang Chen in this manner. How could he swallow this breath? He said in a cold voice, Zhang Chen, you have gone too far. Although we are not as good as you, we are not people to be bullied. Today, even if we put our lives on the line, we will break this turtle shell of yours. Brother Zhuge is right. A few of us joined forces. How could we possibly lose to you? Brother Zhuge, help me. Asshole, look at the punch. Look at the sword. Lu Lin, Fu Rong, and Feng Xiaoyan all chimed in with their voices. All of them were not looking good at this time. Like Zhuge Qing, they were all highly regarded existences in their own sects as well. So how had they ever been treated with such contempt? For a while, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena was once again tense at a level. Zhuge Qing and the others had exerted their feats with all their might, no longer holding anything back. The previous thoughts of bullying the few with the many and being unwilling to exert one's full strength all disappeared at this moment as well. For a time, the ring was once again overflowing with light and spells were flying about. They were prepared to give Zhang Chen a profound lesson, letting him know that this was not a place where he, Zhang Chen, could just run wild. He was determined to break this layer of turtle shell in front of Zhang Chen. However, in response to the sudden explosion of several people, Zhang Chen merely smiled blandly, not caring about their attacks that had been boosted by several times, only to see that he no longer stayed where he was and let them attack, but slowly walked to the center of the ring against the crowd's attacks, taking a seat on his ass in the very center of the ring. Looking at Zhang Chen's inexplicable action, Zhuge Qing and the others were a bit confused for a while. They didn't know what kind of drama Zhang Chen was pulling. However, before they could guess what Zhang Chen was thinking, Zhang Chen's next sentence resounded throughout the audience of the martial arts stage, directly causing everyone in the room to freeze. Positions have been vacated for you. Those who are heroes may come up to the stage. It was this one sentence that instantly ignited everyone's anger altogether. What a big mouth. Zhang Chen, don't think that you can act arbitrarily just because you have a bit of strength. Today I'll let you see how powerful our nature sect is. Asshole, what do you think we are? I'll play with you to the end if you want to play little master. Don't get hit and cry later. Don't think that just because you're a disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain that you can ride on all of us. Grandpa, I'm going to let you know that I'm not a vegetarian. Wielding a turtle shell while can be really arrogant. Go, brothers, let's join hands to break his turtle shell. For a while, the roars of the crowd rose. They leaped onto the ring one after another, a strong fighting spirit and fury filling the air, surrounding Zhang Chen, who was sitting in the very center of the ring. Looking at the crowd he had managed to provoke, the upturned arc of Zhang Chen's mouth became even larger. obviously unconcerned about the fact that he had incurred the wrath of the crowd. Hundredfold defense. Looking at the crowd that kept crossing over to the stage, Zhang Chen didn't have any worry on his face, only to see his hands forming a seal. His mouth recited the words, 100 times defense as soon as the 4 words were uttered. The golden light spell on his body immediately transformed into a new look. The new golden light mantra's golden light was brilliant and eye-catching, and it even gradually had a tendency to somewhat visualize towards a solid body. At this moment Zhang Chen no longer had any reservations. Straight away, he raised his golden light mantra to its strongest state of defense. In fact, against the attacks of these peers, Zhang Chen did not need to use his strongest golden light spell. However, out of respect for his opponents, Zhang Chen felt it was better to let them see his full strength. By the time the ring was almost on the verge of not being able to stand, finally, some people could no longer hold back and attack towards the layer of golden light spell on the surface of Zhang Chen's body. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the others no longer held back. Countless attacks landed on Zhang Chen one after another. However, the layer of nearly materialized golden light spell was like an impenetrable shield, blocking their attacks one by one. The moment, everyone's feet seemed so powerless in front of the golden light mantra, as if they were just insignificant dust. Zhang Chen sat there, looking calm and collected, the bad smile at the corner of his mouth barely stopping, as if all of this was expected. After letting them attack recklessly for dozens of minutes, when they saw that there were already people who were tired and lying on the ground with only the strength to gasp for air, Zhang Chen's arrogant and incomparable voice once again resounded throughout the ring. Senior brothers, your cultivation level still needs to be improved. An attack like this is just scratching an itch for me. It's not even a scrape. Chapter 31. This kid is my son-in-law. Whoever robs me and I'm in a hurry. The words "not even a scratch" came out of my mouth. Zhuge Chang and all the others who were involved in the siege of Zhangchen immediately turned pale. Their hearts were filled with shame and anger and unwillingness, but they were helpless. Who made Zhang Chen's strength far above theirs? At this moment, even the disciples of the various sects who were skilled in their own ways did not fail to feel a pang of frustration. They had exerted all their strength to strike, but they were unable to even shake Zhang Chen's defense in the slightest, which caused everyone to fall into a deep state of helplessness. Is this the golden light mantra of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Someone murmured in a low voice, a look of resignation on his face. Is it true that no one can break through this defense? Someone asked around bitterly, but no one could answer his question. One time, the atmosphere on the field fell into silence for a while, and the only thing that shone was the golden light, as if it was mocking them for being really too weak. Even the combined attacks of all of them would not be able to break his Zhang Chen's golden light spell. Such a big power gap at the moment. Some of the disciples whose hearts were not firm in the Tao were beginning to wonder if they were going in the wrong direction on their cultivation path. Obviously, they were about the same age, but there was such a huge gap between their strength and Zhang Chen's. As more and more people were depleted of their body's true qi by Zhang Chen's golden light mantra, they collapsed to the ground very unwillingly. Zhang Chen still didn't stop there and continued to provoke the surrounding peers, stimulate them to a state of absolute fury, so that they would no longer leave any room for one and all to strike out and attack themselves. However, each of their attacks were easily blocked by Zhang Chen. Each flash of the golden light spell made them feel a sense of powerlessness from the depths of their hearts. In the end, Zhuge Chang and everyone else slowly slowed down the rhythm of their attacks. They knew that to go on like this would just be an exercise in futility. Still, they did not completely stop attacking Zhang Chen, because they didn't want to give up just like that. And in their hearts, they always thought that in case they held on a little longer, they would be able to consume Zhang Chen dry. It's just a shame that what they don't know is this. With the perfectly enhanced Qi nascent technique in place, they would never be able to match Zhang Chen even in terms of sparring for consumption. At this moment, Lu Linglong had been standing on the side watching this entire battle. Whenever she saw Zhang Chen's dashing figure in the center of the ring, an inexplicable emotion could not help but well up in her heart. Her face was flushed and her eyes shone with a different kind of brilliance. What Hubensel Cordelia said before was exactly right. Lu Linglong was fond of strong people. A guy like Zhang Chen who wanted face value and strength to be able to pick off all of his peers all by himself. She, Lu Linglong, was simply going crazy with love. Lu Linglong admitted that ever since she first saw Zhang Chen's handsome appearance at the airport, she had held a slight crush on him. Now looking at how powerful he was, he had even defeated everyone in the ring as Hubenvenhild Cordial Flower had said earlier. Such a Zhang Chen was even more appealing to her. If at this moment Lu Jin asked her again if she agreed to the doll's marriage with Zhang Chen, then Lu Linglong would definitely answer firmly that she agreed. Looking at Lu Linglong's eyes full of love at this moment, Hubenhorn Cordial Flower knew that her good best friend had fallen completely. But at this moment, she took a look at Zhang Chen on the field and then looked at her best friend. A hint of sourness could not help but be revealed in his eyes. Damn it! Why didn't the elders of my family set me up with such a good doll's marriage? Zhang Lingyu, who stood on the other side of Lu Linglong, looking at the young master on the ring who seemed to have invincible qualifications, a trace of envy could not help but rise in his heart. At the same time, he secretly resolved in his heart that when he returned, he must cultivate even harder than before. After seeing how Zhang Chen was able to use the Golden Light Mantra to challenge all of his peers by himself, in his heart, he also gained a great deal of confidence in the technique he was practicing. He also wanted to be like Junior Senior Brother, defeating all fellow cultivators except Junior Senior Brother. Inside the spacious and gorgeous Lu family parlor, the elders of the various families who were originally discussing important matters were suddenly interrupted by a burst of air machine fluctuations coming from the distant martial arts stage. That powerful aura and the persistent sound of the battle had naturally attracted their great attention a long time ago. The old heavenly master, Lu Jin, and the other white-haired older generation exchanged glances with each other, obviously quite interested in such unusual movements. However, the old heavenly master among them all had obviously guessed it. In the place where those juniors were playing around, who exactly was the culprit who was able to cause such air machine fluctuation, guys? He didn't even need to think about it to know that it must be his sinful apprentice who had made such a big commotion. Lu Jin, who was on the side, looked at the old heavenly master's frown every now and then. After thinking about it a little, he roughly guessed what the old heavenly master had in mind. Only a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, "It seems that my great-grandson-in-law really isn't an oil lamp. TSK, look at the aura of this air chi fluctuation. How does it look like a guy who has only been practicing for a month? It's fortunate that old man I started early, or else such a good son-in-law would have been snatched up by someone else." Just as Lu Jin was secretly pleased in his heart, Wang Ai, the head of the Wang family, suddenly couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. The strength of the brats that came this time is not bad at all, to make such a big commotion. As soon as Wang Ai's words fell, LVCI, the head of the LV family on the side, also spoke. "This group of juniors is really making a lot of noise, much better than we did back then." Zhao Fangxiu pushed his eyes after hearing Lucy's words and opened his mouth in a half-joking manner. "Since we're all interested, why don't we go and take a look together? Let's see if there are any good seedlings within the new generation that can enter our company, so that we can contribute to the company and the inhuman world." As soon as Zhao Fangxiu uttered these two words, there was a sudden silence on the scene. The old foxes sitting around him couldn't help but curse out in their hearts at this moment. This old fox Zhao Fangxiu is really shameless, to have hit on our disciple. No, we can't let him get away with this. Those elite disciples could be trained by each family at great expense. If they were lulled away by this old thing Zhao Fangxiu with a burst of mouth talk, it would piss them off. Then the old heavenly master, Lu Jin, and the rest of the crowd looked at each other. Almost at the same moment, they came to a consensus. "We must not let this old boy go to the martial arts stage." The old heavenly master, who was well aware of the source of this commotion, was the first to speak. "What are us old guys going over to get involved in the affairs of the juniors? Just leave it to them to handle themselves." As soon as the old heavenly master finished saying this, Lu Jin immediately picked up. "The old celestial master has a good point. If it's really not possible, just let them juniors control the field. A few juniors, and they can still toss it?" As soon as Lu Jin's words were finished, he signaled with his eyes for Papa Lu Linglong to hurry over and watch the field. The old man of the Zhuge family also coughed lightly at this time, gesturing Zhuge Archbishop, who was standing next to him, to hurry up. Saw people of his own generation already running to the martial arts arena. Worried that his daughter Feng Xiaoyan was scooped up by the company Feng Zhenghao, also hurried to find a reason to leave quickly. Seeing a large group of juniors go at once, Zhao Fangxiu was not in a good position to lower his seniority and went forward to the martial arts stage along with them. So he just had to look around at the circle of old men who were talking and laughing with a dark heart, and cursed angrily in his heart. "You're a bunch of old foxes, on the way to the martial arts stage." These middle-aged first-generation people who had left couldn't help but speculate in their minds. I don't know which junior had displayed such amazing strength on the stage that it was able to cause such a huge fluctuation of spiritual air. Papa Lu Linglong secretly thought to himself as he ran off at a fast pace. If it was their Lu family's late generation who had made such a commotion, it would be really great. So he quickened his pace, impatient to see who was so powerful as to make such a big commotion. The speed of the several people was very fast, and in almost a blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard where the martial arts stage was located. As their eyes converged on the martial arts stage, when he saw Zhang Chen, who was sitting in the middle of the martial arts stage, using the golden light mantra to withstand the attacks of all his peers and still standing tall. These guys who had been practicing for decades inside the jungle, their heads went down on the spot. They had already thought about the juniors making quite a commotion here, but they hadn't imagined that the commotion would be this big. They didn't dare to imagine that there was someone who could stand up to the attacks of almost all the other worldly people of his generation. The first one to recover from the shock was Feng Jianghao, who had the highest cultivation level among them. As he watched Zhang Chen in the ring was calmly fending off the attacks of all his peers, his eyes instantly lit up. Unconsciously, he spoke directly. This kid is really powerful, being able to stand up to so many people by himself. Seeing as there's not much of an age difference between him and Xian, why don't we find a chance to set them up later? The moment Feng Jianghao uttered these subconscious words, the other middle-aged first-generation people who had rushed here immediately took out a gaze of looking at their son-in-laws and seriously sized up Zhang Chen. However, just as they were thinking about whether or not they should wait for the battle to end and introduce their daughters or perhaps their great-nieces or whatever to Zhang Chen to get to know them, Lu Linglong's dad, who had been holding back for a long time, directly stomped the ground violently with his foot. With a scowl on his face, he looked at the group of unsuspecting assholes who wanted to steal his good son-in-law and growled loudly, "This kid Zhang Chen is my son-in-law. His and Linglong's doll's marriage was fixed long ago. Whoever snatches it I'm in a hurry with." Chapter 32 The little ones have lost. Why don't you guys take over? Looking around at the shocked crowd, Lu Linglong's dad stepped near the martial arts stage with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at the teenager who resisted the crowd's attacks and remained calm, nodding secretly in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Chen's image in his mind had completely reversed. In the face of such a talented young man, he was able to fend off the entirety of his peers with his own strength. Who could refuse to be the father-in-law of such a teenager? Only to see him turn around and face the crowd of onlookers, he said aloud, "You all don't have to be suspicious. This young man on stage is precisely my Linglong's future son-in-law, the shut-in disciple of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chen. The doll's marriage between the two of them was finalized a month ago. And please don't hit on my Lu family's son-in-law again." Say this. Lu Linglong's dad's eyes kept staring at Feng Jianghao. After all, he was aware that Feng Jianghao's family also had a daughter about the same age, so he couldn't be tapped by him. The moment these words of Lu Linglong's dad came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The gazes of all the middle-aged men who had rushed here focused on Zhang Chen in unison, and at the same time, they also looked at Lu Linglong, who was showing embarrassment and shyness. Lu Linglong heard her father declare the matter of her and Zhang Chen's doll marriage so bluntly. Her pretty face was instantly colored with a reddish hue as her delicate body trembled slightly and she couldn't help but let out a low complaint. "How could Pops do that? It's so humiliating." Lu Linglong's voice was as thin as a gnat, and only her best friend Hovenhorn Cordial Flower could vaguely hear it. Afterward, she could no longer face the blazing eyes of the crowd. Solely directly covering his face with his hands, he buried his entire face deeply into the arms of Hovenhorn Cordial Flower, no longer daring to raise his eyes to look ahead. At this moment, her heart was pounding like a deer in headlights. Feng Jianghao and the other middle-aged generation were all jaw-dropped and filled with shock and dismay after hearing these words. They looked at Pops Lu Linglong, who had said something with a nose, and it was really hard to believe it. This young man who was so young but had already displayed such amazing strength had already been spotted by the Lu family and had just become Lu Linglong's fiancé? For a while, the eyes of the crowd met, filled with surprise and disbelief. Feng Jianghao, who was also looking at Zhang Chen, couldn't help but open his mouth with a twisted expression of disbelief on his face. "Old Lu, you're not fooling anyone here. This Zhang Chen brat, when did he have such an engagement with the Lu family? I think it's your Lu family who has taken a liking to this Zhang Chen kid and said it on the spur of the moment." Feng Jianghao, as soon as these words came out, it won the support of the others at once. "Right, President Wind is right. You said he's your Lu family's son-in-law, so he's your Lu family's son-in-law? I also said he's our Fire Virtue Sect's son-in-law." "Eh? Fire Virtue Sects? You've gone too far. Zhang Chen is from our Taoist sect, maybe even my Chuanjian Dragon Sect's son-in-law. You guys are really excessive. It's not like we don't have female disciples in Maoshan." Watching the crowd argue over Zhang Chen, Pops Lu Linglong puffed out his chest rather proudly at this moment, the corners of his mouth sketching out a confident smile. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "It's true that it's still the old master who has a unique vision and has found such a good marriage for Linglong early on. What the old man said before was really good. It's me who was short-sighted and didn't see what made Zhang Chen so special. But we must be nice to this kid from now on." The smug mood of Papa Lu Linglong was clearly visible through his slightly raised eyebrows and the corners of his eyes. Looking at Feng Jianghao, they wanted to go up and beat him up. At this moment, Zhang Chen in the ring, feeling the sharp gazes of the middle-aged generation around him gazing at him, he, on the other hand, was unafraid and instead, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "After waiting so long, it's finally here. Now I'm not going to play with you no fun guys." Thinking of this, Zhang Chen no longer retained any strength, only to see his entire body's golden light steeply flourish. That originally already unbreakable golden light spell became even more dazzling at this moment. It was like a blazing sun shining in the sky, illuminating the entire martial arts stage. As the air in his body surged crazily, The power of the golden light mantra reached its extreme in an instant. An irresistible and terrifying force began to expand dramatically outward with him at the center. Before the disciples of the various sects that surrounded him could react, they were mercilessly swept out of the field by the mountainous stream of golden light. The crowd that surrounded Zhang Chen was filled with shock under the impact of the golden light. Their bodies were different and their movements were distorted. Zhuge Qing tried his best to adjust his stance in the air, and the Marquis of Wushu's strange fate plate that he had been controlling in his hands was instantly shattered at this moment. Fu Rong's delicate body drifted out like a falling leaf, her long sword coming out of her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Tang Wenlong, Shan Shidong, Feng Xian and the others were also all spewing blood from their mouths, being pushed tens of meters away by the golden light and falling heavily to the ground, making it difficult to get up for a while. The middle-aged generation that had surrounded the crowd attacking this scene of Zhang Chen's was incomparably surprised as they looked at the scene in front of them, unbelief written all over their faces. Watching the group of those juniors that had been sent flying by the power of Zhang Chen's golden light, they were like kites with broken strings arcing through the air, falling out of the field in a sorry state. An unbelievable look was left on each of their faces, not believing that this was actually the power from Zhang Chen, who had been under siege. At this moment, that one of those towering figures on the field stood out in front of everyone. In that instant, everyone in the room realized the true strength of this teenager named Zhang Chen was far beyond their imagination. Zhuge Qing was shocked by the impact of the golden light and flew to the ground. His body skidded in the dust for some distance before barely stopping. He struggled to prop himself up. The essence in his eyes flickered and his tone was filled with shock. How is this possible? He's just been collecting his strength the whole time? He didn't unleash it all until just now? Just how perverted is his strength? Win San Swallow used the power of space the moment he hit the fence, dodging the vital parts and falling heavily to the ground. She struggled to sit up, one hand pressed to her chest, her eyebrows locked, and she exclaimed with an incredulous tone. He actually still has some strength left? The defense that we couldn't shake even with our best efforts turned out to be just a casual act on his part? He's too powerful too, but I do like a man who's so strong and handsome. I must ask him for his phone number later. Fu Rong, who had fallen to the ground, the sword in her hand had long since flown to nowhere. In addition to the shock in her gaze toward Zhang Chen, there was more of a strange look in her eyes. Handsome and strong guy. Love it. If only my future boyfriend was him. Lu Lin, Tang Wenlong, and Shan Shitong wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and slowly sat up from the ground. They glanced at each other, both seeing the same shock and frustration in each other's eyes. This time, so many of them surrounded Zhang Chen alone, and surprisingly, they were the ones who lost. Still a flop kind of thing. Zhang Chen got up from the middle of the ring, first scanning his peers who had been lifted out by himself with his eyes. Then he refocused his own gaze on the middle-aged generation that was crowding around. Only a hint of a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his finger and hooked it at the group of middle-aged first-generation guys. Then very arrogantly, he opened his mouth. They've all lost. Next, it's your turn. You should have lasted longer than them guys. Chapter 33, the Zhuge family head takes the stage and prepares to duplicate the martial Marquis Strange Door. You guys lasted longer than those young guys. The words came out. The looks on the faces of the middle-aged first generation on the field were naturally quite wonderful. They had never seen such an arrogant brat before. How dare you provoke them? The elders, like this. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, even Feng Jianghao, who had always favored Zhang Chen, could not help but twitch the muscles on his face. Good boy. What a boldness. Although that power just now was enough to impress people with you. But now, relying on the fact that you have a bit of strength, you dare to openly call out to us elders? I think you have an itchy ass, don't you? Zhuge Archbishop was equally incredulous. His eyes narrowed, his slightly hunched body leaning forward slightly, his words full of heaviness and seriousness. Humph, to have such a cultivation at such a young age, but to be so arrogant and domineering, that's really bad character. If it were in my Zhuge family, I would have opened his ass up long ago. While the two were talking, bursts of chatter erupted among the other middle-aged people from the various families who had arrived. Where does this kid's confidence come from? Can it be that it's not just based on his golden light mantra kung fu? Could it be that he has such arrogance due to the blessing of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? That old heavenly master is also too incapable of teaching his disciples. In any case, if we old guys don't answer the battle, won't we be looked down upon by this junior? That's right. Even if his natural talent is high, we can't let him be so unbridled. We have to give him some color as well. It seems that the old heavenly master has really spoiled this shut-in disciple too much. In order to keep the old heavenly master's reputation from being tarnished, we must help him correct it. In the inhuman realm, the dignity of being an elder naturally did not allow a small child like Zhang Chen to provoke. However, Lu Linglong's dad's eyes flickered with appreciation as he looked at Zhang Chen's fearless and proudly independent back. He only spoke with a satisfied smile on his face. This kid, although he is a bit too arrogant, but after all, as a young hero, he should have such guts and vigor. Since he's already invincible among his peers, it's only right to challenge the stronger ones. Could it be, gentlemen, that you are afraid of my good son-in-law? Hearing Lu Linglong's dad's words, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched even more. At one time, all of them turned back and stared at Mr. Lu Linglong's father with very dissatisfied eyes. Their eyes seemed to say, having a son-in-law with such a great talent, you don't even want to lose your old face? You don't think you're the one this asshole kid just picked on, do you? However, in the face of the crowd, Dad Lu Linglong, whose face has long been practiced to be comparable to a city wall, naturally does not care about this. After all, who made Zhang Chen his good son-in-law? On the side, Feng Zhanghao was also somewhat disgraced by Zhang Chen's provocation just now though, but after calming down, he, who also had a daughter, slightly substituted the feelings of Lu Linglong's dad at this moment. He then immediately put down the dissatisfaction he had just felt and turned to Zhang Chen with a little more recognition and favor. Ha ha, good boy, courageous, I like it. When I was his age, I didn't have the guts and strength like him. It would be even better if this brat could enter my Feng family in the future and become my Feng Zhanghao's son-in-law. Hearing Feng Zhanghao's rather shameless words, old man Lu Linglong's face turned green with anger. Good you Feng Zhanghao, I've told you that Zhang Chen and Lu Linglong have already engaged in a baby marriage, and you bastards still dare to come and dig up the wall. Don't you? Looking at Pops Lu Linglong who was showing his teeth to himself, Feng Zhanghao, on the other hand, pushed up his glasses nonchalantly and responded with a smile. Brother Lu, that's not true. It's a new era now, not the arranged marriages of the past. It's all about free love now. Maybe Zhang Chen will be interested in my family's Cheyenne in the future? Feng Zhanghao's words directly exasperated old man Lu Linglong. Asshole. Forget it, I'll let you off the hook. If you're capable, wait until you get into the ring and see if my son-in-law beats you up. During the time the two were arguing, Zhuge Cheng's dad, Zhuge Arch, was looking at his son who was sitting on the ground in the distance with a lost face, and for a while his heart was full of mixed feelings. For so long since his own son had practiced the Wuhuo Chi Men, he had traditionally had smooth sailing and had not suffered any blows. Zhuge Archaism knew that a smooth sailing on the cultivation path was not good for a cultivator. He also wanted some frustration for his son, but this time he was easily defeated by Zhang Chen, still defeating a group of their elites combined. However, this battle really brought too much of a blow to Zhuge Cheng. He was afraid that his son would be planting demons as a result. For a warlock, something like a mind demon was too much to handle. Once the heart demon attack cannot be controlled, light as the consciousness into the inner landscape can no longer break free. Heavy may be directly on the death of the road. As a father, he didn't want to see this horrible scene happen to his son, so he was ready to let go of his reserve as an elder. Use the Wuhuo Chi Men technique to give this Zhang Chen kid a good cleaning up and break his golden light curse, so that Zhuge Cheng could once again regain his confidence in the Wuhuo Chi Men. He wanted to let Zhuge Cheng know that their Zhuge family's Wuhuo Chi Men were not inferior to the golden light spell. Just as Zhuge Archbishop was thinking about what kind of reason he was going to use to take the stage and fight a small child, Zhang Chen in the ring seemed to have read his mind at a glance, still speaking very arrogantly. Hey, why don't you guys come up here people? I'm dying of boredom waiting. How about you? The uncle who looks like Zhuge Cheng. You first? Just as Zhuge Arch was hesitating, who knew that Zhang Chen would unexpectedly issue another provocation. Still naming yourself on. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhuge Arch's eyes. I didn't realize I was thinking what I was thinking. Humph, kid, since you named me, then I'll be rude. If you lose later, don't blame me for bullying the small with the big. Strike that. Only Zhuge Archbishop nodded slightly to the crowd, then turned around and walked towards the ring. His steps were steady and powerful, as if each step was stepping on a special rhythm. Anyone who is familiar with Zhuge Archaism knows that, being a top warlock, they were already privately laying out their plans even as they walked. However, Zhang Chen on the stage acted as if he didn't know anything, just so quietly waiting for Zhuge Archbishop to just walk up to the ring one step at a time. When Zhuge Arch came up to the ring, he stood opposite Zhang Chen. He looked Zhang Chen up and down and slowly spoke. Zhang Chen, it is indeed surprising for me to see that you have such attainments at such a young age. Since you want to spar with us old guys, then I'll do as you wish. Let me see what you, the shut-in disciple of Longhu Mountain, is capable of. Zhuge Archbishop's words did not have the slightest bit of resentment, but instead were filled with a kind of expectation of a predecessor to a younger generation. Because at this moment, he was also curious about how far Zhang Chen, who was so young, had practiced his golden light mantra. looking at Zhuge Archbishop, who was standing across from him. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was already happy in his heart. The current head of the Zhuge family. Not bad. Finally, I've waited for a Wuhou Chi man worthy of my copy. Chapter 34. What? You're actually a warlock too? Then I'll ask for more guidance from Family Master Zhuge. Listening to Zhang Chen, who suddenly seemed like a different person, he would actually respond politely. Zhuge Jin was a bit surprised for a moment, and after sizing up Zhang Chen once more, he opened his mouth. Isn't that what you boys know about manners? Why did you just have to speak in that exasperated tone? In the face of this question, Zhang Chen then returned with a slight smile. If I don't talk like that, you elders won't be able to pull yourselves together to fight me. Zhuge Jin was really a bit surprised by Zhang Chen's answer. Good boy. Rough and tumble. And still so strong. I wish I had a daughter in my family, but my niece is. Seeing that Zhuge Jin was also going to pull in strange directions, Zhang Chen hurriedly interrupted him and directly said, Zhuge family master, let's not talk about those useless things. Let's start. Let me try your Zhuge family's true marquis of Wushu Chi-men. With that, the atmosphere on the field eased up a bit after that. With curiosity about Zhang Chen's strength, Zhuge Archbishop took the lead and started to test the waters. After a few fistfights, Zhuge Archbishop was surprised to find that Zhang Chen, a small child, was able to receive his own moves with incomparable ease. His basic skills in punching and kicking were already no less than some inhumans who had practiced hard for decades. It seems that this brat is powerful in all aspects. No wonder Qinger and the others are no match for Zhang Chen. Even if this kid doesn't use the Golden Light Mantra, if it's just based on fisticuffs, Qinger and the others won't have a chance to fight. After a short exchange of hands, Zhuge Archaism appreciated Zhang Chen UFA. Previously, he thought that Zhang Chen was only relying on his talent and the powerful technique of the Golden Light Mantra. The pressured group of peers couldn't lift their heads. Now, it seemed that even without the Golden Light Mantra, his strength would still be able to be unrivaled in his generation. Zhang Chen met Zhuge Arch's appreciative gaze. Worthy of being the current head of the Zhuge family, even if he doesn't use the power of the Wuhou Chi-men, he can still fight back and forth with the kung fu of those brothers and nephews he copied on Longhu Mountain after practicing hard for decades. Just based on his fists and feet alone, Zhang Chen did have some understanding of Zhuge Archbishop. His Wuhou Chi-men had yet to fully comprehend the mysteries of the Samadhi true flame therein though. However, his profound air power and pure use of arts, as well as his many years of practical combat experience, were indeed much stronger than the current Zhuge Qing. Even in the power of his peers, Zhuge Archaism is a figure that is placed on a pedestal. Thus for Zhang Chen, Zhuge Arch is definitely a good challenge. The ability to replicate such an expert top 10 current Zhuge Qing. With this thought in mind, he only saw the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth slightly hooked up with an imperceptible smile as he secretly said in his heart, Master Zhuge, after I replicate your Marquis of Wushu Chi-men, we'll try again with Chi-men techniques. After the simple test ended, Zhuge Archbishop roughly figured out Zhang Chen's strength. He then ran his own secret martial Marquis technique without hesitation. Just by flicking his wrist, an arcane destiny disc pattern unfolded beneath his feet, spreading to the entire martial arts stage in an instant, enveloping Zhang Chen within it as well. In the next moment, he was seen precisely manipulating the fate plate pattern, switching Zhang Chen's position to an unfavorable place, successfully reducing the position where Zhang Chen was located by half of the battle power that could be utilized and the efficiency of the flow of air. That's what makes warlocks so scary. Shift position slightly to control the natal plate. It would be able to weaken the opponent by half. However, in the face of such a situation, Zhang Chen did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he looked around with interest, recognizing the suppressive power from the jutsu brought to him. Immediately after, looking at Zhang Chen, who had managed to enter a disadvantaged position, without any hesitation, Zhuge Archaism directly cast the techniques in the Wuhou Chi-men. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. Only his fingers were seen tracing out airwaves in the void. In an instant, the spiritual air of heaven and earth responded, and the ring was unexpectedly hardened with a rocky serpent over 100 meters long. Zhuge Arch is standing at the snake head position of this rocky giant snake, maneuvering the entire rocky giant snake towards where Zhang Chen was. He smashed down hard, facing the onslaught of Zhuge Archbishop. Zhang Chen did not rush to counterattack, but propped up the golden light spell in time. Under the protection of the golden light mantra, he calmly observed each and every move of Zhuge Jin. No detail is spared. Zhang Chen's golden light mantra easily blocked Zhuge Arch's Earth River cart. However, Zhuge Archaism did not give up its intention to continue attacking because of the loss of this attack. The moment the Earth River card disappeared, several more spells from the martial Marquis Strange sect instantly bombarded Zhang Chen's golden light curse, leaving the word explosive flame, the word Jin, 8 directions of thunder, sundown character, wind burst, several spells attacked in a row. And under the special positional enhancement of the martial marquee Chi-Gate, all of these spells became exceptionally terrifying. However, what Zhuge Archbishop didn't expect was this. Even though it weakened half of Zhang Chen's defense power and air recovery speed. However, these spells still had no effect when they bombarded Zhang Chen's golden light curse. With such a scene, Feng Zhanghao and the others outside the arena couldn't help but be shocked. They were naturally well aware of Zhuge Arch's strength at this time. In an unfavorable position, they wouldn't dare to be like Zhang Chen, who didn't even move to take on so many terrifying spells. But Zhang Chen did. He managed to block all the attacks with the power of the golden light mantra. This had to impress these long-established middle-aged first-generation foreigners. At this moment, Zhang Chen did not care in the face of the attack that Zhuge Archism launched at him. His attention was highly focused. His gleaming pupils locked onto every subtle movement of Zhuge Archism. Just when Zhuge Archism had nearly used half of the martial arts amongst the martial arts of the Marquis of Qi, a voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. You have successfully observed half of Wuhou Qimen's spell casting process. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? In this moment of hearing the system's voice, an imperceptible smile swept across the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. After waiting so long, it's finally enough for 50%. System, copy immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Wuhou Qimen has been successfully replicated. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Upon hearing that he could use the feat immediately, Zhang Chen didn't have any hesitation. At the very first moment, he experienced the Wuhou Qimen, the world's top artistry spell, only to see a huge blue destiny disc begin to unfold at Zhang Chen's feet. In the next moment, only Zhang Chen slightly shifted his position, very easily jumped out of the unfavorable terrain that Zhuge Arch created for himself. Zhuge Archbishop, who had just completed a round of attacks, watched as Zhang Chen suddenly jumped out of the setup he had set up for him. He froze at first. However, when he took a serious look at the particular location Zhang Chen was currently in, as well as the huge blue destiny disc at his feet, Zhuge Jin couldn't hold it together any longer. He was only heard shouting in an extremely incredulous voice. Fate? Fate disc? How do you know how to use the natal plate? Are you a warlock too? Chapter 35 Feng Zhanghao's decision to teach Zhang Chen to detain spirits and dispatch generals? Warlock? If those who have just learned jutsu are considered warlocks, then I should be. The moment such pretentious words were uttered, Zhuge Archbishop's eyes instantly widened, shock and doubt written all over that wrinkled face. He stared at Zhang Chen incredulously, his lips mumbling a few times before finally spitting out, "This is impossible. Artistry is the most profound learning in the world. How could you possibly learn it in a moment?" While Zhuge Archism was shocked, Zhuge Qing under the stage was even more stunned. He struggled to get up but could only sit on the ground due to his injuries as he asked in a hoarse voice, "Zhang Chen, how did you do it? The path of a warlock is all about talent and accumulation. How could there be such a quick success?" The two warlocks were confronted with their inquiries. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, his eyes as calm as water, as if he did not care about their shock. However, of course, he couldn't explicitly tell the two that he had the ability to replicate, being able to just copy their Wuhou Qimen. If he really did say it like that, I'm afraid that no one would dare to display their own mastery in front of him in the future. Thus, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and found a new reason. The path of artistry is indeed a vast and profound art. And you, Wuhou Qimen, are even more of a leader within artistry? But perhaps it's due to my exceptional talent. I just learned this art after looking at it for a while. In order to prevent scaring the two from this Zhuge family, Zhang Chen was still quite modest when it came to pretending. He did not say that he was already fully proficient in the Wuhou Qimen and that his strength had already reached the level of Zhuge Archism. However, it was Zhang Chen's modest words. It was still like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of the Zhuge family's father and son. While they were stunned, they couldn't help but feel deep scorn and curiosity towards Zhang Chen. Zhuge Archism frowned, his hands hastily pinching his fingers to divine. He wanted to calculate whether this answer from Zhang Chen was true or not. It was only a pity that when he had counted on Zhang Chen, he realized that there was an unknown force in his body that was affecting the results of his calculations. The force that affected his measurements, on the other hand, was very familiar to him. That is exactly the power of their Zhuge family's Wuhou Qimen. This kid has not only learned the art of art, but he has also learned our Zhuge family's Wuhou Qimen. After realizing this, Zhuge Archism revealed an even more shocked expression than before. However, as the head of the Zhuge family, he did not vocalize this matter. Even as Zhuge Qing divined the result, he directly transmitted his voice with his destiny disc, forbidding Zhuge Qing from mentioning this matter. After all, it was a matter of their family heirloom. Once the word gets out, It's not just a simple matter of the family heirloom being stolen. Zhuge Archbishop looked at Zhang Chen's facial expression at this moment. From his naive face, he did not directly see that Zhang Chen had intentionally stolen from their Wuhuoqi men. He felt that Zhang Chen had only learned the Wuhuoqi men by instinct. What a genius! How wonderful it would have been if this kid was born in our Zhuge family. After a sigh of relief, Zhuge Archaism once again faced Zhang Chen with a headache. Due to Zhang Chen's identity, the matter of being stolen by Zhang Chen and learning the martial marquis strange sect, he really didn't know how to go about resolving it now. While Zhuge Archaism has a headache, the people on the sidelines were discussing the words that Zhang Chen had just said at this time. However, did you guys hear that? He just said he just learned the art of jutsu. A burly man who practiced horizontal kung fu stared in disbelief and turned his head to the person beside him, opening his mouth with an incredulous expression. How is this possible? How can the cultivation of a warlock be that simple? I've never heard of any other quick-fix warlocks. A middle-aged man in a plain Taoist robe frowned with incredulity. If what he said is true, then this kid is definitely a rare warlock genius that comes along once in 100, no 1,000 years. So Zhang Chen is that talented in cultivation. No wonder he was able to withstand all of our attacks so easily without losing. I'll go. Thinking about it that way, losing to Zhang Chen isn't unacceptable. Awesome. Just one look and you can become a warlock. Zhang Chen, this kid is afraid that genius is not enough to describe him. He should be called a demon. Lu Linglong's old man was even more surprised at this time. After realizing that Zhang Chen was not only strong, but also so gifted in cultivation that he had cultivated into a warlock after only fighting Zhuge Archaism for a while, he was simply happy in his heart. To be able to be the father-in-law of a man with such a demonic talent as Zhang Chen, it would be too much of a face. Feng Jianghao looked at his dad Lu Linglong who was looking surprised beside him. A look of envy inevitably rose in his heart as well. If only he could have met Zhang Chen earlier and seen such a demonic talent as his. Then even if he had to allocate half of his world society to Zhang Chen, he would be willing to do so. No, I can't miss such a good seedling from my hands. If his talent is really that high, then wouldn't he also be able to learn my spirit detaining dispatch very quickly? As long as he learns my spirit detention and dispatch, then he can use it as a bridge to pull the strings with this kid. Being a rare lord in the inhuman world, Feng Jianghao was naturally willing to exchange the 8 wonders technique for Zhang Chen, a brat with unlimited potential. He even felt that even if he couldn't be this kid's father-in-law, as long as he had a layer of preaching relationship with him, then one is not a loser in any way. At this time, Feng Jianghao had already made a decision in his mind. When Zhuge Archbishop stepped down, then the next one to stand on the stage would be him, Feng Jianghao. He would personally teach Zhang Chen to learn to detain spirits and dispatch generals. Listen to the crowd discussing themselves on stage. Zhang Chen chose to ignore it, and focused all of his attention on the Zhuge Arch in front of him. He could see that Zhuge Archaism's air had almost recovered, so he spoke directly. Family Master Zhuge, shall we continue? I'll try fighting with jutsu this time. Hearing this, Zhuge Archbishop's face instantly became serious. He knew that the art technique Zhang Chen was talking about was their family's Wuhuoqi men. Stealing his family's Wuhuoqi men. He still dared to challenge himself with this jutsu. I'm afraid that other than Zhang Chen, the rest of them don't have the guts. Zhuge Archbishop took a deep breath and calmed himself before opening his mouth. Good. Since you have this intention, then I, Zhuge Archaism, will go all out to see just how far your artistry cultivation has reached. Looking at the confident gaze in Zhang Chen's eyes, Zhuge Jin knew that he must not underestimate Zhang Chen any further. If he and this kid fail against each other on the Wuhuoqi men, then I'm afraid that not only will his son Zhuge Qing's heart demon not be able to be broken, but he's afraid that he's going to have a heart demon. After saying that, the eyes of both of them burned with a burning intent to fight. Zhuge Archaism even pulled himself up to the limit. He knew that he absolutely could not lose this battle. Once he lost to Zhang Chen in terms of artistry, then I'm afraid his life would be over. Chapter 36, Wuhuoqimen reinforces direction. Zhuge Archaism born of heart demon. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. With both of them moving the Earth River Car at the same time, a terrifying force of the earth instantly spread out towards the surroundings, only to see 2 giant snakes made of rock illusion that were exactly the same size, accompanied by a large amount of dust blasted towards each other. That power was like a river collapsing its banks, and the momentum was incomparably majestic, drawing sideways glances from everyone present. It was the first time I had competed with someone in a jutsu though. However, Zhang Chen not only did not show any panic in the face of such a powerful attack from Zhuge Archbishop, but instead, a meaningful smile floated up at the corner of his mouth. This was because he knew that his strength and combat experience in terms of arts and crafts was exactly the same as Zhuge Archaism. There was no way either of them could break the move. Just at the moment Zhuge Arch's giant snake was about to smash into Zhang Chen, He similarly maneuvered his Earth River chariot and collided with Juga Arch's attack. The moment the two rock giant snake cars collided, a huge shockwave set off a strong hurricane in the ring, and dust flew up in a spectacular scene, with the two giant snakes. After colliding, they retransformed into a boulder that fell on top of the ring. The two men regained their footing and looked at each other. Zhang Chen still had a flat look in his eyes, as if he did not care about the blow he had just received. However, Juga Arch was at that moment. His pupils suddenly contracted, disbelief written all over his face. Juga Archaism had thought that with his understanding of the Wuhuoqi men and the experience he had accumulated over the years, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. But who knew that this young man in front of him would actually fight him with the same moves? It was important to realize that Zhang Chen had just become a warlock. It was the same guy who managed to fight himself to a draw. His own decades of hard cultivation only compared to this kid's momentary epiphany. How could this make Juga archetypes accept it for a while? Leaving the word, Chibi, Ganji, Ryushi, Juga Archbishop, who could not accept that Zhang Chen's artistry cultivation was not below his own, was almost berserk in using the various attacking artifacts in the Wuhuoqi men. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, still had a flat face as he retaliated with the same technique. For a time, the entire martial arts stage was once again plunged into a bombardment of all sorts of berserk techniques. Watching the two people on the stage as they sparred between their arts, Zhuge Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, not believing in the slightest what he was seeing right now. He didn't understand why Zhang Chen, who had just become a warlock, why was it that he was able to fight his own father so hard? And looking at the intensity of their battle at this point, it was all far beyond what one could comprehend. Could he really be a genius? Especially in terms of artistry. He can already be called the most gifted warlock in the world. As Zhuge Cheng, a rare genius of the Zhuge family for 100 years, he also felt that he was dwarfed in front of Zhang Chen. At this moment, his state of mind was completely disturbed by Zhang Chen. An inexplicable emotion began to surface in his consciousness. At this moment, Zhuge Archbishop, who was battling Zhang Chen, also had a strange thought in his heart. The very experienced man, however, snuffed out the strange thought just in time. He knew that this was a precursor to the birth of a heart demon. Watching Zhang Chen and Zhuge Archbishop fight back and forth, it was surprisingly difficult to distinguish between them for a while. Feng Zhanghao, Lu Linglong's father, and the many middle-aged first-generation foreigners all had their jaws dropped at this moment, staring dumbfoundedly at the two men ringing above the ring. Even the originally lively and noisy martial arts arena was silent at the moment, and only the sound of breathing could be heard rising and falling. Their eyes widened, their gazes all focusing on Zhang Chen, a small child, shock and confusion on their faces, and their entire being in a state of stagnation. What a joke! You just became a warlock and you can fight the Zhuge family's family head? In the end, it was Feng Zhanghao who couldn't help but break the silence and opened his mouth to spit in front of everyone. Not only in the combat utilization of warlock abilities, surprisingly, even his experience is not inferior to the Zhuge family master at all. What kind of freak is he? Where on earth did the old heavenly master find such a precious lump? Feng Zhanghao's tone was filled with sourness, itching to directly kidnap Zhang Chen. This kid's talent is truly impressive, but why do I feel that his moves are so similar to the Zhuge family master? Yeah, that's what I thought. Did the kid steal the lesson? It's possible, but regardless of whether or not he's stolen a master, it's really something for him to be able to utilize the Chiman technique at this level in such a short period of time. Alas, the Lu family has really picked up a good son-in-law. Why can't we? Under the attention of the crowd, Zhang Chen and Zhuge Archbishop each displayed their Chi-Men techniques and sparred against each other for a long time. However, despite the fact that Zhuge Archaism is superb, however, under the shelter of Zhang Chen's golden light mantra and the superb supplementation of the air machine, he hardened himself to carry most of the attacks from Zhuge Archaism, and steadily gained the upper hand with his extremely strong air recovery speed. In the end, under the last blast of explosive flames counterblast, Zhang Chen easily defeated Zhuge Archaism by a huge margin and exhausted all his air. This poor Zhuge family head, at this moment, unexpectedly did not even have the strength to get up. Good. What a great kid. I lost. Zhuge Archbishop, who was lying on the ground, looked at Zhang Chen's not-so-tall figure and his eyes were filled with heartache. Not only did he fail to help his son break his demons, but he lost to the same person. Such an ending was hard for Zhuge Arch to accept for a while, though he wasn't defeated by his opponent's Wuhuoqi men. Still, defeat at the hands of a small child shook him to his very core. The demons of his heart that had just been suppressed by him had actually begun to stir up again at this moment. Facing the strong and unreasonable Zhang Chen, he could not help but begin to doubt himself, and even had a slight wavering of the martial Marquis Chi sect that he had been practicing. The power of this heart demon gradually eroded his will, causing him to fall into an unprecedented confusion and struggle after the battle. However, it was good that he had practiced for many years and was naturally very experienced in facing heart demons. When the heart demon was about to spread completely within him, it was promptly suppressed once again with a firm will. Looking at Zhuge Archbishop, who was already lying on the ground, unable to fight anymore, Zhang Chen smiled faintly, and then stopped placing his gaze on him, focusing instead on what the system had just said to him. The host has successfully copied a new set of feats, and has been given a chance to strengthen them. This technique is the Wuhou Qi Men technique, and there are a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. The range of the destiny disc can be expanded to 100 times the current limit distance. 2. The strength of spells. All the various spells in the Wuhou Qi Men technique have been increased to 100 times their current strength. 3. Samadhi Fire, which gives direct access to the strongest move in the Wuhou Qi Men technique, and is 100 times more powerful than the current one. Seeing the 3 directions of reinforcement given by the system, Zhang Chen instantly brightened up. 100 times the strength boost of the martial marquis Qi Men technique, and the ability to obtain Samsara Fire. After these 3 directions of reinforcement are completed, will I be able to go hard against one of the 8 strange techniques? The Wind Queen's Strange Door, with the reinforced martial marquis Strange Door? One thought. Zhang Chen just couldn't help but think about how wonderful the scene would be when he met Wang Yuya in the future and beat him senseless with the Wuhou Qi Men. Start strengthening. As Zhang Chen's words fell, he then began to rehearse the enhanced Wuhou Qi Men under the drive of the system. A few moments later, only to see a huge life disc enlarged 100-fold begin to expand outward from Zhang Chen's feet. It didn't stop until it had expanded to the point where it encompassed the entire Lu family estate, and continued to spread out towards the periphery. Zhuge Archbishop, who had just recovered some of his air power and was preparing to walk out of the ring, at the sight of such a terrifying destiny disc suddenly appearing at his feet, he was first stunned. Subsequently, when he followed the direction of the Fate Plate Palace grid, he saw that the source of the Fate Plate was actually spreading out from under the feet of Zhang Chen, who was practicing with his eyes closed. The heart demon he had suppressed for a long time finally could no longer be suppressed at this moment. In almost an instant, Zhuge Archism's entire sea of consciousness was all taken over by this heart demon. Chapter 37, Such a large destiny plate. Could it be the legendary Wind Queen's Strange Door? At the same time that Zhang Chen and Zhuge Archbishop were dueling fiercely just now, deep within the Lu family compound, the old heavenly master, Lu Jin, and other top foreigners of the older generation were sitting within the hall drinking tea and chatting. However, just as they were chatting and laughing, a powerful air suddenly appeared. The strong and incomparable fluctuation of the air chi caused the movements of the hands of everyone present to give a start. Even the old heavenly master, who had always been as calm as water inside, couldn't help but be slightly moved at this moment, only to see him look down towards underneath himself and speak with immense surprise. This air, it's actually coming from the Warlock's destiny disc? It's the first time I've encountered such a huge destiny disc in all the years I've lived. Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, the crowd turned their eyes to their feet, only to see that at this moment, they had long been wrapped up in a huge and incomparable destiny disc. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. As the head of the Lu family, he couldn't just ignore it now that such a big commotion had been made. Only Lu Jin quickly got up and used his air to look along the direction and location of the destiny disc. This look does not matter, only to see the entire Lu family compound was actually all wrapped up in this huge life plate in the inside. See this scene. Lu Jin's first thought was that someone was trying to make use of the Lu family's big banquet to make things happen. However, when he merged his air into the destiny disc, he did not find any signs of attack from this disc. That was quite a relief. Still, after letting go of his nervousness, he was curious as to who was responsible for this huge warlock's natal plate at his feet. He pondered for half a day, and a hint of a guess finally came to his mind. Everyone, do you think that this huge destiny disc could be the legendary Wind Queen's Strange Door? The moment Lu Jin's words came out of his mouth, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd. It was important to know that the Wind Queen's Strange Door that Lu Jin was talking about was one of the legendary Kashin 8 strange techniques. The person who possesses this skill is claimed to be able to calculate everything under the sun. And today was the time for the Lu family's big banquet to choose a sect for Lu Jin's great-granddaughter, Lu Linglong. If the person who mastered the Wind Queen's Strange Door showed up at the Lu family compound today, doesn't that mean that Lu Linglong might have been taken by the heir of the Wind Queen's strange sect? As soon as he thought of this possibility, a look of hesitation appeared on Lu Jin's face. Hearing Lu Jin's words, a group of people from the older generation pondered. However, a few moments later, the master of the artistic characters sect, Chen Jinkue, who was proficient in the artistic characters sect, after staring at the destiny disc at his feet for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, as far as I can see, this is not the legendary Feng Ho Chimen, but the Zhuge family's Wu Ho Chimen technique. As soon as Chen Jinkue's words left his mouth, The crowd that had just been contemplating exploded. Martial Marquis Strange Door? This can't be possible. Is the destiny disc of the Martial Marquis Chi Men that exaggerated? Indeed. I've sparred with that Juga arch-brat before, and I've seen his Wuho Chiman, but his Wuho Chiman destiny plate is almost 100 times more different compared to this one under our feet. I've also seen that Juga arch-kid's natal disc, and it really isn't that big. Listening to the crowd's voices of rebuttal, Chen Jin Kuei reached out and scratched his big bald head, his eyes flashing with a strange luster, marveled. I've also sparred with that Juga arch-brat, and such a large destiny disc really isn't something he can use. But there's one thing I can't possibly be mistaken about. This is definitely the layout of the Juga family's Marquis of Wushu Chiman destiny plate. Since Juga Archeis did not have this ability to use such a large destiny disc, that mastered this destiny disc of people. Its art attainments, I'm afraid that has reached the peak of the realm of this destiny disc of the big. Even if it is 10, I cannot get to this kind of realm. After hearing Chin Jinki's words, almost no one refuted them. After all, his status as the master of the artistic character sect was there. And none of the people present had studied more deeply than him in the area of the artistic character. Lu Xi locked his brows tightly. The teacup in his hand trembled slightly. The tea leaves in the cup swirled with it. He took a sip of the hot, scalding tea and whispered in a deep voice. In that case, it's someone who has cultivated the Martial Marquis Strange Door technique to a realm where it has never been seen before? Who is this person? I don't think even if Juga Archbishop's father came back to life, he'd have this kind of ability. Wang Ai squinted his eyes and even poked the walking stick in his own hand on the ground a few times, muttering, to be able to cultivate a warlock's fate plate to this level, I don't think that even if we let the legendary Feng Ho Chiman come, he would necessarily be a match for this Wu Ho Chiman user. Where on earth did such a powerful old thing pop out from? How come I've never heard of this before? Could it be that there are still old monsters hidden in the Juga family? Hearing Wang Ai's words, Zhao Fengshu leaned forward slightly, staring intently at the increasingly large warlock fate plate. Just then, a strange thought popped into his mind. Why does it have to be an old monster? Couldn't the little monster do it? As this thought appeared in Zhao Fengshu's mind, Zhang Chen's figure somehow suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as he thought of Zhang Chen, Zhao Fengshu involuntarily twisted his head to look at the old heavenly master. If there was anyone who knew this child Zhang Chen well enough, it would definitely be the old heavenly master. When Zhao Fengshu turned his head, he saw the old heavenly master who was in deep thought. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. It seems like there's a real possibility that it's related to that Zhang Chen kid. Otherwise, the always calm old heavenly master wouldn't be showing this look of sadness. After learning that the huge destiny disc was not a Wind Queen Chiman, but a strengthened Wu Ho Chiman, the older generation of Fae on the scene were suddenly doubly curious. They couldn't wait to go to the source of the destiny plate right now to see which old monster could make such a big noise. However, old Tianshi, Lu Jin, and the other 10 brothers were still sitting there. No one can leave now if they don't move. After thinking for half a day, the old celestial master also roughly guessed it. I'm afraid that no one other than that Zhang Chen kid has the ability to make such a big commotion. After all, the old heavenly master was aware of Zhang Chen's ability. When he was on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he hadn't made a big fuss over the cultivation technique being further improved. It was only that he himself was on the mountain at the time and was able to keep Zhang Chen's affairs down. And now, in front of so many people, Zhang Chen had made such a big commotion. This is going to be really bad. Looking at the group of guys in front of him who were eagerly trying to find the source of the destiny disc, the old heavenly master could only let out a helpless sigh. This sinful disciple, he's really restless. To make a move with the Juga family, and incidentally steal someone else's Marquis of Wushu Chimen. Forget about stealing, you're still making such a big commotion. Originally I wanted you kid to try to keep a lower profile so as not to attract unnecessary trouble, but now it's good that you exposed yourself. What a headache-inducing brat. Alas, the next step will be a walk in the park. Chapter 38. The heart demons in the inner landscape are all Zhang Chen. I can't beat them. When the old heavenly master stepped into the Lu family compound where the martial arts venue was located with Lu Jin, Chen Jin Kuei, and a host of other old generation powerhouses, they then very keenly captured the source of the air machine of that huge destiny disc. Following the guidance of this air chakra, their sights were directed to the teenager sitting motionless in the center of the ring. At this moment, Zhang Chen was fully concentrating on deducing that enhanced martial Marquis Chimen. His tiny body looked especially tender under the huge life disc that covered the entire Lu family compound. Originally, the crowd thought that this terrifying air machine was coming from some old guy. In this moment it was a surprise to find that it was done by such a child who still looked like a milky child. The scene in front of them really made these long-experienced old generation foreigners' jaws drop in shock, and their faces were filled with unbelievable expressions. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master sighed helplessly. He really wasn't wrong. This matter was really caused by this sinful disciple of his, Zhao Fengshu, who was on the side, had a complex smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Chen and said with slight delight in his heart, I knew it would be that Zhang Chen kid. It's a real pity that this kid's talent doesn't come to the company to be responsible for maintaining order in the inhuman realm. Chen Jinkui's eyes widened and his body trembled slightly as he spoke in disbelief. The one who made such a fuss could be a child. My goodness, this child is quite the natural warlock. Lu Xi looked at the old celestial master, and only after a long time did he hold back a sour remark. This kid, he's really a natural-born alien, but I'm really envious that the old heavenly master was able to take in a disciple with such natural talent. If only our Lu family's children could be half as good as Zhang Chen. Wang Ai beside Lu Xi, on the other hand, had a cloudy face and grunted in a low voice as he cupped the dragon head cane in his hand. Dragon Tiger Mountain has produced such an anomaly again, and I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. The old celestial master looked at Zhang Chen very helplessly, with mixed feelings in his heart. He was both happy that Zhang Chen had such a high level of talent in arts and crafts, and at the same time, he had a headache for the trouble he might bring. Helplessly, the old heavenly master sighed softly and waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. Everyone, I didn't realize that the one making a commotion would be my sinful apprentice. When he finishes his cultivation, I will definitely drag him to make amends with all of you. The old heavenly master's words had just finished. A wave of emotion then rang out amongst the group of older inhumans. They were all very envious that the old heavenly master could have a disciple who was so gifted in the arts and crafts. At this moment, Lu Jin was staring at Zhang Chen with burning eyes, pride and appreciation shining in the bottom of her eyes, secretly rejoicing in her heart. This kid, Zhang Chen, has really lived up to my expectations. Not only does he have a terrifying talent in cultivation, he's surprisingly not bad at the most difficult artistry either. Hey, it's still me, Lu Jin. Who has the vision? Looking at Lu Jin's excitement beside him, Zhao Fengshu stood on the sidelines, his eyes filled with contradictions. He struggled internally for a while before finally making up his mind. No matter what, even if it cost more, Zhang Chen must be recruited under the company's banner. Once this fiasco was over, he was going to go and discuss with the old celestial master about letting Zhang Chen hang on to a position within the company. Even if he didn't want to stay in the company next, then he still had to leave a trace of favor with the company. After all, in Zhao Fengshu's opinion, the new heavenly master of the future was feared to be none other than Zhang Chen. While the older generation powerhouses were each thinking about their own thoughts and paying close attention to Zhang Chen, the old celestial master unintentionally noticed Zhuge Archbishop, who was lying down not far from Zhang Chen. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master's heart thumped. He thought it was because Zhang Chen didn't know how to keep his hands off during the sparring session just now and laid the Zhuge family's family head down, stealing and learning someone's secret art, and then beating the head of their family to the point of immobility. That's a big no-no in the inhuman world. Old Tianshi was afraid that something really happened to Zhuge Archa, so he immediately mobilized his own heir to check Zhuge Archa's vital signs. After a bit of checking, only Zhuge Arch is seen to be breathing evenly and there is no obvious damage to his bodily functions. After checking and realizing that Zhuge Archaism had no external injuries, the old celestial master was visibly relieved. However, after examining the sea of consciousness, he found that his divine sense, which should have been active, was unusually dim at this moment, as if he was deeply bound by something and could not break free. The old heavenly master's face could not help but darken. You sinful disciple, how dare you beat someone to the point of having their heart demons come out? Let's see how I'll go about cleaning you up. After saying that, with a wave of his big hand, the heavenly master directly transferred Zhuge Archbishop, who was lying on the stage, to his side. When the others saw the old celestial master placing Zhuge Archai's on the ground, they also came over. Chen Jinkui, who was also a warlock, immediately realized that there was something strange about Zhuge Archaism. After only seeing him scanning Zhuge Archaism, he couldn't help but frown and pondered for a moment before murmuring in a low voice. Everyone, right now Zhuge family master's divine sense is disordered. I'm afraid that he has encountered a heart demon infestation. Hearing that it was a heart demon, the crowd was directly startled. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Jin was the first to come forward. He looked at Zhuge Archaism and immediately said seriously, Sect Master Chen is right. It is precisely the heart demons that are at work. Zhuge Chang, who had just braced himself on the side and hurried over at a quick pace, upon hearing that his father had been struck by a heart demon, he couldn't help but thump in his heart. As a warlock, he naturally knew how serious the consequences would be once a warlock was born with a heart demon. Looking at Zhuge Chang's worried face, Lu Jin then patted his shoulder and comforted him. You're a junior from the Zhuge family, aren't you? Don't worry. After something like this happens in my Lu family, I will be responsible to the end. With us, we'll keep your father safe. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Zhuge Qing looked up at the group of bearded elders, especially when he looked at the old heavenly master. Zhuge Qing's nervousness slowly relaxed. He knew that all those present were the top experts of the inhuman realm. If they couldn't save their old man, I'm afraid it would be hard for anyone else to get another chance. Looking at Zhuge Qing, who was looking at himself with bated breath, the old celestial master rubbed his head and comforted him. The Zhuge family master's heart demon should be due to my disciple. So naturally, we at Longhu Mountain will not leave it alone. Little friend, your father is in the hands of us old men. After saying that, the old heavenly master told Zhuge Qing to go aside and wait for news first. He himself quickly worked out a rescue plan with Chen Jinkui and the others. Soon after, a rescue plan was agreed upon. By being the master of the artistic character sect, Chen Jinkui, he ventures into the inner world of Zhuge archaism in an attempt to awaken his divine sense and help him get rid of the entanglement of his heart demons. The old celestial master and the others were in charge of Chen Jinki's safety. Once Chen Jinka showed signs of being corrupted by his heart demons, then they will immediately pull his consciousness out of the warlock's inner landscape. Doing so is risky for Chan Kim Kue though, but for the sake of Zhuge Arch's safety, he could only take a chance. Chen Jinkui took a deep breath and set up his own hexagram of money, using it as a base to forcefully open the inner view of Zhuge archaism. However, by the time Chen Jinkai had just entered the inner landscape of Zhuge archaism, he was then caught off guard by the sight before him. Only Zhang Chen's figure was everywhere in Zhuge archaism's inner world. They were like a lofty mountain covered in golden light that stood in front of Chen Jinkui, exuding an unparalleled oppressive force. Chen Jinkui attempted to fight Zhuge archaism's mind demons, the figures that looked exactly like Zhang Chen, in an attempt to awaken Zhuge archaism's true self. However, even as the sect master of the artistic character sect, in the face of Zhang Chen, who was holding up the golden light spell and manipulating the giant marquee of Wushu Chi-Men destiny plate, surprisingly, he was beaten without even the slightest ability to fight back. One could only rely on his hexagram money to passively defend himself. Originally, he thought that he could at least hold out for a while and find the Zhuge archaizing consciousness that was surrounded by heart demons. However, he soon saw a crack on his hexagram money that had actually appeared under the attack of the heart demon. See this scene. Chen Jinkui didn't dare to have any more hesitation and directly exerted all his strength to break away from Zhuge archaism's inner world. Returning to reality, Chen Jinkui gasped for air, his face pale, and shook his head helplessly at the crowd. All the heart demons inside the Zhuge family lord's inner landscape are Zhang Chen. I can't beat them with this kid. They've ate up this hexagram of money of mine. Chapter 39, Hundredfold Samadhi Flame appears, scares the crowd. Hearing Chen Jinkui's words, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. What the hell? You're not kidding. All of the heart demons inside Zhuge archaism's inner landscape are Zhang Chen? Just how big of a heart shadow has this kid left on Zhuge Archbishop? Right. As I recall, shouldn't the heart demon be a collection of all the things that the Zhuge family master has encountered in his life that are capable of disturbing his state of mind? How could all of them be that kid? It seems that the Zhuge family lord was really hit hard by that Zhang Chen kid, to the point that even his heart demons have all turned into him. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the old heavenly master's face became even darker than before. He was now considering whether or not to borrow his connections to find a master to save Zhuge Arch. After all, it was his own disciple Zhang Chen who had caused the trouble, and he, as a master, naturally had to help wipe his ass. However, just as the crowd was anxiously trying to rescue Zhuge Archbishop, Zhang Chen, however, did not care about his actions, but remained focused on deducing the enhanced marquee of Wushu Chi-Men. In this moment, he seemed oblivious to the outside world. A moment later, Zhang Chen seemed to have suddenly realized something, only to see the air in front of them suddenly distort, and a strange flame appeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. It was just quietly suspended there, seemingly ordinary, but it contained an incomparably fiery power. While the crowd was busy saving Zhuge Archbishop, the idol Wang Ai was the first to notice this flame that had suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chen. For some reason, he was extremely curious about this sudden appearance of flames. This one flame floating in the air was so mesmerizing to him for some reason. Just as he couldn't hold back the fluttering in his heart, he carefully released his divine sense, wanting to sneak in and perceive the flame while no one else was paying attention. His divine sense had just gotten close to that strange flame when an extremely strong and scorching power instantly swept towards his divine sense. Wang Ai, who had mastered the art of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, how powerful his divine sense was. However, it was such a powerful divine sense of his that he had a feeling as if he had touched molten lava before he had even touched the flame. It made his entire soul feel an unprecedented burning pain. This is something. Wang Ai let out a cry of alarm, and then immediately withdrew his divine soul. A large amount of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and his face became pale at that moment, as if he had experienced a great terror. At this moment, He was shocked, which made him realize that he had underestimated the terrifying power of this flame. Wang Ai's exclamation of surprise was heard. The other older generation present immediately turned back to watch. When they saw a strange flame suddenly emerge in front of Zhang Chen, they all cast wary glances at him. Chen Jin Kuwei had sharp eyes, and after seeing Wang Ai's pale face and head full of cold sweat, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile as he secretly scoffed in his heart. This old thing from the Wang family is really greedy. I'm afraid I just used my divine sense to touch that flame. You want to keep everything to yourself when you find it. You deserve to suffer. After mocking Wang Ai in his mind, when he shifted his gaze to the strange flame in front of Zhang Chen, his original teasing expression instantly froze, replaced by a look of shock and fear. Only Chen Jin Kuwei's pupils contracted violently. That much familiar yet unfamiliar flame made him flinch. He instinctively took a few steps back and shouted with disbelief mixed in his voice. This is actually the legendary Samadhi True Fire, a terrifying flame that specializes in burning people's souls. This roar echoed over the martial arts arena, and everyone's attention was all drawn to the flame in front of Zhang Chen in a split second. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena became weird. Samadhi Fire. These three words were like thunderbolts, instantly exploding in the martial arts arena and causing a furor. Wang Ai's originally pale face instantly became even paler, and sweat slid down his temples, soaking his collar. The walking stick in his hand was flailing about, his mind terrified. He was now very regretful of the risky move he had just made, and at the same time, he was glad that he was able to retrieve his divine soul in time. Otherwise, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The other old generation powerhouses present, whether it was Lu Jin, Zhao Fengshu, or Chen Jin Kuwei, also retreated several steps one after another at this moment, all of them looking at the flames in shock. Being in existence that had been on fire for decades inside the inhuman circle, they were well aware of the mighty reputation of the samsara flame. That is a destructive force specifically targeting the divine soul. Once contaminated, the light is the damage to the divine soul, and the heavy is the soul flying away. Before Chen Jin Kuwei roared out that voice, he had not thought that the flame in front of Zhang Chen would be so terrifying. This sinful disciple, he really owes it to himself. Just how old are you? And you dare to play with fire? And you're even playing with Samadhi Fire. After calming down, the old heavenly master looked at Zhang Chen, who sat there motionless with a hint of helplessness once again on his face. But while being helpless, there was actually some happiness in his heart. After all, the legendary Samsara Fire was not something that anyone was qualified to master. The entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Only the flame of the Samsara flame was still burning alive in front of Zhang Chen. The crowd of onlookers, on the other hand, didn't even dare to utter an atmosphere at this time, all staring at the flame in the air with a guarded face. They were afraid that suddenly a gust of wind would come from nowhere and blow that horrible flame in front of them. Just when the crowd was still in shock and trepidation, Zhang Chen, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes under the gaze of the crowd. He spoke directly after seeing his master. Master, quickly lead the retreat. The farther away the better. Zhang Chen's words caused the old heavenly master to be stunned at first, and then he only saw that the old heavenly master did not know what he had remembered in general. Without any hesitation a hand grabbed the unconscious Yuga arch, at the same time snapped sternly, "Everyone back off immediately." This chorus of the old heavenly master's voice was like a thunderbolt, instantly breaking the stagnant state of the crowd in the martial arts arena. Everyone was startled by his cry, followed by a sharp retreat almost out of instinct, for the voice of the old celestial master. For some reason, all of them did not resist in any way, and evacuated to safety in the blink of an eye, when they had just ripped 100 meters away, only to see that the flame in front of Zhang Chen suddenly rose up, expanding wildly outward at a rapid pace. The Samsara flame, which was originally only a small flame, expanded by as much as 100 times in the blink of an eye. That flame, which was originally only a tiny bit, completely engulfed the location where the crowd was just now almost in an instant. Flames that could make even the soul feel the blazing heat danced in the air, and its power was terrifying. Even if they were 100 meters away from each other, it made everyone present palpitate. The Samadhi True Flame was already terrifying and incomparable, plus the scale of the flames that had suddenly spread to the entire martial arts stage. The crowd that managed to leave outside the ring was left in fear. Chapter 40. I'm very good at dealing with heart demons. The crowd looked at the Samsara fire that had almost instantly expanded hundreds of times 100 meters away. The entire martial arts arena was plunged into a deathly silence, leaving only the flames floating in the sky throughout the arena. It was as if everyone present could feel the heat that was high enough to burn the souls of the gods. Every time they remembered the dangerous situation they had just been in, a cold sweat could not help but break out on their backs, and their heartbeats thumped in their ears as if they were about to jump out of their chests in the next second. The family heads and sect heads of the major families, who had experienced countless battles and faced many powerful enemies in their lives, had never had such a thrilling moment. Just now, if it wasn't for the old celestial master's timely warning, they might have really lost their divine sense in this overwhelming samadhi flame, turning into an empty shell without a soul. That kind of ending would be nightmarish for them. After all, everyone was an old man who had been famous for a long time. If they were to have their divine souls obliterated by a child, even if you die, it's not a peaceful death. Lu Jin, Wang Ai, Lu Xiai and the others who were just closest to Zhang Chen were even paler at this moment. They stared at the flames that almost covered the sky, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but be thankful that they had just escaped that life and death moment. The crowd was still unable to calm their hearts for a long time in the face of the samadhi flame that had almost enveloped the entire martial arts arena. The old heavenly master, Lu Jin, Chen Jinkue and the others were even more shocked. They were well experienced and knew the terror of the samadhi flame. But the scene before them now was far beyond their cognitive realm. The samadhi flame, which they all avoided, could be manipulated so casually in Zhang Chen's place. And the scale of this manipulated samadhi fire was unheard of and unheard of. They had heard of the great name of the samsara fire before. The legendary samadhi flames were all the same as the small one at the very beginning, and it was impossible for them to be so large in scale. However, in Zhang Chen's hands, the samadhi true flame was like no money at all, casually spreading over the entire martial arts arena. How could they not be dazzled by something like this, which far exceeded their perceptions? Zhuge Chang, the heir of the Wuho Qi sect, was even more dumbfounded at this moment. He had originally thought that Zhang Chen's ability to learn the Marquis of Wushu Qi Men in such a short period of time would already be unimaginable. However, in the present, it seemed that not only had he learned the martial Marquis strange sect, but even surprisingly, the most precious and difficult to cultivate samadhi true flame in their family had been cultivated in a short period of time. What was even more outrageous was that the scale of the samadhi true flame he was able to control had never even appeared in the records of their Zhuge family's ancient books. For a while, a trace of deep jealousy suddenly grew in Zhuge Qing's eyes as he looked at Zhang Chen. Gradually, this trace of jealousy began to spread and expand in his heart, and little by little, it began to devour his heart. He saw that Zhuge Qing was going to be consumed by the same heart demons as his old man. The old celestial master at his side was the first to notice that something was wrong with him. With the sound of a heart-clearing incantation with extreme power recited from inside the old celestial master's mouth, it reached Zhuge Qing's ears. The hint of evil thoughts born in Zhuge Qing's heart was thus suppressed with the assistance of the old celestial master. Child, hold fast to your heart. Can't be devoured by that heart demon. With the help of the old celestial master, Zhuge Qing's mind instantly regained clarity. After a period of adjustment, Zhuge Qing had finally restabilized his state of mind. Recalling that thrilling scene just now once again, Zhuge Qing was grateful. If it wasn't for the fact that the old heavenly master had sensed his abnormality at the critical moment and helped him suppress his heart's demons with the heart-clearing mantra, I'm afraid he's going to have a hard time escaping the demons of his mind, just like his own father. Seeing that Zhuge Qing was fine, the old celestial master finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the thought of beating Zhang Chen up deepened in his heart. In his opinion, it wasn't enough that his sinful disciple had driven someone's old man crazy, but now he was even sparing his son. This kid really deserves a beating. He's just going to cause me trouble all day long. I should have known not to bring this guy down the mountain this time. Congratulations to the host. All 3 directions of reinforcement for the Wuho Chiman have been completed. When the beeping sound of the completion of the systemic feat strengthening suddenly sounded in Zhang Chen's mind, it meant that his strengthened Wuho Chi Men had been successfully cultivated. However, before Zhang Chen could indulge in the joy of harvesting the results, as soon as he turned his head to look at the crowd of people whose path was separated by a distance of 100 meters by the samsara flame, his face couldn't help but change slightly, so he immediately looked around, earnestly searching for any unlucky person he had mistakenly injured. It was only after carefully searching around that Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. It's good that no one has lost their lives to their own practice, but while no one was hurt by their own practice, but as he looked at the crowd 100 meters away, he noticed that the look of horror on their faces still hadn't disappeared. It was only then that Zhang Chen realized that he still seemed to have caused no small amount of misunderstanding and panic to everyone present. Then he looked at his master's old face that had long been black as coal. Zhang Chen screamed in his heart that it was bad, so he stopped hesitating and focused his attention on the samadhi flame within his body. He made seals with his hands and mouthed a silent incantation. Next moment, the samadhi flame that blazed and covered the entire martial arts stage unexpectedly acted like an obedient child, rapidly converging towards Zhang Chen's location, until it finally transformed into a faint wisp of fire that hovered quietly in the center of his palm. The crowd of onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Finally, There was no need to face that terrifying samsara fire. The crowd, who had put their hearts down, stared blankly at Zhang Chen in the center of the ring, and for a while, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. There was both the shock of Zhang Chen's strength and the aftermath of that frightening moment just now. Zhang Chen slowly approached the crowd and spoke with a slight apology. Sorry everyone. I just got too involved in my cultivation and gave you all a fright. Regarding Zhang Chen's apology, the people present just listened attentively, but none of them dared to stand out and make accusations against Zhang Chen. After all, it was now in the eyes of everyone on the field. Although Zhang Chen's age was young, his strength was no longer something that guys like them could accuse him of. Within the inhuman circle, strength is honored almost eternally. He watched as everyone accepted his apology without objection. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and walked slowly towards the old heavenly master. When he came to his master's side, before his old master could open his mouth to admonish him, when Zhang Chen glanced at him, he saw Zhuge Archbishop, who was caught in the midst of his heart's demons. Seeing Zhang Chen's eyes focused on Zhuge Archbishop, the old celestial master was just about to open his mouth to introduce Zhuge Archaism. Who knew that Zhang Chen directly stretched out his finger, pointing at Zhuge Archbishop, who had fallen to the ground, and opened his mouth. Master, the Zhuge family master has been struck by a heart demon. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master spoke without any good humor. Why are you so full of crap, you sinful disciple? If it weren't for you kid, how would the Zhuge family head? Before the old heavenly master could finish his words, Zhang Chen directly interrupted him and snatched his words. Master, let me heal. I'm very good at dealing with heart demons. Chapter 41, Samadhi fire burns the heart demon. As soon as Zhang Chen's words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent, as if even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Look around at the stunned looks on the faces of the people around them. Zhang Chen thought they hadn't heard him, so he repeated it again. Everyone, I can help the Zhuge family master with this heart demon problem. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes swished and focused on Zhang Chen once again. Most of their gazes, though, were questioning and distrustful. After all, no one could believe that even Elder Celestial Master and artistic character sect Elder Chen Jinkui couldn't deal with a heart demon. But Zhang Chen, a little kid who was just a little bit too big, could deal with it? That's no joke. Shortly after Zhang Chen's words landed on the ground, questioning voices immediately resounded around him. Feng Zhanghao, who was more optimistic about Zhang Chen, was the first to speak with doubt written all over his face. Zhang Chen, although your strength is obvious to everyone, this matter of heart demons is no child's play. Before you woke up, even the sect master of the artistic character sect couldn't do anything about the Zhuge family master's heart demon. You are still young and uninvolved in the world. You simply don't understand the risks involved. It's better not to show off. After Feng Zhanghao finished speaking, Lu Jin followed suit and chimed in. Not bad, Chener heart demons are negative emotions that have long been accumulated within the cultivators their own hearts, and can usually only be faced by themselves. At your young age, even though you are exceptionally talented in cultivation, I'm afraid it's difficult to handle the matter of dealing with heart demons. Feng Zhanghao and Lu Jin were both doing it for Zhang Chen's own good, fearing that he would enter Zhuge Archaism's inner landscape on impulse. After all, even Chen Jinkui almost planted a heel inside Zhuge Archaism, not to mention a small child with an incomplete mind like Zhang Chen. Looking at the confident Zhang Chen, Chen Jinkui shook his head and spoke with helplessness between his words. Child, it is good that you have this heart, but we old men can't manage things. You should forget it. Chen Jinkui appreciated Zhang Chen's talent in arts and crafts, and he did not want Zhang Chen to fold here. With Zhang Chen around, there might even be one more master of arts and crafts inside the inhuman circle after the next few decades. Lu Ci slanted his only remaining eye and looked at Zhang Chen, his voice cold and hard. How easy is it to resolve the demons of the heart? I think it's better to let Prince Shong, the sage of national medicine, give it a try. Feng family head, I heard that you and Elder Wang have a good relationship, so why don't we trouble you with this matter? Hearing Lu Ci mention his name, Feng Zhanghao had some joy on his face. Being just entering the circle of the older generation, it would be a great favor if he could help with this. That would be like doing a big favor for Longhu Mountain and the Zhuge family. Just as he wanted to promise to do so, he was about to instruct his world society's men to invite Elder Wang. Zhang Chen, however, interrupted him at this time with a firm gaze. Master, seniors, I know you don't believe me, but I have my own way. After all, the Zhuge family master's heart demon is due to me, so please also give me this opportunity, and I promise to do my best to help the Zhuge family master resolve his heart demon problem. The crowd was just about to continue their rebuttal, to let Zhang Chen cool off to the side, as if he had made some sort of decision. The old heavenly master stepped forward amidst the noisy skepticism of the crowd. He first looked at the confident Zhang Chen, then directly said in a deep voice, Chen, since you're so confident, let's talk about the plan you've prepared. If your plan works, then there's no harm in letting you try it. With me here, I won't let anything happen to you or the Zhuge family head. Hearing his own master's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on his face. When it counts, it's still family. Looking at the questioning eyes of the crowd, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to voice out his plan. Everyone, please don't forget my samsara fire. This thing specializes in defeating evil spirits. Not only can you defend yourself, but you can easily take down the demons of the heart. Plus, Zhuge family master and I share the same martial marquis strange sect, so we can force our way into Zhuge family master's inner scenic ground without hurting his foundation. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the crowd could not help but ponder. This method that Zhang Chen said was feasible, but after all, this was the Samadhi flame, and it was really too dangerous. The crowd was afraid that Zhang Chen's Samadhi flame would accidentally injure Zhuge archaism. That would be a big mistake. How can you guarantee that you won't hurt my father's divine sense? Just as the crowd was contemplating, Zhuge Qing finally summoned up the courage to stand out and looked at Zhang Chen and opened his mouth with incomparable determination. Faced with Zhuge Qing's question, Zhang Chen helplessly spread his hands. I really can't help it if you want me to prove it to you. However, I know that even if we find the national medical Saint Prince Zhong Old Master, I am afraid that he is also very tricky to the soul side of things. Unless you can find the successor of the double full hand. As soon as Zhang Chen's words left his mouth, a hint of ruthlessness instantly flashed in the eyes of Lu Xi, who was on the side. However, this trace of ruthlessness in his eyes quickly disappeared without any of them seeing it. This method of forcibly helping people get rid of their heart demons is yet indeed very rare, but in my opinion, as long as it can effectively solve the problem, it's worth a try. Brother Zhuge, what do you think? Zhang Chen's words were somewhat frivolous, but they were full of confidence. This confidence was not blind arrogance, but rather his confidence in his own strength. The crowd, which had just been clamoring, once again fell into a silence after hearing Zhang Chen's words. They knew the destructive power of the Samadhi flame against the demons of the mind, also aware of the risks involved in entering the inner landscapes of others. But Zhang Chen's confident look at this moment made them think that perhaps Zhang Chen could really do it? Why don't we let him try? As Zhang Chen's master, the old heavenly master was still the first to stand up and show his support. The crowd did not have any rebuttals to the old heavenly master's words. Even Zhuge Qing, who had just stepped forward, had no more opinions at this point. After the crowd acquiesced, Zhang Chen then stopped hesitating and directly began to execute his plan, only to see him close his eyes and gaze, once again opening his horrifyingly white fate plate. After calculating the location of where Zhuge Arch's inner landscape was located in the destiny disk, he didn't hesitate and directly allowed his divine sense to enter Zhuge Arch's inner landscape. As soon as he entered Zhuge Archaism's inner landscape, the scene in front of him made him laugh and cry, only to see that his inner landscape was densely covered with heart demons, but all of them, without exception, were Zhang Chen's own likeness. This scene really took him by surprise. Good fellow, Zhuge Archaism's heart demon is really relying on me. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly, as one of the heart demons was about to pounce and tear Zhang Chen apart. He didn't hesitate to condense a strange-looking flame from within his divine sense. As soon as this Samadhi flame came out, the heart demon that had just come flying at him violently came to a sharp stop. Then without looking back, he skipped off the way he came, as if he had encountered something that could scare his heart to death with a great horror. Looking at the heart demon that was scared away by his samsara fire, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. I've got the Samadhi flame out, and you're still trying to run? Then haven't I taken out this fire for nothing? Leaving the character, Godly Fire Red Training. Extinguish. Chapter 42, Zhang Chen. You heart demon, don't try to trick me. Samadhi flame? As the Samadhi flame in Zhang Chen's hand shot out, the one heart demon just now didn't even have time to let out a scream before it died. Although Zhang Chen had burned one heart demon to death, the number of that one heart demon was nothing more than a drop in the bucket compared to the number of heart demons in the entire inner landscape of Zhuge archaeology. Zhang Chen looked at the heart demon that had nearly filled up Zhuge archaism's entire inner landscape. He just wanted to sacrifice his samsara flame as much as he could, and take down these heart demons with a brain. But as he thought about it, Zhuge archaism's consciousness seemed to still be surrounded by heart demons. If one were to directly use a great fire to roam and burn to remove the heart demon, I'm afraid that Zhuge archaism and the heart demon would really be refined into ashes together. With no other choice, Zhang Chen had no choice but to temporarily go in search of Zhuge Archangel's divine sense. He unfolded his enhanced Woho Chiman destiny plate. As long as Zhuge Archbishop's divine sense appeared in the vicinity of this fate plate, then Zhang Chen would be able to spot him at the first opportunity. After opening his destiny disc, Zhang Chen began to run frantically through the inner landscape of Zhuge archaeology. Along the way, He did encounter quite a few heart demons who looked exactly like himself and could even use the golden light curse and the martial marquee chi men. However, these heart demons barely lasted a second under Zhang Chen's samadhi flame before they were burned into a ball of ash. At first, these heart demons were at the sight of Zhang Chen, a delicious outsider. It was also extremely excited to come flying towards him, but with Zhang Chen's unrivaled talent of killing all the way. Soon these heart demons, once they saw Zhang Chen, didn't even think about directly scuttling away. There were even some heart demons that directly opened the golden light mantra and the fate plate when they skipped out, escaping with the help of their feats. Regarding these escaping heart demons, Zhang Chen did not pay any attention to them for the time being. After all, his current mission was to find Zhuge Archaism. As long as he found his divine sense, then next he could let loose and start a fire inside Zhuge Archaism's inner landscape. Soon, after Zhang Chen had moved a large distance, his life disc finally sensed a divine sense that was completely different from the heart demon. Without much thought, this must be Zhuge Archaism. Only Zhang Chen quickly stepped forward, and wherever the Samadhi true flame passed, it burned all those mind demons that had surrounded Zhuge Archaism into ashes. Zhuge Archaism that was struggling to resist the attack of the heart demons. After seeing the heart demons that surrounded him all disappear in an instant, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that there would be someone who would venture to my inner scenic ground to help tide over this calamity. No matter who he is, this favor I must keep in my heart and never forget. Zhuge Archaism had just finished swearing in his own mind, only to look up and see the face of the person he had grown tired of looking at and least wanted to see. And yet what's going on with this heart demon? Have they all started killing each other? Also, what the hell is the fire this heart demon uses to burn other heart demons? It doesn't look like the leaving character technique inside my Wuhochi men. When he saw that Zhang Chen had used fire to burn up the surrounding heart demons, Zhuge Archaism thought that a mutant had suddenly appeared among the group of heart demons. Master Zhuge, come within my golden light curse. I'm going to start a fire. Zhang Chen looked at Zhuge Archbishop staring blankly at himself, so he immediately urged. Just when he thought Zhuge Arch would listen to his words and run over quickly, who knew that Zhuge Archbishop would even directly contract all of the fate plates under his feet, assuming the strongest defensive stance, and uttered a curse. You bastard heart demon, you think you can trick me into passing by playing some bitter trick? If I'm cheated by you, won't my decades of experience in the jungle be in vain? Come on if you wanna fight, don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Chen, looking at Zhuge Archbishop's defensive stance, Zhang Chen was speechless, so he patiently explained. Family Master Zhuge, I'm really Zhang Chen, not one transformed by a heart demon. Zhang Chen just opened his mouth to explain, but Zhuge Arch didn't even wait for Zhang Chen to finish explaining, and directly cursed. Don't try to trick me. Aren't you still the devil in your heart? If I kill you, you won't be stubborn anymore. Zhang Chen, looking at Zhuge Archaism, he looked like he had been numbed by sitting forgetfulness Dao. Zhang Chen was naturally quite speechless. After all, the heart demon looked the same as him, and it was really hard for the average person to tell the difference. With no other choice, Zhang Chen looked at Zhuge Archbishop and sighed as he opened his mouth. Ugh, things are still a pain in the ass. Zhuge family master, come, take a look at what this is. If you recognize this, it will prove that I'm definitely not a heart demon. As soon as Zhang Cheng's words fell, he directly spawned a samadhi flame from his body, only seeing his hand gently push forward. This samadhi flame slowly flew towards Zhuge Arch. As this samsara flame slowly approached Zhuge Archbishop's side, for some reason, Zhuge Archaism was scared to the point of standing up in sweat for a moment, as if he had seen the greatest horror in the world. It was a fear that came from the deepest part of the soul, a fear that could not be avoided, much less suppressed. Is this? Feeling this feeling of fear from the depths of his soul, he looked at the special appearance of that one foreign fire. Zhuge Archaism finally recalled the description of such a flame in his own mind. That's the treasure of their Zhuge family's Wuhochi men. The samadhi flame that no one had ever been able to refine in recent years. The samadhi true flame specializes in evil spirits. If you can control the samadhi true flame, then you must not be a heart demon. Difficult. Could it be that you really are Zhang Chen? Zhuge Archbishop, who had arrived at this astonishing result, couldn't believe his conclusion. If this person was really Zhang Chen, wouldn't it mean that the strongest secret technique of their martial marquee chi sect had also been practiced by this kid? At the thought of this, Zhuge Archbishop's face looked as if he had eaten a dead rat. In this moment, he even felt that he might as well have just let his heart demon eat him for good. His own family had practiced for several generations without a single person practicing it. Who knew that it had just come into the hands of an outsider? But it had become a direct success. Jesus Christ, do you play with people like that? Had the mind not been out of the way, the divine consciousness would no longer have been born of the mind. Fear is not the next moment Juga archaism inside the inner landscape. And again to pop out again a pair of heart demon Zhang Chen. Looking at Juga Archbishop's face that was having a hard time accepting reality, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and sighed in a small voice. Alas, it seems that people still can't be too good, or else it's really easy to exasperate others to death. After these words were said, ignoring Juga Arch's face that became even more ugly, Zhang Chen directly expanded his golden light spell and protected Juga archaism. He then no longer had any concerns and directly expanded his samsara flame to its maximum. As the roiling samsara fire spread out in all directions, along the way, all the hard demons no longer had any way to escape, and they were reduced to a mass of flying ash under Zhang Chen's fiery flames. However, just as Zhang Chen was burning his heart demon with impunity, Juga Archbishop, who was watching the battle from the side, once again widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. He stared fiercely at Zhang Chen's samadhi flame. My nigga, such a large-scale samadhi flame. I'm afraid that even if old Kong Ming ancestor is resurrected, he can't get it out. This kid, what the hell is he? Is he still a human being? Chapter 43, Zhuge Qing, stealing our techniques and we have to thank him? With his excellent control of the Samadhi True Flame, Zhang Chen easily eliminated all the heart demons in Juga Archbishop's heart. Looking at the heart demon that had been burned away, Juga archaism fell into a deep silence for a while. He himself was being chased by the heart demon and could only flee in distress, holding his head in defense. However, in Zhang Chen's hands, none of these heart demons could last more than a second. Only after ensuring that his heart demons were all cleared did Zhang Chen slowly retract the golden light spell that he had sheltered Juga archaism. Looking at Juga Archbishop who had been keeping silent without saying a word, Zhang Chen thought about it and directly took out one of the Samadhi flames he had mastered, and left it in the inner landscape of Juga archaism, and also left a method of catalyzing it with the Wuho Chi Men on it. Juga Family Master. This Samadhi True Flame is considered my interest for learning your martial marquis strange sect. After saying that, he didn't wait for Juga Arch to respond. Zhang Chen's divine sense was then instantly withdrawn from the Juga archaism's inner landscape. The fact that he was able to leave behind this samsara flame really surprised Juga Archbishop a bit. Juga archaism was naturally aware of just how valuable such a samsara true flame was, though it wasn't something he'd cultivated on his own. But once one was able to mobilize it, it would definitely be of no small help. This Samadhi True Flame would not only help him get rid of evil spirits in the future, but it would also enhance his defense in terms of his divine soul to a certain extent, preventing the regeneration of his heart and soul demons. More importantly, he, Juga Archbishop, could completely rely on the Samadhi True Flame that Zhang Chen had left him to enlighten himself about the secrets of the Samadhi True Flame. Perhaps one day in the future, he would be able to comprehend his own Samadhi flame just like Zhang Chen. When Zhang Chen's divine sense peacefully exited the inner landscape and returned to his body, the crowd immediately gathered around him. Looking at Zhang Chen's confident look, a hint of a pleased look appeared on the faces of the crowd. Chen how is the situation? Has the Zhuge family lord's heart demon been removed? The old heavenly master walked over to Zhang Chen's side in the first instance and opened his mouth very anxiously to ask, Zhang Chen, how is my father's situation? Zhuge Qing also had an anxious look on his face, and at this moment, he was the most nervous one out of everyone present. I guess Tatsur shouldn't miss. I trust him. Lu Jin also stood out in time to support Zhang Chen at this moment. Apart from the three of them, a hint of curiosity also showed in the eyes of the others. They wanted to know if Zhang Chen had succeeded or not in this operation to get rid of the heart demons. If it was successful, then this incident could be considered a major event in the inhuman world. After all, before this, there hadn't been anyone who had heard of someone who could use the power of the samsara flame to help get rid of someone else's heart demons. Under the crowd's anticipation, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted into a smile as he leisurely opened his mouth. Master, Lu, and all of you, please rest assured that I managed to find the Zhuge family master's divine sense in the inner scenic ground, and burned all of the heart demons inside to ashes. Just wait a little bit, and the Zhuge family master should wake up. Zhang Chen's words were like a shot in the arm, directly sticking in the hearts of the crowd. Especially Zhuge Qing. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, she almost cried tears of joy. With that, the crowd began to gather all of their gazes on Juga Archbishop's body, especially for those artificer practitioners who hadn't yet experienced a heart demonic calamity. They were all waiting for when he woke up to ask him nicely if his heart demon was strong or not. However, as the minutes ticked by, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, until half an hour passed, Juga Arch remained unconscious. This caused the crowd, which was originally full of expectations, to fall into doubt once again. Zhuge Qing was the first to press on. He frowned and questioned. Zhang Chen, didn't you say that you've already helped my father solve his heart demon problem? Why hasn't my father woken up until now? Did you make some mistake in the inner landscape? Although Lu Jin had confidence in Zhang Chen, he also appeared to be somewhat helpless about the situation at hand, so he had to quietly come to Zhang Chen's side to open his mouth and ask, Chen, can you elaborate on the exact process in the inner landscape? Why did the Zhuge family master delay waking up? Could there be something we don't understand? Don't be afraid if anything goes wrong. The old celestial master and I have your back. Chen Jinkui checked Zhuge Archiai's condition and opened his mouth in a very puzzled manner. Zhang Chen, you just said that you've resolved your heart demon, but the Zhuge family head is delayed in waking up. What's going on here? Could it be that the heart demon wasn't dealt with cleanly, and that the Zhuge family master was surrounded by heart demons again? In the midst of all the skepticism, Zhang Chen also looked a bit confused. Obviously, he had already helped Zhuge Archbishop deal with his heart's demons, so why didn't this guy's divine sense come back? Could it be that this guy doesn't want to come back for the time being, and wants to stay inside the inner scenic ground to study the samadhi flame I left for him? The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. So after a few moments of contemplation, in the face of the crowd's skepticism, he didn't rush to defend himself, he just blandly uttered one word, wait. This word was simple but firm, and directly caused the anxious hearts of the crowd to gradually regain their steadiness. Looking at his disciple's confident and incomparable appearance, the old heavenly master's hanging heart was finally released. He was really worried that this precious disciple of his had just come down from the mountain and killed the patriarch of a big family, while the crowd was anxiously waiting for Zhuge Archbishop to awaken. At this moment, Zhuge Arch, his consciousness was fully awake, and he was able to return to his body at any time. But he didn't immediately return to reality. As Zhang Chen had guessed, he had stayed in the inner scenic ground to study that samsara flame with incomparable seriousness. Zhuge Archbishop realized that, just like what he himself thought, he seemed to really be able to cultivate through this samsara flame. The existence of this flame was like a key that would help him unlock the door to his own path to practicing samsara. Thus, Zhuge Archiism chose to continue to immerse himself in the inner scenic ground, borrowing this particular samadhi true flame, wanting to start a new round of cultivation. If you don't wake up, I'm going to have to go in and beat you up. Just as Zhuge Archiism was immersed in cultivation, Zhang Chen's voice, which he loved and hated, suddenly rang in his ears. After this interruption from him, Zhuge Archbishop finally realized that he seemed to have spent a bit too long in the inner landscape, and it was time for him to return to the real world. As Zhuge Archiism's mind moved, his divine sense instantly returned to his body. When he opened his eyes leisurely, the first thing that met his eyes were the concerned eyes of the group of people around him. There was also that Zhang Chen who was sitting next to him, who was rolling up his sleeves and preparing to punch someone. Looking at the waking Zhuge Arch, Zhang Chen hadn't had the chance to open his mouth to chastise him for not waking up quickly when he did. Instead, he saw a scene that surprised him greatly, only to see Zhuge Archbishop tugging Zhuge Qing without hesitation, and with Zhuge Qing looking confused, the two of them together respectfully bowed 3 times consecutively to Zhang Chen. The crowd looked at this scene, their faces filled with confusion. Zhuge Qing, who was forcibly pulled by Zhuge Archiism to bow, was even more filled with confusion. Obviously, this Zhang Chen guy not only stole their Zhuge family's Marquis of Wushu Qimen, but also infuriated Zhuge Archbishop to even give birth to his heart demon. By all rights, Zhuge Arch should be very upset with Zhang Chen. Yet, instead of blaming Zhang Chen, he bowed to him to express his gratitude? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Zhuge Arch was angered by Zhang Chen? At this time, Zhuge Qing was even more full of doubts, and he was ready to ask his old man why he was doing this. Zhuge Archiism is a serious face with a go back and talk about it, and then Zhuge Qing will be perfunctory. Although Zhuge Qing was puzzled in his heart, as a little fox with an extremely deep city, he had no choice but to hold down his curiosity. He sensed that there had to be a hidden agenda that he didn't understand about his father doing this, just as Zhuge Qing was guessing what had happened to his father. Zhuge Archiism's next sentence almost made him pass out. Little Zhang Chen, from now on, you are my good brother, and likewise our Zhuge family's eternal honored guest. Come Qinger, quickly greet your Uncle Chen. Chapter 44, Lu Linglong even wants to worship Dragon Tiger Mountain? After briefly communicating with the crowd, Zhuge Archbishop brought Zhuge Qing to hastily bid farewell to the Lu family. The pace of their departure seemed extraordinarily hurried. Watching the two of them leave at a brisk pace, the hearts of the crowd were filled with doubt and confusion, especially thinking of the unconcealable joy on Zhuge Archbishop's face before she left. It seemed to indicate that not only was he not angry at Zhang Chen for stealing the martial Marquis Qimen's technique and causing Zhuge Archiism. Instead, he smiled as if he had gained something certain and precious. As Zhuge Arch and Zhuge Qing both left, Feng Zhenghao keenly captured the subtle expression on Zhuge Archbishop's face. At this moment, thoughts flew through his mind, and he quickly guessed that Zhuge Archbishop had likely received some sort of unexpected benefit from Zhang Chen. Could it be related to Zhang Chen's Samadhi flame? Thinking of this, Feng Jianghao recalled the entire process of the whole thing again. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that there was a good chance that this incident was what he suspected it to be. If I teach the spirit detaining dispenser to Zhang Chen, will he be able to help me improve this technique a bit as well? Even if we don't improve it, with the layer of relationship of the detaining spirit dispatching general technique in place, we might be able to familiarize him and Cheyenne with each other more. And we might even be able to get my world society to embrace the thighs of Longhu Mountain. Investing in such a promising kid might make a fortune. The more he thought about it, the more it strengthened Feng Jianghao's resolve to want to impart Zhang Chen's detaining spirit dispatching general. Whether it was for his own feats or for the power of his Feng family, this was a sale with a high enough return. Only, if the spirit detaining dispatch is given to Zhang Chen openly and honestly, then that old thing in the Wang family. Thinking of this, Feng Jianghao suddenly turned his head toward the kind-looking Wang Ai, a hint of murderous intent showing in his eyes. Regarding the feud between the Wang family and the Feng family, he, Feng Jianghao, remembered it very clearly in his heart. At this moment, Feng Jianghao was not the only one on the scene who was curious about Zhang Chen. LVCI, Wang Ai, and a group of other older generations were looking Zhang Chen up and down with curious gazes. They want to know at this point, what kind of ability did Zhang Chen have that he was able to learn the martial marquis strange sect in such a short period of time, and also mastered such a terrifying samadhi true flame? Lu Jin was the first to notice that the crowd was looking at Zhang Chen with strange eyes. According to his understanding of those old things, he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before someone was ready to pry into Zhang Chen's secrets. However, as his great-grandson's son-in-law, he didn't want to see the scene where Zhang Chen was interrogated by the crowd. The old celestial master had the same idea as Lu Jin, but he was more worried that if the group of old things pushed Zhang Chen to the brink and got beaten up by him again, it would give him another headache. However, just as he was worrying about what to do about the trouble Zhang Chen was about to cause, Lu Jin suddenly spoke to the crowd. Guys, it seems like we have business that hasn't been done yet. Today is the time for my Lu Jin's baby bump, Lu Linglong, to choose a sect. And now that the scheduled time for choosing a sect has come and gone, everyone, let's get ready to return to the main hall and begin this trial training. Lu Jin's sudden interjection caught the crowd off guard. It caused all the words they wanted to ask Zhang Chen to be held in their throats. At this point, even though these people had 100 questions in their minds, they had to put them aside for now, as the crowd left one after another, heading to the main hall to prepare for this time's apprentice trial training. Feng Jianghao did not hesitate, and snatched Zhang Chen, who was about to leave, and called out to him. Zhao Fengxiu, who held the same idea as him, saw that Feng Jianghao had gotten there first and felt a slight regret in his heart. However, as the chairman of the company, he was qualified to go directly to the old celestial master's side and discuss matters related to Zhang Chen directly with him. Looking at Feng Jianghao, who stopped in front of him, Zhang Chen was a bit surprised and wondered what his purpose of looking for him was. Little friend Zhang Chen, it's a bit of a pity that I wasn't able to spar with you this time. Come on, this is my business card. If you're interested in the world society, you can come to me at any time. Looking at the smile on Feng Jianghao's face that did not look like it was faked, Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes and could not help but think about the purpose of Feng Jianghao's visit to himself. After all, he had seen the matter of his own stealing of the martial marquis strange door with his own eyes. For the average person, they would not choose to fight with themselves anymore if they knew that their own feats could possibly be stolen. Feng Jianghao, however, acted as if he didn't take the matter of stealing his own gongfu seriously. Could it be that he thinks I can't steal and learn the 8 strange techniques? Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled in his mind, Feng Jianghao suddenly leaned forward and spoke by Zhang Chen's ear. If young friend Zhang Chen wants to learn about the technique of detaining spirit dispatching general, he can also come to my world society. After these words were said, amidst Zhang Chen's surprised gaze, Feng Jianghao smiled at him and turned back to pull his own daughter, Feng Xiaoyan, to leave with him. Looking at the backs of the Feng family's father and daughter as they left, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth raised into a smile. Interesting, worthy of being called a lordly man by the netizens. The 8 strange techniques are given away just when they say so. This broad-mindedness, it's really awesome. Although Feng Jianghao had already made it clear that he could send the detaining spirit dispatch to this gong method that could create a storm inside the inhuman circle, but Zhang Chen knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially in the hands of a lord like Feng Jianghao. However, Zhang Chen, who aspired to replicate all the powerful feats in the world, naturally did not care what the cost of getting the spirit detaining dispatch was. If it was a small favor, then it didn't matter if Zhang Chen helped, but if it was a big trouble, then even if Zhang Chen had forcefully learned how to detain spirits and dispatch generals, he, Feng Jianghao, would be just as helpless to help himself. After all, now that he, Zhang Chen, was strong, it was already hard to find an opponent in this world. In the distance, Wang Ai, who had been staring at both Feng Jianghao and Zhang Chen, could not help but frown. He seemed to have guessed what Feng Jianghao was going to do next. The Wind family's brat. And you little monster Zhang Chen. My Wang clan's spirit detention and dispatch is not a bargaining chip that you can casually use to trade. Soon, Lu Linglong's worship ceremony had officially begun. At this moment, under the attention of the crowd, Lu Linglong quickly became the center of attention of the whole room. Originally, the Lu family had a good reputation within the inhuman circle. Plus, she and Zhang Chen had a doll's marriage. Just by looking at Zhang Chen's potential alone, there were quite a few sects that wanted to throw their olive branches at Lu Linglong. Not to mention the fact that behind Zhang Chen there was the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain and that old heavenly master who could be called one of the best. Linglong, which sect do you want to go to? In the past, the disciples of the Lu family were chosen by the sect's headmasters to select them, and this time, with Zhang Chen's layer of relationship in place, it unexpectedly turned into Lu Linglong going to pick the sect, and with such an unorthodox ceremony of worship. Surprisingly, not a single person had objected. I want to go to Lungfu Mountain. Hearing Lu Jin's question, Lu Linglong opened her mouth with a shy face and replied. As soon as Lu Linglong's words fell, the old heavenly master came to Lu Linglong's side and checked her qualifications. After some thought, the old heavenly master spoke. There's another power within Linglong, and she's not suitable for our Longhu Mountain cultivation. However, this power within her body is quite suitable for Vine Mountain's technique. Hearing the old heavenly master's words, the sect leader of Vine Mountain couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Although the Fuji Mountain is not a small sect, but if they can throw Lu Linglong and Longhu Mountain on the relationship, that can be regarded as the icing on the cake. The sect leader of Vine Mountain stood out directly after the old heavenly master finished speaking. After briefly checking Lu Linglong's physique, his face immediately opened up with a smile. The old heavenly master was right. Lu Linglong was indeed a suitable transmitter of their Vine Mountain Kung Fu. However, right after Lu Linglong successfully worshipped her master, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that Lu Linglong would generate great negative emotions when she was stimulating her bloodline power. Inside the original story, she had originally worshipped under the Fujiyama sect as well, but when she first stimulated the power of the bloodline within her body, she actually had the tendency to self-destruct. Because of this, Lu Linglong was refused entry by Fujiyama and finally had to worship Chuanjin to cultivate her body. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to come to the side of the Vine Mountain sect leader, whispering what he knew about Lu Linglong to the sect leader of Vine Mountain. The sect leader of Vine Mountain couldn't help but hesitate when he found out about this. However, at this time, Zhang Chen had already thought about a strategy to solve the problem. In fact, all those negative emotions of Lu Linglong were related to her experiences as a child. As long as he could help her find her mother's murderer, then this problem would naturally be solved. Even if he couldn't find that damned guy, Zhang Chen naturally had other backhanders in place. Naturally, there is no need to worry about this issue. Seeing that Lu Linglong had already chosen a suitable sect, the other sect masters couldn't help but sigh and sigh, at the same time envying Fujiyama for having such good fortune to accept Lu Linglong as his disciple. Looking at Lu Linglong's face of disappointment, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, walked to her side, scratched her pretty nose, and opened his mouth. Linglong, cultivate well in Vine Mountain. It won't be long before I'm there to find you. Only after hearing Zhang Chen's consolation did the disappointment on Lu Linglong's face slowly disappear, only to see her raise her head and give Zhang Chen a gentle peck on his face. Then she directly jumped into Zhang Chen's arms and whispered, I'll listen to you. I'll make sure to cultivate well in Vine Mountain. And that is, you're not allowed to just fool around when I'm not around, or I'll bite you. I'm a very painful biter. Ow. Chapter 45, Lurking into the Company, Zhang Chen's Ambition. With Lu Linglong's sect selected, the crowd that had come to the Lu family's big banquet this time also gradually dispersed, and the Lu family compound returned to tranquility. Until the evening, only 3 outsiders remained in the entire Lu family compound, namely Zhang Chen, the old celestial master and Zhang Lingyu. However, just as Lu Jin was about to instruct the butler to go close the gate and have a good catch-up with the old heavenly master, suddenly a hand blocked the not-yet-closed door to the room. As a representative of the company, Zhao Fengshu also did not leave with the crowd. Originally, when he came to the Lu family compound, he didn't come for Lu Linglong's choice of sect. Now, after everyone had left, he could finally come and fulfill his purpose. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? As she watched Zhao Fengshu walk up, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. Originally, he had been a little puzzled by Zhao Fengshu's unexpected arrival today. It seems that now is the time for him to reveal his purpose, only to see Zhao Fengshu walk to the side of several people, sitting on his butt next to Zhang Chen in their surprised gazes. Looking at several people hesitantly opened his mouth. Old Celestial Master. Lu. In fact, I came this time for Zhang Chen. The company sees Zhang Chen's potential and wants to invite him into the company for development. Here's the prepared contract for you to look over. Zhao Fengshu took out a few contracts from within the backpack he was carrying and distributed them to the crowd. Zhang Chen somewhat unexpectedly picked up the contract and took a look at it, his eyes widening in great surprise, because the contract surprisingly wrote that as long as he, Zhang Chen, could go to the company as an employee, then the company would be able to allocate 100 million Longhua dollars per year to Longhu Mountain for its development. At the same time, as far as Zhang Chen personally was concerned, he was also offered a high annual salary of 10 million dragon currency by the company. Looking at the numbers on the contract, the old heavenly master rubbed the entire contract into scrap paper without changing his face. Dong Zhao, we at Longhu Mountain are some purists. What is the use of having this money? What's more, at the beginning of the company's establishment, there was a strict agreement between the major sects and the company that as long as the major sects and lineages didn't violate the set rules, the company was not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the sects in any way. After the old heavenly master's words were finished, Lu Jin also nodded his head right after him and said, "Good, there was such a rule back in the day. What? Does Dong Zhao want to take the lead in violating this rule?" Seeing that the old heavenly master and Lu Jin directly moved to talk about the rules that were set in the first place, Zhao Fengshu couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He knew that it would be impossible to convince the two old foxes, old Tianshi and Lu Jin, without taking out something real. However, in order to ask for Zhang Chen from Longhu Mountain this time, he, Zhao Fengshu, had all the preparations. Old celestial master, Lu, it's natural for me to take the lead in breaking this rule. However, I have something here that you might be interested in, so why don't I use that as a bargaining chip as well? Looking at Zhao Fengshu's mysterious appearance, the old heavenly master and Lu Jin glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of curiosity in the other's eyes. After all, there weren't many things that could interest them in this world. Watching the two men's curiosity had gotten the better of them. Zhao Fengshu smiled slightly and opened his mouth after a pause. The company has recently gotten some information related to Zhang Huai, one of the 36 thieves back then. This statement was made. It was like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples, causing the old celestial master and Lu Jin, who had originally maintained their stance, to fall into deep thought. Zhang Chen, who had been listening to the conversation, also had a hint of surprise on his face. Before he went down the mountain, he had thought about searching for news of his senior uncle, Zhang Huai. After all, the air body source flow that he had mastered was something that Zhang Chen coveted, but he didn't expect that he would now unexpectedly hear what he wanted from Zhao Fengshu's mouth. That's a real coincidence. The old heavenly master's originally calm eyes instantly flashed with a hint of dissimilarity when he heard Zhao Fengshu mention the news of Zhang Huai. It was a name he hadn't heard in a long time. Now that he suddenly heard this name, it really surprised him. The old celestial master took a serious look at Zhao Fengshu and realized that he didn't look like he was lying in any way. But the old celestial master also knew that it was impossible for him to lie in front of himself. Nonetheless, old Tianshi and Lu Jin did not make an immediate decision. Zhao Fengshu saw that the two old celestial masters and Lu Jin were still hesitant, so he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and increased his weight further. In order to show sincerity, I can promise here on behalf of the company that the company will remain neutral in Zhang Huai's matter next, and will definitely not intervene to interfere. As long as the fighting inside the Inhuman Circle doesn't involve the safety of innocent civilians, you guys can just let it go. The company will be left to your own devices, and such a waiver is limited to this one time, so I hope you'll agree to it before I regret it. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene immediately became subtle. Even the way the old heavenly master looked at Zhao Fengshu changed a lot. The company is really staying out of it? Stay out of it. Even if I make a move you guys don't care? Only this time? No, only until I reverse it. The simple conversation ended and the crowd once again fell into silence. After a long time, the old heavenly master looked up at Zhang Chen and tenderly said, "Chen, I can't make the decision for you on this matter. It all depends on how you choose. With your current strength, there are very few people in this world who can hurt you, and I can't teach you anything more on the mountain. So if you're interested in the bottom of the mountain, you can go down and make a break for it. If you're not interested, let's rejoin Longhu Mountain tomorrow to continue our cultivation. However, no matter what you choose, you are my Zhang Jiwei's disciple, and no matter what happens, Master, I'll do it for you." The old heavenly master's words were tantamount to throwing this dilemma to Zhang Chen. As for how to choose, it all depended on Zhang Chen himself. No matter which one he chose, the old heavenly master would unconditionally support his choice. Zhang Chen, who had read the plot long ago, naturally knew the weight of Zhang Huai in the old heavenly master's heart. Plus, Zhang Huai had the air body source flow that Zhang Chen was interested in. and there were so many other feats under the mountain that he had not copied. Almost without any hesitation, Zhang Chen was the one who would choose to go down the mountain for the time being. However, regarding the matter of joining the company, Zhang Chen had his own plans. With this layer of skin of the company, it was much easier for Zhang Chen to do anything. He could completely use the company's identity to go and copy the Gongfu as much as possible. After all, the company's energy was much greater than that of Longhu Mountain. Even if they learned their techniques in front of some small sects, they could do nothing to the company. Plus there were quite a few secrets within the company that he wanted to get to the bottom of. Spend more time inside the company yourself if you can. With his own strength, he should be able to make a lot of credits, and maybe he can reach the highest authority of the company through these credits. Finally take control of the company, the greatest force in the inhuman world. For yourself. Zhang Chen spoke directly after thinking for a long time. Join the company? Yes. When these words came out, it caused a trace of joy to be added to Zhao Fangshu's face. Looks like he's got a pretty good chip on his shoulder after all. However, I'm still a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and I'm going to join the company as a temporary worker, which means that I have the right to leave the company and return to Dragon Tiger Mountain at any time. I only have this one condition. As for in the company, you guys can assign me any task you want. My strength you just heard from Master. I have the confidence to complete all tasks. Zhao Fangshu's face changed slightly as he heard Zhang Chen's additional conditions and struggled inwardly. While struggling, though, he found an unexpected blessing. That was Zhang Chen's strength, which seemed to be far beyond his imagination. However, this request of Zhang Chen's meant a certain amount of risk for the company. But if it was rejected, it was likely that the opportunity to secure Zhang Chen to join the company would be missed forever. Weighing his options and looking at Zhang Chen's young appearance, Zhao Fangshu took a deep breath. He decided to take a gamble. What if Shek Tatsu just got used to staying at the company and didn't want to go back to the puritanical life of a Taoist priest on Lungfu Shan, this flowery world under the mountain? But I don't know how many times better than that silent Longhu Mountain. Fine, I promise you, Zhang Chen, you'll join the company as a temporary worker. When you reach your goal or want to leave, the company won't stand in the way. But I have one condition, and that is that you, the temp, are under my direct command. You'll be the only one. Straight from corporate headquarters. Who's a temp? Chapter 46 Zheng Huai's News, Lu Jin teaches Tongtian Talisman. After agreeing on the specifics, Zhang Chen formally signed the contract handed over by Zhao Fangshu and joined Nejitong. Looking at the contract that Zhang Chen handed into his hand, Zhao Fangshu's face was bursting with joy. Hiding the contract in the deepest part of the briefcase, Zhao Fangshu then told the crowd everything he knew about Zheng Huai. Right now Zheng Huai is being hunted down by many people in the inhuman circle for the air body source flow he possesses. Learning that Zheng Huai is in danger, the old heavenly master's deep-seated murderous aura instantly overflowed, and a terrifying aura instantly swept across the scene, startling Lu Jin, who was listening carefully to the information on the sidelines. However, very quickly, the killing intent in the old heavenly master's eyes disappeared. Instead, it's turned into a desire to protect and anger at hurting your family. Go on. Old Tianshir's voice was now extremely oppressive. Even Zhao Fangshu, who was the chairman of the company, didn't dare to be slack, and proceeded to reveal more specific information. A week ago, I received information that Zheng Huai had appeared in the central China region, but quickly lost track of him again. According to reliable intelligence, he may be planning to travel to Tang sect to visit his sworn brother Su Xian. This clue doesn't directly point to Zheng Huai's exact location, but it's at least a direction. As soon as Zhao Fangshu's words fell, the old heavenly master's brows couldn't help but furrow. Tang clan? The look on the old heavenly master's face instantly became complicated when he heard the name of the Tang sect. He couldn't help but think back to a few decades ago, when the Tang sect had paid a great price as the backbone of the resistance against the Bijou Mountain Ninja congregation. That battle not only caused the Tang sect to lose all of its elites, but also caused this long-established sect to fall directly out of the top-ranked sects in the world. Even the elder heavenly master, whenever he thought back to the events of that year, he felt admiration for those Tang sect martyrs who had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Today, although the Tang sect has recovered some vitality, but compared to the heyday still seems to be the green and yellow. This, coupled with the agreements now signed between the inhuman community and the company, makes it difficult to pass on some of the Tang clan's tactics. If Zheng Huai really wanted to go to the Tang clan to seek out Su Xian, then because of the identity of the two of them as the 36 thieves back then, it would surely cause a fight within the Tang sect. It didn't matter if it was his own senior brother, Zheng Huai, or those remaining in the Tang sect. No matter who survives to the end. This is all what the old celestial master doesn't want to see. Plus, Zhao Fangshu had already promised that the company would not meddle in Zheng Huai's affairs. This gave the old heavenly master the opportunity to be able to go down the mountain to help his own master. With their Dragon Tiger Mountains rule of always protecting their calves, he would definitely choose to help his own senior brother against the Tang sect. If he was added to the list of people who had made a move, then I'm afraid that there really wouldn't be any left in the Tang sect. At the thought of this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't want to see that result. If he could, he would still like to avoid this needless bloodshed in the face of this impending conflict. Just as the old celestial master was pondering whether he should immediately rush to the Tang sect and take Zhang Huai down before he went to war with the Tang sect, Zhang Chen, who had been observing the old heavenly master, took the initiative to speak. Master, it's not appropriate for you to step in on this matter. Why don't you leave it to me? Just like this time when I resolved the Zhuge family master's heart demon problem. I will definitely do my best to ensure that this matter is resolved successfully. Zhang Chen was familiar with the plot, so naturally, he knew everything that happened after his uncle Huai broke into the Tang sect. After Yang Lai and the others of the Tang sect had seen Zhang Huai's air body source flow, they wanted to obtain it by all means. They wanted to use it to boost the survival rate of the Tang sect's people who practiced the art of Dan devouring. That was the main reason that ultimately led Zhang Huai and Yang Lai to die together. But now Zhang Chen was here, and he was the one who possessed the ability to copy and strengthen other people's feats. If he was allowed to copy the Tang sect's Dan devouring and was able to figure out a whole new cultivation path for it in the direction of strengthening, maybe all this problem is solved. That was why Zhang Chen dared to assure his master that he could solve this time's trouble. Except of course for this path. If those guys from Tang Clan don't buy themselves out, then with Zhang Chen's now flexible status now, he could also let his hands go even more than the old heavenly master and make a big mess in the Tang sect. Looking at Zhang Chen's confident face, the old celestial master pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth, finally deciding to trust Zhang Chen one more time. After all, this disciple of his had always been able to perform miracles. Since you have such an intention, then this matter will be left entirely in your hands. However, I only have one request in this matter, and that is to make sure to bring your senior uncle back to Longhu Mountain. If you really can't, it's fine if you cripple him and bring him back. I believe you have the strength. After agreeing on matters concerning Zhang Huai, Lu Jin saw that both the old heavenly master and Zhao Fengshu no longer had anything to say. So he walked over to Zhang Chen's side and opened his mouth to invite him to go out for a walk together. The old heavenly master and Zhao Fengshu first froze when they looked at this sudden action of Lu Jin, and then something seemed to come to mind in their hearts, and neither of them opened their mouths to stop them. They had already guessed Lu Jin's intentions. He probably wanted to use this opportunity to impart the Tong Tian talisman to Zhang Chen. After all, Lu Jin had mentioned this matter in front of them more than once within this day today. Soon, the two of them, Lu Jin and Zhang Chen, arrived at the previous martial arts arena. As the two stood opposite each other, Lu Jin once again sized up Zhang Chen, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. Good boy. The old man, I really didn't misjudge him. It is a pity that this piece of diamond in the rough was snatched away by that old Nabizi. If you could have come to our Lu family a month ago. Alas, why am I talking about this? Anyway, now your kid is considered a member of our Lu family. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he continued sizing up Zhang Chen with a still satisfied look on his face. Luck Lo, you called me out too. What the? Brat, what did you call me? Before Zhang Chen could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Lu Jin. To grandpa? As soon as this cry of great-grandpa was uttered, Lu Jin's old face once again blossomed with joy. However, a moment later, Lu Jin's face once again regained its calmness as he thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Chen I can't directly assist you in the matter of your Longhu Mountain, but I think that with your qualifications, this Tong Tian talisman might be able to help you a lot. Hearing that Lu Jin was actually going to teach himself the Tong Tian talisman, Zhang Chen's face instantly showed a hint of joy. He had already been in this world for more than a month, and finally today, he had the opportunity to touch one of the 8 wondrous techniques. Looking at the joy on Zhang Chen's face, Lu Jin suddenly opened his mouth with a hint of a bad smile. Chen I know that you are extremely talented above learning feats, but I have never seen it before. Why don't we do it this way? Let's spar. Let's see if you can learn this Tong Tian talisman of mine in the middle of a fight. Chapter 47 I just used the reverse life triple strength for a bit and you learned it? Before deciding to pass on Zhang Chen's Tong Tian talisman, Lu Jin wanted to find out how Zhang Chen's exact strength was. Although he already knew that Zhang Chen's current strength was already the best in terms of strength among the middle-aged generation of Inhumans. However, Lu Jin had not formally fought Zhang Chen after all. I don't know exactly how strong he is. Thus, he wanted to teach Zhang Chen the Tong Tian talisman he had mastered in a sparring match with him. Looking at Lu Jin, he had already set up his stance and was ready to attack himself at any time. Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and similarly took an offensive stance, ready to have a good fight with Lu Jin. At first, The two only used their fists and feet to test each other's hands and strength. After a few simple exchanges, Lu Jin became more and more surprised the more he fought. This kid had obviously just joined Lung Fu Shan a month ago. He didn't even know the breathing technique back then. How did he become so powerful a month later? Even without the use of air, this trial and error kung fu on fists and feet was as seasoned as if it had been practiced for decades. After figuring out Zhang Chen's approximate strength, Lu Jin was able to let go. However, after another exchange of blows, Lu Jin sensed with his rich combat experience that Zhang Chen did not seem to be going all out this time. Surprisingly, he was letting himself go. Zhang Chen's habit of keeping his hand in the game made Lu Jin feel very dissatisfied. In Lu Jin's opinion, Zhang Chen's behavior of not going all out was disrespectful. Thus, Lu Jin showed a huff and spoke sternly. "Kid, you still dare to keep your hands in front of me? If you continue like this, I'll be impolite. Come on, show the strength that you and old Nubizi usually have when we spar." As soon as the words fell, Lu Jin had already built up his entire body, and the air field around him instantly rose high, spreading out like substance. Even the three old celestial masters outside the martial arts arena, inside the house, were startled by the aura. The three of them glanced at each other and quickly left the house, arriving near the martial arts arena, and began to watch the battle between the two in the vicinity. At this moment, facing Lu Jin, who was already fully in shape and ready to strike with all his might, Zhang Chen knew deep down that he couldn't hold back any longer either. However, this time, Zhang Chen did not use his nearly invincible golden light spell. Instead, he was going to use the fighting dragon and tiger fist to spar with Lu Jin. After all, Lu Jin would have to teach himself the Tong Tian talisman next. If he continued to use the golden light spell battle technique, he would lose more than he gained in case the quick-tempered Lu Jin got angry and ran away. "Great grandpa, next, you'll have to be careful. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Come at me if you can." As soon as Lu Jin's words fell, his fist, which carried a large amount of air energy, ruthlessly smashed towards Zhang Chen. Looking at the incoming fist, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. In the next moment, Zhang Chen was seen swinging out a fist, and the dragon and tiger roars resounded in unison, shaking the entire martial arts stage. Behind him, the silhouettes of giant dragons and fierce tigers leapt into view, lifelike, carrying an incomparably mighty aura pouncing on his face, as if they were about to break through the air at any time, and a horrifying aura spread out instantly. Seeing this punch from Zhang Chen, Zhao Fangxiu under the stage had his jaw dropped, and his mouth was almost able to stuff down an egg. He opened his mouth with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. What's going on with this kid's fist? The punches are actually accompanied by the sound of dragons and tigers, and there's a dragon and tiger shadow behind it? What kind of fist technique is this? And why has this kind of heaven-defying fist technique never been included in the company's database? The old heavenly master looked at Zhang Chen's familiar punching technique on the martial arts stage, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Every time Chener performs this fighting dragon and tiger fist, he always manages to scare people enough. Looking at old Lu's face at this moment, I guess his intestines are all green with remorse right now? How dare you let Chener go all out? You're afraid you don't know how heavy this kid's fists are. If he were to go all out, even I wouldn't be a match for Chener when it comes to punching and kicking alone, let alone you old Lu. It's not a wasted day to see your old Lu take a beating. The old heavenly master's words were full of gloating intent, causing Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, to have an exceptionally hard time holding in her laughter. At this moment, Lu Jin was already riding a tiger in the face of Zhang Chen's terrifyingly powerful punch. He knew that his fist would definitely not be able to touch Zhang Chen's punch, but there was no choice. After all, he was the one who had asked Zhang Chen to throw a punch with his full strength, and he himself had to go for the next punch even if he had to put his life on the line. Just as Lu Jin was clashing with Zhang Chen's fist, a crunching sound suddenly exploded in the air. Lu Jin could only feel the instantaneous pain of drilling coming from his right arm, and he could even clearly hear the sound of bones breaking inside. At that moment, he truly realized the terrifying power of Zhang Chen's fighting dragon and tiger fist, and he could not help but marvel inwardly. Zhang Chen's punch directly sent Lu Jin flying tens of meters away, only stopping when he hit the ring's fence. Right after Lu Jin had slowed down and gotten up, he subconsciously used the reverse life triple to start recovering from his injuries. Zhang Chen, who was far away, only saw a strange white air breath from Lu Jin's body, which began to flow continuously at his injured arm. Looking at this breath, Zhang Chen was actually gradually mesmerized. In the distance, it was accompanied by a gradual decrease in pain at the sight of the broken bone. A look of relief gradually appeared on Lu Jin's face. A few moments later, the fracture he had broken by Zhang Chen had miraculously recovered as before. Good boy. How dare you make me hurt? But what the hell is this set of fists of yours all about? It looks very much like the Dragon Tiger Mountain's fighting dragon and tiger fist. But how is this power so evil? In the face of Lu Jin's question, Zhang Chen did not have the slightest intention of answering. This was because at this moment, he was already completely immersed in the moment when Lu Jin activated the reverse life triple strength to recover from his injuries. The moment Lu Jin activated the reverse life triple, every subtle movement he made, every trace of air that flowed through him, failed to escape Zhang Chen's pair of eyes. Before Lu Jin's arm had fully recovered, the system's voice had sounded in Zhang Chen's head. The Trinity Sex reverse life triple method has been successfully replicated. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. When he heard these words from the system, a hint of unexpected joy appeared on Zhang Chen's face. After all, according to Lu Jin's plan, this time he would only teach Zhang Chen the Tongtian talisman, and would not teach him the reverse life triad. However, he did not expect that after he injured Lu Jin, this technique was accidentally copied by himself. Feeling this special air chi from the reverse life triple in his body, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth to the newly recovered Lu Jin. Great-grandpa, just now I accidentally learned your reverse life triple. Lu Jin, who was about to hurry back at a fast pace, almost fell to the ground as her feet softened after hearing Zhang Chen's words, only to see him open his mouth and exclaim with an incredulous face, as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? I just used the reverse life triple and you learned it? Chapter 48, Reverse Life Triple Reinforcement. Straight to an 8-1 air realm? In response to Lu Jin's surprise, Zhang Chen spread his hands to express his helplessness. There's no way around it. Who let their copying ability evolve? You only need to read half of it to be able to successfully make a copy of a feat. You really learned the reverse life triple? At this moment, Lu Jin still didn't quite believe Zhang Chen's words. Seeing that Lu Jin still had an unbelievable expression on his face, Zhang Chen had to actually show him. Only to see Zhang Chen follow the special air transportation method of the reverse life triple, and without any hesitation, he unleashed this reverse life triple. This stance. In the next moment, the air in his body instantly boiled. A pure and dazzling white light surged out from within his body, as bright and clear as the moonlight, surrounding him and coloring Zhang Chen's originally black hair into a snowy white color. The skin on Zhang Chen's body was illuminated with a layer of holy halo under the white light. His eyes were focused and resolute, and every movement was silky smooth with Lu Jin's form when he had performed the reverse life triple just now, as if it was a reenactment of a movie, with every detail accurately reproduced. That white light with a vibrant aura was naturally very familiar to Lu Jin. This was exactly what their Trinity Sect's unique secret, the reverse life triple transportation air, looked like. As Lu Jin looked at the scene in front of him, a trace of shock first flashed in his eyes before transforming into a helpless bitter smile, knowing that Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was very impressive. Even the Zhuge family's Wuhou Chimen, which was a specialized technique for warlocks, was able to be learned in a very short period of time. However, when he was actually confronted with this heaven-defying learning ability of Zhang Chen, he still found it difficult to accept for a while. Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was simply too high, and in just the short period of time that he had activated the reverse life triad to recover from his injuries, he had already mastered the stunt after just one look. Lu Jin had originally only wanted to impart Zhang Chen's Tongtian talisman, but now it seemed that this reverse life triple had also been unintentionally imparted to him. It's fortunate that Zhang Chen's surname isn't Lu, or else I would really have to go against my ancestors' instructions once again. As things stood, Zhang Chen had inadvertently learned the reverse life triple. Lu Jin knew that there was no way to undo it now, and there was no way he could go and nullify Zhang Chen's reverse life triple, so one had to mentally reassure oneself. That's just it. Just think of it as giving our Trinity sect another heir. But with this kid's cultivation talent, maybe he can really revitalize the Trinity sect in the future. When she thought of Zhang Chen's terrifying cultivation talent, Lu Jin's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. He wanted to see just how far Zhang Chen had reached with his mastery of the reverse life triple, and wanted to see if he had the qualifications to bring the Trinity sect back to prominence or not. Chen, I don't blame you for unintentionally learning the reverse life triple heavy matter. It's all because I didn't expect your talent to be so high. Tell you what, let's see just how far you've learned the reverse life triple. Let's have a good fight between the two of us with the reverse life triple. Zhang Chen was naturally pleased to accept Lu Jin's offer. Being familiar with the plot, he naturally knew how deep Lu Jin's obsession with the Trinity sect was. The two men resumed their respective positions once again. Only this time, both of them were not going to use any other techniques, and were only going to use the reverse life triple heavy for one battle. When the air machine that was exclusively belonging to the reverse life triple duo spread out completely from the two of them. Next moment, the two charged out towards each other almost simultaneously. This old and young pair had completely abandoned their own means of defense in this fight, constantly using their punches and kicks to engage in intense physical combat. After a period of intense exchanges, both of them were left with visible wounds. However, half an hour later, when the two stopped exchanging blows and each stood still, the injuries on their bodies were all constantly recovering at an astonishing speed. Lu Jin watched as the wounds on Zhang Chen's body unexpectedly healed quickly at the same rate as his own. His eyes were wide and disbelief was written all over his face. How could he not expect that Zhang Chen had just learned the reverse life triad, which was already at the same level as he had been practicing painstakingly for decades? The same was true of reaching the second realm of the reverse life triple. Looking at Zhang Chen, who had finished recovering his injuries almost at the same time as himself, Lu Jin's heart was mixed for a while. He had practiced these decades of kung fu diligently, but he had been caught up by a small child in such a short period of time. It was hard for him to accept for a while. The old celestial master was so happy to see Lu Jin's uncomfortable look that the creases on his face were almost piled up together. Finally, someone could relate to the hard look they had when they saw Zhang Chen's amazing talent. This is awesome. So he deliberately raised his volume and looked at Lu Jin on the stage and asked loudly, "Old Lu, what do you think of this disciple of mine's talent? Isn't that surprising?" When Lu Jin heard this, it was like he had eaten a whole lemon, and this sour feeling made him feel rather bad. He secretly pondered inwardly, if a demon like Zhang Chen was a disciple under his door, I'm afraid that with time, it's not impossible to defeat the old heavenly master. That way, his own great revenge of being slapped and cried by the old heavenly master back then would be avenged. However, the reality was so cruel that it allowed Zhang Chen to become the old heavenly master's favorite disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he was quick on his feet and couldn't wait for Zhang Chen and Lu Linglong to be betrothed, I'm afraid that next, their Lu family will be pressed by the heavenly master's palace for another full 100 years. At this moment, the one who was equally shocked as Lu Jin was also the company's Zhao Fengshu. He knew that Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was very strong. However, it never occurred to him that Zhang Chen's talent was of a level that could be considered heaven-defying. He had been in the company for so long and had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen any genius like Zhang Chen. Having just learned a technique, he was able to use it in this realm. Even Lu Jin, one of the 10 brothers, had been beaten into self-imposed isolation by him. So much money spent on Zhang Chen was not in vain. Having such a kid with such a terrifying talent in the company is truly a great fortune for the company. Well, when we get back, we must set Zhang Chen's personal information as top secret. At this moment, just as Lu Jin was immersed in complicated emotions, Zhang Chen saw that he had no intention of attacking further for a long time. He then took this opportunity to turn his attention to the reverse life triple that he had just learned. He wanted to see what exactly he had strengthened with this technique. System, check out the direction of the reverse life triple strengthening. Zhang Chen's words fell. The system's voice then began to ring in his head. The host learns the new technique reverse life triple, and gains a chance to strengthen the technique. The technique has 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. When using the reverse life triple to recover from injuries, the required air machine consumption is 1% of the current one. 2. The host's body will automatically enter the reverse life triple state. Without any air machine consumption, the host's appearance can be switched back and forth between the reverse life and non-reverse life states. 3. Raise the reverse life triple realm by 1, and break the limit of the reverse life triple realm, and for every additional 10 years that the host lives, he will automatically be promoted to 1 realm, until he reaches the final innate 1 air realm. Chapter 49 Reverse Life Triple Third? A stunned Lu Jin. Seeing the 3 directions of his reverse life triple, Zhang Chen was first stunned. The strengthening direction of these 3 feats was simply too powerful. Whether it was the consumption of 1% of air energy, or the ability to remain in a state of rebellious life all the time, there was also the even more outrageous one that could directly raise 1 level of cultivation and the realm that went up by 1 level every 10 years. No matter which of these 3 directions of reinforcement was carried out, it could make Lu Jin, who was on the side, drop his jaw in shock, especially the 3rd direction. Lu Jin, an old man who had worked hard all his life, was still at the 2nd level of the reverse life, but Zhang Chen was able to directly enter the 3rd level. If he knew about this, he was afraid that it would piss him off. Glancing at Lu Jin, who was still arguing with the old celestial master, afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Chen directly began to start the beginning of the reverse life triple strengthening. System, immediately strengthened the reverse life triple. The moment Zhang Chen confirmed the reinforcement, he automatically ran the improved Gongfu under the drive of the system. As Zhang Chen's movements began, his aura around him however changed significantly. A more dense and pure air began to flow in his body, as if it was alive, running along the new reverse life triple vein on its own. Only his eyes were slightly closed, and his hands danced like clouds in water, each movement precise and incomparable. Compared to the previous reverse life triple action, this one seemed to have a bit more spirituality and rhythm. As he rehearsed, the space around him seemed to vibrate. and an invisible force slowly spread out in all directions with him at the center. Everyone present, including Lu Jin, the old heavenly master, as well as Zhao Fengshu, and even little Zhang Lingyu, were all attracted by this aura on Zhang Chen's body. They could only see them holding their breath and watching Zhang Chen's movements with their eyes. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the complexity and level of the reverse life triple that Zhang Chen was displaying at this moment had far exceeded that of before. The old heavenly master had a premonition in his heart as he watched Zhang Chen's sudden movement. This uncaring disciple is afraid that he will have to improve the gong method again. He had long been accustomed to such scenes, and could even be said to have become somewhat numb. After all, Zhang Chen's previous improvements to the Golden Light Mantra and the Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist technique had already allowed him to see this disciple's amazing talent in cultivation. However, this time, he was still curious as to what exactly Zhang Chen was able to improve the reverse life triplex into. Compared to the old heavenly master, Lu Jin and Zhao Fengshu were seeing the strange sight of Zhang Chen practicing his gongfu in place for the first time. They watched as Zhang Chen suddenly sat down and began to intently rehearse some new technique, and they could not help but look at each other. Their faces filled with confusion for a while. Lu Jin tried to see from Zhang Chen's movements what he was practicing, but it only felt like he was practicing something familiar, but he couldn't tell for himself for a moment. Lu Jin frowned and spoke in a low voice. What is this kid up to? Why did he suddenly sit on the ground and start practicing? Hearing Lu Jin's words, Zhao Fengshu also looked confused and shook his head in response. I'm not sure, but looking at his focused appearance, I'm afraid he's cultivating some kind of advanced technique. We'd better not disturb him and wait and see what happens. Just like that, Lu Jin and Zhao Fengshu could only wait quietly on the sidelines. Waiting for Zhang Chen to finish his cultivation, he was able to give them a reasonable explanation. Seeing Lu Jin's puzzled face, the old heavenly master secretly smiled in his heart and then mysteriously opened his mouth. Old Lu, Chenner is going to bring you a surprise later, so don't be shocked then. When he finished speaking, he deliberately kept his mouth shut. Prepare for him to not open his mouth again no matter how much Lu Jin pressed him next. The purpose was to pique Lu Jin's curiosity. As expected, Lu Jin's curiosity was instantly aroused in his heart by the old celestial master's words. Only his eyes widened as he eagerly pursued the question. Surprise? Old Nubizi, what exactly is the surprise? Quickly tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Hey, come on, you old bullnose, are you trying to rush me? However, no matter how much he urged him, the old heavenly master was like a statue at this point, keeping his mouth shut and just smiling at him. Lu Jin was so exasperated by the old heavenly master's behavior that he stomped his feet, only feeling as if millions of ants were scratching in his heart, wishing to know immediately what the so-called surprise actually was. As he looked at the old heavenly master's look of pretense, a nameless fire shot straight to the top of his head, and he really wanted to punch him over and tell him to hurry up and tell the answer. But reason told him that the old celestial master himself could not be beaten, and if a punch went over, the one who was hurt would only be himself. Under no choice, Lu Jin could only force down the anger in his heart and patiently waited for the so-called surprise in the old celestial master's mouth. In this way, Lu Jin spent this difficult time in full curiosity and anxiety. On the other hand, the old celestial master was relaxing on the side, looking at the impatient Lu Jin, seemingly enjoying this game of hanging on to people's appetites. In knowing that the old heavenly master, this old bullnose, was deliberately whetting his appetite, Lu Jin slowly adjusted his state of mind and stopped caring about the old celestial master. Instead, he locked his gaze tightly onto Zhang Chen, trying to find out a hint of what was going on in his new technique that he kept rehearsing. As time passed, only the innate air of the reverse life triple in Zhang Chen's body became more and more intense. It was as if that power was alive, surging around his body and forming an invisible air shield. After another half an hour, the air chi in Zhang Chen's body suddenly changed drastically. A powerful and suffocating innate air suddenly erupted, sweeping across the scene like a storm. In the next moment, the three of them only saw Zhang Chen's body, as if lifted by an invisible force, slowly floating off the ground and suspended in the air. The innate air that surrounded him was like white clouds, setting him off as if he were an immortal descending to earth, sacred and inviolable. Lu Jin looked at this scene and was so shocked that his jaw dropped and he couldn't say a word. At this moment, he finally understood what the old celestial master meant by surprise. Lu Jin looked at the scene in front of him, seeing Zhang Chen standing in the air. A rich innate air surrounded his body. Looking at Zhang Chen's appearance at this moment caused him to instantly widen his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of familiarity caused him to stifle his exclamation of surprise. This is the third realm of the reverse life triple? Looking at Zhang Chen, who looked like an immortal in the air, Lu Jin's heart was filled with shock. What? The third of the reverse life triple? Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the old celestial master and Zhao Fengshu also exclaimed in shock at the same time. The two of them were well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate the reverse life triple. Even more so, he knew that Lu Jin had spent decades just cultivating to the second realm. And now, Lu Jin was saying that Zhang Chen had not only learned this technique in such a short period of time, but had even cultivated it to the legendary third level? How is this possible? Even if they were demons, they couldn't be demons like this. At this moment, Lu Jin, looking at the innate air on Zhang Chen's body that was of the same origin as his own but far superior to his own, had mixed feelings in his heart. For a moment, his entire body was frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 50 Lu Jin, what? If I live just 10 more years, I'll be able to reach the third realm as well? Lu Jin looked at Zhang Chen standing in the air, surrounded by a rich innate air, and that powerful and pure aura made him instantly fall into reminiscence. He recalled the final battle between his master, Zoruatong, and the all-sexual sect master, Wogan Shang, decades ago. In that battle, his own master had managed to break through the bottleneck in the heat of battle with the help of the rootless raw divine spirit, advancing to the reverse life triple realm. At that time, his own master's entire body was vaporized and suspended in the air as light as a feather. The same state as Zhang Chen's now. And now, seeing this scene again after decades of time, Lu Jin's heart was filled with emotions. He knew what the cultivation of the third realm of the reverse life triple realm meant. It was an extreme realm that transcended the understanding of ordinary people, and it was the ultimate goal of their Trinity sect back then. It was a pity that back then, his master had only reached this realm for a few moments before he was hardened and interrupted by that rootless fellow. Recover from the memories of that year. Lu Jin's eyes widened as he gazed at the glittering figure in the air, the shock in his heart barely stopping. He could not believe that Zhang Chen, who had been at the same second level of the inverse life triple realm as himself only a few moments ago, had already broken through to the third level at this moment. He recalled that he had spent decades of his life and gone through countless trials and tribulations before climbing to the second level of the reverse life triad with great difficulty. Zhang Chen, however, was able to not only master this technique in such a short period of time, but also break through to the third level in one fell swoop, which was nothing short of a miracle in the inhuman world. This leap across levels caused his heart to be forced to be surprised once again at Zhang Chen's demonic talent. While he was surprised, those who were equally as shocked as him were the old heavenly masters on the stage. Is this the third of the reverse life triple? The whole person exists like an air state. This is truly an incredible technique. Seeing Zhang Chen displaying the third special realm of the reverse life triad, the old heavenly master could not help but recall the records he had read about the Trinity sect's abilities. They looked at Zhang Chen's appearance that resembled the descent of a true immortal, and it really was exactly the same as the triple state in the records. At this moment, a hint of pride also flickered in the old heavenly master's eyes. This is his own apprentice, other than his own disciple. Who else's disciple could do what Zhang Chen did? Zhao Fanshu's face was instantly covered in shock after hearing Lu Jin's confirmation. However, along with the shock, complexity was written all over his face. In his heart, he had both envy for Zhang Chen's talent and regret that he had not taken him under the company's wing before the old heavenly master. As the chairman of the company, he was familiar with the various techniques of the inhuman realm and their historical origins, and he also had a deep understanding of the technique reverse life triple. He knew that since the founding of the Trinity sect, the only ones who were able to reach the third level of the reverse life triple realm were the founding ancestor, and the later Zoruatong. None of these people had gone through a great deal of trials and tribulations before they were able to cross over into this magical realm. And now, this achievement had appeared in a young Zhang Chen. How could he not be shocked? At such an age, one has already reached the third level of the reverse life triple realm. Could he really be a demon? No. When we get back, we must instruct the others to never use Zhang Chen as an ordinary temp. As long as he doesn't violate the most basic rules, everything is a big green light for him. At this moment, Zhang Chen stood in the air, a large amount of innate air surrounding him, filling the entire martial arts stage. The old celestial master looked at Zhang Chen in the sky and looked up and down critically, surprisingly realizing that this technique seemed to have become flawless in Zhang Chen's hands. Thinking back to his own encounter with Lu Jin back then, the old celestial master knew that although the technique of reverse life triple was extremely powerful, it had certain flaws, and he had once broken Lu Jin's reverse life triple with a slap. However, now, in the face of the reverse life triple strength displayed by his disciple, the old heavenly master felt an unprecedented pressure. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was under the state of reverse birth at this moment, the old heavenly master secretly sighed in his heart. This sinful apprentice's reverse birth triple seems to no longer be the version I was familiar with back then. He has actually perfected this extremely flawed technique. I can't even find a single break in him. The talent of this sinful apprentice really makes me envious. The old celestial master looked at this scene. The heart that has long been silent for decades of hot blood actually once again surged up. Suddenly, His heart unexpectedly felt the urge to personally fight with Zhang Chen. He wanted to test out what kind of power this legendary reverse life triple had. It was a pity that the old celestial master knew that this was not the time to cut a deal. He felt that the current Zhang Chen had just broken through and still needed to stabilize his cultivation. So he resisted the urge in his heart and prepared to compete with Zhang Chen later when he returned to the mountain. But before he could compete, he had to learn all those improved feats that Zhang Chen had taught him. Otherwise, maybe he would really have to be cleaned up by his own good disciple by then. Congratulations to the host. All 3 directions of enhancement for the reverse life triple technique have been completed. Hearing the system's voice in his head ringing out, Zhang Chen ended his evolution of the reverse life triple. Is this the 3rd realm of the reverse life triple? Surprisingly, I was able to make my body so light that it was like I was going to fly up in the daytime. Feeling the changes occurring above his body, Zhang Chen couldn't wait to fly several times in the sky with his current reverse life state. Not bad. It's a bit slow to fly, but it's still able to fly. The 3rd realm is already able to vaporize the body, and I wonder how this 4th realm will be. Feeling the change in his body's state at this moment, Zhang Chen could not help but look forward to how his body would become after 10 years after automatically entering the 4th weight. Inside the plot, Rootless said that the reverse life triple cannot pass through the sky and has come to the end, and the left gate chief died because of it. But this strengthened gong method of mine seems to have broken the triple restriction of the original gong method, so as long as one lives long enough, one will be able to go on layer by layer. Maybe at the end of the day, I'll really be able to pass through the heavens with this technique. A hint of excitement spread across Zhang Chen's face at the thought that the reinforced reverse life triple could truly be heavenly. After all, the ultimate goal of every cultivator's practice could be to step onto the path to heaven and ascend to immortality. How could this not make Zhang Chen excited? However, very quickly, Zhang Chen recovered from his excitement. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Jin, who was gazing at him there. After thinking for a moment, he flew to Lu Jin's side and spoke. Great-grandfather, since I accidentally learned your reverse life triple, as an apology, why don't you learn my improved reverse life triple from me next? I can guarantee that after you learn it, as long as you can live for another 10 years, you will be able to successfully enter the 3rd realm by then. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Jin was first stunned, and then immediately recovered from her shocked state. He stared at Zhang Chen with dead eyes, almost growling out in excitement. What? As long as I can live for another 10 years, I can also reach the 3rd realm? Then what's the point of wasting words? Come on, teach me. Chapter 51, Old Lu. If you call me apprentice master, do you have to call me master? Tatsu-chan. You didn't lie to me as an old man, did you? Just 10 more years? Lu Jin obviously didn't believe Zhang Chen's words. After all, this matter was just too much beyond his understanding. Yes, with just 10 more years of life you will be able to break through to the 3rd level, and with every 10 years after that, your reverse life triple realm will go up another level. This is my improved reverse life triple effect. As Lu Jin listened to Zhang Chen's words, his heart rippled with layers of disbelief. He found it hard to believe that Zhang Chen had managed to make a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the reverse life triple realm. What's even more incredible is that just by living for every additional 10 years, one can go one step further and raise a realm. This kind of reverse birth triple that was enough to be called a miracle made it difficult for Lu Jin to digest for a while, even though Zhang Chen looked serious and did not look like he was joking. However, Lu Jin still felt that this was all too mysterious, as if it was like an apocryphal story. After all, he had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to cultivate in the reverse life 3rd gravity. And now, Zhang Chen was saying conclusively that after practicing his improved technique, he only needed to live for an additional 10 years to break through another realm, with subsequent breakthroughs to follow. It seemed so simple to him that it was even a little ridiculous. Zhang Chen keenly sensed the distrust that still existed within Lu Jin. He could only helplessly turn and twist his head to look at the old celestial master, hoping that he could help him say a few words to make the stunned old master believe his words. However, before the old heavenly master could speak, Zhao Fengshu on the side raised the same question. Only Zhao Fengshu's face was filled with confusion and his tone was filled with skepticism. Zhang Chen, what you just said is really hard to believe. To break through from the 2nd level of reverse life to the 3rd level of reverse life, you only need to live for 10 more years? You have to realize that everyone's talent is different. You can't take your own talent standard and apply it to Old Lu. Old Lu is over 100 years old. If he doesn't break through to the 3rd level in 10 years, he won't be pissed off at you. Hearing Zhao Fengshu's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and thought to himself, it's from the system. Can I still lie to you? If it wasn't for the fact that the system's strengthening power couldn't work on Lu Jin's body, or else I would have directly strengthened him to the 3rd level. Zhang Chen felt speechless at the questioning of these two old men though, but the tirade in his mind couldn't be said outright. After all, hearing the questioning words of these two men, The old celestial master on the side pondered for a while before choosing to believe Zhang Chen. After all, a direct breakthrough from the second level of reverse life to the third level of reverse life was as difficult as heaven in the eyes of ordinary people. However, based on the past month, he recalled Zhang Chen's previous improvements to the nascent soul technique, the golden light mantra, and the fighting dragon and tiger fist. The gong methods that had been improved by him were invariably effective, and their power was as powerful as he claimed. Although the cultivation process of all of Zhang Chen's improved techniques would become very difficult, once mastered, their power far exceeded that of the original version. These individual success stories made the old heavenly master believe a lot in Zhang Chen's claim of automatically advancing to the third level in 10 years as well. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master cleared his throat, swept his gaze over Lu Jin and Zhao Feinshu, and spoke in a tone full of trust. Zhang Chen should be right. As his master, I naturally have a deep understanding. 10 years to automatically break through the third realm and to break through every 10 years thereafter. Although this sounds unbelievable, I believe that he is by no means making it up. The old celestial master's words were like a pill of reassurance to the two of them, making the worries in their hearts disappear quite a bit. Although Lu Jin and Zhao Feinshu still had doubts in their hearts, they watched the old heavenly master trust Zhang Chen so much, they naturally gradually dispelled their doubts. A period of silence passed. Lu Jin looked at Zhang Chen's confident eyes, and then looked at the way Zhang Chen had now advanced to the third level, and the skepticism in his heart was gradually replaced by a hint of shaking. He began to somewhat believe that perhaps this future granddaughter-in-law of his could really help him break through this reverse life triple shackle. After all, too many things beyond common sense had already happened to Zhang Chen, and this demonic talent of his had long surpassed everyone's knowledge. One time, Lu Jin had mixed feelings in his heart, but in the end, he still felt like choosing to gamble. After all, even if he lost the bet, he had nothing to lose. Anyway, in this life, he was already somewhat hopeless about advancing to the third realm himself. And now, Zhang Chen's words gave him a glimmer of hope once again. After some internal struggle, he finally decided to let go and take a gamble. Only Lu Jin walked to Zhang Chen with a steady pace and a serious face. Amidst Zhang Chen's incredibly surprised gaze, Lu Jin suddenly bent herself at the waist and solemnly shouted at him, "Master!" This call caused Zhang Chen to nearly jump out of his chair in shock. Zhang Chen was about to open his mouth to politely refuse this sudden honorific, but Lu Jin took a step ahead of him and waved his hand, saying with a serious face, "Chen, let's talk about each other. You'll treat me as your disciple and I'll treat you as my granddaughter-in-law. We won't interfere with each other. It's settled." Hearing Lu Jin speak in such a manner, Zhang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded for a moment. He naturally knew the stubbornness of Lu Jin, the flawless old man. Since he had said it, it meant that he had already decided on this matter. It can't be changed anymore. In the end, Zhang Chen could only helplessly accept this outrageous setting. The old heavenly master on the side, on the other hand, after hearing Lu Jin address Zhang Chen, suddenly burst into laughter and spoke directly to Lu Jin. "Ah, old Lu, if you call me apprentice master, do you have to call me master? Ha ha, with this generation, I've earned it." When Lu Jin heard this, he said with a wry smile, "Old newbie, don't forget, Zhang Chen has always called me great-grandpa before. According to this generation, I can also be considered your grandfather generation. Just now took advantage of you a lot of cheap. Now we two are considered to be even." As he said that, he also deliberately squeezed his eyebrows in a villainous manner. When the old heavenly master heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch in anger. "You old thing. I said why you just kept emphasizing that Zhang Chen called you great-grandpa, so it was always this intention. Come on, let's practice. Forget it, it's too easy to beat you up now. Hurry up and learn the improved reverse life triple weight for me, and see if I don't beat you to death in 10 years. Just as Zhang Chen was about to teach Lu Jin the modified version of the reverse life triple weight, Lu Jin suddenly spoke after thinking for a moment. "Chen, why don't we wait a bit first? I'd better teach you the Tong Tian talisman first. Your learning speed is amazing. I'll teach you the Tong Tian talisman first. You'll soon be able to grasp the essence, and in turn teach me the improved reverse life triple heavy without delay." After hearing Lu Jin's suggestion, Zhang Chen thought that he was right, so he readily agreed. After all, Zhang Chen was now looking forward to what kind of strengthening direction he would have when the Tong Tian talisman reached his hands. You know, this is one of the legendary 8 strange techniques. Chapter 52, the strengthening direction of this Tong Tian talisman seems a bit strong. Seeing that Lu Jin was going to insist on teaching himself the Tong Tian talisman first, coupled with his curiosity about one of these 8 strange techniques, Zhang Chen had no choice but to agree. Thus, the two of them made a good decision that Lu Jin would first teach the Tong Tian talisman, and then Zhang Chen would teach the new reverse life triple strength to Lu Jin. After discussing the matter, Lu Jin began teaching Zhang Chen. Lu Jin had intended to give Zhang Chen a detailed explanation of the key points of the Tong Tian talisman. However, after he sensed that Zhang Chen was not too interested in the theoretical explanation, but wanted to directly watch Lu Jin's specific operation, Lu Jin smiled helplessly. He really couldn't understand the demonic writing style, so it had to be a quick yes. Alright, since you like to learn intuitively, I'll just directly demonstrate the Tong Tian talisman once to show you. After saying that, only Lu Jin took a deep breath, mobilized his body's true chi, and cast the Tong Tian talisman with full concentration. He only saw his fingers dancing rapidly, continuously scratching in the air, followed by a talisman filled with spiritual air leaping into the air like a flowing cloud, gathering around Lu Jin. Zhang Chen watched Lu Jin's every movement with unblinking eyes, feeling with all his heart the unique airflow of the Tong Tian talisman technique. Lu Jin was well aware of Zhang Chen's amazing talent for learning, but in order for Zhang Chen to be able to clearly and unmistakably see every detail of the Tong Tian talisman, he purposely slowed down his movements as he practiced, showing every gesture and the trajectory of every strand of air as best he could. You have viewed 50% of the Tong Tian talisman. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? The voice of the system prompting that the Tong Tian talisman could be copied resounded in his ears. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth as he spoke directly in his mind. Copy. Zhang Chen did not hesitate to turn on his copying ability. In an instant, the essence of the Tong Tian talisman was burned into his mind. Copying of the talisman has been completed. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. At this moment, Lu Jin was still concentrating on continuing the demonstration, while Zhang Chen had already completed his mastery of the entire Tong Tian talisman technique. Looking at Lu Jin, who had no intention of stopping yet, Zhang Chen hemmed and hawed, and then directly began to rehearse the Tong Tian talisman as well. Only Zhang Chen slowly raised his hands, his body's true chi flowing. Each gesture was exactly the same as Lu Jin's earlier demonstration, and even the trajectory of the air was accurately replicated. What made Lu Jin, who was seriously rehearsing the Tong Tian talisman, unexpected was that he had only just reached the halfway point of his demonstration. Zhang Chen beside him actually began to follow suit and also followed suit in rehearsing the Tong Tian talisman. As Lu Jin watched Zhang Chen smoothly and accurately execute the Tong Tian talisman, he looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief and could not help but exclaim in his heart, "What the hell is wrong with this kid? I'm just halfway through rehearsing this Tong Tian talisman. How come he's already learned it? He hasn't even looked at the back yet. Could he still be able to complete this technique?" Just as Lu Jin was very puzzled, she stopped her hand movements and stared at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, however, performed the second half of the Tong Tian talisman, which he had not demonstrated, completely in front of him as well. After the rehearsal, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and opened his mouth. "Great-grandfather, I've learned the Tong Tian talisman. Thanks for the instruction." It was only when she heard Zhang Chen's voice that Lu Jin came back to her senses. Although he kept his face calm, the strange look that kept flickering in his eyes revealed the shock he felt inside. He could not imagine how on earth Zhang Chen had managed to complete this one feat. It would be fine if it was an ordinary gung-fu, but this was a Tong Tian talisman. This is one of the legendary 8 strange techniques. How can such a feat also be played like this? This kid, is he still human? After witnessing Zhang Chen's ability to quickly grasp and completely reproduce the entire technique with only half of the Tong Tian talisman he had demonstrated, he finally understood why Zhang Chen was able to learn and improve the reverse life triplex so easily. This ability of Zhang Chen was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people, enough to be considered terrifying. The old heavenly master who had been watching Zhang Chen's process of learning the Tong Tian talisman, when he saw that Zhang Chen was able to completely master the entire technique with only half of the movements demonstrated by Lu Jin, his heart could not help but be shocked once again. If he remembered correctly, just a month ago, Zhang Chen had yet to watch a demonstration of the complete technique in order to learn this one. And now, Zhang Chen's demonic talent had refined again? Now you only need to read half of it to complete the second half? Looking at Zhang Chen, who had a bad smile on his face, the old celestial master secretly pondered in his heart. With this kid's terrifying talent for learning, I'm afraid that in the future, the guys from other sects will have to worry about their own feats. But fortunately, this brat was discovered by me earlier and joined the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not going to give me a headache in the future. Zhao Fengshu was on the sidelines and witnessed the same scene. At this moment, he had an extremely deep understanding of Zhang Chen's demonic talent in his heart again. He added silently in his mind, Zhang Chen's talent is quite a bit stronger than I thought. No, this ability of his must be kept secret. No one else must know about it. Zhang Chen, who had finished copying the Tong Tian talisman, turned back to look at the old heavenly master, Lu Jin, and Zhao Fengshu. it was discovered that the three of them were still immersed in the shock of what they had just seen, unable to come back to their senses for a moment. Seeing this, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly, and secretly lamented in his heart about how they reacted so greatly. Wasn't it just a copy of a feat? As for being so excited? Seeing as it will take some time for the three to recover, Zhang Chen then prepared to strike while the iron was hot and strengthened the Tong Tian talisman that he had just copied and obtained. System, prepare to strengthen the Tong Tian talisman. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the system's voice rang in his ears. The host learns a new set of feats and gains a chance to strengthen them. The technique is a Tong Tian talisman, with a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. Zhang Chen looked at the same as before, on the 3 directions of reinforcement displayed in the system interface. However, when he looked at the specifics of the 3 directions, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. These 3 directions of strengthening the Tong Tian talisman seem a bit strong. 1. Strengthen the speed of drawing talismans. The speed is increased to 100 times of the host's limit speed of drawing talismans. 2. 1 for 100. For every talisman drawn by the host, 100 talismans of the same power can be generated simultaneously. 3. The host can open up talisman space, which can only be used for unlimited storage of talismans, and talismans stored in the talisman space can be kept permanently. Chapter 53, My Good Tong Tian Talisman. How did it turn into a spell Gatling in your hands? Zhang Chen did not hesitate too much in his choice. After all, the current number of reinforcements could not be used up for the time being, so he would reinforce them all. Knowing that time was precious, he decisively began the strengthening of the Tong Tian talisman. System, start strengthening. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the next moment his body began to rehearse the enhanced Tong Tian talisman technique under the drive of the system. As Zhang Chen resumed practicing the Tong Tian talisman, the familiar powerful air field once again filled the air. However, unlike before, there seemed to be an additional more powerful force in this airfield, as if it was signaling that the Tong Tian talisman was about to undergo an astonishing metamorphosis in Zhang Chen's hands. Sensing this terrifying aura, he realized that Zhang Chen seemed to be embarking on improving his gongfu again. The 3 old celestial masters hurriedly snapped back from the shock they had just experienced, and they quickly came to the stage, watching Zhang Chen's maneuver with full attention. Their eyes were filled with a look of anticipation and curiosity, wanting to witness how Zhang Chen had transformed this 8 wonders technique Tong Tian talisman into a completely new look. Zhang Chen's movements did not seem too different from earlier. However, after Lu Jin carefully observed, he realized that every gesture and every trajectory of the air in the Tong Tian talisman that Zhang Chen was now rehearsing seemed to have been meticulously sculpted, and had become more refined and efficient. That special air machine that gushed out from his body also became purer. As Zhang Chen's rehearsal deepened, an unprecedented might gradually coalesced in the air, gradually making people fearful. The old heavenly master, Lu Jin, and Zhao Fanshu couldn't help but be secretly shocked in their hearts as they watched the scene. They knew that Zhang Chen was using his terrifying talent to push the Tong Tian talisman to a whole new level. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's fingers accelerated in the air, so fast that he could barely see the remnants. When he drew the talisman, his fingers waved freely as if they were flowing, and when the last stroke fell, a vision arose, only to see thousands of explosive talismans that Lu Jin had just demonstrated appear out of thin air in front of him, and then more and more of them gathered. Immediately afterward, as Zhang Chen pointed his finger forward, these thousands of explosive talismans made up of spiritual air spewed out like Gatling machine guns with blue flames, and with a thunderous momentum, they madly poured toward the ground in the distance. Lu Jin's jaw dropped as he witnessed this scene, and his entire body froze in place. He felt that although Zhang Chen's hand speed was fast, it was far from being able to draw so many talismans in an instant. However, the facts were in front of their eyes, and those densely packed, sky-covering exploding talismans were indeed conjured up by Zhang Chen. However, what shocked Lu Jin even more was, he clearly saw that Zhang Chen had only drawn one talisman, but why did dozens or hundreds of talismans eventually appear out of thin air? This phenomenon completely subverted his knowledge of Tong Tian talisman drawing. It was important to know that every talisman needed to be drawn successfully with extremely subtle control of the air mechanism. How is it possible to generate so many powerful talismans with just one drawing? The surrounding air was agitated by the intensive impact of the exploding talismans, and the strong airfield fluctuations accompanied by a large amount of fluttering soil was even more palpable. The old heavenly master and Zhao Fangsu were equally deeply shocked by the scene before them. They looked at each other in dismay and saw the same look of shock in each other's eyes. This improvement by Zhang Chen seemed to have made one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Tong Tian talisman, even more powerful. Just as the 3 of them were immersed in the shock of the talismanic frenzy displayed by Zhang Chen, the climactic phase of Zhang Chen's maneuver was also drawing to a close. with the last wave of thousands of exploding talismans falling to the ground like a meteor shower. It was only after the end of a deafening burst of sound that the stormy attack abruptly ceased, and the scene finally regained a brief period of calm. After these talismans disappeared, a large number of explosive talismans once again surfaced behind Zhang Chen, just when the trio thought that this was Zhang Chen not having enough fun and wanted to blow up another wave. However, Zhang Chen did not continue to bombard the pitiful ring as the trio expected, nor did he allow these remaining talismans to dissipate back into the heavens and earth. On the contrary, he gently waved his right hand. An invisible force flowed out from his fingertips, and those unused explosive talismans were attracted by the invisible magnetic force as if they had been transformed into a stream of light, converging towards his palm. In an instant, all the talismans disappeared into his hands, and the whole process flowed without any delay. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jin couldn't help but stare in disbelief for a moment. Just now, Zhang Chen's movements seemed to have put away all those talismans? According to common sense, a spirit talisman composed of air is different from a spirit talisman written on yellow paper. Once a spirit talisman is drawn, if it is not used within a short period of time, it will gradually dissipate with the passage of time, and the air contained within it will return to heaven and earth. Therefore, talismans made from Tongtian talismans must be cast as soon as possible after they are drawn to ensure their maximum effectiveness. However, Zhang Chen's actions at this moment seemed to break this common sense. Not only did he retrieve the unused talismans, but it also looked like they did not show any signs of dissipation in his hands. Lu Jin's heart was filled with questions and he couldn't help but open his mouth to mutter. Aren't these spirit talismans made up of air going to disappear if they're not used? Why does Zhang Chen even bother to put them away? Could he still have saved these spirit talismans? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? If spirit talismans made of air can be preserved, then what do we need those talisman masters for? Let them all lose their jobs. Although Lu Jin did not believe in his heart that Zhang Chen was able to preserve these spirit talismans composed of air, but what if there was really some kind of unique method of storing talismans inside the Tongtian talisman improved by Wan Changchen, able to allow the drawn talisman to maintain its complete form and effectiveness for a long period of time, unaffected by the passage of time? If such an ability was true, then it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the battle power of the Tongtian talisman now. This was coupled with Zhang Chen's terrifying spirit talisman generation speed. Thinking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but smack his lips. Holy cow! If Zhang Chen had accumulated more time, I'm afraid this wouldn't be a mobile arsenal. After the rehearsal, Zhang Chen saw Lu Jin's confused face, so he took the initiative to explain to him about the improvements he had made to the Tongtian talisman. After listening to Zhang Chen's explanation, the shock on Lu Jin's face gradually turned into even more shock. As expected, it was exactly as he had guessed. Zhang Chen had not only improved the speed of generating talismans, but he had also surprisingly opened up a place where he could store talismans. When Zhang Chen finished speaking, Lu Jin looked at the bland look on Zhang Chen's face. He held his tongue for a long time finally. You kid, this time you've changed the Tongtian talisman to really be able to pass through the sky. Hearing Lu Jin's praise, Zhang Chen heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. Tai grandpa, later on, why don't we teach you this improved Tongtian talisman as well, so that 10 years from now and when you do battle with my master, your chances of winning might be a little bit greater again. Lu Jin, old celestial master, not bad. Lao Lu ah. This improved Tongtian talisman you can also learn it, or else just a reverse birth triple. You are afraid that you still have to be beaten. My big slap. But it hurts. However, even though Lu Jin was curious about Zhang Chen's improved Tongtian talisman, however, after thinking about it, he still did not accept Zhang Chen's good intentions. After all, this Tongtian talisman was not his Lu Jin's. It was his good brother Zhang Zibu's. He himself had only studied it to help his good brother find an heir to the Tongtian talisman. Otherwise, after so many years had passed, Lu Jin certainly wouldn't have only cultivated the Tongtian talisman to such a low realm. And now that he had found such an excellent successor for his good brother's Tongtian talisman, he had done right by him. In the future, he himself could just focus on cultivating the reverse life triple, and wait for 10 years before he stepped into that legendary third realm. Zhang Chen saw that Lu Jin insisted that he would never learn the new Tongtian talisman, so he stopped forcing himself. After all, Lu Jin was a donkey, and what he decided, ordinary people couldn't change. Thus, Zhang Chen was ready to fulfill his earlier promise and began to teach him the modified version of the reverse life triple. Lu Jin, on the other hand, listened and practiced with full attention, and right after he made contact with it, he sensed that the improved reverse life triple repeat had a very different subtlety from the original version. He could feel that Zhang Chen's improved reverse life triple seemed to really give him a chance to break through the realm. Chapter 54, The First Mission, unexpectedly related to Chen Dao. After a few days of teaching, Zhang Chen managed to impart the improved version of the reverse life triple strength to Lu Jin in its entirety. Once everything was handed over, Zhang Chen embarked on his set journey to the company. A few hours later, Zhang Chen stood in front of the company's headquarters building and was just about to step into the company's gate when he encountered an unexpected hiccup. A big, burly security guard watching the door stopped him straight away. Seeing Zhang Chen's young age, the security guard mistook him for a child who had trespassed here by mistake, and was about to politely persuade him to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, then calmly took out the black identity card gifted by Zhao Fengshu from his pocket. The card shimmered with a strange luster under the sunlight, and the 5 words Nadu Tong, Zhang Chen engraved in gold on it symbolized the holder's noble status. The security guard who was originally about to get angry and kick out Zhang Chen when he saw that he was not leaving. At the sight of the card, it was a jaw-dropping surprise. He immediately realized that the teenager in front of him was not an ordinary child, but a high-ranking member of their company. Only the top brass of the company can have such a prestigious ID card. The security guard's attitude instantly changed, very respectfully opening the door for Zhang Chen and guiding him to the elevator. At the front desk of the company, after showing his identity card to the little beauty at the front desk and saying that he was looking for Zhao Fengshu, soon, a beautiful woman dressed in a white suit with an unusually hot body came down from the elevator room near the building. This was Zhao Fengshu's personal assistant, and naturally, her looks were quite standard. This old guy is really good at this, Zhang Chen muttered softly before stepping into the elevator of the skyscraper at the headquarters of Dutong under the guidance of Zhao Fengshu's beautiful secretary. It goes all the way up to the top, where the average person can't get to. As the elevator door slowly opens, what comes into view is the door to a luxurious office space room. The beautiful secretary stepped forward and smiled as she opened the door to the office, bowing to invite Zhang Chen to enter. Naturally, Zhang Chen was not polite and stepped into the office with a single step, only to see that Zhao Fengshu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, gazing at the distant scenery. Noticing Zhang Chen's arrival, Zhao Fengshu immediately turned around with a cordial smile on his face and greeted him warmly. Zhang Chen, you're finally here. Welcome to the company headquarters. Zhang Chen ignored Zhao Fengshu's greeting, and after stepping into Zhao Fengshu's spacious office, he sat his butt on the chairman's seat. Watching Zhang Chen's movements, the beautiful secretary beside Zhao Fengshu immediately showed a hint of displeasure on her face. After all, this was the position of the company's chairman. How could he sit as a small child? Zhao Fengshu, who was standing there, didn't mind at all, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face after seeing Zhang Chen sitting on the chairman's seat. Zhao Fengshu was well aware of the terror of Zhang Chen's talent, and in time, he was afraid that even the elder heavenly master would be surpassed by him. If a company chairman position can be used later to make Zhang Chen stay in the company, as long as he sits in the company for a day, then I'm afraid that the inhuman world in the future will never be able to turn over any more waves. Zhang Chen, from now on, when you're at the company, just treat this place as if you're at home. Zhao Fengshu just wanted to get close to Zhang Chen, who knew that Zhang Chen did not have this in mind and directly opened his mouth to ask Zhao Fengshu, Dong Zhao, has the company encountered any tricky troubles recently? If there's anything I need help with, I'll be happy to oblige. It's not good to get that high of a salary and not contribute to the company. Although Zhang Chen said so, he actually wanted to take advantage of the company's business trip to get in touch with more people, so that more powerful feats can be copied. Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu pondered slightly, apparently combing through recent affairs in his mind. A moment later, he replied with a grave expression, there is indeed a recent dilemma. The South China region where Yirlonghu Mountain is located has recently seen traces of the activities of the cult organization Medicine Immortal Society. Liao Zhong, the person in charge of the South China region, has already made an urgent request for assistance from the headquarters. If you are interested in participating, you can directly interface with Liao Zhong and head to the South China region to assist in the investigation. Hearing Liao Zhong's words, Zhang Chen looked at the calendar. Already the Shander incident? Reading comics at the time was a real kick in the pants for me. Then let's go and take a look. Maybe with me around this time, I'll be able to change Chen Duo's miserable fate a bit. Anyway, there's still some time before Zhang Huai creates the Tang sect. After calculating the time, Zhang Chen did not mind taking advantage of this gap to make a trip to the South China region. Zhang Chen looked up at Zhao Fengshu and opened his mouth expressionlessly. I'm willing to take over the South China region. I'll get in touch with Liao Zhong as soon as possible and head for support. Zhao Fengshu sniffed and nodded in appreciation with satisfaction. Very well, Zhang Chen, with you here, and with your strength, I'm sure the problems in the South China region will be properly resolved. I'll notify Liao Zhong immediately so he can prepare for the reception. After obtaining Zhao Fengshu's consent, Zhang Chen directly got up to take his leave despite Zhao Fengshu's retention. He was going to take advantage of the time before his business trip to have some fun in the capital. After Zhang Chen left, Zhao Fengshu's beautiful secretary quickly came to his side and pampered Zhao Fengshu. Dong Zhao, where did that little kid come from? Why do you look so arrogant? Not even taking you, the chairman of the board, into consideration? When Zhao Fengshu heard this, his just gentle eyes instantly became wary. With one hand, he pushed away the beautiful secretary who rubbed into his arms and pointed at her nose without any pity and scolded. Don't pry into his affairs. Just treat him as if I'm here from now on. And if I find out that you're going to pry into his affairs again, you're going to get the hell out of here straight away. 2 days later, the airplane Zhang Chen took landed smoothly at the international airport of a city in the South China region. Walking out of the terminal, he saw at a glance that the person in charge, Liao Zhong, was waiting at the agreed location. Liao Zhong was lanky, extremely ugly looking, and looked badass. But Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew that this guy was actually a good guy. Just a little bit mean looking. Seeing Zhang Chen, who was exactly the same as on the profile, Liao Zhong quickly stepped forward and warmly shook hands with Zhang Chen, expressing a warm welcome to his arrival. Zhang Chen, welcome to the South China region. Your timely support is important to us. Liao Zhong was puzzled as to why the top had sent him a child over. After all, this mission was dangerous. And even if Zhang Chen's strength was high, he was still a child. Although Liao Zhong thought so in his heart, he did not say anything in front of Zhang Chen, but led him towards the special car that had already been prepared. We're heading to the Southwest region's Dark Fortress now, which is our command center for this operation. After we finalize our plans there, we'll be ready to begin this siege of the Medicine Fairy Society. The vehicle traveled from the busy streets of the city to the outskirts and soon pulled into a hidden underground facility. This dark fortress was heavily guarded, with full internal facilities, and was obviously a secret base set up to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Entering the dark fortress, Zhang Chen found that there was already a middle-aged man with a kind face and a somewhat balding head sitting in the conference room. At the first sight of him, Zhang Chen recognized him. This person was none other than Beastmaster Old Meng, who had specially arrived from the northwest region. Zhang Chen was extremely impressed with this person. This middle-aged man who looked unimpressive was an existence that would push the ancient profession of the Beastmaster to the peak in the future. That handful of microbes and bacteria control makes it hard for almost anyone to defend themselves. When all the people were seated, Liao Zhong opened the door and went straight to the point. Everyone, we have gathered here today to discuss how to effectively crusade against the Pill Fairy Society that is entrenched in Miaojiang, as well as to free the children who are under their control. First of all, let's learn about the relevant intelligence of the Pill Fairy Society together. Strike that. Liao Zhong pressed the remote control, and the projection screen began to show detailed information about the Medicine Fairy Society and some of the children who had been taken by the society. The images of the Medicine Fairy Society's cult rituals, bizarre charms, and their previous use of compulsion to raise children are all presented in a chilling manner. Inside this information was also an exhaustive analysis of the Pill Fairy Society's organizational structure, main members, scope of activities, as well as their compulsion characteristics and tactical preferences. After reading the information, Old Meng and the three of them, Liao Zhong, assessed around the strength of the Medicine Fairy Society. At the same time, we arranged the tactical deployment, personnel division of labor, rescue plan and other issues. All of them were working together to gradually refine their plan of action, striving to minimize casualties and successfully destroy the Medicine Fairy Society and rescue the children under their control. Zhang Chen, however, was lacking interest in this one. For Zhang Chen, who possessed the Golden Light Mantra and the Reverse Life Triple, where was the need for a plan? Meng would do. During the course of the tense meeting, Liao Zhong and Lao Meng held highly consistent views on the danger of the cultists of the Medicine Fairy Society. They believed that these cultists were not only proficient in the art of poisoning, but also in all kinds of treacherous and inexplicable parasites. Once a little carelessness, it is very likely to fall into the trap of the other side, leading to the failure of the operation or even casualties. At the same time, the two of them also agreed that since Zhang Chen was still young and inexperienced, he should be allowed to stay at the rear for safety reasons, avoiding direct involvement in a head-on conflict with the Pill Immortal Society. In the face of this decision, Zhang Chen looked a bit helpless and looked at Liao Zhong and Old Meng and spoke helplessly. You two don't think I'm some young lord sent here by some big shot up there to gild the lily, do you? After saying that, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the conference room, only Zhang Chen took a deep breath and slowly stood up. In the next moment, only a majestic energy fluctuation suddenly surged around him. Golden light erupted from within him, instantly filling the entire conference room, forming a dazzling golden curtain of light. Once such an exaggerated golden light incantation was released, that majestic and sacred power directly enveloped the entire field. Liao Zhong, Lao Meng, and even all the attendees present all stared in disbelief at Zhang Chen, who was sitting inside the corner of the conference table. They had seen golden light spells before, but it was really the first time they had seen such an outrageous golden light spell. While looking at the stunned looks of the group of people around him, Zhang Chen spoke in a very flat tone. I know you have offered to let me stay behind out of protection, but there is one thing I ask you to remember. Within the company, my authority is much higher than yours. I have the right to participate in any action at my own discretion without a clear directive from the highest level meeting of the company. I understand your concerns, but I also ask you to recognize the reality that if we are talking about strength alone, to put it bluntly, all of you together are no match for me. The residual power of the golden light curse had yet to dissipate, and Zhang Chen's words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer immediately afterward. As they looked at this small child who seemed to be so powerful despite his age, they could not help but have a new understanding of Zhang Chen in their hearts. After a short silence, the two heads, Liao Zhong and Old Meng, exchanged glances. In the end, Liao Zhong slowly nodded his head and spoke very helplessly. If that's the case, then we respect your choice, but you must promise us that you will be careful and protect yourself during the operation. We will also do our best to cooperate with you and complete this mission together. Only after Liao Zhong nodded his head did Zhang Chen put away the golden light spell that had an extremely terrifying coverage. You guys go on with the meeting, and remember to let me know the departure time when you're done. Zhang Chen, who had little interest in the meeting, waved his hand at the crowd and left his seat. Looking at Zhang Chen's style of behavior, the people at the conference table all looked at each other in disbelief. However, not a single person dared to look down on him. Just the hand he just showed was enough to shock them all. Chapter 55 Siege of the Medicine Immortal Society. Zhang Chen made a strong move. In the early hours of the following morning, when all is quiet, it is the most sleepy time of the day for a person. On the eve of this silent dawn, a large-scale siege operation against the Pill Fairy Society quietly began. The South China branch had assembled a large number of elite formal workers and silently surrounded the entire mountain where the Medicine Immortal Society was located. In order not to spare any cult members, all the exits of this hill were tightly guarded, and a large amount of manpower was on standby to prevent the cultists from using the paths to escape. Zhang Chen, Liao Zhong and Lao Meng, as the executors of this operation, looked serious and closely followed the progress of the operation. As an order was given, the encirclement gradually tightened, and the mountains and hills of Nadutong employees were like an invisible giant hand, slowly strangling the throat of the Medicine Immortal Society. Stay until 3 or 4 o'clock. Liao Zhong in the command camp gave an order, and a large number of staff members quickly surged like a tidal wave to the hill where the target was located. In this operation deep into the lair of the Medicine Fairy Society, since it has long been known that the enemy specializes in the use of poison and parasites, it will pose a great threat to all staff involved in this operation. Therefore, every member of the team was fully armed and on standby in a special full set of anti-narcotics equipment, except for Zhang Chen, who wore no protective gear whatsoever, but instead walked alone at the front of the group with a golden light spell on his head, as if it were a large bulb of several kilowatts. Liao Zhong and Old Meng looked at Zhang Chen's fearless figure and couldn't help but worry in their hearts. They were well aware that the Medicine Fairy Society's methods were vicious and poisonous, and that unusual anti-poisoning devices might not be able to withstand its bizarre toxins and compulsion techniques. And with Zhang Chen walking at the forefront unprotected like this, the golden light spell was still so bright, it will be a target for almost all enemies. They grew their mouths a few times, trying to remind to let Zhang Chen put on the protective suit as well. However, when they thought of the golden light curse that Zhang Chen had cast during the meeting, which had an almost invincible appearance, the two of them ultimately chose to remain silent. Looking at Zhang Chen who was moving forward and had already pulled them a long distance, Liao Zhong and Old Meng exchanged whispered words in the mic of their communication devices. Old Liao, this kid is really skillful and bold. We've all seen the power of his golden light mantra, and I'm afraid that there really isn't any poison or compulsion in this world that can break through his defenses. I don't know how this kid cultivated his golden light spell. I'm afraid it can't even blast through a rocket. I bet it won't blow through. Me too. Just as the two of him were chatting intensely, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly came over the mic. A group of people moving together is too slow. I'll go first. After saying that, before waiting for the two to respond, Zhang Chen took the initiative to cut off his microphone. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Liao Zhong and Old Meng both stayed in place and stared at each other. After a few minutes, Liao Zhong spoke helplessly. Old Meng, how could you talk to me on the public channel just now? I thought you were using another channel. The two of us are talking bad about our bosses in front of their bosses, so I'm afraid we're going to get our pay docked. Lao Meng. Just like that, after hanging up the microphone, Zhang Chen directly struck out on his own with his physical superiority. Step by step, he approached the headquarters of the Medicine Immortal Society. His golden figure stood out in the darkness of the night, and a little attention would have revealed him. Watching Zhang Chen just directly mangled up like that, Liao Zhong and Lao Meng, on the other hand, could only pray silently in their hearts that this operation would go on smoothly. After leaving the group, Zhang Chen moved very quickly alone. Soon he arrived at the entrance to the Medicine Immortal Society, and before he could catch his breath, the golden glow on his body caught the attention of the cultists guarding the door. What is it? Could it be a piece of gold that's come to life? One of the cultists didn't know if he had been poisoned silly, or if he was just really sick in the head. Surprisingly, the first thing he thought at the sight of Zhang Chen was not that someone had invaded, but that there was gold that had become fertilized. By the time he was about to walk up to get a better look, Zhang Chen's hand slash landed hard on the back of his head, knocking him out on the spot. After resolving this cultist, Zhang Chen was just about to continue onward when he saw that there was even a hidden sentry hidden inside the bushes. Just as Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly, he was about to go up and finish him off. Who knew that this cultist would even directly open his mouth and prepare to shout? However, Zhang Chen was also prepared for this. The moment he was about to shout out, a silent note within the talisman space immediately flew out, creating a silent boundary in place. Seeing that he couldn't make any noise, the secret sentry of the Medicine Immortal Society was ready to fight for his life. He was extremely good at manipulating the parasites, only to see his mind move and his fingers fluttering in the air like a flipping rope, instantly conjuring up countless parasites of different forms and unknown toxicity. They were like black clouds swooping straight at Zhang Chen, who was at the forefront of the team. However, in the face of the incoming swarm of parasites, Zhang Chen did not change his face and only snorted coldly. The golden light spell surrounding his body instantly transformed into a golden barrier. All the parasites that approached were like hitting a bronze wall the moment they came into contact with the golden light curse, bouncing away and unable to get close enough to get the slightest bit. Seeing that this dark sentinel had actually moved to kill himself, then Zhang Chen would not be able to keep his hands off of him either. In order not to startle the snake, Zhang Chen directly flicked out a strike of Samadhi flame, turning his divine sense into ashes. Then, he cast the koan technique, only to see the ground suddenly crack open, and a huge gravitational force surged out from the destiny plate, sucking the cultist and the unlucky one he had knocked out earlier, all of them into the ground and burying them in this big mountain. This series of actions flowed smoothly, avoiding too much noise to alert the other members of the Pill Fairy Society, knowing that he had touched the key points of the Medicine Fairy Society. Next, Zhang Chen turned off his golden light curse and prepared to break into the Pill Immortal Society's strongholds with his reverse life triplex skills. Along the way, Zhang Chen, with his keen perception, did not know how many parasites responsible for surveillance he had bypassed. It was only in the end that he silently penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Medicine Immortal Society and arrived at the entrance of its core area. Just as he was about to probe further, he saw several people holding torches coming out from inside the Medicine Fairy Society. In the next moment, the scene that appeared before his eyes caused Zhang Chen to instantly burn with rage. It was just that these cultists were busy carrying the bodies of innocent children who had been brutalized out of the house. Those corpses were either yellow and skinny or covered in scars. Zhang Chen, who had watched the episode, naturally knew that these children were the victims of the Medicine Fairy Society in order to refine the compassionate body sacred child. This scene overlapped with the cruel scenario described in the plot, causing Zhang Chen to no longer be able to suppress his inner rage. He took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He didn't need to leave any survivors at all for these cruel to the core guys. Zhang Chen then raised his hand without hesitation and cast a large amount of Samadhi flame. In an instant, the blazing flames erupted from his palm like a furious dragon, heading straight for those cultists. Samadhi fire is the most masculine and rigid fire in heaven and earth, specializing in burning the great evils of the world. The flames instantly swept through, and those cultists were instantly incinerated by the blazing flames as their divine sense was left unguarded. This time, Zhang Chen was clearly moved to true anger, and he did not let the Samadhi flame directly burn them to death. Rather, after burning out all their senses, only their perception of pain remains. At this point the group of cultists could neither make any noise nor make any movement. However, they could clearly perceive the pain of the fire of divine consciousness that was constantly burning in their souls. Although Zhang Chen's move was cruel, to these heartless cultists, they undoubtedly deserved what they got. Mercy is only a matter for God when it comes to these inhuman demons, and Zhang Chen's task was responsible for sending them to meet God. After dealing with these cultists, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, the anger in his heart still unable to be quelled. A moment later he made a decision to take the demons in the Medicine Fairy Society. All burned. Chapter 56 Exterminating the Pill Fairy Society. Rescuing Chen Dao. Zhang Chen unleashed the Samadhi flame and instantly burned the divine sense of the cultists who were carrying the corpses, and the entire group was plunged into immense pain. The men who had gone out to remove the last of the bodies did not return for a long time. This sudden turn of events immediately caught the attention of the other members of the Pill Immortal Society, especially not far away. an old man who looked like he had a high status. His face was gloomy and his eyes flashed with a vicious color. Apparently he's the cult leader who organized the Medicine Fairy Society. Asshole, how the hell did those guys from the company feel their way in here? There must be a corporate spy inside the Medicine Fairy Society. But fortunately, the compassionate sacred child has been successfully cultivated, and the company's group of stupid exes came too late. The old man is a done deal. As he said this, the cult leader of the Medicine Immortal Society glanced at little Chen Dao in the distance with great satisfaction. Then his eyes turned cold, as if he had sensed something, and he directly sneered in a small voice. Humph, only one person dares to break into my Pill Immortal Society? You guys, go take down that guy outside the door, and the rest of you take the compassionate body sage boy and leave. The president of the Medicine Immortal Society was obviously extremely unhappy with Zhang Chen's intrusion. Only a low shout was seen from him, and then the surrounding men moved on command, swarming towards Zhang Chen's location. When he felt a large amount of air running towards him, Zhang Chen knew that he had been exposed. However, he didn't care if he was exposed or not. These minions of the Medicine Immortal Society, he will kill one after another. It just so happens that there's no need to keep hiding now. Just as Zhang Chen appeared at the entrance of the cave where the Pill Fairy Society's headquarters was located. Next moment, countless parasites with different forms and strong toxicity surged out from all directions, surrounding Zhang Chen like a dark cloud. At the same time, a stream of poisonous fog also spread outward from inside the cave, covering the sky and the sun, attempting to block Zhang Chen's line of sight and slow down his movements with the terrifying poisonous fog. However, Zhang Chen did not panic in the face of such a large-scale attack. He had already learned from the company's information that the Medicine Fairy Society cultists were good at using poison and parasites to control their enemies, so he had been prepared for this, only to see the golden light spell around him blaze instantly, forming an invisible barrier that bounced off all those pouncing parasites. At the same time, without any hesitation, he directly opened the huge marquee of Wu Chiman Destiny Plate under his feet, enveloping the entire mountain in his Destiny Plate. Sundown character. Storm. As Zhang Chen's words fell, a gust of wind instantly rose up from the ground, blowing away all of the incomparably thick poisonous mist. The moment the poisonous mist dispersed, Zhang Chen's gaze was like a torch, instantly locking onto the old man who had just given the order. He recognized at a glance that this dry and thin old man seemed to be the president of the Pill Immortal Society. Tackle the thief. Zhang Chen naturally understood this. Then he was only seen moving, transforming into a golden stream of light and heading straight for the old man. Seeing this, the old man's face changed, and he recited words under his breath, attempting to manipulate more parasites to block Zhang Chen's footsteps. However, Zhang Chen's speed was so fast that he could not react effectively in time. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Chen had already reached the old man. He blasted out with a fist, and the golden light shone brightly, and the sound of dragons and tigers instantly resounded throughout the entire cave. Terrifying dragon and tiger figures emerged behind Zhang Chen, heading straight for the old man's vitals. The old man hastily offered up a tortoise-shell shield that was dripping with black air energy to fend it off. This shield looked a bit old and seemed to be a magic weapon handed down from an unknown era. In this era of the last Dharma weapons like this were naturally rare. However, even if the old man had taken out all of his crushing treasures, but under this 100 times strengthened punch of Zhang Chen, the black tortoise-shell shield instantly shattered, and the old man who was the president of the Medicine Immortal Society instantly spat out blood from his mouth and flew out backwards, smashing heavily on top of the wall behind him and crashing into a puddle of blood mist. For such a cultist fellow, Zhang Chen naturally had no intention of holding back. When the surrounding cultists saw that their president had been punched into a bloody mist by Zhang Chen, they were all terrified, and none of them dared to come forward to challenge him. Dropping the weapons in their hands and starting to frantically run away, Zhang Chen swept his cold eyes over the entire scene, and a cruel smile could not help but grow at the corner of his mouth. Don't run, all of you. Let's kill him together. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about how he was going to wipe out this group of guys, suddenly an old crone appeared from nowhere, holding a huge bell in her hand, her eyes staring ferociously at Zhang Chen, itching to eat him alive. As the bell in her hand continued to shake, the members of the Chaotic Medicine Fairy Guild instantly quieted down. In the next moment, all of them actually began to launch an attack towards Zhang Chen as this old crone had commanded. So the real head here is you. You're the Miaojiang Compass King inside the information. That bell. It's used to control the parasites in their bodies, right? But it doesn't matter. It's all going to die anyway. The old woman did not answer Zhang Chen's words. Under the control of her bell, a large number of parasites began to continuously emerge from the bodies of all the members of the Medicine Fairy Guild. All of their bodies also exploded at this moment, turning into a mass of highly toxic poisonous mist that filled the entire cavern. In the face of the surging attack of the Pill Immortal Society's cultists, Zhang Chen was calm and fearless. Sundown character. Chaotic wind blade. As Zhang Chen spoke calmly, only to see a strong wind blade arise out of thin air, like a sharp sword stabbing straight into the poisonous fog, instantly cutting and blowing it away, making the line of sight clear. Those parasites that tried to break through the defense of the golden light spell fell and broke under the impact of the wind blade, drifting to the ground like fallen leaves. Leaving the word Inferno prison, Zhang Chen didn't stop moving. A blazing ball of fire surged out from the 100 times strengthened Wu Chi life disc. With a wave of his hand, he set all the parasites on the ground on fire, and in an instant, those evil things turned into ashes and dissipated without a trace. That old woman's face suddenly changed when she saw this. She immediately realized that the teenager in front of her was not an easy character to deal with. As long as the Compass Body Sacred Child and I are around, the Medicine Fairy Society can be rebuilt at any time. It can't be delayed. It has to go. The old crone glanced at Chen Duo, who was sitting on a chair in the distance, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her heart. However, before she could take a step and take Chen Dao with her to escape, a strange flame instantly enveloped her entire being. This gang was different from the previous flames that directly burned away the parasites. This was the Samadhi flame that specialized in burning people's divine sense. Zhang Chen wanted her to personally experience the pain of having her divine sense burned by fire, hundreds of times more than the pain suffered by those children she had mutilated with her parasites. In the midst of a burst of screams and wails, Zhang Chen arrived at little Chen Dao's side. The girl in front of her eyes was clear but full of confusion, and that innocence made people feel pity. He knew very well that this little girl had a tragic life and was deeply controlled and tortured by the Medicine Fairy Society. And at the moment, although she looked calm, her body was actually being tormented by the parasites all the time. Looking at the poor Chen Dao, Zhang Chen lifted the golden light spell that surrounded his body, and without hesitation, he opened his arms and took the poor little girl into his arms. But right at this moment, Zhang Chen's body had just touched Chen Dao's delicate skin. A cold and terrifying aura instantly spread along the place of contact, and obvious signs of ulceration immediately appeared on Zhang Chen's fingers, arms, and even his chest. His skin and flesh were rapidly decaying, which was obviously the compulsion poison lurking inside Chen Dao's body kicking in an instant, trying to erode any guy who approached her. However, Zhang Chen had long been an unusual person. The third level of the reverse life realm gave him a self-healing ability that was beyond normal. Right at the moment the parasites started to wreak havoc, the powerful life force in his body responded instantly, quickly repairing the damaged body tissues, only to see that the ulcerated place healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant it was restored as before. Feeling the pain of the compulsion corrupting his body, it made Zhang Chen frown, and at the same time, he felt even more heartbroken for Chen Dao. You know this little girl, but she has to endure this bone-crushing pain all the time. Chapter 57, Chen Dao's placement. Learning Old Meng's beast control technique. When Liao Zhong and Old Meng led the reinforcements to the Medicine Immortal Society's headquarters, what came into view was a messy ruin, charred and blackened all over, burned by fire in general, with a pungent, smoky odor in the air. They looked around, only to see Zhang Chen standing alone at the entrance to the cave of the Pill Immortal Society's headquarters, holding the bewildered little Shander in her arms. She seemed to be waiting for them, and beyond that, there were no more signs of life in the cave. The cultists of the Medicine Immortal Society, along with the elders, were all reduced to ashes under Zhang Chen's fire, leaving behind only charred corpses, and the scene was so gruesome that it was suffocating. Witnessing this scene, both Liao Zhong and Old Meng's hearts were shaken. They didn't expect Zhang Chen to be so powerful, single-handedly picking off the entire Pill Fairy Society. Keep in mind that this cult is rated A+ on the company's danger rating scale. At the same time, they were shocked by Zhang Chen's coldness and ruthlessness. Originally, they had thought that Zhang Chen would leave some of them alive so that the company could obtain more information about the Medicine Immortal Society from them. However, the scene in front of him showed that Zhang Chen had not shown any mercy, and the entire Pill Fairy Society had been completely destroyed by him, leaving no survivors. Such an approach has undoubtedly caused great trouble in the subsequent aftermath. They knew full well that a killing of this magnitude was bound to attract the attention of the company's top brass. Just as the two men looked at each other in disbelief, they were momentarily at a loss as to how to report the matter to the top. Zhang Chen spoke calmly. I'm in charge of all this, and I'll explain it to the company executives. After saying this, Zhang Chen seemed to have remembered something, then opened his mouth. I didn't burn the Medicine Immortal Society's data room, and there is still a complete record of the compassionate body sage child's experiments there, so you guys can check it out if you need to. Liao Zhong and Old Meng couldn't help but be a bit surprised when they heard Zhang Chen's words. They didn't expect Zhang Chen to remain calm in the midst of a fierce battle, leaving behind the Pill Fairy Society's information for them to report to the company for use. Even so, both of them were still worried about Zhang Chen in their hearts though. After all, Even if the Medicine Fairy Society was a cult, it really didn't fit the company's usual style if they didn't leave a single person alive. I'm afraid this kid sent down from above is going to be heavily disciplined in the future. However, after seeing Zhang Chen's resolute face, they did not say anything more. Who let Zhang Chen's level be much higher than theirs? However, as Liao Zhong and Old Meng who understood the cruelty of the Medicine Fairy Society, Zhang Chen was actually supported in his heart by both of them for such a cruel act against their cultists. They understood that the most important thing at this moment was to deal with the scene as soon as possible, stabilize the situation, and prevent the leakage of information from triggering a bigger storm. They silently assisted Zhang Chen in cleaning up the scene, while secretly praying in their hearts that the company would not deal with Zhang Chen. Come on, give me the boy. After instructing the others to deal with the scene, Liao Zhong and Old Meng came to Zhang Chen's side, trying to pick up this little girl who was the only one to survive from inside the Medicine Fairy Society. However, after they saw Chen Duo in Zhang Chen's arms, looking at her clear yet empty eyes, as well as the eerie aura that emanated from her body, it made Liao Zhong and Lao Meng coincidentally associated with the archival records about the compassionate body sacred child. They knew that the so-called compelled holy children were not children in the true sense of the word. Rather, the person was refined into a compulsion by the Medicine Fairy Society in an extremely cruel manner. At first, they were not sure that the Chen Dao in Zhang Chen's arms was the compassionate body sacred child. However, when they witnessed the constant ulceration and rapid healing of the place where Chen Duo and Zhang Chen came into contact with each other, it was only then that the two were convinced that the little girl in front of them was the legendary compassionate sacred child. Even though both Liao Zhong and Old Meng were wearing protective suits at this time, they still could not help but feel some scruples in their hearts in the face of such a bizarre and terrifying existence, and they were even a little afraid to approach. However, they saw that Zhang Chen acted as if he didn't care about it, as he calmly hugged Chen Duo, with no fear in his eyes, except that the wounds on his body that were constantly festering and healing told them that in fact, Zhang Chen was also experiencing the horrifying erosion of the compulsion. This scene caused both Liao Zhong and Old Meng to glance at each other, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They could not understand why Zhang Chen could face the terrifying existence of the compassionate body sage boy so calmly. At the same time, it was hard to understand what kind of terrifying technique Zhang Chen had practiced that could allow his body to recover so quickly. Bring a special protective suit. I'll help her put it on. You guys stay away. This poison of hers is still somewhat powerful. In the meantime, have the people at the Dark Castle prepare a special room and were ready to take her back. Just as the two of them were shocked by Zhang Chen's special ability, Zhang Chen's voice rang out at this time. After hearing Zhang Chen's command, the two of them immediately did as he said. After Zhang Chen and his group returned to the company's dark fortress with Chen Dao, they carefully placed the compelled holy child in a special isolation room to ensure that her presence did not pose a potential threat to others. When Chen Dao was properly placed, the hearts of the people hanging in the air were slightly put down, began to regroup to discuss how to properly handle this particular presence. This time the meeting was also attended by Zhang Chen with all seriousness. During the meeting, Zhang Chen put forward a number of targeted suggestions, combining the information he had learned in the episode and his own feelings about being poisoned by Chen Dao's compulsion. He also elaborated on his ideas about lifting the compulsion from Chen Dao's body, restoring his humanity, and the subsequent rehabilitation treatment. These ideas were agreed upon by the crowd. At the same time, the crowd became even more curious about Zhang Chen's identity. Zhang Chen's performance in this operation was simply too bright, and he had even arranged for the subsequent handling of the compassionate body sacred child. Next, the crowd followed Zhang Chen's suggestion, dividing up the work and quickly starting the operation. Within half a day, a special isolation room with toxicity monitoring was built in the dark fortress. Although the crowd did not know why Zhang Chen had named this little girl Chen Dao, however, they still wrote Chen Dao's name on the room's name as instructed by Zhang Chen. Just as everyone started to get busy with matters related to the handling of the compassionate sacred child Chen Dao, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, found Old Meng in private. Uncle Meng, I have an ungrateful request. I want to learn your beast control technique. Old Meng frowned slightly after hearing Zhang Chen's words, hesitating in his heart. The beast control technique was a secret of their sect, rarely taught to others. Coupled with the fact that he didn't know what Zhang Chen was going to do with his beast control technique, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed for a while. Looking at Old Meng with a difficult look on his face, Zhang Chen thought about it and continued. Uncle Meng, I'm learning beast control because I want to try to see if I can use this ability to help Chen Duo. If you can stay here all the time, I won't have to do this one more time, but you still have to go back to the northwest. In fact, at the meeting Uncle Meng, you should have known to come that Chen Dao is actually not considered a human now, more like a parasite. Maybe using the ability to control the beast will help her healing more. When Zhang Chen mentioned that learning beast control was to better help the compassionate sacred child Chen Dao, the expression on Old Meng's face finally changed subtly. As he looked at Zhang Chen's determined eyes, he felt his persistence in wanting to save Chen Dao. Old Meng was well aware that Chen Duo's condition was extremely special and required a combination of means to have any hope of recovery, and Zhang Chen's ability to control beasts might be able to play a key role in this. After Old Meng was silent for a moment, he looked at Zhang Chen and said through clenched teeth, "That's just it. An outdated ability like beast control isn't really that valuable. And still, for the sake of helping that poor kid, I'll make an exception and teach you. However, even though this technique is outdated, it's not that easy to practice, and as for whether or not you can make it still depends on how talented you are." Zhang Chen sniffed. A hint of joy appeared on his face as he spoke with a serious expression. "Uncle Meng, you don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is demonstrate your beast control technique at my place and I'll definitely be able to learn it." Chapter 58 Beast Control Techniques Reinforcement Direction. Difficult to solve compulsion poison. After promising to teach Zhang Chen the beast control technique, Old Meng was ready to start explaining in detail to Zhang Chen the difficult points in the beast control technique. However, Zhang Chen made a request that was unexpected. He only needed to see his demonstration once. Old Meng couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart when he heard this. "You can learn by just watching the demo once? It's not a joke?" However, looking at Zhang Chen's confident face, he still decided to do as Zhang Chen said and personally demonstrate the beast control technique for him first before saying anything. By the way, he let Zhang Chen know that the beast control technique was not that easy to learn. Only Old Meng gazed at his concentration and began to perform the beast control technique. He made seals with both hands and recited an incantation under his breath, and a special chi instantly emanated from him, resonating subtly with his surroundings. He maneuvered several pre-prepared mice with precision. These mice, under his manipulation or bending their heads and ears, or standing in line, would also perform all sorts of strange poses. However, just as Old Meng was halfway through his demonstration and was meticulously showing the complex changes in the beast control technique, Zhang Chen suddenly interrupted, stating that it was enough and he could stop the demonstration, because he had heard the voice of the system in his head. "You have successfully observed 50% of the contents of the beast control technique. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique." "Does it start copying immediately?" "Yes." As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the system resounded with the sound of a successful copy. The beast control technique has been successfully copied. The proficiency level of the feed is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Old Meng, after hearing Zhang Chen say that he had already learned, suspicion rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Chen was really interested in learning his beast control technique. He frowned as he looked at Zhang Chen, his eyes filled with incomprehension. "Zhang Chen, are you sure you don't need me to explain the other parts of the beast control technique in more detail? Although this technique isn't strong, I'm afraid it's difficult to learn to master it with just one demonstration, not to mention using this technique to help Chen Dao." Upon hearing Old Meng's doubts, Zhang Chen then smiled faintly and said confidently, "Uncle Meng, you don't need to worry much. I've already learned all of the beast control techniques you demonstrated just now." As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Old Meng's face first showed a hint of surprise, and then filled with anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. "This kid, I teach him with good intentions and he's so perfunctory? You dare to say you already know the beast control technique after reading half of it?" Just as Old Meng's mind was clouded with suspicion, he was about to get angry at Zhang Chen's perfunctory attitude. In the next moment, the scene in front of him made him instantly freeze. Only Zhang Chen, after finishing saying that he had already learned, walked straight to the cage where the mice were placed next to him. He then gazed at his concentration and raised his hand slightly. An air exclusively belonging to beast controllers emanated from him. Next moment, a miracle happened under Old Meng's incredulous gaze. The mice that were originally scurrying around in their cages, unregulated, at this moment as if pulled by some invisible force, it even began to arrange itself in an orderly manner, one only standing straight, like a soldier on parade, neatly arranged into a line, with neat and precise movements. The scene was shocking. Old Meng stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zhang Chen was really able to utilize the beast control technique so skillfully in a short period of time, just by watching half of his demonstration, and he so easily maneuvered these mice through complex formation movements that would have been impossible to accomplish without decades of work. It was beyond his imagination. "How is this possible?" Old Meng muttered, the shock in his heart simply indescribable. He stared at Zhang Chen, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. This time he finally believed that what Zhang Chen had just said that he had learned was not a lie. Rather, it's the truth. Zhang Chen put away his beast control technique, turned to look at the dumbfounded Old Meng, and opened his mouth with a smile. "Uncle Meng, how's my beast control technique?" Old Meng came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Chen's confident look. "It's really a man for a man. With a little practice, this kid is about as good as my decades of beast control." Where on earth did he pop up as a demon? Old Mang took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Chen for a short while before finally nodding slowly. At this point, the doubts in Lao Meng's mind were completely eliminated. Zhang Chen did not pay much attention to the shocked old Meng. This was because his attention was completely focused on the system beep that sounded in his head. The system began to indicate that his newly learned beast control technique was ready to be strengthened. Zhang Chen knew that the beast control technique did not actually help Chen Dao's situation much. After all, later on, Old Meng had already elevated his beast control technique to the bacterial level, and all of them were having trouble meddling with Chen Dao's situation. Thus Zhang Chen, on the other hand, hoped that he would be able to find clues or means that might help save Chen Dao from the enhanced beast control technique. Zhang Chen then closed his eyes and devoted himself to the system's strengthening process. The system interface surfaced in his mind, and the relevant information of the beast control technique was clearly presented before his eyes. The host learns a new set of feats and gains a chance to strengthen them. This feat is the beast control technique, and there are currently a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. The number of beasts that can be manipulated at the same time can be strengthened to 100 times the current number. 2. Meticulous, minimally manipulable virus level. 3. Strengthening, can enhance the strength of the manipulated object, up to 100 times the current strength. The stronger the strengthening, the heavier the burden on the manipulated object. The 3 beast control technique enhancement directions given by the system had all appeared. After carefully scrutinizing the 3 beast control technique enhancement directions provided by the system, Zhang Chen realized that they were all very strong though, but none of them seemed to directly address Shander's current problems. After all, Chen Dao was now a whole person being cultivated into a parasite, which didn't seem to have much to do with the viral bacteria in her body. Zhang Chen could also use the beast control technique to control Chen Duo to regularly eliminate the compulsion from her body so that she could get along with other people as normal. But then, it would only be treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. Although the strengthened beast control technique was not very useful to Chen Duo, but after all, it had come out with a strengthened direction, so he naturally could not miss it. So he started by strengthening all 3 directions of reinforcement. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen awoke from the process of rehearsing the strengthening technique, looking at Chen Dao, who lived upright and motionless in the isolation room. Zhang Chen was well aware that Chen Dao's situation was extremely special and complex, and even the original story failed to find a way to completely cure her. Facing such a tricky dilemma left Zhang Chen in a quandary for a while. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about how to proceed with Chen Dao's problem, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It seemed that one of the 8 strange techniques, double perfect hands, was able to have an effect on Chen Dao's body. At the thought of this, Zhang Chen's instantly lit up. If for anyone else, finding the heir to the dual full hands would seem to be more difficult than curing Shander. But for Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the plot, he knew exactly who had both full hands. The Lu family, the U-Star Society Chu Tong. Just who should we start with? For a while, Zhang Chen was in deep thought. Chapter 59 Interview with the Pill Fairy Society. Chu Tong delivers. After thinking about how the double full hand might help Shander's situation somewhat, within the past few days, Zhang Chen had been playing with the idea of one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the dual full hands. The current inheritors of the dual full hands are Chu Tong of the U-Star Society, and the Lu family. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the LV family right now who can actually double full hand yet. They're still treating the dual full hands as their LV family's bright soul technique. Based on the plot, the first person in the Lu family to actually master the dual full hands should be Lu Liang. However, there were still more than 10 years before Lu Liang mastered the double full hand. So now, if he wanted to duplicate the double full hand, he would have to find a way to do it from Chu Tong. Just as Zhang Chen was contemplating how he should approach Chu Tong with it and force her to use both of her full hands to give himself a chance to replicate it, the news came suddenly from the company. Inside the company, it was said that the U-Star Society and the Jianghuan might send reporters to cover the recent eradication of the Medicine Fairy Society, and the news related to this eradication of the cult will be released to the Inhuman Circle to serve as a deterrent to other cults. Keep all the guys who want to up in peace. And, this time, the company asked all the people involved in the operation to prepare themselves accordingly for the interviews with these 2 media outlets of the Inhuman world. After hearing this news, Zhang Chen was simply overjoyed. It's still true that when the baby is hungry, the milk comes. Originally, Zhang Chen was still worried about how he should approach Chu Tong of the U-Star Society. But no, the company directly sent him an opportunity. When he learned that the U-Star Society was also going to participate in this interview, a flash of illumination flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. He realized that this might be a perfect opportunity to make direct contact with Chu Tong. So Zhang Chen directly picked up the phone that the company had assigned to him and called Zhao Fengshu. Dong Zhao, I heard that the top is going to use this eradication of the cult as a publicity for the company's power? Zhao Fengshu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be very puzzled in response after hearing Zhang Chen's words. There is such a thing, but if you don't want to be interviewed, let Liao Zhong and the others take over for you. Just when Zhao Fengshu thought that Zhang Chen didn't want to get involved in these matters, Zhang Chen's reply, however, surprised him greatly. How come you don't want to be interviewed? I'm the biggest contributor to this operation. I must have the president of the Shining Star Society personally interview me. But we can't send some minions over here. We must make me look handsome. Zhao Fengshu's face was puzzled when he heard this. He didn't understand why Zhang Chen was so obsessed with the interviewee, especially why it had to be the president of the Flare Star Society. Zhang Chen seemed to have guessed Zhao Fengshu's incomprehension, so he then spoke. Zhao Dong, I'm the #1 expert in our company. Besides, this is my first time on camera. I'm going to lose my temper if I send any minion over. If I get angry, I'll never go on a company assignment again. Zhao Fengshu, listening to Zhang Chen throwing a child's tantrum, Zhao Fengshu, instead of showing any dissatisfaction, even showed a hint of joy on his face. He couldn't help but think in his heart, kids are just kids. Even if they are strong, their minds are still in their teens. That's good. If he's also that mature in heart, maybe the company won't be able to control him well in the future. But an exclusive interview with the president of the Yosi Club, just give it to you can what? Thinking of this, Zhao Fengshu agreed to Zhang Chen's request without saying a word. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen's phone rang, and inside came the voice of Zhao Fengshu, who had already arranged things properly. This made Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel happy, and in his heart, he said happily, worthy of being a company, its face is big, as long as Chu Tong can come, that pair of full hands, I'm aiming for it. After receiving Zhao Fengshu's call, Chu Tong, the president of the Flare Star Society, couldn't help but have a trace of doubt rise in her heart. She was intrigued by the young but demanding teenager, especially after learning from Zhao Fengshu that Zhang Chen was actually the main force in this eradication of the cult. The curiosity in his heart was skyrocketing. Since when is there such a young kid inside the company? No, I have to ask before I do. To get a deeper look at Zhang Chen, Chu Tong utilized the mole she had planted within the company to easily obtain information about Zhao Fengshu's phone chats with Zhang Chen. At the same time, he had also gotten a part of the information about Zhang Chen that was only publicized among the top management. After reading through the contents, Chu Tong knew a lot more about Zhang Chen than before. Setting the printout in his hand gently to the side, Chu Tong couldn't help but let out a light laugh. And alone, he murmured softly, although this Zhang Chen is young, his strength isn't bad at all, but this pose seems to be even bigger. But, being a young man, who hasn't been wild at times, since I, the president, was allowed to interview him personally. Then Zhang Chen, do you know what it costs? A fighter with exceptional cultivation talent. Brother Zhang Chen, in the future you'll have to help your sister well. After Chu Tong had learned that Zhang Chen not only possessed great strength at such a young age, but also played a key role in the extermination of the Pill Fairy Society, she then had the idea of using her 2 full hands to control Zhang Chen for her own use. Same with the other teenager who had already been under her control, who had mastered the divine mechanism 100. They would all be her Chu Tong's greatest helpers in accomplishing her revenge. However, Chu Tong also knew that this matter had been revealing a hint of weirdness all along. However, because of her trust in her dual full-handed abilities, she believed that even if she failed to control Zhang Chen, she would still be able to get out safely. It's a gamble, and success depends on a number of factors. But she, Chu Tong, was willing to take the risk. After all, one risk is one more amazingly talented helper. It was a gain that was just too much for her to turn down. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Tong decided to accede to Zhang Chen's request and personally traveled to the South China branch for an exclusive interview. Early the next morning, she appeared at the entrance of the South China branch building as promised, while carrying the professional interview team of Yusing Society, and started the interview work in an organized manner. Facing the camera, Zhang Chen showed a calm and unruffled side, exhaustively recounting the course of the operation, especially when talking about his battle against those evil cultists of the Medicine Immortal Society. He acted in a wild manner. Zhang Chen's purpose in doing so was to confuse Chu Tong as much as possible. Let her think of herself in a young, brainless direction. During the interview, Chu Tong was quite satisfied with Zhang Chen's performance. Such a teenager with high strength and terrifying talent but not much heart was too similar to Ma Xianhong, who treated her as her sister. She really likes it. Soon, this interview was over. After the interview was over, Chu Tong took the initiative to come to Zhang Chen and spoke. Little Zhang Chen, in order to thank you for giving my sister this opportunity to interview you, my sister has just booked a private restaurant in the suburbs. The flavor there is very good. Do you want to go with my sister to try it? Zhang Chen, who was about to leave, had an imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth after hearing Chu Tong's words. He turned around in time and looked at Chu Tong with a naive expression on his face and opened his mouth. Does it taste really good? I'm picky about my tastes. Seeing Zhang Chen's naive look, the corner of Chu Tong's mouth curled up in a rare moment, and in her heart, she said, "What a brat, he's going to take the bait so easily." However, Chu Tong's face didn't show any expression, and her face still maintained a smile as she said, "Sister wouldn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, then come with me, and if it's not good, I'll fulfill your request with whatever you say you want." Thus, the naive Zhang Chen gladly accepted Chu Tong's invitation. Together with her, they took a car and drove towards the private restaurant that Chu Tong had reserved. Chapter 60. This little bit of medicine is enough for anyone. Give me 10 times more. Soon, Chu Tong brought Zhang Chen to a lavishly decorated and highly private restaurant. As soon as he entered, Zhang Chen was keenly aware of the strangeness of this private restaurant. Both the waiters and the cooks in here, despite appearances, look like regular people, but their demeanor, their breathing and even their eyes revealed something different. If Zhang Chen hadn't guessed wrong, all of their true identities were actually inhumans. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen could not help but swipe a cold smile from the corner of his mouth. Based on the arrangement of the personnel, he had guessed Chu Tong's ulterior motive. He knew that Chu Tong invited him here, not simply for hospitality, but carefully arranged a Hongmen banquet for himself. She tried to follow the example of how she had controlled Ma Xianhong, using the power of her dual full hands to control her own soul and turn herself into a pawn for her to use as well. However, Zhang Chen, who was familiar with Chu Tong's methods, naturally saw through everything long ago. In the face of Chu Tong's calculations, Zhang Chen did not show any panic. Instead, he became more and more calm, because he knew that Chu Tong would never be his opponent. "Here, brother Zhang Chen, try this abalone braised pork. This is a deep-sea abalone from Taiyou. It's extremely rare. You can't even buy it outside even if you have money." Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about how to deal with Chu Tong used her chopsticks to clip a piece of extremely tasty, juicy large abalone and sent it to Zhang Chen. Regarding this attentiveness offered by Chu Tong, Zhang Chen also pretended to be unguarded as he took a bite out of it. "Well, good. It's the first time I've had abalone this good. It would be great to have this food more often in the future." After eating a piece of abalone, Zhang Chen took several more pieces one after another and put them on his plate. Looking at Zhang Chen's feigned appearance of not having seen anything, the smile at the corner of Chu Tong's mouth could barely be suppressed anymore. "Eat, my good brother, but you need to eat more. Eat less so that the air dispersal inside can work better." During the rest of the meal, Zhang Chen savored the exquisite dishes while talking and laughing with Chu Tong, seemingly unguarded, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. Zhang Chen had already tasted out to the chef's secret air dispersing medicine in his food. The intent seemed to be to slowly weaken his air, seemingly to prevent him from using his incredibly powerful golden light spell. However, Zhang Chen was curious. Why had he already drugged himself? Couldn't he have drugged something powerful like monohydrate or something? Could it be that Chu Tong was not good at controlling his spirit with both full hands after he fainted? Or are you afraid you'll notice early and take them all out before they do? That's pretty careful. Zhang Chen sneered in his heart, admiring Chu Tong for her caution. Only, this amount of air-dispersing medicine could be too little for Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen did not utilize his own reverse life triple, he could resist it with just the air sea that had expanded 100 times after strengthening the nascent soul method. I'm afraid that this air-dispersing medicine will have to be eaten in a tank to be partially effective. Just such a small addition inside a dish was like hitting a pot of water out of a lake for Zhang Chen. Obviously, little tricks like Chu Tong's did not cause Zhang Chen much concern. He took it in stride and continued to savor the rest of the dish. As expected, while he was tasting the other dishes, he also noticed a slight loss of his air. But the amount of these air losses were almost minuscule, so if he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't be able to notice them at all. This medicine is also a bit of a come-on, so I'm afraid that ordinary people wouldn't even notice it if they weren't wary of Chu Tong, right? Zhang Chen let out a cold laugh in his heart as he secretly kept quiet and continued to eat the remaining several large tables of dishes. He was a big eater and swept the table by himself. Although there were spices added within these dishes, it had to be said that the group of cooks arranged by Chu Tong were still really good. The dishes are much better than the chefs in 5-star hotels. He watched Zhang Chen finish the entire table. However, his body never showed any signs of dissipation of the air machine. At this moment, the still strong air chi in Zhang Chen's body was still so terrifying to Chu Tong. Similarly, Chu Tong was also puzzled in her heart at this time. Could it be that these idiots underfilled their meds? So many loose air medicines. Even the old guys inside the company have been ruffled. Not to mention this little guy. She had thought that the carefully arranged air-dispersing medicine was enough to render Zhang Chen defenseless, but the facts before her were the exact opposite of what she expected. It left her a little overwhelmed for a moment. If this little bit of medicine doesn't work, then keep adding more. I'll see just how much medicine you can hold up. Chu Tong's heart was seething, and she directly used her hand to gesture where Zhang Chen could not see. Double the amount of drugs in the subsequent dishes that come up. Zhang Chen, who was on the side, didn't see Chu Tong's fingers moving, but he had been paying attention to the movements within the kitchen. When he saw that the executive chef in the kitchen had been staring at Chu Tong's fingers, Zhang Chen then guessed that it was afraid that he was not going to ask his men to increase the dosage of medicine for him. The corner of his mouth curled up in a bad smile at the thought. He looked at Chu Tong and let out a soft laugh, a disdainful laugh that made Chu Tong's heart grow a little hairy. Immediately afterward, she saw Zhang Chen unexpectedly raise his head directly and shouted in the direction of the kitchen. "Hey, that cook, give me 10 times the amount of medicine. Is there enough for anyone with that little amount of medicine at one time?" What made Zhang Chen somewhat surprised was that his words had just finished shouting. A sudden response came from the kitchen. "Okay, add 10 times the amount of medicine." Inside the kitchen, I don't know which guy was even nervous enough to answer directly. This caused the chef, who was about to increase the amount of medication, to freeze in his tracks, a little overwhelmed with the packet of medication in his hand. At that moment, the entire restaurant was so quiet that even if a pin fell down, one would be able to hear it. Chu Tong, who was sitting beside Zhang Chen, was startled by Zhang Chen's sudden words. This kid, he even sensed it. Something's not right. Even those long-established sect masters couldn't detect my air-dispersing medicine. How did he detect it? At this moment, Chu Tong immediately realized that things were not as simple as she thought. She then immediately retreated a few meters and stared at Zhang Chen with a wary face. When Zhang Chen saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. "President Chu Tong, it seems that you have some ill intentions towards me. However, since I dared to come to this Hongmen banquet, I naturally had prepared for it a long time ago, since we've already torn our faces apart. Next, how about we see the real thing under our hands?" Chapter 61, Chu Tong's Mistake. Zhang Chen's terrifying strength. Chu Tong realized that her plan had been exposed and felt remorse in her heart. She knew she had taken the boy in front of her too lightly. "Since you've already recognized it, there's no need to talk nonsense. Zhang Chen, I advise you to surrender obediently. Sister doesn't want to see you get hurt. Even if you're more powerful, you can't be a match for all of us." As soon as Chu Tong's words fell, all the chefs in the entire private dining restaurant, including the diners, all immediately stood up. The eyes stared unkindly at Zhang Chen, facing the tension of the enemy in full combat mode. Zhang Chen, however, was unimpressed as the corner of his mouth lifted up into a disdainful smile as he continued to leisurely sit at the table, enjoying these fine delicacies. Looking at how calm Zhang Chen was, without the slightest bit of fear, Chu Tong's heart thumped as a sense of foreboding surged through her. Could it be that this kid still has a backhand? Humph. No matter what else he has up his sleeve, we must take him down first. Chu Tong knew that she couldn't afford the slightest hesitation at this moment, so she decisively ordered, "Everyone together, make sure to capture Zhang Chen alive. Just leave a breath to me." With her order, the aliens in the restaurant flashed their abilities. For a time, the entire private dining restaurant, within the various colors of air, began to fly in the sky. The clanking and shattering of various pieces of furniture being broken resounded throughout the room. Everyone, almost at the same time, all of them launched a siege on Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen remained calm in the face of such a battle. Only a hint of disdain showed in his eyes as he slowly put down his chopsticks. In the face of the crowd rushing up, Zhang Chen sat in place without any fear, still looking calm and relaxed. Just when the crowd thought that Zhang Chen was going to tie his hands, in the next moment, he was seen manipulating his golden light curse with only his mind, turning the golden light spell on him into a golden chain. It bound all the attackers firmly in place with lightning speed, unable to move. For a moment, everyone in the room except Chu Tong was chained in place as if they were under a golden light spell, unable to move. Is this a golden light spell? The range of the golden light spell is surprisingly so great. Can't break it. It can't be broken at all. My attacks are useless when they hit the golden light curse. Help me. Put me down. Looking at the crowd that had been hoisted to the roof by themselves with the golden light spell, Zhang Chen let out a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and then directly exerted his newly learned ability to manipulate bacterial microbial manipulation. It makes the bacteria in these people's bodies quickly become active. Soon all of these people went into a state of sickness, and the agonizing pain of the intense sickness caused them to lose their fighting strength instantly. The whole process is like a flow of water in water, all in one go. Zhang Chen's terrifying strength was revealed at this moment. As for Chu Tong, witnessing this scene, her heart was incomparably shocked. It was only now that she truly understood why Zhang Chen's profile within the company was labeled with the words extremely dangerous. It seemed that she had still underestimated Zhang Chen's strength. Facing Zhang Chen's strong crushing, the original numerous helpers of the moment Chu Tong was isolated and could only watch as men struggle in pain one by one, but could do nothing about it. She understood in her heart that she was now at an absolute disadvantage against Zhang Chen. Facing Zhang Chen's absolute suppression, Chu Tong knew in her heart that there was no way back. With her heart in her mouth, she decided to throw her weight around and put up a fight. You might have a chance if you spell at once with both full hands, but if you don't go for it, you really don't have a chance at all. The mind made up its mind. The next moment, only red and blue light began to manifest in Chu Tong's hands. This was the unique air of the technique double perfect hands. The blue hand, representing the power of soul manipulation, can have an effect on a target's soul once it touches it, and for those with a weak mind, it can even completely control their soul. However, facing Chu Tong's soul control under the blue air, Zhang Chen, however, did not show the slightest bit of fear or evasion. Only a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if he had long foreseen this, allowing Chu Tong's red hand to touch his soul. This calmness and composure of Zhang Chen at this moment caused a trace of uneasiness to rise in Chu Tong's heart. However, due to her strong belief in the power of the dual full hands, she was even more convinced that Zhang Chen could not possibly escape under the control of her dual full hands. As long as I touch his soul, this battle is mine to win. Zhang Chen, although your strength is strong, but my double all hands is an 8 wonderful technique. Let's see how you can block it. Chu Tong almost exerted all her strength, adjusting her air to the limit, in order to make her red hand touch Zhang Chen's soul. Just at the moment when Chu Tong thought that she was about to get her way, and the red hands of her 2 full hands were about to successfully touch Zhang Chen's soul, a strong throbbing came from the palm of her hand, causing her heart to shake so steeply that her entire body actually began to tremble for no apparent reason. Next moment, it was as if she had touched an incomparably terrifying existence. It was a blazing, terrifying flame, hot and fierce, as if it could burn all of her soul to ashes. Chu Tong was startled by the flames, instantly retreating more than 10 meters away. He looked at Zhang Chen with a horrified face. At this moment, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, a cold smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, and he said in a cold voice, Chu Tong, you really aren't afraid of death, even daring to touch the samsara flame? Upon hearing the words Samadhi true flame, Chu Tong's face instantly turned as pale as death. She, who had great attainments in the soul, naturally knew it very well. The Samadhi true flame was the most domineering and fiery flame in the cultivation world, specializing in burning the cultivator's divine soul, and ordinary people were simply unable to resist it. It was only at this moment that Chu Tong realized that she had misjudged Zhang Chen's strength. She had been naive enough to think she could control this seemingly young and talented boy with her 2 full hands. She had also never expected that Zhang Chen's soul could harbor a Samadhi flame. This kind of terrifying flame, even an expert like her did not dare to touch it easily. At this moment, Chu Tong's heart was filled with remorse and fear. She realized that she had completely fallen into the hands of a child today. At the same time, in this moment, he understood. Just now, when Zhang Chen was grabbing her men with the golden light curse, it wasn't because he was lucky enough to escape. Rather, Zhang Chen had deliberately let her off the hook. In the face of Zhang Chen's unfathomable strength and means, she had completely lost all hope of turning the tide. Only, until now, Chu Tong still did not know exactly what Zhang Chen's purpose was. She only felt that this incident, from the time Zhang Chen had insisted that she come for an interview, was all a huge conspiracy. It was Zhang Chen, a young child whose age was only in his teens, who was plotting against himself. What the hell does he want? Could it be for the double full hand on me? But who the hell told him about the double full hand on me? Could it be the Lu family? My whereabouts have been discovered by them? For a while, many thoughts flashed through Chu Tong's mind. However, what she didn't know was that the truth of this matter was actually just Zhang Chen trying to find a way to cure Chen Dao. Chapter 62 Duplicate Double Full Hands. Stunned Chu Tong. Looking at Chu Tong, there seemed to be no intention of tying her hands. Zhang Chen did not hesitate any longer and directly tied her up with more golden light incantations. Looking at Chu Tong, who had been dumped on the roof like the others, Zhang Chen asked in a cold voice, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the Duan Muing among the 36 thieves back then, right? These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Chu Tong hard in her heart. When she heard the 3 words Duan Muing, her face instantly became incomparably pale. It was obvious that Zhang Chen had recognized her true identity. At this moment, Chu Tong no longer had her usual calmness in her heart, and a burst of fear surrounded her entire being. Who the hell is he? How could he possibly know who I am? I've obviously changed my appearance with both full hands, and even moved my soul. Why does he still recognize me? Could it be that this kid is some old monster from back then who has returned to his old age? For a while, Chu Tong had a lot of thoughts in her mind, but more than anything else, She was afraid of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen saw Chu Tong's pale face in silence, clearly acquiescing to this identity. Just when Chu Tong thought that Zhang Chen was going to take about his identity next, Zhang Chen, however, said in a calm but extremely intimidating tone, "Whether you're Duan Muing or someone else, it has nothing to do with me. And as for your identity as the 36 thieves back then, it has nothing to do with me either. Only, from now on, you'll be taking orders from me from now on." As soon as these words were uttered, they first caused Chu Tong to freeze for a moment. She really couldn't figure out what exactly Zhang Chen wanted to do when he grabbed himself. However, he scoffed at Zhang Chen's words that he would have to listen to his orders from now on. She couldn't help but sneer in her mind. Being the owner of a double full hand, he had long ago made alterations to his soul. No matter what else Zhang Chen had up his sleeve, he couldn't control himself. Although Chu Tong remained silent on the surface, she was inwardly quickly calculating how to deal with the situation at hand. She was well aware that Zhang Chen's strength was unfathomable, especially the samadhi flame that could withstand the invasion of the double all hands. But at the same time, she also believed that she was not powerless to fight back, and as long as she found the right opportunity, she might still be able to escape from Zhang Chen's hands. At this moment, Zhang Chen had already guessed what Chu Tong had in mind, and a hint of disdainful laughter flashed in his eyes. It was clear to him that even though Chu Tong seemed calm at the moment, she was actually inwardly calculating how to escape from her control and escape from her hands. However, what Chu Tong didn't realize was this. The moment she had just attempted to cast a double full hand to control Zhang Chen, a system beep had sounded in Zhang Chen's head. "You have successfully observed 50% of the process of casting a spell with 2 full hands. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately?" "Yes, start copying immediately." As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, all the information related to the dual full hands surfaced in his mind. The double full hand technique has been successfully copied. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately, after copying is complete, only to see Zhang Chen sneer at Chu Tong. And the next thing he knew, under Chu Tong's unbelievable gaze, he executed her most proud dual full hands. As the red and blue light in his hand alternately flickered, it was as if 2 sinuous coils of light were wrapped around his palm. This was exactly the gong method that she and Rootless, Zhang Huai and a few others had realized together and comprehended back then: dual complete hands. And at this moment, this technique was actually displayed in Zhang Chen's hands. It made a scene appear that she couldn't comprehend no matter how much she thought about it. A look of disbelief and horror instantly appeared on Chu Tong's face. Her eyes were dilated from shock. Her pupils contracted. Her lips were slightly open, and her originally colorful face was now reduced to nothing but horror and dismay. As the initial look of surprise faded, only pallor remained. Chu Tong's heart set off huge waves, her thoughts tumbling like waves. She couldn't believe that her 2 full hands had been so easily mastered by the young man in front of her, and looking so skillfully used. There is no rusty look of a beginner. All along, the double full hand had been the most solid leaning on Chu Tong's heart, and now it was being easily learned away, which was undoubtedly the biggest blow to her in this life besides what happened back then. Her throat rolled, dumbfounded, and she stared at Zhang Chen for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. "How is this possible? How do you know how to use a double full hand? Difficult. Could it be that you're from the Lu family's group?" In saying the last sentence, Chu Tong's voice carried a noticeable tremor, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with fear and anger. "I have nothing to do with the Lu family. I'm only on to you for the double full hand, so don't think about it." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, after realizing that he was not a member of the Lu family, Chu Tong only felt as if she had a tiny bit of luck in the midst of all her misfortunes, as long as Zhang Chen wasn't one of the Lu family's brutes. However, at this moment, she still had mixed feelings in her heart as she looked at Zhang Chen's ease and comfort in executing the double full hands. When she first realized the set of techniques, double perfect hands, she had spent almost all of her efforts. Therefore, it was difficult for her to accept the fact that the double all hands, which she had once thought to be unrivaled, was now easily grasped and skillfully used by Zhang Chen. "How on earth did you do that?" There was a tremor in Chu Tong's voice as she wondered what the hell was going on. Zhang Chen was originally too lazy to talk to her that much, but the moment he thought that he would be controlling Chu Tong with his dual full hands next, making her in the dual full hands that she had worked so hard for so many years to use for himself, Zhang Chen felt that there seemed to be no harm in telling Chu Tong his secret. "I don't know if you've ever read a web novel, but I'm the one with the system. How hard can it be to copy one of your feats?" Zhang Chen's words caused Chu Tong's head to instantly go down. She, who had not read the web novel that Zhang Chen was talking about, had no idea what the system that Zhang Chen was talking about actually was. However, after saying this, Zhang Chen did not explain too much, directly using the golden light incantation to transform into a mouth ball. he gagged Chu Tong's mouth, so as to save himself from affecting his next reinforcement of the dual complete hands technique. System, prepare to strengthen the double full hand. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the system's voice once again sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for learning a new set of feats and gaining a chance to strengthen them. This technique is one of the 8 wondrous techniques, double perfect hand, and there are 3 directions in which it can be strengthened. 1. Enhance the healing effect on the body, and increase the healing effect on the body by 100 times. 2. Enhances the healing effect on souls, amplifying the healing effect on human souls by 100 times. 3. Thought shackles. Each year a person can be forced to control a person so that they are 100% loyal to them and will never betray them. Note, the comprehensive strength of the person being controlled must not be higher than that of the host, otherwise it is invalid. Chapter 63, Controlling Chu Tong. Controlling the entire U-Star Society. Zhang Chen looked at the 3 directions of strengthening the dual all hands given by the system. Especially when he saw the 3rd reinforcement direction, Zhang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up into an astonishing arc. Worthy of my system? What a thought! With 100% control, Chu Tong will really have to work for me for the rest of her life next. Seeing the hint of a smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth that made people feel scared, the fear in Chu Tong's heart was even greater than before. It was just a pity that after she decided to enter the game, there was no chance to change her fate. System, start strengthening. Zhang Chen ignored Chu Tong's shock and fear, and devoted his full attention to the intensive cultivation of the dual full hands. The moment Zhang Chen's words fell, the system then took Zhang Chen and began to cultivate the new dual full hands after the enhancement. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, followed the system's guidelines and adjusted his own airflow step by step, attempting to improve and strengthen his dual full hands. Seeing Zhang Chen's actions at this moment, Chu Tong was first stunned in her heart, and then she could not help but be shocked. What's he doing? Could it be that he's modifying my double full hand? Are you kidding me? Chu Tong knows her 2 full hands very well. The reason why this technique, double all hands, was called the 8 Wonders technique. But back then, he had followed the rootless being near an immortal's relics, and only comprehended it after stumbling upon a great creation in the world. It was not too much to say that this technique was enough to be called the creation of heaven and earth. It's been nearly perfect since it was created. And now, Zhang Chen, this little brat, even wanted to improve on the original foundation? Isn't this a joke or something? This kid Zhang Chen is simply out of his depth. Dare to alter the 8 strange techniques at will? I'm afraid you won't even know how you'll die. Chu Tong laughed coldly in her heart as she watched Zhang Chen's movements. She knew that her chance to get out of the trap was coming. As long as Zhang Chen had an accident in the process of altering the double full hand, then he must not have the strength to continue maintaining the golden light spell, and then it would be time for himself and the others to counterattack. However, as time went on, soon half an hour passed. The accident that Chu Tong expected to happen to Zhang Chen did not occur. Instead, the air in Zhang Chen's body started to become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a strong and aggressive air began to climb rapidly within the originally quiet restaurant. It was as if an unseen force was frantically converging, squeezing the surrounding space. Chu Tong was sensitive to the fact that within that aura, there was the familiar aura of the dual full hands, but it also contained a new power never seen before within the Gongfu practiced by Zhang Chen. When Zhang Chen had completed the enhancement of the new dual all hands technique, the air chi in his body was like a volcano erupting and spewing out crazily. That double full hand air machine that was both familiar and unfamiliar made Chu Tong feel an unprecedented fear. At this moment, her eyes widened as she looked at the red and blue mingling, changing streams of air in Zhang Chen's hands. All the ridicule that had been deep inside before instantly turned into shock and fear. Zhang Chen had not only mastered the dual full hands, but he had also improved it somehow. She could feel that the dual full hands Zhang Chen had mastered now became much more powerful than before. What? Want to see me fail, do you? I've told you before. I have a system. Looking at Chu Tong's horrified expression, Zhang Chen once again laughed out coldly. Congratulations to the host. All 3 directions of reinforcement for the dual full hands have been completed. After successfully strengthening the double full hand with the aid of the system, Zhang Chen watched as the red and blue air power in his hand became more and more dense, and he was naturally satisfied in his heart. It's really a bit low to only be able to permanently control 1 target per year. But enough of that. For this one goal, let's use it on you, the possessor of the double full hand. For now. Having said that, Zhang Chen did not hesitate. Straight away, he used his strengthened double full hands to press towards the head of Chu Tong, who was under his control. Looking at the blue light that was constantly approaching him, the power was not unlike the dual full hands she knew so well, but it added a few more points of unspeakably terrifying pressure to its foundation. At this moment, Chu Tong had a feeling in her heart that once she was controlled by Zhang Chen, then it will never escape him. Chu Tong shuddered in her heart. She had never imagined that she would one day fall prey to the double full hand. Much less did she ever think that she would be revolted by the gongfu she was so proud of. At this moment, a flash of panic and despair flashed through her eyes. The fear deep inside spread quickly like wildfire. This was because she already knew that if she was controlled by this improved double full hand of Zhang Chen, then she would be completely reduced to a Zhang Chen puppet. She didn't want to be controlled by Zhang Chen just like that. She, Duan Muing, had long endured humiliation and changed her face to lurk in the inhuman circle, just to find the right opportunity to take revenge on the Lu family. But what she never expected was that her wrong step had directly led to a total loss. Years of hard work are all null and void at this moment. Facing Zhang Chen's terrifying soul control, Chu Tong's heart was filled with unwillingness and indignation. No, I can't just admit defeat. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. The moment, Chu Tong clenched her teeth and suddenly mobilized the huge soul power that had been accumulated for a long time. Attempting to make a last-ditch effort, a majestic soul energy surged within her body, erupting outward like a tsunami in an attempt to tear apart the red light that was constantly enveloping the depths of her soul. It's just a shame. No matter how hard she tried, in front of Zhang Chen's 100% controlled double full hand, it all seemed so insignificant, despite the fact that at this moment she had gathered unprecedented soul power. But in the face of upper Zhang Chen's new double full hand, all of them were tantamount to a mantis. After a while, Zhang Chen managed to utilize his strengthened dual all hands to complete control over Chu Tong. At this moment, Chu Tong was already like a marionette, and would be completely at Zhang Chen's beck and call. Master! Chu Tong looked at Zhang Chen, and the previous resistance in her eyes was no longer there. Well, tell me about the situation of your Flare Star Society, as well as all those insiders you've planted in the company, and tell me all of that together. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Chu Tong did not have any hesitation in telling the whole story of all the current circumstances. In Chu Tong's narration, Zhang Chen grasped a lot of information that was not even available in the comics before. To Zhang Chen's surprise, he also accidentally learned about Ma Xianhong, the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinement successor. TSK, Shinji 100 Refinement? It's a good thing, but I don't seem to be able to use it for the time being. Chu Tong, you continue on according to your previous plan, and as for Ma Xianhong, don't interfere too much. Let everything take its course. I'll naturally get in touch with you on the phone if I have any use for you. Well, that's all for now. I've been out for a short time and need to go back immediately, so pack up and get ready to go back and wait for orders. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chu Tong's mouth on the side, as if being able to follow Zhang Chen's orders made her very happy. Yes, Master. Chapter 64, Returning to the Dark Fortress. Treating Shander, tough choices. After copying the double full hand and controlling Chu Tong, Zhang Chen did not keep Chu Tong with him, but ordered her to return to the Flare Star Society and continue to maintain the status quo ante. In order not to find out about all this by the company or some people hiding in the shadows, Zhang Chen also ordered her not to reveal to anyone what had happened between her and herself. Zhang Chen was well aware that the Flare Star Society now had deep roots and influence in the inhuman circles at home and abroad. By allowing her to remain in the Flare Star Society, not only could she serve as an invisible pawn for herself, additional intelligence and resources can also be further explored and mastered. After sending Chu Tong away, Zhang Chen then returned to the company's dark fortress. He was going to utilize the double perfect hands that he had just obtained and try to see if this technique could have a healing effect on Chen Dao's condition. Zhang Chen was well aware of the power of the double all hands, especially when it comes to altering and healing life functions. Dual all hands is pretty much the most powerful feat inside the inhuman circle. Arriving at the door of the dark fortress, Zhang Chen entered the correct secret key. Only after a series of rigorous checks to confirm his identity did the door to the company's dark fortress slowly open. Seeing that it was Zhang Chen who had returned, Liao Zhong immediately greeted him with a smile. Hey, Zhang Chen, how about dinner with the president of the U-Star Society? Other than that, the president of the Flare Star Club, Chu Tong, is a very decent-looking woman, and I heard she even studied abroad? Alas, it's just a shame you're a little kid who doesn't know anything. If it were up to me, hey, I'd definitely be after her. Liao Zhong looked at Zhang Chen and sighed helplessly while starting his own fantasies. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly at Liao Zhong's words. Uncle Liao, actually I don't think you two are suitable. You'd better continue to go back to reading those magazines with colors. I think those would suit you better. Regarding Zhang Chen's words, the greatly grinning Liao Zhong naturally did not take them to heart. Forget it. I'm not going to ramble on with you. Suddenly Liao Zhong made a turn in his painting style and continued to say with a straight face, the members of the company's scientific research team have also come over today, and the results are unfortunate. They also couldn't do anything with the parasites on Chen Dao's body. But although it's a temporary inability to cure the parasites on Chen Dao's body, those guys in white coats said that they seem to be able to create a special kind of clothing to isolate the parasites. As long as Shander all keeps wearing clothes like that from now on, she'll be able to act like a normal person. After hearing Liao Zhong's words, Zhang Chen sighed helplessly and thought, sure enough, it's still the same as the original plot, except that Shander's problem isn't something that can be solved by a dress. Since Zhang Chen was very familiar with the plot of the manga, he naturally knew that if he didn't handle the issue of Chen Dao well, the fate of Liao Zhong and Chen Dao would still be as tragic as their previous endings. But now, Zhang Chen had a double full hand. It might be possible to change the fate of the two with the power of the 8 Wonders technique. Let's go and check on Shander. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, he took a step towards Chen Dao's isolation room. Chen Dao in the isolation room saw Zhang Chen walking towards him. It was only then that her posture, which she had been keeping seated, finally changed a bit. Her eyes stayed fixed on Zhang Chen, and a faint joy rarely appeared on her face. As opposed to for others who always enter the isolation room in protective clothing, Zhang Chen was the only person in the entire Dark Fortress who dared to touch her directly without wearing any protective gear. Therefore Zhang Chen was the person who could make Chen Dao feel the most affectionate compared to the other personnel. Uncle Liao, you and the rest of the staff all recuse yourselves. I'll use my unique secret method to treat Chen Dao to try it out. Maybe I'll cure her? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Liao Zhong, who was in the process of changing his protective suit, stalled in his hand movements. At last his mouth was crooked to his ears, and he opened his mouth in a very disgruntled manner. You kid, you still have secrets from your Uncle Liao. Forget it, you guys from inside the sects just like to get into mysterious stuff. Looking at the serious look in Zhang Chen's eyes, Liao Zhong decided to listen to Zhang Chen after thinking for a moment. He also wanted Zhang Chen to give it a try to see if his method had any effect on this poor little girl Chen Dao or not. If the compulsion in Chen Dao could not be removed, then she could never be the same as a normal little girl. After Liao Zhong agreed, Zhang Chen walked into Chen Dao's isolation room alone. To keep people from knowing the fact that he had mastered the double full hand, Zhang Chen directly used the Trinity Sex Innate 1 Air to create an isolated space that no one could see, leaving all the hidden cameras in the containment room untargeted. Liao Zhong and the other staff members hidden in the monitoring room couldn't help but skim their lips when they saw the scene. This kid is really careful. What kind of unseemly things does he hold? For a while Liao Zhong's heart was tickled, but couldn't get any of the information he wanted to know. After confirming that everyone has left and that the room's surveillance equipment has been properly covered, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and began to try to utilize the red hand portion of his dual full hands to begin treating Chen Dao. His purpose this time was to want to strip all of the compulsion from Chen Dao's body, a complete separation from her normal body. However, Zhang Chen's movements had just begun. He then faced a tricky problem. This was because when he used his red hand to strip away the compulsion, he discovered that the air mechanism in Chen Dao's body had already been completely transformed by the Medicine Fairy Society's means into a compulsion that was spread all over his body. As long as there is a trace of air in the air, then the compulsion will regenerate continuously. If Chen Dao was to be saved, all of these air roots had to be stripped from her body. Although this could rescue Chen Dao from his misery, the cost was very great. If Zhang Chen did that, then Chen Dao will lose the ability to contact and utilize air from now on, turning from an inhuman into an utterly ordinary person. This was undoubtedly a cruel deprivation for Chen Dao, who was once an inhuman. While doing so would allow her to return to a normal life, it would also forever deprive her of the possibility of having special powers. This made Zhang Chen's heart tangle. He knew that his decision would be about Shander's life, inhumans and ordinary people. If Shander has self-awareness now, it would be best to let her choose. It's just a shame. After some deep thought, Zhang Chen finally made a decision. He felt that it was more important for Shander to return to a normal life and no longer suffer from the fear and rejection of others than to briefly lose his inhuman abilities. Zhang Chen still decided to strip the compulsion from Chen Dao's body and pull out her air root. Letting her become a normal person first would at least allow him to live a peaceful and quiet life. In that case, it was much better than having to wear special clothes and endure the pain caused by the compulsion all the time. Chapter 65, Replicating the Compulsion Secret Technique, Strengthening the Direction of the Compulsion Holy Body? Just as Zhang Chen had made up his mind, he was about to decide to strip the compulsion from Chen Dao's body. An idea suddenly sprang into his mind. Wait, if I am able to replicate other people's gong methods, then can I also replicate this unique ability of Chen Duo's to turn the air in his body into compulsion? Maybe converting all the air in your body into compulsion is a special technique to do? If this is really a gongfu, if I duplicate it, are there 3 more enhancement directions to choose from? What if one of these 3 directions of enhancement really emerges as an option that can solve the problem of the compulsion in Chen Dao's body? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen suddenly brightened up. Maybe there really was a solution to Chen Dao's problem within the options for feet strengthening. Thus, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. He directly asked Chen Dao to show the process of releasing his compulsion in front of him. Little Chen Dao cocked his head although he did not understand Zhang Chen's intentions. However, she still followed Zhang Chen's instructions and tried to stimulate the compulsion in her body. After a period of time after the compulsion poison surged out of Chen Dao's body, Zhang Chen's system beeps actually did ring in his head. You have successfully observed 50% of the spellcasting process of the Medicine Immortal Society's compulsion poison technique. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? Hearing this voice caused a hint of joy to appear on Zhang Chen's face. He realized he might be able to heal Shander while still retaining her special abilities. Think about it. Zhang Chen decided to try to copy Chen Dao's ability first before proceeding to start strengthening directly. Reproduce immediately. Zhang Chen's words fell. In the next moment, his body underwent a shocking change in an instant. Only a stream of green fluorescence sprang up under his skin, as if countless tiny snakes and scorpions were traveling through his veins. The air in his body had also begun to transform in the direction of compulsion at this point. Not long after, his body was filled with a large amount of virulent toxins, which would cause severe corrosion to his internal organs if not detoxified in time. However, thanks to the reverse life state that Zhang Chen had always maintained, it allowed his vitality and recovery power to far exceed that of ordinary people. Even though his body was filled with these terrifying parasitic poisons, those toxins all seemed inconsequential under his powerful reverse life triple recovery power. Each time the compulsion corroded his internal organs, it would be quickly neutralized and expelled from his body by the vigorous life force within him, and the wounds and damages were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, if you don't release the compulsion poison in your body, you have to endure such a horrible pain. Chen Dao has really been scourged by these bastards from the Medicine Immortal Society. The Pill Fairy Society's compulsion technique has been successfully copied. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. That was until this voice in Zhang Chen's mind sounded again. It was only then that Zhang Chen was finally able to stop all of the air that was being transformed towards the compulsion within his body. The process that Zhang Chen had just gone through was incredibly painful though. However, he still managed to harness the ferocious power of the toxin by virtue of his strong willpower and superb recovery power under the reverse life state. And Chen Dao, who was still suffering from the compulsion, did not have the same ability as him. It would be fine if the compulsion in these bodies could be released normally, but if she was given special clothes to wear, so that the compulsion in her body couldn't be directly expelled from her body, then Shander will keep suffering like this, and she won't be able to recover again like herself. Is it any wonder that Shander in the original episode wanted to die with one mind? She's already strong under such terrible compulsion. After experiencing the severe pain caused by the parasites in his body, Zhang Chen deeply appreciated the pain and suffering that Chen Dao had endured for a long time, which made his sympathy for Chen Dao grow deeper and deeper. In order to minimize the pain that Shander suffered, Zhang Chen directly inquired in his own mind, "System, can this technique be strengthened?" Congratulations to the host for learning a new set of feats and gaining a chance to strengthen them. This technique is a compulsion cultivation method, and can be strengthened, with a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. Hearing the system say that this technique could also be strengthened, Zhang Chen just couldn't help but light up, immediately letting the system speak out all the directions of reinforcement. 1. Speed of compulsion generation. Speed of compulsion generation is increased by 100 times. 2. The power of the compulsion. The toxicity of the compulsion is increased by 100 times. When he saw the first 2 directions of reinforcement, Zhang Chen could not help but feel his heart sink. Although these 2 directions of reinforcement were able to make the battle power stronger, they did not seem to have a good solution for the compulsion poison in Chen Dao's body. Unable to do anything else, Zhang Chen had no choice but to look in the direction of the 3rd enhancement with his last glimmer of hope. 3. The host may immediately strengthen into the compassionate sacred body and master the cultivation method of that body. Note, all special physiques enhanced by the system will not clash. Seeing the 3rd strengthening direction given by the system, Zhang Chen couldn't help but stare. Compassion Saint Body? What the hell is this? The system explains it to me in detail. Compulsive Poison Sacred Body. This is a special cultivation method that can utilize various poisons to hammer and strengthen one's physique in a unique way. By accepting and controlling the compulsion poison injected into the body, the practitioner can gradually allow the body to adapt to and absorb the toxicity, so as to achieve the purpose of enhancing the body's strength and anti-poison attributes. The ultimate goal is to cultivate the compulsive poison sacred body of the Mujiang compulsive art lineage, which is immune to all kinds of toxins, and can also convert the toxins inhaled into part of one's own strength, a technique that cultivates both life and death. In that case, this technique seems to use poison as a consumable to strengthen the body for cultivation. This technique of practicing towards the compassion saint body seems to really help Chen Duo digest the compassion poison in his body. coupled with the system's claim of life dual cultivation. Wouldn't this be equivalent to the same as the golden light mantra of Longhu Mountain? A divine technique that can increase the cultivation of one's life while becoming stronger? Thinking of this, a trace of a satisfied smile finally appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Not bad for an old man's system. Now there's no need to embarrass me. After reading the system's description of the technique, Zhang Chen realized that if he could successfully get Chen Dao to start cultivating this compassionate poison sacred body cultivation method, then not only would it solve the trouble of the compulsion in her body, but it would also allow her to completely control the special ability of this compulsion. It could even improve her life cultivation, getting stronger the more she cultivated, and never suffering from compulsion again. Zhang Chen had already determined in his mind that he must immediately, right away, start working on the feet strengthening. Chapter 66. Chen Dao walked out of the isolation room, shocking the dark castle crowd. After learning about the compassionate sacred body cultivation method, Zhang Chen's heart instantly became much lighter. He realized that this unique gong method was simply tailor-made for Chen Dao's physical problems. If Chen Dao was able to cultivate this technique, then the compulsion poison in her body that originally needed to be stripped away could be transformed into a cultivation resource that could be absorbed and controlled by herself. This was because he could use the compulsion poison that was constantly being born in his body to cultivate, thus becoming stronger. In this way, Chen Dao no longer needed to completely strip the compulsion from his body, and could only turn from an inhuman into an ordinary person. At the same time, she was able to not only rid her body of the toxins, but also make normal contact with the outside world like a normal inhuman. One thought. Zhang Chen did not hesitate to choose to strengthen this technique. The system is starting to strengthen the feats. All three reinforcement directions all start together. As Zhang Chen's words fell, a terrifying compulsion energy instantly filled the entire well-sealed chamber. This compulsion did not come from the outside world, but was actively released from Zhang Chen's own body through the gongfu he had just copied and strengthened. It was as if his body had become a vessel for breathing venom, and the rampant toxins formed a bizarre ripple in the air. On the side, Chen Duo, who was sitting there, looked at the large amount of poisonous air coming out of Zhang Chen's body and was puzzled for a moment. How did this brother, who had been so good to him, become as covered in poisonous air as he was? Shander didn't understand what this was all about, but she was under the impression that this made this big brother even more intimate with himself. As time passed, Zhang Chen followed the system's guidance and completed the three strengthening directions one by one. During each strengthening process, his body went through an extremely painful baptism, and eventually succeeded in transforming the originally harmful compulsion in his body into a power that could be used for his cultivation. At the same time, under the system's reinforcement, he also successfully upgraded his physique to the legendary compulsive poison holy body. When all the strengthening processes were over, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to utilize his compassion saint body ability, and took back all the terrifying compulsion that had previously escaped from his body. He could clearly feel that all of the compulsion poison that had been reabsorbed back into his body had been transformed into power that could be used for his cultivation within a few moments. With Zhang Chen no longer exercising his power, the entire room instantly regained its tranquility, and the terrifying atmosphere dissipated as if everything just now was just an illusion. Through this strengthening, Zhang Chen had not only managed to be strengthened into the compassion saint body, he had likewise grasped the cultivation method for cultivating into that saint body. Zhang Chen twisted his head to look at Chen Dao, a hint of a smile on his face. Chen Duo, you have to learn this technique from your brother next. As Zhang Chen's words fell, Chen Dao did not react though, but having spent so much time in the medicine immortal society, she had long ago subconsciously reacted to all sorts of commands. Therefore, he also followed what Zhang Chen had said and began to follow him in practicing the cultivation method of the compassionate poison sacred body. Just like that, Zhang Chen stayed in Chen Dao's isolation room for 7 days in a row. The only thing left for the two to do during this period, besides eating, was to constantly start cultivating. In this short period of 7 days, she was fully focused and without any distractions. And surprisingly, she had already memorized all the contents of that cultivation method. Even she was now able to control the compulsion in her body, no longer leaking out a single bit. Watching Chen Dao's cultivation turn out to be so efficient, Zhang Chen could not help but sigh. Although the group of people from the Medicine Immortal Society were perverted, the people they raised had a concentration in cultivation that far surpassed others. As long as Chen Dao could continue cultivating at this rate, then she might be able to cultivate into the compassion saint body in a much shorter period of time. However, now, since Chen Dao had already successfully acquired the compassion saint body cultivation method, that meant she could finally live like a normal person. However, although Chen Dao's physical problems had been solved, living under the influence of the Medicine Fairy Society for a long time, her mentality and thoughts still needed time to change, and this was not a job that could be accomplished in the short term. Steering her out of her former state is next up to the company. Although Zhang Chen was also able to use the power of his dual full hands to directly alter her memories and soul, was she still her after being transformed to the extent that she was? This is exactly why Zhang Chen is ready to leave the commitment to subsequent recovery to the company's professionals. When Zhang Chen finally stepped out of the isolation room, Liao Zhong, Old Meng, and the other staff members of the Dark Fort immediately gathered around. All of them looked at Zhang Chen with nervous faces. Looking at the crowd's expectant gazes, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth curved up into an arc. He cleared his throat and spoke to the crowd. Everyone, all of the compulsion poisons within Chen Dao's body have been effectively resolved. And now, she'll be able to do without any quarantine measures and be able to act like a normal person. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, the faces of the crowd all had a look of shock on them. They couldn't believe that the puzzle that had been plaguing everyone for so long was something that even the technicians at the head office couldn't do. Surprisingly, it was solved by Zhang Chen? How is this possible? You really cured Chen Dao's compulsion? I thought she was considered a compulsion now. How the hell did you do that? Liao Zhong, with wide eyes, looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. After all, besides Zhang Chen, the one who cared most about Chen Dao was him, the head of the South China region. You kid, you're a real wizard. I, Old Meng, am sort of impressed. Ever since the last time Zhang Chen had learned his beast control technique with just a glance, Old Meng had felt that Zhang Chen, this kid, was definitely not simple. As expected, even the big problem on Chen Dao was now cured. Ahem. You too, please don't block our way. Zhang Chen pushed away Liao Zhong and Old Meng who were blocking his way, while turning back and shouting at the isolation room. Shander, come out. In the future, as long as you don't stop practicing the compassionate sacred body, then you can always get along with everyone in this state. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, a cute little girl dressed in Miaojiang specialties, with a curious and cautious face, he walked out from inside the isolation room. Seeing Chen Dao come out, Liao Zhong, Lao Meng including all the staff members first had their hearts tightened, wanted to go back for the isolation suit out of habit, but when they watched Chen Dao walk slowly to his face, he himself was not in the least bit bothered. A look of utter surprise appeared on everyone's faces. This is really a miracle. Our comrade Xiao Zhang has done what none of us dared to think. I still remember how Chen Dao looked when she first came here. It hurts me to think about it now. I never thought that Chen Dao would have the day to come out of the isolation room. I haven't thought about it either. Even the technical department of the head office hasn't thought about it. I remember a few days ago they were saying that Chen Dao's situation couldn't be solved, but now it's going to be a slap in their face. Chapter 67, South China Region Mission ended. Time to return to the company. The crowd looked at Chen Dao who stood in front of them, staring at them with a curious expression. For a time, all of them were very curious as to what method Zhang Chen had actually used to actually make Chen Duo lift that horrible parasitic poison from her body. Zhang Chen, how on earth did you do it? Tell your Uncle Liao about it? You do not answer You have to make your Uncle Liao anxious to death, right? Liao Zhong looked at Zhang Chen's look of pretense and mystery, but he was so anxious that he directly spun around in place. Old Meng was equally impatient as he stared at Zhang Chen. He wanted to know the reason for this just as much as Liao Zhong did. The two people in charge are like this, not to mention the rest of the staff. If they could, they really wanted to tie Zhang Chen up and take a feather to tickle his feet. Look at the impatience of this crowd. Zhang Chen hemmed and hawed and said something that made the crowd all drop their jaws. It's simple. Just help Chen Dao research a new technique that can dissolve the compulsion poison. Zhang Chen this sentence. He had developed a new cultivation method specifically for Chen Dao. As soon as the words fell, the air in the entire area seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next moment, everyone's gazes focused on Zhang Chen in unison, with exaggerated expressions of disbelief on their faces. It's simple to develop a new technique specifically for Chen Dao? Hey! Is this something that can very well be expressed with the words very simple? That's a new gong method. A new gong method, or a new gong method developed specifically for one person. And this is a simple thing in your boy's mouth? Are you kidding me? For a while, the hearts of the crowd were like a huge wave, not being able to accept what Zhang Chen had just said at all. Liao Zhong's eyes were rounded, the scars on his face were twisted in a frightening manner, and his pupils radiated a full of shock. Instinctively, he took a step forward, only to stop where he was, clenching his right hand into a fist and then unclenching it, repeating the process several times, as if trying to digest the unbelievable fact. Looking at Zhang Chen standing in place with a confident face. Finally, the knots in his throat rolled up and down a bit and he swallowed several times before finally squeezing out his voice. Zhang Chen, is what you just said true? You really created a new technique for Chen Dao? Being an inhuman, he naturally knew the gold content of the three words new technique. For the birth of every new gongfu, it was necessary for the founder of the new gongfu to accumulate it for years and decades. How can it be created just by saying open mouth, as Zhang Chen did? How old is Zhang Chen? Is this not a joke? Old Meng had wrinkles stacked up on his forehead at this time, and his eyebrows were also filled with incomprehension. He righted his old waist with one hand, and with a trembling hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder, he opened his mouth with an unbelievable expression. You kid, aren't you kidding? Creating a kung fu specifically for Chen Duo? This is not something that an ordinary person can do. This needs to be how profound to martial arts. Oh, as old Meng spoke, he suddenly remembered what happened earlier when Zhang Chen was learning his own beast control technique. At that time, Zhang Chen had not only learned his beast control technique in an instant, but also seemed to have improved upon his beast control technique. If one thought about it that way, Zhang Chen was able to create a technique specifically for Chen Dao. It doesn't seem impossible. Old Meng, what's wrong? Why did you stop talking only halfway through your sentence? Liao Zhong, who was on the side, looked at old Meng, who had been stunned at this time when he remembered the previous events. Couldn't help but reach out and nudge him. Rudely awakened from his sluggish state by Liao Zhong, old Meng glanced at Zhang Chen with complicated eyes. Then in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them, he spoke softly to Liao Zhong. Old Liao, perhaps Zhang Chen is right. He really did create a new technique for Chen Dao. I'll talk to you later about this. Over the next few days, Chen Dao became more and more skillful in practicing the compassion saint body cultivation method. The toxicity index in her room hadn't changed for days. It was always 0. The fact that she was able to keep the compulsion in her body from leaking out for a long time was constantly confirming that Zhang Chen's previous words were not false. Shander has literally been able to live like a normal person. Looking at the data, which had been unusually smooth for several days in a row, the staff of the Dark Fortress were once again in shock. They didn't know how many times they had exchanged words in private, and all of them felt heartfelt admiration for Zhang Chen. The young leader, Liao Zhong, the head of the Dark Fortress, glanced at the monitoring data with several days' worth of monitoring data. He also looked at Chen Duo, who was concentrating on cultivation not far away, and could not help but tsk. This little fellow, at such a young age, yet he created such a magical set of cultivation techniques. It's truly awesome. Not bad for being specially recruited from above. Old Meng, who had come as a guest on vacation, was also looking at Zhang Chen with eyes full of admiration at this moment. This Zhang Chen really isn't an ordinary person. This mission should have been sent down from above to gild the lily, right? I heard from inside sources that this kid was the disciple of that old heavenly master from Longhu Mountain before he came to the company. Old Meng's comment exploded directly into the crowd. So it's that old heavenly master's disciple? No wonder it's so raw. I go. The top can even poach the disciple of the elder master? The company is really something. I don't know just how much the company spent to poach him. I'm afraid that his salary for a year should be able to top the salary of everyone in one of our dark fortresses. Right? How enviable. If only I had a talent like his. During this temporary stay in the Dark Fortress, Zhang Chen was not idle either. He had copied the abilities of almost everyone inside the entire Dark Fortress. However, most of the abilities of these people inside the Dark Fortress were not suitable for reinforcement, and there was nothing available in the direction of reinforcement. It just added more than 20 more reinforcement opportunities for Zhang Chen. It's kind of poorly done. Another week passed. Shander's tests remain normal, which means she can step out of the isolation room for good. Zhang Chen was genuinely happy for her, and those who were equally happy were Liao Zhong, Lao Meng, and the rest of the staff. However, somehow, Chen Dao trusted Zhang Chen more than anyone else after walking out of the room. She was only willing to get close to Zhang Chen, while remaining wary and detached from others. Even Liao Zhong and Old Meng took a few poisonous punches from Chen Dao when they were near her. However, Chen Dao was still measured, and those poisonous punches only caused them to have diarrhea for 2 days without any real effects. 2 days later, Liao Zhong covered his stomach and came to Zhang Chen's side with a deflated face. He handed Zhang Chen the rescue report on the overthrow of the Pill Fairy Society as well as the compassionate body sage child Chen Duo that he had summarized during this period of time for him to peruse through. In theory, as a support staff, Zhang Chen was not qualified to read this report. This is a report submitted directly upward by the region head, which also includes the region head's evaluation of the support staff. And Liao Zhongking showed this report to Zhang Chen. It just showed that he recognized Zhang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was Zhang Chen's performance during the siege of the Medicine Immortal Society or his work in rescuing Chen Dao, he alone had done more than anyone in the entire Dark Fortress. Picking up Liao Zhong's report, Zhang Chen gave it a cursory glance. After getting a general idea of what was in it, the report was returned back to Liao Zhong. Zhang Chen knew that when he returned to the company, according to the company's usual rules, I'm afraid the top is about to arrange for their own interrogation of this operation. The content of his interrogation from above was based only on this report from Liao Zhong. In this way, Liao Zhong seemed to be showing himself favor. For Liao Zhong's kindness, Zhang Chen silently kept it in his heart. With Liao Zhong's work summary sent back to headquarters. 3 days later, Zhao Fengshu personally dialed Zhang Chen's phone, informing him that he should return to the headquarters. It seemed that the rest of the company's executives wanted to meet in person the young man who had accomplished this mission perfectly in South China. Chapter 68, Meeting with Company Executives. Getting a manor house for nothing? Chen Dao, go back. Listen well to your Uncle Liao and Uncle Meng in the future. It won't be long until you graduate from the Dark Fortress and come back to the capital to find me. As he was about to board the airplane, he looked at Chen Dao, who had been pulling on his coat corner and not letting go. Zhang Chen reached out his hand and pressed it on her head for a good rubbing to comfort her. However, Chen Dao, who had always been incomparably obedient in front of Zhang Chen, while Zhang Chen was about to leave but for the first time, he showed his reluctance. It was important to realize that before this, Shander had almost never shown any emotion. Even how the people inside the Dark Fortress coaxed her to show her emotions, she was like a log. But at this moment, when Zhang Chen was about to leave, she finally stopped being the same as before. The crowd was filled with astonishment at Chen Dao's change. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, dotingly touched her head and spoke gently. Chen Dao, I'm only leaving temporarily. It's not like I won't be able to see you in the future. I'll definitely come back to see you often. However, if you cultivate seriously and work harder, you might soon be able to pass the company's test and be placed to work beside me. As Chen Duo listened to Zhang Chen's words, although a trace of loss flashed in her eyes, she nodded her head very obediently and eventually loosened her small hand that was tightly gripping the corner of Zhang Chen's coat. After comforting Chen Dao, Zhang Chen turned his head to look at Liao Zhong on the side. Uncle Liao, I'll leave Chen Dao to you next. Teach her well, and as soon as possible she will be able to be like her peers. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Liao Zhong nodded seriously. Just don't worry, I will definitely treat Chen Dao like my own daughter. No one can bully her with me around. Liao Zhong patted his chest and assured him. Regarding Liao Zhong as a person, Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the plot, was naturally 100% assured. Well, I'm off then. After bidding farewell to Liao Zhong and Chen Duo, Zhang Chen took the plane back to the capital alone. On the way back to the company's headquarters by airplane, Zhang Chen had a plan in mind to deal with the company's review. According to the manga, temporary workers are required to go through a company-wide stirrup test after performing special tasks. This is the highest level of in-house polygraph so that the temps don't hide something special and not report it. However, due to the many secrets in Zhang Chen's body, he had now mastered 2 of the 8 wondrous skills alone. The words of the Tong Tian talisman might have already been said by Zhao Fengsu inside the company. However, a feat as powerful as the double all hands, which was even capable of controlling the divine sense of a person's soul, naturally could not be known by the company. Coupled with the biggest card on his body, the replication enhancement ability, once exposed, it was feared that some of the guys in the company would have their heart set on it. Therefore, before arriving at the company's headquarters, Zhang Chen had temporarily sealed the secret in his mind with his 2 full hands on the airplane, so that he could face any kind of probing. This information could be effectively hidden from anyone. After getting off the plane and sitting on Zhao Fengshu's luxurious red flag special seat, Zhang Chen followed Zhao Fengshu back to the company's headquarters. Zhang Chen, when you're checking your body later, there will be a questioning session. Just answer whatever those people ask. Don't lie about anything. Otherwise, they're the ones who will ask for more until you're not lying. Before you are about to enter the company, Zhao Fengshu kindly opened his mouth to remind Zhang Chen to pay attention to the interrogation. In fact, according to the rules, such a reminder from him is actually a violation. But he was, after all, the current chairman of the company, the one with the most power. This little matter, even if it got out, no one would hold on to it. Zhang Chen nodded seriously, expressing his gratitude for Zhao Fengshu's reminder. After getting off the bus, Zhang Chen followed a group of medical teams in white coats and began the physical examination after this operation. After all, the company can always be very serious about temporary workers, not to mention Zhang Chen, the only direct temporary employee of the company. After a series of meticulous professional examinations, the results of analyzing the data of Zhang Chen's various physical indicators, mental state, and mood swings came out very quickly. Everything else was as healthy as it could be, except for his far superior physique for his age. After the physical examination was cleared, the next step was to have an interrogation about the operation. Lying on the company's lie detector wide stirrups, Zhang Chen began to answer questions from the company's interrogation department. As expected, it was just as Zhang Chen had guessed. The issue of the corporate interrogation department was completely in accordance with that one report from Liao Zhong. Zhang Chen naturally knew everything about the contents of the report. As a result, he passed the professional questioning of the interrogation department perfectly. However, There was one problem that was out of Zhang Chen's expectation. After the interrogation had already ended, an old man with a completely white beard and hair from the interrogation department actually asked Zhang Chen why he had wiped out all the members of the Pill Immortal Society, leaving no one behind. This caused Zhang Chen, who was lying on the wide stirrups, to involuntarily roll his eyes and return with a straight face. They formed a cult and brutalized children, and could not have remained in the world. This answer, so that Zhang Chen's final comprehensive report evaluation got a cynicism, killing heart too heavy evaluation. However, Zhang Chen doesn't care about how the company evaluates him. These are just reports for the top anyway. However, to Zhang Chen's surprise, this interrogation did not ask him about the Tong Tian talisman. It seemed that the matter of having the 8 wonders technique in one's possession didn't seem to have spread around the company. Zhang Chen guessed that perhaps only the company's executives of the same level as Zhao Fengshu knew about this. After confirming that all of Zhang Chen's data had been correct, it was only then that Zhao Fengshu arrived in front of Zhang Chen once more and spoke with a smile. Zhang Chen, good job this time. Such an outstanding performance on his first mission, and helping the compassionate body sacred child create an exclusive gong method. Now those old guys must have nothing to say. Come on, let's go meet some other old guys. After saying that, Zhao Fengshu led Zhang Chen with a smile on his face into a conference room that only a few chairmen and the company's 10 men could enter. In this bright and spacious space, a large, heavy mahogany table was displayed in the very center of the conference room. On the wall of the conference room are various photos of the company from its founding to the present day. The entire conference room revealed an air of solemnity. At this moment, the round table in the center of the conference room, already seated were 5 other heavyweights in the company's decision-making hierarchy. Bai Yulong, who is in charge of the company's secret agent organization, Huang Boren, who is in charge of the company's research and development department, Fei Dong, who is in charge of interrogation and personnel, the mysterious Su Dong, no information about her for now, and the secretary, who represents the party organization and is a strict gatekeeper for the company. At this moment, in front of all 5 of them, there was a document with all the information about Zhang Chen. Even the information in their hands had the secret of being Zhang Chen's Tong Tian talisman air printed on it. The moment Zhang Chen stepped into the conference room, 5 pairs of sharp and deep eyes focused on him in unison. All of them were scrutinizing this new teenager who had entered their field of vision. Zhang Chen, take your seat. These are a few of the directors of the company, and you will be mainly responsible for a few of us from now on. Zhao Fengshu pulled out a chair for Zhang Chen and let him sit beside him. Several people had watched Zhao Fengshu's actions in their eyes. Lao Zhao, I have to say you're really lucky. A young man with such a brilliant talent and amazing strength like Zhang Chen has been found and scooped up by you. If you hadn't set him up as a direct company temp ahead of time, I'd have to poach him for our secret service. The more Bai Yulong looked at Zhang Chen, the more satisfied he felt, especially after seeing the report that Zhang Chen had destroyed the entire Pill Fairy Society without mercy. A kid with a heart of gold like that from a young age is quite a catch for an agent. Bai Dong. Words can't be said like that. Little Zhang Chen was able to develop even a gong method in order to save the compass body sage child. It would be a shame if such a talent didn't come to our R&D department. Huang Baron, the head of the R&D department, directly opened his mouth and snatched his words. Old Huang. Ah, you rest aside. Developing a technique is a matter of martial arts. What does it have to do with your R&D department? It's not easy for the company to get a young talent, and you want to fish him out? And I thought Zhang Chen would fit into my personnel and interrogation department. Before the meeting even started, he watched as several people at the table were arguing over Zhang Chen. Zhao Fengshu's mouth couldn't help but hang a smile on the corner of his heart. Looks like I've got a pretty good plan. Let Zhang Chen make a great achievement first before meeting these old guys. It's much better than directly promoting them. As an old fox inside the company, Zhao Fengshu knew it well. If Zhang Chen had been introduced to these other few old foxes when he first entered the company, he definitely wouldn't have started robbing people as he did now. Rather, it would make them scrutinize and suspect Zhang Chen a little more. After all, this was someone that Zhao Fengsu had pulled in single-handedly, and they had to pay serious attention for a while before doing so. And now, with credit and after having crossed the wide bench, they see more of a rising star in a company with endless possibilities. Especially considering Zhang Chen's current age, it was foreseeable that Zhang Chen's potential was incomparably great. Everyone here knows that perhaps in the near future, Zhang Chen might really be able to reach the heights of the old heavenly master, or even surpass him. Watch the bickering grow at the conference table. Zhao Fengshu had no choice but to cough several times before breaking up the crowd's argument. You old guys, just don't hit on Zhang Chen. It's been decided long ago that he's now a direct company temp, and as for the future, we'll talk about it later. Zhao Fengshu's sentence directly blocked everyone's path. It left them without any chance to dig into Zhang Chen. This was followed by a series of succinct mutual introductions and initial exchanges. One by one, Zhang Chen accepted the personal contact information of the other 5 company directors. After the agreement of this meeting, Zhang Chen had become a bottom card of the company. In the future, if any of the directors needed Zhang Chen to go out on a mission, at least half of the 6 must agree to do so. Of course, if it was Zhang Chen who wanted to go on a solo mission, the restrictions weren't so much. At the end of the meeting, Zhao Fengshu revealed a special message to Zhang Chen in front of everyone. That's when the company purchased a luxurious estate for him in the capital. It was counted as Zhang Chen's temporary residence in the capital. As long as Zhang Chen worked at the company for a day, this manor was at his disposal. When he heard this news, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a satisfied smile as he thought to himself, I have to say, this means of buying people's hearts by Dong Zhao is really in the same vein as Boss Zhao who went up to the Tang sect to buy the heads of the little day scholars back then. In that case, this manor house. I'm not polite. Chapter 69, How did you become neighbors with Wang Yuya? Sitting in Zhao Fengshu's exclusive red flag luxury car, he felt the soft leather seats inside. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Zhao Fengshu, this old man, had a really high rank. After all, such a limited edition red flag model. In the Dragon Kingdom you can't buy it even with money if you don't have enough rank. But while lamenting, Zhang Chen was also looking forward to the estate villa assigned to him in his heart. The driver of this specialized car was none other than Qin Xiao, the young woman with outstanding temperament and figure that he had seen in General Manager Zhao's office last time. She drove Zhang Chen on the highway leading to the estate villa area with extremely professional driving skills, and as the vehicle gradually drove into that estate villa area on the outskirts of the capital, looking at a tall and imposing villa inside, and a large garden outside the villa that could almost start a small processing plant, it was hard to hide that surprise in Qin Zhao's eyes. Looking at the magnificent manor ahead, Qin Zhao's heart quietly rippled. Obviously, for such a luxurious and grand manor, she was really envious in her heart yet. While Qin Zhao was focused on driving, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhang Chen in the back row, secretly thinking in her heart, what is so special about this ordinary-looking little kid, to be able to get this kind of groundbreaking treatment from the company? Even the place of residence is a rare top-class mansion within the capital. The manor in here, but it's a lot more grandiose than Zhao Dong's. While Qin Zhao's mind was racing with thoughts, she was still scrutinizing Zhang Chen, who was sitting in the back seat of the car. From the rear-view mirror, it seemed to be checking out what was so special about him. However, the more Qin Xiao looked, the more she felt a veil of mystery shrouding Zhang Chen. This Zhang Chen, not only is his identity mysterious, I'm afraid that even the background behind him must not be simple. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be so highly regarded and favored by the company. However, Dong Zhao is keeping Zhang Chen's secret too tightly, not even revealing a bit of it to me. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao looked down at her own proud figure, and then looked at Zhang Chen's handsome face, and said quietly in her heart, ugh, if only he was a little older. Maybe. I don't know who this little handsome guy will be cheap for later. As the limousine steadily approached the gates of the grand and magnificent estate, Zhang Chen's gaze unintentionally glanced over a peaceful forest outside the window. Suddenly, a silhouette that surprised him greatly appeared in his field of vision. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Chen could hardly believe that the little Taoist monk from Wudong Mountain, who had dared to ask the old heavenly master in the future if he had ever lost in front of him, would also be inside this manor villa area. This unexpected coincidence instantly shook Zhang Chen's spirit. The kid who was a few years younger than him, and who was at the moment laying very leisurely in the sun-dappled shade of a tree, posing. It was the future Wang Yuya who had mastered one of the 8 strange techniques, the Wind Queen strange technique. Looking at the manor house that was not far from Wang Yuya, Zhang Chen looked at the manor house door number in his hand again. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise much higher. What a guy to have such a coincidence. I can't believe I'm neighbors with Wang Yi's family. This unexpected encounter even made Zhang Chen feel a bit surprised for a moment. At this moment, he really wanted to take Zhao Fengsu's hand and thank him properly. If he hadn't sent himself this manor house, I'm afraid that I can't meet Wang Yuya so early yet, and it's even more unlikely that I'll have access to the Wind Queen's Chi-men so early. Only Zhang Chen slightly hooked up the corners of his mouth, and the bad smile that he hadn't seen on his face for a long time reappeared. It's really heaven's will to make Wang and I neighbors as well. This is going to be interesting. The next step is to find a way to make a trip to Wudong Mountain with the help of Wang also, to see if we can copy Wudong's Wind Queen's secret art of strange doors. Looking at Zhang Chen, who suddenly had a bad smile expression on his face in the back seat, a sudden feeling came over Qin Zhao's heart. That would be this little guy sitting in the back row who didn't seem to have anything good on his mind. Looking at Zhang Chen, he stepped into that luxurious manor belonging to him alone, without the slightest intention of inviting himself in to take a look. Qin Zhao couldn't help but stand in place, and after taking a serious look at the manor house, she skimmed her mouth in great dissatisfaction. That's so petty. You won't even let me in to see what's going on when you get to your door. Humph. That little brat. We'll clean him up when we grow up. With your sister's figure and looks. I don't believe I can't take you? Just when Qin Xiao was furious and ready to drive away, Zhang Chen's words once again made her furious. Hey, that big-ass chick. Don't come back here if you're not doing anything. Just arrange for someone to bring me some food on a regular basis. This villa is good enough for just myself. No one else. Also, help me tell Zhao Dong that I'm very satisfied with this manor house. After saying that, Zhang Chen did not look back and directly entered his villa. And by the way, he locked the door with a bang. Big-ass chick? This bear boy. He's pissed off. What does a little kid your age know? It's called sexy. At the entrance of the manor house, incompetent rage raged for a while before Qin Xiao drove off in a huff. Witnessing Qin Xiao driving away with a kick of the gas, Zhang Chen couldn't wait to get out of the manor after a little bit of reorganization inside the villa, toward Wang Yaya's house, which he had just passed by. Knocking on the door of the neighbor's house, the one who opened the door was Wang Weiguo, Wang Yuya's father. At this time, Wang Weiguo was still in his middle age. His face didn't have any pallor, and he looked much more serious than inside the plot. Hello uncle, my name is Zhang Chen. I'm the new neighbor who moved in next door to you. I saw that you have a little kid about my age at your house, too, and I thought I'd come and play with him for a while. Listening to Zhang Chen's very polite opening, he introduced himself. Wang Weiguo could not help but look at Zhang Chen's estate villa in the distance with some doubt in his heart. Then, as if he had remembered something, he pointed at the villa where Zhang Chen lived and opened his mouth in incomparable shock. Which villa does your family live in, little friend? Hearing Wang Weiguo's words, Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. After Zhang Chen's words, it was Wang Weiguo's turn to be nonplussed next. That villa had only been sold in the last few days, although the person who bought it he didn't recognize. But as a big businessman, after seeing those few red flag special cars that only a few people were qualified enough to have parked in front of that villa, he knew that the guy living inside that villa in the future must not be some guy with a simple status. After briefly thinking for a moment, Wang Weiguo opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Little friend Zhang Chen, right, are you here to play with my little king as well? Come on. I'll ask him to come out and get to know you. A few moments later, Zhang Chen touched the place where Wang Yuya was posing alone. Wang Weiguo, who was standing in the distance, was looking at Zhang Chen with a happy face as he went to find his youngest son who couldn't get up the energy to do anything. He hoped that Zhang Chen could bring him along properly and not let him be so lazy and idle all day long. As he watched Zhang Chen walk towards him, Wang Yuya, who was lying there swinging, took the initiative to look at him. When their gazes met, Wang Yuya immediately noticed that Zhang Chen's body was actually flowing with a faint air. This was of course something that Zhang Chen had intentionally exuded in order to be able to cause Wang Yuya to notice. However, it was this faint trace of air that instantly energized the lazy and incomparable Wang Yuya. Who are you? Why do you use air too? Looking at Zhang Chen walking towards him, Wang also quickly came to Zhang Chen's side with a curious look on his face. My name is Zhang Chen, and I'm living across the street from your house. I'm from Longhu Mountain, and like you, I'm a Taoist priest. After a brief introduction, Wang also sized up Zhang Chen with some surprise. Dragon Tiger Mountain? That's a big deal. Yours is a great sect, but we, Wudong, are no match for you. After realizing that he had just come from Longhu Mountain, Wang Yuya was obviously much more interested in him than before, especially when he looked at Zhang Chen, who was not older than himself by a few years, and actually had the appearance of an air machine on his body as well. For some reason, Wang Yuya's hand had unconsciously started to itch. You should know that this guy, Wang Yuya, although on the surface does not compete, but in reality, it's him who likes to fight the most. After all, inside the original, when all the younger generations were fighting to the death at the Luo Tiandajiao, only this bold fellow dared to run alone to the small courtyard where the old heavenly master was resting. In a rather confident tone, go ahead and ask the old sky master if he hasn't been defeated. At such a young age, you don't mix and fry inside the bronze bureau, but directly run to the king's bureau to challenge the no one in the whole service? How can you say he doesn't fight? That's just him not bothering to compete with the little group of caramels in his peer group. It was because Wang also always liked to challenge the strong. Therefore, now after encountering the disciples of Longhu Mountain, which was ranked number 1 amongst the Taoist sects, his hands were unconsciously itching. Watching Wang Yuya's movements at this moment, Zhang Chen naturally saw his meaning at a glance, only to see the bad smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth even more than before. He looked at Wang Yuya who had itchy hands and directly smiled. Why don't we try it out before we get to know each other? As the saying goes, you don't get to know each other without a fight. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiao Wang also instantly brightened up. It's just a shame that what he doesn't know is this: how terrifying was the strength of the object of his current hand itch. Chapter 70, Finding the Full Sex at the Door. How come Xia He is also in there? The two of them, Wang Yuya and Zhang Chen, stood opposite each other. Wang also took a fighting stance, while Zhang Chen hooked his hand without moving and looked at him with a smile. You dragon tiger mountain brat. How dare you underestimate me like that? Taste the power of my Taiji cloud hands. When he finished speaking, he only saw his feet slightly apart, his waist and back straight. His hands seemed to be holding a circle and not a circle, and he assumed the starting position of Taiji cloud hands. Wang also slowly launched his left palm first, as gentle as flowing clouds in water but containing a power that was waiting to be released, and attacked towards Zhang Chen tentatively. Zhang Chen did not panic. His body moved slightly, avoiding the first wave of Wang Yuya's attack in an extremely natural way. Seeing Zhang Chen dodging his blow so easily, Wang also immediately changed his stance. His right hand used the power to rotate back, instantly turning defense into offense, using the push hands technique from Taiji Yunzhong, trying to drive Zhang Chen's center of gravity to shift, thus pressing him to the ground. However, Zhang Chen's reaction was beyond Wang Yuya's expectations. He did not directly counter Wang Yuya's force, but skillfully utilized the force to beat the force, and gently lifted a finger, pointing it straight at Wang Yuya's chest. This pointing hand was incredibly fast, although Zhang Chen did not exert much force. However, no matter how hard Wang Yuya tried to defuse it, he was ultimately unable to completely dislodge Zhang Chen's powerful force. Only a loud bang was heard, and Wang Yuya was instantly shaken by this impact, falling to the grass a few meters away, his face pale. While Wang Yuya had yet to get up, Zhang Chen slightly raised his hand and condensed a shimmering ball of air at his fingertips. With a casual flick of his hand, instantly this air mass accurately struck a flower pot on Wang Yuya's head. There was a crunching sound, and the porcelain flower pot cracked with a loud thud, splattering pieces in all directions. The dirt and flowers in the flower pot hit Wang Yuya's head with unerring precision, giving him a mouthful. The magnitude of the commotion just now made the king who was lying on the ground couldn't help but tremble, and his cold sweat instantly soaked through the clothing behind him. Without even having time to spit the dirt out of his mouth, he hurriedly stood up and ducked to the side, shivering. Wang Yuya's brain was naturally smart. After the short exchange of hands just now, he already knew that he was definitely not a match for the teenager in front of him. It's like there's a moat between the two of them. Little Wang Ya, are you still fighting? Zhang Chen looked at the wretched Wang Yuya, and while a hint of a bad smile appeared on his face, he rubbed out an even larger air mass in his hand than before. No more fighting. No more fighting. I can't beat you. You guys from Manhwa Mountain are just awesome. Wang also stood up quickly and patted the dirt on his body, and in the process, snapped out the dirt that he had just eaten inside his mouth. Hey, how did you cultivate? Why do I feel the sense of oppression in you that I only felt when facing Master? Wang also sat on his butt on the ground, recalling the scene of the exchange just now, his heart palpitating as he opened his mouth. Hey, wanna know? Call me big brother if you wanna know. And promise me one more thing and I'll teach you to become stronger. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang also brightened up. After seeing Zhang Chen's strength, he felt that Zhang Chen did have the strength to teach himself, so he only saw his two eyes turn around a few times, and then he didn't hesitate to arch his hand and salute. Big brother, as long as you can teach me to become stronger, let alone one thing, I'll promise you even 10 things. As Zhang Chen listened, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and looked at Wang Yuya as he opened his mouth. As long as you're willing to take me to Wudong Mountain and see the real Tai Chi, I'll teach you to cultivate and become stronger. What do you think? Hearing that Zhang Chen just wanted to go to Wudong Mountain and see the real Tai Chi, Wang Yuya's face immediately lightened up a lot and said happily, so it's this little thing? Ha, no problem. I'm going to be on summer vacation in a month, and when that time comes, I'm going back to Wudong Mountain to cultivate, so it's fine for you to go with me. Over the next few days, Zhang Chen's communication with Wang Yuya grew increasingly close. With the cultivation experience he had copied over, it was naturally not difficult for Zhang Chen to instruct Wang Yuya. With Zhang Chen's help, Wang Yuya's understanding and control of the air had improved significantly in a short period of time. Even his strength when he used Taiji was much stronger than before. One late night a week later, the estate was so quiet that the only sound left was the chirping of insects. Inside the house, Zhang Chen, who should have been immersed in dreamland, was suddenly awakened by several unfamiliar air breaths. Though the group that had sneaked up on their manor was careful, however, the entire manor had long since been covered in every corner by Zhang Chen using the Woho Man formation fate plate. As long as an unfamiliar air appeared within this manor, then it would definitely be sensed by Zhang Chen, only to see that the waking Zhang Chen didn't have any panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth was showing a hint of a smile. As if he had expected it, he spoke. Having Chu Tong spread the news that I have a heavenly talisman for so long, Now someone has finally come. Meanwhile, a group of dark shadows outside the house were moving silently. They were none other than the infamous full-sex demons of the Jianghu. The group of people who had infiltrated Zhang Chen's manor villa each had grim faces and flickering eyes. Each of their hands clutched a variety of weapons, as if they were ready to fight at any time. At this moment, these people were both nervous and excited in their hearts. Nervous because they knew that the target they were about to face was no ordinary person. Although he was still young, his strength was unfathomable. He was excited that if he could kidnap Zhang Chen, he might be able to pry out the secret of the Tong Tian talisman from him. That was one of the legendary 8 wondrous techniques, the Tong Tian talisman. Whoever was able to obtain this technique would definitely see an amazing advancement in his strength. These all sexes who felt their way into the yard stared intently at Zhang Chen's unlit bedroom window, their hearts murmuring a plan of action, their faces covered with ferocity, only to see him take a deep breath. As if he were a viper spitting out a letter, he silently approached Zhang Chen's residence, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Chen has long been aware of everything, lying on the bed quietly waiting for them to come to the door. As Zhang Chen was probing the incoming person with his air, a sudden silhouette caused him to be slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It turns out that in this group of full-sex thieves, there is actually a big man he had not expected to follow along. It is one of the 4 madnesses in the whole of sex: the color in wine, sex in wealth, bone scraper, summer harvest. Looking at Xia He, who was the last one to step into his courtyard, Zhang Chen could not help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't realize that the first all-sex senior to arrive would be her. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered his senior brother Lingyu, who was far away in Longhu Mountain. Oh, senior brother Lingyu, don't worry, with me here, I won't let you fail to learn Yang 5 Thunders. Chapter 71. Your winks are good, play me another $1. Although Xia He's appearance had surprised Zhang Chen a bit, it didn't affect anything in the grand scheme of things. With Zhang Chen's current strength, even if Xia He came personally, he would definitely not be Zhang Chen's opponent. On the contrary, the addition of Summer Hall might make this cat and mouse game more interesting. I also don't know if I can give a copy of the charming power in Xia He's body. When Xia He led a few full-sex members to quietly sneak into the courtyard of Zhang Chen's estate villa, their every movement and every footstep was under Zhang Chen's carefully laid out surveillance. As the full sex of everyone who came this time stood together, ready to force their way into the villa, only to see that the ground these people were standing on instantly rumbled, the hard rock twisting and contorting as if it were a living thing, and like a huge hood it fell down viciously from the sky, covering them underneath with a wave of their heads. This group of people, with the exception of Xia He, were wrapped up in rocks by Zhang Chen using the Kuan technique without even uttering a single scream, and were buried in the ground. In the moment just now when Zhang Chen's artistry was unleashed, Xia He suddenly felt a violent vibration under her feet. In the next moment, she was surprised to find the soil around her instantly petrified. Being a master of all sex, she used her powerful senses and sharp reflexes to break the rock that was about to encircle her with all her might, and rushed out of the cracked underground. Looking at the scene around her that was instantly petrified and quickly returned to its original state made her horrified, and a chill instantly swept through her body. At this moment, she realized that she seemed to have fallen into someone else's elaborate trap. Perhaps this trap against them had already begun from the moment she learned of the news of the Tong Tian talisman. Bastard! How dare you count on me? Could someone from the company be behind this? No! I can't stay here. I have to go. Just as Xia He was looking around at the terrain, preparing to escape, a figure suddenly appeared within her field of vision. It was a small child, whistling, walking toward her with a confident and unhurried stride. Little kids? Isn't this our target, Zhang Chen? Hardly. Could it be him who just attacked us? The moment she saw Zhang Chen, Xia He's inner emotions rose and fell like waves. Being ambushed by a small child, if this were to be spread back to all sex, I'm afraid that it would be laughed off by that group of people. Looking at the Zhang Chen who was getting closer and closer, Xia He began to secretly calculate the next step in his mind. In the dim night, Zhang Chen's eyes seemed to be completely unaffected by the darkness of the night, a pair of sharp eyes staring intently at Xia He, one of the 4 madmen of all sex. Bone scraper summer harvest. I didn't think the first one to come would be you. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and lightly stated Xia He's true identity, as if everything was under his control. Hearing Zhang Chen call out his name with unerring precision, Xia He's heart trembled with shock. Is it really a plot against me? How else would this brat know me? Thinking of this, Xia He couldn't help but immediately sweep his gaze toward the surroundings. She wanted to see who the black hand behind the scenes, hiding behind Zhang Chen, was. However, Zhang Chen's next words once again shocked her. Don't look. There's no one else. I'm the only one here now. The message of the Tongtian talisman that your entire sex received, but I had it sent to you. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He was stunned at the moment. Although before coming here, he had already heard that the strength of this little fellow, Zhang Chen, was not to be underestimated. But it didn't occur to me that it wasn't just his strength that couldn't be underestimated. Even the city of his mind is so deep. What kind of childlike behavior is this? It's clearly an old fox who is not old enough. It was you yourself who leaked out the news that you had the information that there was a Tongtian talisman in your possession? Hearing these still unbelievable words from Xia He, Zhang Chen said with a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, without using the Tongtian talisman as bait, you guys won't come at all. But to my surprise, I caught a big fish like you today. Looking at Zhang Chen's face full of smiles, Xia He was actually a bit speechless for a moment. However, at the same time, a different thought was born in Xia He's mind. Since all of this is behind Zhang Chen's own back, wouldn't there be no other old guys involved? In that case, as long as I can take down this brat, then the Tongtian talisman will still be given to me? One thought. Xia He quickly adjusted his mindset and began to think about his countermeasures. Want to try it with winks? Xia He knew that her charming power had an irresistible charm for the vast majority of men. She felt that Zhang Chen must not be able to escape the influence of her charming power either. Say it and do it. Only a hint of fawning suddenly appeared in Xia He's eyes as she looked at Zhang Chen. Looking at Zhang Chen's incredibly handsome face, he softly said, "Little handsome, your mind is really heavy, but I like it." At the point where Summer Harvest opened her mouth to speak, a pink-colored air began to continuously emerge from Xia He's body, enveloping Zhang Chen in the distance. Watching the stream of pink air gradually surrounded Zhang Chen, while Zhang Chen did not react at all. This scene directly made Xia He's heart happy. As long as you are affected by my charming power, no matter if you are a 10-year-old brat or an 80-year-old man, you will have to submit to my pomegranate skirt. But 10 minutes later, things didn't seem to be going in the direction she had hoped. Zhang Chen, who was standing in front of her eyes, seemed not to be affected by her charming power in the slightest. Still standing there, staring at her with a small smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, even Xia He could not help but feel a little hairy in his heart. Zhang Chen's reaction made her unable to help but feel a trace of inexplicable panic. What the hell is wrong with this kid? How could his fixation be so strong? Am I really going to fall into this little brat's hands this time? Unwilling to fail, Xia He decides to give it a go. She no longer hesitated and directly exerted the highest realm of her charming power. She tore the white body t-shirt she was wearing directly off her body, displaying her perfect figure unreservedly in front of Zhang Chen. As the Mei Gong was unleashed, the pink air seemed to reflect Xia He's body into a pinkish color as well. She was trying to confuse Zhang Chen with all her might. However, what Xia He didn't expect in any way was, when her wings were exerted at their strongest, Zhang Chen suddenly stood in place and applauded, while at the same time pulling out a handful of popcorn from nowhere and eating it with gusto. A pair of clear gazes, on the other hand, were fixed on her body, seemingly unaffected. This scene caused Xia He to feel a bit caught off guard. Her charming power completely seemed to have lost its effect in front of Zhang Chen. What the hell is going on here? Why is my charm not working anymore? At this moment, Xia He couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion and bewilderment. This was the first time her charm had failed to work on a man, even though the man was still just a little kid. Just as Xia He froze, she only saw a small, rounded object smashing directly towards her head. This little thing flew so fast that even Xia He didn't dodge it. With a thud, a steel bouncer directly hit Xia He's head, smashing out a big bag. Go on with the show, and give me another $1 for the little man. Act well, and I'll continue to reward you. Little Master. Chapter 72, give you a chance to be my personal maid. Touching the coin that fell into her hand, Xia He froze for half a day. She couldn't figure out no matter what. How was this little kid able to be immune to her charming power? It doesn't make sense. How can a small child's determination be stronger than that of some old guys who are tens of years old? Xia He saw that her charming power seemed to have lost its effect in front of Zhang Chen. There was something indescribably hard in her heart. It was the first time in a long time that she had missed, and the person who missed was a small child. Which of the objects that she had charmed with her charm power in the past were not puppets on strings at her own mercy? Throwing them inside the phantasmagoria that she had made up in her own head and watching their agonizing look of gradual despair and desire was her favorite thing to do. Xia He. And now, one is about to fall into the hands of a child. She had failed so miserably in this winks practice, seeing that his charms could not sway the young rival. A wave of frustration couldn't help but surface in Xia He's heart. She didn't want to admit defeat though. After all, it's in the hands of a little pervert who doesn't even waver when it comes to beauty. Who knows what this kid's gonna do? So, one plan did not work. Xia He had another plan in her mind. She wanted to use her words to fool Zhang Chen instead. attempting to rely on her age advantage to trick Zhang Chen into a hint of slackness. All it takes is a hint of slack. That way, she could escape this tricky situation while she could. Little friend. I'll trade this spirit artifact in my hand for my departure. Do you think it's okay? Only Xia He took a piece of jade in his hand. Under the dim moonlight, the piece of jade in her hand was emitting a glittering light, illuminating her hand. Oh, I didn't realize you had a spirit weapon in your hand? But it's a pity that this thing you're holding is too low grade. I'll have as many things like this as I want. Zhang Chen gave a disdainful look, then spoke directly. As many as you want? This is a spirit weapon. Do you think this is a cabbage? Xia He couldn't help but growl out in his mind. However, what she did not know was that Zhang Chen's words were not a joke. Although within the inhuman circle nowadays, refiners were already rare and could be called a rare breed. But Zhang Chen, now he was controlling Chu Tong. Chu Tong's men, on the other hand, kept Ma Xianhong, who knew how to make 100 refinements with divine machines. With Ma Xianhong's caliber, wasn't a spirit weapon like this in Chu Tong's hand just a random build? Looking at Zhang Chen didn't move at all. Xia He pretended to be very helpless inside, putting on a look of pity and already looking away then. Never mind. Anyway, now that it's in your hands, it's of no use to me, so I might as well give it to you. Come here you, I'll give you this. After Xia He finished speaking, he directly placed the jade inside his hand, allowing Zhang Chen to come over and take it himself. However, despite his young age, Zhang Chen was exceptionally shrewd and sophisticated. He was not at all moved by Xia He's words, and the mockery at the corner of his mouth showed. Pull back. Whatever other tricks you have, feel free to use them. If you're not ready to resist anymore, I'm going to have to make a move. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He became even more helpless in his heart. She had already realized that if she wanted to escape this perilous situation, she would have to put her best foot forward and could not hold anything back. The brat in front of him was the toughest kind in the inhuman circle. Humph. Since you want to see your sister's true strength, then, wait. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted me to put up a fight? Just as Xia He was about to set up his stance and start a life and death battle with Zhang Chen, who knew that Zhang Chen had suddenly cast the golden light curse in a very unmartial manner. Only the golden light transformed into a golden chain, binding Xia He firmly. Xia He struggled to break free from this bondage, but the golden light spell was like an iron wall. No matter how much she struggled, she could not break free from the golden light spell. The moment, a wave of despair welled up in Xia He's heart. She knew that she had really met a strong enemy this time. Zhang Chen's strength and urbanity far exceeded her expectations. He had finished counting himself out once in advance when he was trying to count himself out. Feeling the terrifying power bundled up in his body, Xia He knew that this match seemed to be no longer in doubt. She, Summer Harvest, is one of the 4 madmen of all sex. At this moment, he was extremely wretchedly bound by a small child with a golden light spell, unable to move. Looking at Xia He, who was hanging upside down by herself, Zhang Chen's eyes roamed recklessly over her body, occasionally marveling at the delicacy of her figure, as if he was admiring a stunning work of art. This feeling of humiliation was extremely hard on Xia He's heart. She had never imagined that she would end up like this. Normally, she would be the one doing something like this. If this matter spread to all sex, then she would have to lose her adult inside all sex. Just when Xia He was thinking that her professional career was coming to an end, Zhang Chen's undeniable voice suddenly rang in her ears. Want to live? If you want to live, I'm just short of a personal maid inside my villa, and I think you're quite suitable. The 4 wilds of omnisex, and that's enough status to be considered a doorstop. Zhang Chen calmly gazed at the trapped Xia He, his tone carrying an unquestionable strength. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He was naturally 10,000 times more reluctant in his heart. She was the all-sex Summer Harvest. When did she fall to the point where she could only serve as a personal maid? And what's the point of being a maid and being from the same family? What the hell is this? You are going on a blind date? For a while, countless spits flashed through Xia He's mind, but she didn't dare to say a word in front of Zhang Chen. Just as she was about to open her mouth to reject Zhang Chen's offer, Zhang Chen's next few words actually directly caused her body to stop trembling. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You should know that it will cost you a lot if you refuse me. Actually, there are 2 of these 8 wonders technique things that I have mastered. What I asked Chu Tong to reveal to you is just one of them. In addition, there is also the double-fisted hand, one of the 8 strange techniques that I have mastered. There is naturally no need to talk about the efficacy of the dual full hands. To be my personal maid, will you promise, or be promised? Next, it's up to you to choose. Chapter 73. For the sake of seeing your brother not making a mistake, I'll leave Xia He behind. After hearing Zhang Chen say that he could also double full hand, Xia He's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. After so much time in all sex, she had naturally heard of the great name of double all hands, This gong method was able to control people's souls and change their memories. If Zhang Chen really mastered this technique, then what difference would the result be if he answered or not? However, Xia He did not believe Zhang Chen's words at this time. She was afraid that Zhang Chen was deliberately lying to her when he said that. After all, something like the 8 wondrous techniques, it was already extraordinary for someone to be able to master one of them. And how could he, a small child, master both? If this were to be said, hardly anyone would believe Zhang Chen's words. You say you have 2 full hands, you have 2 full hands? Are you kidding me? No. Ha! Just when Xiaohe was about to say I don't believe it, she suddenly saw Zhang Chen's left and right hands light up in red and blue at the same time, and a terrifying fluctuation of air energy continuously came from his hand that emitted light, especially the one that emits a blue glow. The terrifying fluctuations coming from above caused Xia He to feel a tremor from his soul. Red and blue air? The blue hand is able to manipulate other people's souls? Is this really a double full hand? At this moment, Xiaohe finally realized. What Zhang Chen had just said didn't seem to be a joke. He was the one who truly mastered the terrifying 8 wonders skill of having a double full hand. I'll ask you one last time. Personal maid, do you agree or disagree? Zhang Chen's words were like the devil's whispers, constantly echoing in Xia He's ears. Summer Harvest is a smart guy. The moment she saw Zhang Chen Shuang's full hand, she already knew exactly what her next fate would be. Since you've already mastered one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the dual complete hands, why are you still negotiating with me? I suppose you're going to use both full hands to transform my soul whether I agree or not? But don't worry, I won't let you get away with it. Speaking of this, Xia He's heart flared up, and she took out the energy of a fish dying and roared at Zhang Chen. At this point she had made up her mind. As long as Zhang Chen dared to alter his soul, then he would be the first to destroy his soul. She would rather die than live a life of manipulation. Looking at Xiaohe's so excited reaction, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed in disdain. Who said that? I have many ways to control people. It's not like I have to manipulate your soul. I don't like turning people into puppets that only do what they're told. However, if I give you the opportunity and you don't actively go for it, then I'm sorry, but a sexy, beautiful puppet servant isn't out of the question. Speaking here, Zhang Chen suddenly put away his previous playful expression and spoke with a serious face. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to swallow my special compulsion and be the first guinea pig for my compulsion so that I can immobilize your soul. Secondly, I'll directly use my double full hand, but if I find out that you want to self-destruct your soul ahead of time, don't worry. I'll give you a good helping hand and use the samadhi flame to burn your soul cleanly, leaving behind a clean puppet shell. After saying that, an extremely special fire emerged from the tip of Zhang Chen's finger. As soon as this fire appeared, Xia He felt a terrifying tingling sensation coming from the depths of his soul. Threefold fire? How can you even have this? At this moment, Xia He was once again shocked. She realized that it seemed as if Zhang Chen's undercard could never be emptied out. Every now and then you can come up with something that can scare the out of people. There's quite a lot I can do, and it's up to you to choose how much you'll see. Upon seeing Zhang Chen take out another samsara flame, Summer Harvest hesitated. The Tong Tian Talisman, the double perfect hands, and the most terrifying Samadhi True Flame and the martial marquis Chi Sex surprisingly all appeared in one person's body, and the person still seems to be a young child who is only a teenager. At such a young age, he had already grasped so many techniques, and his strength and urbanity were both still so terrifying. If we let him grow for another 10 years or so, who else in this world could check him? I'm afraid that even the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain can't do it. Still, this kid seems to have come out of the Dragon Tiger Mountain? For a while, Xiaohe was in deep thought. Whether it's background or strength or power, this little guy doesn't seem to be bad at all. It's not unacceptable to give such a little one a maid, is it? Xia He's heart finally faltered a bit. Carefully recalling the 2 choices that Zhang Chen had just said, she felt that if she could not control her soul and allow herself to be enslaved by Zhang Chen's soul for the rest of her life, choosing to eat compulsion and be controlled by Zhang Chen was not unacceptable. There was one thing, though, that Summer Harvest couldn't quite figure out. That's where Zhang Chen's compulsion came from? Is it possible that in addition to those feats, he also knows Miu Jian's compulsion? Thinking about this, Xiaohe was already so speechless in her heart that she didn't want to say anything. Zhang Chen was only in his teens, but he had learned so many techniques. How on earth had he finished learning them? And looking at Zhang Chen's use of the various feats, he was still so skillful. This guy, where on earth did this demon come out from? At this point, Summer Harvest wanted to have a good spit take, but she was about to run out of patience when she saw the patience in Zhang Chen's eyes. Then without any further hesitation, he directly opened his mouth to Zhang Chen. I choose to take the compulsion to come and be your personal maid. Upon hearing these words, a smile finally appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. only to see him walk up slowly and reach out his hand to give Xiaohe's face a good rubbing and laugh. Wise choice. I just love smart people, especially if they're still smart and beautiful. After these two words were said, Zhang Chen was only seen moving his hand. A ball of extremely oddly colored compulsion then coalesced from Zhang Chen's hand. Since cultivating into the Compassion Saint body, Zhang Chen had yet to truly utilize his Compassion Saint body's abilities. His Compassionate Poison Saint body was able to reassemble the air in his body and condense it into all types of compassionate poison. With this massive compulsion venom in his hand, Zhang Chen was naturally confident that he could control Xiaohe perfectly without using both full hands. As long as this massive compulsion remained in her body, then Xiaohe would never be able to escape her control, never be able to have any descent towards herself. After all, a compulsion attack is not that pleasant. Here, my good maid, come and eat this. Zhang Chen came to Xiaohe's side and gently broke her mouth with his hand, placing this mass of strangely colored compulsion by Xiaohe's mouth. Looking at Xiaohe, who was still hesitant about what to say at this point, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be happy in his heart. Senior brother Ling Yu, just don't worry about your cultivation. For the sake of senior brother, you won't make a mistake. I'll help you leave Xiaohe behind. Chapter 74, Copying Xiaohe Mei Gong. Zhang Chen, you smell good. Looking at the ball of compulsion in Zhang Chen's hand, Xiaohe's inner struggle and fear was like a huge wave churning, but she also knew that she had no choice at this moment. In front of her, Zhang Chen stood silently, holding a ball of compulsion in his hand that glowed with a strange colored ethereal light. Ah, come on, open your mouth. Zhang Chen's voice was low but filled with an undeniable refusal. Either eat this compulsion or let me control your soul. After hearing that, Xiaohe took a deep breath as a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She knew that this choice would be about her future destiny. She couldn't let Zhang Chen control her soul, otherwise she would lose her freedom forever and become his puppet. But by choosing compulsion, there might even be a silver lining. So, she reached out and took the terrifying mass of compulsion and swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. As the compulsion was swallowed by Xiaohe, a large amount of toxins spread rapidly through her body. In an instant, she felt a sharp pain spread all over her body, as if countless bugs were tearing at her body. But she clenched her teeth tightly and managed not to make a sound. Not bad. I didn't think you could hold up. It's almost over. Just hold on for a few more minutes. Zhang Chen looked at her agonized expression. A hint of laughter flashed in his eyes, and he kindly reminded her. A few minutes later, the expression on Xiaohe's face was clearly much more relaxed than before. Naturally, the compulsion in her body had been successfully dispersed in all corners of her body. From now on, you shall not lead me as far as 100 meters without my permission, and you shall not show any descent towards me. Otherwise, the compulsion in your body will kick in and cause you excruciating pain. I'll give you the antidote once a month. Without it, you'll last a week at most and surely die. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Xiaohe bore all of this silently. But at this moment, other thoughts rose in her mind. There are also people inside all sects who know about compulsion. If you have the chance. However, before the thoughts in Xiaohe's mind could appear, Zhang Chen's next sentence directly cut off her hopes. By the way, there is one thing that I forgot to tell you. The compulsion poison that you have been hit by is the compulsion king poison of the compulsion poison. And there are only two people in this world who can solve it. One is me, and the other may take another decade or so to get there. But don't worry, she's certainly not going to help you. Zhang Chen enjoyed watching the desperate expression on Xiaohe's face. However, Xiaohe did not cut off her hopes at this point due to Zhang Chen's words. She believed that as long as she could persevere and not resign herself to her fate, one day, she would find a way to escape Zhang Chen's control. Looking at Xiaohe's gradually determined eyes, Zhang Chen knew that this all-sex scraper was not so easily submissive. However, since she dared to eat her Compassion Saint body's compassion poison, it was not up to her. After Summer Harvest became his personal maid, Zhang Chen then put away the golden light curse that was binding her. Xiaohe, who had regained her freedom, rose up from the ground in a bit of a sorry state. Xiaohe, from now on, your task is to send messages to the inside of Omnisex to trick more people into coming here. I need to expand my power. Of course, more important than lying to those assholes in Omnisex is that your maid's job must be done right. Tomorrow go buy some maid clothes, buy some specialized maid books, and get the maid duties done for me as soon as possible. After speaking, Zhang Chen paused for a moment, staring earnestly at Xiaohe's reaction, as if trying to see through her inner thoughts. At this moment, Xiaohe's brows were locked, her heart filled with dissatisfaction and aggravation. She's a four-tiered maniac of all sexes, and has quite a fierce reputation within all sexes. Now it's reduced to a housemaid. The fallout is just too great. But no matter how much Xiaohe struggled internally, she had to face reality as soon as possible. Having been poisoned by Zhang Chen's compulsion, she could only follow his orders forever until a solution was found. It was an irresistible force, and the horror of the compulsion's onset forced her to choose to give in. Unable to do anything else, Xia could only silently accept the task of developing towards being a domestic maid. From that day on, Summer Harvest became busy, truly like a professional maid. She wore her maid outfit every day and conscientiously cleaned up every corner of the manor. At the same time, she was responsible for Zhang Chen's food, clothing, and transportation. Under Zhang Chen's strict requirements, her housekeeping skills were pulled full circle in less than 2 weeks. We have reached a new level of cooking with our 4-course meals. Although during this period, Xiaohi's heart was filled with resentment and aggression, but she also realized that this was the only way out for her at the moment. Otherwise she would become Zhang Chen's puppet, just like those omnisexuals who were controlled by Zhang Chen with his dual full hands. Every time you see a fellow omnisexual being controlled by Zhang Chen with both full hands, Xiaohi's heart just couldn't help but feel more than a tinge of gratitude. Just like that, Summer Harvest started her new life in the manor. One morning a few days later, Zhang Chen was lying on a rattan chair in the courtyard, sipping tea with his eyes closed as he enjoyed the sunbathing. He suddenly saw Xiaohe, who had been busy all morning in the courtyard, practicing her winks. Watching the airy light flow around Xiaohe's body, the pink breath was like a cloud, giving Xiaohe's sexy body an extra touch of mystery. A strange thought popped up in Zhang Chen's mind all of a sudden. What would happen if I duplicated Xiaohe's charm? And I don't know, can a guy learn winks? After thinking for half a day, Zhang Chen suddenly decided to give it a try. He only saw him staring at Xiaohe, watching her practicing movements with seriousness. As Xiaohe moved, the air around her seemed to become softer, and pink-colored air gradually filled in around Xiaohe. The air was as tangled as fine silk, carrying an unspeakable charm. Zhang Chen stared daggers at Xiaohe, trying to imprint every detail in his mind. Finally, when Xiaohe was halfway through the maneuver, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. You have successfully observed 50% of the charm. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? Can winks be duplicated? Doesn't that mean that men can learn too? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen hesitated. However, with a hint of curiosity about Mei Gong, he still could not resist the desire to explore in his heart and began to copy Xiaohe's Mei Gong. Reproduce immediately. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, his hand ran Xiaohe's charming power on its own, driven by the system. Then only Zhang Chen's body began to rise with the same pink air breath as Xiaohe's. This sudden appearance of the familiar and incomparable pink-colored air startled Xiaohe, who was cultivating. She didn't understand why. There were feats just like her own appearing in this neighborhood. As Xiaohe twisted his head to search for who exactly had practiced the same technique as himself. Instead, she realized that the one who had emitted the Mei Gong air machine was actually Zhang Chen. No, it can't be. When in the world did this brat learn my charming technique? While Xiaohe was in a daze, Zhang Chen's Mei Gong was already in full swing at this moment. At this moment, the defenseless Xiaohe was actually directly charmed by Zhang Chen's charming power. She was seen looking at Zhang Chen with a mesmerized look in her eyes, muttering under her breath, why does Zhang Chen smell so good? I want to take a bite." Chapter 75 The Direction of the Enhancement of the What the hell is this heavenly fragrance sacred body? Mei Gong has been successfully copied. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. When this voice rang out in Zhang Chen's mind, Zhang Chen slowly opened his own eyes, only to see a silhouette figure blocking his vision at some point. He fixed his eyes on the person standing in front of him, and it was none other than Xiaohe. Only, at this moment, Xiaohe's eyes were mesmerized, as if she was attracted by some special power, staring at Zhang Chen with a smile on her face. Hey, good brother, come and let your sister have a bite. Just the moment Zhang Chen woke up, Xiaohe, who was successfully charmed by his charming power, even directly pounced towards Zhang Chen. I'll go. A big car chasing kids? I'm calling the police. Zhang Chen sidestepped and dodged Xiaohe's flying tackle. At the same time a hand slash was delivered directly to the back of Summer Harvest's head, leaving her to sleep in peace for a while. Zhang Chen looked at Xiaohe, who was lying on the ground in a comatose state, and a trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. It seemed that she was quite attractive after practicing her winks. Surprisingly, he had unintentionally charmed Xiaohe, a guy who played with winks. Phew, that scared me. If it weren't for my strong fixation, I might have gotten by her. Bad woman. Looking at Xiaohe, who was all charming, Zhang Chen casually threw her onto his recliner. Then he began to check up on the winks he had just learned and what special places he could strengthen. System, show me the direction of strengthening Mei Gong. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the system immediately gave a response. The host learns a new set of feats and gains a chance to strengthen them. This technique is a charming technique, with 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. The ability to charm everyone can be expanded by 100 times. 2. The range of seduction when Mei Gong is activated can be expanded by 100 times. 3. You can strengthen the host's physique into the heavenly fragrance sacred body and obtain the cultivation method of the heavenly fragrance sacred body. Note, after cultivating the heavenly fragrance sacred body, the host's body will emit a fascinating scent, which is especially deadly to the opposite sex. The host can control the opening and closing of the heavenly fragrance sacred body on his own. Zhang Chen. Looking at the 3 enhancement directions of Mei Gong, Zhang Chen was naturally quite speechless. What is all this? Especially the 3rd enhancement direction. If I enhance it, won't I become a beauty queen killer? No, no, no. I'm a serious cultivator. I can't learn these crooked ways indiscriminately. Just when Zhang Chen wanted to give up on this enhancement of his Mei Gong, an idea was suddenly born in his mind. That was that it would probably be of no use to himself, but it should be of no small use to Xiaohe, a natural yukai. If she was allowed to cultivate the heavenly fragrance sacred body, wouldn't she have an additional fragrant made within this manor house of hers? How about strengthening it? Anyway, I'm not lusting after Xiaohe's beauty. I'm strengthening it so that my men can become stronger. Yes, it's so my men can get stronger. After getting past that in your mind, Zhang Chen did not hesitate any longer and directly chose the enhancement of Mei Gong. System, start strengthening. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, his body was driven by the system to begin the rehearsal of the new Mei Gong. Just as Zhang Chen was rehearsing his new charming technique, Xia He, who had originally been knocked out by Zhang Chen's blow, woke up from his stupor somewhat dizzily. With her hazel eyes open, she looked at Zhang Chen, who was practicing his post-reformation winks there, and instantly remembered what had happened earlier. Wait, was I just charmed by this kid? Surprisingly, I wanted to pounce on him and give it for nothing? And how in the world did he learn my winks? Summerhall rubbed the back of her neck. The pain from being struck by Zhang Chen's handblade just now did not dissipate for a long time. Looking at Zhang Chen, who seemed to still be practicing his charming skills there at that moment, this time Summer Harvest was finally on the defensive, only to see that she promptly retreated a distance of tens of meters, running her Mei Gong with a vigilant face, ready to resist Zhang Chen's Mei Gong erosion. No! What the hell is he practicing something? Why is it that it looks like the base of Mei Gong, but is actually extremely different from Mei Gong? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar movements on Zhang Chen's hands, a conjecture suddenly appeared in Xia He's mind. Wait, does that mean he's altering my winks? How is this possible? Xiaohe was taken aback by this thought in her head. However, when her eyes once again looked at the familiar movements on Zhang Chen's hands, it was only then that she finally dared to be sure of her suspicions. Zhang Chen was actually really modifying his charming skills. Looking at Zhang Chen's actions at this moment, Xia He couldn't help but freeze. It was only after a while that Xia He couldn't help but open his mouth and spit. No wonder this guy's strength is so terrifying, and there are several powerful techniques in his grasp. This talent of his is truly frightening to look at. Watching Zhang Chen cultivate deeper and deeper, Xia He couldn't help but start worrying about Zhang Chen's safety. After all, she had now consumed Zhang Chen's compulsion. If anything happened to Zhang Chen, she would be implicated and wouldn't survive. Therefore, although Xia He was 100 times reluctant in his heart, he could only pray for Zhang Chen in his heart. I hope he doesn't go off the deep end by altering his winks. Time passed by. Only Zhang Chen also began to slowly collect his energy. Just when Xia He was glad in his heart that nothing had happened to Zhang Chen, she suddenly caught a peculiar scent. This particular scent made Xiaohe, who had her charming power on, couldn't help but indulge in it. Too fragrant? What the hell is this flavor? Why is it so appealing to me? Just as Xiaohe's heart throbbed, searching around for this scent that could attract her soul, Xia He looked up and was surprised to find Zhang Chen in the distance looking at himself with a smile. Next moment, only Zhang Chen hooked his finger in place. The scent she had just smelled then followed his finger and drifted straight towards Xia He's side. Only this time, the scent was many times stronger than before. Xia He had only inhaled an extremely small amount of it. Still for a split second it disoriented her, making her lose herself in this amazing scent. A few moments later, only Xia He was like a walking corpse without a soul, straight towards the source of the scent. Looking at Xiaohe's performance at this moment, Zhang Chen, the originator of all this, nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, it's exactly as the system described. This heavenly fragrance sacred body, its attraction to the opposite sex is truly frightening. Even Xiaohe, who uses Mei Gong, can't resist its temptation. It seems that it must be used sparingly in the future. Chapter 76 Zhang Chen's Villa Hiding Beauty? Surprisingly, it was the all-sexed Xia He. Time passes quickly. Since the last time when Xia He was charmed by Zhang Chen twice, Xia He had only admired Zhang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This teenage boy's terrifying cultivation talent really made her admire him. For some reason, ever since then, The idea that it seemed good to be Zhang Chen's personal maid would pop up in Xiaohe's mind from time to time. Zhang Chen also felt Xiaohe's intention in terms of personal maids, so he taught her the cultivation method of the heavenly fragrance sacred body, so that she could take her charming skills to the next level. A week later, Zhao Fangxiu, who was staying at the company's headquarters, suddenly realized that he hadn't seemed to care about Zhang Chen's daily life for some time. Ever since the last time his own secretary had sent Zhang Chen to the manor house, he himself hadn't asked about Zhang Chen's news because he was too busy with work matters. Although Zhao Fangsu knew that Zhang Chen should have no problem living alone. However, he still sent Qin Xiao to Zhang Chen's villa to see if there was anything Zhang Chen needed from him and the company. With Zhao Fangxiu's instructions, Qin Xiao drove Zhao Fangxiu's exclusive red flight car to Zhang Chen's estate villa. Receiving Zhao Fangxiu's assignment for her to visit Zhang Chen, Qin Xiao was naturally very happy. However, when her car pulled up to the entrance of Zhang Chen's manor villa, the scene in front of her stunned her, only to see a maid in a maid's outfit busy inside the garden outside the villa. This maid had pink hair, and she was naturally very pretty and had an extremely hot body. The moment she saw Xiaohe, Qin Xiao couldn't help but compare herself to her. After some very detailed comparisons, Qin Xiao realized that the proof maid in Zhang Chen's villa was surprisingly no worse than her, whether it was her body and appearance, or her flirtatious posture. Where did this woman come from? Cute little Zhang Chen won't be mesmerized by this demoness, right? Qin Xiao couldn't help but start to get curious at this moment. Where on earth did Zhang Chen find such a beauty to be his maid? However, why do I feel as if I've seen this maid's face somewhere before? Looking at Xiaohe's stunningly beautiful cheeks, Qin Xiao just wanted to go up and ask this maid where she came from. However, right at this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had once seen a wanted notice for an all-sex demon in Zhao Fangxiu's office. At that time, she had even lamented inside Zhao Fangxiu's office that there was such a beautiful woman inside all sex. And now, the more she looked at that face of Xiaohe, the more she felt that she looked exactly like the woman she remembered from the wanted poster. The mind thinks to this point. Qin Xiao suddenly felt a chill in her heart. A very scary thought bubbled up in her mind. This maid, it can't really be the full-sex demon on the wanted list, can it? I remember that omnisexual demon seems to be named Shaha. A charming skill is very good. There are quite a few people who have been charmed by her before. Wait, if it's really her, then wouldn't Zhang Chen be in danger? As soon as she thought of this, Qin Xiao immediately crouched down and quietly groped her way back to the side of the car. Taking out the phone in his hand, he directly called Zhao Fangxiu. Zhao Dong, Xia, Shaha. Full-sex Shaha appeared inside Zhang Chen's villa. Zhao Fangxiu, who was dealing with the official business at hand, instantly jumped up from his chair like a spring when he heard this news. The face became very grave. With regards to Xiaohe, he naturally knew him very well. This is not a simple woman. To be one of the 4 madmen of all sex at such a young age. She majored in Mei Gong, which was enough to make any man's heart flutter, or even lose his mind, and ultimately just have to be at her mercy. Zhao Fangsu was worried that Zhang Chen was young and vigorous and would have trouble resisting Xiaohe's temptation and fall under her charming power. So without any hesitation, he quickly called Bai Yulong, who was in charge of the company's secret service department. Bai Yulong's heart was shocked when he heard this news. He didn't realize how a very promising newcomer had just come inside his company, and how he was suddenly approached by those assholes from all sex. So he didn't care about the other work at hand, and directly transferred a group of elites from the head office, while bringing along his own professional troupe of agents, and drove to Zhang Chen's villa at a fast speed. At this moment, they had only one goal, to save Zhang Chen from Xiaohe. It didn't take long for a few large cars from the company to surround Zhang Chen's villa in layers. At the same time, Zhang Chen's neighbor, Wang Weigua, was startled by the sight in front of him. He hid inside his home and looked across the street from his house at the strange cars parked across the street, and watched the groups of heavily armed crews coming out of the cars with a sense of wonder. What secrets is your own usually mysterious neighbor hiding? In all these days, he had never seen the adults of Zhang Chen's family, and had only seen an incredibly beautiful maid taking care of Zhang Chen. He had always been curious about his neighbor's identity, and from time to time, he even chatted with Zhang Chen, trying to get something out of him. Before this he was still upset with Zhang Chen for hiding it from him. But now, Wang Weigua was in a cold sweat behind his back, and he felt fortunate that he knew less. If I knew more, I'm afraid the vehicles full of armed men would be parked in front of my house. Zhang Chen, who was enjoying sunbathing in the courtyard, suddenly it felt as if I was surrounded. So he used his air to carefully check out the next person and couldn't help but have a big question mark on his face. What are Zhao Fangxiu and Bai Yulong doing here? Why did you bring so many others? Looking at the maid-suited Summer Harvest in the courtyard who had already taken up a fighting stance with a wary look on her face, Zhang Chen instantly understood what was going on. So he sighed helplessly and slowly walked over to Xiaohe's side, patting her arse with his hand, signaling that she didn't need to be so nervous. Zhang Chen, are you alright? The moment he saw Zhang Chen appear, the heavily armed Bai Yulong directly opened his mouth and asked, Dong Zhao, Dong Bai, I feel as if this is a misunderstanding. Summer Harvest, she's no longer all sex. She's just my personal maid. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhao Fangshu and Bai Yulong glanced at each other, and the look of gravity in their eyes was even greater than before. Good you Xia He, how dare you control Zhang Chen? Undo your charming power to me right now, or else we will not be polite. As soon as Bai Yulong's words fell, the group of staff behind him instantly prepared for battle. Zhang Chen, Summer Hall. Looking at the formation in front of her, Xia He really wanted to spit on this group of idiots. She'd even got the maid's outfit on honestly now, with all her housekeeping skills at full strength. How did she look like she had control over Zhang Chen with her current downtrodden appearance? It was clearly that he was controlled by Zhang Chen. Okay? Just as Xiahe wanted to open her mouth and defend herself a bit. Pa! The slap landed directly on Xiahe's body. Zhang Chen felt the cue-bouncing sensation coming from his hand. He then reached out and pointed at the red-faced Xia He and spoke to Zhao Fangsu and Bai Yulong. Dong Zhao, Dong Bai. This should clear up the misunderstanding, right? The all-sex summer harvest you speak of is a thing of the past. Now she's just an ordinary maid in my manor. Chapter 77 Misunderstandings are resolved. Heading to Wudong Mountain. Seeing that at this moment, Xiahe's face was filled with shame and anger, but she was helplessly standing there motionless. Zhao Fangshu couldn't help but start to somewhat believe what Zhang Chen had just said. Could it be that Zhang Chen has really taken down this all-sex demoness? Zhao Fangshu's heart stirred, and then he thought of Zhang Chen's terrifying cultivation talent. With Zhang Chen's strength, it might actually be possible to take down this brand new demoness. Otherwise, with the company's knowledge of this demoness, it would be impossible for her to pull off being a maid for someone else, given her condescending personality. But when the object of the maid service is Zhang Chen, then this is not so easy to say. Think about it. Zhao Fangshu walked quickly to Zhang Chen, his eyes like a torch as he looked him up and down. Bai Yulong also hurriedly followed Zhao Fangshu's pace and came to Zhang Chen's side, taking out a strange instrument and sweeping it back and forth several times on Zhang Chen's body. Nothing unusual came from the instrument until 5 minutes had passed. Only then did Bai Yulong and Zhao Fangshu's lifted hearts ruthlessly let go. After confirming that Zhang Chen was safe and sound, the two of them almost simultaneously turned around and looked towards Xiahe, who was on the side. Seeing Xiahe's honest appearance at this time, Zhao Fangshu and Bai Yulong were both very curious. They were all curious to know just how Zhang Chen had managed to keep this all-sex demoness under his control. Zhao Fangshu pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with curiosity as he opened his mouth. Zhang Chen, how did this demon girl appear here? And how did you capture her and keep her here as your maid? Hearing Zhao Fangsu's curious words, Zhang Chen smiled faintly, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes as he said, the reason for her presence here is not clear to me, but I can guarantee that as long as I'm here, she'll never get away, because she's under my compulsion. She'll surely die if she leaves me. Zhang Chen spoke lightly, but the confidence in his words was something that could not be ignored. Zhao Fangshu was shocked in his heart when he heard this answer from Zhang Chen. He immediately thought of the Pill Fairy Society and Shendao incident that Zhang Chen had dealt with some days ago. At the same time, he also thought of Zhang Chen's amazing cultivation talent. When these two were combined, Zhao Fangsu immediately guessed it. The compulsion that Zhang Chen was talking about should be what he had learned during his previous mission. As a director of the company, he naturally knew the horrors of compulsion. If things were really as Zhang Chen said, and Xia He had been poisoned by his compulsion, then Xia He really couldn't stay away from him. Zhang Chen, give this omnisexual demonic person to us to take away. The company needs to get something out of her. Bai Yulong walked forward, his eyes staring at Xia He without moving, as if he was afraid that he would escape. Seeing that it was Bai Yulong walking up, Xiahe began to get nervous in her heart. For this director of the company, Xia He naturally knew his identity. This was the guy in charge of the company's special engineering department, and if he fell into his hands, there would be nothing good to eat. At this moment, Xia He couldn't help but worry. She was afraid that Zhang Chen couldn't stand up to the company's pressure and handed her over. No way. This is the maid I caught. If Bai Dong wants it, go catch it yourself. Just when Xia He was incredibly nervous, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Although Zhang Chen's wording just now was a bit inappropriate, and very inconsistent with his usual old fox-like appearance, but Xia He knew very well that this should be the disguise of Zhang Chen, the old fox. He'll mess around with the kid's identity for as long as he needs to. In this way, I am afraid that even the top management of the company can do nothing to him. As expected, it was the same as what Summer Harvest thought. Bai Yulong had a black face after hearing Zhang Chen's words. He was just about to open his mouth to argue with Zhang Chen, but Zhao Fangshu patted his shoulder at this time, signaling with his eyes that he should not do so. After all, Zhang Chen was a newcomer who had just joined the company. so if he didn't handle some things well, it would affect his sense of belonging to the company. In fact, a few of the company's top management had held several meetings in private, and the contents of the meetings were still all about Zhang Chen. In the end, they came to the conclusion that in the future, they could not interfere too much in Zhang Chen's affairs as long as they did not violate the company's bottom line. Let Zhang Chen slowly have a sense of belonging to the company. In that case, it was not certain that the company would be able to truly hold Zhang Chen, a superb war force, in its hands in the future. Possibly remembering the content of the previous meeting, Bai Yulong, after a moment of silence, still decided not to force Xiahe over for the time being. Anyway, now that Xiahe had been firmly grasped by Zhang Chen, anything could always be resolved later. In the end, the farce ended quickly. As Bai Yulong and Zhao Fengshu were leaving, they both found Xiahe one after another and gave her stern instructions. If something were to happen to Zhang Chen next because of her, then the company will surely spare her. Seeing that the two directors of the company actually valued Zhang Chen so much, Zhang Chen's identity went up several notches in Xiahe's mind. The current her felt more and more as if staying by Zhang Chen's side was much better than going to mix with that fish and dragon's Ulsex. After all, after hanging out inside Omnisex for so long, her strength hadn't improved at all. Still living a wretched day of avoiding company and running around on the run. And now, not only did she get the cultivation technique of the heavenly fragrant sacred body from Zhang Chen, but she also followed Zhang Chen with the background of the company. In addition to washing and cooking for Zhang Chen every day, it was a good day. It seemed. A few weeks later, the students were on vacation. It was the day when Zhang Chen and Wang Yuya agreed to go to Wudong Mountain. During this period of time, Zhang Chen had been coveting Wudong's Taiji Cloud Hands and one of the 8 strange techniques, the Wind Queen's Strange Door, for a long time. However, the Taiji Cloud Hands of Wang Yuya was too crotch-pulling for Zhang Chen to have any interest in replicating it. Therefore, he then immediately set off for Wudong Mountain, pulling Wang also, as soon as the appointed time arrived. This time, Zhang Chen, Wang Yuya and Xiahe traveled in a group and boarded a plane to Wudong Mountain. Get off the plane. Zhang Chen changed into the costume of a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain. On this trip, he was prepared to come as a disciple of Longhu Mountain to pay his respects. Xiahe also wanted to change into a more normal outfit. Even if it wasn't pretty, it was still better than wearing a maid outfit of social death. But no matter how hard she begged, Zhang Chen refused. There is no way around it. Xiahe only had to harden her head and follow behind the 2 little Taoist priests, Zhang Chen and Wang Yuya, wearing a set of female clothing. Along the way, the turnaround rate of the group of 3 was almost on the verge of pulling full circle. Such a strange combination of 2 young Taoist priests and a maid made many tourists traveling to Wudong Mountain cast curious glances at them. Finally, after a section of the mountain road, the 3 of them managed to arrive at the undeveloped back of the Wudong Mountain scenic area, a Taoist temple located deep in the back of the mountain, in the middle of a dense forest. It's where the legendary Wudong Mountain disciples live. Chapter 78, Careless Taoist Cloud Dragon. Shocked Wang Yuya, the group of 3 arrived at the Taoist temple in Wudong Mountain, even though the king had also had prior notice. However, when Taoist Master Yunlong came out from inside the Taoist temple, he still had a dark look on his face when he saw this strange combination of Zhang Chen's trio. He looked at Xiahe in this maid outfit and held his tongue for half a day before stifling a sentence. You guys are really dressed for the occasion. Summer Hall. After a short introduction by Wang also, Taoist Yunlong sort of had some understanding of Zhang Chen. However, when his eyes looked at Xiahe, Taoist Yunlong was able to clearly feel that powerful aura on Xiahe's body. The strength of this girl in the maid outfit is not simple. This was Taoist Yunlong's first impression of Xiahe. After feeling Xiahe's strength, Taoist Cloud Dragon placed his own eyes on Zhang Chen again. He had already heard from Wang Yuya that Xiahe had followed Zhang Chen to their Wudong Mountain and was Zhang Chen's personal maid. As a result, he couldn't help but be curious about Zhang Chen's identity as a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He wondered, did they, Longhu Mountain, still allow disciples to bring their maids to practice? After a period of small talk, Taoist Yunlong began to test Wang Yuya's cultivation. Let's see if this lazy disciple of his has practiced properly after leaving the mountain gate. As soon as Wang Yuya heard that his master was going to test the results of his cultivation, his face actually showed a hint of joy. This scene made Taoist Yunlong look blank. You should know that in the past, the moment he said that he wanted to test Wang Yuya's cultivation, his face wrinkled up to the point where it could be the same as the skin of an ugly orange. But this time Wang Yuya's face actually showed a hint of joy, much to the surprise of Taoist Yunlong. Master, I've improved a lot under Zhang Chen's guidance. Don't believe me, Wang also said, and began to play Taiji Cloud Hands in front of Zhong Yunlong, as a burst of air machines began to emerge from Wang Yuya's hands. The special air of the Taiji Cloud Hand immediately caught Zhong Yunlong's attention as soon as it appeared. During the time that Wang Yuya had been down the mountain, Not only had his Taiji Cloud hands not regressed, they seemed to have refined quite a bit. This was greatly beyond Zhong Yunlong's expectations. A set of Taiji Cloud hands was soon finished. Looking at the look of surprise on his own master's face, Wang also couldn't help but open his mouth with great excitement. How did master-disciple fight? With senior brother Zhang Chen's guidance, my Taiji Cloud hands are much stronger than they were before my last trip down the mountain. Looking at Wang Yuya's excited face, Zhong Yunlong silently nodded. Wang was also right. His strength had indeed improved quite a bit from the last time he was on the mountain, especially in terms of the use of air. He had even surprised himself a little with his progress. Zhong Yunlong could see that Wang Yuya must have gone through the guidance of a high-ranking person to be able to utilize the air to such an extent. Even the person who instructed Wang Yuya was above himself in terms of air perception. However, Zhong Yunlong was just about to open his mouth to ask Wang Yuya who had instructed him in cultivation. He suddenly remembered that just now Wang also seemed to have said that the one who had instructed him in cultivation seemed to be Zhang Chen. Wait, Zhang Chen? This brat from Longhu Mountain instructed Wang Yuya to cultivate? How is this possible? Just as Zhong Yunlong was incomparably shocked in his heart, Zhang Chen, who was on the side, however, suddenly took a step forward, looked at him and opened his mouth with a smile. Taoist Master Yunlong, I've already seen the power of your Wudong Taiji Cloud hands before when I fought with Wang Yuya, but Wang Yuya's Tai Chi is really a bit of a crotch puller. If it's convenient, can I ask you to have a few moves with me? I want to see the true strength of the Taiji Cloud hand. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Taoist Cloud Dragon was slightly stunned. How dare this brat challenge himself? Looks like he's pretty confident in his own strength. Due to the fact that the Wudong Mountain did not participate in the Lu family's family banquet last time, coupled with the fact that the Wudong Mountain was far away from the downtown area, they were alone in the mountains to purify themselves. Taoist Yunlong was not clear on what Zhang Chen's strength actually was. He only treated Zhang Chen as a brat who was a bit stronger than Wang Yuya. Thus, he appreciated Zhang Chen's courage in his heart for daring to open his mouth to challenge himself. This disciple of Longhu Mountain called Zhang Chen is really confident enough to be courageous. If only this kid was a disciple of our Wudong. A trace of admiration flashed in Zhong Yunlong's eyes as he gladly accepted Zhang Chen's challenge. Since you have this intention, then I will accompany you for a few moves. But don't worry, I'll be careful to keep my hands to myself and not hurt you. Hearing Zhong Yunlong's words, Xia He, who was on the side, had a stunned expression on his face. What the hell? And you're going to keep your hand from hurting Zhang Chen? You're afraid that you don't know the power of this Zhang Chen fellow at all. Xia He, who knew Zhang Chen's strength well, was ready to watch the show at this point. She now couldn't wait to see the sad appearance of Taoist Yunlong when he was severely beaten up because he had underestimated Zhang Chen. Wang Yuya, who was on the side, also revealed an expression of surprise after hearing Zhang Chen's words. Only the inside of his mouth muttered, "My goodness, so Zhang Chen wasn't lying to me. He said he wanted to have a fight with my master. So it's all true." However, even if Zhang Chen is as powerful as he is, I'm afraid he's no match for my master, right? Soon, the two of them, Zhong Yunlong and Zhang Chen, arrived at the open space at the back of the Taoist temple. Zhang Chen set up the starting stance of the Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist. Taoist Master Yunlong, on the other hand, had a cloudy look on his face, as if everything was under his control. Looking at Zhong Yunlong's stance, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile as he thought to himself. It seems that Taoist Yunlong is not taking me seriously, but then you're going to be at a big disadvantage. Next moment, only Zhang Chen's body instantly moved. The Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist carried an astonishing might as it fiercely blasted towards Taoist Master Yunlong. Accompanied by the sound of dragons and tigers, Zhong Yunlong seemed to see a terrifying shadow of dragons and tigers blasting towards him. I'll go. When did the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Fighting Dragon and Tiger Fist become so terrifying? Looking at the terrifying might driven by Zhang Chen's punch, Zhong Yunlong didn't dare to show any more carelessness. In his haste, he ran the air of his Taiji Cloud hand to the maximum in an attempt to receive Zhang Chen's punch. However, he still underestimated the severity of Zhang Chen's fist, and after struggling to block Zhang Chen's punch with his Taiji Cloud hand, Zhang Chen's next punch then blasted again, caught Zhong Yunlong off guard. Taoist Master Yunlong, who had not reacted, was punched above his shoulder by Zhang Chen, and instantly flew out from his spot. Seeing this scene in front of his eyes, Wang also instantly widened his eyes, looking at this with a face full of unbelief. He couldn't believe that his master had been sent flying by Zhang Chen, who was about the same age as him. Xia He, who was on the side, had a bad smile on his face and thought, "Now, don't dare to underestimate the people I, Xia. Follow?" Chapter 79, Battle Against Wudong Mountain's Bearer, Zhomeng. Taoist Cloud Dragon rose from the ground with a wretched face. Feeling the power of the punch that Zhang Chen had just thrown, his heart was truly shocked. How can a young age throw such an amazing punch? This power is just too appalling. Looking at Zhang Chen's relaxed face at this moment, only then did Zhong Yunlong realize just how big of a mistake he had just made. He shouldn't be so gullible just because his opponent is a kid. Just as he restood in front of Zhang Chen's body, he wanted to brazenly open up to Zhang Chen about having another fight. Suddenly an old man slowly walked out from inside the Taoist temple. Seeing this short old man, Zhong Yunlong immediately showed a hint of respect on his face. Only he lowered his head and shouted earnestly at the old man, "Master!" Seeing the appearance of the visitor, a hint of curiosity also appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this short old man was actually the real bearer of Wudong now, Zhou Meng, only to see elder Zhou Meng walk over to Zhong Yunlong's side. Before Zhong Yunlong could even open his mouth to speak, Zhou Meng then slapped him on the shoulder, sending him flying once again viciously. Can't even beat a little kid. What a shame. You're still not good enough at this Tai Chi. Double your training for me in the future. Zhong Yunlong, who had been sent flying several meters away, had just gotten up from the ground when he heard his master's words. His face instantly fell, and he opened his mouth in a very disgruntled manner. "Master, what do you mean you can't beat it? The opponent was just a kid. I was clearly just careless." Obviously Zhong Yunlong was a bit unconvinced and talked back with great dissatisfaction. "Oh, still not convinced? Although he's not as old as you. If we're talking about seniority, you two are the same generation. Not to mention that this kid is also the disciple of that guy Zhang Jiwei from Longhu Mountain. How dare you lose to him? Let's see if I don't beat you to death." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Meng's entire body instantly scurried out, only to see a Taiji power rising above his hands. He greeted Zhong Yunlong's body without mercy. As he fought, he also opened his mouth to curse very angrily. "I've said that people of cultivation can't compete at will, so even if you do, how dare you lose for me? Even if you lose, how dare you lose to a child? It's fine to lose to a kid, but how dare you lose to that old man Zhang Jiwei's disciple? Do you think you should be beaten?" Watching his master beat his master wildly, it really startled Wang, who was watching the battle from the side. As well, he was just about to go up and advise his master to go easy on him. However, when he recalled how his master had beaten him, his footsteps to go forward to persuade the fight paused, and in his heart, he silently began to shout cheers to his master. Looking at the comical scene at the scene, Zhang Chen was first stunned. Then he remembered this old man from Wudong, who seemed to have some trouble with his own master. After all, in the original plot, when Wang Yuya went to the Luo Tian Dajia of Longhu Mountain, this master Zhou Meng had pulled Wang Yuya's collar and explained to him properly, even if he loses, he can't lose to the old heavenly master's disciple. Zhong Yunlong, who had received a fat beating from Zhou Meng, finally understood at this time why his master had to beat up on him. It turned out that Zhang Chen was actually the disciple of the old heavenly master. He was still thinking that Zhang Chen this was an ordinary disciple of Longhu Mountain. If he had known that, he would have had to use his full strength right from the start. You really didn't deserve this beating yourself. However, it was too late for Zhong Yunlong to regret now. He could only reflect and introspect under his own master's Taijiquan now. Humph. A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. This time it's even. If next time you dare to compete with someone privately, if you still dare to lose, you still dare to lose to their Longhu Mountain people. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. After a warm-up period, Zhou Meng hunched over to Zhang Chen's side. "Kid, it seems like you didn't use your full strength just now either, right? Why don't you play along with the old man?" Zhou Meng's words caused Zhang Chen's heart to rejoice. Originally, he had been ready to copy Taoist Yunlong's Taiji Cloud Hands. I didn't expect that Zhou Meng would now stand out and want to have a fight with himself. With Zhou Meng's strength, he was definitely above Zhong Yunlong. Duplicating his Taiji Cloud Hand was a lot stronger than duplicating Zhong Yunlong's. "Then I'll ask Senior to enlighten me." Zhang Chen bowed to Zhou Meng, then directly assumed the fighting dragon and tiger fist stance once again. "You're a good kid. You've got guts. Even after knowing my identity, you still dare to throw a punch at me. If I were to let this stupid disciple of mine face your master, I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to breathe." Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Zhong Yunlong's face collapsed even more than just now. He was only heard to murmur in a small voice, "Isn't that nonsense, master? If you go up against the old heavenly master, let alone me, I'll count you out if you dare to challenge him." As soon as Zhong Yunlong's words left his mouth, he felt a murderous aura coming towards him. He looked up, only to see Zhou Meng's murderous eyes staring at him in death. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhong Yunlong immediately covered his mouth, not daring to say another word. On the side, Wang Yuya, who had been watching the show, saw that Zhang Chen had actually taken on his master. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and with an unbelievable face, he pulled on his master's sleeve and opened his mouth to ask, "Master, how did Zhang Chen go up against Master Shifu? Zhang Chen is so powerful. Can Master Shifu's old arms and legs stand up to being tossed around? The moment he heard Wang Yuya's words, Zhou Yunlong's face immediately darkened. He directly reached out a hand to pinch Wang Yuya's ear and angrily rebuked. You unlucky child. As a Wudong disciple, how can you grow others' ambition and destroy your own? With your master, can we Wudong lose? Hearing his master speak with such certainty, Wang also couldn't help but look forward to this good show even more in his heart. That's not necessarily true. The strength of my family's Zhangchen is not as simple as you think. Shaha, who hadn't made a sound, suddenly opened her mouth. Looking at the way she was very confident in Zhangchen, Zhong Yunlong's brows could not help but wrinkle. Zhang Chen, is it really as powerful as she said? A brat that can make master take the initiative. It seems that I've really taken it lightly. Kid, where's your golden light mantra from Longhu Mountain? Come, let old me see how far you've practiced your golden light incantation. Zhou Meng put his hands behind his back and looked at Zhang Chen as he smiled and opened his mouth. Senior Zhou Meng, I don't think it seems like I'll be able to use the golden light mantra. My fighting dragon and tiger fist, but it's not quite the same as what you perceive it to be. Next, you have to be careful. Chapter 80 Zhou Meng, when did this kid learn our Wudong's Tai Chi? As Zhang Chen's words fell, the aura on his body violently changed drastically. Zhou Meng, who felt a hint of threat, immediately gazed at his eyes. The hands that had just been behind his back also assumed the Taiji Cloud hand stance at this moment, not daring to be any slower. As Zhang Chen's fist struck out, the sound of a dragon roaring and a tiger whistling instantly resounded throughout the martial arts arena. The dragon and tiger silhouettes also began to gradually emerge behind Zhang Chen, even though it was just shadows. At this moment those shadows were as creepy as if they were real. Looking at the horrifying scene that appeared out of nowhere due to Zhang Chen's punch, Zhou Meng finally realized why Zhang Chen had just said that his fighting dragon and tiger fist was different from what he thought. Humph, no matter how strange it is, it's all just air. As long as it's air, my Taiji Cloud hands can catch it all. Only Zhou Meng's Taiji Cloud hand in his hand was seen pulling up to its peak in an instant. Facing the attack coming from Zhang Chen, his hand pressed directly onto Zhang Chen's fist, and with a burst of rotation of his body, he quickly dissolved Zhang Chen's attack into nothing. What a great unloading! Senior Zhou Meng is worthy of being a contemporary Taijiquan master. Next, I'm getting serious. It was hard to block Zhang Chen's attack after that. After hearing that Zhang Chen hadn't even gotten serious yet, Zhou Meng's heart burst with surprise. Could it be that this kid dares not use his full strength against me? Zhou Meng felt impossible in his heart. He thought it was just Zhang Chen's strong words. Zhong Yunlong, who was watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but skim his lips in dissatisfaction after hearing Zhang Chen's words. This kid, he's not honest at all. Obviously you've already exerted all your strength, and you still dare to say that you haven't exerted all your strength? But this kid is powerful enough. That punch of his just now, I wouldn't even be able to follow it. Hearing the words of his master, Taoist Yunlong, the Wang at the side also couldn't help but smack his lips and sigh. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to be so powerful. Before I came up the mountain, I thought he was just a little bit more powerful than me. As soon as Wang's words were finished, a chestnut landed on his head. You brat, don't think you're so cocky just because you've refined your kung fu quite a bit. Look at the other Zhang Chen. He's only a few years older than you, and his strength is already above your master's me. If you're half as strong as him when you're his age, I'll be satisfied. During the time the two of them guys were talking, Xia He, on the other hand, was staring at the battlefield between Zhang Chen and Zhou Meng with incomparable seriousness. At that moment, her face also showed a burst of surprise. Watching Zhang Chen and the bearer on Wudong were able to fight back and forth, not losing any ground at all. This battle had brought her awareness of Zhang Chen's strength to a new level. On deciding to seriously fight Zhou Meng, Zhang Chen had slowly begun to use his enhanced strength from the fighting dragon and tiger fist technique. Previously, he hadn't utilized this power just so he could feel the Taiji Cloud hand. Now, on the other hand, he wanted to see the limits of Taiji Cloud hands. Let's see just how much force Zhou Meng's Taiji Cloud hand could withstand from himself. Zhang Chen got braver and braver as he fought. His fighting dragon and tiger fist became more and more powerful as it was gradually strengthened and doubled, as if there was really a dragon and tiger constantly blasting out of his fists. However, under Zhang Chen's punches that were constantly increasing their attacking power, Zhou Meng's Taiji Cloud hands had also become even more subtle than before. He was able to catch Zhang Chen's punching path with every strike, and under the guidance of his powerful air chi, he was able to skillfully disarm and neutralize Zhang Chen's attacks. From time to time, he could also push back the terrifying fist power that Zhang Chen had blasted out and return it back to Zhang Zhengchen. The figures of the two men moved quickly in the open space. Their fists and shadows intermingled, and their chi energies overflowed, and for a while they fought in a hard-to-define manner, almost like a chess match. However, this was all a sight for the eyes of the other people watching the battle. However, in the eyes of the two sparring partners, Jiang Chen and Zhou Meng. It was a different scene. Though right now it looks like the two are evenly matched. But now, after Jiang Chen did not suppress the power of his punches, he naturally fought with increasing ease. As for Zhou Meng, who was fighting against him, the more he fought, the more shocked he was in his heart. He could clearly feel that the power above Jiang Chen's fist was starting to become more and more terrifying. It was getting more and more difficult for him to catch Jiang Chen's punches. It was only now that he realized that what Jiang Chen had just said about himself getting serious was not a joke. But it's true. It wasn't until Jiang Chen's punching power had increased to almost 30 times, Zhou Meng began to feel a numbness coming from his hands. It was already difficult for him to defuse the terrifying force that was now being punched out from Jiang Chen's fist. What a terrible punch! The power of his punching technique is actually still increasing? Doesn't he have any limits? This kid, how the hell did he do that? Even the old Heavenly Master's wrestling dragon and tiger fist is now inferior to this kid Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen's punches of terrifying power continued to slam down, Zhou Meng felt more and more that he was a little out of his depth. Damn! Where the hell did this demon come from? How come the power of his fist is still increasing? Doesn't he have a limit? At this point, Zhou Meng's body was completely drenched in sweat. His hands had begun to gradually go numb, and he knew he shouldn't be able to hold out much longer if he kept this up. Zhou Meng didn't want to be so passive, and he also wanted to counterattack as soon as possible. However, Jiang Chen did not give him any chance to counterattack. His attacks became more and more fierce, hitting Zhou Meng so hard that he almost did not even have a chance to defend. He couldn't help but crack up in his mind. Brat! No martial virtues. Just as Zhou Meng was about to be unable to carry Jiang Chen's 40 times the power of his fist, he was about to be unable to resist opening his mouth to admit defeat. As if he had sensed something, Jiang Chen smiled at Zhou Meng and opened his mouth. Senior Zhou Meng, we've been fighting for so long, and I've gained some insight into your Wudong's Taijiquan. Why don't you instruct me next and see how my newly comprehended Taiji is? Hearing Jiang Chen seemingly no longer prepared to bombard himself with his fists that he didn't know the meaning of, Zhou Meng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. If Jiang Chen continued to blast away with his fists like that, I'm afraid that I, the Wudong Mountain Bearer, will have to lose my adult in front of the juniors. Brat, count on you to know how to respect the old and love the young. Just as he was about to relax in his mind, suddenly, for some reason, he remembered what Jiang Chen had just said. Just now, Jiang Chen seemed to be asking himself to instruct him on his Taiji fist technique. What the hell is pointing out his Tai Chi? Or just comprehended? When did this brat learn our Wudong's watchword? Zhou Meng, who realized this, once again stared in shock. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 81 or Tai Chi cannot break the move how to do. Do not have to boil the old man tactics? Looking at the shocked look that filled Zhou Meng's face, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He didn't say much, choosing to listen directly to the sounds coming from the system in his ears. You have successfully observed the whole process of Wudong Mountain Taijiquan. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? Reproduce immediately. As soon as the words fell from Jiang Chen's mind, he immediately felt something more about Taijiquan in his mind. Thus, without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly started practicing Tai Chi in front of Zhou Meng. Under the gaze of Zhou Meng's weathered eyes, Jiang Chen is light on his feet. His body is smooth and free when playing Tai Chi, and he has a natural beauty when he raises his hands and throws his feet. It was as if he had been practicing this Taijiquan technique for decades with the same proficiency. Zhou Meng's eyes were filled with shock as he watched Jiang Chen's movements. In every move Jiang Chen struck, in every style, there was surprisingly a shadow of himself. There were details that were even different from the punches he threw. You have to know that those places could be something that he, Zhou Meng, had only figured out after decades of cultivation. And how did he, a newcomer to Taijiquan, notice all these details? This made Zhou Meng's mind wander. Unconsciously, Zhou Meng's brows had furrowed slightly, his wrinkled face filled with confusion and disbelief. This kid, didn't he just come into contact with Taijiquan? Why is it that at a glance now, the punches he fought are already quite like the old man's? Zhou Meng's mind muttered, his voice mixed with shock and disbelief. Did he learn all of this from me when I fought him just now? How? How is this possible? Zhou Meng's voice kept echoing in the empty courtyard, and that voice was filled with shock. His movements are smooth and natural. His breathing is perfectly coordinated with his movements, and his strength is just right. Where does this look like a novice who is just learning Taijiquan? Even Zhou Yunlong's Taiji is far inferior to Jiang Chen's. Zhou Meng made a shocked outcry in his mind while carefully observing. What a ranged sparrow's tail. The power retracts and releases so freely. This one, the wild horse splits its mane, is also quite a master. Almost like me. Looking at Jiang Chen's Taijiquan there, Zhou Meng actually couldn't help but open his mouth to comment. Zhou Yunlong, who was on the side, was surprised to see that Zhang Chen had actually started to play Taijiquan. His eight-bearded beard twitched, and his eyes instantly glazed over, especially after seeing that Zhang Chen's Taiji boxing style was surprisingly so smooth and comfortable, with an inexplicable rhythm in every punch and palm. It was surprisingly exactly the same feeling as when he watched his own master practicing Tai Chi. How is this possible? Zhong Yunlong murmured in a low voice. His voice mixed with a voice full of shock and envy. Zhang Chen's boxing style was very agile. His air power was restrained but not lacking in power, and every move and every style appeared to be easy to use. Even some of the extremely detailed parts of it were surprisingly better than what he had done. On Zhang Chen's body, the unique yin and yang flowing air breath of Taiji couldn't help but pounce on him in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Chen seemed to have become one with Taiji. Seeing this, Zhong Yunlong couldn't help but reach out and knock on Wang Yuya's head and couldn't help but ask in anger, "Did your brat secretly teach our Taijiquan to Zhang Chen when he was at the bottom of the mountain? Or else he could learn so fast?" Hearing his own master's words, Wang also covered his head and opened his mouth in a very aggravated manner. "No way. I was trying to teach him, but Zhang Chen said that my Taijiquan practice was so crap that he didn't even want to learn it. I also don't know when Zhang Chen learned Taijiquan." Speaking here, Wang also suddenly looked up at Zhong Yunlong beside him. As if guessing something, he opened his mouth with a puzzled expression. "Master, why are you asking this now? It can't be that Zhang Chen has just learned Taijiquan and has already surpassed you." "Master? Then master, you are a disgrace, practicing for decades and being given by Zhang Chen. Pop. Master, no headshots. I'm going to rely on my head to get into Tsinghua later." Before Wang Yuya could finish his words, Zhong Yunlong knocked down Wang Yuya's head with a popping chestnut. "You unlucky child. Your master I have practiced Tai Chi for decades. How can I lose to a small child? His level of Tai Chi is, at best, about the same as your master's. How can he be better than me?" Zhong Yunlong had little in his heart when he said this. Watching Zhong Yunlong beat to death, he didn't want to admit that Zhang Chen, who had just learned Taiji, was better than himself. Shaha, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Yunlong Taoist master will bully the little king who doesn't know anything. Anyone who was an expert in the cultivation circle could see that Zhang Chen's current Taijiquan was quite a bit stronger than Zhong Yunlong's. It was merely that Zhong Yunlong's mouth was tough enough. However, as she laughed and laughed, he became a little unable to laugh. After all, it wasn't that long ago that she had experienced such a blow. Her original charming skill that she was so proud of had been instantly learned by Zhang Chen, and had allowed her to be seduced by him twice in one day. This disgraceful thing, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be exactly the same as what Taoist Yunlong had experienced? Soon enough, however, Shaha recovered from her lost state. "Humph, now that I'm Zhang Chen's personal maid, the more powerful Zhang Chen is, the happier I should be. Come on, boy, I'll practice with you again." Just as Zhang Chen was completely immersed in Taijiquan, on the side, Zhou Meng's hand was already a bit itchy. He wanted to get some ground back for himself now. In a proper fight, he was indeed no match for Zhang Chen, but if it's more than Tai Chi, this was something he had immersed himself in for his entire life, so how could it be inferior to Zhang Chen? As he spoke, he didn't wait for Zhang Chen's reply. Zhou Meng then activated his air once again and struck towards Zhang Chen. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Zhang Chen's head. "The Taijiquan method has been successfully replicated. The proficiency level of the feat is the same as the user being copied. The host can use the technique immediately." After copying Zhou Meng's Taijiquan, Zhang Chen instantly opened his own eyes. As a result, he was surprised to see Zhou Mengjing swinging his Tai Chi at himself in a very unmartial manner. This old dang, even playing sneak attack. "However, this Taijiquan of mine is a complete copy from you. You still want to instruct me? I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to break each other's moves for hundreds of rounds." Thinking of this, Zhang Chen could not help but show a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Although both of them had similar moves in Tai Chi, Zhang Chen won because his physical strength and air were too much stronger than Zhou Meng. Even if you can't tell the difference in Taijiquan anymore, Zhang Chen was afraid that Zhou Meng wouldn't be able to stand up to him if he used the boiling old man tactic alone. Not to mention, Zhang Chen still had 100 times strength and killing weapon in his hand. Chapter 82 Strengthened Direction Reception, Chemistry, and Hair? The dumbfounded Zhou Meng. Zhang Chen did not rush to check the direction of his Taiji's Kung Fu enhancement. Instead, he fought Zhou Meng with Tai Chi. Feeling the Taiji strength that kept coming from Zhang Chen's hands, Zhou Meng's head was slightly confused. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Why were both of them using Taijiquan, and they couldn't break his moves? It was important to realize that he had been immersed in Taijiquan for decades, while Zhang Chen was just learning the ropes. Why couldn't he break Zhang Chen's move? What made Zhou Meng feel even more horrified was that for every move he struck out, Jiang Chen acted as if he was able to foresee it in advance, blocking all of his moves in advance. Jiang Chen acted as if he knew how he was going to make his next move. Zhou Meng felt that he had been completely penetrated by Jiang Chen. Accompanied Zhou Meng to play with Tai Chi for a while. Jiang Chen felt a bit bored, though he knew that if he kept fighting like this it would be his win. But that was afraid that he would have to use the tactic of simmering the old man. Simmering for 2 or 3 days. Simmering until Zhou Meng's body's air was dissipated and he was incapable of fighting again. But then, I'm afraid that after this battle, they Wudong should no longer have Zhou Meng as a person. Jiang Chen wasn't rootless. He couldn't make the decision to boil someone else's sect elder to death. What's more, Wudong Mountain was a Taoist sect just like their Longhu Mountain. If you boiled someone else's Wudong Mountain shoulder master to death by yourself, he was afraid that he, Jiang Chen, would be chased by his own master when he returned to Longhu Mountain in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen wanted to end his Taijiquan tussle with Zhou Meng quickly. After all, when he came to Wudong Mountain, he didn't just come here to run for Taijiquan. He had come here for a purpose. But there were still those 3 old men in the back mountain who were caught in the land of the inner scenery. There was the inheritance of one of the 8 strange techniques, the Wind Queen strange sect. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen opened his mouth to ask in his own mind while battling Zhou Meng. System, is it possible to strengthen Taijiquan now? As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the system's voice immediately sounded in his head. The host learns a new set of feats and gains a chance to strengthen them. The technique is Wudong Mountain Taijiquan. And there are a total of 3 directions that can be strengthened. 1. Catch, the power of the enemy's attacks that Taiji can withstand is increased by 100 times. 2. Transformation, transforms all enemy attacks into heaven and earth spirit air that is 100 times more powerful than the attack and reabsorbs it. 3. Hair, boost the attack you took by 100 times and hit it back again. What the hell? Hair extensions? There's something not quite right with your system. Seeing the 3 directions of reinforcement given by the system, Jiang Chen could not help but freeze for a moment, and then could not help but spit in his heart. However, looking at the power of the strengthened feats, it was really a bit too strong. Jiang Chen also stopped counting on the 3 words that had already been played out by the netizens, namely, catching and chemical hair. Begin reinforcement. After hearing Jiang Chen's order to start strengthening, the system then directly led Jiang Chen to start adapting to the enhanced Taijiquan. Zhou Meng, who was currently fighting with Jiang Chen. The first thing he realized was that there was something not quite right about Jiang Chen's current situation. Originally, Jiang Chen's familiar fist path was almost the same as his, although he couldn't break the move. At the very least, the pressure was much less against Jiang Chen. But now Jiang Chen was still practicing Taijiquan though. The force in his hands, however, became very different from before, and the stance in which he threw his punches changed quite a bit from before. To be serious, what Jiang Chen had just practiced was still Wudong's Taijiquan. And now he was fighting what seemed to be a new Taiji style that he had refined with his own sense of Taiji. What the hell is this asshole kid doing? Is he practicing a new Taijiquan style based on our Wudong Mountain's Taijiquan? How is this possible? He's just messing around. Could it be that our Wudong's Taijiquan, which has been fought for hundreds of years, could still be changed by a kid like you? At this moment, Zhou Meng was shocked in his heart, and at the same time, he was incomparably angry. This was a boxing style that had been passed down for hundreds of years from their Wudong ancestor. Zhang Sanfeng, how could it be changed by this teenage brat? How dare you mess with our Wudong's Taijiquan? Brat, I'm not going to hold back on you anymore. This will show you just how big the difference is between the real Taijiquan method and the Taijiquan you've messed up. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Meng immediately increased the force on his hands. At this moment, the moves in his hands were surprisingly much stronger than when he had just fought Jiang Chen's dragon fighting tiger fist. It seemed that Zhou Meng was really angry at this time. Jiang Chen's behavior of messing up their Wudong Mountain fist technique made him want to beat Jiang Chen violently. As Zhou Meng's powerful palm struck Jiang Chen, a scene that made his jaw drop occurred. Surprisingly, his slap did not create any waves, and was easily received by Jiang Chen with Taiji. What was even more shocking to Zhou Meng was, he struck this extremely powerful palm. Under Jiang Chen's never-before-seen Taijiquan stance, it had even retransformed into a mass of extremely pure spiritual air in heaven and earth. The sheer amount of these spirit airs startled Zhou Meng, who had struck this attack. He was a bit confused. Was there so much heaven and earth spiritual air in his attack? Just when he wanted to explore where all this spiritual air came from, Zhou Meng, however, saw a scene that made his jaw drop even more. This mass of spiritual air, surprisingly, all allowed Jiang Chen to directly absorb it into his body. This is, relaying, transforming air? How can that be? I've been practicing Taijiquan for decades. At most, I can only dissipate all the attacks like the ones I've been hitting in my hands, but it's impossible to revert these attacks into air and absorb them anyway. And where did all this spiritual air come from? What the hell is going on here? The sudden change of events made Zhou Meng all a little afraid to make another move. However, Zhang Chen, who had just eaten a large amount of spiritual air on the side, saw that Zhou Meng was no longer making any moves. He couldn't help but have a bad smile on his lips. Senior Zhou Meng, you should be careful next. Send. The 2 strokes of the strengthened receptionization have been mastered. This hair technique that returned 100 times its power had begun to brew continuously in Zhang Chen's hands. Zhou Meng, who was still going to fight with Zhang Chen, suddenly detected a hint of danger in his heart. He looked down only to see that above Zhang Chen's hands, a taiji-like air mass had rubbed out at some point. The air mass in Zhang Chen's hand was terrifyingly incomparable, and Zhou Meng's mere glance made the hairs on his entire body keep trembling and he was covered in cold sweat. Brat! Stop it! I admit defeat. As Zhang Chen was about to push out the taiji-like air mass in his hand, Zhou Meng's voice admitting defeat instantly reached his ears. It's just a shame that it's too late for him to be saying that now, only to see Zhang Chen gently push with his hand. The 100 times strengthened air mass just like that slammed backward hard against Zhou Meng's ear. Boom! A loud bang came. The entire back mountain of the Wudong Taoist temple was blasted out hard by Zhang Chen with a large hole of 10 meters in diameter coming out. Chapter 83 Staying at Wudong Mountain. I'm doing it for the Wind Queen's strange door. Congratulations to the host. All 3 directions of reinforcement have been completed. Hearing this systematic voice coming from his mind, Zhang Chen slowly put away his Taijiquan. Not far away from him, Zhou Meng, who had dodged this terrifying punch, still had palpitations in his heart at this moment. Nice guy. Is this still Tai Chi? When did our Wudong's Taijiquan become so powerful? Zhou Meng took a look at the large hole behind him that was a full 10 meters in diameter that was blasted out by Zhang Chen. A pang of fear ran through his mind. If that blow had just blasted on his own body, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Our Wudong Mountain's Tai Chi has really changed into a new style for this kid? Zhou Meng looked at Zhang Chen with a complicated expression, looking like he was about to say something. Looking at the terrifying power of the Taiji that Zhang Chen had struck, he was now curious to know how exactly Zhang Chen's improved Taijiquan should be practiced, but he was a little less nice at the moment. After all, just now, he was still cursing in his heart that this brat Zhang Chen dared to alter their Taiji privately, and then now go and ask people how to practice Taijiquan with the new revamped version? Zhou Meng was really hard to step over this hurdle in his heart, so only half-open mouth froze. At this moment, Wang Yuya, who was watching the battle from afar, reached out his hand and poked his master Zhong Yunlong. Master, was that Taiji that Zhang Chen used just now? Why do I get the feeling it's quite a bit more powerful than what you taught me? Master, did you secretly keep it private? Hearing Wang Yuya's words, Zhong Yunlong's face darkened and he reached out his hand to give him another violent chestnut. It's just a pity that this time, the king was also prepared for it. The moment Zhong Yunlong stretched out his hand, he scurried away and slipped straight to more than 10 meters away. Brat, count on you to run fast. Zhong Yunlong cursed out of his mouth. Then his mind couldn't help but recall the blow that Zhang Chen had just struck out. The power of that strike was just too appalling. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Zhang Chen had used a Taiji maneuver to strike a blow, there was no way he, Zhong Yunlong, could believe that his own Taiji could be so powerful. How the hell did he type that? I don't know if I can learn it. If I can learn it, the next time master beats me, I can. Ahem. To honor teachers and raise respect for the elderly, Xia He, who was on the side, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh when he heard Zhong Yunlong's incessant muttering in his mouth. She couldn't help but open her mouth in her mind. Look, what did I just say? Even Wudong's current headmaster is no match for Zhang Chen, and was even defeated by Zhang Chen with Taijiquan. I didn't think that my following Zhang Chen in this haphazard manner would seem really good now. If only this kid would let me change my clothes again and not wear a maid's outfit. At this moment, Xia He was looking at Zhang Chen, and a hint of admiration and anticipation flashed in his eyes. It was important to realize that Zhang Chen was now defeating the head of the Wudong sect, and was still defeated with their proud Taijiquan. This was enough to show just how talented Zhang Chen was in cultivation. Fearfully, the current old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who had been invincible for a lifetime, should not even be as good as Zhang Chen in terms of cultivation talent. Maybe in a few more decades, Zhang Chen will really be able to go to the top of the inhuman realm, take that path of ascension to the immortal world. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Zhou Meng were on the battlefield. Looking at Zhou Meng who froze there motionless, Zhang Chen naturally knew what was going through his mind right now, so he thought about it and asked, Senior Zhou Meng, do you want to learn my newly revamped Taijiquan? As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Zhou Meng replied subconsciously without even thinking, Can I learn too? As soon as those words left his mouth, Zhou Meng immediately regretted them. As the current head of the Wudong sect, you actually want to learn Taijiquan from an outsider? Learning Kung Fu from an outsider is not a problem. The key is that this outsider is also his Zhang Jiwei's disciple. This can be really aggravating. Zhou Meng just wanted to open his mouth to deny away what he had said. However, he couldn't help but keep recalling Zhang Chen's marvelous Taiji fist technique just now in his mind. That perfect Tai Chi essence of catching, transforming and sending. Let Zhou Meng couldn't forget that scene no matter what. He tried several times to open his mouth to refuse again, but he couldn't open it anyway. Let's put it this way. It seems to me that you haven't thought it through yet. Senior Zhou Meng, why don't I stay with you for a few days? Let's discuss it after you've thought it over in a few days. What do you think? Hearing Zhang Chen actually take the initiative to give himself a step down, a rare smile appeared on Zhou Meng's old face. Yes, a little stay then. Haha, a little stay. Zhang Yunlong, you sinful disciple. Get your ass over here. Quickly go and clean a fine guest room for the honored guests of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Hearing his own master's words, Zhang Yunlong's face was clearly a bit confused. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't it still the brat from Longhu Mountain just now? Why did you suddenly change your mind to become a guest of honor now? Looking at his own master's old face filled with joy, Zhang Yunlong couldn't help but skim his lips and muttered in a small voice there. Good lord. So master is looking at Zhang Chen's Taijiquan. I said, how did the face change so fast? Zhang Yunlong had just finished muttering when he suddenly felt someone pull his sleeve. He looked down, only to see that it was his young apprentice Wang Yuya. Master, what you just said was heard by the master. You're on your own next. I'll slip away first. Zhang Yunlong. Zhang Chen managed to stay on Wudong Mountain in this way. The next few days, from time to time, Wudong sect master Zhou Meng came to Zhang Chen's place, saying that he was sparring with him on Taiji. In reality, it was Zhang Chen who imparted some of these details to him each time. A few days later, Zhang Chen taught Zhou Meng a move called harmonization, which prevented Zhou Meng from coming to Zhang Chen and Xiahe's hut for several days. As such, this also brought Zhang Chen a rare time when he could move freely. It felt like Zhou Meng should still have several days before he could realize this move. So Zhang Chen started to hit the back of Wudong's mountain. That morning, he brought Xiahe to find Wan Yuya, who was being asked to double his practice by Taoist Yunlong. Told him that inside the cave at the back of Wudong Mountain, but there was a big secret hidden, only that he didn't know the exact location of that cave, and needed Wan Yuya to show him the way. Zhang Chen's words directly whetted the appetite of Wan Yuya. At the same time, it also made Xiahe, who had been following him, curious in her mind. Both of them were itching to find out what exactly was the secret Zhang Chen was talking about at this moment. However, the cave in the back of Wudong's mountain was not something that ordinary people could go to. Wang also stayed in Wudong for such a long time, and he naturally knew that the cave in the back of the mountain was one of their Wudong's forbidden places. General disciples are forbidden to set foot in it. However, since the king was also really appetized by Zhang Chen, plus, Zhang Chen said that he could vouch for him, so that he could follow him to practice in the future, which could be a lot easier. In the end, driven by curiosity and laziness, Wang Yuya still decided to follow Zhang Chen to explore. Looking at Wang Yuya, who had already managed to be fooled by himself, Zhang Chen's mouth just couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. I've stayed in Wudong for so many days for your Wudong's Feng Ho Chi Men. No, the opportunity has finally come. Chapter 84 Wu Ho Chi Men vs Wind Queen Chi Men. Under Zhang Chen's lulling, Wang also took Zhang Chen and Xiahe with him and touched the cave in the back of the mountain. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, there was a senior brother Wan Yuya napping there. Seeing this, Zhang Chen and Wang also glanced at each other. Then only Zhang Chen dodged and rushed out from behind the rock that hid his form. A hand strike struck the back of the disciple's head. Watching Zhang Chen strike so decisively, Wan Yuya could not help but feel a small shock in his heart. Zhang Chen, you planned all this, didn't you? If master finds out, he's going to kick my ass. Looking at Wang Yuya's tense face, Zhang Chen heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll teach you a few moves so that you can open up your master, Taoist Yunlong's ass. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, a hint of a smile also appeared on Wang Yuya's face. We're just going in? Looking at the dark, deep cave in front of him, Xiahe, who was on the side, for some reason, always felt that there was something unimaginable in it. Let's go. There's a big treasure hidden in here, but before we go in, there's one thing I need to tell you, and that's that whatever you see in there later, don't even think about trying to learn it. Otherwise, you will suffer. Deeply aware of the evil nature of the Wind Queen's strange sect, this is something that the more one tries to learn, the less one can learn. Zhang Chen then spoke up in advance to remind both Xiahe and Wang Yuya. As for Wang Yuya, Zhang Chen wasn't too worried. After all, the boy was quite talented in the art of jutsu. In the original plot, he was the first guy in so many years to successfully pass on the Zhou Shengfeng Ho Chi Men, properly gifted monster level. What worried Zhang Chen was Xiahe. If she dared to be the least bit greedy, she might end up like the three old men inside, caught in her own inner landscape and never able to come out. However, since Zhang Chen dared to bring Xia He inside, then he would have the confidence to bring Xia He back out safely. After all, he, Zhang Chen, was very experienced in saving people in the inner landscape. The innate leads the circumference. Gai Zhou Tian's change, transforming me into a king. Shortly after the three of them entered the cave, they heard an old and incomparable voice coming from inside. Wang Yuya and Xia couldn't help but freeze in place when they heard this one voice. Neither of them had ever thought that there were people in the middle of such a remote cave. And when Zhang Chen heard this voice, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He knew that he had come to the right place. As the trio continued deeper for some time, they came to the end of this cave. Only three white-haired old men were seen meditating motionlessly in the same spot. It seemed to know nothing about the sudden arrival of these three. Wait, why are they wearing our Wudong's Taoist uniforms? Could it be that these three old men, who are about the same age as Master Shifu, are still not from our Wudong? When she heard Wang Yuya's words, surprise was also written all over Xiao's face. She had spent so much time in Omnisex that she had read a lot of information pertaining to the sex within the inhuman circle. Wudong's bearer Zhou Meng, Elder Zhou she naturally knew, but she had never heard of these three old masters hidden inside the caves deep inside this great mountain. Just as the two of them were wondering, of the three people sitting there meditating, the old man on the far right suddenly opened his eyes, just a pair of his eyes, one looking to the upper right and one to the lower left. As if sensing Zhang Chen's trio, he could not help but mutter under his breath, the innate leads the circumference. Gai Zhou Tian's change, transforming me into a king. I have mastered all the changes in this world. You illusions cannot fool me. As soon as these words were said, he was only seen directly rising dozens of meters in place. An immense and incomparable destiny disk began to spread across the entire cavern instantly from his feet. This sudden turn of events caused Xia to be jolted, looking at the huge destiny disk that suddenly arose under his feet. Xia instantly sensed the danger and instantly took a defensive stance. The king beside Xia also still didn't understand what was going on. Just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire, he heard Zhang Chen, who was in front of him, directly open his mouth to remind him, Xia, take Wang Yuya and retreat. Let me meet them. Having said that, Zhang Chen's figure advanced instead of retreating, and took a step directly into Master Lu's Feng Ho Chiman destiny plate. You can't fool me. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. It was only when Master Lu uttered these words that the fate plate under his feet began to spin wildly, changing the palace grid he was originally in instantly into one that was most conducive to casting the Earth River rover. Xia He, who was dragging the back of Wang Yuya's neck collar and flying out backwards, couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. She didn't know much about things like jutsu though, but naturally she knew something about having a warlock from the guys she'd come in contact with who used jutsu in their full sex. Take for example the natal charts of warlocks. Once this is generated, its palace is essentially fixed and will not change again. And now, looking at the destiny disk that was constantly spinning at his feet, Xia He's mind instantly had a very scary suspicion. Combined with his own knowledge of the 36 thieves who had once taken on that caution, Xia He naturally knew that among the people who created the Jushin 8 strange techniques in the first place, but there was a person called Zhou Shang who came from Wudong Mountain. Is this the Wind Queen's strange gate? One of the legendary 8 strange techniques? Didn't you say that this strange skill has disappeared? How did it appear in the back of Wudong Mountain? As soon as he thought of this, Xia He suddenly turned his own gaze towards Zhang Chen again, incredulously saying in his heart, also, how did Zhang Chen know about this news? Could it be that he can still perceive the location of the 8 strange techniques in this world? As soon as he remembered that Zhang Chen still had the other 2 8 extraordinary techniques in his possession, the more Xia thought about it, the more she felt that her guess should be correct. Zhang Chen seemed to really know where the 8 strange techniques were located. This is already the third 8 strange techniques. Could it be that Zhang Chen is still really able to complete the collection of all the 8 strange techniques scattered in the world? Zhang Chen watched as Master Lu moved against himself at the drop of a hat. I can't believe he just blasted himself with a dirt river truck. Naturally, he wasn't spoiled. As he moved his mind, the immense and incomparable Martial Marquis strange door destiny plate under his feet covered the entire mountain in an instant. It enveloped Master Lu along with the Wind Queen's strange door destiny plate at his feet. Zhang Chen's warlock natal plate was simply too big. Lock Master Lu directly into his Kunzui Palace compartment. Master Lu, since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Let's see if your Wind Queen's Chi sect is more powerful or my strength and Martial Marquis Chi sect is more powerful. Chapter 85. So what if it's the Wind Queen's strange door? Playing with a forceful brick flying. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. Watching the rock in the sky like a giant dragon smashing towards him, Zhang Chen didn't panic and directly unleashed his artistry. Take the Earth River Chariot of Wuho Chiman against the Earth River Chariot of Master Lu's Wind Queen Chiman. As Zhang Chen's words fell, the entire cave began to shake, only to see a giant dragon of rock under Zhang Chen's feet, which was several times larger than the incoming rock dragon, arise directly out of thin air. It blasted at the rocky dragon above the sky. If it weren't for the limitations of the cave, with Zhang Chen's 100 times strength and jutsu power, the earth river car gargoyles he could summon were nothing less than a harmony. Boom! A loud bang passed. The earth and river car giant dragon summoned by Master Lu was easily crushed by Zhang Chen. Humph! It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. I have gained insight into the world. There is no way I can lose. Leaving the word, Qilian, only to see that the old man who was flying in the sky at this moment, the destiny disc under his feet began to rotate crazily. It wasn't until after his natal disc had rotated once again to the palace grid that best suited Qilian. Terrifying flames appeared instantly, and a brain fell from the sky. It smashed towards Zhang Chen on the ground. While facing such a big fire, Zhang Chen smiled slightly, only to see his feet move quickly, instantly leaving the position he had just stood in. The destiny disc under his feet first retracted, and immediately re-expanded after he shifted to a new position. Leaving the word, Qilian, as Zhang Chen spoke with ease, a flame that was several times stronger than Master Lu's instantly ignited. It directly surrounded all the flames that Master Lu had released over. Eventually make it a part of yourself. Earth against earth. Fire against fire. Playing head-to-head hard. Master Lu's Wind Queen's strange door was varied and powerful though. But unluckily, he was up against Zhang Chen. He was a terrifying existence that had used the system to strengthen the Wuhuqimen 100 times. The current Wuhuqimen in his hands was even quite a bit more powerful than Zhuge Kongming, who had created this stance. 100 times strengthened Wuhuqimen against a normal Wind Queen Qimen. Surprisingly, it produced a crushing stance. No amount of skill is going to help. Though I can't turn you in the fate plate, I'm 100 times better than you in terms of power. Powerful bricks fly. At all times and in all situations. All of the 2 successive attacks were easily suppressed by Zhang Chen. At this moment, Master Lu, who was still flying in the sky, for some reason suddenly paused in his movements to continue casting his jutsu, slowly drifting down from the sky. I didn't expect the illusion to be so really powerful this time. Old Hong, Old Fong, don't sleep. Come and join me in dealing with this illusory evil demon. Hearing Master Lu's words, Zhang Chen was visibly stunned. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly again, and he rose to speak softly. What's going on with these 3 old guys? Aren't they all caught up in the visions of their own inner scenes, and why are they still able to link up? Zhang Chen was a little confused as to what was going on with these 3 old guys' visions, but what he did know was that he was afraid he was going to have to fight a 1v3 next. Not bad. Interesting. Just in time. One Master Lu won't be enough for me to pull the 100 times strengthened martial Marquis Chi Man to full capacity. If the 3 of you were to go together, it would be a lot more fun than fighting through one by one. As Master Lu's words fell, the other 2 old guys who had been sitting there for an unknown number of years hadn't moved a bit. Both gently moved their bodies at that moment, shaking all the dust off of themselves. In the distance, Xiaohe, who saw the scene, couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell is going on here? Why are those 2 moving too? Could it be that apart from this old fellow called Master Lu, the other 2 also know the legendary Wind Queen's strange door? How is this possible? How can there be so many heirs of the Wind Queen's strange sect? At this time, Xiaohe's heart was completely shocked. If the other 2 old masters both knew this legendary Wind Queen's strange door as well, then the depths of their Wodong sect were just too terrifying. For this Wind Queen strange gate, one of the 8 strange techniques, Xiaohe naturally knew of its terrifying power. Just from Master Lu's terrifying means of attack. Just know that Master Lu's strength is, even if it is not comparable to the current Wodong sect's head Zhou Meng, I'm afraid it's not that far off. If only there were 2 other people who knew this kung fu. Wouldn't that mean that Wudong Mountain now had a total of 4 sect leader level combatants in existence? Nice guy. So they're so low-key at Wudong Mountain? This terrifying force would be placed inside the inhuman circle. I'm afraid that only the current Longhu Mountain can steadily suppress them. It's just that the condition of these 3 old men doesn't seem to be quite right. Looking at Master Hong and Master Fong, who had already stood up from their meditative stance, Xiaohe naturally saw at a glance that there was something not quite right about their current state. Just as Xiaohe was thinking about what was wrong with them, she suddenly felt a strange air coming towards her from her side. After feeling this air, Xiaohe snapped back, only to see Wang Yuya, who had been standing obediently by his side. At the moment, he was staring out at the destiny disc at the feet of the 3 old men. Wait a minute, what's with this kid? Difficult. Could it be that he's learning this Wind Queen strange sect? Illusory evil demon? It must be gotten rid of. Get rid of the demons. Master Fong and Master Hong, who were in a half-awakened state, were now staring at Zhang Chen, who was standing in front of them, together with Master Lu. At this moment, Zhang Chen was very curious. Why were these three guys able to rejoin together again to stand against themselves, an outsider, after they fell into their own visions of the inner landscape? However, these three old men did not give Zhang Chen time to think. The moment they stood up, 3 Wind Queen Strange Door Destiny discs were instantly generated at their feet. In the next moment, 3 voices sounded almost at the same time. The word Kuan, Earth River Car, leaving the word Fire Meteor, Sundown Character, Wind Blade. As soon as their words were out of their mouths, countless fireballs, wind blades that could cut through rocks, and a terrifying rock dragon simultaneously smashed towards Zhang Chen's location. Good coming. Looking at the incoming attack, Zhang Chen did not have the slightest intention of dodging. He opened his Wuho Chiman Destiny disc to its maximum, locking the entire cave in the Kuan character destiny pattern. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. This time Zhang Chen no longer held back, only to see a terrifying rock dragon with a diameter of 50 meters long begin to generate under his feet. Meeting all the attacks coming from the sky, he blasted out. The 3 people's attacks kept hitting on top of this terrifying rocky dragon, but it didn't do any substantial damage to it. Instead, he was rushed away by this rocky dragon and smashed hard on top of the rock wall. So what if there are more people? Any more powerful abilities that can't suppress my jutsu? You still won't win. After all, as I said, Power Brick Fly is never out of date. Chapter 86. Why can't this little brat even keep Watchman Random Gold in check? The 3 people who had been created to fly by Zhang Chen with the Earth River cart landed on the ground at almost the same time. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them each spat out a large mouthful of blood, looking like they were badly injured. This time the illusory evil demon is really a bit powerful. This evil demon brat is much more powerful than the illusory evil demon that transformed into Senior Brother Joe before. Isn't that so? This time the illusory evil demon is even a warlock, or one that is so powerful. Zhang Chen, listening to the trio's conversation. Zhang Chen was speechless for a while. How did one's good self suddenly become an evil demon? Also, there was the illusory evil demon that these 3 old guys were talking about that transformed into Senior Brother Zhou. I think it refers to the current Wudong Master Zhou Meng. If Zhou Meng knew about the 3 senior brothers that he came to visit every so often, surprisingly, he was treated as a phantom evil demon. So I'm afraid he's going to be sad for quite some time. However, according to Zhang Chen's speculation, it was possible that Zhou Meng had experienced this long ago. Just as Zhang Zhen was spitting in his mind, he suddenly heard the words of the 3 old guys sitting there change. How about not using that one? This evil demon brat shouldn't be able to block that move. Right. Let's come together and immobilize him first, then destroy him. Hearing the words of the trio, Zhang Chen's face turned a little odd. Good fellow, you really think I'm an illusionary evil demon? To the point of discussing how to deal with me in front of me. Based on the conversation between the 3, Zhang Chen had actually guessed what they were going to use against him. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, these 3 old men were about to use their combined efforts to fix themselves with Watchman Chaos Gold. Zhang Chen was naturally very knowledgeable about Watchman Chaos Gold and the Wind Queen's strange sect. This was a superb technique capable of controlling time, disrupting the enemy's perception of the flow of time, and disconnecting the enemy from time. The caster is perfectly capable of taking advantage of the period during which the enemy's perception of time is confused to make a killer move against him. For the average person, there really wasn't any way to deal with such a powerful technique. After all, spells that could involve time stuff were extremely difficult to break. Even Zhang Chen did not have any good cracking countermeasures against it. However, Zhang Chen was completely unafraid of Watchman Chaos Gold, which the 3 of them had jointly used. This move was frighteningly powerful though. However, for those with high life cultivation, there was no need to worry about this technique interfering with them. For example, in the original episode, Wan Yuya used Watchman Chaos Gold to try to immobilize the old Heavenly Master. But under the old Celestial Master's hundreds of years of life cultivation, Wang also almost exerted all his strength, but it only interfered with the old Celestial Master for a short moment. It was only barely enough to avoid the old angel's big slap. What's more, that was done without the old Celestial Master's defenses. If in the event that the old Celestial Master is already on the defensive, I'm afraid the Slap King will still have to take it in the face as well. This was the strong point of the life dual cultivation practitioner. What's more, Zhang Chen had copied everything from the old Heavenly Master's Golden Light Mantra. Even his 100 years of life and cultivation had been copied together. That wasn't even to mention the addition of his reverse life triple, a technique that was also a dual cultivation of life. If these 3 old men wanted to fix themselves, they were afraid that it would really be impossible, since he already knew that his opponent's next move would be ineffective against him. Then Zhang Chen's heart naturally relaxed. In fact, he also wanted to feel what it was like to have the flow of time interfered with by Watchman Chaos Gold. The 3 old masters looked at Zhang Chen, who had stopped making any movements at this point and was quietly looking at himself. They looked at each other. Then almost at the same time, the three of them actually moved their fingers together. Watchman Chaos Gold. Watchman Chaos Gold. Watchman Chaos Gold. With all three of them pronouncing those three words at almost the same time. Zhang Chen in the distance instantly felt an extremely terrifying force spreading from the distance to come to his own body. In that instant, Zhang Chen only felt that the flow of time around him had become abnormally chaotic. It was as if he was detached from time. At this moment, his mind moved and he wanted to raise his hand, but in the end, he couldn't even do that. Yet the feeling lasted only a brief moment. With his powerful life cultivation added to it, the moment passed. Zhang Chen then easily raised his hand. Oh, so being interfered with the passage of time actually feels like this? Not bad. Interesting. In the meantime, the three old men who thought that Zhang Chen had already been immobilized by Watchman Chaos Gold, their forward-surging figures had just reached the halfway point when they suddenly saw Zhang Chen raise one of his hands up. Seeing this scene, the three of them's figures stalled in the air. The cloth shoes of his feet rubbed a trail of fire against the rocks. Only then did the heart barely manage to stop his body less than 10 meters away from Zhang Chen. At this moment, the faces of the three old men showed almost the exact same expression of shock. Their eyes were glazed over, their mouths were wide open, and their jaws were dropping to the floor, as if they seemed to be completely unable to close them. What the hell is going on here? Why didn't even Watchman Chaos Gold immobilize this illusory evil demon? This can't be possible. The three of us together are making Watchman Chaos Gold not even useful to this kid at all? Bad. This time the illusionary evil demon isn't normally powerful. Senior Brother Hong. Senior Brother Fong. In order not to be devoured by this evil demon, let's fight for our lives. Two senior brothers. Let me do it. Even if I have to use my turtle fly body and exhaust my lifespan, I have to take down this evil demon. Zhang Chen. Upon hearing that these three old men were actually going to start fighting for their lives, in order to deal with himself, he even had to bring out a life-consuming kung fu like the turtle fly body to use. Zhang Chen couldn't help but be startled. These three old men are not young. I'm afraid, if they took out their turtle fly bodies and played with themselves, they were afraid that none of the three of them would survive in the end. Zhang Chen's purpose of coming to Wudong was to replicate the Wind Queen's strange door. It's not like you're coming to your door to specifically someone's old man. If these three old masters died because of themselves, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to mix with this Tao sect themselves in the future. Even his own master, I'm afraid, would be reluctant to himself. Besides, getting these three old men killed would not benefit Zhang Chen at all, and he was not willing to do so. Thus, only Zhang Chen could be heard sighing helplessly and muttering in a small voice. Alas, forget it, for the sake of your lives, I won't hold back. Next, Golden Light Curse. As Zhang Chen lightly recited the Golden Light mantra under his breath. Next moment, three Golden Light spell chains that were as thick as a person's waist flew straight out from Zhang Chen's body, tightly bound to the three lords. Let them tie them up so tightly that they couldn't move at all. Air Dispersal Charm. That's not all. In order to prevent these three old men from using their turtle fly body kryptonite to break free of their bonds, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and once again used the means of the heavenly talisman. A large number of air dispersal talismans were drawn out of thin air, plastering the three of them. With so many air-dispersing talismans, the air on these three old men was finally dispersed. It left them without the power to even use their turtle fly bodies. Chapter 87, Replicating the Wind Queen's Strange Door. Shocked Zhou Meng, watching the three old men finally go quiet. Only then did Zhang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. After all, these three old masters were the ones who could not move without playing with people. He had to be careful to do so. After settling these three old men, Zhang Chen just wanted to turn back and say hello to Xiahe and the others. However, he suddenly saw a fate plate of the Wind Queen Shiman appearing at the feet of Wang Yuya behind Xiahe. Good guy, worthy of being a high achiever who can get into Tsinghua. This kid Wang Yuya has actually learned all of this Wind Queen's strange door so quickly. Seeing that Wang was also mulling over the Wind Queen Shiman bit by bit, Zhang Chen thought about it and felt that he had the talent of replication at his disposal, so he couldn't be any later than Wang Yuya would be. System, there should be 50% of the Wind Queen Shiman that I just watched, right? Zhang Chen just asked this question in his own mind. The next moment the system's reply resounded in his mind. You have successfully observed 50% of the Wind Queen's Shiman. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? Sure enough, just now these three old masters cast so many Wind Queen's strange sect techniques. How could it be possible that they didn't even have 50%? A smug smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth when he thought of this. Reproduce immediately. Zhang Chen's words fell. Next moment, a large amount of knowledge related to the Wind Queen strange sect flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Immediately after that, a fate plate of the Wind Queen strange door was suddenly born under Zhang Chen's feet. In fact, the natal chart of Feng Ho Chiman is very similar to that of Wu Ho Chiman. The only difference between the two is that the orientation and good and bad fortune in the Wuho Chiman natal chart need to be determined by the practitioner based on the location of the opponent. But Feng Ho Chiman is different. You can set the position of the center palace at will. It is also able to rattle its own natal disk at will, depending on where the enemy is located. Keep yourself in a favorable position at all times, so that your spells can be used to their fullest power at all times. Putting the Wuho Chiman and the Feng Ho Chiman together is basically a relationship between static and dynamic. That's two people at the exact same level of jutsu. The reason why users of the Wuho Chiman can never outperform users of the Feng Ho Chiman. It could be said that the Feng Ho Chiman technique was able to restrain all the magicians. This was the reason why the Wind Queen's strange sect was powerful enough to be called the 8 strange techniques. As Zhang Chen gradually figured out all of the techniques inside the Wind Queen's strange sect, the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host who has successfully duplicated the Wind Queen's strange door. The proficiency level of this kung fu is the same as that of the user, Master Lu, being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. It was only when he heard this voice that the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth finally revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. The third of the 8 strange techniques, the Wind Queen's strange door, was finally in hand. After successfully replicating the Wind Queen's Chimen, Zhang Chen just wanted to take a look at the direction of his enhancement. As a result, a voice suddenly came from the cave entrance. Wang also, Zhang Chen? What are you doing here? It was probably disturbed by the commotion of the battle between Zhang Chen and the 3 old men just now. Zhou Meng, Wudong's current sect master, had walked over from the cave entrance at some point. As a result, he just walked into this cave. It was then that he saw a warlock's fate plate suddenly appear at Wang Yi's feet at some point. This is. Seeing this scene, Zhou Meng was so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. Looking at Wang Yuya, who was already completely immersed in the Wind Queen's Chi Men cultivation, Zhou Meng secretly said in his heart, "When did this kid learn the Wind Queen's strange door? Bad. This Wind Queen's strange door is something that can make all 3 of my senior brothers fall into it completely. After this brat Wang Yuya learns it, I'm afraid he'll be trapped in the inner scenic ground and won't be able to get out as well. What am I going to tell his father about this?" Just as Zhou Meng's mind was torn beyond measure, he looked up suddenly. Surprisingly, he saw his 3 senior brothers being firmly bound there by Zhang Chen with the golden light curse, a scene where the body is covered with talismans made of spiritual air. Seeing this scene directly stunned Zhou Meng to the point where his jaw dropped to the ground. Then look at the messy ground behind the trio. It wasn't hard for him to guess that the terrifying commotion he had just felt should be related to the battle between Zhang Chen and his 3 senior brothers. Zhou Meng looked at the golden light curse that bound his 3 senior brothers and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a strong golden light spell. No wonder these 3 senior brothers of mine didn't put this brat down when they joined forces. This terrifying golden light spell represents a very terrifying life cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhou Meng couldn't help but raise his head once again to take a closer look at Zhang Chen as he secretly said in his heart, "This kid, he's really a ING demon. I'm afraid that the level of this golden light incantation is no longer below that old fellow Zhang Jiwei. Where on earth did he collect this demon from?" Until this moment, Zhou Meng did not know. It turned out that when Zhang Chen had competed with himself that day, this kid had really not used his full strength to fight with himself. Otherwise, with such a powerful golden light spell alone laid out, one would not have a single chance of winning. Then he thought that he was defeated by Zhang Chen using their Wudong's Taiji. The helplessness in Zhou Meng's heart was a few points more than before. Wait, this kid was able to learn our Wudong's Taiji in such a short period of time. If Zhang Chen had just had a fight with these 3 senior brothers of mine, wouldn't he? Think about it. Zhou Meng looked down at Wang Yuya who was sitting on the ground, still sensing the Wind Queen's Chi Men. Looking up again, he looked at Zhang Chen who didn't seem to be in the least bit bothered. He had a few more doubts in his mind than before. Something's not right. Did this kid learn the Feng Ho Chi Men or not? How could he have gotten out of the interview so quickly if he had learned it? Did he not experience those visions? Although Zhou Meng had a million doubts in his heart at this time, he was not in a position to open his mouth to ask Zhang Chen. After all, this 8 strange techniques was equivalent to a taboo within the inhuman circle. If Zhang Chen didn't learn it and he opened his mouth to ask, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling Zhang Chen that their Wudong had the 8 wonders? Looking at Zhou Meng, who had a puzzled look on his face and was looking at himself with a desire to speak, Zhang Chen naturally guessed what stuff he was thinking about right now. After thinking about it, Zhang Chen decided to tell him the truth. "Senior Zhou Meng, don't guess. I have learned all of your Wudong's Wind Queen's strange sect." Upon hearing such direct words from Zhang Chen, Zhou Meng's eyes instantly rounded. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind at this moment, and he even thought about keeping Zhang Chen in Wudong forever. But this ridiculous thought only appeared for a split second before it was discarded by Zhou Meng. With this terrifying strength of Zhang Chen now, who could leave him behind? I'm afraid that the old heavenly master can't even come. Just as Zhou Meng opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, Zhang Chen's next sentence once again froze him in place. Also, I'm afraid that it won't be long before your Wudong's Wang Yuya, too, will learn this Wind Queen's strange door. Chapter 88 Strengthening the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. No side effects at all? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhou Meng's heart could not be calmed for a long time. He did not expect that Zhang Chen had actually learned the Wind Queen's strange door. Still learned in such a short time. Then again, it was even if Zhang Chen could learn it. After all, his talent was naturally known to Zhou Meng. This is a demonic existence. However, Zhang Chen's last sentence, Wang also will learn this Wind Queen's strange sex technique. It was really a bit difficult for Zhou Meng to understand. He was well aware of Wang Yuya's talent. This kid was very intelligent and could basically learn anything a little bit at a time. There's basically no downside to it other than being a bit of a slob. But even if Wang Yu's talent was as good as it was, he couldn't just learn one of these 8 strange techniques. The Wind Queen's strange door. Straight away, it was important to realize that none of his own 3 senior brothers' talents were actually bad. But they ended up in a situation where they were caught in that infinite illusion and had trouble waking up. Zhou Meng was afraid of whether Wang would also be as confused by those visions as they were. Forever immersed in his own world and hard to extricate himself. However, listening to Zhang Chen's very confident tone, Zhou Meng's heart did drop quite a bit. He now believed that Zhang Chen could indeed see things that he could not. After all, the difference in strength between the two was there. He was quite a bit worse than Zhang Chen. If, says Zhang Chen said, Wang also succeeded in inheriting this Wind Queen strange sect, then wouldn't our Wudong have one more true possessor of the 8 strange techniques? In that case, I'm sure senior brother Zhou Shang will be able to rest in peace in the 9 springs. The thought that someone from his Wudong mountain would finally be able to pass down the Wind Queen strange sect in its entirety. A rare smile appeared on Zhou Meng's old face, just as he was about to ask Zhang Chen in detail when Wang Yuya would be able to learn all of the Feng Ho Chi Men. Zhang Chen, however, suddenly spoke to him. Elder Zhou Meng, now what I have realized about the Wind Queen's strange sect, please keep an eye on these 3 old men. I won't be responsible if anything happens to them again. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhou Meng to refuse. Zhang Chen directly threw these 3 old guys caught in his own illusion to Zhou Meng. Some realization? Wait, could it be that you have some new ideas for this Wind Queen strange door and want to improve him as well? This is the 8 wonders technique. How is this possible? Zhou Meng did not believe Zhang Chen's words at all in his heart though. But once he remembered the changes Zhang Chen had made to Taiji earlier, it made their Taiji Quan, which had been passed down in Wudong for hundreds of years, much stronger. Zhou Meng then stiffly swallowed his questioning words into his stomach. This is something that is impossible for others. But for Zhang Chen, it really wasn't. I wonder what this kid will change the Wind Queen's strange door into. If only we could wipe out its side effects. Zhou Meng sighed helplessly just as the thought rose in his mind. He felt a little whimsical. After leaving the 3 old men to Zhou Meng, Zhang Chen walked forward a few dozen meters, purposely leaving out an open space, ready to begin his own strengthening of the front of the Wind Queen. In fact, Zhang Chen's heart was very curious at this time as to what aspects of the Wind Queen's Chi-Men strengthening direction would be. System, show me the direction of strengthening the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying a new gongfu, increasing the chance of reinforcement by 1. This technique is the Wind Queen's strange door, and there are 3 directions of enhancement. 1. Increase the attack power of the Wind Queen's Chi-Men technique to 100 times. 2. Increase the range of the Wind Queen's strange fate plate to 100 times. 3. Immunity to all side effects arising from the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. Originally, when Zhang Chen saw the first 2 reinforced directions, he couldn't help but skim his lips. It was clearly one of the 8 strange techniques, but it was in the exact same direction of strengthening as the Martial Marquis strange door. How can this be worthy of the words 8 wonders technique? But after he saw the 3rd direction of reinforcement, Zhang Chen could not help but show a hint of surprise on his face. There was naturally no need to mention the power of the Wind Queen's strange sect, but its counterpart has great side effects. In the original story, Wang Yuya even affected his own pattern by rattling his fate plate too many times due to excessive use of the Feng Ho Chi-Men. This has led to various physical lesions and even all cancer. And now among the directions of one's gongfu enhancement, there was surprisingly an item that was able to immunize against all the side effects brought about by the Wind Queen's Chi sect. This direction of reinforcement is not a powerful one. It was important to realize that the art of the Wind Queen's strange sect was not just able to be used in combat. It can also be used to divine good fortune and predict the future. However, the immunity to all side effects in the direction of reinforcement will be able to counteract all of these side effects. You have to know that this thing of fortune telling involves the terrifying heavenly Tao. If only all of heaven's punishments could be cancelled out as well. That Feng Ho Chi-Men, the art form, Its gold content could be raised upwards several more notches. Does the host choose to strengthen now? Hearing the systems beep in his head, Zhang Chen no longer had any hesitation. Reinforce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, next moment, he then began to rehearse the new Wind Queen's strange sect technique under the system. A huge destiny disc capable of covering the entire Wudong mountain range instantly appeared from under Zhang Chen's feet. The moment it appeared, it began to spin wildly. Seeing the familiar destiny disc that was spinning, Zhou Meng, who was standing in the distance, was suddenly shocked in his heart. This is the fate of the Wind Queen Chimera? Why is the destiny disc at his feet so big? It's equivalent to 100 times more than senior brother Lu's life disc. What kind of monster is this kid? How is it that he can use his specialized skills to such an extent just after learning the Wind Queen's strange sect? At this moment, Zhou Meng's jaw was about to drop to the ground in shock. He couldn't believe for a second the horrible scene he was now witnessing. Just as he froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words, the accident happened suddenly. He only saw the three old masters that Zhang Chen had just handed over to him and Wang Yuya, who was practicing the Wind Queen's strange sect there. Surprisingly, they all stood up at the same time at this point. For some reason, the fate of the Wind Queen Chiman appeared under their feet almost simultaneously. It was only that the destiny discs under their feet were much smaller than Zhang Chen's. Next moment, the fate plates under the feet of the four of them also began to rotate. Spinning around, the destiny discs under the four of them even gradually fused together with the huge destiny disc under Zhang Chen's feet. Seeing this scene, Zhou Meng was dumbfounded. He looked blankly at Zhang Chen in the distance and muttered under his breath, "What the hell is going on here? Can anyone explain this to me?" Chapter 89, Wang Yuya, I'd rather not cultivate than be a cutie. At this moment, Zhou Meng was completely unaware of what was happening. Looking at the 5 Wind Queen strange door natal plates that had fused into one, he vaguely felt as if something big was about to happen. Shaha, who was on the side, looked at Zhou Meng, who had a worried face, and said softly with a slight smile, "Senior Zhou Meng, please don't worry and trust Zhang Chen. The 5 of them have fused their natal discs together, so maybe Zhang Chen did this on purpose. Perhaps it's possible that he's trying to help those 3 old men and little king." Hearing Shaha's words, Zhou Meng suddenly brightened up. Could it be that Zhang Chen has realized something in the Wind Queen's strange door and wants to help a few of them? If Zhang Chen is able to help them, then won't our Wudong have 4 people who know the Wind Queen's strange sect technique? At the thought of this, Zhou Meng's heart was suddenly excited. He naturally knew what kind of benefits the sudden addition of 4 more magicians who knew about the Wind and Queen Chiman would bring to Wudong. Maybe they, Wudong, were going to officially rise in the inhuman world starting today. In fact, Shaha guessed correctly. The 5 of them were able to fuse their natal discs together. It was indeed Zhang Chen who played a key role in this. At this time, all 3 directions of his Wind Queen Chi Men had been strengthened. It just so happened that he was able to take this opportunity to help these 4 people from Wudong who had practiced the Wind Queen's strange door in the meantime. After all, he had copied his own Wind Queen Chimera from them. Helping them was just a matter of sending a favor, and it had absolutely no effect on Zhang Chen. With the 5 people's natal discs having completely fused together, with a single movement of his mind, Zhang Chen invoked all 4 of Wang Yuya's inner scenic lands. Immediately after that, he used the fate plate as a base to connect all 4 of their inner scene grounds, linking them together. The fact that he did this was actually inspired by these 3 old men. If they hadn't dealt with themselves, the illusory evil demon, like an online before, Zhang Chen couldn't think of a way to be able to connect the 4 of them together in their inner lands and teach them together. It saved him a lot of effort to do so. There was no need to go into the inner landscape of the 4 of them one by one to nudge them. With a movement of Zhang Chen's mind, his own figure appeared in the inner landscape where the 4 were connected. Zhang Chen? Something's not right. Just now I was clearly practicing some special technique. How did I appear here? Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about who he should wake up first, Wang Yuda's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Seeing that Wang had also awakened, Zhang Chen quickly came to his side and opened his mouth. It's in the middle of your inner landscape, and you're generally the only one who can come. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang also froze at first. Then a look of surprise filled his face. Inner view? Isn't that something only warlocks have? Since when do I have an inside view? When he heard Wang Yuya's puzzled words, Zhang Chen then heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. Do you think there's a possibility that you're a warlock now? Zhang Chen's words once again left Wang also a little puzzled. Warlock? I'm a warlock already? Wait, could it be related to the kung fu I just practiced? Is that a warlock's technique? It had to be said that Wang Yuya's brain did work, and he quickly grasped the core of the problem. What you practiced just now was one of the legendary 8 strange techniques, the Wind Queen strange sect. Your kid's luck is indeed good. Not only did you not have your mind affected by the Wind Queen's strange door, but you also managed to master it. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang also froze in place. Wind Queen Chimera? The legendary 8 strange techniques? Zhang Chen, you're not joking with me, right? How did I learn the 8 strange techniques in a haphazard manner? Looking at the smirking expression on Zhang Chen's face, Wang also knew that Zhang Chen should not have been joking with himself. And what he said was true. He had really learned the Wind Queen Chimera unintentionally. It also became a warlock, an extremely rare profession even within the inhuman circles. However, Wang also had not yet had time to rejoice. He suddenly remembered that he had learned this stuff, seemingly from the 3 crazy old men. Wang Yuya's face suddenly fell at the thought. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the 3 old masters who were meditating there, and asked with a scared look on his face, Zhang Chen, it was from them that I learned this what's-his-name Wind Queen Strange Door. Do you think I'll become as crazy as they are when I'm old? If I become as crazy as them, I don't want this technique. If you really can't, see if you can waste me? As soon as these words were uttered, they instantly caused Zhang Chen's eyes to have more than a hint of a strange look in his heart, and he couldn't help but say, sure enough, no wonder this kid Wang Yuya is able to master this Wind Queen Strange Door. He's really able to let go. This thing called the Wind Queen Strange Door, the more one tries to master it, the less one learns it, but like Wang Yuya, the less one wants it, the more one learns it without realizing it. If these 3 old men could have the same vigor as Wang Yuya, how could they be trapped in this illusion and unable to come out? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. He reached out and gave Wang Ya a hard brain boomerang on the side of his head. You're a funny guy, grasping something that others are begging for, and you're actually asking me to waste you? If you have the guts, when you get out, you're going to say that to your master's face. If he doesn't knock your brains out, I'll give you another bocce technique. Having said that, Zhang Chen looked at the aggrieved expression on Wang Yuya's face as he rubbed his head. He didn't say anything more, but turned around directly and walked towards the 3 old men's position. Wang also saw Zhang Chen leave, so he rubbed his head while hurriedly chasing after him. Zhang Chen, don't go so fast, wait for me. When Zhang Chen and Wang also arrived at the side of the 3 old men, they hadn't had time to make any moves. The 3 old men opened their own eyes almost simultaneously as if they had sensed something. The moment they saw Zhang Chen, the 3 of them were startled at the same time. Couldn't help but gasp out. The illusory evil demon this time is really something. Isn't that right? And it's getting worse. Even our Wudong junior disciples are able to hallucinate? This Taoist costume also illuminates so truly. This time the illusory evil demon is much more powerful than even before. Humph. Even if this illusory evil demon acts like it, it will never be able to fool us. That's right. I know all of our Wudong's little disciples, so I can't be fooled by just changing one of them. Wang also. Zhang Chen, listening to the conversation between the 3 of them. After pondering seriously for a moment, Wang also seemed to have made up his mind. 2 tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he opened his mouth several times before gathering the courage to speak. Zhang Chen, my good big brother, or you might as well waste me. I'd rather stop practicing in this life than be a cutie. Chapter 90, your Feng Ho Chi men are flawed. Come practice with me. This time the illusory evil demon is really interesting. Even acting out a bitter trick? Humph. Evil devils are evil devils. They can't even act out a bitter trick. What kind of cultivator would let someone take the initiative to nullify their own cultivation? That's a good point. Whatever these 2 evil demons say next, we shouldn't believe them. Seeing that the 3 old men had once again reached an agreement, the 2 of them, Zhang Chen and Wang Yuya, glanced at each other and simultaneously saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. These 3 have been tormented by visions for decades. It's normal to have such a reaction. However, you can't take this stuff as a condition that occurs to everyone who cultivates the Wind Queen Strange Door. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang also broke his fingers and counted. There's a total of 5 of us practicing right now, and other than you, the guy with the scary talent, there's already 3 crazy ones. That's a bit of a scary probability. I really don't want to be like this. Looking at Wang Yuya who had a face that resisted the Wind Queen's chi men, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be happy at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this guy, Wang Yuya, was born to learn this Feng Ho Chi Men material. Zhang Chen did not continue to pay attention to Wang Yuya. Instead, he placed his gaze on these 3 old men. Master Lu, Master Feng, and Master Hong. I'm not the illusory evil demon you're talking about. I am the personal disciple of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Zhang Chen saluted the 3 seniors and spoke earnestly. A disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain? You evil devil are quite good at lying. If you say you are a disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, then who is this little brat beside you? Don't tell me he's also a disciple of your Longhu Mountain. What this kid is wearing is our Wudong's Taoist robe. Inside, Master Lu was acting fairly normal, his 2 black eyes no longer darting back and forth. Hearing Master Lu ask himself, Wang also extremely reluctantly stepped forward and bowed to the three old men and said, "Disciple Wang Yuya, meet the three masters. My master is Zhong Yunlong, and the current head of the Wudong sect is my master Zhou Meng." Hearing Wang Yuya's words, Master Lu couldn't help but show a trace of doubt on his face. That Zhong Yunlong kid has even taken on a disciple? Senior brother Fong. Senior brother Hong. What do you two think? Hearing Master Lu's words, the other two old masters also looked at both Zhang Chen and Wang Yuya with puzzled faces. It stands to reason that phantom evils should all be illusions born from things we've seen before. But it seems like we haven't seen these two brats from Dragon Tiger Mountain and our Wudong. Why do I think this is getting a little real? Elder Hong thought for a moment and said seriously, "That King too, right? Do you know how long we have been practicing inside this cave?" Elder Fong thought for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. This question of theirs, on the contrary, directly caught Wang as well. Before this, although he knew that this cave was a forbidden place in their Wudong mountain, but it's not clear at all about the inside. How could he possibly know how long these three oldest men who like to have seizures had been in here? It's been at least a decade or two. We're not really sure exactly. If you guys want to know, you can wait until you wake up and ask Senior Zhou Meng. Looking at Wang, who was also a bit dazed, Zhang Chen directly answered for him. Who knows? As soon as Zhang Chen finished his reply, Elder Fong's face instantly changed. Humph. Still saying you guys aren't illusion evil demons? Now you've revealed your flaws. Our Wudong's matters are unknown to Wudong's disciples. How come you, a disciple of Longhu Mountain, know so well? Old Hong, old Lu, we can't talk nonsense with this evil demon anymore. Quickly exterminate them and let's continue to comprehend the Chi-men. Zhang Chen, Wang also. Just as Zhang Chen and Wang Yuya were both depressed, the three old men, however, moved restlessly, only to see the three of them hand one person pinched a jutsu gesture, making a gesture to give two people to come on a big shot. However, Zhang Chen, who had already seen that the three of them were going to make a move, had already seen it. There was no movement at this point, but rather a calm face looking at them. What's going on? Why can't I release my spells? Me too. Obviously I've gotten a lot of my air back. Why can't I use it? Wait, it seems like there's something wrong with our fate plate. We can't make a connection between our air and the fate plate anymore. Soon, the faces of the three who realized something was wrong changed drastically. They had encountered so many illusory evil demons over the years, but they had never encountered a powerful fellow who was able to seal their fate plates. Two senior brothers. We can't just sit back and wait for death. Let's fight them. Alas, I've only been focusing on comprehending the Chi-men arts for such a long time. My fists and feet have gotten quite rusty. Cut the crap. Even if I die today, I'll peel off a layer of skin from this evil demon. Seeing that the three were about to make a scene again, Zhang Chen had to wave his hand casually. Next moment, the rocks underneath the three men's feet were like mud, instantly burying the three old men, leaving only a head outside. I say, three of you, have you had enough? The reason you are unable to use Chi-men techniques right now is because your Chi-men destiny plate has been completely integrated into my Chi-men destiny plate. With your current strength, but you can't mobilize my destiny plate. After saying that, Zhang Chen directly transported the air, and all of the Chi-men natal plates behind the wind at his own feet were revealed. Three of you, please take a look at your feet. This is the fate plate of the Wind Queen's strange sect. Do you guys think that those illusory evil demons they will be able to use your Wind Queen's strange door? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the three of them visibly froze for a moment, because they knew that what Zhang Chen said was indeed good. Although the illusory evil demons could change anything, they were after all the product of the Wind Queen's strange sect influencing their minds. These products are impossible to use out of the wind after the Chimera. And now, Zhang Chen had put this Wind Queen's strange door to use. Doesn't this mean that he's not some phantom evil demon at all, but a real person? An extremely powerful warlock who could enter the inner landscape of the three of them. After thinking about this, these three old men stared at Zhang Chen with incomparable shock. They didn't understand why Zhang Chen was so young, but had such a profound Chi-men art. They were even more puzzled as to why Zhang Chen would even be able to master the Fengho Chi-men, which they could not even grasp. Looking at the surprised expressions on the faces of the three, Zhang Chen then already knew that these three old guys had most likely already believed that he was not some illusionary evil demon. Now that you've all come to your senses, three Wudong's senior uncles, Wang also, the Wind Queen's strange sect that you are now practicing has not a few flaws. As for me, I have already improved all of these flaws. Next, you guys start practicing the improved Wind Queen's strange door after me. In that case, when you use this technique again in the future, you won't fall into your own illusions. Chapter 91 Zhou Meng, Wang Yuya. This is your Zhang Chen senior uncle. Don't be rude in the future. Zhang Chen's five stayed in the inner landscape for 3 days in a row. Within these 3 days Zhang Chen taught the modified Wind Queen's strange door to these four people from Wudong. However, what Zhang Chen had taught them was only the version of the Wind Queen's strange door without side effects. One of the various 100 times stronger versions of it, which he didn't teach. This version he was only going to wait for Wang Yuya to come down from the mountain and teach only Wang Yuya when he returned to the villa. After all, in Zhang Chen's opinion, only Wang Yuya was considered one of his own in the entire Wudong mountain, being able to help out later on when you do something big for yourself. Under Zhang Chen's serious teaching for 3 consecutive days, Wang also, the 4 of them, had already mastered all the new version of the Wind Queen's strange door. As for what they could cultivate into next, it all depended on their own efforts. This was something that Zhang Chen couldn't help much with. However, after being exposed to the new version of the Wind Queen Chimera, the 3 oldest gradually regained their senses. The whole man was finally able to free himself from the illusion. 3 days later, Zhou Meng, who had been guarding the area, saw that the fate plate under Zhang Chen's feet suddenly began to shrink back. Sharp as he was, he immediately realized that this one should have come to fruition. Let's hope that Zhang Chen will be able to save them all. Even if they can't be rescued from their deep illusions, it's fine if we can get Wang to pass on this Wind Queen's strange sect as well. Almost at the same time, Zhou Meng then thought through all the best and worst outcomes of this matter. Xia He, who was on the side, looked at the nervous and incomparable look on Zhou Meng's face. In turn, a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, compared to Zhou Meng, Xia He was more confident in Zhang Chen. She believed that since this matter was something Zhang Chen dared to do, it would definitely be able to end perfectly in the end. As the destiny disc under Zhang Chen's feet disappeared, the inner view of all the people connected together was also all restored at this moment. Of the 5 of them, Zhang Chen was the first to come to his senses. The moment he saw Zhang Chen wake up, Xia He, who was dressed as a maid, then quickly walked over to Zhang Chen with a serving of food, signaling that he could start eating. Looking at how sweetly Xia had been tempered by herself, she seemed to have completely adapted to the identity of a maid. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and took the food that Xia He handed him and gorged himself. Zhang Chen's senior nephew, Wang also and those senior brothers of mine, they are all. Zhou Meng, who had wanted to wait until Zhang Chen had finished eating before prying for news about the others. At this time, he was also a bit unable to hold back, and walked directly to Zhang Chen's face to open his mouth and ask. Hearing Zhou Meng address himself, Zhang Chen was first stunned, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He had come to Wudong for such a long time. The word master nephew. This was the first time he had heard it from Zhou Meng. Although according to seniority, he really should address Zhang Chen as such, but it may be due to the conflict between Zhou Meng and Zhang Jiwei. This led to the fact that even though Zhang Chen was teaching Zhou Meng Taijiquan, Zhou Meng was reluctant to address him as master nephew. And now this cry of master nephew, but it represented that Zhou Meng might have really let go of his grudge with Longhu Mountain. He was willing to address Zhang Chen as master uncle and master nephew. Zhang Chen, who realized this, couldn't help but be happy in his heart. I didn't expect that my trip to Wudong Mountain not only replicated Taijiquan and the Wind Queen's strange door, but I even dissolved the beam that Master and Wudong had formed. If this matter is told to Master, I'm afraid that he's going to be even more proud of himself in front of Zhou Meng in the future. When he thought of his master facing the black-faced Zhou Meng with a bad smile on his face, Zhang Chen just couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. But laughing aside, he still had to answer Zhou Meng's question. Uncle Zhou, all of their problems have been solved, so I'm sure they'll awaken soon. You don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Hearing Zhang Chen's comforting words, only then did Zhou Meng's hanging heart finally relax. Sure enough, about half an hour later, the king of the 4 was also the first to open his eyes. After another 10 minutes or so, all 3 of the old men awoke as well. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Fong, senior brother Hong, you guys, all awake? Hearing Zhou Meng's call, the 3 old men looked at Zhou Meng at the same time. Zhou, senior brother Zhou? Is it true, senior brother Zhou? Great, that dragon tiger mountain brat didn't lie to us. Back, we're finally back. Damn illusion, finally able to get rid of it. Looking at the 3 people who were crying with joy, a hint of a smile appeared on the faces of Zhang Chen's several people. Zhou Meng was undoubtedly the one who laughed the most. This time, thanks to the presence of Zhang Chen, his 3 senior brothers were able to successfully escape from the danger, allowing the 3 top combatants of their Wudong to return. It also allowed the king of the juniors to successfully pass on the Wind Queen's Chi-men as well. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Chen had now worshipped Longhu Mountain and was still under Zhang Jiwei's disciple, otherwise, he had to take Zhang Chen as his disciple. No, he was going to take on a disciple on behalf of his master and make Zhang Chen his own. Just as a few people were having fun, Wang also walked over to Zhang Chen at some point, extended his finger to poke him, and opened his mouth. Zhang Chen, do you have any food left there? I'm starving. Zhang Chen didn't have time to open his mouth to reply, only to see Zhou Meng dash to Wang Yuya's side. raised his hand and gave him a pop. "You brat. All day long you're not big or small. How are you talking to Master Nephew Zhang Chen? This is your senior uncle Zhang Chen. Show some respect in the future." With this matter out of the way, Zhang Chen and the others stayed on Wudong Mountain for a few more days, until the three of them, he, Xia He and Wang Yuya, had strolled through all the scenery around Wudong Mountain. Only then did he return to the Taoist temple to take his leave of Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng did not want Zhang Chen to leave and wanted him to stay on Wudong Mountain for more time. Zhang Chen could now be considered a great contributor to their Wudong, and Zhou Meng naturally didn't want to let him go so early. Recently Zhou Meng somehow, the more he looked at Zhang Chen, the better he felt. These days, he even went out of his way to entertain Zhang Chen with the goodies he had treasured for many years. In fact, Zhang Chen had not been idle during his time at Wudong Mountain. He took advantage of instructing the Wudong disciples to copy all the feats he hadn't seen before as well. By the way, it increases the number of times a feat can be strengthened by dozens of times. During the time he stayed at Wudong Mountain, Zhang Chen also found life here very pleasant. If he could, he would also like to spend more time in the mountains purifying himself before coming back down. But just the night before, Zhang Chen received a call from Zhao Fengshu. Zhao Fengshu tells him that he has now heard from Zhang Huai. In another week or so, he would probably have to go to the Tang sect in Shuzhong to meet Su Xin, the good brother he had befriended back then. With important matters at hand, Zhang Chen naturally would not stay in Wudong for much longer. So after bidding farewell to Zhou Meng and Wang Yuya, the two of them, he and Xia He, bought a plane ticket directly from the nearest airport and flew towards where the Tang sect was located. Chapter 92 traveled to the Southwest Region branch and borrowed the Wangjian Ball. After getting off the airplane, the two of them, Zhang Chen and Xia He, did not rush to the Tang sect. After all, according to the company's intelligence, Zhang Huai wouldn't arrive at the Shuzhong territory until a week later, so the two still have plenty of time to do some preparation. After calling Zhao Fengshu and inquiring about the exact location of the company's branch in the Southwest region, the two of them then took a car and headed straight for the company's Southwest region division. About 2 hours later, Zhang Chen took the company's direct temporary worker license issued to him by the company and managed to meet Howie, the general director of the Southwest region. Howie was indeed a bit confused at first about Zhang Chen's arrival, especially for this special status of Zhang Chen. It was the first time he had heard of the name of the direct temporary staff at headquarters. However, when he saw the word Zhang Chen written on the license plate Zhang Chen took out, he couldn't help but think of the overthrow of the Pill Fairy Society that had occurred in the South China region some days ago. The incident that happened in Liao Zhong's jurisdiction should have been led by this kid called Zhang Chen. Thus, Howie could not help but be much more respectful to Zhang Chen. A few moments later, inside the company of the Southwest region, Zhang Chen sat in the chair of the person in charge, Howie, and crossed his legs, casually flipping through the intelligence on his desk. Howie did not understand what Zhang Chen's sudden arrival was about, but after all, Zhang Chen's power was above his own, so he was not in a position to directly open his mouth to ask. One could only stand aside and silently wait for Zhang Chen to take the initiative to speak. Zhang Chen looked at this Howie beside himself who had a country face, square glasses and a white shirt. The mind couldn't help but wonder, how in the world did such an ordinary-looking middle-aged man receive that bastard Wang Jinxiu under his command? While Zhang Chen observed Howie also observed Zhang Chen just as carefully. After all, the person who came to his Southwest branch this time really surprised him. First was Zhang Chen, a brat who looked to be in his teens. He didn't understand how on earth Zhang Chen, at such a young age, had gotten mixed up in a position higher than his. What surprised Howie even more was the woman who followed Zhang Chen around, wearing a maid's outfit. If he remembered correctly, this strangely dressed woman by Zhang Chen's side should be one of the 4 crazy people that all sects had become quite famous for in recent years. Bone Scraper. Summer Harvest. The first time I recognized Summer Harvest, Howie was then already thinking in his mind whether to order his men to make an arrest of her. But when he saw Xia he had been following Zhang Chen's back, behaving beyond his expectations, Howie then instantly understood. The guy who dared to bring this kind of demon with him naturally wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. After both sides sized each other up, Zhang Chen finally spoke. Mr. Hao, the headquarters is going to conduct a secret mission in the Shuzhong region in the last few days. I hope you'll do your best to cooperate with headquarters. Howie, who had been waiting for a long time, was relieved to hear Zhang Chen finally speak. Immediately afterward, he was stunned by the content inside Zhang Chen's words. A secret mission from headquarters? Mr. Zhang, this secret mission, can I know the content? Looking at Hao Yi's face filled with doubt, Zhang Chen could not help but secretly nod his head. It seems like Zhao Fengshu is still keeping his word. At that time, he said that the company would not be involved in Zhang Huai's affairs, so it seems to be all true. It's amazing that he really didn't have any news down the line at all. Otherwise, When he said out loud that they were going on a secret mission in Shu, Hao Yi wouldn't be acting the way he is now. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and spoke to Hao Yi. Mr. Hao, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name directly. Actually, this matter is my own personal matter, and it has to do with your Tang sect in Shu. I've come to an agreement with the company that this time no one from the company will be involved in this matter or meddle in it until it's over. Hearing this, Hao Yi couldn't help but become more curious about this matter. At the same time, he also realized that those 2 words from Zhang Chen just now were actually testing him. At this moment, Hao Yi was a bit puzzled. Since Zhang Chen had already reached an agreement with the company was certain that it would not meddle in his affairs. Then why did the kid make another special trip to the Southwest branch? What the hell does he want? Is it just to inform us? But isn't this something the company should be doing? It's obviously a phone call away. Why does this kid have to come here and run? Just as Hao Yi was wondering about Zhang Chen's purpose of coming to the Southwest branch, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke once more. Actually, I came here because I want to borrow someone from you. Mr. Hao, a loaner? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Hao Yi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Wait, Zhang Chen, didn't you say that the company wouldn't intervene in this mission? Then why did you come to the branch to borrow someone? Isn't that a little out of order? Hearing Hao Yi's unorthodox 4 words as soon as they left his mouth, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Hao, let me ask you, did you not receive any notice of this operation? Hao Yi was visibly stunned by Zhang Chen's question. Zhang Chen is right. Prior to Zhang Chen's arrival, he had indeed not received any notification that there was going to be any covert action in Shuzhong. There is no news at all, so to speak. That seems to tell a story. That is, the head office also seemed to have tacitly agreed that Zhang Chen could come to them to borrow people to use. As for borrowing or not, how much to borrow, that's all up to you, the head of the Southwest region. Of course, these people who are lent out are certainly not allowed to act in the name of the company. Thinking of this, Hao Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Being the head of the region, he had actually guessed it. This time when Zhang Chen came to borrow someone, his purpose was actually not as simple as just borrowing someone. In his opinion, Zhang Chen was more interested in using the opportunity of borrowing someone from himself to draw a relationship with the head of his region. After all, Zhang Chen had already said that this operation was his personal matter. When Zhang Chen asked to borrow someone, he was asking himself to go and help him go on a private job. Could it be that this kid is giving me a chance to pull the wool over my eyes? But, what do I have that makes me worthy of him? For a while, Hao Yi was a bit puzzled. Wait, could it be that this kid wants to take over the company later? Trying to win the support of our several regional heads in advance? Suddenly, Hao Yi had a terrible speculation in his mind. After thinking about this, Hao Yi took another special look at Zhang Chen. So young, and supported by one of the company's upper echelons, and with his own strength he was able to take in an all-sex demon like Xia He. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to invest a little in him? If he does take control of the company in the future, won't that be? Hao Yi gulped. After a thought struggle, he decided to take the olive branch that Zhang Chen threw to him. Who do you want to borrow? How many people do you want to borrow? Hearing Hao Yi's words, Zhang Chen could not help but reveal a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just said, only one loan. Your Southwest region temp. Southwest tumor Wang Jinxiu. Chapter 93. Dare to lay a hand on even your boss? Shocked Wang Jinxiu, Hao Yi was first stunned after hearing Zhang Chen ask for the person he wanted. He then opened his mouth in great confusion. Wang Jinxiu? Are you sure this asshole can help you? Hao Yi really couldn't have imagined it. The person Zhang Chen wanted to borrow turned out to be the temporary worker he had just taken on. At the same time, he was curious about the name Southwest Tumor that Zhang Chen had mentioned. He knew that although this guy Wang Jinxiu had some fame in this Southwest region, but it shouldn't be so famous. Even the people at the head office know about this guy? And what the hell is this tumor of the Southwest thing? Wang Jinxiu the bastard. When did he get that name? Although Hao Yi's mind was full of questions, but after a moment's reflection, he opened his mouth and asked, Zhang Chen, how dangerous is this mission? Shall I send you some more men? Hearing Hao Yi's words, Zhang Chen shook his head. Mr. Hao, although this operation is dangerous, with me here, I will definitely be able to keep this asshole safe. Another thing, I'm not borrowing him this time around expecting him to be involved in what I'm about to do. Rather, it's something else. Hearing Zhang Chen's words with conviction, Hao Min examined for a while. Then he walked out of the house, picked up his cell phone and called Wang Jinxiu. 2 days later, Hao Yi's office. A blonde, blue-eyed, wearing ultra-short pants showing a pair of long white legs, dressed in a very beautiful and avant-garde young woman, gently pushed open the door to Hao Yi's office. Mr. Hao, I'm coming. Want a love hug after such a long time? Or maybe a set of love-filled sloppy joes will do. As soon as Wang Jinxiu arrived at Hao Yi's office, he started his asshole act. Ahem. Balls. Seriously. There are guests. Only after hearing Hao Yi's words did the ladies' man, Wang Jinxiu, raise his head to look at the two of them, Zhang Chen and Xia He. Mr. Hao, this is the person you said inside the phone that you want to borrow from me, right? TSK, this little kid is so cute looking, Wang Jinxiu said as he stepped forward, making a gesture to give Zhang Chen a big hug. However, looking at Wang Jinxiu who was gradually approaching him, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth always showed a bad smile. He stopped Xia He, who was preparing to block Wang Jinxiu out, with a look, just sitting on the chair waiting for Wang Jinxiu to come up. Looking at Zhang Chen who was sitting there surprisingly relaxed his guard against himself, Wang Jinxiu then laughed in his heart. I didn't think it would be so easy to get it. Just when Wang Jinxiu thought his love of horse-killing chicken was about to hit Zhang Chen, accidents happen. Zhang Chen did not indulge in the soothing sensation of horse-killing chicken as he had expected. Rather, his hand that touched Zhang Chen's body was at that moment as if it was poisoned, instantly swelling into a pig's hoof. Still a real asshole. No wonder it can be called a major tumor in the Southwest. How does it feel to meet with your boss and have to go under? How does it feel to be under compulsion? Ball? Zhang Chen looked at Wang Jinxiu with a smile on his face. He had just switched his body to his compassion saint body form in time when Wang Jinxiu was about to get himself a set of horse-killing chicken. Let the two hands of Wang Jinxiu, who touched his body, were poisoned by the parasites, and immediately swelled into a pig's hoof. What do you mean? 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 That's a lovey-dovey horse for me. Very cozy. But, Chief, you're being a bit relentless with this compulsion. Feeling the sharp pain that continued to come from his hand, Wang Jinxiu now understood very well that this compulsion he had been hit by was Zhang Chen giving himself a small punishment. To be able to put a compulsion on me without realizing it, this kid is really something. So it seems that there really isn't a single guy from the headquarters who was good to be messed with. The two of them, Zhang Chen and Wang Jinxiu, briefly exchanged tentative exchanges. It really made Xia He and Hao Yi on the side look silly. Hao Yi knew that Wang Jinxiu's character was very stubborn, but he hadn't expected it anyway. He also dared to make a move to test Zhang Chen when he was facing a direct temporary worker from the headquarters, but he expected even less. Zhang Chen surprisingly saw at a glance that Wang Jinxiu was going to lay a hand on himself, and without all of them knowing it, he also put a compulsion on Wang Jinxiu, the result of this brief exchange between the two. Naturally, Wang Jinxiu was completely crushed by Zhang Chen on all fronts. Humph. Insouciant guy. Xia He looked at Wang Jinxiu, whose hand had swollen into a pig's hoof, and opened his mouth to mock without mercy. Hearing Xia He's mockery, Wang Jinxiu didn't get angry, but twisted his head around to seriously size her up. For some reason, Wang Jinxiu always felt that he had seen this beautiful woman in front of him dressed as a maid somewhere. This sister. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Xia He didn't want to answer Wang Jinxiu's question and directly turned his head away. Who made her feel nothing but good about this Wang Jinxiu fellow? Xia He majored in Mei Gong, but she naturally liked men who were sunny and rigid and strong. But for Wang Jinxiu, this feminine and charming, without a trace of masculinity, the female big man really can't like it. What's more, if it was about face, this Wang Jinxiu wasn't really much worse than her. If not for the fact that Xia He knew that he was a man, he was afraid that he would have been wary of this guy that Zhang Chen had named to be borrowed. Hey, Chief, give me an antidote. With your hand swollen like this, you won't get a chance to work for you next. Wang Jinxiu doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. Straight away, the paw swollen into a pig's hoof reached out to that Zhang Chen's body. However, the current Zhang Chen didn't have any thoughts of helping him detoxify. Looking at the expectant Wang Jinxiu, he lightly laughed. Let it swell for now. Anyway, you can't be used for a while. It's enough to have me alone for the next thing. You and Summer Harvest just watch from the sidelines. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Jinxiu could not help but be disappointed. He was just about to ask for another favor from Zhang Chen. He suddenly realized a serious problem. Just now, Zhang Chen seemed to have mentioned an unbeatable name. Summer Harvest. Wait, Chief, did you just say Summer Harvest? It's not possible that this Summer Harvest you're talking about is the all-sex one. The four-jangled maniac. Is it? Wang Jinxiu had just finished saying this and immediately turned his head to look at Xia He. When he corresponded that face of Xia He with the one in the wanted notice he had read earlier, Wang Jinxiu couldn't help but be startled. Good lord. All-sexed scrappers? All of which this kid has gotten around as a maid? He's really good at that. Wang Jinxiu this goods road thief wild. Know a lot of full sex in the guy. So naturally he has a deep understanding of the people in omni-sex. But what shocked him was that Xia He, who had disappeared inside all sex the other day, now appeared by his side, and became the personal maid of his top boss? if this news gets out, I'm afraid that it's going to make a lot of guys inside the circle who are mesmerized by Shaha break the big defense. Chapter 94, going to meet the Tang sect leader and still have to break through the barrier first? Zhang Chen, where are we going? At this time has been sitting in the car Wang Zhenxiu. Simply do not know to sit in this car will be driven to where? To the Tang clan. Zhang Chen did not hide anything and directly explained the destination of his trip to Wang Zhenxiu. Wait, where did you say to go? Is it to Tang clan? Oh ho. I'm familiar with this place Tang clan. In the past I even wanted to worship the principal Zhang Wang there as a teacher. Unfortunately, he almost said yes. As soon as he heard Zhang Chen say that he was going to the Tang sect, a hint of interest immediately appeared on Wang Zhenxiu's face. Look at the excited expression on Wang Zhenxiu's face. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, opened his mouth with a slight smile. Balls, just don't get thrown out when the time comes. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Zhenxiu could not help but freeze for a moment. For some reason, he always felt that this Zhang Chen kid seemed to be aware of his grudge against the Tang sect. This could not help but cause him, Wang Zhenxiu, to be wary. After all, what happened between himself and Don's Gate happened before he entered the company as a temp. He couldn't understand how Zhang Chen knew about this at all. Soon, with a kick of the brakes from Summer Harvest, the trio's sedan pulled up in front of the Tang Clan Martial Arts School. Where are you guys from? Who are you looking for? Come and register. Looking at the car parked in front of the martial arts school, the doorman came out from inside the security room at the entrance with very agile hands. Looking at the janitorial grandpa who already had a white beard and hair, but his hands were still very athletic and agile, the three of them immediately realized that this old doorman was not an ordinary person, but an inhuman. TSK, Master Lu, what else do you need to register? Don't you recognize me? It's me, Wang Zhenxiu. Before Zhang Chen had the chance to speak, Wang Zhenxiu took a step ahead of both Zhang Chen. Oh, so it's Wang Zhenxiu. Hold on, I'll make a call. The moment he saw Wang Zhenxiu, the doorman, Mr. Lu, re-entered his security chamber. He only saw that he touched a kanji circle from inside his coat pocket and gently pressed it down. About 2 minutes later, several middle-aged men dressed in black then rushed out from within the Tang sect martial arts school. At the head of them was Tang Ming, who had a bald head and an extremely burly figure. Behind him followed several young men. Among these few people, Zhang Chen recognized a few familiar faces inside. Tao Tao, who would later become the outer sect teacher of the Tang sect, Tang Ming's personal disciple, Tang Wenlong, and a little girl, Tang Tingting, who had been following behind Tang Wenlong and was dressed in a flowing manner. After receiving the message notification from Guan Yuan, Tang Ming immediately brought the students he was training to the entrance of the martial arts school. When he saw that it was actually Wang Zhenxiu standing at the entrance of the martial arts school, unable to help himself, he blushed. Without saying a word, he directly took Tao Tao and Tang Wenlong and a few of them, carried Wang Zhenxiu and threw him out from the entrance of Tang Clan Martial Arts School. How dare you come back, you asshole? Even Principal Zhang Wang almost let you fool him 2 years ago. Looking at Wang Zhenxiu who was thrown far away, Tang Ming walked straight to the entrance of the martial arts school and blocked it with his burly figure. Shaha. See if I'm right. This asshole definitely needs to be thrown out. Xia He, who was on the side, saw that Zhang Chen's words had actually been fulfilled. Her admiration for Zhang Chen grew a little more in her heart. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes as she looked at Wang Zhenxiu. Xia He wanted to know what exactly Wang Zhenxiu had done in the Tang clan that was outrageous. How could you be thrown out just as soon as you stepped through the gates of the Tang sect? Hey, Tang Ming, you guys have gone too far. If you're not allowed in, you're not allowed in, and you're going to throw me out. Look at that. It's staining my new change of clothes. Tang Ming ignored Wang Zhenxiu, who was sitting on the ground and complaining. Instead, he turned his gaze to the two of them, Zhang Chen and Xia He, who were sizing him up on the side. What are you doing here at Tang Clan? Tang Ming was very direct, and without any bends and turns directly inquired about Zhang Chen's purpose for coming here. Come to meet the current head of your Tang sect, Yang Lai. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tang Ming's eyes glazed over. The current Tang sect had long since been converted into a martial arts school, and the apparent principal was Zhan Wang, an elder of the outer sect. But in reality, the current head of the Tang sect is Yang Lai. Very few outsiders know about this incident. If Zhang Chen and the others came to Tang Clan Martial School to look for Zhang Wang by name, it still makes sense. But knowing so much about the internal situation of their Tang sect, I'm afraid that this kid is definitely not an ordinary person. What are you? Which sect and which faction? What exactly is the purpose of seeking out the sect leader? Tang Ming stared at Zhang Chen with incomparable seriousness. After all, with Zhang Chen's age now, in Tang Ming's eyes it was only a few years older than those disciples of his own. A kid this old dares to ask for the Tang sect leader by name in front of the martial arts school. This made Tang Ming couldn't help but feel that there was weirdness everywhere in this matter. Dragon Tiger Mountain Zhang Chen, now affiliated with the company. This is my work permit. As for the purpose, I don't think you're qualified to know for now. Zhang Chen's unceremonious words made Tang Ming couldn't help but change his face. However, Zhang Chen's self-exposed identity and background forced him to be much more scrupulous. Whether it's the LW or the company, neither of these two massive forces had ever crossed paths with their Tang sect. Since Zhang Chen dared to come out to their sect master Yang Lai with these two names, that meant that this time, the matter brought about by this kid named Zhang Chen was really not small. Regarding this matter, Tang Ming didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but he couldn't just let Zhang Chen in. After all, the inner gate of the Tang sect wasn't something that anyone could visit. So Tang Ming thought about it and spoke. Since you said you were from LW and company, then I guess you should have some skills. Wanting to go to the back of the mountain to meet our sect leader Yang Lai is naturally possible, but you have to have the appropriate skills to do so. However, seeing as you're still young, we won't be overly difficult. As long as you can successfully cross the martial arts school area to enter the back mountain, I will report to the sect leader myself. Hearing Tang Ming's words, a rare smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. To meet the sect leader and test my strength? I don't think your disciples from Longhu Mountain should be unable to pass even the simplest level, right? After saying this, Tang Ming directly stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of inviting the king into the jar. Zhang Chen knew that the test Tang Ming had said should be false. In fact, he should want to take this opportunity to see if the gongfu he practiced was from the Longhu Mountain lineage or not. If not, then a charge of trespassing on the Tang clan would, I'm afraid, fall on him. However, Zhang Chen didn't care about these small obstacles that Tang Ming had set up for himself, only to see him smile and turn back, waving at Xia He and Wang Jinxiu. Let's go. Before we go to the inner sect, let's try how the Tang sect's methods are. Chapter 95, How could this kid Zhang Chen be that perverted? Wait, you can go in by yourself. You can't take these two guys with you, especially this asshole. Tang Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at Wang Jinxiu who was preparing to follow Zhang Chen in and opened his mouth. While talking about Wang Jinxiu, his eyes were also carefully sizing up Xia, who was dressed in a maid's outfit. For some reason, Tang Ming always felt as if he had seen this woman somewhere before. A more important piece of reason, he sensed a hint of danger from this woman's body. They're all company men now, so why can't they get in? Looking at Zhang Chen, he once again moved out the company to press himself. Tang Ming couldn't help but show a hint of anger on his face. Originally the test was for yourself, but if you bring the two of them with you, the difficulty of your path up the mountain is going to increase several times more. Hearing Tang Ming's words, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth not only revealed a hint of a smile, he naturally knew exactly what Tang Ming meant when he said that the difficulty had increased several times. After all, for them, outsiders who had suddenly arrived at the Tang sect, it was necessary to feel out the bottom line of their party before they could rest assured. It's several times more difficult, isn't it? Well, this is great. I would have thought it would have been a bit pointless. Right. Why don't we do this? You call out all of the current Tang sect's best men, and I'll come and break into your level. What do you think? Zhang Chen's words fell. A hint of anger appeared on the faces of Tang Ming, Tao Tao and the crowd of disciples and others. With these words, Zhang Chen clearly didn't put the likes of them in his eyes. What a cocky guy. Although our Tang sect is no longer what it used to be, you'll have to pay for underestimating the Tang sect just like that. Let's go. Go back and get ready. We absolutely cannot let any of the three of them go up the mountain. After saying that, Tang Ming turned around and left without looking back. As he was leaving, he even directly took out the Quan Yuan and notified the inner disciples on the mountain. This time, he was really angry. A little kid from Longhu Mountain. How dare he look down on them, and the nerve to talk in such a big tone. This time, he, Tang Ming, must make this brat called Zhang Chen learn a good lesson. Hey, Zhang Chen, this is the Tang sect. Will the words you just said be a bit? Looking at Zhang Chen, who stood in front without any fear, Wang Jinxiu walked up and spoke with a serious face. The signature smile was gone from his face at this point. It looked like the asshole was still a bit wary of them when he got serious. What? Wimped out? Zhang Chen, on the other hand, opened his mouth with a smile full of concern. Wimpy, that I admit. How about this? How about you two go in first and I'll wait for you outside? As soon as Wang Jinxiu's words fell, suddenly a chain generated by a golden light spell was directly attached to him. Keep Wang Jinxiu moving. Xia, this asshole is yours. Let's go in together. Zhang Chen handed the other end of the chain to Xia He, and then stepped through the gates of the Tang sect martial arts school with full concern. Hey, you two send yourselves to death, but don't take me with you. Even if these swarms of people have stopped laying down their deadly hands now, if they fall into their hands, they will have to shed layers of skin. Seeing that Zhang Chen seemed to really want to go and break into the Tang sect, Wang Zhenxiu was so scared that he had to rush out. It was a pity that he, who was bound by Zhang Chen's golden light spell, was dragged forward on the ground by a gentle pull from Xiaohe on the other end of the chain. I'll go. You two simpletons. You guys don't have a grudge against the Tang sect, but I have a grudge against the Tang sect. I'm the one who's going to get beaten up if this is a hard break-in. You two assholes, let go of me. Just like that, amidst Wang Zhenxiu's exclamation of surprise, Zhang Chen and Xiaohe led him to break into the Tang sect martial arts school. Meanwhile, in the inner gate of the Tang sect, Tang Ming has finished reporting the situation. Yang Lai, who was seated at the sect master's seat, twisted his head to look at the several senior brothers around him, and then opened his mouth. Gentlemen, do you have any thoughts on the arrival of this dragon tiger mountain brat? As soon as Yang Lai's words left his mouth, Tang Niaoxing, Tang Qiushan, and Zhang Wang looked at each other and all shook their heads at the same time. At this moment, these few old guys inside the Tang sect were all a bit uncertain. After all, Zhang Chen's arrival was really too sudden, without any prior notice. This caused these few old guys from the Tang sect to have some doubts in their hearts. Looking at the crowd who were shaking their heads, Yang Lai couldn't help but sigh. The Tang clan is really down and out now. If they were placed in the heyday of the Tang sect, this piece of business would not even require a few of their old men to get together and guess. The intelligence system inside the door should have been sent over a long time ago. It looks like you guys aren't too familiar with Zhang Chen, so I'll talk about this kid. Zhang Chen is the Shutten disciple of the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei of Longhu Mountain, and his cultivation talent and strength can be described by the word pervert. There's not a lot of information about him, but every piece of it is a shock. Speaking here, Yang Lai paused and looked at the several people whose faces gradually became grave and then said, the other day at the Lu family feast, our disciple Tang Wenlong and a group of other young men were planted in the hands of this kid. Zhang Chen is only in his late teens now, but he easily defeated the Zhuge family's family head, Zhuge Archbishop, in the ring. It even forced out his heart demons, but in the end, the one who resolved his heart demons was actually him, Zhang Chen. When Yang Lai told the information he had gathered about Zhang Chen one by one, inside the Tang sect, the few old guys present looked at me and I looked at you all saw a trace of incredulity from each other's faces. If what sect master Yang Lai said is true, then Zhang Chen, this brat's strength and talent, was really perverse. Alas, it's a pity. It would have been better if Zhang Chen was from our Tang sect. Tang Niaoxing, who was on the side, shook his head helplessly. To be honest, this one he was truly envious that the old heavenly master had taken in such a disciple who could be called a demon. Looking at the various expressions on the faces of the several Tang sect elders around him, Yang Lai's face gradually became serious as he continued. Everyone, although this kid is strong and perverted, since he chose to break through our Tang sect's mountain gate, then let's try beata this kid's limits. No matter what his purpose is in coming here this time, let's take him down before we talk about anything else. Yes, sect master. At this moment, Zhang Chen had already walked onto the playground of the Tang sect martial school. Looking at the playground that had just been incredibly playful, with many people practicing, there was no movement in such a short period of time. Zhang Chen couldn't help but secretly sigh. The students and teachers inside this Tang clan martial arts school were all quite strong in their execution. Just as he proceeded to move forward, suddenly an extremely slender hidden thread suddenly wrapped around his neck at that moment. Is this coming? Interesting. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth gently curved up in an arc. Not caring in the slightest about the hidden thread wrapped around his neck, he continued to stride straight forward. Chapter 96, Playing with Poison? I'm a master. Bingo! What high disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain? It's nothing more than that. Lung lost to him. It was a real loss that was a bit unfair. At this moment, Tang Tingting, who was hiding in the shadows, watched as her hidden thread wrapped around Zhang Chen's neck so easily. She couldn't help but have a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to pull the hidden thread in her hand and put Zhang Chen down, suddenly, she felt a slight chill down her back. It seemed as if someone was standing right behind her. Before she could turn around, she heard a voice with a smirk coming from behind herself. Tang Tingting, right, your hidden line play is not too good, but you need to practice more. Oh. When she finished, she didn't give her a chance to make a move. Zhang Chen reached out a hand and flicked the back of her head. Just this one hit directly bounced Tang Tingting off. Solved 1. Keep going. After resolving Tang Tingting, Zhang Chen purposely glanced towards the place less than 10 meters beside her. He then proceeded to take Xiaohe and dragged Wang Zhenxiu towards the back of the Tang sect's mountain. Tang Ming, who was currently using the illusory body barrier and squatting beside Tang Tingting in preparation for checking her injuries. It only felt like he had just been given a good look by Zhang Chen. It was as if the illusory body barrier he was using was just like a pose, and could not escape Zhang Chen's eyes at all. How? Could it be that he has recognized my illusionary body barrier? Tang Ming's eyes were filled with incredulity. Although his illusory body barrier was not ranked in the Tang sect, it was not so bad that it was recognized by a teenager. Is it not me he's looking at? Is this all a coincidence? Otherwise, why hasn't he taken a shot at me? With these questions in mind, Tang Ming first checked Tang Tingting's injuries. It was only after realizing that she had only fainted temporarily and was not in any serious condition that he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhang Chen had struck with a measured hand. It only knocks people out, but doesn't hurt them. This made Tang Ming's impression of Zhang Chen a few points better. However, even if his impression score of Zhang Chen had improved, it did not prevent him from going on to take Zhang Chen down. These impression points would, at best, make Zhang Chen suffer less physical pain when he was caught. As Zhang Chen continued forward, Tang Wenlong's figure suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, even though I know that the current me is still not a match for you, I still want to give it a try. Poison barrier. With Tang Wenlong opening his own body protection poison barrier, a purple air began to flow continuously around his body. After being easily defeated by you with the golden light mantra last time, my cultivation has been many times harder than before. This time, I don't believe I can still lose that badly against you again. Looking at Tang Wenlong, who was flying and attacking, Zhang Chen smiled gently and spoke to him. Playing with drugs? Now, I can be a master at playing with poison too. Zhang Chen had just finished the sentence. He actually extended his hand directly, preparing to use his flesh to harden himself against Tang Wulong's poison barrier. Seeing this scene, the always calm Tang Wenlong couldn't help but become angry. You guy, how dare you look down on me like that? Against my poison barrier, you can't even open the golden light incantation? Under the added weight of his anger, Tang Wenlong's poison barrier was a few points more victorious than before. As long as it touches his body, my air poison can instantly spread throughout his entire body. In that case, the winner is me. Tang Wenlong was incredibly confident. After all, their Tang sect's poison barrier was no ordinary poison. Instead, it's a gas poison that can easily put down an elephant. However, Tang Wenlong, who carries the belief that he will win, when his fist came into contact with Zhang Chen's palm, Tang Wenlong surprisingly saw that his poison barrier seemed to have been punctured by something. That thing was nothing else but a kind of air. It was an air poison that was completely different from their Tang sect poison barrier. Zhang Chen merely stopped Tang Wenlong's fist with his palm and tossed him aside without further attention. Just when Tang Wenlong wanted to use other means to continue attacking Zhang Chen, instead, he suddenly felt weak and ready to pass out. At that moment, he suddenly looked at the place on his hand that had just been touched by Zhang Chen, only to see that his hand, at some point, had turned completely black and purple. At the same time, that black-purple chi poison was rapidly spreading down his meridians and throughout his body. Before Tang Wenlong had a chance to speak, his eyes went white and he directly fainted. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinxiu, who had been dragged by Xia He in chains, could not help but be shocked. What kind of kung fu are you practicing, kid? How is it that even the Tang sect, which is the most skillful at playing with poison, has fallen into your kid's hands? Upon hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, Zhang Chen then heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. The Pill Fairy Society incident in the South China region some days ago. There was a compassionate body sacred child there. You know about this, don't you? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Jinxiu subconsciously nodded. What I can tell you is that the compassionate sacred child, I cured him. Zhang Chen's light words. It instantly made Wang Jinxiu's eyes widen. Obviously, this asshole guy was aware of the weight that the four words compassionate sacred child represented. Compulsive body holy child? I'll go. Those assholes who play with parasites in Miaozhan can't even handle you? How sick do you have to be, kid? As soon as Wang Jinxiu finished his words, Zhang Chen stretched out a hand and casually wiped it over his mouth. Within a short time, Wang Jinxiu's lips were swollen into two sausages. Looking at this wretched appearance of Wang Jinxiu at this moment, Xiaha on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time you scolded me. A slight punishment. Next time, I'll keep you from eating for a week. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Jinxiu instantly shut up. After all, in the area of playing with poison, even the compulsion body sage boy and the group of compulsion playing guys in Miaozhan couldn't fix Zhang Chen. It was evident just how perverse Zhang Chen was in this piece. Wang Jinxiu wouldn't dare to mess with him next. Seeing Tang Wenlong, who had fallen aside, Wang Jinxiu couldn't help but mourn for him, and at the same time thought unconsciously in his heart, I'm afraid that only the legendary Tang sect stand devouring can touch this guy Zhang Chen's poison, right? Tang Ming, who had been trailing behind the few people, couldn't help but frown at the sight of Tang Wenlong, who had been poisoned to the ground by Zhang Chen. He had just checked Tang Wulong's injuries. Although the poison he had been hit with was not fatal, it was very troublesome. It wasn't just any poison, it was a compulsion. It's still a hybrid compulsion. Zhang Chen actually knew how to use poison, and he even used it so well. This matter made Tang Ming couldn't help but frown. After all, he had been in the inhuman realm for so many years, but he had never heard of a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain who would also play with poison. It's getting troublesome. It seems that this Zhang Chen fellow's strength is truly not to be underestimated, and none of the juniors are his match. I'm going to have to figure out how to take a shot at him next. Just as Tang Ming was about to launch an attack on Zhang Chen under the protection of the illusory body barrier, a sudden hand on his shoulder startled him. Tang Ming, take the juniors and retreat first. You're no match for this kid. Next, let's let us old guys do it. Chapter 97. How does this kid even know Tai Chi? Hearing a familiar voice from behind himself, Tang Ming turned around and saw that his master, Tang Miaoxing, and several of his uncles had stood behind him at some point. The battle in front of him made him jump. He couldn't imagine, no matter what, how a mere Zhang Chen deserved to be taken so seriously by the elders of the sect. Isn't this a bit of a big show? Master, various uncles, what brings you here? I'm about to take Zhang Chen down. Looking at the visitor, a hint of helplessness appeared on Tang Ming's face. Hey, I knew you kids were high-minded and unconvinced, but to put it mildly, you're really no match for that Zhang Chen kid. Look at this. What is it? Tang Xiaoshan reached out his hand and pinched out one of the air masses that Zhang Chen had left in Tang Ming's hair. Seeing the air mass inside his senior uncle's hand, a look of shock appeared in Tang Ming's eyes. The moment he saw this air mass, Tang Ming knew that he had lost. He knew that as long as he had just launched an attack on Zhang Chen, then this air mass would instantly explode at the back of his head, causing him to faint straight away just like Tang Wenlong and Tang Tingting. But what made Tang Ming wonder in any case was, when exactly did Zhang Chen leave this behind? Why don't you feel anything yourself? Tang Ming, since you know you've lost, go down. Next, this guy will be left to us few old things to deal with. Senior brothers, we haven't been serious for a long time. This time, how about some serious fun? As soon as Tang Miaoxing's words fell, Zhang Wang Tang Xiaoshan and the two of them immediately nodded with a smile. Since the country entered the age of peace, it's not often that you get a chance to let go and do something like today. Senior brother Zhang Wang, next the two of us will be the main attackers, and you, Tang Xiaoshan, will be responsible for assisting from the side. After ordering their respective tasks, Tang Miaoxing and Zhang Wang both instantly turned on their illusory body miasma and disappeared in a flash. Tang Xiaoshan, who couldn't use the illusory body miasma, instead fished out a bunch of poison-concealed weapons from his own pocket. Always be ready to assist. Tang Ming, who was on the side, looked at his master and uncle's crisp and clean movements. The heart couldn't help but be amazed. The speed and power of their movements now were far superior to when they had practiced against themselves and others before. It looks like these old guys are really getting serious. Seeing this, Tang Ming couldn't help but mourn for Zhang Chen in his heart. It can make his three senior uncles who have actually gone to war move for real. Then Zhang Chen will be in bad luck. At this moment, the three of them, Zhang Chen, were still advancing towards the back of the Tang Sex Mountain. As the three of them walked, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly lurched, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, is there a change? Only this time the guy who came is much more interesting than just now. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, he was seen directly transporting his air and blasting out a fist towards his right side. The moment he blasted out his fist, only to see a slender Tang Clan handthorn, it met his fist. Under Zhang Chen's furious and incomparable fighting dragon and tiger fist, Zhang Wang's special hand spikes were instantly smashed into a piece of scrap metal by Zhang Chen's fist. Seeing this, Zhang Wang did not continue to fight and instantly retreated a distance of tens of meters. Looking at the young man in front of him with a horrified face, Zhang Wang couldn't figure out how he had been exposed no matter what. Although his own illusory body miasma was not as well practiced as his senior brothers, but fooling a teenage kid shouldn't come as a surprise. Now, however, the unexpected came. Zhang Wang retreated with a single strike, and Zhang Chen did not continue to choose to go after him. Instead, he craned his head to his left face. Hey, here's another one. Just the moment Zhang Chen's words fell, a long and thin handthorn ran towards Zhang Chen's large vertebrae point on his back and stabbed it. Looking at the way he struck out, it seemed that he did not want to take Zhang Chen's life, but only wanted to put him down. Zhang Chen naturally saw the purpose of the visitor, and he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Senior of the Tang sect, if you leave your hand on me, you're going to be in big trouble. Golden light curse, with Zhang Chen's lips slightly opened. Next moment, an incomparably strong golden light instantly covered his body. The golden light mantra from Dragon Tiger Mountain? It's nothing more than a body protection technique. My Tang sect hand stab specializes in breaking body protection techniques. Tang Miaoxing was very confident. He thought that even if it was a golden light spell, it would be hard to escape the piercing of his Tang sect's special concealed weapon. However, the moment his hand spikes made contact with the golden light on Zhang Chen's body, he realized that he was wrong. Dead wrong. His hand thrust, which had always been invincible, was like stabbing on top of a steel wall when he stabbed on Zhang Chen's golden light. No matter what, Zhang Chen's golden light defense could not be pierced through. How can his golden light curse be so powerful? How in the world did this kid cultivate? Feeling the sharp pain coming from the palm of the hand he was holding the spikes in, Tang Miaoxing looked down and surprisingly found that her palm was red and swollen from the reaction force she had just put on herself. Seeing this, he immediately retreated backwards at extreme speed to avoid being caught by Zhang Chen and blasted himself with his terrifying fist. At the same time that Tang Miaoxing made his second strike, Tang Qiushan, who was assisting from the side, directly threw out a large number of concealed weapons. Several poisoned steel needles stabbed at Zhang Chen's location like a heavenly maiden. A ball shaped with thousands of steel needles, the Tang sect's unique concealed weapon, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, exploded above Zhang Chen's head. Along with those steel needles with intense poison, they killed Zhang Chen. The poison on the steel needles can corrode the air on his golden light mantra, and the Stormy Pear Needle is the main attacking hidden weapon. Let's see where you're going to run away now. Watching Tang Qiushan throw out so many hidden weapons in one brain, Tang Miaoxing and Zhang Wang, both of them, thought that Zhang Chen's golden light curse was going to be dissolved by the Tang sect's poison, and that he was going to fall under the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. A scene that made their jaws drop occurred, only to see that those poison needles that could easily dissolve other sects' body protection techniques on a normal day had no effect on the golden light mantra. Not even a little splash turned up. What made them feel even more terrifying was the rainstorm of pear flower needles that had just exploded. The thousands of steel needles inside, surprisingly, did not fly out in all directions with the explosion of the concealed weapon. Instead, they were all collected together by Zhang Chen at this moment with a special kind of air, and spread out on top of his palm. Tang Miaoxing, who had seen a lot, recognized it in this instant. At this moment, what Zhang Chen was using was unexpectedly the Taiji Cloud Hand of the Wudong School. He was surprisingly in the moment when the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle exploded. Using the Taiji Cloud Hands of the Wudong School not only easily received these steel needles, but also held them in his hands with his chi. How does this kid even know Tai Chi, and cultivate it to such a terrifying realm? Just as the three of them, Tang Miaoxing, stared in disbelief, sighing at Zhang Chen's amazing means. Zhang Chen, who was in the distance, then opened his mouth with a soft smile. Nice concealed weapon. Give it back. You guys are going to catch this. They only saw Zhang Chen gently push with his right hand, and the thousands of steel needles in his hand swiftly flew towards the few of them. Chapter 98, If I don't come, you will die. Zhang Chen used an enhanced version of the Taiji Cloud Hand. With the power of 100 times the explosion of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, the thousands of steel needles were all knocked back. Danger! Spread out! Watching the movements of Zhang Chen's hands, Tang Miaoxing felt his scalp tingle for a moment. He was just about to greet his two senior brothers as they retreated together to avoid Zhang Chen's attack. However, those Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles unexpectedly all flew out against their bodies before they had time to act. Boom! 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 A series of popping sounds rang out behind several people. The three of them turned their heads at the same time to look at the granite mountain behind themselves that had been easily pierced by steel needles and blasted out a large hole. A look of horror appeared on all three of their faces at the same time. They couldn't have imagined it in any way. Those Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles that Zhang Chen had struck back were actually able to produce such a terrifying power. Especially Tang Qiushan, who was the least powerful of the three of them. He had actually felt the aura of death in the moment just now. What a scary kid. It's fortunate that he didn't strike with a deadly hand just now. Otherwise the three of us should have been seriously injured by now even if we didn't die. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was still standing in place with a hint of a smile on his face, Tang Miaoxing bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. He had to keep himself as calm as possible. Three seniors, still want to fight? If we don't fight anymore, but the late generation will proceed to the mountain. Zhang Chen's tone was calm as he spoke, but at this moment, it was so harsh in Tang Miaoxing's ears. The three of them old guys beat up Zhang Chen, a small one, and were almost all countered by the other party with a single move. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Chen had already saved his hand, the three of them would have lost by now. But the pride of being a member of the Tang sect prevented Tang Miaoxing from just admitting defeat straight away. He thought that even if he fell, he would fall in battle. Go on. As soon as Tang Miaoxing's words fell, Zhang Wang beside him immediately prepared to speak. Seifu, can't you understand when I say go on? Looking at his senior brother's tough attitude at this moment, after Zhang Wang was silent for a while, he once again used the illusory body miasma to disappear into thin air, attack the other two and distract him. Then we'll find a way to break his golden light curse and take this kid down. Tang Miaoxing knew that even if the three of them attacked Zhang Chen with all their might, I was afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through the perverted golden light mantra defense of this kid Zhang Chen. He had no choice but to do this. Use the people around Zhang Chen to distract him. then assassinate Zhang Chen. After switching mission objectives, Tang Qiushan threw a large number of concealed weapons at both Wang Zhenqiu and Xia He at the first opportunity. The two Xia Hu felt the danger, but at this time made a very different choice. Wang Zhenqiu was bound even by Zhang Chen's golden light spell. However, when faced with so many concealed weapons, he also firstly operated all of his own air in preparation to resist. On the other hand, Xia He, who was standing beside him, didn't even blink her face or eyelids, and didn't even take any defensive preparatory measures. She just moved her feet and stood towards Zhang Chen's side. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhenqiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then his heart exclaimed, how could this sister trust Zhang Chen so much, facing the Tang sect's hidden weapons without even the slightest bit of defense? Isn't this putting his life in Zhang Chen's hands? How in the world did Zhang Chen temper it? How come Xia He doesn't even have a bit of the appearance of a full sex demon now? Just as Wang Zhenqiu was shocked, the concealed weapons that Tang Qiushan had thrown had already flown in front of them. Suddenly, the golden light spell on Zhang Chen's body instantly expanded several times, wrapping both Wang Zhenqiu and Xia He in it. Looking at the concealed weapons that had fallen on the golden light curse, Wang Zhenqiu couldn't help but be alarmed in his heart. It's not right. The range of his golden light spell is off. Why hasn't this defense weakened at all after the area of the golden light curse has expanded by several times? How the hell did he do that? Just as Wang Zhenqiu turned his head towards Zhang Chen with a surprised expression. This was just in time to meet the disdainful look that Summer Harvest gave him. It's just some hidden weapons. Why are you so scared like that? With Zhang Chen around, aside from you being careful of Zhang Chen, as for everyone else, you don't have to worry. Wang Zhenqiu, if possible, Wang Zhenqiu really wanted to pull Xiao's collar and ask her what she meant by some hidden weapons. These are Tang Clan's hidden weapons. I'm afraid that except for Zhang Chen, a pervert and her, a pervert who had been tempered by Zhang Chen would not be afraid. There was no way that anyone else in the Inhuman Circle, including the heads of some sects, would not be afraid of these things from the Tang sect. Before this, if someone had dared to say in front of him that he wasn't afraid of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, then Wang Zhenqiu would have long ago slapped his big ear. But now, after seeing Zhang Chen's terrifying strength, Wang Zhenqiu finally realized that Xia was right. The Tang sect's hidden weapons didn't seem so scary anymore. Of course, the prerequisite was the presence of Zhang Chen. Wang Zhenqiu looked up after looking at the golden light spell enveloping the three of them. He then took the initiative to withdraw the air he had used for defense. Starting to actively follow the two, he took a step towards the back of the Tang sect's mountain. Originally, Tang Miaoxing, who was going to make a move with Xia and Wang Zhenqiu, upon seeing Zhang Chen's golden light mantra, which had a terrifyingly strong defense, could even be used in such a manner, he then already knew that with Zhang Chen's golden light curse, there was no way he would win. Tang Miaoxing knew that they had lost, and lost very thoroughly. Just like that, the three older generation powerhouses of the Tang sect could only watch as Zhang Chen and the three of them took a step onto the path to the back of the Tang sect's mountain. There was actually a campus in the middle of Tang sect's backyard. Only this campus corresponded to the inner gate of the Tang sect. The disciples of the inner sect practiced here on weekdays. At this moment, Zhang Chen, Xia He and Wang Zhenqiu were already sitting in the principal's office of this campus. Yang Lai, the current head of the Tang sect they were to meet, was sitting across from the three of them. Zhang Chen, is it? Well done. Three of my master brothers attacked together, but they couldn't even take you down. Yang Lai, whose beard and hair were all white, nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the young Zhang Chen. After taking a serious look at Zhang Chen, he could not help but think in his heart, if this child, Zhang Chen, came from the Tang sect, then the Tang sect's Dan devouring should be able to be passed on. It's just a pity that Zhang Chen worshipped the Dragon Tiger Mountain instead of their Tang sect. After a moment of silence, Yang Lai continued to speak. Tell me the purpose of your visit to me. After going through so much effort to break into my Tang sect's mountain gate, it would be unreasonable if there was nothing significant. After Yang Lai finished speaking, Xia He and Wang Zhenqiu also moved their eyes to Zhang Chen at the same time. The two of them were also curious as to why exactly Zhang Chen had to come to the Tang sect to meet Yang Lai. My purpose is simple. I'm here to save you. Save me? Yang Lai's face was full of doubts, not knowing where the word save came from. Yes, save you. If I don't come, you will die. Chapter 99, It's worthy of being a Dan devourer. A single one can top quite a few compulsion poisons. When Yang Lai heard the words you will die, his face changed violently and his anger overflowed. Xia He and Wang Zhenqiu, who were on the side, also had their faces change violently when they heard Zhang Chen say these words. I'm afraid that the only person who dared to say the three words that he would surely die to the Tang sect master was Zhang Chen. Although Yang Lai was angry, but after all, he was the one who was the head of the sect, and his chi-nourishing kung fu was still in place. As a moment of silence passed, Yang Lai adjusted his mind and spoke in a very icy tone. I shall die? Ha, Joke, could it be that you came to my Tang sect, going so far as to break into my mountain gate, just to joke with me? Looking at young Lai, who had obviously gotten angry, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, continued to lean back in his chair without any hesitation, his expression very relaxed. It seemed that he didn't place this Tang sect leader, who was in the throes of anger, in his eyes. Sect Master Yan Lai, do I look like I'm joking to you? As Zhang Chen's tone grew serious, Yang Lai also gradually realized that this time the matter seemed to reveal a hint of weirdness. He let out a long breath and pushed down the chest that was heaving with anger. Okay, if you're not kidding, then may I ask how I would have died without you? Was he killed? Or was it some weird way to die? Zhang Chen gradually sat up straight and stared into Yan Lai's eyes as he opened his mouth. Your guess is right. If I don't come, in less than 2 weeks' time, you will be killed inside the deep mountains with a group of good fighters. Looking at the confident expression on Zhang Chen's face, Yang Lai continued to ask, ha ha ha, ridiculous. Then tell me who is coming to kill me? How is it that I don't remember that I have enemies living in this world? When Yang Lai heard that the cause of his death was actually being killed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. He's the head of the Tang clan, the leader of the assassin organization. Zhang Chen actually said that he, Yang Lai, and a group of people were killed in the deep mountains? Yang Lai didn't know exactly how Zhang Chen had said such a big joke. It's probably not so much an enemy to you. However, as long as he appears here, you will see something that will keep your Tang sect's legacy alive. That way you will surely chase him out. But as long as you choose to go after him, then, you will surely die. Zhang Chen's words seemed to go to Yang Lai's heart. He naturally knew what exactly the Tang sect's legacy was that Zhang Chen was talking about. Tang clan's Dan Devour. As the current head of the Tang sect, Yan Lai was naturally worried about the future of the Tang sect. Now within the entire Tang sect, other than him, Yan Lai, there was no longer a person who had mastered Dan Devouring. After all, we are in a time of peace. Both the inner and outer Tang sect's people were missing that link between experiencing life and death. As a result, there is also no one who even has the state of mind to be able to master Dan Devouring anymore. If what Zhang Chen said was true, there would be something in this world that would be able to pass on their Tang sect's Dan Devouring words. Then he, Yang Lai, would definitely chase him out regardless. Even if he might die halfway, he would still have to fight for a chance to continue the Tang sect's legacy. Is it true what you say? What exactly is it that can help us continue the legacy of the Dan Devourer? I'll give you a chance to live. Honestly, at this time, Yang Lai's tone had gone completely cold and there was more than a hint of killing intent in his eyes. For this big gift that came to his door, Yang Lai would not let Zhang Chen leave with this big gift again. As he spoke, the air machine on Yang Lai's body was also wandering. Next moment, a large amount of highly poisonous Dan Devouring that was invisible to the naked eye instantly surrounded the three Zhang Chen. To the side of Xiahe and Wang Jinxiu, they didn't see Dan Devour though, but the body's instinctive warning of crisis instantly gave them a terrifying feeling of stepping into the edge of life and death. At this point, Wang Jinxiu was already too scared to speak. Knowing the depths of the Tang sect, he naturally knew what this terrifying killing intent coming from his surroundings actually was. Needless to say, that must be the Tang sect's specialty, Dan Devour. Just thinking that he was now surrounded by the terrifying Dan Devouring, Wang Jinxiu couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp. He was now beginning to regret why he had answered Hao Yi's call at that time. If he had known in advance that Zhang Chen had dared to play such a big game, forcing out the Dan Devourer of the Tang sect leader, then he wouldn't follow Zhang Chen to the Tang sect to die no matter what he said. But it's too late for regrets. Although Xia He, who was on the side, was not sure what Dan Devouring was, she still believed Zhang Chen out of instinct now. After all, she was well aware of Zhang Chen's strength. As long as he still had a breath, then Zhang Chen would be able to bring himself back with both full hands. As soon as she thought of this, the heart that Xia He had just hung in the air was slowly resettled by her. Of the three people now, Zhang Chen's expression was still the most relaxed one. Even though he was now surrounded by a large amount of Dan Devouring, his face still did not show any sign of panic. Looking at Yang Lai, who had a murderous look on his face, Zhang Chen then slowly spoke. It seems that I was indeed right. I only slightly mentioned this news and it already made Sect Master Yang move to kill. If I showed you what that thing really looks like, you'd be afraid you'd already be sitting on it. Yan Lai quietly sat there looking at the mockery on Zhang Chen's face and did not make any response to Zhang Chen's words. It was just an incomparably icy opening. You have 1 hour. Answer or die here. Even if you're from the company, even if you're Zhang Jiwei's disciple, no one can save you. After saying that, Yan Lai directly took out a timing hourglass and placed it on the table. TSK, Sect Leader Yang is really domineering. As for what exactly that thing I was talking about, let's leave it at that for now, because right now, I have something more interesting to do. I now want to feel for myself just how strong this legendary Dan-devouring, the world's first strange poison, really is. Zhang Chen's words caused Yang Lai to freeze directly. Next moment, his eyes glazed over and his face snapped. This was because he actually saw Zhang Chen take the initiative to extend his palm to touch those Dan-devouring poisons scattered around Zhang Chen. Idiot! You're looking for death. Seeing this scene, Yang Lai wanted to instantly retract all of the Dan-devouring that had been spread out. After all, in his impression, no matter who it was, no matter how high your cultivation level was, as long as you come into contact with this insurmountable Dan-devouring poison, then there is only one thing that can happen to you. Dead. And a very tragic death. At this point, Yang Lai had already begun to regret it. If Zhang Chen died, that thing that was so useful to their Tang sect's Dan-devouring legacy would disappear along with him. This was something Yang Lai did not want to see very much. Just as Yang Lai was thinking of any way he could pry open Zhang Chen's mouth before he died, a familiar voice startled him directly. TSK, TSK, it's worthy of Dan-devour. The poison inside just one Dan-devouring tops the results of my cultivation with a large number of compulsion poisons. Chapter 100 Replicating Dan-devouring. The stunned Tang sect leader. After hearing that Zhang Chen surprisingly did not fall into a horrifying struggle due to the Dan-devouring's intense poison. Instead, he was still very relaxed and talking to his own. Zhang Chen's reaction directly made Yang Lai whole. Looking at Zhang Chen at this moment, he was still alive and kicking and did not look like something was wrong. Yang Lai took several steps back in shock, staring over at Zhang Chen with an incredulous expression. Dan-devour. Dan-devour actually missed. Still missing on a teenage kid. How is this possible? Looking at the Dan-devouring that had successfully disappeared into Zhang Chen's hand, Yang Lai couldn't figure out where exactly Zhang Chen had gotten that one Dan-devouring no matter what. Did I just get a bad look? Right. It must have been my eyes. How could our Tang sect's Dan-devourer miss? Just when Yang Lai thought that the scene where Zhang Chen had just touched the Dan-devouring was his own eyesight. Next moment, only Zhang Chen once again stretched out his hand to touch the Dan-devouring that were scattered around him. However, this time, Zhang Chen was no longer touching them one by one either. Instead, he grabbed a dozen at a time, clutching these terrifying Dan-devouring tightly in his hands. As those Dan-devouring poisons in Zhang Chen's palm flared up at the same moment, a poison that was 10 times more terrifying than before directly began to spread from Zhang Chen's palm towards his entire body. Not bad. Use a poison as intense as Dan-devour to practice my compassion saint body. The effect is indeed much higher. When there's a chance, let Chen Duo also use Dan-devouring to practice the compassion saint body. As Zhang Chen's compassion saint body began to unleash at this moment, all of the Dan-devouring poisons that were grasped in his hands were, in an instant, transformed by him into power that enhanced his own life cultivation. This time, Yang Lai, who had seen the entire process of Zhang Chen grabbing Dan-devour with his bare hands, finally stopped thinking that the scene I saw earlier was fake. Zhang Chen he actually dared to touch Dan-devour with his own flesh, and these terrifying Dan-devouring poisons hadn't managed to poison him to death? Damn! What kind of monster is this kid? Why doesn't Dan-devouring poison even work on him? Wait, how did he dissolve the Dan-devourer just now? Could this be the method he said he could pass on the Dan-devouring? Watching Zhang Chen give himself a small leak of this hand, Yang Lai first revealed a shocked expression. Then for some reason, the shocked expression on his face suddenly disappeared, and his whole person became very strange, especially when he looked at Zhang Chen. Yang Lai's eyes even showed a trace of a strange color. Wang Zhenqiu, who didn't know exactly what had happened, could only judge by observing the change of expression on Yang Lai's face. When he was seeing a look of shock on Yang Lai's face, Wang Zhenqiu immediately guessed that something extraordinary must have happened between Zhang Chen and Yang Lai, combined with what Zhang Chen had just said, and his action of reaching out and grabbing back and forth in the air. King Shockball wasn't hard to guess. Just in this short period of time, Zhang Chen was afraid that he had already managed to come into contact with that legendary Dan-devouring poison. However, what shocked Wang Zhenqiu was that Zhang Chen hadn't been put down by Yang Lai's terrifying Dan-devouring poison. Instead, it looked as if it was a little stronger than before. What kind of technique is this kid practicing? Surprisingly, even Dan-devouring couldn't poison him? This guy is still human after all. While Wang Zhenqiu was shocked, Xia He, who was on the side, looked at Zhang Chen, who was still sitting there calmly. The heart she'd been hanging on to finally dropped. After a short period of silence, Yang Lai watched as Zhang Chen was about to reach out again to grab those Dan-devouring that he had scattered in the air. With a thought, he directly reabsorbed all the remaining Dan-devouring back. Che, how petty. The Dan-devourer has taken it out, and still won't let me take it away. Yang Lai. Zhang Chen's words left Yang Lai speechless. What do you mean you won't be allowed to take it away? You guys really think that this Dan-devouring of mine is a gift for nothing? Look at how painfully you sucked and used it. Do you bastards know that this one Dan devouring has to be practiced for a very long time before it can be practiced? At this moment, Yang Lai was spitting madly in his mind. A deep criticism was given in his heart for Zhang Chen's inappropriate human behavior. However, while he was criticizing in his mind, he couldn't help but become extremely curious about this technique of Zhang Chen's that could dissolve Dan devouring and what Zhang Chen had come to the Tang sect to try to tell himself. What kind of gong method is this? Why is it that I've never heard of a technique like this before? One that can transform a severe poison into life cultivation? What kind of price will our Tang sect have to pay to get this technique from you? Whatever you want, as long as our Tang sect has it, and they can do it, you just ask. After taking a deep breath, Yang Lai looked at Zhang Chen, who was leaning on the chair, and said with incomparable urgency. At this time, Yang Lai was very clear about this set of extraordinary things on Zhang Chen's body. The importance to the current Tang sect cannot be overstated. Even if he had to take his own life in exchange for this set of techniques, Yang Lai would absolutely never say anything. There's no rush on this one. I haven't gotten a kick out of your Dan Devour just now. We'll talk after I've practiced your Dan Devour first so that my body is full. Yang Lai? Wang Jinqiu? Summer Hall. Looking at his side, Wang Jinqiu and Yang Lai had unbelievable expressions on their faces. Shaha sighed helplessly in her heart. His own self a month ago had been just like them, having felt incredulous at Zhang Chen's terrifying cultivation talent. But now, she stayed by Zhang Chen's side for a while, and then to be confronted with these things that would scare people to death if they were told, but have long since gotten used to them. After all, you can take a look at someone else's looker and be able to cultivate it to about the same level as someone else. What was even more terrifying was that Zhang Chen was also able to make improvements to other people's gong methods. Even the power and cultivation requirements of the improved technique far exceeded the original by a large margin. This terrifying cultivation talent of Zhang Chen could definitely be called the first person in the ancient world. You have successfully observed the whole process of Tang Mendan phagocytosis. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? After hearing the timely voice in his own head, Zhang Chen gave his answer without hesitation. Start replication immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, the entire Dan Devouring's traveling air route immediately surfaced in Zhang Chen's body. Yang Lai, who was on the side, saw the scene and his jaw dropped to the ground in shock. How could he not have thought that this kid Zhang Chen was not joking? He was playing for real. This guy had actually started practicing Dan Devouring at the drop of a hat. Watching the roadmap of the Tang sect's Dan Devouring's traveling air roadmap become more and more obvious on Zhang Chen's body, Yang Lai's body trembled in shock. As someone who had successfully cultivated Dan Devouring, he naturally knew exactly what this scene appearing on Zhang Chen's body now represented. His Dan Devouring is actually coming to fruition. How is this possible? Chapter 101 Dan Devouring Replication Success. 3 Strengthening Directions. Hearing the words of Tang sect's sect leader Yang Lai, Wang Jinqiu couldn't help but be shocked. He, who had always been very well informed, naturally knew just how difficult the Tang sect's Dan Devouring was to cultivate. Wang Jinqiu twisted his head around and looked at the Dan Devouring running route that emerged from Zhang Chen's body. The heart couldn't help but cry out in shock. What? Zhang Chen's Dan Devouring is actually about to succeed? What a joke! Is the Tang sect's Dan Devouring that easy to practice? If Dan Devouring can be cultivated so easily and successfully, then what exactly are all those people who have died over the years in the Tang sect? Are they all considered wasted? The one who was even more shocked than Wang Jinqiu at the moment was naturally the Tang sect's sect master, Yang Lai. Over the years, as the head of the school, in order to be able to pass on the Tang sect's Dan Devouring, many of the Tang sect's inner disciples have embarked on this path of death. It was only a pity that all of those poor elite disciples ended up collapsing on the path of cultivating Dan Devouring. None of it worked. And now, there is an outsider, was practicing Dan Devouring openly and honestly in front of him, the head of the Tang sect, and it is about to be practiced successfully. How can this embarrass him as the headmaster? It was obvious that someone else, an outsider, had succeeded in cultivating Dan Devouring so easily. The inner disciples that he had carefully trained, however, fell one after another on the path of cultivating Dan Devouring. Doesn't this prove that he, the head monk, is incompetent? No, there will be no problem with the way I teach. That's how the Tang clan has been passed down through the years. The problem is with this fellow called Zhang Chen. It should be that special technique in him that allows him to cultivate Dan Devouring so easily. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Lai couldn't help but get all excited in his heart. As long as we can get that one special technique from Zhang Chen, then the Tang sect will be saved, and the Tang sect's Dan Devouring will be able to continue to be passed on. As long as I can obtain this technique, I can agree to whatever conditions Zhang Chen puts forth. At the same time that thoughts were flying around in Yang Lai's mind, the air machine operation diagram of that Dan Devouring on Zhang Chen's body had surfaced completely. When Yang Lai saw that the Dan-devouring air machine diagram on Zhang Chen's body had all been completed, Yang Lai then instantly knew that Zhang Chen had now successfully cultivated into Dan-devouring. At the same time, Zhang Chen's mind. The system's voice also sounded in time at this moment. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating the Tang clan's Dan-devouring. The proficiency of the feat is exactly the same as that of the person being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Chen's mouth could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. After having completely replicated Yan Lai's Dan-devour, as Zhang Chen's mind moved, dozens of Dan-devouring poisons, within a split second, quickly covered a few meters of his circumference. Looking at these Dan-devouring poisons that he had managed to replicate, Zhang Chen directly reached out his hand and grabbed several of them from the center and squeezed them in his hand. Immediately afterward, as the compassionate sacred body was unleashed, these few Dan-devourings were the same as those he had snatched from Yang Lai before, turning into power for Zhang Chen to improve his life cultivation. At the same time that Zhang Chen managed to use Dan-devour, Yang Lai, who was standing not far away from him, immediately felt an aura of death. The smell of death was so familiar, there was no need to even look with his eyes. Just by feeling Yang Lai could sense it. Not only had this brat Zhang Chen already managed to learn Dan-devouring, he had even put it to use in the first place. What shocked Yang Lai even more was, surprisingly, he sensed an extremely familiar feeling on these Dan-devourings that Zhang Chen had used. These Dan-devourings that Zhang Chen used out, both in terms of quantity and control. Surprisingly, they were all comparable to himself, the Tang sect master who had successfully cultivated Dan-devouring for decades. What kind of terrifying talent does this guy have? Why is he able to cultivate to such a terrifying realm when he just cultivated into Dan-devouring? Zhang Chen, his understanding of Dan-devouring now, I'm afraid it's no longer below mine. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Lai could not help but feel a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Chen. It wasn't like he, Yang Lai, hadn't encountered cultivation geniuses with good talent, and he's a solid genius all by himself, although it was not as terrifying as the talent of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. However, he was indeed able to deserve the word genius. But now, he was compared to Zhang Chen. He felt that he, who had always thought of himself as a genius, was now nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well that was sitting on the fence. Zhang Chen's talent was simply too strong, so strong that he, Yang Lai, couldn't help but be impressed. It even made his heart, which had been rippling for 10,000 years, have a trace of jealousy. Looking at Zhang Chen, who continued to cultivate with the Dan-devourer, Yang Lai liked it more and more. He was now wondering why this kid had worshipped not him, Yang Lai, but the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain in the first place. TSK, that's the flavor. This Dan-devouring thing, that little girl Chen Dao will love it. However, these Dan-devourers, it seems that they are still a little bit less, and the generation of Dan-devourers is also extremely difficult. Almost only one can be practiced a year, if it's used for cultivation, such a generation rate, but it's still far from enough to consume. As Yang Lai, who was on the side, listened to Zhang Chen's self-talk, the hint of goodwill that had just risen towards him instantly vanished. If he could beat Zhang Chen, Yang Lai would probably not hesitate to go up and brutally beat him up. What's more, this brat Zhang Chen had not only stolen his own way of cultivating Dan-devouring. How dare you still think that your cultivation of the path of Dan-devouring is slow to be practiced? His Yang Lai's Dan-devouring was one that could be practiced in a year. If this is still too slow, I'm afraid that if it wasn't the Tang sect who had previously practiced Dan-devouring, they would have to crawl up from the inside of the ground to join him in violently beating up Zhang Chen. Just as Yang Lai was about to open his mouth to teach Zhang Chen a lesson, Zhang Chen's movement that was originally taking the Dan-devouring to cultivate his life cultivation had come to a violent halt. Seeing this sudden scene, Yang Lai didn't open his mouth and instead stayed where he was and carefully observed Zhang Chen. Wanted to see what he was going to do next. Wang Zhenxiu looked at Zhang Chen as he froze in place, frowning slightly as he softly said to Xiaohe, "Hey, do you think Zhang Chen he wouldn't have been poisoned by eating too much Dan-devour? Why else would he be frozen there?" Hearing Wang Zhenxiu's words, Xiaohe glanced at him disdainfully before shifting his eager gaze to Zhang Chen. A hint of excitement appeared on his face as he murmured softly, "Is it coming? He's going to learn one technique and improve it again just like when he was in Wudong." At the same time that this thought arose in Xiaohe's mind, Zhang Chen also opened his mouth in his own mind and asked the system, "Will it be enough to strengthen Dan-devour now?" "It can be strengthened. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying a new Gongfu, and obtaining a Gongfu strengthening opportunity. The technique is the Tang sect's Dan-devouring, with 3 directions of enhancement. Chapter 102 Generating a Dan-devouring in a minute, and unlimited storage?" Upon hearing that his Dan-devouring could be strengthened, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. With that, he immediately checked up on the 3 directions of strengthening his Dan devouring. 1. The control range is strengthened, and the distance that Dan devour can maneuver is increased by 100 times. 2. The generation speed is enhanced so that Dan devour can generate 1 per minute. 3. Obtain the Dan devouring space. Within the Dan devouring space, unlimited storage of generated Dan devouring is available. Does the host choose to start strengthening immediately? Seeing these 3 Dan devouring strengthening directions, Zhang Chen could not help but light up, though this time, the enhancement didn't work on the power of Dan devour. However, the direction of reinforcement was much more important than simply enhancing the power of Dan devour. After all, the current Dan devouring was already considered the world's #1 strange poison, and apart from Zhang Chen, there were almost not many people who could carry it. Even Zhang Huai, who knew the air body source flow, could only choose to slowly suppress it. In terms of attack power, Dan Eaton is already fully lit in its own right. What was now strengthened was the control range of Dan devouring, the speed of Dan devouring generation, and even gave Zhang Chen a space where he could store Dan devouring poisons. This would allow Zhang Chen to bring the power of the Tang Sex Dan devouring into full play as much as possible. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with these 3 directions of reinforcement. Begin reinforcement. As Zhang Chen's words fell, next moment, his entire body then began to cultivate the enhanced version of the Dan devouring technique under the drive of the system. Seeing this action of Zhang Chen, Xiaohe's face couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Sure enough, I guessed right. The Zhang Chen just now was actually pondering about giving Dan devouring an improvement. It's like the Mekong Eye practice, Wudong's Tai Chi and Wind Weather Chiman. Looking at Xiaohe's face was filled with excitement. The Wang Jinxiu on the side did not understand what was happening at this moment though, but he knew that what was happening must be good. Otherwise, Summer Harvest would never have gotten excited like this. As for Yang Lai, who was standing not far away from the two of them, when he saw the strange movements that Zhang Chen suddenly started, his entire body first froze, and then his face was filled with shock as he opened his mouth unbelievably. This kid is actually altering our Tang Sex Dan devouring technique? Is he looking for death? The average person who normally cultivates Dan devouring can't yet survive safely. And this little madman, now he's even modified our Dan devouring technique that has been passed down for hundreds of years? How on earth did he dare? At this point, Yang Lai was already thinking in his mind that this Zhang Chen kid was crazy. And it's the kind of crazy that doesn't want to die. This kid couldn't have been moving this technique just because he wanted to quickly generate Dan devouring, right? Damn! Why didn't I just go and stop him in time? In case he dies on top of modifying the feats, then won't the things in his hands that can pass on Dan devouring disappear into this world along with this madman? The moment he thought of the mysterious gongfu in Zhang Chen's hand, it might disappear into the world along with Zhang Chen's crazy behavior. Yang Lai was in a lot of pain at the moment. He now regretted very much why he hadn't stopped Zhang Chen's death-defying behavior in time. However, Zhang Chen had now begun to modify the gongfu. It's too late to stop him now. No! I have to find a way to save this kid. Never let him die now. Just as Yang Lai's brain began to spin frantically to come up with a method that could successfully save Zhang Chen, who was sitting there cultivating the revamped Dan devouring technique, the movement of his hand, however, suddenly moved at that moment. Only the Dan devouring that was originally distributed around Zhang Chen was seen. At this moment, under his control, he instantly flew away from the range of hundreds of meters, and it wasn't just one Dan devour that flew out. It was the dozens of Dan devour that flew outward together. Seeing this scene, Yang Lai's entire body was instantly dumbfounded. His brain, which had been searching there for how to save Zhang Chen, also came to a complete halt at that moment. The entire person stood frozen in place with an unbelievable look on his face as he looked at the Dan devouring poisons that instantly flew out 100 meters away. No, it can't be. How could Dan devour's attack range be that far? Even if it's the old sect leader Tang Bingwen Sr.'s Dan devouring, it's impossible to control it from such a long distance. It's a range of several hundred meters. However, what made Yang Lai's jaw drop in shock was that the matter didn't end there, because the next scene was even more so that Yang Lai began to doubt life. It was only after Zhang Chen maneuvered those Dan devourers to fly out a few hundred meters away. Immediately after that, the manipulable Dan devourers around Zhang Chen unexpectedly began to become more numerous. 1, 2, 3. As the minutes ticked by, the Dan devouring around Zhang Chen surprisingly began to gradually increase over time. Yang Lai, who was frozen there, subconsciously began timing himself in his own mind. 10 minutes later, Yang Lai was shocked beyond belief. Zhang Chen's Dan devouring was surprisingly able to manage to generate 1 a minute. Dan devour can generate 1 a minute? What a concept! Zhang Chen's 1 minute of effort was worth a year of his Yang Lai's cultivation? Isn't such a speed of Dan devouring generation a bit too intimidating? Yang Lai rubbed his eyes incredulously. He thought he had just seen a hallucination, so he decided to recount the count again. Yang Lai stretched out his palm and gave himself 2 hard slaps to keep himself as awake as possible, then resumed his station and began to keep track of the time. 10 more minutes passed. This time, Yang Lai was very sure that his eyes were not blurry, and it was even more unlikely that he was seeing an illusion. Zhang Chen had actually managed the miracle of generating a Dan Devour in a minute. Yang Lai, who had reacted, sat on his butt in fear. At this moment, he had completely lost the calmness that a sect leader should have. Actually, it's not his fault. Blame it on Zhang Chen, who had caused all of this. It was just too much of a violation of common sense. His altered Dan devouring technique had already subverted Yang Lai's 3 views over the past few decades. The first 2 enhancements had all been tried, and then Zhang Chen directly opened the carry-on Dan devouring space. All those Dan devouring poisons generated earlier were retrieved inside the space. This space was the same as the talismanic space of the Tong Tian talisman. Whether it was turned on or off, it only required Zhang Chen's mind to move. As Zhang Chen collected all the Dan devouring into the Dan devouring space, the system's voice then sounded in Zhang Chen's mind as well. The Dan devouring technique has been strengthened and completed. The host may use the enhanced Dan devouring technique immediately. Hearing the system voice, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. He slowly stood up from the ground and looked towards the terrified Yang Lai and said softly, "Sect Master Yang Lai, I apologize for improving your Tang Sect's technique in front of you. Still, it's this improved Gong method that works well." Chapter 103, The Vindictive Zhang Chen, and the Deal with the Tang Sect. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yang Lai's heart immediately set off a huge wave. Zhang Chen had actually improved their Tang Sect's Dan devouring. What made Yang Lai feel even more incredible was Zhang Chen's improved Tang Sect Dan devouring. Whether it was in the controlled distance of the Dan devouring or in the speed of generation, it was much more terrifying than the previous Tang Sect's Dan devouring. How, exactly, did you do that? Yang Lai let out several long breaths in a row. It was only then that he calmed himself down and finally asked the question in his mind. It's simple, just realize the secrets of Dan devouring and strengthen it on top of Dan devouring. Hearing this, Yang Lai's face darkened. This is like farting nonsense. Isn't it the same as not saying it? If only everything in this world could be as simple as Zhang Chen said. Could it be that sect leader Yang Lai has taken a fancy to my enhanced Dan devouring technique? Zhang Chen naturally saw what was going on in Yang Lai's mind and then smiled and spoke. Yang Lai didn't reply, but his incredibly excited eyes had long since betrayed him. My goodness, did we really let this kid succeed? Not only did he succeed in comprehending the Dan devouring, but he also strengthened and improved it in the process? Even the current Tang sect leader, Yang Lai, is looking at this brat with a longing face. What exactly is this Zhang Chen fellow's origin? Wang Jinxiu, who had been carefully observing the situation from the side, had no less shock in his heart than Yang Lai. While looking at Wang Jinxiu's agitated appearance, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and said disdainfully, "One look at you. I can tell you don't have much insight. If you have the chance to follow Zhang Chen in the future, you'll see a lot of outrageous scenes like this." Zhang Chen's words caused Wang Jinxiu to faintly freeze, and then he subconsciously opened his mouth. Look at your calm face. Could it be that you had already guessed that this matter would develop like this? Could it be that Zhang Chen had so learned the techniques of other sects before this? Strengthened the techniques of other sects as well? Hearing Wang Jinxiu ask such a question, he first gave Zhang Chen a deep look before speaking. A month ago in Wudong, he also so learned Taiji Quan and Wind after. Nothing. Just about to say the words Wind Queen Strange Door, he immediately realized what was going on and shut up. That's how he learned Taiji and the Wind Queen at Wudong? Wait, the Wind Queen what? Is it the Wind Queen key? Wang Jinxiu was just about to say the last 2 words. Xia immediately shot out and covered his mouth. Just know it, don't say it. After successfully blocking Wang Jinxiu's mouth, he twisted his head to look at Yang Lai on the side. Fortunately, at this time, Yang Lai had already focused his full attention on Zhang Chen. Otherwise, based on the 2 words Xia just said, he would have no trouble guessing that what they were talking about was none other than one of the legendary 8 strange techniques. The Wind Queen's strange door. Alas, I'm to blame. Knowing Zhang Chen's secret, you won't be able to escape. It was confirmed that Yang Lai hadn't heard the conversation between the 2 of them either. Xia, on the other hand, looked at Wang Jinxiu with a gloating expression. Sis, why do I get the feeling that you just deliberately seduced me? If you know it's a secret, why are you telling me about it? After realizing that he seemed to have fallen for Xiaohe's trick, Wang Jinxiu was in a state of bitter mourning. He instantly felt as if his life was much darker. Good sister, why don't we just let this matter be known to the heavens and the earth, and to you and me? Hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, Xiaohe then spoke with a smile on his face. You're a kid who looks pretty smart on a regular basis. But why can't you figure it out? Since Zhang Chen brought you up to the Tang sect, watched so many good shows, and knew so many secrets, do you think you can still escape him? Although I don't know what Zhao Chen sees in your brat, what I'm sure of is that you assholes have been targeted by him. You can't run away anymore. Wang Jinqiu? Say, what terms? As long as you are willing to teach me that technique that enables you to cultivate Dan devouring, and the improved Dan devouring technique, even if it's a mountain of swords and fire, my Tang sect is willing to go through it. This time, the conditions Yan Lai offered were no longer his own. Rather, it's the entire Tang clan. For the sake of what Zhang Chen had in his hands, he had gone so far as to directly gamble on the future of the entire Tang sect. Sect leader Yan Lai, I think you might be a bit greedy. Choose one of these 2 feats, plus 3 additional conditions. What do you think of this deal? In the face of the incredibly excited Yan Lai, Zhang Chen put forward his conditions in a very calm manner. In fact, if you put it before, Zhang Chen, who had stolen other people's gongfu, was going to teach them a portion of the gongfu he had realized completely free of charge as compensation, just like Lu Jin and Wu Dong, and the Zhuge family. But who let Yan Lai move against him before, and even tried to threaten himself with Dan devouring? He, Zhang Chen, was very vindictive. If Yan Lai knew that it was because of this that he had lost the opportunity to be able to choose one more technique, he had to cry himself to death where he was, looking at the expression on Zhang Chen's face that could not be refused. Yan Lai knew that once he was going to open his mouth to bargain, then I was afraid that he would get nothing. So, after some serious thought, Yan Lai spoke without hesitation. Yes, I promise. I want that one of your techniques that can cultivate Dan devouring. 3 conditions at your disposal. Zhang Chen seemed to have long guessed how Yan Lai would make his choice. After all, for the current Tang sect, being able to pass on the Dan devouring was the most important thing. Anything else? It's just clouds. I can tell you now that this technique is called the Compassionate Body Sacred Body Cultivation Method. It is a life and life cultivation technique, the principle of which is to be able to turn all the poisons in the world into one's life cultivation. I've already tried it. Your Tang sect's Dan devouring poison is naturally able to be used as a cultivation for this technique as well. You can completely use this gong method to greatly reduce the damage that Dan devouring will do to your disciple's body, but only if you go through a large amount of toxin baptism before absorbing Dan devouring's intense poison. Otherwise, if one were to absorb a poison as intense as Dan devour with a compassion saint body that has yet to reach its full completion, one would be merely looking for death. After listening to Zhang Chen's detailed account, Yang Lai once again marveled at this terrifying cultivation talent of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was such a heavenly genius that he was able to think of using poison to enhance his life cultivation, something that no one had ever done before. Just as Yang Lai was still sighing, Zhang Chen then spoke. Alright, before I teach you this technique, let's talk about this first condition. Chapter 104, Zhang Chen's Conditions. Purpose of coming to the Tang sect. Hearing Zhang Chen open his mouth to negotiate, without even thinking, Yang Lai reached out and made a pleased gesture. After all, to him, it seemed that no matter what kind of conditions Zhang Chen put forward, he would agree without hesitation. My first condition is very simple. I want to learn the other techniques of your Tang sect, things like phantom body miasma, poison barriers, and the like. I'm very interested in these means of assassination. Of course I'm going to learn from you, and you're going to give me a personal demonstration. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yan Lai was obviously slightly stunned. This condition offered by Zhang Chen was just too simple for Yan Lai. After all, Zhang Chen had even learned their Tang sect's Dan devouring. According to the rules of the Tang sect, Zhang Chen was actually already considered half of the Tang sect. It did not seem excessive to teach him some other means. Okay, this offer is simple. I promise you, as long as you are willing, you can come to the Tang sect anytime to find me for study. Without saying a word, Yan Lai immediately agreed. It seemed to be afraid that Zhang Chen would back out. After all, this first condition was also too simple, far beyond his Yan Lai's expectations. Well, my second condition is also simple. It's that your Tang sect needs to put out a good man to work as a temp for Howie in the company's Southwest Region division, and I borrowed one of his men and have to return one before I can do so. It just so happens that your Tang sect is an assassin organization. You can absolutely take this opportunity to go and increase your Tang sect disciples' practical combat experience. When Zhang Chen finished speaking, Yang Lai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. In fact, if it's just as simple as outing a person, that's nothing. After all, becoming a temporary employee of the company is a chance to enjoy the opportunity to kill people legally. That's for them as an assassin's organization. It is indeed considered a good thing. However, what made it difficult for Yang Lai was, once they Tang Clan first started to take the initiative to provide temporary workers for the company, then this meant that they Tang Clan was going to cooperate with the company. This is not in line with the neutral stance that they, the sects, have always taken. If in normal times, if someone from the company came to Tang Clan to make this request, Yang Lai would definitely reject it immediately without saying a word. But not now. The one who brought up this condition was Zhang Chen, under the great temptation of the compassionate sacred body technique. After some thought struggle, Yang Lai still decided to agree. Okay, I promise. I'll send out the good men in the sect to work with Howie next. Zhang Chen acted as if he had expected Yang Lai to choose this way. When his words of agreement were spoken, Zhang Chen nodded with great satisfaction. The first two conditions have already been said. As for the third condition, well, I haven't thought about it yet. Hearing this, Yang Lai's eyes couldn't help but become anxious. He was afraid that Zhang Chen would come to deliberately delay himself from teaching himself the cultivation method of the compulsive poison sacred body on the grounds that he hadn't thought of this condition yet. However, Zhang Chen's next sentence directly dispelled this doubt. Although I haven't thought about what conditions I'm going to make, I'll still teach you the cultivation method of this compassion saint body. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yang Lai's hanging heart was viciously put back into his stomach. Now that our deal has been negotiated, let's talk about the purpose of our visit this time. Upon hearing that Zhang Chen was finally going to reveal the purpose of this trip, whether it was Yang Lai, Xia He who was on the side, and Wang Jinxiu, the eyes of the three of them all landed on Zhang Chen in unison at the same moment. All of them were expecting Zhang Chen to quickly spell out the purpose of his trip and stop whetting the appetites of them all. Wait, are you going to say the same thing that was mentioned at the beginning about me getting killed? Suddenly, he remembered what Zhang Chen had opened his mouth to say when he first met him. Yang Lai's brows instantly knitted together. After all, before this, he had treated Zhang Chen's words as fart. At that time, Yang Lai thought that he, who had already mastered Dan devouring, could not be easily killed by someone. But now, after seeing with his own eyes that Dan devouring didn't work on Zhang Chen at all, Yang Lai understood that there really was a terrifying existence in this world that Dan devour couldn't even kill. Thus the current him was very interested in the matter that Zhang Chen had initially mentioned. Right, that's what I'm going to say. The one who is about to kill you, I'm sure you've heard of him, was one of the scourges of the Kashan rebellion back then. As soon as he heard Zhang Chen mention the words Asian rebellion, Yang Lai's face suddenly became much heavier. It's not just him. The two of them, Xia He and Wang Jinxiu, who were on the side, were also a lot more serious than before. After all, the fame and impact caused by the Kashan rebellion was too great, so big that it still has a huge impact on the current inhuman scene after all these years. For example, as Zhang Chen mentioned now, Yang Lai would die at the hands of someone involved in the Asian rebellion. The man, who could it be? When Yang Lai heard Zhang Chen mention the Jiashan rebellion, he unconsciously remembered that inside the current Tang Mound, there was also a guy who had participated in the Kashan rebellion still alive. Could it be? Could it have something to do with Su Xin? Yang Lai's heart suddenly thought this way. Zhang Huai, that is to say, my senior uncle. Hearing the three words Zhang Huai, Yang Lai obviously froze for a moment. At this moment, he was full of doubts. He couldn't figure out why Zhang Huai came to kill himself no matter what. It seems that there is no personal grudge between himself and this guy. Could it be that he also holds something in his hands that can cultivate Dan devouring? Then recalling what Zhang Chen had said earlier, Yang Lai realized that it seemed like all of this was able to be strung together. Looking at the puzzled looks on the three people's faces, Zhang Chen spoke. Actually, the main reason I came to the Tang sect this time is because of this unappealing senior uncle of mine. I don't want to see him recreate that much killing, much less see him get killed because of it. And most importantly, because my master misses him, I'm coming to bring him back. Zhang Chen looked at the three people who were full of doubts and continued. In fact, when my senior uncle came this time, his main goal was not to come and kill you, but rather to come and meet his own good brother Su Xin, who he had married back then. Your death was really just an accident, caused by your greed. But more importantly, my master uncle will also die at your hands, and the two of you will end up in the same place. The more Yang Lai listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He heard Zhang Chen speak with such certainty, as if it was a fact that had already happened. But what made Yang Lai feel even more curious was how Zhang Chen he knew about these things that were going to happen. So Yang Lai interrupted him in time, wondering, just a moment, I'd like to know, how on earth did you know about this? Even the company's intelligence network can't be this detailed, right? To even give speculations on things that haven't happened? Zhang Chen already had a response in his mind to the query raised by Yang Lai. After all, this is the original plot development he's talking about. If he didn't think of a countermeasure in advance, his identity as a traveler would be exposed. Only the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth turned upwards as he gently snapped his fingers. Next moment, a huge destiny disc directly surfaced all in front of Yang Lai. It's very simple. Just tell your fortune. That's all. Chapter 105, Uncle Zhang Huai. Don't hide. Master asked me to take you back. Counting. Fortune telling? Are you still a warlock? Looking at the huge destiny disc that surfaced under Zhang Chen's feet, Yang Lai instantly felt that the question he had just asked somewhat seemed ridiculous. The person had already placed the warlock's natal chart on his face. Wasn't that a direct proof of identity to him? Although he Yang Lai usually do not believe in fortune-telling. As an assassin he had always believed that lives were earned. Failed assassination. Accidental death. It's just a matter of blaming your own skill. But now, the person who was telling his fortune was Zhang Chen. It was a guy he couldn't see through anyway. Therefore, even if he Yang Lai no longer believed in the set of fortune-telling, he still needed to give more thought to the words that came out of Zhang Chen's mouth. Several people were all silent for a long time before they finally finished digesting all that Zhang Chen had said. If anyone else had said that, I wouldn't have believed a word of it. Even if the person who said that was the head of the artistic character sect, Chen Jin Kue, I wouldn't believe that at all. But since these are your words, Zhang Chen, then I'll believe you once. Yang Lai stared into Zhang Chen's eyes and spoke with incomparable seriousness. Tell me, what do you want me to do next? When he heard Yang Lai speak in such a manner, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It's just so refreshing to talk to smart people. I need you to do nothing, and in a few days if my senior uncle comes, I'll personally bring him back to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Yang Lai nodded. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, Zhang Chen's ultimate purpose of coming to their Tang sect this time was to bring Zhang Huai back to Longhu Mountain. Nothing more. However, after a moment, Yang Lai asked his last question. Do you know what your senior uncle, Zhang Huai, intends to do when he comes to our Tang sect sinner, Su Xin? Hearing this question, Zhang Chen hemmed and hawed and directly said, It's simple. Uncle Shifu just wants to finish him off. This senior uncle of mine has a dirty heart, and he doesn't think he'll live much longer. So he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still at the peak of his strength to take away all the people involved in the Kashan rebellion back then. That's all. It was purely an accident that you got involved. Yang Lai, do we need to let that sinner act as a decoy for once? I think this guy, after all, is willing to atone for his past. Yang Lai thought for a moment and spoke his thoughts. Humph, old fox. Seeing Yang Lai open his mouth like this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he, Yang Lai, was really willing to use Su Xin as bait, would he still be willing to lock him up inside the Tang Mound for so many years instead of choosing to kill him? However, Zhang Chen did not care about this. No need to go to all that trouble. Just business as usual. This senior uncle of mine is a thief. If you set up a trap specifically for him, if he sees anything, he'll turn around and have to leave. Having said that, Zhang Chen did not continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Well, this is the end of the discussion on this matter, just so you and I know what's going on. As for the arrival of this uncle of mine, there should still be a few days left, so let's use these few days to complete our deal. I want to learn the illusory body miasma first, so come and rehearse it for me. A week later, Zhang Chen had managed to copy all of the Tang sect's moves. These feats were also all copied from Yang Lai, the strongest of the Tang sect today. During this period of time, this speed of Zhang Chen's learning of feats really frightened Yang Lai. This kid is a demon, isn't he? Even such a difficult technique can be learned with a single glance? These words were the ones that had been repeated over and over in Yang Lai's mind for so many days. Then compare it to the speed at which he had learned Zhang Chen's compassionate sacred body. He felt that he was able to be called a cultivation genius back then, and that was entirely because Zhang Chen had not yet come out of the world. If he and Zhang Chen were born in the same era, with this comparison, what else does he call a genius? Just a muggle. During this week's time, Yang Lai's compassionate poison saint body also planked to the level of just an introductory level. However, he did manage to memorize everything inside the gongfu taught by Zhang Chen. At the same time, he also began to pass this gong method to Tang Miaoxing, Tang Qiushan, Zhang Wang and the others, learning and practicing with them. Next, even if Zhang Chen left, they would still be able to continue to cultivate it at this pace. On this night, everything went on as usual without much change, but the only difference was that the Tang sect's backyard was suddenly intruded by one more outsider. At this moment, Tang Miaoxing, who was practicing the compassion saint body there, sensed that the trap he had laid on his body seemed to have been triggered by someone. His brow furrowed slightly and he was just about to get up to see what was going on when he did. Yang Lai, who was sitting in front of him, however, suddenly opened his eyes. Waving his hand at Tang Miaoxing, he gestured for him to sit down again and continue practicing. Senior brother, it seems that someone has broken into our back mountain. Shall we? Before Tang Miaoxing could finish his words, Yang Lai directly muttered softly. I didn't expect this kid's calculations to be accurate. Zhang Huai is really here. Afterward, Yang Lai ignored the puzzled look on Tang Miaoxing's face and spoke directly to him. Whatever happens next, let's stay out of it. This is an internal matter of someone else's Dragon Tiger Mountain. We can just continue our cultivation here. I'll leave it to that boy to toss the backwoods tonight. At this moment, inside a house at the back of the Tang Sex Mountain, Zhang Chen, who was originally resting on Xiaohe's lap, opened his eyes at the first opportunity after sensing that someone had stepped into his destiny disc. Finally, Uncle Huai, you've kept me waiting. As Zhang Chen got up, Xiaohe, who was on the side, was also awakened by Zhang Chen's movements. Not caring about his thighs that were numb from Zhang Chen's pillows, he stood up at the first opportunity. Going to check it out? Hearing Zhang Chen ask such a question, Xiaohe immediately nodded. Let's go then. Get that asshole with you and I'll take you guys for a long ride. After saying that, Zhang Chen directly pushed the house open without looking back and rushed over towards where Zhang Huai was. Xiaohe, on the other hand, walked quickly to the front of Wang Jinqiu's house and very roughly kicked open the door of his room, yanked the sleeping fascinated Wang Jinqiu to his feet, dragging up one of his big white legs. He quickly rushed towards the location where Zhang Chen had left. There was not the slightest regard for the feelings of Wang Jinqiu, who was being forcibly dragged by her. Soon Xiaohe dragged Wang Jinqiu to Zhang Chen's neighborhood. As soon as the two of them arrived, they heard Zhang Chen in the distance speak into a clearing. Uncle Zhang Huai, don't hide. Master asked me to come and take you back. His old man. He hasn't seen you in decades. Chapter 106. Now the ones practiced at Longhu Mountain are my version of the Golden Light Mantra. Zhang Huai, who was hiding in the depths of the woods, heard the voice and his entire body instantly froze in place. He hadn't heard the word uncle in years. The only place in the world where someone who could call him Master Uncle was that one place. That's the sect he, Zhang Huai, used to be in. Longhu Mountain. Is the one who called out to me a disciple of Longhu Mountain? But why does it sound like a child? And the master this child just mentioned. Could it be my senior brother Zhang Jiwei? A large number of ideas surfaced in Zhang Huai's mind for a while. This caused his intentions of continuing onward towards the Tang Mound to be put on hold. At this point he was in no hurry to get out of the woods. Rather, he wanted to see who it was that had just called out to his master uncle. Master Huai, aren't you coming out to meet us? If you don't come out, then I'm going to have to go looking for you. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, his eyes instantly looked up to where Zhang Huai was. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly soared out from its original position. It landed steadily under the big tree where Zhang Huai was hiding. Look at the young man standing in shadow under the tree. Zhang Huai's eyes widened at once, his heart filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How did he find me? And to be able to figure out my location so accurately, what the hell did he use? Looking down at the trunk of the tree, the young man who was looking up at his shadow, an uneasy feeling rose in Zhang Huai's heart. It was really hard for him to understand. Why was he himself at the sight of this little fellow standing below, not much older than his own grandson? It was amazing how his mind would feel danger. However, since his figure was now exposed, Zhang Huai had no further intention of wanting to stay here. It seems that this time the plan has failed. I didn't expect to run into the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain here, but it's a pity that I can't go back to Dragon Tiger Mountain anymore. Zhang Huai lowered his head and looked at Zhang Chen seriously for a few moments before. Then he instantly transported his air and prepared to leave on this. However, Zhang Chen would not let him slip through his hands. Uncle Huai, we've just met. Why are you in a hurry to leave? How about staying and we catch up together? As Zhang Chen spoke, his right hand kept on invoking the destiny disc at his feet. Next moment, only Zhang Chen said softly, the word Kuan, Earth River Car. The moment Zhang Kitchen's words fell, the land in front of Zhang Huai collapsed. A huge rock comparable to a train of harmony instantly drilled out from the ground and blocked Zhang Huai's path. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huai's heart was shocked again. When he looked down at his feet, he instantly exclaimed, this is the Wind Queen's strange door destiny plate that Zhou Shang realized back then? How could the Wind Queen's strange sect appear on a disciple of Longhu Mountain? Just a moment's hesitation on his part. A few more huge rock pillars comparable to harmonies instantly blocked all of his retreats, leaving Zhang Huai with nowhere to run. Uncle Huai, is this familiar? Hearing the voice coming from behind himself, Zhang Huai immediately frowned. His hunched body also stood a lot straighter in this moment than before. Wind Queen Chimera? Why would a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain know this art? Who the hell are you? Be honest. If you dare to flaunt your identity as a disciple of Longhu Mountain again, I'll kill you now. Hearing Zhang Huai's words, Zhang Chen spread his hands helplessly early and opened his mouth. Senior Uncle Huai, a formal introduction. My name is Zhang Chen. I'm the shut-in disciple of the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei of Longhu Mountain. This Wind Queen strange door, I learned it when I was in Wudong. Hearing Zhang Chen explain in this manner, the look on Zhang Huai's face finally relaxed quite a bit. Did elder brother send you to me? I'm not going back with you. You brat, go back and tell your senior brother that I will put an end to all of them for all of this that caused the caution rebellion. Other than that, I also have an unkind request. When you return to the mountain, help me tell senior brother Tian that I, Zhang Huai, have wronged him in this life, and that what I owe him can only be repaid in my next life. After saying that, Zhang Huai was ready to use his air to break all the rocks that were blocking his way. Senior uncle, these things, why don't you do them yourself? And the other thing is, do you think you can still get away, right in front of me? Zhang Chen's words first caused Zhang Huai to freeze for a moment. The latter one, on the other hand, made him frown. Listening to Zhang Chen, it seemed that this kid was trying to force him to stay behind. Kid, go away. I don't want to hurt you. Even if you mastered this Wind Queen strange sect, you wouldn't be a match for me. Looking at Zhang Huai's confident face, Zhang Chen helplessly shook his head and said, Senior uncle, people can suffer great losses if they are too confident. Of course that statement comes with the added caveat that it's besides me. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, which were even more confident than his own, Zhang Huai could not help but frown slightly. At this moment, he actually began to worry about Longhu Mountain. It was hard for him to imagine how his so shrewd senior brother had taken in such a naive disciple. This kid is crazy as hell. It was even more wild than his own senior brother who had been invincible all his life back then. That's just it. I'll discipline you on behalf of senior brother today. Thinking that you can be invincible just because you've obtained the 8 strange techniques. I'm going to let you know what it means to know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Zhang Huai had already given up on leaving immediately at this point. He was prepared to teach Zhang Chen, this arrogant brat, a good lesson before he left. It was also his last contribution to Lung Fu Shan. Let's use something from Longhu Mountain to teach you well. Golden Light Curse. As Zhang Huai's mind moved, next moment, a strong and incomparable golden light immediately surfaced on his body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's mouth then revealed a hint of a smile, only to hear him softly say, Uncle Huai, if you want to teach me the golden light incantation, a level like yours seems a bit inadequate. When he said that, he only saw a golden light suddenly rise from Zhang Chen's body as well. It was only this golden light on Zhang Chen's body, whether it was its power or the purity of the golden light, as well as the range that easily covered hundreds of meters around him. It all looked a dimension stronger than Zhang Huai's golden light. Looking at the terrifying golden light rising from Zhang Chen's body, it made Zhang Huai, who was prepared to teach Zhang Chen properly, so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He even couldn't help but burst out on the spot. This is a ING golden light spell? Whose golden light spell looks like this? Looking at Zhang Huai's shocked appearance, Zhang Chen then heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. Senior uncle, you have been away from Longhu Mountain for a long time, so you may not know. Now the golden light mantra on our Dragon Tiger Mountain is learned from my improved version. Zhang Huai, Chapter 107. Uncle, you are so strong. You should be able to resist 60% of my punching power, right? Now the golden light mantra of Longhu Mountain is all learned from this kid? What a joke! Although Zhang Huai's heart was very reluctant to accept this matter. However, when he saw the golden light spell that Zhang Chen was now displaying, there was a sudden feeling in his heart that what Zhang Chen said seemed to be true. It has to be tested to be sure. Just in case this is just what it looks like, but it's actually a paper tiger. Zhang Huai then suddenly had an additional idea in his mind of wanting to verify the strength of Zhang Chen's golden light mantra. With that, only Zhang Huai's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Next moment, a sandbag-sized fist blasted straight at Zhang Chen's golden light spell. Boom! All that was heard was a loud bang. Zhang Chen stood still, not moving a muscle. On the other hand, Zhang Huai, who had thrown this punch, instantly retreated a dozen meters. With an incomparably grave expression, he looked at Zhang Chen. The defense of this golden light spell is not right. Obviously the golden light covers such a large area, but why is his defense still so strong? The scene at hand was difficult for Zhang Huai to understand, but what he knew now was that Zhang Chen really didn't seem to be lying. I'm afraid that his cultivation on the golden light mantra has reached a realm where no one has ever been before. This kid, what kind of demon is he? Back when senior brother was his age, he didn't have such perverted strength. Looking at Zhang Chen, who stood motionless and still smiling at himself, Zhang Huai's heart, which had always been incredibly calm, fluctuated at this moment. When he was young, Zhang Huai was pressed by his own senior brother. In old age he was again overpowered by his disciples. This day, it's just impossible to live. For some reason, Zhang Huai's heart was suddenly a bit angry. The original plan was to teach this arrogant kid a lesson, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by this kid instead now. It seems that if we want to take this kid down, we won't be able to do it without getting real with him. Just as Zhang Huai was thinking about how to take down Zhang Chen, who was standing there motionless, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Senior uncle, what you just used was the fighting dragon and tiger fist, right? It just so happens that my master nephew, me, is more or less accomplished in this area, and I've improved this set of punches quite a bit. Why don't you and I go at it again? As he spoke, Zhang Chen withdrew his golden light mantra and assumed his own fighting dragon and tiger fist stance. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huai's heart also became more curious about Zhang Chen. He wanted to see what Zhang Chen's boy had changed the fighting dragon and tiger fist into. Surprisingly, he was able to make him confident enough to put away the golden light curse, just trying to use the punches against himself. Let's try it then. Zhang Huai's words fell. Zhang Chen, who had already set up his stance, swung his fist out, accompanied by a sound of a dragon roar and a tiger whistle. The dragon and tiger silhouettes behind Zhang Chen also emerged at this moment. Looking at the dragon and tiger silhouettes behind Zhang Chen, he listened to the dragon and tiger roars that resounded in his ears. Zhang Huai's face changed and changed. This fighting dragon and tiger fist seemed to be completely different from what he had perceived. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen's attack had arrived in front of him. Facing the punch thrown by Zhang Chen, Zhang Huai, relying on the fact that he had a golden light to protect his body, forced himself to fight Zhang Chen. However, to his disbelief, just to the punch, surprisingly, it directly caused his protective golden light to shatter, and his entire fist was as if it was against a fully loaded dump truck traveling at high speed. That was simply as terrifyingly powerful as crushing. No good. It's going to hurt. At the first moment his golden light curse shattered, Zhang Huai then realized the terror of Zhang Chen's punch. In order not to get seriously injured as a result, Zhang Huai had no choice but to cross his heart and directly use his watchful eye. Air body source stream. As Zhang Huai operated this gong method he had comprehended. Next moment, the extremely terrifyingly powerful punch that Zhang Chen blasted out. Surprisingly, all of the chi from his fist was completely dissolved by the chi body source stream that Zhang Huai used. Feeling his attack fall short, Zhang Chen first looked at his fist in confusion. Then, as if remembering something, he spoke softly. Is this the air body source flow? Interesting. To be able to completely dissolve someone else's air and nullify all their air-dependent feats. I'm afraid that this is just one of the effects, right? Its effects are similar to the divine spirit used by the all-nature sect master back then. As soon as he heard Zhang Chen mention rootlessness, Zhang Huai couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He wasn't sure how Zhang Chen knew about rootless life's divine spirit. It was even less clear why Zhang Chen also knew that this elimination of other people's air was just a function of his air body's source flow. Alas, old, really old. I didn't realize that I almost didn't even follow a child's attack. Zhang Chen, with this cultivation talent of yours, you do have the capital to be arrogant. But I still say that there are very many powerful people in this world. And unless your cultivation can be as strong as your senior brother's, then you still need to be more careful and prudent. Hearing Zhang Huai lecturing himself again, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, spread his hands helplessly and opened his mouth. Senior uncle. Just now I used less than 20% of my power, 20 times the power of the punch in that punch. I'm afraid that if I push too hard, it'll be bad if I hurt you. But looking at your current condition, you should be able to receive a punch with 60% of my power. The sect leader of Wudong Mountain can at most carry 40% of my power. So it seems that you should be quite stronger than him. Zhang Huai. Looking at Zhang Chen's smelly and incomparable appearance at this moment, Zhang Huai wanted to rush up and give him 2 old punches. But on second thought, if Zhang Chen had really used only 20% of his power, then, if he swung his fist with all his might, he was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to carry it off. Not to mention injuring himself, he was afraid that he might kill him with one punch. A moment of silence passed. Zhang Huai finally held a few words inside his mouth. You asshole kid, how the hell did you practice? Why is it that ordinary feats are so perverted once they are in your hands? Hearing his senior uncle ask, Zhang Chen thought about opening his mouth. I didn't practice much either. How others practiced. I also practiced. Sometimes I realized after practicing. I've been practicing for half a year and I've only reached this level. If only I could practice faster. Zhang Chen's words infuriated Zhang Huai, who nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. To be so pervertedly strong after only half a year of cultivation, and he's still not satisfied? That's still human. Looking at this senior nephew of his, he was so honest that he even stated the limits of his strength. In this way, Zhang Huai felt that if he didn't put his best foot forward, this little nephew will really be taken down on the spot, escorted back to Longhu Mountain. That's just it. I can't just go back before things are done. Since I can't spell you in this aspect of air, then I'll play a trick and take you down first. Master Uncle. Chapter 108, Taking Down Zhang Huai, Copying the Air Body Source Stream. With this in mind, Zhang Huai sighed helplessly, then he only saw his eyes change, and his entire essence changed to something completely different from before. Brat, Don't blame your senior uncle for bullying you next. I really have something important to do. I can't go back to Dragon Tiger Mountain with you. Air body source stream. Open. As Zhang Huai exited with a soft drink. Next moment, the dozens of meters around where the two were instantly wrapped in a layer of white air. Zhang Chen, who was surrounded by them, instantly sensed the changes that his body had produced. Within this range, he surprisingly couldn't even use a bit of air. It was as if his body and air were completely separated, and it was difficult to connect them. You can't use air at this range right now, but on the contrary, I can. Although there isn't much I can call upon, it's still easy to deal with a kid who can't use his air. Zhang Chen, admit defeat. Even if you're strong, you won't be my opponent if you can't use air. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was standing still, Zhang Huai shook his head and spoke. After saying this, he looked at Zhang Chen, who had not responded for half a day, and then opened his mouth. Never mind. I'd better let you sleep for a while. Saves you from screwing me up some more. But before you go to sleep, you must remember what I explained to you before. And remember to say to your Uncle Tian for me. Zhang Huai's words hadn't even left his mouth, only to see that Zhang Chen, who had just stood motionless, had rushed to his side at some point. A swinging hook to the side of the head. Zhang Chen's punch was so fast that Zhang Huai barely reacted. It was only after he had been sent flying out a long way that Zhang Huai looked at Zhang Chen with a dumbfounded look on his face and muttered under his breath. No, it can't be. Why are you still able to do this without air? Why is your life cultivation at this age so strong as well? Zhang Huai was completely confused at this point. He thought that after banning Zhang Chen's air, Zhang Chen would no longer be able to fight back. It's just a shame that he was wrong, and very wrong. This was because he had severely underestimated the toughness of Zhang Chen's body. Even if there was no air in his body, Zhang Chen's physique alone was an extremely terrifying existence. If you're out of breath, you can use your fists and feet. Listening to Rush, I also have my own special understanding when it comes to life cultivation. But Senior Uncle Huai, it seems to me that you're consuming a bit too much by maintaining such a large area. Looking at Zhang Huai, who was back on his feet, Zhang Chen nonchalantly and directly pointed out the shortcomings of this air body source stream domain. Zhang Huai shouldn't be able to maintain this something like a forbidden demon field for too long. I originally thought that only my senior brother's life cultivation in this world could crush me in this, but I didn't think that you kid could as well. I've seen a lot today, but I, Zhang Huai, have never surrendered. Come on, let me, an old man, see what else you kid can shock me with. After saying that, he only saw Zhang Huai directly activate the golden light mantra. The thunder spell in his hand began to tumble continuously. Seeing that Zhang Huai had actually used all of his crushing lightning techniques, Zhang Chen felt as if he didn't have to hide it anymore. He was ready to give his master's uncle out on another little shock. Talisman space, open. Dan devouring space, open. As Zhang Chen exited with two soft shouts, a talisman composed of spiritual air began to fly out from the talisman space, wrapping Zhang Huai's entire body in a multitude of talismans. Immediately after that, a terrifying Dan devouring slowly flew towards Zhang Huai as well. This talisman and Dan devouring, due to the fact that they were generated and cultivated by injecting spiritual air in advance. Thus, even though the current Zhang Chen could no longer sense his own air, he was still able to continue maneuvering these things towards Zhang Huai to surround him. Looking at those Dan devouring poisons that flew towards Zhang Huai, Zhang Chen finally realized it. How Yang Lai in the original story controlled Dan Devour and Zhang Huai to die together. Looking at the numerous talismans flying towards him, feeling the threat of the Dan devouring poison around himself that was so numerous that it made his scalp go numb, Zhang Huai had realized that he had really lost this time, and is losing without any resistance, though he still had many moves he hadn't used, and his air body source stream hadn't really been able to utilize its power, but now he never had any more chances. Zhang Huai knew that he couldn't move a muscle right now, even if he moved even a small amount gently. He was afraid that he would touch those terrifying talismans and trigger a big explosion, or touching something horrible that made his head spin. But he couldn't see it. This is the Tong Tian talisman? Zhang Huai rolled his eyes and looked at those talismans and opened his mouth to ask. Not bad. I learned it from Elder Lu. Hearing the words Master Lu, Zhang Huai thought for a moment and immediately spoke. Elder Lu? Lu Jin? What Zhang Zibu realized back then was indeed passed on to Lu Jin. What are those invisible, deadly little things? It can't be the Tang Sect's Dan devouring, can it? After knowing the origin of the talisman, Zhang Huai then opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Chen nodded in acquiescence. What kind of monster are you, kid? Is there nothing in this world that you can't learn? Originally, Zhang Huai thought that Zhang Chen would be modest. As a result, just as he finished saying this, he heard Zhang Chen's arrogant to the core voice. That's right, I can learn anything anyone can, and that is, Uncle Shifu, are you going to surrender? Or forget it. I think you might still be up to something. How about blowing both your legs off first? Anyway, I still know both full hands. Big deal. I'll give you your legs back again after we get back on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Huai. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Huai could not help but curse in his heart. This brat's heart is really hard. Just now I just wanted to knock him out and let him sleep for a while. But this kid is good. He's directly going to waste my 2 legs. This kid's asshole look is so similar to Senior. For some reason, at this moment, Zhang Huai suddenly remembered the scene when the 3 of them, master and disciple, faced Rootless Shang back then. Back then, when his own senior brother slapped Rootless in that big ear and said that he wanted to give him a direct death on the spot. It was almost indistinguishable from the current Zhang Chen. Alas, I've been planted in the hands of you 2 masters and disciples all my life and can't get out. That's just it. My old bones can't stand that kind of tossing and turning. I surrender. After saying that, Zhang Huai's mind moved and directly withdrew the power of the air body source flow that enveloped the surroundings. What he didn't know, however, was this. The moment he withdrew the power of the air body source flow, inside Zhang Chen's mind, there was suddenly an additional voice. Congratulations to the host, successfully observing 50% of the air body source flow technique. Chapter 109, when did your brat steal my air body source flow over? You have successfully observed 50% of the total feats of the atmospheric body source stream. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Does it start copying immediately? Upon hearing the system's beep, Zhang Chen almost didn't have no hesitation and immediately chose to copy. Reproduce immediately. Zhang Chen's words fell. Next moment, all of the techniques of the air body source stream as well as Zhang Huai's entire understanding of the air body source stream over the years all surfaced and appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. So the air body source flow is actually like this. Interesting, really interesting. After softly chanting a few sentences, Zhang Chen began to base his memories in his mind. Directly in front of Zhang Huai, he rehearsed his air body source flow. After Zhang Huai withdrew his air body source stream domain, he saw that Zhang Chen, who was standing beside him, had somehow suddenly frozen in place. Just as he was about to call out to Zhang Chen to see what kind of badass the kid was holding back again. Instead, he saw that Zhang Chen, who had frozen there, suddenly began to move. Zhang Chen's sudden movement directly startled him. He thought the kid was really going to fight himself and break both his legs. However, out of his expectation, after the movements of Zhang Chen's hands were fully unfolded, Zhang Huai, however, saw a scene that made him incredibly familiar appear before his eyes. Wait, is he practicing a technique? Why is this technique he's practicing so familiar? Watching Zhang Chen's movements, Zhang Huai was in deep thought for a while. He wondered what exactly Zhang Chen had practiced, and why it was so similar to the starting stance at the beginning of his air body source stream. However, as Zhang Huai stared at Zhang Chen's movements, he saw until it was almost over. It was only then that he realized with a jolt that this brat was actually practicing his own air body source flow. Realizing that this brat Zhang Chen had gone so far as to steal his own gongfu in front of him, this made Zhang Huai so angry that his head almost smoked. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Zhang Chen himself, he would have wanted to take advantage of this moment to rush up and give Zhang Chen 2 big earfuls right now. He's been hiding this all his life, laying out the source of the air body for 3 generations. How is it that in the blink of an eye, this master nephew of his has stolen the past? Zhang Huai couldn't figure out why this was at all. He was even more puzzled as to how exactly Zhang Chen had managed to do this. He had used it once himself in front of him, and had yet to use the entire technique in its entirety. And how did Zhang Chen then manage to use all of this technique? Even the places he had never shown himself were easily used by him. Wait, could it be that this kid knows so many feats? All of them stolen and learned like this? Almost instantly, Zhang Huai then already understood why Zhang Chen had used so many feats. This kid is truly a demon. I don't know where elder brother pulled this unlucky thing up the mountain from. If only this kid would have been spotted by me first in the first place. Forget it, for a brat with such an unbelievable talent. Even if I find out, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect him. Watching Zhang Chen rehearse the entire process of the entire air body source flow, there was already a hint of something else in Zhang Huai's eyes as he looked at Zhang Chen. After Zhang Chen exited the state of practicing, he opened his eyes and saw the helpless look on Zhang Huai's face. When did you learn that, you kid? Senior uncle, do you mean the air body source flow? This stuff isn't hard. I can do it just by looking at it. Hearing Zhang Chen say such words so easily, speechlessness was written all over Zhang Huai's face. This air body source stream of his was not an ordinary gong method. It was something that was only comprehended under extremely special conditions when the 36 of them gathered back then. How come there's nothing special at all inside this kid's mouth? It's an 8-chi technique. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that this was the strongest technique among the 8 strange techniques that Zhang Huai thought he had at the time. It can even surpass the rootless born divine spirit. Such a feat was something simple in Zhang Chen's mouth? This is no joke. You bastard kid even said that this air body source flow is simple? Humph. Since you've already learned it, I'll tell you that although this thing looks simple and is easy to start, it's impossible to become proficient without decades of work. Ever since I realized the source flow of the air body, I've practiced for so many years to get to this current level. Even if your talent is as good as it is, I'm afraid it will take you several years to reach a point like mine, probably in order to maintain his last dignity. Zhang Huai held back his anger for half a day before speaking. Senior uncle. In fact, this gong method really isn't as difficult as you said, although I don't have much talent in this area, I guess, but my current realm of air body source flow should be similar to yours. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Huai did not react for a moment. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth. Humph, I think so. Just practicing this technique can be similar to my realm. Even if you... Wait a minute, what did you kid just say? You're saying that you're now at the same level as me in the realm of the air body source stream? Are you kidding me? Looking at the incredulous Zhang Huai, Zhang Chen helplessly spread his hands and said in his heart, Senior uncle, this is not what I said. This is what the system said. Just now the system has broadcasted inside my mind that I have successfully copied the air body source flow. The level of the duplicated feats is the same as yours now. It was a pity that such words could not be said to Zhang Huai. Bastard. I don't believe it. The air body source flow is not that easy to learn. Even if you were a genius, it's impossible for you to advance so quickly. You come and hit me so I can feel it. Hearing that Zhang Huai had actually asked himself to beat him, Zhang Chen hesitated and opened his mouth. Senior uncle, this isn't good. You've already admitted defeat. Won't hitting you again make me look like I'm not practicing martial arts? If you're told to fight, you fight. What's with all the nonsense? As soon as Zhang Huai's words fell, the next moment the golden light spell on his body rose once again. Looking at his senior uncle's unforgiving appearance at this moment, Zhang Chen was really a bit helpless. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was what his own senior uncle had asked for. If I don't beat up my uncle, I'll be considered not giving him face. Subsequently, only Zhang Chen saw the power of the air body source stream surging in his hands. He followed Zhang Huai's actions from before and casually waved his hand, and a huge field of gas source flow once again enveloped the two of them into it. Inside the field, Zhang Huai, who had just been wrapped in a layer of golden light, suddenly lost contact with the golden light on his body. The entire person, like Zhang Chen before him, could no longer feel the existence of air. Only at this time, Zhang Chen was different from Zhang Huai. While he was using this move, he was not struggling like Zhang Huai. He who had strengthened his Qi Nason technique was able to maintain it for a much longer period of time than Zhang Huai. Looking at the scene in front of his eyes, Zhang Huai was really a bit skeptical this time. This kid even gave this move. Could it be that he has really come to greatness? Just as Zhang Huai was on the verge of accepting that Zhang Chen had already attained great success with the air body source stream, the next moment, however, he heard a voice that put him on his heels. Uncle Shifu, are you ready? I'm going to get started. Zhang Huai? Wait, I just want to test your gongfu. Let's talk things over. Don't make a move. Chapter 110 Air Body Source Stream Strengthening Direction. Duplication ability to be upgraded? As Zhang Chen passed through a round of punches and kicks, it was only then that he removed the field of the air body source flow. As the domain of the air body source stream was removed, the battered Zhang Huai looked at Zhang Chen with a grudging expression. You boys have a dark hand. To go so far as to speak of martial virtues and bully your senior uncle like this. I yelled surrender so many times in between and you didn't hear me? Listening to Zhang Huai roar out, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, looked at him with an innocent face, putting on a pitiful appearance and opened his mouth. Uncle Master, I'm sorry, just now I fought too fast and the wind from my fists was too loud. I didn't really hear it for a while. Why don't you go a little louder next time? Zhang Doubt almost spat out blood from Zhang Chen's anger. Next time? There's a next time? Why is this kid holding back to hit me again? This kid is a real asshole. Much more so than that senior brother guy. The shameless ventriloquist look is really a lineage of our heavenly master's house. But this time, Zhang Huai had also learned his lesson. He just glared viciously at Zhang Chen, and then stopped speaking, because he knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, then he might fall into this asshole kid's trap again. Even now, he had some suspicions that Zhang Chen was deliberately cultivating the air body source stream to show himself, so as to find an excuse to beat him up about it. Come on, Zhang Chen boy, tell me, when are you planning to return to the mountain next? Hearing Zhang Huai's words, Zhang Chen already knew. The old man, who always liked to hide, now seemed to be truly resigned to his fate. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked something like when he was going to follow Zhang Chen back to the mountain. Senior uncle, since you're going back to the mountain, should you bring all your family along? As far as I know, Your little grandson Zheng Chulan still seems to be having a bad time right now. Zhang Chen had asked Zhao Fangxu for information on Zhang Huai's family when he was in the capital villa. Zhang Huai's son, Zhang Yuda, doesn't know what things he's plotting behind his back. Now even the company can't find anything about him at all. Zhang Chen guessed that maybe this guy really went to practice the 7 orders of the gods and demons, so that he could come back to dominate the inhuman realm after passing through the heavens. Of course these were all jokes, and Zhang Chen knew that this was not possible. However, Zhang Huai's grandson, Zhang Chulan, Zhang Chen had seen news of him. This kid is now in the North China region and has been living the life of a normal person, giving inside information about the company. The kid never revealed anything about being an inhuman. Even now, Zhang Chulan was still young, but now he was surprisingly like Zhang Huai's nature. He liked to hide, very much so. However, that's how he was able to manage to get through a decade or so of normal life. It wasn't until he was in college that Feng Baobao took a kitchen knife to his skill. Hearing Zhang Chen talk about his grandson, Zhang Huai's snotty face finally showed more than a hint of guilt. If it wasn't for him, his own smart and clever grandson wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Perhaps it would be a good idea to go back to the mountains now? Zhang Huai at this time has been somewhat shaken up in his heart that has been insisted on the idea. If I return to the mountain and give a full account of my crimes, can you give my grandson a place on Dragon Tiger Mountain? As he said these words, Zhang Huai's face was also rarely a little embarrassed. The position of the disciple generation is gone. He can only be a grandson when he arrives at the mountain. Of course he is the master's disciple, but if you want to teach it yourself, I think master, his old man, would agree. Watching Zhang Chen speak with such confidence, Zhang Huai's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, because he knew that although Zhang Chen was not very old, but the weight of Zhang Chen's words on Dragon Tiger Mountain now, I'm afraid, is not light at all. And, Zhang Huai was silent for half a day, but he did not give up that there was more to come. Zhang Chen, however, guessed what he wanted to say at once. Senior uncle, just don't worry, since in Longhu Mountain dares you to return to the mountain, then there will naturally be someone to carry off all that you've caused in the past. Originally, Master has already achieved the top in the inhuman world. Now add me. As long as it's still our inhuman circle's business, then let them come as they please. We, Longhu Mountain, will take them all. After all, our Longhu Mountain is the most protective of its calves. Zhang Huai, asshole, who are you calling a calf? Zhang Huai was furious when he heard that this bastard Zhang Chen was even cursing himself in a dark manner. However, after thinking about it, he seemed to be far from being Zhang Chen's opponent. According to the inhuman world, to the strength of the status of words, he in front of Zhang Chen seems to be really a calf. After a bout of small talk, he watched Zhang Huai fall silent in place again. Zhang Chen shook his head very helplessly. Looks like the old guy is still having a mental battle in his mind. It just so happened that Zhang Chen was also able to take this opportunity to see what directions of enhancement this air body source stream had. System, check the direction of strengthening the air body source flow. The words in Zhang Chen's mind had just fallen. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying a new technique. The host has been given a chance to strengthen the technique. This technique is one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the air body source stream, and there are 3 directions of enhancement for this technique. 1. Air consumption. Reduces the consumption of using this feat to 1% at maximum power. 2. Domain range. Can expand the air body source flow domain to 100 times its current size. 3. The source of the air machine. Having touched any air machine, can be pushed to the source of the air machine according to that air machine, and can simulate the use of that air machine with one's own air. Originally, when Zhang Chen saw the first 2 directions of reinforcement, he was slightly disappointed. Although they were all useful, their effects were not too great for Zhang Chen. After all, the current Zhang Chen had far too many feats on him. There are quite a few powerful main battle feats. The strengthening direction of the air body source flow was however skewed towards the auxiliary category. Sometimes Zhang Chen couldn't use it at all and had already secured the enemy with his super strength alone. However, when he looked in the direction of the 3rd enhancement, Zhang Chen couldn't help but see a bright light before his eyes. Directly based on the chi used by the enemy, one could deduce the origin of his chi machine and even simulate it with one's own chi. The usefulness of this reinforcing direction really seems to be a bit of a big deal. Carrying out the 3rd direction of reinforcement, this is when it becomes a bit of an air body source flow. It would be even better if this 3rd enhancement direction could be integrated with my copying ability. In the future, you don't even need to watch someone else finish casting half of his feats. Just by touching someone else's air, won't you be able to directly copy his feats? This thought had just appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Next moment, the system's voice then immediately surfaced in his mind. Opportunity for upgrading copying ability discovered. Please strengthen the air body source flow technique as soon as possible. After hearing these words, Zhang Chen froze in place. Asterisk 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 I was just thinking about it. And you came for real. Chapter 111, Strengthen Copying Ability? Can you copy innate supernatural abilities now? Does the host choose to start strengthening the gongfu immediately? Hear the system beep. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate to immediately open his mouth to reply. Reinforce it immediately. Don't be a pain in the ass. Get a move on. As Zhang Chen's words fell. Next moment. He then began the strengthening of the air body source flow under the drive of the system. Zhang Huai, who had been silent there, watched as Zhang Chen suddenly moved again. Zhang Chen's movement once again aroused Zhang Huai's curiosity. What's this kid up to again? That time just now. He secretly learned my air body source stream. Now could it be that he has learned some new technique? Zhang Huai said to himself there. Xia He, who was on the side, had already joined Wang Jinshu at some point and came to the side of the two. Hearing Zhang Huai's words, Xia He then smiled faintly at him and opened his mouth. Seen your uncle. Zhang Chen, he's going to change your gongfu next. Don't let him get to you later. Oh. When Xia He finished speaking, Zhang Huai looked up at her. With just this glance, he directly recognized where Xia He came from. After all, Summer Harvest had stayed holistic before. It didn't stay long, but it was extremely well known. Zhang Huai, an old guy who had once been married to Rootless, naturally had a good feel for the group of assholes in all sects. In his original plan, there were quite a few members of all sects among the people he was going to kill this time using his body as bait. You're the Summer Harvest who joined all sects just a while ago and made quite a name for yourself in there, right? I've searched the Omnisex intel, and it seems to say you're missing. I didn't expect you to follow Zhang Chen. This kid should know that you're all sects, right? Zhang Huai's words carried a hint of unkindness. I'm afraid that as long as Xia He dares to say one wrong word next, she's afraid that she'll be killed by the hot-handed Zhang Huai. Senior uncle. I've called you senior uncle. How can I still be mixing that broken omnisexual? I've known for a long time that following Zhang Chen's side is the best choice. Listening to Xia He's reply, Zhang Huai looked her up and down carefully again, then spoke. Well, I can tell from the fact that you're dressed as a servant in a Republican era, inside one of those foreign devils' rooms, that your charm power doesn't seem to be working on this kid. That's good. If you dare to charm this master nephew of mine and use him to do something, then I'll no longer show any mercy. Zhang Huai's words left Xia He speechless for a while. It wasn't like she hadn't tried to charm Zhang Chen, but the end result was that she had actually been counter-charmed by this kid. She was not ashamed to speak of such a shameful thing. Come on girl, tell me, what's going on with this kid wanting to change my feats? Xia He, who had been threatened by Zhang Huai, was very upset, so he was not going to answer Zhang Huai's question directly. Instead he started to take the opportunity to whet his appetite. Our family's Zhang Chen. With his talent, he will definitely be dissatisfied with the status quo after learning your technique. He will use his own understanding to make your method stronger. So strong that it will startle you. Quite a few people are intimidated by him. These few words of Xia He once again made Zhang Huai whole. He didn't understand what was going on with this Zhang Chen kid. To think that one's own gongfu, which was still instantly practiced to the realm of great accomplishment, was still unsatisfied? And to give your gongfu another alteration? You have to know that the origin of this technique is quite amazing, and it is related to the legendary immortal that is so remote and hard to find. Even if Zhang Chen was more talented, could he still change this gongfu of his? Zhang Huai didn't believe it, but a moment later, the situation at hand forced him to believe Xia He's words. This was because Zhang Chen had already begun to rehearse the new air body source flow technique. Looking at the movements of Zhang Chen's hands, it was clearly very similar to his own air body source flow, but in reality, if one looks hard enough one realizes, the air body source flow that Zhang Chen was now using had been greatly modified from the original air body source flow, especially in terms of the consumption of air from the air body source stream. Zhang Huai could clearly feel that the air body source flow that Zhang Chen was now using had become very small in terms of the consumption of his air. It reaches that point where it's almost negligible. Feeling the changes in Zhang Chen's feats, Zhang Huai couldn't help but begin to doubt life. The atmospheric body source flow technique that he had painstakingly researched for decades. How is it that in just a few minutes of being in this kid's hands, he's changed himself out of it? And the consumption of air by this new technique was still so low. Zhang Huai felt that if he were to learn Zhang Chen's new air body source flow technique now, then I'm afraid that his sustained battle power will have to be raised by a good deal more. Could it be that the golden light mantra he used before, the wrestling dragon and tiger fist he used, and even the Tong Tian talisman and Dan devouring these feats, could it be that this brat improved them all on his own? If so, then this kid's talent is too demonic. Is this kid still human or not? Zhang Huai, who had come into contact with the ethereal immortal, could not help but doubt Zhang Chen's identity at this time. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly saw another scene that made his jaw drop. It was only Zhang Chen who had somehow managed to cast out that domain of the air-body source flow again. However, this time, the air-body source flow field was extremely different from before, especially in terms of range. Zhang Chen's atmospheric source stream domain was now able to cover a range that was surprisingly 100 times larger than before. Is this still my air-body source flow? This thing is already able to be called a new technique, right? At this moment, the shock in Zhang Huai's heart was beyond words. Looking at Zhang Huai at this moment, Xia He and Wang Jinxiu, who were on the side, glanced at each other and simultaneously saw a hint of smugness in each other's eyes. It was possible to see how these very prestigious seniors were shocked by Zhang Chen's terrifying talent. This is just too much fun. While Zhang Huai was shocked, Xia He and Wang Jinxiu were watching the fun. In Zhang Chen's mind, however, the system's voice kept ringing out. Congratulations to the host. All 3 directions of strengthening of the air-body source flow have been completed. The system has detected that the 3rd strengthening direction of the air-body source flow is related to the copying ability, and the copying ability can now be upgraded again. Does the host choose to upgrade the copying ability immediately? Upgrade immediately. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Chen immediately responded without even thinking. Reproduction ability begins to intensify and upgrade. This enhancement upgrade is combined with the direction of the air-body source flow enhancement. The enhancement results that will be obtained are as follows. 1. The ability to copy a feat by retaining the original observation of half of the feat's contents. 2. Gain the ability to copy new feats, and directly copy the feats by simply touching the air of the feats. Note, as long as they are in contact with the air, even the innate alien ability class can be directly duplicated and strengthened. Seeing the content of his soon-to-be upgraded copying ability, Zhang Chen could not help but freeze for a moment. In the future, the innate psychic ability class can also be copied? Good lord! Won't this be able to realize the strongest ability combination in the one-man circle? Dan devouring wind and sand swallow now? Chapter 112, The Heavenly Master descends to the mountain, traveling to the Tang clan. 10 minutes later, as the system's words, copy ability upgrade completed, resounded in Zhang Chen's mind, Zhang Chen then already felt that his copying ability had changed tremendously from before. It was just that there was no object that would allow him to experiment with the changes in his copying ability right now. This was slightly regrettable for Zhang Chen. Not being able to experience the upgraded functionality of your ability for the first time. You kid, did you really modify my Gonfu? Zhang Huai opened his mouth with an incredulous expression and asked. It's changed just a little bit. Zhang Chen's words made Zhang Huai furious. What do you mean it's only changed a little? The consumption of the gong method has dropped so much, and the coverage of the air-body source flow has expanded so much, and this is called only a little change? You kid, you're really pissing me off. Looking at Zhang Huai, who had a furious face, Zhang Chen early on heatedly smiled and directly opened his mouth. Uncle, don't be so angry. Why don't I teach you the revamped air-body source flow, and you come learn it? As soon as he heard that Zhang Chen was going to teach himself the revamped air-body source flow, for some reason, Zhang Huai suddenly felt as if he wasn't that angry anymore. Then let's take a look. Let me see in which place your kid has improved on this technique. And if there are changes that don't work, you have to change them back for me right away. Listening to the stubborn and incomparable words of his senior uncle, who was dead set against admitting that he was interested in the revamped Gongfu, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, smiled faintly and did not immediately reveal this old man. After all, he had just beaten up his own senior uncle, so it wouldn't be a big deal to let him be stubborn for a few moments. Early the next morning, the emergency phone on Lung Fu Shan suddenly rang. The disciple who answered the phone heard that it was Master Zhang Chen who was looking for old Tianshi. He immediately went without stopping to inform the old Heavenly Master. The old Heavenly Master, who was originally meditating and purifying on the mountain. After hearing that it was Zhang Chen who had called, he started slightly, muttering to himself, "Why did this kid think to call me? Is something wrong? No, that's not right." Counting the time, it should be almost time for Master Huai's matter, right? Could it be that Zhang Chen is having trouble dealing with the matters given to his senior brother? With this thought, the old celestial master stood up with a prancing movement and quickly rushed to the telephone room like a gust of wind. In the Tang sect's telephone room, Zhang Chen, who was waiting for news from the old celestial master with an old antique microphone phone, was waiting for news from the old celestial master. Unable to resist, he opened his mouth to complain. It's pretty inconvenient not having a cell phone, and I wonder if the guys who build them have started a project yet. Should I invest some money in their company while I'm at it? Maybe I'll be rich by the end of the day. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about his big plan to get rich, a voice finally came from the other side of the phone. Tatsu, it's me. Is there some kind of trouble? Upon hearing that it was his master's voice, Zhang Chen immediately smiled and opened his mouth. Master, there is no trouble. But there is good news. Good news? The old heavenly master was confused. Then, as if he remembered something, he immediately opened his mouth with great excitement. Is it a message from Wiley? Where is he now? How's it going? If you're not sure you can subdue him, I'm going to help you. Hearing his master's excitement, Zhang Chen also smiled from the bottom of his heart. After decades, master and brother are reunited again. This is really a good thing to celebrate. Master Huai and I are both in the Tang sect right now, and I've convinced him that he's now willing to return to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Chen intentionally increased his tone on the word convince. The old heavenly master understood as soon as he heard it, and it seemed that this senior brother of his had already been successfully taken down by Zhang Chen. It doesn't matter whether or not it's truly persuasive. Good job. I'm getting ready to go to the Tang sect. By the way, Chener, you suspect that senior uncle is a thief and very capable of hiding his clumsiness, so don't let him fool you. To be on the safe side, I think you'd better break his legs and wait until I wait for him to return to the mountain. Then find someone specialized to treat him. As the old heavenly master was saying these words, Zhang Huai was listening carefully on the sidelines. When he heard that his senior brother had actually directly asked Zhang Chen to break his legs, he couldn't help but darken his face and instantly retreated several steps, looking at Zhang Chen with a wary expression, thinking, this Zhang Chen and his own senior brother are really worthy of being master and disciple. Breaking his own legs, such outrageous ideas can be highly overlapped. Is this dry or is it a human thing? Zhang Huai thought seriously for a long time, and finally couldn't help but speak into the microphone. Senior brother, is this how you usually teach your disciples? Old celestial master, ahem, Chener your senior uncle is beside you. Why didn't you say so in advance? You unlucky boy. After another round of pleasantries, Zhang Chen told the old celestial master to let him bring Uncle Tian along when he came down from the mountain. Although the old celestial master didn't know why Zhang Chen said that, but on second thought, he nodded his head in agreement. One day later, the old celestial master pushed a wheelchair with a young apprentice with a head full of white hair and walked into the gate of the Tang sect. The Tang sect master Yan Lai, as well as his senior brother Tang Miaoxing and the others, all went out to greet the old heavenly master's visit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yan Lai left with the Tang sect's people. A secluded conference room was set aside for the old celestial master and his group. At this time, the door to the conference room. Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Huai beside himself and hesitated for a long time, but he did not dare to step into the door of the conference room. He could only shake his head helplessly. Go inside. Senior uncle. Sooner or later you'll have to face it. With that, Zhang Chen pushed open the door of the conference room and pushed his senior uncle inside. As soon as he entered the conference room, Zhang Huai saw his senior brothers and sisters looking at him with calm faces. Zhang Huai looked up at his senior brother, Zhang Jiwei, and then at Tian Jinzhong on the side. However, when he saw Tian Jinzhong, who had lost both his hands and legs, his face showed a look of shame beyond measure. If it wasn't because of himself, there was no way this Tian senior brother of his could have ended up in this situation. Old Tiancher and Tian Jinzhong looked at Zhang Huai, who walked in for a few moments. When they saw his familiar face and hunched short body, they all knew that they couldn't go wrong this time. Zhang Huai of their Longhu Mountain is really going back to the mountain. Elder brother. After a moment of silence, Zhang Huai looked up at the old heavenly master. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when Zhang Jiwei reached out to stop him. There is something to be said when we return to Longhu Mountain. At that time I want you to properly explain all the things to me clearly. This is not the right place to talk about such things. After saying that, the old heavenly master stopped looking at Zhang Huai and instead turned his head to Zhang Chen and opened his mouth. Tatsuer, come over here. You asked me to bring your Uncle Tian down the mountain, so you should have something extraordinary to show your Uncle Tian, right? Then bring it out and open the eyes of us old guys. Chapter 113 Double All Hands Heals Tian Jinzhong. Shocked old celestial master. Hearing the words of the old heavenly master, Zhang Huai, Tian Jinzhong and even Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, they looked at Zhang Chen at almost the same time. Senior brother, what kind of stuff are you and Chener discussing behind your back again? This time on the Tang clan, and made a point of letting me come along. Come on, you guys, just don't play dumb here. Tian Jinzhong, who was on the side, looked at the old heavenly master, who was smiling a little and was a little puzzled. Zhang Huai, on the other hand, pondered over what the old heavenly master had just said. Somehow, Zhang Huai suddenly remembered what happened yesterday when Zhang Chen said he would break his legs. Wait, is it a double full hand? Yesterday's time Zhang Chen had said that he had mastered the dual full hands. At the thought of this, Zhang Huai's face could not help but show a hint of excitement. If Zhang Chen really had mastered the double all hands, wouldn't it then be possible for Senior Tian's hands and feet, which were injured due to himself, to recover? The old celestial master at the side looked at the puzzled Tian Jinzhong, and then at Zhang Huai, who was clearly a bit agitated. He then urged Zhang Chen once again. Chen don't hide it anymore. What is it that's so good? Quickly take it out. I'd like to see it too. Your master. He heard his master urging again. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, walked over to Tian Jinzhong's side with a smile on his face and opened his mouth with a smile. Uncle Tian, if you could get back on your feet, what kind of things would you like to go and do? Hearing Zhang Chen open his mouth to inquire in such a manner, Tian Jinzhong was first stunned. A helpless, bitter smile followed. Will I ever get back on my feet again in my life? If it's possible, then I'm going to have a great time visiting places I've never been before. Looking at the helpless bitter smile on Tian Jinzhong's face, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, spoke in a serious and incomparable manner. I think Senior Uncle's wish will soon come true, but I think that there should be another item added to the list of things that Senior Uncle wants to do, and that's to beat up Senior Uncle Huai first. Zhang Huai, old celestial master, I think that's a good idea, and it'd be even better to take one of me with you when you beat him up. Zhang Chen's words once again caused Tian Jinzhong to freeze. From his incredibly confident tone, Tian Jinzhong had heard it. This Zhang Chen kid really seemed to have a way to get himself back on his feet, though he didn't know exactly what that solution was yet, but intuition told him that the incident should be true. Then, Uncle Tian, please close your eyes and sleep for a while next. Maybe when you wake up again, you'll realize that the world should be different. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tian Jinzhong could not help but be shocked. Wait, Tatsuya, I can't sleep. I have to stay awake. I can't sleep. Looking at Tian Jinzhong's nervous and incomparable appearance at this moment, the look of guilt on Zhang Huai's face worsened a few more points, and he silently calculated in his heart. I've already killed quite a few people who caused Senior Tian to become like this. There are still a few leaks left. I was prepared to end them all together this time, but it looks like we'll have to put them at some other time. Zhang Huai had already made up his mind in his heart. Back then, the group of guys who killed and injured their fellow disciples over the matter of the air body source stream. No one must be left behind. All must die. Zhang Chen looked at his Uncle Tian's nervous appearance. He sighed silently in his mind. This Uncle Tian of his own was having a really hard time. Not only were his hands and legs abolished, but he hadn't even slept a peaceful night in the past few decades, and he lived a life of fear every day. Uncle Tian, it's time for days like this to end. Saying that, he didn't wait for Tian Jinzhong to react. He only saw him stretch out his finger and gently point it between his eyebrows. Next moment, Tian Jinzhong, who hadn't slept in decades, immediately drifted off to sleep. Master, Uncle, during this period of time I've already learned one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the dual complete hands. Leave Uncle Tian's injuries to me next. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master immediately stared at Zhang Chen with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, and Zhang Huai, who had long guessed that Zhang Chen was going to treat Tian Jinzhong with his dual full hands, and frowned. He was speculating where exactly Zhang Chen had learned his double full hands from. It was important to know that the Duan Muing who had realized the dual full hands back then had disappeared inside the inhuman circle for a long time. Learned another bocce technique? Not bad. Worthy of being my Zhang Jiwei's disciple. Quick to learn everything. Ha ha ha. Come, quickly heal your Uncle Tian. Upon hearing Zhang Chen say that he already knew double full hands, the old celestial master's mouth was grinning to the base of his ears with joy. It was because he knew that his own Senior Tian brother finally had hoped to recover the injuries on his body. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of both Zhang Huai and the old heavenly master, Zhang Chen directly used the ability of both full hands and pressed on Tian Jinzhong's body. Next moment, his hands began to tremble slightly, and an invisible energy surged out from his palms, silently wrapping itself around Tian Jinzhong's crippled arms and legs. As the air used by Zhang Chen gradually thickened, it gradually formed a faint halo that wrapped around the wound of Tian Jinzhong's severed limb. Immediately afterward, Tian Jinzhong's body began to undergo a shocking change under the effect of that energy. The edges of the blood and flesh that had long been scabbed over unexpectedly began to grow a trace of new blood and flesh like a spring bud breaking through the soil. These new flesh and blood were crystal clear and as delicate as a newborn baby. Surrounded by flesh and blood, the snow-white bone at the broken bones began to mend as the flesh and blood grew. Immediately afterward, the newborn blood vessels began to extend outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, precisely filling in the missing parts along the original bone structure. As a little bit of time passes, only to see that all those fingers and toes that had been broken off for decades had surprisingly grown back as well. The texture of the muscles at the joints was clearly visible, and veins of blood vessels loomed beneath the newborn skin, until finally, Tian Jinzhong's hands and feet, which had been lost for decades, were surprisingly all restored as good as new. Not even a scar was left, as if he had never suffered any injuries. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, old Tianchi and Zhang Huai were all shocked at this moment. They felt as if they had seen a miracle. Is this one of the 8 wondrous techniques? The dual full hands? The effect? It's truly unimaginable. The current Tian senior brother is like he's never been injured before. What an inconceivable feat. If used in the right way, it can be considered to save countless people. It's just a shame. Looking at Tian Jinzhong's body, which was restored as before, the old heavenly master couldn't help but sigh out. Dual full hands does have such amazing effects, but whether it is positive or negative still depends on how the user uses them. Zhang Huai couldn't help but speak up as well. Upon hearing Zhang Huai's words, the old heavenly master then thoughtfully opened his mouth to pick up. With such a technique in existence, it's no wonder that the 8 strange techniques can be called the root cause of the scourge. Then, senior brother, what exactly were the 8 strange techniques you realized back then? Shouldn't be too far off from these full hands, should it? Chapter 114, the heavenly master returned to the mountain and prepared to travel to the World Council. Hearing his own senior brother's question, Zhang Huai subconsciously still wanted to hide, but after a moment's thought, Zhang Huai decided not to hide anymore. Senior brother, what I have realized is no worse than these full hands. Back then, we had seen the rootless life's divine spirit together, and what I have realized is related to the divine spirit, but it is already above him. As for the specifics of these things, I would like to study them with senior brother when we return to the mountain. Zhang Huai's words caused the old heavenly master to raise a lot of interest. However, after thinking for a moment, the old heavenly master suddenly spoke. Senior brother, if it's possible, let Zheng Chen take a look at your gongfu first. The advice he gives should be good. Hearing his senior brother mention Zhang Chen, a hint of helplessness appeared on Zhang Huai's face. Senior brother, Zhang Chen, he's already seen it all. The version I'm practicing now is the one he's modified. Elder Tennessee? This kid's talent. It's truly demonic. Even I have to admire him. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Tian Jinzhong had woken up at some point. The first thing he did when he slept out of his coma was cover his mouth in horror. He looked up and around. It was only when he realized that the one standing in front of him was Zhang Chen that he put that hanging heart back into his stomach. Uncle Tian, how do you feel? Why don't you try to stand up and take a couple steps? Zhang Chen's words caused Tian Jinzhong to be a bit confused. Stand up and take a couple steps? Is this kid making fun of me? Doesn't he realize that my leg has, etc.? What's wrong with the way I feel physically? After noticing the change in his body, Tian Jinzhong lifted his arm out of habit. He was surprised to find that his arm seemed to have become much heavier than before. He looked down and saw the hands that he knew had been gone for years. Surprisingly, he appeared intact. Is this my hand? Tian Jinzhong moved his fingers incredulously. It was only when he realized that his fingers could actually move with his mind that he finally realized. It's amazing how your own hand grows back. How is this possible? My hand isn't already. Tian Jinzhong was so excited that he jumped straight up from the stage. When he landed, he was unsteady and almost fell straight to the ground. Zhang Chen made a timely move and pulled Tian Jinzhong's waist, slowly easing his body to a steady state. What am I? Standing up? I can stand up again? My legs, my feet, they're all back too? Tian Jinzhong looked down, only to see that the legs, which had been broken years ago, had returned to his body at some point. The sight thrilled him. Tatsu-chan, did you do all this? Tian Jinzhong turned his head to look at Zhang Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude. Senior brother Tian, you should thank Zhang Chen properly. If it weren't for Zhang Chen, you wouldn't have the chance to get back on your feet. The old celestial master smiled broadly and walked to Tian Jinzhong's side. Reaching out, he pressed a hand to his shoulder and patted it, and it was obvious that he was very happy at this point. On the side, a rare smile appeared on Zhang Huai's face. The fact that his own senior brother was able to regain his footing, this caused the knot in his heart to unravel quite a bit in this regard. Senior Tian's arms and legs have just regrown, and he's still not too skillful in using them. When we return to the mountain, I'll be the one to help Senior Tian slowly recover. Zhang Huai spoke with incomparable seriousness. It's supposed to be your job. I've been helping Tian Shifu push the wheelchair for decades. It's naturally your turn next, and I'd like to have some leisure time. The old heavenly master opened his mouth with a big smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was seen waving his big hand. The wheelchair, which represented a disability, was instantly slapped to pieces by the old heavenly master. 3 days later, Shuzhong Airport. After bidding farewell to the people from the Tang sect who had come to see them off, Zhang Chen and his group walked into the waiting hall at the same time as the old heavenly master's group. Master, the two senior uncles and senior brother, you guys just go back to Longhu Mountain first. I still want to roam around the mountain for a while longer. At Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master nodded seriously. If you're young, You should travel and wander around a bit more. But don't learn from your master Huai and make friends with some unsavory people. It's made such a big mess that it scares the Dragon Tiger Mountain so much that they don't even dare to go back. Zhang Huai. After looking at the silent Zhang Huai, Tian Jinzhong, who was on crutches, then smiled and opened his mouth to ask, Tatsuer, where are you going to go next? President Feng of the World Society has already contacted me, and I'm going to be a guest at his place for a few days. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. The World Society? That kid Feng Jianghao's territory? Hey, I think you boys are after his stuff, right? But you have to be careful. That old thing in the Wang family might not want you to touch this. Old Celestial Master knew very well that Feng Jianghao also had one of the legendary 8 strange techniques there. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Zhang Chen's purpose of going to the World Society was probably for this technique. Master doesn't have to worry. This all would have had nothing to do with the Wang family. But I don't mind breaking bread with them if they dare to interfere. Looking at Zhang Chen's confident appearance, the old heavenly master nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It has the demeanor of my master back then. Ling Yu Ah. In the future, learn more from your junior brother. Don't always just stay on the mountain and cultivate. When you've practiced the golden light mantra for a while, you'll also go down to the mountains to experience it, and sharpen that blindly decent energy in you. Upon hearing the old heavenly master's words, Zhang Lingyu then nodded in a serious manner. Yes, master. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Shendao. Junior brother, you have to cultivate hard outside. If you don't take it seriously, you'll be surpassed by me. Looking at his senior brother with this serious and incomparable look, Zhang Chen then smiled and opened his mouth. Senior brother. Ah, when you can over our senior uncle Huai, then you'll have the qualifications to surpass me. Otherwise, I guess it's up in the air. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Zhang Lingyu directly fixed her gaze on Zhang Huai, who was on the side. Silently, he set him as his future target to surpass. Only unfortunately, what poor Zhang Lingyu didn't know was, he wanted to challenge one. No, now two, of the real men in the world today. As Zhang Chen and the 3 of them were about to board the airplane, the old heavenly master looked at the backs of the 3 leaving, especially when he saw Xia He's proud figure. He suddenly stepped forward quickly as if remembering something, calling out to Zhang Chen, who was about to leave. He reached out and pointed at Xia He, seriously explaining, in these 2 years you kid will have to bear with me, or else in the Thunder Law, you kid will have to suffer a great loss. Although the old heavenly master did not explain in detail, Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew why his master had to explain himself in such a manner. However, for Zhang Chen, none of this matters. With the copying ability in his hand, this thunder spell, he was able to directly copy it. Chapter 115. Arriving at the Worldwide Council, requesting Zhang Chen to learn the 8 strange techniques. Zhang Chen's trio's plane landed in Jin Harbor. As soon as he left the airport, he saw Feng Jianghao with his siblings Feng Xiayan and Feng Xingtong waiting for him in the distance. Zhang Chen, here. The moment he saw Zhang Chen's trio, Feng Jianghao waved his hand towards them. TSK, it's even President Feng of the World Society personally picking up the airplane. This boss of ours really has face. Wang Zhenxiu couldn't help but sigh out when he saw the people who had come to meet him. He had naturally heard of this emerging inhuman organization, the Heavenly Society, a long time ago, especially this President Feng. Not only is he sitting on $300 billion of assets at a young age, more so, in the previous 2 years, by virtue of their own strength, successfully among the company's 10-brother layer, the current Wind family, in his hands, vaguely had the intention of being about to surpass the 4 great families. Isn't that bull asterisk? Even though our boss is young, he can be on par with other sect heads, so it's only right that Feng Jianghao should personally come to pick up the plane. Not to mention that he personally opened his mouth and invited our boss to come. In terms of etiquette, naturally, it can't be worse. Xia He looked at Feng Jianghao's family in the distance, and then at Zhang Chen who was walking in front. With a serious face, he opened his mouth. What do you think this Feng Jianghao is after our boss? I think it's just a simple matter of seeing our boss as young and talented and wanting to place an early bet on him. As far as I know, although Feng Jianghao is not very old, he is an uncompromising old fox, the kind with both means and strength. I can't learn from that natural smile on his face alone. Listening to Wang Zhenxiu's tirade, Xia didn't choose to answer. She was silent for a few moments, and spoke seriously. I'm not concerned about that. I just need to do what a maid is supposed to do. Also, I'd like to remind you that there are some things that we, as henchmen, should not think too much about. While the 2 of them were chatting, Zhang Chen had gone ahead and walked in front of Feng Jianghao. President Feng, I've kept you waiting. Wherever, I couldn't be happier that you accepted the invitation to come to my place. Zhang Chen. After some pleasantries, Feng Zhenghao pulled Feng Xiayan and Feng Xingtong by his side over and began to give Zhang Chen a serious introduction. Feng Xiayan naturally knew Zhang Chen. Ever since the last time she was easily defeated by Zhang Chen at the Lu family, she had worked hard on her cultivation. The purpose was to wait until he saw Zhang Chen again, then fight him again and split the difference. For all this time, Feng Xiayan's mind had been filled with the figure of Zhang Chen easily defeating himself. Her mind had also been thinking about how she would be able to defeat Zhang Chen. After hearing his own father say that he would soon have a chance to meet Zhang Chen a few days ago, Feng Xiayan couldn't help but ignite a hint of wariness. However, for some reason, when she really met up with Zhang Chen again, there was a trace of an undetectable different emotion in her heart. Zhang Chen, good, long time no see, when she once again saw the man she had daydreamed about and wanted to defeat. For some reason, however, she suddenly panicked and even began to stammer. Listening to his daughter's speech suddenly become stuttering. Feng Zhenghao first frowned, but when he saw the two blushes on his daughter's cheeks, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Previously, Feng Zhenghao had been urging Feng Xiayan to have more contact with Zhang Chen, but his daughter's stubbornness was a dead giveaway. Now it was good. Looking at her daughter's appearance at this moment, she seemed to be very fond of this Zhang Chen kid. After all these years, he had never seen such a shy side to his girl. Well, it's been a long time. I remember that your special ability is quite interesting, an extremely rare spatial ability in the inhuman world. Last time when I was at the Lu family, due to too many people, I wasn't able to experience more of your psychic ability. This time when I come to your world society, you must let me take a good look at this spatial psychic ability of yours. Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, Feng Xiayan's cheeks couldn't help but redden even more, and for a while, her mind was racing with thoughts. Zhang, what does Zhang Chen's words mean? Does he want to be alone with me? Well, just as Win Sanswallow's mind was racing with thoughts, he didn't know what to say. Beside him, Feng Xingtong walked up with a smile and glanced at her sister who had suddenly become very strange today. Taking the initiative, he opened his mouth to Zhang Chen. Big brother Zhang Chen, my name is Feng Xingtong, and ever since Dad went back from the Lu family last time, he hasn't mentioned you in front of me much. Dad said that you are a rare teenage genius in the entire inhuman realm. Big brother Zhang Chen will have to stay for a longer period of time when he comes to our world society this time. Whisper it, my sister didn't talk about you much inside the weekday training. I think that she might be high. Before Feng Xingtong could finish his words, he was picked up by the back of his neck and thrown out by Feng Xiayan, who was full of shame and anger. After a bit of banter, the three of them, Zhang Chen, arrived in front of the Wind family's receiving caravan. Looking at the dozen or so colorful Rolls Royces in front of him, all of them showed the expansiveness of the Feng family. Hey, it's good to be rich. Picking up all three of us to make such a big scene. Their world society is really powerful. Amidst Wang Jinxiu's exclamations, the three of them got into the car and began to drive towards the headquarters of the world society. While sitting in the car, Feng Xiayan looked at the maid who had been following Zhang Chen around. Couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. She hadn't paid attention to it before. It was not until this maid, like herself, got into the car and sat next to Zhang Chen. It took her a moment to notice how remarkable the maid's looks were. Feng Xiayan compared himself with Xia He and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Whether it was body or appearance, it seemed that his current self was not yet a match for Xia He. Xia He naturally noticed the change in the expression of this little girl, Feng Xiayan, so she nonchalantly puffed out her chest. It exasperated Win Sanswallow, who was sitting on the other side of Zhang Chen. Humph, what's so great about Bear Big? If you're capable, we'll compete again when a few more years pass. As the convoy slowly drove into the headquarters of the World Society Group, looking at the 100-meter tall building in front of him, Zhang Chen also couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the sleight of hand of this man. Feng Zhenghao, to be able to start from nothing and make the company so big. Feng Zhenghao is definitely considered a remarkable character. A group of several people took the elevator and soon arrived at the chairman's office. After the several people were seated, Feng Zhenghao saw that the time was almost right, so he no longer hesitated and directly opened his mouth. Zhang Chen, after seeing your terrifying talent at the Lu family last time, I can't stop thinking about you. Speaking here, Feng Zhenghao glanced at these people sitting within his office and said seriously, actually, what about inviting you to the World Council this time? I only have one request. That is, I would like to ask you to learn one of the 8 wondrous techniques that our Wind family has mastered. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Chapter 116. What? All I need to do is run the air and you can learn to detain spirits and dispatch generals? Hearing Feng Zhenghao's words, all the people present except Zhang Chen were dumbfounded. Requesting Zhang Chen to learn his family's 8 wonders technique of detaining spirits and dispatching generals? You know that's an 8 odds skill. No one else has had the chance to learn it yet if they wanted to. How come when it came to Zhang Chen, it became Feng Jianghao asking Zhang Chen to learn it? Feng Xiaoyan, who was on the side, froze directly after hearing his dad's words, begging Zhang Chen to learn the 8 wonders technique. What's dad up to? Isn't the spirit detainer dispatch only passed on to the own family? Does dad want? Thinking about it, Feng Xiaoyan's cheeks once again flushed. Compared to Feng Xiaoyan, Feng Xingtong was even more surprised. He remembered when his dad had taught him to detain spirits and dispatch generals, but he had told him himself, detaining spirits and dispatching generals was their Wind family's best skill, and no one was allowed to spread it out, not even to utter the words detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Until now he still vaguely remembered his dad's serious and incomparable look at that time. But now, when he heard Feng Jianghao say that he wanted to request Zhang Qinxue to detain the spirit and dispatch the general, Feng Xingtong almost dropped his jaw in shock. Upon hearing Feng Jianghao's words, the two of them, Xia He and Wang Jinxiu, who were on the side, glanced at each other. Both saw a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Xia He carefully sized up Feng Jianghao for a few moments and couldn't help but think in his heart, this Feng Jianghao's pattern is really big. Normally, if a person has mastered the 8 wonders technique, then they are basically hiding it for fear of being known by others. But now he's even begging Zhang Chen to learn their Wind family's spirit detaining and dispatching. It seems that he knows a lot about Zhang Chen's talent of being able to easily learn other people's feats and improve upon them. While Xia He was shocked, Wang Jinxiu was also shocked at Feng Jianghao's pattern in his own mind. Feng Jianghao really deserves to be a lord. With such a pattern, it's no wonder he can fight for a seat among the 10 brothers of the company. The average person can't really do what he does. While the crowd was shocked, Zhang Chen was still sitting there without changing his face, a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had already guessed what Feng Jianghao was going to say. President Feng is really playing a good game. I'm afraid you've been working on this plan since you were in the Lu family. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Feng Jianghao then opened his mouth with a big smile. Ha 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 ha, little friend Zhang Chen is really smart. It seems like you also guessed that I had this intention a long time ago. You're right. Back when I was in the Lu family, I saw that you had a strong talent for learning feats. At that time, after you watched the Zhuge family's family head use out the martial marquis strange sect, not only did you immediately learn it, you also comprehended the strongest stance of the martial marquis strange sect, the Samadhi true flame. So, I was wondering if with your talent, if you would have realized something as well after learning our Wind family's spirit detaining dispatch. Hearing Feng Jianghao speak in such a manner, Zhang Chen nodded silently in his heart. Sure enough, it was just as he suspected. Actually, Zhang Chen knew quite a bit about the Wind family. Feng Tianyang, one of the 36 thieves who had created the soul detaining and dispatching generals of the Feng clan in the first place. In order to survive, the detaining spirit dispatch taught this technique to the Wang family in order to ask for their blessing. At the same time, in order for the Wang family to be able to keep suppressing the Wind family, Feng Tianyang did not even pass on the complete spirit detaining dispatch to the Wind family. So this time, Feng Jianghao requested Zhang Chen to learn from their Feng family's spirit detaining dispatch. It was to see if it was possible for Zhang Chen to make up for a part of this lesser transmission. If Zhang Chen was able to have an epiphany on this gongfu, he would be able to bring the spirit detaining dispatch to another level. That's even better. At the same time, Feng Jianghao had prepared for the worst in his heart. The worst that could happen was that Zhang Chen would learn their Wind family's spirit detaining dispatch and end up comprehending nothing. Even so, he, Feng Jianghao, was able to draw closer to Zhang Chen by virtue of the same gongfu. After all, Zhang Chen would most likely be the future heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Even his future, I'm afraid, is not below the current old heavenly master. Such a talent was naturally an extremely sparkling presence to his investor's eye. One earns it anyway. Feng Jianghao simply took a bold gamble. If it was accomplished, their Wind family's spirit detaining sentry would be even stronger. Even if things didn't work out, there was still a point of favor with Zhang Chen. What's more, now his own daughter also had a crush on Zhang Chen. In case the two of them could make it, wouldn't. Looking at Feng Jianghao, who did not hide his intentions in the slightest, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Not bad. Even if President Feng doesn't say anything, maybe I'll come to you sometime to try out this legendary spirit detaining dispatch. Since the words have arrived here, let's not dilly-dally and just get started, shall we? Hearing Zhang Chen's proposal, Feng Jianghao could not help but freeze for a moment. Now, obviously, Feng Jianghao had not expected Zhang Chen to be able to agree so decisively. President Feng, I'm a person who likes to do business first. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Feng Jianghao's eyes. He also didn't expect this matter to be so simple. Little friend Zhang Chen is truly a pain in the ass. Let's go then. After saying that, Feng Jianghao directly made a gesture of invitation. 10 minutes later, deep underground in the Sky Club group of companies. This place had a super large training ground that Feng Jianghao had built at great expense. On weekdays the siblings of the Feng family and Feng Jianghao himself would train here. Looking at the modernized training ground that Feng Jianghao had built out of this huge amount of money, and the large number of professionals inside, Zhang Chen could not help but be surprised in his heart. Creating such a large and specialized training ground and hiring so many professionals, I am afraid the daily expenses alone are quite a lot. He didn't think that Feng Jianghao was really willing to invest in this aspect of cultivation. Alright everyone, now I'm going to have an exchange with little friend Zhang Chen here. Please excuse us for a moment. Hearing Feng Jianghao's words, the staff inside the training ground didn't hesitate in the slightest and all of them withdrew at the first opportunity. Wait until all the people inside have left. Feng Jianghao smiled and twisted his head, opening his mouth to Zhang Chen. Little friend Zhang Chen, shall we prepare to begin? Now it is for me to recount to you the main points of our spirit detention and dispatch. Feng Jianghao was just about to open his mouth when Zhang Chen opened his mouth in time to interrupt him. President Feng, there's no need to go to that much trouble. All you need to do is run the air that detains the spirits and sends the generals. I learn things, but it's quick and easy. Zhang Chen's words immediately caused Feng Jianghao's smile to freeze on his face. All I need to do is run the air that detains the spirits and sends the generals? How is this possible? Even if Zhang Chen's talent is no matter how great, it's impossible for him to learn a technique so simply. Besides, I'm an 8 wonders technique. Chapter 117, Replicating the Spirit Detaining Dispatch. There are 3 directions of reinforcement. Zhang Chen's words brought a great shock to Feng Jianghao. It made him start to wonder about life a little. He knew that Zhang Chen's talent was terrifying, but he had never imagined that it could be so terrifying. Equally shocked beyond belief were the few people who had followed them. Feng Xingtong, who had already begun his cultivation, stared blankly at Zhang Chen's words. He unconsciously began to recall the things he had done earlier when he was learning to detain spirits and dispatch generals. At that time, he hadn't been educated fiercely by his own old man because he wasn't serious about learning this technique. How did it suddenly come to now? In the mouth of his own big brother Zhang Chen. How could such a difficult feat as detaining spirits and dispatching generals seem so simple and easy? If it was really that easy, then what was all the effort one had put in over the years? His talent. It can't really be that bad, can it? Just one sentence directly made Feng Xingtong, who was at the side, somewhat skeptical. Wang Zhenqiu, who had already seen Zhang Chen's amazing talent. This was the first time he had actively heard Zhang Chen talk about this aspect of his talent. However, when he heard that Zhang Chen only needed to look at the air, his eyes, which were shocked beyond belief, suddenly glazed over. Hara, so this kid Zhang Chen's talent is so terrifying? Just by looking at each other's air, you can give it all to learn? I'll be damned. Such a pervert. How did God allow him to live? At this moment, only Shaha, who was extremely familiar with Zhang Chen, was there. After hearing the words that Zhang Chen spoke out, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Wait, why do I remember that Zhang Chen didn't seem to be like this before? In the past, when he studied a technique, it seemed like he had to look at it and be exposed to it for a while. How is it that all you need to do now is look at the air? Could it be that his talent has become stronger once again without him realizing it? In the midst of the crowd's shock, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, smiled and opened his mouth to urge. President Feng, let's start quickly, maybe even in time for lunch. I've long heard that you have quite a lot of good food in Xingang, so I can't easily miss it on this visit. Hearing Zhang Chen's urging, although Feng Jianghao had a million disbeliefs in his heart, however, he had no choice but to follow Zhang Chen's instructions first. However, it saved him a lot of trouble. There was no need to specialize in finding a separate space and avoiding other people to teach Zhang Chen. After a few moments of reflection, Feng Jianghao then transported the air of detaining spirits and dispatching generals in front of several people. Only a black air was seen rising directly from Feng Jianghao's body. A few others, except for Zhang Chen, without exception, they all felt a terrifying sense of oppression. It's fear from the depths of the soul, whether it was Xia He or Wang Zhenqiu. At this moment, they all wanted to subconsciously transport their air for defense. This was because they could clearly feel at this moment that their souls could be captured by Feng Jianghao at any time. Is this the legendary spirit detaining dispatch? It's so horrible. This thought arose in the minds of Xia He and Wang Zhenqiu at the same time. At the same time the two of them felt fear. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, stretched out a hand and pressed it onto the layer of black air on Feng Jianghao's body surface. Next moment, in turn, the system's voice immediately sounded in his head. The host has successfully accessed the air of the spirit detainer. The feat may now be reproduced in its entirety. Do you make a copy immediately? Hearing the system's words, Zhang Chen could not help but reveal a trace of a satisfied smile on his face. After fusing with the air body source stream, the evolved copying ability is surprisingly so good. Just touch the air and it's a direct copy. This is much easier than having to read half of the contents of the feats. With Zhang Chen's words of immediately copy, he exited. Next moment. Immediately, Zhang Chen's mind was filled with many more contents about the feats of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. After comprehending what's in your head, Zhang Chen then directly started practicing on the spot in front of a few people by detaining the spirits and dispatching the generals. As a terrifying black air breath rose above Zhang Chen's body, the few people standing near him felt a strong sense of oppression at the same time. Especially Shaha and Wang Zhenxiu. They had already experienced the horrible feeling once just now, and they didn't expect to have to experience it a second time so soon. The two people on the side, Feng Xingtong and Feng Xian, were deliberately avoiding them due to Feng Zhanghao's previous attempt to avoid them when he was transporting the air. The two of them didn't feel any pressure. But now, Zhang Chen did not avoid anyone when he transported his air, and his terrifying aura instantly covered the entire field. This terrifying airfield had scared these two little guys from the Wind family. On the other hand, Feng Zhanghao, who was on the side, froze in place after feeling this terrifying airfield of Zhang Chen. He had never expected that Zhang Chen would actually do it anyway, only touching his air. He then managed to learn his own technique of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, and the proficiency of this gong method of his was already in the sense of oppression when transporting the air. Surprisingly, it was not the least bit inferior to his own self, who had been practicing for decades on the spirit detaining dispatch. How is this possible? How did he learn it in such a short period of time and practice it so well? If I hadn't seen the scene with my own eyes, no matter who told Feng Zhanghao that Zhang Chen had such a terrifying talent, he would never believe it. Not only would he not believe it, he might have angrily scolded the man. But now, feeling the terrifying aura from Zhang Chen's body, he couldn't help but swallow, taking it all in with extreme difficulty. Truly, people are more angry than people. But fortunately, I intentionally taught the spirit detaining dispatch to Zhang Chen ahead of time and reached an agreement with him. Otherwise, you really won't get anything out of it at all. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating the spirit detainer. The proficiency of the feat is the same as that of the person being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. A few moments later, hearing that familiar voice in his head, Zhang Chen began to slowly withdraw the black air breath unique to the spirit detaining dispatch general from his body. As the black air on Zhang Chen's body slowly disappeared, the terrifying oppression in the hearts of the crowd was suddenly much smaller. Only after watching Zhang Chen gradually begin to wind down did Feng Zhanghao dare to slowly walk up. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask how Zhang Chen had learned, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, waved his hand at him, signaling him not to come over yet. But he hadn't finished here. Seeing Zhang Chen waving his hand in such a manner, Feng Zhanghao looked as if he had suddenly remembered something, and his entire body suddenly became excited. Hardly, did I bet right? Zhang Chen, he really has gained an understanding on spirit detaining and dispatching generals now? While Feng Zhanghao was overwhelmed with excitement, a systematic voice also resounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the spirit detaining and dispatching general technique, and obtaining a chance to strengthen it. The technique has 3 directions that can be strengthened. Chapter 118, Unlocking the Dispatch Ability. 100-fold Strengthening of Summer Harvest Soul. 1. Soul Extraction. Difficulty of extracting all soul stones reduced by 100 times. 2. Soul Strengthening. The extracted soul can be strengthened 100 times. 3. Generals. Realize the ability to dispatch generals to fight for yourself with heavenly gods and earthly ghosts. Note, the strength of the generals deployed is related to the air consumed by the host. The more air consumed, the more powerful the gods and ghosts that can be deployed. Does the host start strengthening immediately? Seeing the 3 directions of reinforcement enhancement given by the system, Zhang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The first 2 directions of enhancement are fine. They're all enhancements related to detaining spirits. However, when he saw the 3rd reinforcement direction, Zhang Chen could not believe his eyes. Unlock the ability to dispatch generals? You can also use the legendary heavenly gods and earthly ghosts? Wait, god generals and ghost generals? Could it be that this world really has a heavenly court and an earthly palace? Previously, Zhang Chen had been a little wobbly in his mind about whether or not there were ghosts and gods in this world, but now looking at this 3rd direction of reinforcement, his heart couldn't help but stray much further. In the original text, there was a case where a Ziyang realist successfully ascended. Maybe there really are ghosts and gods in this world. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen could not help but get excited in his heart. If there really was a heavenly court and an earthly palace in this world, then Zhang Chen was definitely going to go and take a look. However, it's also possible that the heavenly court and the earthly palace don't exist, and I'm afraid that the god generals and ghost generals that can be dispatched are just mindless puppets. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen could not help but begin to develop a great curiosity towards the enhanced ability of the spirit detaining dispatch general. He wanted to strengthen it quickly, to see what this dispatch could really do. Immediately start the feat reinforcement, as Zhang Chen's voice fell in his mind. Next moment, he then began to cultivate the new version of the detaining spirit dispatching general technique, driven by the system. Feng Zhanghao, who was on the side, finally moved as he watched Zhang Chen, who had been frozen there for some time. His heart couldn't help but pound. Finally, I hope Zhang Chen will definitely upgrade his ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals. Under the expectation of Feng Zhanghao, he saw the black air machine that detained spirits and dispatched generals on Zhang Chen's body once again flowed crazily. However, this time, the sense of oppression that Zhang Chen brought to him was quite a bit more powerful than before. If the Feng Zhanghao just now was still able to put up some resistance against Zhang Chen's spirit detaining ability, the current one was facing the terrifying black air on Zhang Chen's body. A deep sense of powerlessness unexpectedly arose in his heart. He was able to clearly feel that as long as the current Zhang Chen wanted to siphon off his soul, then there would be no possibility for him to fend off Zhang Chen. This, in such a short period of time, has already raised the ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals to such a terrifying realm. This kid is truly a demon. Looking at the black air surging madly from Zhang Chen's body, Feng Zhanghao's face was filled with excitement at this moment, because he knew that he had made the right bet. Zhang Chen surprisingly knew that he had successfully improved the original detaining spirit dispatching general technique based on it. The Wind family siblings and Wang Zhenxiu, who were on the side, had already unconsciously braced their protective air, although Zhang Chen did not use his own air needles on them. However, the fear that came from the depths of their hearts still caused the three of them to subconsciously use their energy to resist. However, the one who was the most calm at this time was going to be Xia He. She, who had long been used to seeing big scenes, was very fearful in her heart though. However, she was convinced that Zhang Chen would not be able to harm her. With the first direction already reinforced and completed, the current Zhang Chen was strengthening the second direction. While performing the enhancement, due to the lack of available souls in hand, Zhang Chen then turned his own eyes to Xia He. Xia He was first stunned by Zhang Chen's look, and finally looked as if she had guessed what he was going to do. Taking the initiative, he relaxed his entire body so that Zhang Chen could detain his soul at any time. Zhang Chen watched Xia He's movements and used his spirit detention ability on her without any hesitation. As Xia He's soul was drawn out by Zhang Chen, it floated above his body. She hadn't had time to get used to the strange feeling. Next moment, Xia He then felt his soul, as if it was undergoing a qualitative change. Almost instantly, Xia He felt as if his soul was more than 100 times stronger than before. Before, she was floating in the air in her soul posture, and at any moment, she had the terrifying feeling that she might be blown away by the wind. But as her soul was strengthened 100 times by Zhang Chen, she was now able to easily stand in the air with just her soul, observing everything around her. On the side, Feng Zhanghao, who had watched this complete scene, his entire body was almost dumbfounded. Having already mastered the detaining spirit dispatch for decades, he naturally had an extremely keen perception of the soul aspect. Just now, he had actually sensed that Xia He's soul had become 100 times stronger in an instant. The discovery almost made his jaw drop. No, it can't be. When her soul was first drawn out, it was still so weak. How did it become so strong in an instant? Difficult. Could this all be Zhang Chen's doing? Zhang Chen, just what terrifying thing has he comprehended from the spirit detaining dispatch? Wouldn't it be, if everyone could use this trick to strengthen their souls? In the midst of Feng Zhanghao's shock, Zhang Chen gently pressed Xia He's floating soul back into his physical body. After her soul returned to her physical body, Xia He only felt that all the senses in her body seemed to be much sharper than before. A rare burst of clarity also appeared in the spiritual platform in the brain. This was exactly what happened after the strength of the soul had increased dramatically. After noticing the abnormalities that appeared in her body, Xia He looked at Zhang Chen with a surprised expression. The heart was incredibly excited as he opened his mouth. I wasn't wrong in choosing to follow him. This is the rarest of cultivators. An increase in soul strength. This almost 100-fold soul enhancement has even given me the illusion that my soul seems to be better off leaving this body, without the drag of this body. At this moment, Wang Zhenxiu looked at the radiant glow on Xia He's face. A trace of envy couldn't help but grow in his heart. At the same time, he also somewhat regretted why he had just transported his air and chose to resist Zhang Chen's air. Seeing the amazing benefits that Xia He had obtained, he couldn't wait to smack himself 2 big ears on the spot. After strengthening Xia He, Zhang Chen began to gradually wind down his efforts. Just when the crowd thought that Zhang Chen's transformation of the spirit detaining and dispatching general's technique had come to an end, Zhang Chen, however, began the third direction of reinforcement. With the unlocking of the pastime general's ability in the Gongfu, Zhang Chen was now able to clearly feel it. He himself was now able to dispatch god generals and ghost generals at will. Then let's try to see which general I can dispatch under my full power. Chapter 119 Dispatcher Zhong Kuei? The terrified Feng Zhenghao. Say it and do it. After understanding how the dispenser ability was used, Zhang Chen ran his air to the maximum. All of it was injected into the technique of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. The few people on the side who were staring at Zhang Chen couldn't see what Zhang Chen was up to at all. All they could see was that black air machine on Zhang Chen's body rising. It wasn't long before the air on Zhang Chen's body had far exceeded what they could imagine. Especially Xia He after his soul had been elevated 100 times. The current her felt the terrifying air breath from Zhang Chen's body, and unconsciously a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She had a premonition now, and she feared that something extraordinary was going to happen next. What the hell is going on here? Why is there such a big commotion? What is Zhang Chen trying to do? Is this still our family's spirit detainer? A moment later Feng Zhenghao wiped the cold sweat from his own forehead and couldn't help but open his mouth. Dad, what exactly is Zhang Chen he's preparing? Why is there some vague uneasiness in my heart? Feng Xiaoyan reached out and pulled Feng Zhenghao's sleeve. The jittery look on his face was already signaling that his heart was actually getting scared. Older sister, I'm also disturbed right now, and I always feel that something great and terrible is going to happen in a little while. Why don't we pull back farther? Feng Xingtong couldn't help but open his mouth as he looked at Zhang Chen, whose black air breath continued to grow on his body. The Wang Jinqiu on the side had long since ripped far away after feeling the terrifying pressure. He looked at the several people who were still frozen in place and didn't move helplessly. You guys have a lot of guts, you've already sensed the danger and you still don't leave? Zhang Chen is in the middle of his cultivation right now, so it would be bad if something unimaginable appeared later to injure you guys. Maybe there's another scenario where Zhang Chen is waiting for us to pull back a bit to make room for him. It was only after hearing Wang Jinqiu's reminder that the crowd finally reacted. In unison, they retreated backward by a distance of several dozen meters. It seemed to sense the departure of the crowd. Zhang Chen unexpectedly began to chant silently under his breath. As a bitter and incomprehensible sentence was recited from Zhang Chen's mouth, the next moment those terrifying black airs on his body unexpectedly spread toward the ground. Dad, what is Zhang Chen doing? Do our spirit detainers and dispatchers still have this ability? Feng Xingtong stared at Zhang Chen for a while, not being able to see in the slightest what direction those black airs were going. Feng Zhenghao, who was on the side, shook his head and spoke with a nervous expression. I'm not quite sure what exactly Zhang Chen is doing. The things he's using have never been passed down in our Feng family's spirit detaining dispatch. In fact, seeing this, Feng Zhenghao's heart already had a guess. Zhang Chen might have made up for the abilities that had not been passed down from their Wind family's spirit detaining dispatchers. No, not just filler. It seemed that under Zhang Chen's amazing talent, he had transformed the spirit detaining dispatch general specialized technique into something new and incomparably amazing. As for what this thing was, that would have to wait for Zhang Chen to reveal it. Dispatch. As Zhang Chen exited with a soft drink. Next moment, a terrifying and incomparable gust of cloudy wind suddenly blew throughout the airtight training ground. Earlier, Zhang Chen had injected the black air from his body into the underground place. Huge cracks suddenly began to form in that floor that had cost so much money to build. It was like something extremely scary was about to emerge from the ground. At this time, the few people present were all holding their breath, looking incomparably seriously at the place where the floor was shattered, not even daring to come out of the big air. Boom! With a terrible pop from the floor, a tall silhouette covered in an eerie and ominous aura, dressed in red bloody clothes, instantly burrowed out from under the floor. Beside this tall and terrifying figure, there were also dozens of souls floating around that were emitting strange air breath. Looking at the ugly appearance of the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, the crowd couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, a few moments later, they felt at the same time that there was something about this strange thing that seemed familiar. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. This is Zhong Kuei? Wang Jinqiu, who had the godhead mask in his possession, naturally knew quite a bit about the ghosts and gods of the Dragon Kingdom. When he saw Zhong Kuei being summoned by Zhang Chen, he was first stunned, then immediately recognized Zhong Kuei's identity. Zhong Kuei, who was called by name by Wang Jinqiu, at the first opportunity glared those fierce eyes that shocked the ghosts and gods at him. When Wang Jinqiu was glared at by this Zhong Kuei ghost general, he immediately didn't even dare to breathe. He was afraid that if he slightly displeased this lord a little, he would have his 3 souls hooked by this thing. After hearing Wang Jinqiu shout out the word Zhong Kuei, the others finally got it too. Where on earth did that familiar feeling from before come from? Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. Is this the dispatch general in the spirit detaining dispatch general technique? Detaining spirits, dispatching generals. If there are spirits, then there must be generals. So it is. Ha ha ha. Is this the second half of the detaining spirit dispatching general technique? At this moment, Feng Zhenghao looked at this Zhong Kuei ghost general in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. During the time he was excitedly yelling out, he didn't notice in the slightest that this Zhong Kuei ghost general had already fixed his fierce eyes on him. Suddenly, the incredibly excited Feng Zhanghao felt a sense of crisis coming from his side. He looked up and saw that at some point the Zhong Kuei ghost general had already arrived in front of him and was staring at him condescendingly. The long ghosts floating around him all stared at him with unfavorable expressions. It seemed like it could be on him at any moment. This startled Feng Zhanghao. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had experienced such a horrifying scene. Almost immediately, he was covered in a cold sweat. If he hadn't been strong enough in his determination, if an ordinary person came and looked at the ghost general Zhong Kuei who suddenly floated to his side, he was afraid that he would be able to scare the urine out of him. Just as Feng Zhanghao watched the Zhong Kuei in front of him had already raised that big black hand that could swing down on him at any time, a voice suddenly came from behind Zhong Kuei. Stop! This light sentence from Zhang Chen instantly caused Zhong Kuei's hand to stop in the air at this point. I didn't expect that the one summoned this time would be a ghost general, or the famous Zhong Kuei among ghost generals. Not bad. This ghost general's strength is already enough to easily suppress the 10 brothers. Although it's only Feng Zhanghao, who is not very strong among the 10 brothers, but it's still considered a decent fighting force. It's just a pity that this ghost general doesn't have self-awareness. It's just a puppet, so I guess it would be the same even if a god general was summoned. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. Then with a wave of his hand, he redissolved his ability to dispatch his generals. Next moment, this ghost general Zhong Kuei instantly transformed into a wisp of black air and returned to Zhang Chen's body. Looking at Zhong Kuei, who had dissipated in place, Feng Zhanghao reached out with difficulty and wiped his forehead. So close to being accounted for. In front of the ghost general Zhong Kuei, I don't even have the slightest power of resistance. That's terrible too. Chapter 120 Teaching the new version of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Xu Tong wants to see Prince Zhong? Until the ghost general Zhong Kuei disappeared a long time later. It was only then that Feng Zhanghao got over his earlier shock. He looked at the calm Zhang Chen, and then looked at his sons and daughters behind him who were full of nervousness. Feng Zhanghao let out a fierce sigh of relief. Soon, though, he adjusted. Coming to Zhang Chen's side, he spoke with a face full of joy. Little friend Zhang Chen, that should be the legendary dispatching ability just now, right? If it were me, could I summon such a terrifying ghost general out? Hearing Feng Zhanghao's words, Zhang Chen directly shook his head and opened his mouth to strike without mercy. President Wind, you shouldn't be able to do this. This ability to dispatch generals is based on the amount of air each person has. And the kind of god or ghost generals that can be summoned needs to depend on how much air you can call upon with your spirit detaining and dispatching generals technique. I think, given your current cultivation level, you should at most summon a ghost general of the level of Bullhead and Horseface. Zhang Chen's words directly doused Feng Zhanghao's excitement quite a bit. Is it at most a ghost general at the level of Bullhead and Horseface? There's quite a difference in rank between that and ghost general Zhong Kuei. However, although Feng Zhanghao was slightly disappointed in his heart, he was still excited overall. After all, the general he dispatched was not too strong, and that was his own problem. Zhang Chen, however, had already sampled him, showing him the terrifying nature of this dispatch general's ability. A ghost general Zhong Kuei who could easily exterminate himself. If he cultivated to Zhang Chen's level, wouldn't he also be able to summon out this level of ghost generals? While Feng Zhanghao was excited, Feng Xingtong on the side was also very excited, because he saw that his own ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals had reached a new ceiling. If I were half the level of big brother Zhang Chen, I'm afraid the Wang family would no longer be able to suppress our Wind family. Feng Xingtong clenched his fists, his heart filled with longing for the new version of detaining spirit dispatch. Looking at the longing look in the eyes of the father and son pair in front of him, Zhang Chen smiled faintly at them before speaking. Get ready for these next few days. You two masters. How much you can learn depends on the comprehension of the two of you. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong and Feng Zhanghao, both father and son, glanced at each other, both seeing the excitement in the other's eyes. For the next few days, Zhang Chen stayed within the training grounds, helped the father and son of the Wind family learn a new version of the detaining spirit dispatch ability. Based on the progress of the study over the past few days, Zhang Chen felt that before he left, they were afraid that they would only be able to learn the ability to dispatch their generals. As for the other two directions of enhancement, I'm afraid I'll only have to wait until I have the chance to learn them later. Staying in the Wind family for the past few days, the two of them, Feng Xiayan and Xia He, then began to fight in the dark. Whether it's serving tea and water every day, or waiting for training to finish to take the initiative to give Zhang Chen a massage, both are striving to do better than the other. It's just a pity that the Wind Sand Swallows are still small now, but they have suffered a big loss in the competition in massage. However, what surprised Zhang Chen these past few days was, Wang Zhenqiu, this asshole, even began to offer himself as well. He even intervened in the massage competition between Xia He and Feng Xiayan from time to time. It pissed these two off so much that they wanted to cut him alive with their eyes. Using an extremely professional set of horse-killing kung fu, he gave Zhang Chen a good press. Zhang Chen guessed that he might have seen Xia He's soul strengthened 100 times, so he wanted to offer himself some favors. Trying to get something out of myself. Today's training just ended. Feng Xingtong suddenly answered a phone call. After hanging up the phone, his whole body became very depressed. The happiness that he had originally felt when his strength had increased had also dissipated quite a bit at this time. Feng Zhenghao could see at a glance that something was wrong with his son. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Is that from the hospital? Elder Prince Zhong's condition. Is it deteriorating again?" Hearing his old man's question, Feng Xingtong nodded sadly. "Alas, we've hired the best doctors and used the most advanced treatments can't solve the old man's troubles. Come on, let's go see his old man." After saying that, Feng Zhenghao came to Zhang Chen's side with an apologetic face, prepared to put off training for later. In fact, Zhang Chen had already heard the conversation between the two of them, father and son. With regard to Elder Prince Zhong, Zhang Chen did have some understanding. This national medical sage was still very good to Feng Xingtong. Even after his own death, he was willing to let Feng Xingtong use the spirit detention and dispatch on himself, so that his soul could accompany Feng Xingtong's side. In this way, he continued to guard Feng Xingtong, and at the same time, in the posture of his soul, he looked forward to seeing the one who had made him think about her all his life one more time. When Feng Xingtong participated in the Jiao festival of Luo Tian in the original, the story of this master and grandson touched a lot of people. Listening to the conversation between this father and son, Zhang Chen already knew that Elder Prince Zhong should be terminally ill. I'm afraid that once the two of them, father and son, are gone, Prince Zhong will have to stay by Feng Xingtong's side as a soul. What Prince Zhong has been waiting for is his beloved Duan Muing, but it's a pity that Duan Muing has now transformed into Chu Tong and it's impossible to meet him again. I might be able to help the two of them out, though. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen directly spoke to Feng Zhenghao. "Uncle Feng, why don't I go with you to see Elder Prince Zhong? I've heard about his reputation as a national medical sage for a long time." Hearing that Zhang Chen actually wanted to travel with him, Feng Zhenghao didn't think much about it and directly nodded his head in agreement. Feng Zhenghao knew that Zhang Chen had many tricks up his sleeve. There may be something that can help Master Prince Zhong. For this old master who was very fond of his son, Feng Zhenghao naturally had great respect. But before the line leaves, Zhang Chen suddenly offered to go to the office to borrow Feng Zhenghao's phone. Feng Zhenghao didn't think much about it and directly nodded his head in agreement. As for who Zhang Chen was going to call, although Feng Zhenghao was curious, he would not do anything out of the ordinary. Soon after, Zhang Chen hung up the phone and joined the crowd in the car heading to the hospital. About an hour later, Prince Zhong's hospital room. The old man looked at the fact that so many people had come and was a bit puzzled for a while, especially when he saw Zhang Chen, Xia He and Wang Jinxiu. He couldn't help but look at Feng Zhenghao in confusion. He had never seen anyone who could be so close to the Wind family before. "Ha ha, guys, it can't all be here to see me off as an old man, can it?" Although Prince Zhong already knew that his big day was approaching, but now he wasn't the least bit flustered and instead joked with the crowd. "The old master is worthy of being a national medical sage. Ordinary people can't be as calm as you are when they know that their death is near." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Prince Zhong couldn't help but burst out laughing. TSK, this kid can really talk. I like it. It's just a shame I didn't get to know you boys sooner. While Prince Zhong finished speaking, Zhang Chen smiled faintly, then leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Gramps, it's not too late to recognize me. I can see that your body can still hold out for quite a while, and maybe a miracle will happen to you then." At the same time Zhang Chen spoke, Chu Tong, who was located in the Shining Star Society, had gone through a mental struggle, finally opted to drive to the airport. Chapter 121, Chu Tong treats Prince Zhong. Wang Ai Lu sees conspiracy. Zhang Chen had checked Prince Zhong's current physical condition. It was found that the two full hands were able to completely cure the persistent disease in him. However, Zhang Chen did not make a direct move. He was prepared to leave this opportunity to Chu Tong, also known as Duan Muing. It's their family business and it would be better to let them work it out on their own. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it was evening. As soon as night fell, Prince Zhong's condition progressed a lot. During the day he was able to chat and joke with the crowd. But now, tormented by his constant illness, he couldn't say a word. Feng Xingtong couldn't bear the old man being tortured by his illness, called the doctor on duty directly to check on his old man. The doctor shook his head helplessly after looking at the old man's condition. "It's almost time for the old man, so get yourselves ready." After hearing these words, Feng Xingtong's eyes were already filled with tears. He was small for his age, but he knew exactly what the words meant. Just when Feng Xingtong thought that Elder Prince Zhong would never be saved again, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The visitor was a woman that Feng Xingtong did not recognize, but Feng Zhenghao instantly recognized the woman after staring at her for a moment. The president of the Flare Star Club, Chu Tong. What's she doing here? Could it be that they received the news to make a report on the fact that Elder Prince Zhong is going to die? Thinking of this, Feng Zhenghao was just about to get angry. However, Zhang Chen's hand blocked in front of him at this time. Let's all get out and let the two of them talk it over in the ward. Maybe old Master Prince Zhong, he, is still saved. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Feng Zhenghao was first stunned. It was unclear what kind of drugs Zhang Chen was selling in his gourd. However, looking at the confident look on Zhang Chen's face, Feng Zhenghao still nodded his head and agreed after thinking for a moment. Chu Tong, who was on the side, gave Zhang Chen a very grateful look after hearing his words. Although Chu Tong had been given control by Zhang Chen had only ever imposed a command on her to recognize herself as her master. No other order has been imposed. She still has her original memories, her original feelings. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen calling her in time to inform her earlier, I'm afraid she hadn't even known that Prince Zhong was going to pass away. Under Zhang Chen's lead, the few people in the room all left the ward. After going out, Wang Jinxiu pondered for a while and suddenly said to Xiahe beside him, "If I remember correctly, that one seems to be the president of the Yosei Club. The call the boss made before coming to the hospital seemed to be to contact this one, right? Our boss has a lot of connections. I just don't know what he's doing by bringing this president here." Hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, Xiahe pondered for a moment and spoke. "Remember the miracle the boss told Elder Prince Zhong about in the hospital room earlier? Maybe this miracle has something to do with this president of the Shining Stars Club." Hearing Xiahe mention this matter, Wang Jinxiu frowned slightly, his head once again spinning frantically. He had already seen the condition of Elder Prince Zhong, who was in a very bad state of health. I'm afraid that only the double all hands of the 8 wonders technique can save it. However, the boss did not administer to him, but had to wait for someone. If the one the boss is waiting for is this U-Star Society's president, Chu Tong, wouldn't that mean that this one, Chu Tong, the president of the Flare Star Society, most likely had also mastered the dual full hands? At the thought of this possibility, Wang Jinxiu's eyes instantly widened. Did the boss learn his double full hand from this one? Good lord, this president of the Shining Star Society is hiding really deep. Wait, why did the boss have to let Chu Tong come? Why didn't he do it himself? Could it be that between Chu Tong and Prince Zhong? Just as Wang Jinxiu's speculations were getting closer to the truth, there was a sudden fluctuation of air machines in the ward. This fluctuation of chi air machines instantly attracted the attention of several people. Feng Zhenghao and Feng Xingtong were the first two to look at Zhang Chen, hesitating whether or not they should barge into the hospital room to see what was going on. Instead, they saw Zhang Chen waving his hand at them, signaling them not to go in for the time being. Then he only saw Zhang Chen condense a ball of Trinity Sexinate air in his hand, and directly threw it on the ground. A huge field of isolation was formed. This Chu Tong is a bit too excited. That's just it. I'll help you with this secrecy. While Chu Tong was treating Prince Zhong, thousands of miles away, the door of the Wang family, one of the 4 great inhuman families, was knocked on at this very moment. The Wang family members who opened the door were in a state of shock when they saw an old man with a full head of white hair, a straight figure, blind in one eye, and a ferocious look on his face standing outside the door. Immediately, he was invited into the Wang family mansion. The person who came was someone he recognized. It was the old man of the LV family, LVCI, who was now one of the 10 men of the company. Since it was not the first time that Lu Ci came to the Wang family, he walked into the Wang family's meeting hall with ease. Inside the parlor hall, Wang Ai, who also had a white beard and hair, had long been there waiting for his arrival. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Lu Ci directly sat down on the seat next to Wang Ai, picked up the tea on the table that had just been brewed not long ago and took a sip, then opened his mouth. Zhang Huai has returned to Longhu Mountain, the air body source stream. Maybe he brought it back as well. After Lu Ci finished speaking, Wang Ai's face could not help but show a hint of anger. That group of losers, they can't even stop a person. No wonder they can only be the head of some small sects. The people you and I sent out to intercept Zhang Huai on the road were also killed by that old thing. Just after Wang Ai's words, both of them fell silent at the same time. Zhang Huai was picked up from the Tang sect and brought back to Longhu Mountain, or the old heavenly master himself took him back, and no one dared to stop him on the way. Originally, Longhu Mountain, with just one old heavenly master alone has already pressured us. If the air body source stream is passed down again in Longhu Mountain, I'm afraid we'll always be pressed by Longhu Mountain in the future. I don't know what kind of agreement Longhu Mountain and the Tang sect reached privately, but after the old heavenly master left, Those guys of theirs actually started choosing to enter the world and sent people to join the company. As Lu Xi spoke of the news he had recently received, the two of them couldn't help but look increasingly ugly. Dragon Tiger Mountain, plus a Tang sect. If you want to move Zhang Huai, you'll have to weigh it up. However, according to the information from my side, the people who found Zhang Huai and made the Tang sect choose to enter the world all seem to have something to do with Zhang Chen of Longhu Mountain. This kid, he's been jumping around a lot lately. Hearing Wang Ai mention Zhang Chen, Lu Xi couldn't help but think of the junior from Longhu Mountain who had amazed the entire audience during the previous banquet at the Lu family. Master Lu, there's a call for you. It's from the Lu family. Just as Lu Xi recalled his memories of meeting Zhang Chen a few months ago, the Wang family's subordinate, however, suddenly came to Lu Xi's side and opened his mouth. My phone? Lu Xi sniffed slightly, then without the slightest hesitation went straight over and picked up the phone. Master is not well. Prince Xiong, whom you've been asking us to keep an eye on, was going to fail today, but I don't know why. But today, so many people who have never crossed paths with him before suddenly came inside his hospital room. Even during the course of this evening, a woman came to his hospital room. Chapter 122, to take down Zhang Chen. We must both come out to do it. After hearing his own men's words, Lu Xi's face couldn't help but look ugly. Over the years, Duan Muying's husband had been the focus of their Lu family's surveillance. After all, their Lu family had persecuted Duan Muying back then in order to obtain the bloodline inheritance of the double perfect hands. Ever since Duan Muying escaped from their Lu family, Lu Xi hadn't slept peacefully once in all these years. He also never stopped going over to search for news of Duan Muying. But over the years, no matter how much he fought him to find out about Duan Muying, it was as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth, and not a scrap of information could be pried out. He had no choice but to send someone to focus on her husband, Prince Xiong. Hopefully, we can find some clues about Duan Muying from him. But all these years have continued to yield nothing, until today, when he came from the Lu family to the Wang family. I've already heard from my men that Prince Xiong is dying and may not last the night. At that time, Lu Xi also lamented that the line of Prince Xiong was about to be broken. Unexpectedly, this clue that he had been staring at for years now suddenly brought him such a piece of news. So when one of his own men called, that's why he reacted so strongly. After a long silence, Lu Xi said in a deep voice, "Who are these people? Come on." Under LVC's strong request, the person on the other end of the phone swallowed nervously and then opened his mouth. These people are all Inhumans. The wave that came in the morning besides the Win family. There was also Zhang Chen, the all-sexed Xia He, and one who seemed to be the temporary worker from the southwest region before, Wang Jinxiu. Lu Xi didn't care too much about the names of the two people his subordinate said later. However, when he heard that the name Zhang Chen was in there, he couldn't help but let a hint of ruthlessness flash through his eyes. Zhang Chen? Why is it Zhang Chen again? What's he doing at Prince Xiong's place? After pondering for a long time, Lu Xi could not figure out why Zhang Chen had gone to Prince Xiong. Helplessly, he had no choice but to ask next. And the woman who went at night, who was she? As he asked these words, Lu Xi's emotions were clearly a bit agitated, for his mind had guessed a possibility that the woman who had gone last, it should be the Duan Muying that he had been searching so hard for years. Shining Star Club, Chu Tong. After Lu Xi's men said Chu Tong's name, Lu Xi was first stunned, then his entire body fell into deep thought. Chu Tong of the Shining Star Society? Why did this woman go to the hospital? Is it for the report of Prince Xiong's impending death? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Thinking about it, Lu Xi instantly widened that one eye as if he had thought of something. Wait, the dual full hands are capable of changing a person's appearance. If the Duan Muying from back then became the Chu Tong of today, wouldn't it be that the woman has been lurking in the company for decades? She was right next to me the whole time? After thinking of this possibility, Lu Xi instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If Chu Tong was really Duan Muying, then he had never realized it in all these years. Hang up the phone. Lu Xi returned to the Wang family's meeting hall with a gloomy face. Wang Ai was the first to notice that there was something wrong with Lu Xi's expression. However, he didn't ask directly. The two of them had been working in tandem for so many years, and had long since developed enough of an understanding. If Lu Xi wanted to tell him, there was no need for him to even open his mouth. Lu Xi would have told him everything. Lu Xi looked at Wang Ai beside him, and after thinking for a moment, he directly spoke. Zhang Chen has already arrived in Jingang, and he's with the Feng family right now. Upon hearing that Zhang Chen was actually with the Wen family, Wang Ai's face suddenly turned ugly. He recalled that when he was in the Lu family before, Feng Jianghao had once pulled Zhang Chen's strings. He, Wang Ai, was naturally very clear about Zhang Chen's talent in cultivation. If Feng Jianghao had wanted to teach Zhang Chen how to restrain spirits and dispatch generals, then I'm afraid that by now, Zhang Chen would have already learned their Wang family's spirit restraint and dispatch generals. Feng Zhanghao, this bastard. If you dare to privately pass on the spirit detaining dispatch to outsiders, I'll let you land on the same level as your grandfather. Hear this. Although Wang Ai did not move on the surface, in his heart, he already hated Feng Zhanghao. The current Wang Ai had long since regarded the technique of detaining spirit and dispatching general as something that belonged to their Wang family. No outsiders are allowed to get their hands on it. Even the Feng family members who had created this technique were unable to do so, let alone Zhang Chen, an outsider. However, at this moment, Wang Ai did not show his anger, because he knew that these words were deliberately said by Lu Xi to himself. The phone call he just answered could make his face look that bad. There must be something bigger behind this call. He said that Zhang Chen had already arrived at the Feng family, but I'm afraid it was just an appetizer. Looking at the unmoving Wang Ai, Lu Xi couldn't help but curse an old fox in his heart. He knew that at this time, Wang Ai must have been anxious in his heart after hearing this news. With the importance that this old thing placed on the snatched spirit detaining dispatch general, he must not be able to accept Zhang Chen, an outsider, learning this technique. But Wang Ai didn't show his face at all. He was now waiting for himself to give his old self away first, and then find an old guy who would let go. Unable to do anything about it, Lu Xi had no choice but to speak up next. Zhang Chen and the others also went to see Prince Zhong, and I've also received word that a woman went to visit Prince Zhong within his hospital room this evening. Hearing this, Wang Ai's face finally changed. As soon as he heard Lu Xi mention Prince Zhong, he understood what the old fox Lu Xi was going to say. When their Wang and Lu families were able to obtain the 8 Wonders technique, they had used unseemly means. Neither of their families had ever mentioned it, but they both knew it by heart. Otherwise these 2 old foxes of theirs wouldn't have gotten so close. It seems that this Longhu Mountain brat is a calamity that cannot be kept. After Wang Ai contemplated for a moment, a hint of killing intent flowed out of his eyes. I think so. However, this kid doesn't seem to be weak at all, and it's impossible to take him down unless we send out a good fighter from the sect. And then there's the fact that even if we can really take him down, how will we get past the old celestial master's hurdle? A hint of killing intent also showed in Lu Xi's one eye. At this time the interests of their Wang and Lu families had once again reached an agreement. Both of them wanted to kill Zhang Chen. In order to ensure that there are no accidents, this Zhang Chen kid is afraid that we'll have to do it ourselves. As for old Tianchu's words, hasn't his senior brother Zhang Huayi returned to the mountain recently? This is an important character inside the 36 Thieves back then. Those things back then can't just be forgotten. Not even with him, Zhang Jiwei. In this society nowadays, even if he's a Jedi, it's not up to him. Chapter 123, The Decapolis. I think it's time for a change. Wang Ai's words didn't make sense though, but Lu Xi already knew what he was going to do. First, he used the matter of Zhang Huayi being picked up and returned to Longhu Mountain to make a fuss, so that the old celestial master would have no time to worry about other things. After that, the 2 of them would then join forces to take out Zhang Chen in advance before he had fully grown up. Although after killing Zhang Chen, he might have to face the monstrous anger of the old heavenly master. But after all, there were 2 of their 10 brothers joining forces, and as long as the aftermath was handled cleanly enough, then Zhang Chen would be dead forever, even if he really was accidentally caught by the old heavenly master. But with the company in the middle to check and balance the situation, even the old celestial master should not be able to do anything too outrageous. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xi felt that this matter was feasible. As long as he could take out Zhang Chen, he could hide many secrets. It's a risk that's still worth taking. By the way, before the 2 of us make a move, we can muddy the water. Why don't we just release the news that Zhang Chen has already mastered no less than one of the 8 strange techniques? I'm sure both Quan Sex and any other guys interested in these 8 strange techniques should be up for this. 3 days later, inside the Wind family's underground training ground, Feng Zhanghao found Zhang Chen, somewhat wanting to speak. Looking at Feng Zhanghao's hesitation, Zhang Chen then smiled and spoke. Uncle Feng, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhanghao stopped being polite and asked directly. Little friend Zhang Chen, the technique that Chu Tong used to save Elder Wang that day should be the legendary double perfect hands, right? I didn't realize she was also an heir to the 8 strange techniques. How did you find her? Also, with your talent in cultivation, you should have already learned all of these full hands as well, right? Zhang Chen nodded at these questions asked by Feng Zhanghao. Uncle Feng guessed correctly. I have indeed mastered the dual full hands now. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's generous admission, Feng Zhanghao's eyes turned a little strange when he looked at Zhang Chen. Originally, he had thought that their Wind family's detaining spirits and dispatching generals was the first of the 8 wonders techniques that Zhang Chen had learned. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Chen had already mastered the 8 wonders technique dual complete hands, which was on par with the spirit detaining dispatch. Before he had learned the spirit detaining dispatch, No wonder he didn't seem that excited earlier when I mentioned asking Zhang Chen to learn double full hands. So this kid has long had the 8 wonders technique in his possession. Ugh. What a man to man. I'm holding on to this half-dozen 8 chi techniques as a treasure, when others, Zhang Chen, have already learned one. At this moment, if Feng Zhanghao were to know that their Feng clan's spirit detaining dispatch was already the 5th 8 extraordinary technique that Zhang Chen had mastered, he's afraid his jaw will drop and he won't be able to settle down for a week before he does. After all, to be able to master the 5 sect 8 strange techniques, this was something that he, Feng Zhanghao, had never even dared to dream of. Just as Feng Zhanghao and Zhang Chen were chatting, one of Feng Zhanghao's men suddenly came to his side in a hurry. A message was handed to him. Feng Zhanghao took a look, and his face, which had just been wearing a smile, immediately became serious. Uncle Windy, what happened? As he watched Feng Zhanghao's face rapidly change, Zhang Chen also became slightly more serious. Check it out. Feng Zhanghao did not open his mouth, and with a serious face, he handed the information in his hand to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took a look at the intelligence and a cold smile appeared on his face. This intel had 2 messages written on it. The first message was written at Zhang Huai, one of the 36 thieves and a sinner of Lungfu Mountain, returned to Lungfu Mountain a few days ago. The second message had to do with himself. Zhang Chen, the close disciple of the old heavenly master of Lungfu Mountain, was suspected of holding no less than one of the 8 strange techniques in his hands. Uncle Feng, it looks like I've been targeted. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Feng Zhanghao spoke with an apologetic face. I'm sorry Zhang Chen. I'll start working on the investigation to see where the news leaked from. If I find out this traitor, I'll make his life worse than death. As he said this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on Feng Zhanghao's face. This time, he was really angry. It's amazing that they have a mole in the world society. Zhang Qinshue's matter of detaining spirits and dispatching generals was done in secret, and it was surprising that it was able to be shaken out. I'm afraid that by now, the news has spread throughout the inhuman circle. Junior friend Zhang Chen, you should stay away from the world society during this period of time, and wait until the storm has calmed down. No matter who wants to target you, as long as you're within the territory of the world society, as long as you don't go outside of this acreage of Jin Harbor, no one can do anything about you. It could be seen that at this moment, Feng Zhanghao was very worried about Zhang Chen's safety. However, Masayoshi Tatsu, did not take this matter to heart. With his current strength, even if 1 Jedi and 2 magnates from this inhuman circle came at the same time, it would be impossible to take him down. Not to mention that this 1 Jedi was also his own master. Apart from them, it was even more unlikely that anyone else would be a match for himself. The current Zhang Chen was not worried about himself, but his master's side. However, Zhang Chen was confident that master, his old man, would be able to take care of this little matter. Next one just needs to wait and see what happens. Whoever is targeting themselves, it will eventually surface eventually. At that point, it's time to go on a killing spree of your own. Zhang Chen was not a person who was addicted to killing, but if someone was rushing to their death, then naturally he wouldn't show any mercy. Uncle Feng, there's no need to go to that much trouble. Staying in the World Council all the time, you can never know who the person behind that curtain really is. Next, I'll continue to follow my original plan, and I think it's time for us, to part ways. After I leave, you and Feng Xingtong can't stop detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Feng Zhanghao opened his mouth wanting to retain some more, but he could see that Zhang Chen was determined to go, and he could not persuade him. Ugh, this kid is so stubborn. One day later, Xing'an Airport, Feng Xiaoyan hugged Zhang Chen's arm, not wanting to let go at all. Zhang Chen, I know all about it. It's too dangerous outside right now, so don't go yet and stay in the world society. Dad, he will keep you safe. Looking at the reluctant Feng Xiaoyan, Zhang Chen reached out and rubbed her head and said, it's not good to always rely on your dad. Your spatial ability is very strong. Work harder and bring up the strength of your ability as soon as possible. You'll be the one to protect me when the time comes. Listening to Zhang Chen's joking words, Feng Xiaoyan nodded seriously and firmly. I promise I'll work hard on my cultivation, but you also have to promise me that you'll keep yourself safe. After saying that, Feng Xiaoyan took advantage of Zhang Chen's unawareness and quickly stepped forward to give him a hug and secretly pecked him on the cheek. After kissing her, she retreated to the side and lowered her head, her face reddening and not daring to look at Zhang Chen again. Looking at the shy and incomparable Feng Xiaoyan, Zhang Chen smiled, waved at these 3 members of the Feng family, and boarded the plane to your province with Xia He and Wang Jinxiu. Zhang Chen had already notified Chu Tong in advance 3 days earlier. She was told to go ahead and wait for them at the place where Ma Xianhong was hiding. He had long anticipated the troubles that might arise after Chu Tong went to meet Prince Zhong. The Lu family, and possibly the Wang family will be involved. TSK, I didn't think you guys would really dare to jump out. I think it's about time for a change. These 10 guys. Chapter 124, are you here for the 8 strange techniques? Or are you here to kill me? The group of 3 got off the plane in Xi'an province. By the way, casually bought an off-road vehicle and started driving deeper into the mountains. Wang Jinxiu drove the car below, and Zhang Chen hummed a little song in the backseat while resting on Xiahe's knee pillow. Boss Zhang Chen, is it appropriate for us to be so leisurely? How do you make it look like it's the same as a vacation when you're all staked out? Wang Jinxiu's nerves were a bit tense at this point. Even when he was driving, he was always aware of his surroundings, checking to see if there were any ambushed enemies around. As if it's the same as a vacation? That being said, aren't we supposed to be on vacation? I'm the highest ranking temp in the company, and when I'm not working, I'm on vacation. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was surprisingly not even a little bit nervous, Wang Jinxiu sighed helplessly. Zhang Chen, who leaked the information out this time? Could it be the Win family? Xiahe pondered for a moment. Suspicious. No, although Feng Zhanghao is a lord, he doesn't have the guts yet. He's a very good judge of character, and it's impossible for him to do something like this when he's already seen my strength. Speaking here, Zhang Chen paused, opening his eyes to look at the mountain peaks that blocked his view. He exclaimed in his heart, this is a huge scale, then opened his mouth. I already have some guesses in my mind as to who exactly, but as to whether it's them or not, we'll just take our time and wait. Old foxes, they always show their tails. Hearing Zhang Chen's words with such confidence, Xiahe's heart was also quite relieved. However, she hadn't worried much about the safety of her party in the first place. With Zhang Chen by his side, that was the greatest guarantee. After a moment of silence passed, Wang Jinxiu, who was driving, suddenly spoke. By the way, boss, that question I've been asking you, can you tell me about it now? You let Sister Xiahe stay by your side for nothing more than his beauty, but what puzzles me is why you wanted me from the company. Hearing this long accumulated doubt in Wang Jinxiu's heart, Zhang Chen heatedly smiled, not hiding anything at all, and directly opened his mouth to respond. There's a natural reason for asking you over. For one thing, it's because I see you as a person, you're resourceful enough kid, and I have very few people available around me right now, so when I bring you up, you'll be able to help me with some things. The second is to contact someone through you. Upon hearing Zhang Chen say that he wanted to contact someone through himself, Wang Jinxiu was first stunned, then a question-filled mouth opened to ask, Boss Zhang Chen, who is this person? It's kind of half your master. Full sex. Xia Luqing. When he heard this name, Wang Jinxiu instantly understood what Zhang Chen wanted to do. Zhang Chen was afraid that he had set his eyes on old man Xia's masterpiece, the Godhead mask. Xia He, who was on the side, frowned and couldn't help but speak. Xia Luqing? Hasn't this all-sex old-timer retired long ago? I basically never heard of him again when I was in all-sex. Hearing Xia He's words, Wang Jinxiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. That old man Xia Luqing has been out of the picture for a long time regarding all-sex. That old man has always been in pursuit of true love. Xia He couldn't help but froze when he heard Wang Jinxiu's words and opened his mouth in great surprise. The quest for true love? I'm afraid that old man is over 80 now, and he's still pursuing true love? As she asked this question, Xia He's body unconsciously leaned forward, directly giving Zhang Chen, who was knee-pillowing, a face wash. Xiahe felt as if she had pressed against something. Looking down, the corners of her mouth unconsciously quirked up, and she couldn't help but press down hard again. Mentally, it's kinda fun to tease Zhang Chen. I don't know when this guy will grow up. I can't help but want to eat him already. In this way, the three of them made small talk while going deeper into the mountains. Just when Wang Jinxiu and Xiahe thought that they would be able to drive safely all the way to their destination just like that, suddenly there was a bang. The car they were riding in had a surprisingly flat tire, and it was all four-wheel tires that exploded at the same time. Feeling a violent shaking, Wang Jinxiu kicked the brakes and stopped the whole car at the edge of the cliff. Zhang Chen reached out and pushed away the mountain peaks that blocked his view, sitting up directly from Xiahe's knee pillow. With a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, he opened his mouth. Finally, someone has come. If not, this journey will be boring. When Wang Jinxiu and Xia He heard Zhang Chen's words, they immediately perked up and prepared for battle. At the same time, he opened the car door and got out of the car with Zhang Chen. After getting out of the car, Zhang Chen stretched his back and didn't seem to take the visitor to heart at all. However, Wang Jinxiu and Xiahe were different. They were already gazing around with 12 points of concentration at this time. I am afraid that even the slightest breeze will attract their attention. Guys, if you're here, then don't hide. As Zhang Chen's words fell, two sets of masked men suddenly stood out on the nearby hillside. It was obvious that the two groups didn't seem to be on the same page. Looking at the figures standing on the hillside, Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Can I ask you all if you've come for the 8 strange techniques or for my life? When Zhang Chen asked this, the two groups of people on the mountain hesitated at the same time before opening their mouths. Hand over the 8 strange techniques and let you go. Take your life. These two waves of masked men couldn't help but be on guard against each other after hearing each other's words. So that's what's killing me. Then it looks like I'll be on a killing spree today. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, without any hesitation, he directly opened the air body source stream domain in place. It enveloped both sets of people in all of them. The group of masked men who wanted Zhang Chen's life. At the first moment they saw Zhang Chen make a move, directly taking out their respective weapons. They were prepared to take Zhang Chen's life. However, just as they were about to transport the air, this group of people, however, were surprised to find that they couldn't sense the presence of air in their bodies anymore. What's going on? Why can't I sense the air in my body anymore? Me too. Could this kid be behind this? What kind of ability is this? Why have I never heard of it before? I have heard of such an ability. This seems to be a legendary divine spirit? The divine spirit that the all-nature sect master made back then? That's good if we know the ability. If we can't use the air, he shouldn't be able to use it either. With so many of us, we can easily finish him off with our life cultivation alone. Brothers, together, kill him. Looking at the group of simpletons rushing towards him, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile, only to see him reach out his hand and gently press downward. A huge Wind Queen strange door natal plate made of air then surfaced in front of everyone, leaving the word, Fire Hell. Chapter 125, Ferocious Zhang Chen, Terrified Masked People. As Zhang Chen's words fire prison fell, next moment, a mass of terrifying and incomparable flames immediately flared up around those masked men who had opened their mouths and said that they would kill Zhang Chen. The wall of fire around the group was tens of meters high and up to 10 meters thick. It enveloped the group of black-clad men altogether. Hell on fire, as the name suggests. The terrifying flames locked these dozens of people as if they were prisoners, deadlocked in a mass of terrifying flames. It makes them unavoidable and inescapable. Damn it, why does he still have air? Asshole. Who was it that just said he can't use air like us? I'm going to kill him. What should we do? We've been surrounded by this flame. Now we can't even use our air. It's impossible to break through this flame with just our bodies. Are we going to be burned to death here by this flame today? Asshole. Do something. If you can't escape, you'll be burned alive here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too much of a loser. You all might have a chance if you put up a fight. If you continue to waste time here you'll really be burned to death here. Watching that unseeable fire prison getting closer and closer to them, a masked man in the lead of this group of people had a fierce heart, directly preparing to break through this roiling wall of fire. He wanted to rush to Zhang Chen's side to finish him off. However, when his body just touched the flames, he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Ah! The moment it touched the flames, the masked man's body was all set ablaze by the extremely terrifying flames. He only had time to let out a miserable scream before he was transformed into a man of fire, blending in with the horrific wall of fire around them. The boss is dead. What do we do? Or else surrender. Zhang Chen is not something we can deal with. Bastard. Now you're even thinking of surrendering. Can't you guys see that this Zhang Chen guy didn't give us any chance at all? This kid is trying to burn us all to death here. Those who want to live charge with us. Charge out and finish off Zhang Chen and you'll have a chance to live. If we continue to stay here, we will surely die. The moment this voice fell, the man who had just been there led the final charge towards the wall of fire. When the others saw this scene, their hearts flared. They all knew they would die if they stayed here. If we're all going to die, why don't we put up a fight? Watching the group of masked men actually launch a suicidal onslaught towards the firewall, Zhang Chen smiled disdainfully. If you want to die so early, then I'll give you another hand. The word Kuan, rock wall. As Zhang Chen continued to use the Kuan character technique, a rock wall tens of meters thick suddenly appeared behind this fire prison. The thick wall directly sealed the group's last hope completely. Looking at the pillars of rock that continued to gush out from the ground, only despair remained in the eyes of this group of masked men. If there was only a wall of fire, they might still have a chance to rush out, but in the face of such a tall and thick rock wall, they would no longer have any chance if they could not use air. As a miserable scream continued to ring out, this group of guys who had come to assassinate Zhang Chen, one by one, they were turned into charcoal and fell into the blazing fire. Looking at Zhang Chen's relentless killing at this moment, Wang Jinxiu and Xia He were both shocked in their hearts. None of them had expected Zhang Chen to have such a ferocious side. That's dozens of people, and they all burned up without leaving a single one? It's amazing that he actually got off on it. In the meantime, equally shocked beyond belief was another group of people. Their purpose in approaching Zhang Chen this time was not to kill him, but for the 8 strange skills on him. However, simply because the purpose is different. The other group of people who came with them had already been reduced to charcoal by now, and they could only watch as the group was burned alive by the fire, not even daring to say a word to plead for mercy. for no other reason. They were likewise unable to use any of their abilities within the realm of this terrifying airbody source current. They had now become lambs to the slaughter under Zhang Chen, just like the other group. After everyone inside the fire prison had all returned to nature again, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rang in the group's ears. Everyone, how do you feel about these 8 strange techniques? Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, the remaining group of people simultaneously winced. Looking at Zhang Chen's facial expression that didn't fluctuate a bit after burning so many people, this group of people were so scared that they swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and froze in place at a bit of a loss. After a few moments, someone finally spoke up with a trembling voice. Knight, awesome, too strong, we're no match, it's like a divine skill. Looking at this group of guys who were already terrified, Zhang Chen could not help but sneer out and open his mouth once again to ask, do you guys still want such a powerful bocce technique? After these words, the remaining group of black-clothed men first fell silent for a while, then as if they had a heart-to-heart, they actually shook their heads frantically in unison. No, no more, the 8 wonders technique is too strong, we don't deserve it, we, little caramels, are not qualified to use such divine techniques. This 8 wonders technique is still best used by you, Boss Zhang Chen. Looking at the crowd that was already terrified by the scene they had just witnessed, only then did Zhang Chen nod in satisfaction. Not bad, quite self-aware, tell you what, I'll give you a chance to live. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the remaining group of black-clothed men could not help but light up. Get our car fixed, the scene taken care of, and get the hell out. I've memorized all the air of you guys. If anyone dares to come back a second time, they'll do nature a favor. Just like those guys. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the group of black-clothed men began to nod their heads frantically. Subsequently, it became much easier. It was time to dig a hole, bury a hole, patch a tire, and there was hardly an idle man. They each found a suitable position for themselves, and the scene was quiet and peaceful. If an outsider had seen this scene, they would not have been able to imagine that such a tragic scene had just occurred in this area. An hour later, at Zhang Chen's nod, the group of masked men finally laughed and left. Only their smiles were worse than tears. There were even some people who, when leaving, were suddenly able to relax because the pressure they had faced before was too great, and the whole person directly fainted from excitement. In the end, he had to be helped out by his companion. After all, anyone who witnessed the scene of dozens of people being burned to a crisp would not feel good in their heart. I'm afraid, TSK, these guys are a lot of fun. It's like they're here specifically to do the boss's dirty work for him. After briefly evaluating the situation, Wang Zhenxiu pulled open the car door as soon as he was ready to continue along the route. However, right at this moment, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly came, causing his movements to lurch. The rest of you, aren't you ready to come out after the good show? Play this boring game of hide and seek again, and I'm going to come over there and find you. Chapter 126, Full Sexting Shima on, please enlighten me. As Zhang Chen's words fell, the two who had been hiding in the distance and had watched the whole thing, after glancing at each other, knew that they had been exposed. Since they had already been discovered by Zhang Chen, these two decided not to hide their forms anymore, jumped straight out from behind a boulder on the edge of the cliff. Seeing the faces of these two people, Xia He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What she didn't expect was that the two people inside this omnisexual would show up here. Full sex, Ding Shimun. Full sex, Tu Junfeng. The two of them, Ding Shiman and Tu Junfeng, quickly came to Zhang Chen's body and arched their hands. There weren't many people in the world who could make the two of them arch their hands and perform the rituals of the Jianghu. Yet Zhang Chen happens to be one of them, especially after seeing Zhang Chen's terrifying ability just now. The two of them had already recognized Zhang Chen's strength in their hearts. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, and listening to the names these two people reported, Wang Zhenxiu was first stunned, and then a look of shock filled his eyes. Corpse Demon, Tu Junfeng, Ding Shimun, one of the two magnificent men? No matter which one of these two people was taken out, they were all big names within the inhuman circle, especially Ding Shimun, who was known as one of the two great men of the world. This was the only existence that could fight under the old heavenly master nowadays. I didn't expect them to show up at this moment, and they even took the initiative to salute Zhang Chen? That's a bit of a reversal of Wang Zhenxiu's view of things. What is the purpose of your visit here? 8 strange techniques? Or do you want me dead? Hearing Zhang Chen ask this question again, Ding Shaman and Tu Junfan both knew that no matter which one they answered now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape being killed. But, thankfully, the purpose of both of them being here had nothing to do with either of those options. The two of them, Tu Junfang and Ding Shaman, looked at each other. Tu Junfang spread his hands helplessly and took a big step backward, leaving Ding Shaman standing alone across from Zhang Chen. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was still calm and unperturbed at this moment, Ding Shaman once again arched his hand and opened his mouth. Zhang Chen, I neither want the 8 strange skills nor am I here for your life. Hearing Ding Shaman's words, Zhang Chen had already roughly guessed his purpose. With Zhang Chen's understanding of Ding Shaman, he naturally knew that this guy Ding Shaman was a martial arts nerd. This guy is different from the norm. He had sensed the presence of crisis all the time since he was a child. Later, the reason why he changed his name to Ting Shima On was because of this. Zhang Chen was clear that Ding Shaman was very strong and liked to go around challenging the experts of the inhuman realm. In the original storyline, he was even able to tie with Su Xin who had used Dan Devour. Even if it was Naru who was one of the 2 great heroes with him, the 2 of them were only fighting to a draw. Except for being beaten half to death by the old Skymaster on the prairie, he was undefeated in his campaigning career. This time he had approached Zhang Chen. Most likely he should have come to challenge him, meet the strength of the legendary inheritor of the 8 strange techniques, although he had already seen the terror of the air body source flow earlier. However, he still thought that there was a chance that he could defeat Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, this time, I'm here for you. If I can win against you, then I'll try to challenge the old celestial master once. That's what I'm here for this time. Zhang Chen, please enlighten me. Looking at Ding Shaman whose eyes were already burning with battle intent, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of that classic image of this guy Ding Shaman being locked in a chokehold by his own master. This guy, but he's so confident. If it weren't for the fact that everyone inside the circle knows about his martial arts obsessed nature, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been beaten to death long ago. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. In fact, Zhang Chen wasn't really interested in Ding Shaman. Comparatively speaking, he was more interested in the corpse demon Tu Junfang who was traveling with Ding Shaman. After all, Zhang Chen knew that although Ding Shaman was strong, he couldn't squeeze any oil out of him. This guy, Ding Shaman, had learned 100 arts, and he had cultivated many simple feats that some sects couldn't even look at to the extreme. For example, the splitting palm, a technique that was hidden inside almost all sects. In someone else's hands, this might be a basic feat. However, in the hands of Ting Shima On, he was able to maximize his power and was able to hit attacks that were beyond one's expectations. However, the technique of the splitting palm had been copied by Zhang Chen long ago. Also, it's not just the split palm. Most of the other feats that Ding Shaman knew, Zhang Chen had already copied them as well. Even if it hadn't been copied, Zhang Chen actually didn't look at it very much. Duplicating it would only increase the chance of reinforcement by 1 at most. However, the Zhansanjin Gongfa method used by Tu Junfang was indeed something that Zhang Chen was interested in. This Gongfu can be of great origin, its upper limit, but it can be compared to Wudong's Taiji and Longhu Mountain's Golden Light Mantra. It was a pity that this technique had been partially lost, or else Tu Junfang's strength would have been much more powerful than it was now. Zhang Chen looked at the wariness that flowed from Ding Shaman's eyes, and then twisted his head to look at Tu Junfang in the distance. After thinking about it, he decided to show Ting Shima a hand. After all, Zhang Chen knew that with Ding Shaman's martial arts obsessed nature, even if he rejected him this time, I'm afraid I'll have to get stuck with him sooner or later, unless one slaps him to death. But Zhang Chen was not some indiscriminate killer after all. Coupled with the fact that Ding Shima knew so much about etiquette, Zhang Chen had no intention of finishing him off. Come on then, let's see how much gold you have as one of the 2 magnificent men. Hearing Zhang Chen promise himself, Ding Shaman couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. The surrounding Xiaha trio, seeing that these 2 guys were actually going to fight here, so they immediately backed out 100 meters away and watched from afar. After all, if these 2 guys fought, I'm afraid that if they were caught in the wave, they would have to be injured. After retreating to a safe distance, Tu Junfang looked at Xiaha beside him and couldn't help but speak. I didn't expect that the 4 Zhang maniacs Xiaha, who had disappeared for a long time in full sex, would be by Zhang Chen's side. You followed Zhang Chen for so long, you should know something about his strength. Tell me, who will win in the end between the 2 of them? Hearing Tu Junfang's words, Xiaha didn't hesitate to open her mouth. Zhang Chen, Ding Shima won't be his opponent. Xiaha's firm tone caused Tu Junfang to freeze. He opened his mouth to argue somewhat unconvincingly. I don't think so. Even if Zhang Chen has the 8 strange skills in his possession, he's just too young. What's more, from what I've seen with my own eyes, and strength is not as simple as you think. When Tu Junfang finished speaking, Wang Jinxiu on the side hemmed and hawed. The name of the 2 magnificent men would have been frightening indeed in the past, but I'm afraid that won't work so well now. I bet that within 10 minutes, my brother Chen will definitely take down these so-called 2 magnates. Chapter 127, Seconds to Kill Ding Shaman. Terrified Corpse Demon. Although this one was just a cut, but Zhang Chen didn't mind letting Ding Shaman learn a good lesson. You still want to defeat yourself and then challenge your own master. Old Tiancher? The guy thinks pretty good thoughts, but strength can't keep up with his ideas. Splitting palm. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Ding Shaman's splitting palm slapped at Jiang Chen without mercy. Good coming, Jiang Chen chanted silently, and the power of Taiji in his hand was decisively mobilized. Easily, Ding Shaman's chopping palm was taken down. Wudong's Tai Chi? You know a lot. Watching his attack being easily received by Jiang Chen, Ding Shaman could not help but sigh out in admiration. Actually, I'm a student of the 100 arts, just like you. But what's different between me and you is that I comprehend things much more powerfully than you do. Hearing these provocative words from Jiang Chen, Ding Shaman couldn't help but show a hint of anger on his face. To be taunted by a little kid himself? He, Ting Shima On, had been to so many sects over the years. As long as one learns something, which is not learned at the peak level, even the elders in those sects had to admire themselves. Yet today, he was being looked down upon by a small child at what he does best. How could he put up with that? I didn't realize you little guys were quite angry. Then let me see what strength you, who are also learning 100 arts, really have. Ting Shiman's words fell. Next moment, the entire person instantly disappeared from the spot. Earthbound immortal? It's fine against other people, but it won't work so well with me. Jiang Chen looked at Ding Shaman, who was hiding underground, and smiled, followed by a slight downward point of the right foot. A huge and incomparable fate plate of the Wind Queen's strange sect that covered almost the entire mountain instantly surfaced at his feet. Within the confines of my destiny disk, there is nowhere for you to hide, whether in the sky or on the ground. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his eyes looked to a place and said softly, the word Kuan. The ground is sinking, with the use of the Kuan technique. Next moment, the location where Ding Shaman had submerged his form was suddenly sunk downward into a hole 10 meters in diameter and tens of meters deep. Ding Shaman, who was hiding underground, immediately felt an endless pressure slamming downward on him. At this moment he couldn't care less about his submerged form and fled from the underground as fast as he could. After escaping, he craned his head to look at the ground behind himself. A cold sweat broke out. If he hadn't reacted in time and escaped from the collapsed area in the first place, it was feared that his whole body would be crushed hard under these rocks. Even if he was Ding Shaman, the weight of all those rocks was no joke. The situation just now, if he hadn't reacted in time, it was so close he was going to die. What a ruthless kid. Luckily, though, he didn't have any intention of outright killing me. If he had just used this move one more time when he used it to be able to block one's ability to perceive air, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to escape. Ding Shaman wiped the cold sweat that had dipped out on his forehead, allowing his excited heart to regain its calm. This kid's attainments in Chi Men arts are very high. We can't just tangle with him like this. We need to find a way to engage him in close combat. If I keep playing with him like this I'll only be consumed by him, with no power to fight back at all. Ting Shaman was very confident in his melee combat prowess. After all, his name of the two greats was not a waste of time, but it's all in one move that he hits. After making the decision to fight, Ding Shaman no longer hesitated and directly charged towards Jiang Chen with all his strength. Through the simple exchange of hands just now, he knew that Jiang Chen should not be weak in Taiji. As long as he could defend against Jiang Chen's Taiji, then he would have a chance to defeat him. However, as he rushed towards Jiang Chen's side, Ting Shima couldn't help but feel some doubt in his heart. Jiang Chen was clearly a disciple of Longhu Mountain, so why was Taiji used so skillfully? Was it really as Jiang Chen had said, that he, like himself, was a fellow who learned 100 arts? Looking at Ding Shaman, who was rushing towards him, Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but curl up into an arc. It was obvious that he had guessed what Ding Shiman was going to do next. It was nothing more than trying to fight a melee battle with himself with his years of combat experience. However, what he may not know is this. Although Jiang Chen was strong in Chi Men arts, he was not weak at all in melee combat. As Ding Shaman's punch was about to blast Jiang Chen's face, Jiang Chen, however, did not even move and sneered at the incoming Ding Shaman. Subsequently, the incomparably strong golden light spell instantly surrounded Jiang Chen. Ding Shaman's punch just hit Jiang Chen's golden light spell. Not only did it not bring any harm to Jiang Chen, his own arm was almost broken hard by the force instead. This is the golden light mantra? How could the golden light mantra of Dragon Tiger Mountain be so strong? Looking at Jiang Chen's motionless figure, Ding Shaman somewhat began to doubt life at this point. The force of that punch wasn't very good, so it's my turn for the next one. After that, looking at Ding Shaman who was still in a daze, Jiang Chen directly used 30% of his wrestling dragon and tiger fist. Wudong's headmaster, Zhou Meng, was barely able to use Taiji to receive his 40% power Bo Long Fu Hu Quan. Using 30% of his power to deal with Ding Shaman was considered enough to give him face. As Jiang Chen threw out a punch, the sounds of dragons and tigers began to resonate in unison across the field, and the shadows of dragons and tigers began to emerge one after another behind Jiang Chen. Just by seeing this stance when Jiang Chen threw his punch, Ding Shaman couldn't help but feel his heart tighten as he subconsciously tried to dodge the punch. However, he recalled the scene earlier where Zhang Chen had easily received his fist. So Ding Shaman braced his body, ready to try and take Zhang Chen's punch. Boom! As a loud bang emanated, Ding Shaman's entire body flew backwards dozens of meters away. It hit hard on top of the cliff wall. Put! As a mouthful of blood spurted out, Ding Shaman only felt unbearable pain all over his body. He knew that Zhang Chen's punch just now had broken an unknown number of bones in his body. It seems that your strength is a bit inadequate. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ding Shaman hung his head helplessly. He knew he had lost. After easily defeating Ding Shaman, Zhang Chen ignored him. With a light footstep on the ground, the entire person instantly appeared beside the corpse demon Tu Junfeng. At this moment, Tu Junfeng was still in a great shock of his own brother in being sent flying out dozens of meters away, and had yet to come back to his senses. When he saw Zhang Chen appear in front of him in a flash, his whole body was startled. He hadn't figured out what was going on. How could his own brother be defeated without even catching a single punch from Zhang Chen? However, the next moment, Zhang Chen's words once again scared him to death. I'm not really interested in Ding Shaman, but I'm quite interested in you guys. Come on, let's practice next. Corpse Demon Tu Junfeng? Chapter 128, Tu Junfeng. I haven't even warmed up these 3 corpses yet, and you snatched them away? Looking at Zhang Chen who suddenly appeared in front of him, listening to Zhang Chen say that he would let himself practice with this monster of his, Tu Junfeng couldn't help but be startled. Are you kidding me? Even Ding Shaman, one of the 2 magnificent men, is not his opponent. Am I not going up there to be purely beaten? Looking at Ding Shaman who was collapsing there, spitting out blood, Tu Junfeng knew deep down that there was no way he would be a match for Zhang Chen. Wang Jinxiu, who was on the side, watched as Zhang Chen finished beating Ding Shaman and then came to Tu Junfeng's side to practice with him. A hint of gloating then flashed across Wang Jinxiu's eyes, only to see him reach out his hand and put it on Tu Junfeng's shoulder, laughing lightly. Elder brother Tu, how about what I just said? Ding Shaman won't be a match for my brother Chen, right? But now it seems that you should be blessed. My brother Tatsu has just finished instructing the 2 magnates, and now he's coming to instruct you in your martial arts. You're making a fortune. Listening to Wang Jinxiu's asshole words, Tu Junfeng couldn't help but darken his face and only gave Wang Jinxiu a vicious look, cursing in his heart. This asshole kid is really hateful. A punch that made Ding Shaman, one of the 2 magnates, spit out blood. And you call that pointing? It's not a ing game to put on me. Facing the fierce look Tu Junfeng gave him, for some reason, Wang Jinxiu smiled even more happily. Unable to do anything else, Tu Junfeng could only look at Xiahe who was on the side. Hopefully she'd put in a good word or 2 for herself for the sake of once being of the same all sex. Even if he couldn't stop Zhang Chen from violently beating himself, but at the very least, his hand shouldn't be so black, and he should just leave himself with half a life more. Yet Summer Harvest, true to form, was once all sex. As Tu Junfeng looked at her, she smiled even more happily than Wang Jinxiu. Big brother too, you have to work hard. When it comes to all sex, you corpse demon is above us 4 Zhang maniacs. It's not good to lose too ugly. Listening to Xiahe's words, Tu Junfeng wanted to cry. I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll meet you out front. But listening to Zhang Chen's words that could not be refused, Tu Junfeng knew that he should not be able to avoid this beating today. There is no way around it. Amidst the eyes of Xiahe and Wang Jinxiu, who were both watching the show from the side, Tu Junfeng came to Zhang Chen helplessly, only to see him once again arching his hand forward. He bowed to Zhang Chen and spoke. Although I know deep down that I'm no match for you, since I can't hide from you, I'll ask for more mercy. After saying that, Tu Junfeng's entire body suddenly became serious, though knowing that you can't escape certain defeat. However, he still decided to have a go at Zhang Chen. After all, the ability of the technique he practiced was not above battle power. Instead, they use special means to draw out the 3 corpses of the person they are fighting against. Manipulate the 3 evil thoughts of the person you are fighting against by turning them into evil demons. If the person's will is not strong enough to resist the temptation of these 3 evil thoughts transformed into evil demons, then he speaks of sinking under this means. If the follow-up was not handled properly, I'm afraid that this person's cultivation in this lifetime would be reduced to nothing. This was the tactic of Tu Junfeng and their 3 devil faction. Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the plot, knew all of Tu Junfeng's tactics very well. At the same time, Zhang Chen was also very clear that if he was lured out by Tu Junfeng after these 3 demons, one is able to hold fast to one's beliefs and remain consistent, unaffected by the evil demons that these 3 evil thoughts of greed, anger and dementia have transformed into. Then the rewards gained after surviving this calamity will be extraordinary. As Zhang Chen pondered over Tu Junfeng's tactics, Tu Junfeng has already begun to make his move. Only a black air suddenly emerged from his body. Immediately afterward, a black and ghostly shadow began to emerge from his body. My ability is to draw out a person's 3 corpses. That's all. If this tactic doesn't work on you, I know I'm not your opponent, so do whatever you want with me next. After saying that, he only saw Tu Juanfang's hand covered in black air violently push forward. It just pressed on Zhang Chen's body so easily. When Tu Juanfang's hand touched Zhang Chen's body, his entire body froze. He did not expect that he would be able to touch Zhang Chen's body so simply. However, he soon reacted. This should be Zhang Chen deliberately letting himself go. Perhaps Zhang Chen wanted to personally experience his own 3 Devil School's 3 corpses beheading technique. Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me if anything goes wrong. As Tu Juanfang's mind moved, next moment, his hand, which was covered in black air, then began to induce the 3 corpses within Zhang Chen's body. A moment later, 3 black shadows instantly flew out of Zhang Chen's body. The upper corpse, Peng Ju, middle corpse Penumbra, lower body in Penchetiakio. At this moment, Tu Juanfang, who was controlling the 3 corpses within Zhang Chen's body, at once, he felt as if he was in control of a very terrifying force in his hands. This is Zhang Chen's 3 corpses? How old is he? And why is this evil demonic power transformed by greed and anger so strong? Feeling the terrifying power coming from the 3 corpses he could manipulate, Tu Juanfang couldn't help but tremble. He could sense that Zhang Chen's 3 corpses were far different from the others. The terrifying strength of these 3 corpses alone far exceeded others many times over. If he could manipulate Zhang Chen's 3 corpses and use them to fight. At this moment, Tu Juanfang was confident that he could fight with Ding Shaman, who was one of the 2 great masters, and not lose. Is this my 3 corpses? TSK, it's worthy of the evil thoughts of greed and anger in me. It's just awesome, but thank you for being able to get them to show up. I wouldn't have been able to spot the mess if it wasn't for you. Looking at the 3 corpses that were being manipulated by Tu Juanfang, Zhang Chen gave him a hefty smile. Detain the spirit. As the words fell from Zhang Chen's mouth, in the next moment, a wave of black air unexpectedly began to surface on Zhang Chen's body. What Zhang Chen was using now was precisely the ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals. Although this was an evil demon transformed by evil thoughts, in general they were considered a type of spirit. The detaining spirits and dispatching generals kung fu was the very thing that Tian could these things. Poor Tu Juanfang. He had just summoned the 3 corpses inside Zhang Chen. There was no time to control them to deal with Zhang Chen. By Zhang Chen, he had taken away his control over these 3 corpses with his detaining spirit and dispatching general ability. Tu Juanfang, who had his 3 corpses taken away so easily by Zhang Chen, was directly dumbfounded. Feeling that powerful force slipping away from one's hands was a feeling that was really hard to describe in any words. At the same time, Tu Juanfang knew that he had already lost before the fight even started, and lost very thoroughly. It was easily crushed by Zhang Chen. Just as he froze, Zhang Chen's voice once again sounded in his ears. I've heard that after you chop off these 3 corpses, your strength will gain a qualitative increase? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tu Juanfang subconsciously nodded. In that case, let me try. Chapter 129, Samadhi True Fire Burning 3 Corpses, Replicating the 3 Corpses Beheading Technique. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tu Juanfang, who was frozen in place, immediately stared with wide eyes, revealing a stunned look. At this point he simply couldn't believe his ears. What did he hear? This Zhang Chen guy even said that he was going to behead 3 corpses. That's chopping off 3 corpses. It was something he, Tu Juanfang, had pursued all his life. Ever since the year when the ancestor of their 3 devils sect was accidentally killed in battle against the Japanese, their sect's method of decapitating 3 corpses was lost in this way. He, Tu Juanfang, had only been able to control his 3 corpses for so many years, and was unable to cut them off no matter what. And now, he was here to hear that Zhang Chen was going to behead his own 3 corpses? How could this not shock him? If Zhang Chen really had a method that could cut off the 3 corpses, then wouldn't it be true that to him, Tu Juanfang, Zhang Chen would be the one noble person who would help him take his kung fu to the next level? Thinking of this, Tu Juanfang unconsciously held his breath. His eyes were motionless as he stared at Zhang Chen's next move. It was also necessary to take a good look at how Zhang Chen was going to chop off his 3 corpses. Zhang Chen glanced at Tu Juanfang, who was full of anticipation, and did not say anything more. He, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew that over the years Tu Juanfang had thought of all sorts of ways to chop off his 3 corpses, but none of them worked. That's why he looked at himself with such a shocked look when he said he was going to behead 3 corpses. Actually, the way Zhang Chen wanted to behead the 3 corpses was very simple. He was going to try to use the Samadhi flame from the Wuhuoqi men to burn these 3 contraptions first. You know that the Samadhi flame is specialized in burning the divine soul. God's soul could be burned, let alone these evil demons transformed from evil thoughts. However, Zhang Chen guessed that even if the samadhi flame could burn this thing off, but I'm afraid that's different from actually chopping off 3 corpses. However, Zhang Chen didn't mind giving it a try. Samadhi fire. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, next moment, 3 terrifyingly incomparable samadhi flames instantly floated towards Zhang Chen's upper, middle, and lower corpses. The moment Zhang Chen's samadhi flame touched these 3 corpses, these upper, middle, and lower 3 corpses all revealed hideous and incomparable expressions at the same time. Tu Junfeng, who was on the side, had his guard up in his heart when Zhang Chen used the samadhi flame. He looked at the 3 small flames thrown out from Zhang Chen's hands and froze, though he didn't know what the hell that thing was. But his intuition told him that those 3 small flames were something extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that if I stick, I'll die. Could it be that he's going to use this fire to go and burn his 3 corpses away? This is the chopping 3 corpses that Zhang Chen came up with? Thinking of this, Tu Junfeng couldn't help but shake his head. If these 3 corpses could be burned to death by the flames so easily, then wouldn't he have worked for nothing for so many years? Just when Tu Junfeng thought that Zhang Chen's flames did not pose a threat to these 3 corpses, a scene that made his jaw drop occurred. When those 3 unknown flames touched these 3 corpses, that 3 corpses were actually really ignited by this flame. As this flame burns hotter and hotter, the 3 corpses unexpectedly did not put up any resistance under Zhang Chen's flames, and they all turned into ashes. What kind of flame is this? Why can't the 3 corpses recover again after being cauterized by this flame? Looking at the 3 corpses that were burned to ashes, Tu Junfeng couldn't believe his eyes. Hearing Tu Junfeng's doubts, Zhang Chen always said lightly, "This is the samadhi flame, specifically for burning the divine soul. But even though I burned those 3 things to death, I didn't feel any increase in my own strength. So I guess that what I burned with the fire should just be the evil demons that the 3 evil thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia materialized, and did not really remove these 3 evil thoughts." Hearing Zhang Chen's analysis, Tu Junfeng first nodded in a serious manner. Then suddenly he froze in place, and after his head went down for a few minutes, he exclaimed in shock, Threefold fire? No wonder these 3 corpses were able to be burned clean by the hot fire. So that's what you're using." Upon hearing Zhang Chen mention the name of this samsara flame, Tu Junfeng subconsciously stepped backward several meters. After all, he had heard of the great name of the samsara flame. This thing specializes in burning gods and souls and evil demons, and is the most restraining to him. Looking at Tu Junfeng's batch of goons at this moment, he withdrew to several meters away at once. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't worry, you won't be needing this for a while. Tu Junfeng, I don't want to use in my life if I can help it." At this point, it wasn't just Tu Junfeng who was frightened. There was also Ding Shimin, who was at the side with a compliant ear and had been eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. "This kid even knows how to do samadhi flame? If he had just used this to sneak up on me when I was fighting him." The more Ding Shimin knew, the more scorn he felt in his heart towards Zhang Chen. He now knew that he was far from being Zhang Chen's opponent. Zhang Chen had broken most of the bones in his entire body and still managed to leave him alive. So it was actually considered that Zhang Chen had already left him alone. Thinking of this, Ding Shiman's heart couldn't help but despair a little. What kind of a two-holer am I, anyway? Get in a fight with a kid and hits the fan, and the kid doesn't exert himself? Alas, it's just that. Just take a detour when you see this kid in the future. After burning his 3 corpses, Zhang Chen felt that the 3 thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia in his heart did not diminish in this way. It doesn't look like that's going to work. At most, it can only remove the materialized evil demons. It can't play a fundamental role. If that's the case, then let's copy this technique and see if there's anything inside the reinforcing direction that can help me decapitate the 3 corpses. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen opened his mouth to Tu Junfeng. "Keep running your gong method." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tu Junfeng was first stunned. Then he began to move according to Zhang Chen's instructions. While he was exercising his own gongfu, Zhang Chen directly extended his hand and touched his air. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting the air of the Jintan Corpse technique. The feat may now be reproduced in its entirety. Is it copied immediately? Hearing the voice coming from the system in his own head, Zhang Chen opened his mouth without hesitation. Reproduce immediately. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, all the contents of the 3 devil sex zeroing 3 corpses technique that Tu Junfeng was a part of, the way of air transportation and other things appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the Jinsanjin technique. The proficiency of this feat is the same as the one being copied. Now you can use the technique immediately. Hearing this familiar voice ring out, Zhang Chen then no longer hesitated and directly used the 3 devil schools technique in front of Tu Junfeng. As Tu Junfeng looked at the black air emerging from Zhang Chen's body, his heart first froze, and then he couldn't help but exclaim, This isn't my 3 corpse chopping technique? Zhang Chen, when did he learn that? Chapter 130, 3 Reinforcement Directions. Systematic chopping of 3 corpses. Tu Junfang was seeing Zhang Chen use his 3 devil schools technique when he saw him use it. Instantly his eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing before him. At the same time, Ding Shaman, who was eavesdropping from afar, had an even more shocked look on his face. Zhang Chen, he learned Tu Junfang's technique? How is it possible that it could be so fast? How did he do all this in such a short time? At this moment, Ding Shaman couldn't believe what he had just heard at all in his heart. As a person who learns 100 arts, he, Ding Shiman, though gifted, he is able to quickly understand and master many feats, and is also able to cultivate them to a level that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, even a genius like him could not possibly learn a new technique in such a short period of time. What's more, this new gong method was also the Zhansan Corpse gong method of the Tu Junfang 3 Devil School. It is important to realize that there is also a gap between feats and feats. The difficulty of cultivating the 3 corpses could be much more difficult to cultivate than a mass technique like the splitting palm. In such a short period of time, let alone learning and successfully utilizing this technique, just being able to figure out its air-traveling thoughts was enough to be called a genius. This was the reason why Ding Shaman was shocked by Zhang Chen. In the face of Tu Junfang and Ding Shaman's shock, Zhang Chen merely smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. After all, for them, that bit of shock was just beginning. Immediately afterward, he only saw that the black aura of the 3 corpse beheading technique on Zhang Chen's body become more and more dense. It didn't take long to reach the same realm as when Tu Junfang used the technique at full strength. This can't be? His mastery of the 3 corpses beheading technique is actually almost as good as mine already? Just as such doubts rose in Tu Junfang's mind. Next moment, only the black air on Zhang Chen's body was seen to keep surging. Within a short time the upper, middle and lower corpses, which were exactly the same as before, were resummoned from Zhang Chen's body. Is this the body control technique I worked out? Watching Zhang Chen use an ability that made him incredibly familiar, Tu Junfang finally accepted at this moment that Zhang Chen had fully grasped their 3 devil sex techniques. Moreover, Zhang Chen's cultivation of the technique was no less than his own at this point. Sure enough, my 3 corpses are still there. A slight invocation with the 3 devil sex gong method lured them back out. Looking at the 3 corpses under his control, Zhang Chen felt that although these 3 things were very strong, they might be able to help him a great deal in times of battle. However, if one was able to cut them off completely, one's cultivation might actually be able to go to another level. Let's try the reinforcement direction since we can't get them with the normal approach. System, tell me the strengthening direction of that feat. Zhang Chen's voice had just fallen shortly after. The system's voice then sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. The technique is the 3 devil schools chopping 3 corpses. And there are 3 directions of enhancement. 1. Drawing out range, can expand the current range of drawing out another person's 3 corpses by 100 times. 2. Evil thoughts enhancement. Within the range covered by the 3 corpses beheading technique, it can expand the evil thoughts of greed, anger and dementia in the enemy's heart by 100 times. 3. Beheading the 3 corpses. The host gains the ability to absorb the 3 corpses visualized by evil thoughts and transform them into his own life cultivation. Note, the stronger the strength of the 3 corpses absorbed, the higher the life cultivation gained, and this ability has no side effects. After reading the 3 strengthening directions of the 3 corpse beheading technique, Zhang Chen could not help but show a hint of joy on his face. There is really a record of the ability to decapitate 3 corpses within this strengthening direction. In a nutshell, the system gives that chopping 3 corpses is transforming evil thoughts into life cultivation. However, the powerful thing about this ability after the enhancement was that Zhang Chen was not only able to absorb his own 3 corpses, but even the 3 corpses of other people and turn them all into his own life cultivation. Coupled with the first 2 directions of reinforcement, when Zhang Chen fought his enemies, he could completely draw out their 3 corpses first and expand their evil thoughts 100-fold. Let them sink into it completely. On top of that, Zhang Chen was able to swallow their evil thoughts near the end of the battle, turning them into his own life cultivation. With such a powerful ability, Zhang Chen himself felt that it was a bit perverted. He couldn't help but sigh after thinking it over. Indeed, unless one is an immortal, it is completely impossible to completely eliminate one's evil thoughts of greed and anger. Within the human sphere, I don't think anyone can do it. And of course even if they did, what's the point of living without greed and anger? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of someone. Feng Bao Bao. This mysterious fellow seems to have completely cut off all his desires. Live like a machine. I'm afraid that the 3 devil sex gong method should be Feng Bao Bao's kind of state after completely chopping off the 3 kinds of evil thoughts. But comparatively speaking, I still prefer the option of chopping 3 corpses given by the system. These evil thoughts can be faded, but they must not be absent. After all, Zhang Chen couldn't imagine at all what the hell it would be like to be the self that couldn't even raise a little desire when facing the fruitful Xiahe later on. For example, when he thought of this, Zhang Chen spoke directly in his mind. System, start strengthening. As Zhang Chen's words fell, he then started practicing the improved Three Devil Schools chopping three corpses technique, driven by the system. On the side, Tu Junfang, who was watching Zhang Chen's movements, was first stunned, and then could not help but be alarmed. You, what are you doing? You're actually modifying our Three Devil Sex 3 corpse cutting technique? You guys have too much guts. You'll go off the deep end if you mess around like that. Hearing Tu Junfang's shocked cry, Ding Shaman's jaw dropped to the ground in shock from afar. Repairing? Modifying feats? Doesn't this brat know that casually modifying a gong method might put him in a situation of no return? I wouldn't dare to do that. How? Does he? Thinking of this, Ding Shaman suddenly froze. He couldn't help but mumble as if he had suddenly caught something. Could it be that this kid is so strong? So strong that it's hard to comprehend. It's not just because of his powerful cultivation talent. It's more likely that it has something to do with him modifying his gong methods. Meanwhile, the two of them, Wang Jinqiu and Xiahe, were in the distance, looking at the stunned and dumbfounded Tu Junfang and Ding Shaman. They helplessly smiled at each other. Boss, this is starting again. Ha! If only I had the boss's amazing talent for tricks. Wang Jinqiu couldn't help but envy Zhang Chen as he looked at Zhang Chen, who was in the middle of his cultivation. No wonder Zhang Chen he set his sights on Tu Junfang. So it's because he's eyeing his three-corpse chopping technique. But the three devil sex techniques have long been lost, and I don't know if Zhang Chen he can make it up. If we can successfully make up for the three corpses of chopping, then I'm afraid Zhang Chen's strength will be taken to the next level. Chapter 131, Sexual Life Cultivation Rises. Zhang Chen suddenly became a grandfather? As Zhang Chen began to rehearse the strengthened gongfu under the guidance of the system, Tu Junfang, who was on the side, gradually realized that there was something wrong with Zhang Chen's aura. He carefully felt the black air on Zhang Chen's body. Surprisingly, he found Zhang Chen, who had just been in a similar range of coverage as his own feats. Now, he was actually able to expand his body's Zhansan Zi Gong Fa to an astonishing extent of 100 times his own. He hadn't even had time to make a shocked outburst. Immediately after that, Tu Junfang unexpectedly felt that the three corpses that he had been controlling for many years had somehow begun to be unaffected by his own influence, and were gradually being controlled by Zhang Chen. Aside from Tu Junfang, the four people in the distance also felt this unusual and terrifying sensation. They all felt as if something was about to come out of their bodies. With the completion of Zhang Chen's first direction of strengthening, he immediately began his second direction of strengthening. Within Zhang Chen's control, the four of them, Xia He, Wang Jinqiu, Tu Junfang and Ding Shaman. Surprisingly, all of them felt some evil thoughts and their hearts begin to surge. Especially Xia He. Her face was flushed and her mouth almost watered as she looked at Zhang Chen. This didn't last long, though. The four of them were about to be on the verge of not being able to hold themselves together. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, the three corpses of the four of them were all lured out by Zhang Chen at almost the same moment, and controlled to make them come to his side. Looking at the total of 15 evil demons that had materialized from evil thoughts around him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. So many evil thoughts are a great tonic. As Zhang Chen's words fell, next moment, Tu Junfang saw a scene that made him incredulous. Only to see those three corpses of a few people. They were actually digested by Zhang Chen and integrated into his body bit by bit. It wasn't until those three corpses had all disappeared that Tu Junfang reacted. Zhang Chen had truly eliminated all those three corpses this time, along with the root of their evil thoughts. It was just a pity that it was too late for him to react now. At this moment, the four Tu Junfangs simultaneously felt an additional emptiness in their hearts. It was as if something important had suddenly been taken away from him. This particular feeling is like a sage moment after release, when the mind goes blank and you don't have to think about anything. Whether it was any of the three evil thoughts of greed, anger, or dementia, all of them seemed to have disappeared from their hearts. Looking at the four people who were frozen in place, Zhang Chen could not help but raise the corner of his mouth in an arc. Zhang Chen knew that the four of them should now be caught in the special realm after the decapitation of the three corpses, yet they are not receiving the corresponding benefits. This was because all of their benefits had been taken away by Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen only felt that his life cultivation had risen greatly. If you convert it into time to count the cultivation, having devoured these 15 three corpses, his life cultivation grew enough to top the old heavenly master's 1 year's hard cultivation of the golden light mantra. Zhang Chen was naturally very satisfied with such a level of growth in life cultivation. It's a lot easier than drudgery. After estimating the extent of his cultivation growth in his Xiumian cultivation, Zhang Chen took another look at these four human fellows who had their three corpses drawn away. They're stuck in such a state. I'm afraid it'll take a while for them to recover. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and came to this conclusion. Then he only saw him walk quickly to Xiaohe's side and reach out a hand to hold her in his arms. Then, it went over to Wang Jinxiu's side, taking him by the back of his neck collar. He lifted him up whole and started walking toward his car. As for the two of them, Tu Junfang and Ding Shaman, Zhang Chen ignored them and let them continue to froze in place. Put Summer Harvest in the back and lay her down. Throwing the Wangjin ball casually towards the passenger side, Zhang Chen got into the driver's seat. With Zhang Chen's kick of the gas, the entire SUV continued to move towards its destination. It wasn't until a few hours later that Zhang Chen drove the car to its destination. The two guys who had entered the sage state only slowly recovered. The three of them got out of the car together. When Wang Jinxiu and Xiaohe saw a small village with beautiful mountains and water, they then realized that they seemed to have arrived at their destination. As Zhang Chen and their vehicles entered the village, Chu Tong, who had been waiting at this place for a long time, immediately greeted him from inside the village as soon as he heard the sound of an automobile coming here. However, together with her coming out from inside, there was also a young boy who was slightly older than Zhang Chen. Without having to say much, Zhang Chen naturally knew that this little boy was the successor of the 8 Wonders technique of Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements, Ma Xianhong. Regarding Ma Xianhong, Zhang Chen naturally knew him very well. In the original storyline, the old horse with the 6 godly outfits was ridiculously strong in battle, being able to stand up to the company's 6 temps on their own without much of a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, Wang Yuya used the Wind Queen's strange door to fix him for a second while he was desperately trying to get injured. I'm afraid it's going to take a lot longer for the temps to take him down. Among his peers, in terms of battle power alone, 6 godly armor old horse should be able to claim a well-deserved first place. However, right now, Ma Xianhong is still just a kid. It was only a few years ago that he had experienced the pursuit of those coveted god-level 100 refiners. Now this kid had a sense of defense no matter who he looked at. Except for his trust in Chu Tong, Zhang Chen naturally saw the defensive look on Ma Xianhong's face and could not help but say in his heart, it seems that this kid hasn't built a body cultivation furnace yet to produce that idea of turning all ordinary people into inhumans. However, by now, Ma Xianhong should have mastered the Divine Mechanism 100 refinements about as well. It should be able to be used directly for copying. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen arrived in front of Ma Xianhong and began to size him up. Ma Xianhong, who was standing beside Chu Tong, naturally began to take a look at Zhang Chen. Is this the person my sister wants me to meet? Looking at Chu Tong's respectful demeanor towards Zhang Chen, Ma Xianhong could not help but think seriously in his heart. Ma Xianhong, right? According to seniority, you have to call me grandpa. Just as Ma Xianhong was thinking about how he should communicate with Zhang Chen, the words that Zhang Chen opened his mouth directly caused him to become a bit tense. This unlucky kid, who doesn't even look as old as me, even directly opens his mouth and asks me to call him grandpa? This guy, he's too much of a bully. Ma Xianhong, who was furious, just wanted to argue with Zhang Chen about seniority, when Zhang Chen's voice sounded in Ma Xianhong's ears immediately afterward. Don't be in a hurry yet. Listen to what I have to tell you. Your great-grandfather and my senior uncle Zheng Huai were sworn brothers, so if you do the math, it shouldn't be too much for you kid to call me senior, right? Ma Xianhong? Chapter 132 Preparing to duplicate the Divine Mechanism 100 refinements and refine a maid outfit for Xiaohe again? Ma Xianhong was first stunned. Then he actually really pondered over Zhang Chen's words. If Zhang Chen hadn't lied to himself, according to seniority, it really wasn't too much for him to call out to Zhang Chen as a senior. But looking at the gloating look on Zhang Chen's face, this name of master, Ma Xianhong, but no matter what, he could not shout out. He had no choice but to look at Chu Tong with a look of help. It seemed to want this sister, who had been very kind to him, to speak for herself. What Ma Xianhong didn't know, however, was this sister that he recognized had long been controlled by Zhang Chen, and everything would only be for Zhang Chen's sake. Even if it was this bad taste that Zhang Chen had suddenly developed, Chu Tong would act according to Zhang Chen's wishes without reservation. Xianhong, according to generation, indeed. How about? The moment Chu Tong's words left his mouth, Ma Xianhong was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why is it that my sister, who is usually the most oriented towards herself, is suddenly helping an outsider? This sudden surprise left Ma Xianhong a little confused. Ha ha, Xianhong ah, it's okay, shouted out boldly. This grandpa shout is not a loss. From now on, with your little grandpa covering you, you can walk sideways outside. Wang Jinxiu, who had recovered, rubbed up against Ma Xianhong's side at some point. This guy, who was only concerned about the world in chaos, patted Ma Xianhong's shoulder with a look on his face and said, Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong looked up at Zhang Chen, who had a bad smile on his face, and then at Chu Tong, who was full of seriousness. He had no choice but to pinch his nose and shout in a very small voice, Good day, master. As these words were shouted out, Ma Xianhong's heart couldn't mention how hard it was. Great-grandson. Not bad, not bad. Since you kid is so sensible, then go hang out with me in the capital after a while. In fact, even if Ma Xianhong didn't shout this master, Zhang Chen also had the intention of wanting to bring him with him. After all, Ma Xianhong was a rare refiner in the entire inhuman circle right now. This name alone was enough for countless sects to throw olive branches at him. What's more, he was also the fellow among the refiners who had mastered the powerful refining art, Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements. If this were to be placed in the inhuman circle, I'm afraid that some of the major sects would have to fight head to grab this kid. What's more, even after he himself had replicated the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements, Ma Xianhong might be useless against him, Zhang Chen. But right now, they didn't have a single refiner on Dragon Tiger Mountain. If he told his master about this brat's abilities, he was afraid that the old heavenly master would care more about the talent of Ma Xianhong than he. Zhang Chen, being a monk, especially the older ones of the old heavenly master's generation, it was natural to know how terrifying the increase in one sect's battle power would be with a magic weapon. Just the lower rooters inside the plot who would just be practicing. It would be able to go to war with the company's employees with the magic weapon Ma Xianhong had issued them. If those magic treasures could fall into the hands of the disciples of the sect, then I'm afraid the sect's strength will have to be raised several notches. There is no doubt that the kid Ma Xianhong is a talent. After a brief introduction, the few people returned to where Ma Xianhong lived. There are a lot of knickknacks placed in the place where Ma Xianhong lives. The most impressive of them was the puppet Ruohua who ran around the house and was responsible for serving tea and water. Good lord. So this kid is still a refiner. This is an extremely rare occupation within the entire inhuman circle. Wang Zhenxiu took the trinket refined by Ma Xianhong and played with it properly. After coming to tap in front of Kasame again, he couldn't help but exclaim, to become an artifact refiner at such a young age. It seems that this kid named Ma Xianhong is truly talented in artifact refining. There's an old guy named Yuan Tao inside all sects. That guy is also a refiner. But from what I've observed, what he practiced isn't as good as what this kid called Ma Xianhong refined. Xia He put down an emerald green hairpin in her own hand and said seriously. Hearing the words of the two, Zhang Chen casually waved a special longsword in his hand. With a few swords she instantly flying out. 2 deep scratches were sliced out on the wall. Looking at the 2 smooth traces, Zhang Chen then nodded with satisfaction and opened his mouth. What that old man Yuan Tao refined is far inferior to Ma Xianhong. After all, as a fellow refiner, what Ma Xianhong has mastered is one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Divine Machine 100 Refinements. As soon as the words Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements were uttered, Xia He and Wang Zhenxiu instantly froze for a moment. Both of them then all shook their heads helplessly inside. No wonder this kid is able to master such a profound weapon refining technique at such an early age. So he actually mastered the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements. After knowing the secret of Ma Xianhong, the Divine Machine 100 Refinement successor, both Wang Zhenxiu and Xia He could not help but look forward to it. Boss, when are you going to learn this Divine Machine 100 Refinements? Suddenly, Wang Zhenxiu once again revealed an expression and came over to Zhang Chen's side to open his mouth. What? Do you want any spells? As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Wang Zhenxiu instantly tiptoed his head frantically. If boss masters this Divine Machine 100 Refinement technique and improves it, then I'm afraid that building a magic weapon won't even be a concern. Hey, when the time comes, maybe I, Wang Zhenxiu, will have an armful of high-grade magic weapons. That's a lot more pulling than that list of names with one arm. Hearing Wang Zhenxiu's words, Zhang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Sentimentally, what this asshole wants is not a magic weapon, but a pretense. Next time you bull **** me like that, I'll refine a dog chain spell and tie it around your neck. Do you really think that magic weapons are all big white carrots? So easy to refine? Wang Zhenxiu, who was disliked by Zhang Chen, helplessly spread his hands. Soon, however, he set his mind on Ma Xianhong. Since it wouldn't work here with Zhang Chen, it would be better to go to Ma Xianhong's side to make a mess. Anyway, they were all going back to the capital together. So maybe after getting along with Ma Xianhong, their wish would really come true. After rejecting Wang Zhenxiu's unreasonable request, Zhang Chen looked towards Xia He and spoke gently. Do you have a spell you want? Being asked this by Zhang Chen, Xia He was obviously much more excited. Still, she forced herself to be calm and spoke with a sweet smile. I'll carry whatever my master gives me. And unlike that asshole, I don't pick. Looking at Xia He's gesture, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then let's make you another maid's outfit. The kind of high-ranked magic weapon that can protect against RPGs. Summer harvest? While looking at Xia He's dumbfounded face, Zhang Chen hemmed and hawed. He no longer paid any attention to the two, and came directly to Ma Xianhong's side and opened his mouth. Oh great grandson, come, Let me see how well you've practiced your Divine Machine 100 Refinement Technique. Chapter 133, Duplicating the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements. Stunned Ma Xianhong. If it had been someone else who had just asked about the Shinji Hyakuren thing, then Ma Xianhong would have long been on guard, and might even have been ready to make a move against him. But what made Ma Xianhong helpless was that it was Zhang Chun who asked about it. It was someone who had great respect even for his best sister. Ma Xianhong had to speak back in a very depressed manner. It would be fine if I had to build some knickknacks, but if it's a large treasure, like this strange get-up she's wearing, I'm afraid it's going to take quite a while. Zhang Chen followed Ma Xianhong's gaze and instantly realized that the original strange dress-up that this guy was talking about was actually referring to Xiahe's maid outfit. Don't bother with this maid's outfit. I'll just figure it out myself. But if you can, why don't you give me a rehearsal of your Divine Machine 100 Refinements? I'd like to learn it. When he heard the words "I want to learn" from Zhang Chen's mouth, Ma Xianhong was first stunned, and his eyes became very wary. But after thinking about it for a while, he remembered what Chu Tong had just said to him. Zhang Chen is actually just like you and me, with the legacy of the 8 strange techniques in his body. Thinking of this, Ma Xianhong's vigilance was lowered quite a bit. In the honest Ma Xianhong's opinion, all of them were the inheritors of the 8 Wonders technique, so they shouldn't lie to him. The unshakable billion Zhang Chulan inside the original is relying on this trick to fool the honest Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong looked at Zhang Chen and spoke after thinking for a moment. It's not that I'm not willing to teach you. It's just that this weapon training path is very much about talent. If you don't have talent in the area of refining, even if you learn the Divine Machine 100 Refinements, it's useless. Wang Zhenqiu, who was on the side, heard Ma Xianhong say that, couldn't help but even roll my eyes. He had followed Zhang Chen for so long. He was well aware that even if Zhang Chen had nothing, this kid's talent was definitely top-notch in the world, and was rare to see in 1,000 years. Wang Zhenqiu just couldn't believe that there would still be something in this world that Zhang Chen couldn't learn. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenqiu couldn't help but step forward and walk to Ma Xianhong's side. Reaching out, he hooked a hand around his neck and spoke as if he were close. I say, Xiao Ma, you can't say that. Be careful of getting your face swollen later. Hearing Wang Zhenqiu's words, Ma Xianhong was first stunned. Then a serious voice spoke up. I'm not bull ********* ting. After all, this aspect of refining weapons is more demanding than ordinary cultivation, and it's also more about talent. Of all the people in our village at that time, I was the only one who learned this gong method. At the mention of his village, Ma Xianhong couldn't help but see a hint of sadness in his eyes. Looking at the somewhat sad Ma Xianhong, Zhang Chen then smiled and walked up to pat his shoulder and spoke. I say to my eldest grandson, don't think about those awful things for a moment. Your enemies, I'll try to find a way to investigate for you, and if I catch those people, all of them will be at your disposal then. But now is not the time to talk about this. As for whether or not I have any talent in refining weapons, won't we know if we try? Hearing Zhang Chen comforting himself in such a way, Ma Xianhong was both touched and helpless in his heart, and he couldn't help but say in his mind, if only Zhang Chen hadn't added that big grandson when he was comforting me. Ma Xianhong could not argue with Zhang Chen, so he had no choice but to follow what Zhang Chen had said and began to exercise the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinement technique in front of him. If you want to learn refining, you first need to read the operation of this gong method, but that's not important. The important thing is to be able to understand the principles within the artifact mantras. Just as Ma Xianhong was about to make a long speech, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, smiled and pressed his hand on Ma Xianhong's ear. Congratulations to the host for coming into contact with the air of the Divine Machine 100 Refinement technique. The feat may now be reproduced in its entirety. Is it copied immediately? Hearing the voice of the system in his head, Zhang Chen replied without hesitation. Reproduce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, next moment, all the knowledge related to the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements, as well as Ma Xianhong's understanding of the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements over the years, all surfaced in Zhang Chen's mind. Just as Ma Xianhong was speaking with vigor, with a slight twist of his head, he saw Zhang Chen who was running away. Seeing this, Ma Xianhong couldn't help but sigh. It's true that the path of refining weapons is not something that anyone can learn. I thought that there would be more refining Taoists, so I could communicate more in the future. But I didn't realize that this guy couldn't even listen to the theory. Just as Ma Xianhong was lamenting in his mind that Zhang Chen wasn't listening carefully, Zhang Chen's mind, however, heard the system's voice. Congratulations to the host who has successfully copied the technique. The proficiency of the feat is the same as that of the person it was copied from. The host can use the technique immediately. Hearing the system's voice ringing out, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Not only is he not paying attention, but this guy is laughing? Ugh, it's hopeless. Just as Ma Xianhong was lamenting that it was impossible for Zhang Chen to learn how to refine weapons, Zhang Chen's voice, however, suddenly rang in his ears. This divine machine 100 refinements of yours can be really good. Although it's a bit laborious to refine high-ranked magic treasures, it's still quite good if you refine medium and low-ranked magic treasures. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ma Xianhong was first stunned, then looked at Zhang Chen with a confused expression. How did this guy know that it was laborious for me to refine high-level magic treasures? Did he just guess? Just as Ma Xianhong froze, only to see Zhang Chen casually grabbing a half-finished product of a devouring capsule from the table, he began to continue refining it according to Ma Xianhong's rhythm. Ma Xianhong, who saw this scene, had a question mark on his face. He didn't understand what exactly Zhang Chen was going to do with this half-finished product. He wouldn't want to continue refining according to my steps, would he? How is this possible? Although the devouring sack is just a small thing, the method of refining it is not simple at all. This is a storage system magic treasure related to space. Even I could have failed when I refined it. How could he have succeeded? Not to mention that this is still a semi-finished product. I've already started refining half of it according to my steps. Even if Zhang Chen knows how to refine weapons, there's no way he can continue at my pace. This is a waste of material. Just as Ma Xianhong was feeling very angry in his heart for Zhang Chen so wasting materials, Zhang Chen's body, however, suddenly surged out with an air that was all too familiar to him. The moment he sensed the air in Zhang Chen's body, Ma Xianhong was shocked and directly took 2 large steps back. His mouth kept muttering, "Impossible, impossible." When did he learn the divine machine 100 refinements? Wang Zhenqiu, who was on the side, shook his head helplessly and whispered when he saw this appearance of Ma Xianhong. "Ugh, I just told you not to get punched in the face and you didn't listen. Well now, it's all over your face." Chapter 134 Shinji 100 Refinement Reinforcement. Able to refine 100 pieces at a time? As Zhang Chen's body's divine mechanism 100 refined air mechanism continued to surge. Not long after, a half-finished devouring capsule in Zhang Chen's hand was actually transforming into a finished product little by little. Shinji by Lian. This is exactly the ability of Shinji by Lian. Without the assistance of any tools, with your own air alone, you can refine a finished magic weapon in a very short period of time. But how did he figure out the internal structure of my phlebotomy sac so quickly? This is something I've been studying for a long time. How can he take one look at it and fully understand it? Listening to Ma Xianhong's shocked explanation from the sidelines, Wang Zhenqiu couldn't help but take his admiration for Zhang Chen up another notch in his heart. My boss Zhang Chen is just awesome. Not only is he so strong in cultivation, but he even has an amazing talent that exceeds that of ordinary geniuses in weapon refining. Xia, who was on the side, was already a bit numb. She no longer knew how many times she had seen this amazing talent of Zhang Chen. I really don't want a maid's outfit if I can help it. After knowing that Zhang Chen had successfully mastered the divine mechanism 100 refinements, Xia he could only lament helplessly in his heart. But she knew that it was useless even if she resisted. Within a short time, a brand new devouring sack appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. Zhang Chen aimed this devouring capsule at some of the materials on the table, and slightly mobilized this devouring capsule with his air. Those materials on top of the table then instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhenqiu and Xia froze at the same time and couldn't help but voice out in surprise. Those things, how did they suddenly disappear? I think it should be the boss's trick, or to be less precise it should be the ability of the newly refined little thing in the boss's hands. Wang Zhenqiu looked at the devouring sack in Zhang Chen's hand and seriously guessed. Ball, you guessed right. This magic treasure is called the devouring sack, and it forms its own space inside, so you can fit some things inside. As soon as Zhang Chen's words left his mouth, Wang Zhenqiu immediately brightened up. This is a good thing. If we climb the mountain and drill the woods again in the future, we won't have to carry so much stuff. Hearing Wang Zhenqiu's words, Xia he nodded seriously. But soon, a question arose and she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, does this thing hold some living things? It could, except that it doesn't load some conscious living thing, but I think that would be a problem with the process. If the refining process could be improved a bit, it should be able to do that. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ma Xianhong subconsciously nodded. Master teacher. Zhang Chen is right. The devouring capsule does have room for further improvement, but that will require some more research before it can be done. At this time, Ma Xianhong had already changed his impression of Zhang Chen. After all these years, this was the first time he had met someone who could understand his work. It's just a shame the man wilted and had to be his grandfather. Otherwise, Ma Xianhong's favorable opinion of Zhang Chen would probably have risen several levels. But even though Ma Xianhong really didn't like Zhang Chen, however, he also had to admire Zhang Chen's talent in refining weapons. He admitted that he had been the one who had been blind before. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Xianhong suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Zhang Chen, do you have any thoughts on improving this devouring capsule now? Hearing that Ma Xianhong had actually discussed the issue with himself in a serious manner, Zhang Chen stroked his chin and spoke after thinking for a moment. I don't have any ideas yet, but I think I should have some when I improve this gong method a bit. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ma Xianhong, who was just about to open his mouth to say something, suddenly froze. What? You said you want to improve the kung fu? Thinking that he had heard wrong, Ma Xianhong then repeated Zhang Chen's words again. Yeah, right. Maybe if we improve this technique a bit more, we'll get ideas. Hearing Zhang Chen reconfirm, Ma Xianhong could not help but show a hint of anger on his face. This was something his grandfather had passed down to him. It was the legendary 8 Wonders technique. Zhang Chen, a little kid not even as old as himself, even presumed to make improvements to the divine mechanism 100 refinements? He's kidding. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He, Wang Zhenqiu and Chu Ton's eyes lit up. This talent of the boss is really powerful. So quickly he figured out a way to improve the divine mechanism 100 refinements. Worthy of being Zhang Chen. Even in terms of refining weapons, he can hold it with ease. Master is really too strong. With him around, we, the heirs of the 8 strange techniques, will definitely be able to change our destiny and appear in the inhuman circle in a bright and honorable manner. Amidst Ma Xianhong's shocked disbelief and the anticipation of the Shaha trio, Zhang Chen asked directly in his mind, can we have reinforcement now? Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. This feat is the Divine Machine 100 refinements. And there are 3 directions of enhancement. 1. Refining quantity, can refine 100 pieces of magic weapon at the same time. 2. Refining materials, can upgrade ordinary materials to those required for magic weapons. 3. Refining ideas, which can increase the idea thoughts when refining magic weapons by 100 times. Seeing these 3 directions of reinforcement, Zhang Chen's face was somewhat surprised. Each of these 3 directions of enhancement could be said to be something that every refiner could only dream of. First of all, in terms of quantity, an ordinary refiner could only refine 1 magic weapon at a time. Even for refiners who had mastered the divine mechanism 100 refinements, there was only an increase in speed. And with enhancements, a person is the equivalent of an assembly line in a modern factory. 1 man is worth 100. More important still is the second aspect. In fact, what limited the development of refiners was not only the speed and quantity of refining, but also the issue of materials. Materials that could be refined into magic weapons were not ordinary materials. They were extremely rare things. However, this second enhancement aspect can upgrade materials directly. In conjunction with the first enhancement direction to see, it really can be extremely rare inside the entire inhuman circle to entire the mana into a massive wholesale. Other than these 2, the third direction of reinforcement was what Zhang Chen felt was the most important place. It's an enhancement of the reinforcement idea, just like the improvement of the phlebotomy capsule. For example, maybe Zhang Chen would really be able to master the method of improving the devouring capsule after he had carried out the third enhancement direction, if he went a little more overboard. Even if Zhang Chen wanted to refine Ruohua into a Gundam, it would not be impossible. With hardly any hesitation, Zhang Chen directly spoke in his mind. Reinforce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, he began to cultivate the revamped divine mechanism 100 refinements under the impetus of the system. Looking at Zhang Chen's movements that were familiar with a hint of strangeness at this moment, the shock in Ma Xianhong's heart was so great that it was difficult to use any words to describe it. Mastering the divine mechanism 100 refinements so quickly and being able to alter it directly. This kid, is he still human? Chapter 135 Mass-produced devouring capsule. Refining out 100 at a time? Amidst Ma Xianhong's shock, Zhang Chen began to strengthen the divine mechanism 100 refinements under the drive of the system. Only Zhang Chen waved his big hand and directly gouged up a thick floor tile from the ground. This scene saw Ma Xianhong froze for a moment as he did not understand what exactly Zhang Chen was up to. How come you're fine and suddenly gouge up a floor tile? However, right in the midst of Ma Xianhong's astonishment, that large piece of floor tile was quickly and easily divided into 100 parts by Zhang Chen using his air. Each serving was probably the size of a fingernail. These 100 portions of common bricks were not broken into irregular pieces, but were divided into 100 precise portions according to some precise design. Each serving of small bricks is uniform in size and has smooth edges, as if cut with machine precision. Just as Ma Xianhong was incredibly puzzled as to what exactly Zhang Chen was going to do with these bricks, suddenly those bricks were actually enveloped by Zhang Chen's divine mechanism 100 refined air. He couldn't be trying to use this to refine magic weapons, could he? How is it possible? What can be refined from such trashy materials? And the quantity is still so high. Could it be that he wants to refine 100 copies at the same time? That's just nonsense. Ma Xianhong saw Zhang Chen's idea at the first moment, but he gave it a direct veto. What Ma Xianhong didn't know, however, was that his face would soon be swollen again. At this moment, The 100 small bricks placed in front of Zhang Chen had already been wrapped by Zhang Chen's divine mechanism 100 refined air machine. Under the effect of Zhang Chen's air, gradually, each of the 100 small bricks shone with a faint spiritual light. Now they were no longer ordinary building materials, but possessed the basic properties for refining magic weapons. As Zhang Chen continued to activate the improved divine mechanism 100 refining air, these small bricks were constantly transforming into even better quality refining materials. Under the catalyzing of Zhang Chen's spiritual air, all the impurities in these bricks were transformed, and the spirituality contained in them became more and more intense. After Zhang Chen's refining, the original ordinary brick material was completely transformed into a fine-textured, spirit-rich weapon refining material. At this moment, Ma Xianhong stood on the sidelines, eyeballing Zhang Chen's every move, not daring to miss a single spot. He was not at all inclined to believe his earlier guess. However, after witnessing Zhang Chen actually really transform an ordinary brick into a material that could be refined into a magic weapon, his entire body was directly stunned in place, unable to say a word for a moment. A few moments later, with a head full of unbelievable thoughts, Ma Xianhong reached out and touched those materials that Zhang Chen had successfully transformed. He wanted to see if they were in vain. Zhang Chen did not stop Ma Xianhong's actions, letting his hands touch on top of the successfully transformed materials. As Ma Xianhong came into contact with those materials, his heart immediately froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. As a qualified refiner, he had already sensed that the originally rough and incomparable bricks not only revealed the unique luster and texture of the refining materials, which contains the spiritual power fluctuation is more clear and palpable, and unusual bricks have been a world of difference. This was no longer a brick, but a real weapon smithing material. Sensing all this, the shock within Ma Xianhong could no longer be contained. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at what was in front of him. A cry of shock squeezing out from his throat. How is this possible? How did you do all this? Ma Xianhong's voice carried an obvious tremor. He had been deeply shocked by this ability of Zhang Chen to transform materials. It was hard for him to imagine that the ordinary bricks that Zhang Chen had casually picked up had been transformed into precious materials that could be used to refine magic weapons in a short period of time. This had simply subverted his understanding of the knowledge of refining materials for so many years. What made him feel even more unbelievable was that after watching Zhang Chen's entire process of transforming the materials, it was so easy that it seemed to take no effort at all. That's 100 refining materials. Such a large chunk of refining material is enough to create 100 magic weapon rings. Building phlebotomy sacks is fine. Ma Xianhong froze in place, his eyes scanning back and forth between those successfully transformed refining materials. His heart thrilled. If only he could master this technique. Wouldn't it be that in the future, if he wanted to refine anything, he wouldn't have to specifically ask his sister to spend a lot of money to procure it? With his own ability alone, he was able to successfully build the materials he needed out of it. Thinking of this, Ma Xianhong swallowed hard and opened his mouth tremblingly. Zhang Chen, no, master, how on earth did you do all this? Can you teach me? Looking at the expectant Ma Xianhong, Zhang Chen hemmed and hawed. However, he did not immediately answer Ma Xianhong's words. Instead, once again in front of him, he began to manipulate the power of the divine mechanism 100 refinements to begin further processing these 100 refining materials. Only Zhang Chen's eyes were shining as he concentrated on manipulating the power of the divine mechanism 100 refinements surging within his body. At this moment, the 100 portions of the weapon refining materials were under the control of his air, as if they were alive, each releasing a unique spiritual air. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, these refining materials instantly responded, rising up and surrounding Zhang Chen. What Zhang Chen was going to refine this time was none other than the devouring capsule. He was going to refine all of these 100 refining materials into devouring sacks. However, unlike before, the devouring capsule he refined this time was smaller in size and had more space inside than the previous one he had borrowed from Ma Xianhong's semi-finished product, the kind that could even give in to sentient living creatures. It was only necessary that those living things couldn't resist the suction of the devouring sacks for it to work. Zhang Chen infused his divine mechanism 100 refinement air machine as much as he could into the 100 refining materials, urged them to refine towards the finished product of the phlebotomy sack. Under Zhang Chen's all-out refining efforts, each of those weapon refining materials danced in the air, releasing a dazzling light. A few moments later, as these 100 devouring sacks gradually took shape, those rays of light surrounding the devouring sacks gradually converged into a beam of light that surged into the opening of the devouring sacks. Stimulated by these beams of light, the internal space of the 100 phlebotomized sacks expanded steeply. Immediately after that, these phallic sacks began to gradually take shape, and eventually all of them were transformed into finished products. Ma Xianhong stood on the sidelines, witnessing this scene with his own eyes. The shock in his heart was beyond words. It was really hard for him to imagine that Zhang Chen had actually converted all of these 100 refining materials into devouring sacs. What shocked him beyond measure was that all of the 100 finished phlebotomized capsules seemed to be qualified. Not even a single defective product. Chapter 136. If you want to learn the new divine 100 refinements from me, then swallow this compulsion first. Ma Xianhong looked at the 100 pieces of devouring sacs that were placed in front of him. He was always incredulous that Zhang Chen was able to refine 100 devouring sacs in such a short period of time. And also all of them were intact magic treasures. And surprisingly none of them looked problematic. It's nothing short of a miracle. As a refiner, Ma Xianhong naturally knew the difficulty of refining magic weapons. Not to mention space-related spells like the devouring sac. It was extremely difficult to refine. And even one by one, it required extreme care to do so. The slightest carelessness might lead to failure in refining. And Zhang Chen had not only succeeded in refining it, but had also managed to mass-produce it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The words of someone who dared to say this incredible thing in front of him. He had to put on his godly costume and have a good practice with that person. But now, after seeing this scene with my own eyes, he had to believe it all for a while. No, I still can't figure out how Zhang Chen did it. I'm going to verify these phagocysts to see if they all have phagocyst functions. With a hint of skepticism and curiosity, Ma Xianhong decided to go up and check the quality of the phlebotomy sacs. At the same time, he also wanted to see Zhang Chen refine this large batch of devouring sacs all at once. What exactly was the difference between these things he had refined and the devouring sacs he had refined himself? Ma Xianhong slowly walked to the front of the table where the devouring capsules were placed, and swept his eyes over the rows of small and exquisite devouring capsules that were neatly arranged one by one. They are almost identical in form, like a fixed product produced on a factory assembly line. Each of these devouring capsules was translucent with luster, and there were air mechanical runes flowing on the surface. Ma Xianhong casually picked up one of them and first scrutinized the appearance. Afterwards, he only saw his divine thoughts probing into the interior of the devouring capsule and began to examine the stability and capacity of the interior space. Viewing the first one, Ma Xianhong's was filled with shock. His face was filled with incredulity as he glanced at Zhang Chen at the side. Although he did not say anything, the expression on his face betrayed the great shock within him at this time. Somewhat disbelieving, Ma Xianhong, after putting down this devouring capsule, casually picked up another one and examined it. A moment later, his face once again showed the exact same shocked expression as before. Immediately after that, he picked up a third and a fourth. As one by one the files were examined by Ma Xianhong, the look of shock on his face barely stopped. Ma Xianhong was shocked to find out. The batch of devouring sacs refined by Zhang Chen were not only well made, they were also flawless. What's more, they were more compact in comparison to the devouring sacs they had refined. However, the internal space far exceeded his own devouring capsule, and was even much larger than the specialized devouring capsule he had carefully refined for himself. If anything, his specialized phagocytosis was able to fit Zhang Chen's buggy of theirs. Then this thing that Zhang Chen had refined could almost fit a 2-box dump truck. The discovery made his jaw drop, and he had some difficulty accepting the reality in front of him. He examined the 100 phlebotomized capsules over and over again. Every time it comes out the same. These phagocysts are small, roomy, easy to carry, and more importantly, they offer excellent stability. At this moment, Ma Xianhong was finally convinced. This was the first time since he grew up that he admired someone so much in terms of refining weapons. Zhang Chen was surprisingly able to realize all the directions he wanted for the development of the phagocyst. Still a success. This kind of genius who was so talented in refining weapons. No, genius was no longer enough to describe Zhang Chen. He had to be described as a demon. Thinking of this, a strong feeling of shock and admiration could not help but well up in his heart. At the same time, he also regretted his previous opinion of Zhang Chen. At this moment, he finally understood what that Wang Jinshu had said. His face, however, was completely swollen by Zhang Chen. Master, how on earth did you do that? Can you teach me? Ma Xianhong put down the devouring sac in his hand and turned his head to look at Zhang Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation. In this moment, Ma Xianhong had subconsciously called out to Master Zhang Chen. There was no way around it. After all, Zhang Chen's talent in refining weapons was simply too heaven-defying. It reached a realm that made even Ma Xianhong, a genius in refining weapons, feel ashamed of himself. Want to learn? Looking at Ma Xianhong, who was full of anticipation, his eyes almost glowing, Zhang Chen's voice was filled with endless temptation at this moment. Want to? Very much. Master, teach me. Ma Xianhong's head nodded rapidly at that moment. That speed was so fast that Zhang Chen was astonished. If you want to learn this improved divine machine 100 refinements, but you have to become one of your own. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ma Xianhong did not hesitate to open his mouth. As long as I can learn this divine skill, I'll listen to whatever the master says. For Ma Xianhong, a refining fanatic, Zhang Chen's improved divine machine 100 refinements was full of temptation for him. Looking at Ma Xianhong's frenzied appearance at this moment, Zhang Chen was absolutely convinced that he would not hesitate to put his mouth on Wang Jinxiu's ass right now even if he were to ask him to bite it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen spoke. Here's the deal. Eat this compulsion and be done with it. After eating this, you will not be able to show any hostility towards me, as well as follow my orders. Only then will I trust you unconditionally. Zhang Chen condensed a ball of compulsion from inside his body and handed it over to Ma Xianhong's side. Only, the next scene really made Zhang Chen somewhat surprised. He had expected Ma Xianhong to think for a moment before choosing to swallow. However, he had underestimated Ma Xianhong's determination to obtain the new refining method, only to see that he swallowed the entire mass of compulsion into his throat without hesitation. That speed was so fast that Zhang Chen was amazed by it. This kid, he's a little too honest. If you meet Zhang Chulan in the future, you must tell him to be careful of that treacherous man. Shaha, who was on the side, watched Ma Xianhong's movements. She couldn't help but remember the scene when she swallowed the compulsion. His own self at that time was not as decisive as Ma Xianhong. Thinking of this, Xia He couldn't help but twist his head to look at Wang Jinxiu beside him. The mind couldn't help but think, this kid has been with the boss for so long. He's seen everything he should and shouldn't. Why don't we take this opportunity to make him swallow the stuff too? Thinking of this, Xia He gave a bad smile and whispered to Wang Jinxiu, I say asshole, why don't you swallow something while you're at it too? After all, you're the only one of us who's considered an outsider now. Hearing Xia He's words, Wang Jinxiu couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. It was only at this time that he realized that he seemed to be the only one left beside Zhang Chen who had not expressed his loyalty. Chapter 137 As my subordinate, it's not too much to ask to have an endless supply of magic weapons, right? Hearing Xia He's words, Wang Jinxiu couldn't help but start struggling in his heart. In fact, it was clear to him. His current self already knew too many of Zhang Chen's secrets, and it was impossible to say that he could just leave Zhang Chen's side. But for the compulsion thing, Wang Jinxiu really resisted very much. After all, being a Southwest tumor known throughout the Southwest, naturally, he was well aware of the horrors of compulsion. He really didn't want to eat them if he could help it. But Wang Jinxiu knew that he couldn't escape. Even if he escaped the compulsion, he couldn't escape the sole control of the double full hand. Compared to the double all hands, Wang Jinxiu still felt that this compulsion could be accepted a little better. After figuring this out, Wang Jinxiu quickly came to Zhang Chen's side and opened his mouth after hesitating for a moment. Old boss, give me a copy of that compulsion as well. Hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, Zhang Chen could not help but be a little surprised. When he turned around and saw the smug smile on Xia He's face, Zhang Chen realized that the original Wang Jinxiu, this guy, was instructed by high people. However, since this is what Wang Jinxiu volunteered for, Zhang Chen was not in a good position to miss out on this goodwill of his. Only to see him take out a ball of the same compulsion and hand it over to Wang Jinxiu's side. Wang Jinxiu picked up the compulsion and hesitated for a moment, but still chose to put it into his mouth. With this massive compost going down, Wang Jinxiu was very clear that this time he was completely bound to Zhang Chen's chariot. However, Wang Jinxiu did not feel any regret at this time. In fact, following Zhang Chen's side for so many days, Wang Jinxiu has seen many things that make him wonder. It also knew many secrets inside the inhuman circle. These secrets were much more valuable than the information he had been poking around for so many years. After watching Wang Jinxiu swallow the compulsion, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This asshole was a talent that could do a lot for himself if utilized, since he actively chose to be tied to himself, which Zhang Chen also naturally cannot treat him poorly. Balls, I remember you said you wanted an armful of spells before, right? If you follow me, Zhang Chen, this little thing can still satisfy you. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Jinxiu's eyes instantly lit up. Excitedly, he seemed to have forgotten about the compulsion he had swallowed earlier. Boss, really? Can I choose the function and style of that spell? Looking at the incredibly excited Wang Jinxiu, Zhang Chen reached out and patted his shoulder and said seriously, yes, go get a piece of paper and start making a list. Write down everything you want, and give me as large a quantity as you can. I won't let you refine it if it's too small. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Jinxiu's face instantly fell open. Boss, I love you. Here, give me a hug. After saying that, Wang Jinxiu was about to rush up and give Zhang Chen a big hug. As a result, he was greeted by a flying kick from Zhang Chen. After kicking the Wang Jin ball away, Zhang Chen twisted his head to skim over Xia He, who was beside him with an envious face. He smiled at Xia He, then said seriously, what are you waiting for? Do I need to rush you? Hurry up and get a piece of paper to write what you want. If you miss this opportunity and you want me to help you refine something, I'm going to start asking for a lot of money. When Zhang Chen finished speaking, Xia He's beautiful eyes suddenly became sparkling, only to see her quickly run to Zhang Chen's side and peck him on the cheek several times in a row. If it wasn't for Ma Xianhong, who was waiting on the side to learn the Nushanji by Lian, coughing several times in succession, Xiahe was so excited that she was afraid she would eat Zhang Chen on the spot. After dismissing Xia He and Wang Jinsho, Zhang Chen looked at Chu Tong on the side again. Go ahead and write whatever you want to. If you miss this village, you won't find this store. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, there was suddenly some hesitation on Chu Tong's face. She thought for a moment and then suddenly spoke. Master, I cannot want this one of mine. But, can you help Zhonghem refine some defense magic treasures? I am afraid that someone will be unfavorable to him in the future. I can't be around to watch over him in my current position, either. Hearing Chu Tong's words, Zhang Chen nodded without any hesitation. These are trivial matters. Write out your ideas, just in time to get them all together today and refine them all. At those words, Chu Tong Xiantong was violently happy. Immediately, just like Xia and Wang Jinsho, he took the paper and went to one side to write quickly. After all three of them had left, Zhang Chen looked at Ma Xianhong and opened his mouth. I say, great-grandson, for these next few days, I'll be here practicing my magic treasure while teaching you the new divine mechanism 100 refinements. Hearing that Zhang Chen was finally going to start teaching himself, Ma Xianhong was overjoyed. Master teacher, all of them will listen to you. Whatever you arrange Xianhong will do. A week later, Zhang Chen had already taught Ma Xianhong all of the first two directions of strengthening the divine mechanism 100 refinements. As for the development of the third idea, Zhang Chen felt that it would be fine for Ma Xianhong to follow his own thoughts on this stuff. After all, this kid was a pure refiner by birth. Unlike Zhang Chen, a halfway decent person, it's best to let him go at his own pace. During this week's time, Zhang Chen had not only taught Ma Xianhong the new divine mechanism 100 refinements, but he had also refined many magic treasures in large batches, and he refined all the ideas of Xia He, Wang Jinsho and Chu Tong into the magic treasures they wanted. At this moment, Wang Jinsho was just like a tycoon who had suddenly won the jackpot. Both arms, 10 fingers, including his neck, and even his slender white old waist, all wrapped around were golden magic treasures. This gold color, he asked for it, to be conspicuous enough to be worthy of his asshole demeanor. What Zhang Chen had given him had enough devouring sacks so that he could pack these magic treasures so that they would not be too flashy. But the asshole didn't even want to. All day long, he looked at the multitude of golden mana wrapped around his body and hemmed and hawed and giggled. Xia He, on the other hand, was very satisfied as she looked at the devouring sack ring on her hand, which contained all the magic treasures she wanted. At the same time, her maid outfit was changed to a new style. Not only is it prettier, it's even in the air injection. It also gives off a girly pink glow. This was a magic weapon that Zhang Chen had been practicing specifically for her. The maid's outfit that was previously said to be able to resist multiple RPGs. Chu Tong had also obtained quite a few magic treasures from Zhang Chen. With the support of these powerful magical treasures, her bottom line was a lot stronger than before. When Zhang Chen had everything ready, it was time for their group to leave the small village. Zhang Chen's few people walked quietly and did not disturb the residents here. However, shortly after a few people left the village, a few thousand miles away in the Wang family home, the two old things, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, had unexpectedly gotten together again. Chapter 138, with our strength, are we still afraid of a small air crash? Wang family, inside the ancient and solemn courtyard, outside the conference room. Standing there were all the elite sons of the Wang and Lu families. Inside the parlor, the two old men, Lu Ci and Wang Mi, were both holding their respective recently pried intelligence and results in their hands. Prepare to open a second session of talks. Since the last time we sent out dozens of people who were all lost, we finally poked around a few days ago and found out about them. Hearing Wang Ai's words, Lu Ci spoke with a serious face. Where are the people? Where did they all go? This bunch of mealies. So much money has been spent on raising them for nothing all these years. When they come back, we'll give them a little more credit. With a slight force, the enamel-covered bowl in his hand was crushed to pieces by Lu Ci. It was obvious that he was really angry at this point. These guys who have taken so many years of money from their Lu and Wang families, not only are these assholes not doing their job well, they've been out of touch for so long. If it hadn't cost so much to train them, Lu Ci wanted to slap the leader inside. Where did it go? Long ago it was burned to ashes and buried inside the ground as fertilizer. Dozens of people, not one left, all dead. At this time, Wang Ai was also very angry. The amount of manpower and financial resources they spent to find these guys was not a small amount. Dead? All burned to death? Not one left? How is this possible? That's dozens of inhumans. Lu Ci was obviously taken aback by Wang Ai's news. It had occurred to him before that something might have happened to these people. However, He had never imagined that the group of people that they had cultivated from the Lu and Wang families would be killed. Who is it? Such audacity. What means did he use that he was able to burn all of these dozens of Inhumans to death? Don't these stupid pigs know how to fight back? Hearing Lu Si's words, Wang Ai's face suddenly became incomparably gloomy, and a grim voice came out of his throat. Cause of death: fire. Based on the residual air, the other party is using the Chi-Men technique. Hearing Wang Ai talk about the Chi-Men technique, a figure suddenly popped up in Lu Si's mind. That was the Zhang Chen who had saved the Zhuge family head during the Lu family's big banquet. This kid, but he learned the Wuhuo Chi-Men from the Zhuge family. Just as he thought of Zhang Chen, Wang Ai's voice then came over. Later, one of the people inside the small sect that we captured who participated in the operation. I smoked his soul and saw in his soul memory that the one who killed our people was none other than Zhang Chen. So many people, and they were all wrapped up in one net by this kid. What a bunch of idiots. The order issued to them in the first place was clearly for them to find out about Zhang Chen's strength, and these fools are even going to directly try to kill Zhang Chen. Do you really think you can take that kid down with sheer numbers? Serves you right for dying. Wang Ai was also a bit taught at this time, and couldn't help but swear. Gullible carelessness. Do you really think that after helping us do our dirty work a few times, you can be so arrogant? Don't even look at how much you really weigh. Louis C.I., who was so grumpy, couldn't help but slap the table. Slapped a crack out of Wang Ai's beloved royal antique yellow pear. If he hadn't withdrawn his strength in time, I'm afraid that this table wouldn't have been able to withstand his slap. Looking at the slit that Lu Ci shot out, Wang Ai was heartbroken. Just shattered his own Ming Dynasty 9 dragon cover bowl. The photo also shot bad to his own table. This Lu Ci can be a real asshole. He decided that the next meeting must not be in the Wang family, but only in their Lu family village. LVCI adjusted his mind, without Li Hui's face of fleshly Wang Ai, and continued to open his mouth. Only, what I didn't expect was that this brat Zhang Chen would be so ruthless, worthy of being Zhang Jiwei's disciple. It's just like him back then. Speaking of this, Lu Ci couldn't help but recall the time when he followed his elders. Look at the arrogant scene of Zhang Jiwei slapping Wogan Shang with a big ear thunderbolt and yelling that he wants to get him killed in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Alas, such a heavy killing heart at a young age. It seems that what we discussed before was correct. The sooner this kid is killed the better. He can't be kept. At this moment, a hint of ruthlessness once again appeared on Wang Ai's face. I've received the latest news. Zhang Chen and his group have arrived at a hotel near an airport in a city in Qian province, and they're going to book a flight back to the capital tomorrow. It's a good opportunity if you want to finish him off. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ci spoke out the latest information he had received. Wait, you're not thinking of doing it on the plane, are you? If this goes wrong, you and I will be implicated. Hearing Lu Ci's words, Wang Ai's eyes instantly widened. He didn't expect that this guy Lu Ci would really be just like a mad dog, that he would even dare to think of such an idea. I wouldn't dare to do it on an airplane, but if the plane crashed, this would be classified as an air crash, right? This airport, it just so happens that it was invested and constructed by our LV family, and the pilot of that airplane of Zhang Chen's and theirs is also a son-in-law of our LV family village. I've arranged to have all the other guys who were on the same plane found. Aside from Zhang Chen and his group and the flight crew, there will be no one else involved. If we can still let that Zhang Chen brat escape this time, then next, the two of us will have to fight for our lives personally. Day 2. Zhang Chen and his group got up early to catch an early flight, smoothly checking the tickets. After checking the luggage, Zhang Chen and his group, however, got stuck at the security check. The security inspector, with a black face, pointed at Wang Zhenxiu's large gold chain that was arrogant to the extreme, signaling that he had to go through the inspection one by one. After a good deal of fussing, a few people managed to board the plane. Just after getting on the plane, Zhang Chen and the others then realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this flight. Except there was only one of them on this plane. The flight attendant ladies on this airplane looked at them with strange eyes from time to time. Boss, there's something wrong with this plane. The first moment Wang Zhenxiu sensed the difference, he leaned over to Zhang Chen's ear and opened his mouth. Well, it stands to reason that this is a flight to the capital, and we shouldn't be the only group chartering the plane. And those flight attendants, they've been staring at us since we got on the plane. I think it might be the gang coming again. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Zhenxiu could not help but tighten his expression. Boss, why don't we get off the plane just to be safe? Upon hearing Wang Zhenxiu's words, Zhang Chen then shook his head and opened his mouth with a smile. Afraid of what? We who have hundreds of magic weapons per capita, can we still be afraid of a small air disaster? Don't forget, among the magic weapons refined for you at that time, there are quite a few treasures that can fly. Chapter 139. It doesn't matter if the plane crashes. After all, we can really fly, with the time for the plane to take off having arrived. As with the normal process, Zhang Chen's few people fastened their seatbelts, and this airplane they were sitting in slowly closed its hatch. However, unlike normal, on top of this airplane, there was still only Zhang Chen and his group on it. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's few people glanced at each other, all seeing a hint of vigilance in each other's eyes. However, a few people did not make a sound. With hundreds of magic weapons in their possession, the few people had the confidence to deal with all unexpected situations. As the airplane Zhang Chen and the others were traveling and rose steadily, they soon entered the runway. At first there was nothing unusual, and the members of the flight crew of this airplane continued to do what they were supposed to do. From time to time, he came to Zhang Chen and the others and asked them if they had the need to upgrade to first class. As the plane slowly accelerated into the air, it didn't take long before it passed through the clouds and rushed up to 10,000 meters in the air. The flight attendants, too, returned to their seats. It was just that these few beautiful flight attendants would turn their heads to look at Zhang Chen and the few of them from time to time. Zhang Chen and the rest of them didn't make a sound at this point. They were all quietly waiting for the conspiracy that might come. Xiahe Wang Jinxiu and the four of them, although they looked calm, but always on high alert, they are in a state of readiness, ready to respond to any unexpected situation that may arise. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, as if he wasn't bothered by anything that was about to happen. As the plane climbed to 10,000 meters and the flight leveled off, the flight attendants who were originally wearing a professional smile and had a very attentive service suddenly appeared to act abnormally. They were seen changing into a special outfit one by one and picking up their special parachute backpacks that had been prepared long ago. That backpack obviously contained equipment that would allow them to escape. Their movements were swift and stealthy, as if they had practiced them countless times. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen could not help but reveal a smile on his face. He looked at the other four and spoke with a smile. "Gentlemen, the fun is about to begin." Zhang Chen's words had just fallen. Only the cockpit hatch suddenly opened. The two captains in charge of flying the airplane just walked out of the cockpit and came inside the passenger cabin. These two captains were carrying the same special jump packs as the flight crew. This scene is an unlikely occurrence on any flight. At this time, these two captains who had been specially arranged by Lu Ci, after exchanging glances with these stewards, they suddenly looked over to Zhang Chen and the few of them. "Ladies and gentlemen, as captain of this airplane, I would like to wish you a pleasant trip." The sentence was just finished, just as they were about to open the hatch, while carrying out the task set down by Lu Ci. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's incredibly calm voice rang in the ears of several of them. "I said, are you from the Wang family? Or the Lu family?" Zhang Chen's voice caused the captain who had just opened his mouth to stall. But soon, he returned to his normal self and opened his mouth to respond. "Dead people don't need to know that much." After saying this, he joined the other members of the air crew in transporting his air and blasted at the cabin door. Boom! A loud bang passed, as the door to the cabin was blasted open hard from the inside. In an instant, the air pressure in the cabin dropped rapidly. The oxygen began to lose rapidly. The whole plane shook violently and tumbled out of control at 10,000 meters. The plane that had lost its balance was like a kite with broken strings, swinging wildly at a height of 10,000 meters, and Zhang Chen's luggage and sundries flew around in the weightless state. The moment the captain and the flight crew opened the door, they jumped out of the cabin wearing special parachutes, leaving Zhang Chen and the five of them directly on top of the airplane that was about to crash, on a plane that was frantically flying up and down. Not only did Zhang Chen's few people not have any panic, but instead, they watched this dramatically. Only a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth as he disdainfully said, "It seems that this group of people went so far as to make such a big commotion in order to kill me. But fortunately, I was prepared." Zhang Chen's words fell, only to see him casually wave his hand. The power of the reverse life triple instantly surrounded the several people who were constantly flopping around. After stabilizing their forms, the four of them, Xiahe and Wang Jinxiu, did not hesitate and directly acted according to Zhang Chen's instructions, only to see the four of them quickly take out a special belt that Zhang Chen had carefully refined for them earlier from their respective devouring pouches. This belt looked very unusual, but in reality, it was a rare magic treasure. This thing was a magic treasure that Zhang Chen had specially developed in order to prevent any special circumstances that might arise in the future. What they didn't expect was to be able to actually use it so soon, only to see that they each injected the air in their bodies into the belt in a steady stream. In a flash, the belt that touched the air machines of several people seemed to be awakened by a mysterious power, only to see a pair of golden air wings suddenly blossom on both sides of the belts of the four, appearing glittering and radiant against the blue sky. These two air wings flapped rapidly in the air. It caused Xiahe and the four of them to fly out of the air mass of Zhang Chen's innate one air almost in an instant. The four of them stood firmly in the air with the help of this magical air-winged belt. Quietly, He watched as the airplane that several people had just been riding and continued to plummet deeper and deeper into the mountains below. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was different from Xia He and the four of them at this time. He didn't utilize his special flight belt, but instead directly opened the reverse life state. With the power of the third weight, the entire person just floated in the sky. You guys go ahead and fly down. I'll be right there. As Zhang Chen's words fell, Zhang Chen, who was covered in a white glow, unexpectedly walked towards the place where the captain and the flight crew had just jumped out of the sky as if he was walking idly in the air. The four Xia people watched Zhang Chen's movements at this moment. None of them marveled in their own minds at how powerful their bosses were. Zhang Chen surprisingly did not even use a magic treasure, and was able to walk freely in the sky with just his own strength. This strength has simply reached a level that no one can match. After sighing, the few people glanced at each other and flew downward as Zhang Chen had instructed. The four were flying very fast. Before long, they had caught up with the parachute they had just been riding in. The group of crew members who gave them an aerial parachute jump. The few members of the several groups who originally thought that they had accomplished their mission were very happy in their hearts, and had even thought of how they would take credit from Lucy I. However, their happiness did not last long. They then saw a scene that turned their views upside down. Only a few people who had just been sitting in the passenger cabin of the airplane and could only wait to die. I don't know when they had already flown in front of them. Looking at the golden air wings that appeared behind the four of them, these crew members were scared silly. They all looked at Xia He and the others with eyes like they had seen a ghost. However, the Xia few didn't make a move against these guys, but quietly watched them. In the gazes of these few people who were shocked beyond belief, Wang Zhenqiu suddenly reached out and pointed toward the sky. Then it made out a throat-slitting gesture at them. Only a few of the crew members looked upward with some stiffness. Next moment, a look of horror instantly surfaced on several faces. They didn't believe, no matter what, that their primary target for this mission, Zhang Chen, surprisingly, he was in the sky, walking towards them idly. Chapter 140, Lucy I, Mission Success. Zhang Chen must die. At this moment, Zhang Chen was like an immortal walking on the clouds, ignoring the constraints of gravity as his entire body steadily hovered in the air. Several of the crew members who saw the scene were about to freak out. Their eyes widened as they watched in horror as Zhang Chen gradually approached them. At that moment, that fear of unknown power and the desire for survival instinct were intertwined, making their hearts incredibly conflicted. They had already guessed what Zhang Chen's next objective was. I'm afraid it's the few of them who want to use the air crash to take out Zhang Chen. About to die in a plane crash, Zhang Chen steadily stopped in midair and began to land in synchronization with the speed at which that captain landed. His eyes were sharp and locked on the captain, who wished them a good trip. Zhang Chen walked up to the captain and spoke in an icy tone. I'll ask you again. Who orchestrated this plane crash against us? This captain was one of Lutz's inner circle. Despite being on the brink of life and death at this moment, he sneered back in the face of Zhang Chen's questioning. I am not going to tell you anything. Kill me or die as you wish. Looking at such a hardened captain, Zhang Chen nodded at him. Not bad, with a backbone. Then you enjoy the thrill of free fall too. After saying that, Zhang Chen casually waved his hand, only to see an air easily cut the captain's parachute into two halves from the center. Ah! As a scream rang through the air, this captain's body began to fly down and away under the acceleration of gravity. Several other members of the flight crew saw the scene from a distance. The hearts were all tense. Both began to try with all their might to float off into the distance. However, even if they tried as hard as they could, none of them could be faster than Zhang Chen. Soon, Zhang Chen's figure flashed through the air, came near the second captain. Seeing Zhang Chen's arrival, that captain kept shaking up his parachute, as if he was hoping to please Zhang Chen's pursuit. Yet it was all in vain. Zhang Chen's speed was so fast that he arrived at the side of this last captain almost in an instant. Only Zhang Chen's fingertips condensed a wisp of air and aimed it at this captain's parachute. The guy who just liked to play free fall has gone down. As for whether or not you want to play free fall, it's up to you. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, this captain could not help but look downward, trembling with fear. He had just watched the scene where Zhang Chen sliced through that unlucky man's parachute. I'm afraid that if I don't serve the master in front of me well, I'll be able to do it. I'm afraid I'm going to have to do a high-altitude parachute-free jump myself. Who planned this plane crash? The King's family? Or the Lu family? Or maybe it's both of them together? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, this captain was shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Chen, the monster, to have guessed the person behind the curtain. After a moment of thought, this pilot that the Lu family had worked so hard to cultivate had his heart crossed and spoke directly. We're from the Wang family. It was Master Wang Ai who sent us to kill you. When he heard the name Wang Ai, Zhang Chen's face showed a look of anticipation. He was seen stepping forward to this captain, reaching out and slapping him in the face. Good job. And you know how to plant a story. Looks like that mad dog has trained you guys pretty well. Zhang Chen, even Wang Ai and Lu Ci. These two old things character. The one who could act in such a way, blowing up airplanes directly in order to kill Zhang Chen and the others, must be Lu Ci, who had the reputation of being a mad dog. This captain was instantly dumbfounded at this point. He didn't understand where exactly he had made a mistake. Zhang Chen had directly concluded out that the black hand behind the scenes was his own master. Lu Ci. No, I'm from the Wang family, not the Lu family. I'm from the Wang family. Listen to the captain's frantic ranting. A hint of disdain appeared on Zhang Chen's face. What's the rush? You two Wang Lu families. Sooner or later, you're going to die. It's useless to fight now. After saying that, Zhang Chen stopped talking nonsense with him, directly chopped off his parachute with air. Soon, another free-falling guy experiences the only parachute-free jump of his life from the middle of 10,000 meters. After knowing what you want to know, Zhang Chen then wasn't prepared to continue leaving anyone alive. Since Lu Ci could go to such great lengths, even going so far as to blow up an airplane to take himself out. Wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't send him a few gifts myself? Thus, Zhang Chen directly used his air to lock onto the remaining few pretty flight attendants, easily cutting off all of their parachutes as they looked on in horror. I don't know if you, Lucy, like these trapeze artists. After doing so, Zhang Chen thought about flying over in the direction where the Shaha few had landed. An hour later, Lutz managed to get a message from the airport tower that there was a lost plane. After receiving this message, Lu Ci immediately picked up the phone and called to the personnel on the ground who had already been prepared. Action! Those who received the order did not hesitate for a moment. Grabbing their respective equipment, they began to rush towards the depths of the mountain. Their mission was simple: to pick up the crew members who had parachuted in. It's just a shame that they don't know it is the target of their mission this time. They were afraid that they would fall on the ground and buckle up long ago. After hanging up, Lu Ci returned to the Wang family's parlor with a smile on his face. With a hint of joy on his face, he sat straight down next to Wang Ai. Wang Ai naturally noticed Lucy's excited state at this moment. He understood that it seemed like Lu Ci should have succeeded in this operation. Got it? Wang Ai opened his mouth somewhat less incredulously and asked. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and that taking out Zhang Chen would be so easy. That plane of Zhang Chen's and theirs has been out of contact for an hour, and without any surprises. The plane will crash deep in the mountains within 10 minutes. I've arranged for personnel to pick up the guys involved in the operation. They'll be successfully evacuated out before the expert investigative team arrives without a hitch. Hearing Lu Ci's words, a hint of joy finally appeared on Wang Ai's face as well. TSK, or your tactics are awesome. It seems that dealing with Inhumans doesn't require the use of Inhumans. And tactics like these are not bad. An airplane falling in the middle of 10,000 meters of altitude. I'm afraid that even the strongest old celestial master in the Inhuman world now can't escape such a disaster. After Wang Ai finished speaking, he raised the teacup in his hand with great satisfaction and took a sip. After all, times are changing and I love this new era. Lu Ci also raised the teacup in his hand and drained it in one gulp as if to celebrate his victory. Chapter 141: Zhang Chen's airplane crash? All parties thundered. An hour later, with the news media flooded with coverage of this major airplane crash, the nation was shocked by the sudden tragedy. Officials immediately organized a grand rescue operation, sending a large number of personnel into the area of the plane crash to conduct search and rescue. After seeing the news on TV, inside the Wang family's parlor, the two of them, Lu Ci and Wang Ai, had already replaced the tea in their cups with wine, started their halftime champagne opening. The company's chairman, Zhao Fengshu, also knew that Zhang Chen and his group were also in this crashed airplane. The first time he got the news, Zhao Fengshu jumped up from his chair in excitement. For some reason, he had a premonition. Zhang Chen's airplane crash this time was definitely unusual. He thought that this should be someone trying to take advantage of this air crash to plot against Zhang Chen's life. No matter who you are, since you dare to lay your hands on our company's people, then you have to think clearly about the consequences of this. No matter who it is, as long as they are investigated, then I will definitely not let you go. After saying that, he picked up the phone and called Bai Yulong. Did you get the news about the plane crash? Zhang Chen and the others are on this plane too. As the minister in charge of the special engineering department, Bai Yulong, on the other hand, was one step ahead of Zhao Fengshu in learning the news of Zhang Chen's accident. I don't think this incident is a coincidence. It should be someone premeditatedly targeting Zhang Chen to plan this air crash. As soon as Bai Yulong's words were finished, they were recognized by Zhao Fengshu. I feel the same way. So the next thing we should do is investigate the results of the plane crash as best we can. Also, get ready for the board meeting. After Zhao Fengshu finished speaking, he hung up the call with Bai Yulong. Then he picked up the phone again and called the other four directors one by one. Half an hour later, in the company's conference room, A unanimous decision was quickly reached by the 6 directors of Nadatone. That is that the company will be taking over this event. The company will send an alien to conduct a detailed investigation. In addition, for Zhang Chen's few people, it was a matter of living and dying. After discussing this air crash, the 6 directors got together to discuss another major event. That is, not long ago, the Heavenly Master brought back Zhang Huai, one of the culprits of the Asian rebellion, from the mountain. This matter was originally going to be discussed some days ago to discuss how to deal with it, but it's not a big deal after all. These directors felt that as long as there was an old celestial master watching over Longhu Mountain, then Zhang Huai would not be able to cause any trouble. Those guys who once had a grudge against Zhang Huai were afraid that it would be impossible, much less dare, to go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to cause trouble. In fact, for the company, it was a good thing that the old celestial master took Zhang Huai away, but not anymore. Zhang Chen, the shut-in disciple of the old celestial master, appeared in this air crash, and according to the judgment of a few people, it was feared that most of them had already been killed. These few people in the company were all very well aware of the old heavenly master's temperament. If he's not given a reasonable explanation, once this one makes a scene, it is more intimidating than 10 Zhang Huai. Soon, though, they discussed a complete response. At the end of the meeting, Sudong suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Are we going to notify Longhu Mountain about Zhang Chen?" Upon hearing Sudong's question, the other 5 directors were silent and no one said anything. Zhao Fengshu hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Inform, if you don't, I'm afraid things are going to get even bigger." 5 minutes later, on Longfu Mountain, the old master took the phone from his own disciple's hand. When he heard the news of Zhang Chen's accident coming from inside the phone, the old heavenly master's complexion instantly went cold, and a murderous intent began to permeate around him. He had a premonition that Zhang Chen's accident this time was not an accident. I'm afraid, but someone was deliberately targeting him. This included some people suddenly targeting themselves with the matter of their senior brother Zhang Huai a few days ago. It made him have to strengthen the prohibitions around Longhu Mountain during this period of time to prevent some petty people from coming. Combined with this incident of Zhang Chen's accident, if he strung all these things together, the old celestial master clearly felt that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy. It was looming towards their Longhu Mountain. However, at this moment, the old heavenly master did not worry about Zhang Chen. This was because as early as when he was in the Lu family, the old heavenly master had already known that Zhang Chen had practiced the reverse life triple to the 3rd realm. This 3rd realm, but it had an ability that he hadn't even mastered, flight. Therefore, the old celestial master believed that even if an airplane crashed and fell accidentally, Zhang Chen also managed to survive this plane crash. After Tatsur, these guys should be aiming their guns at me next, right? I'll have to prepare for this sooner rather than later. Sugaru, the Wind family. Feng Zhenghao picked up the latest news handed by his subordinates and took a look at it, and then his entire body froze in place. Something happened to Zhang Chen? Who did this? The first moment he saw the crash of the plane Zhang Chen was on, Feng Zhenghao realized that it was a conspiracy. After all, before Zhang Chen and the others left, Feng Zhenghao had already received the news that someone was trying to deal with Zhang Chen and Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Chen can he still survive? It's an air crash. Although Feng Zhenghao admired the strength of Zhang Chen's strength, but after all, this time what happened to them was an air disaster. This is no joke. Even the most powerful inhuman in time would be unlikely to survive a plane crash from 10,000 meters above the ground. No, absolutely no sitting around. Someone must be sent to investigate the truth of this matter. Just as he was about to send his right-hand men to investigate the truth of the incident, the phone next to his desk suddenly rang. This caused Feng Zhenghao's entire body to freeze for a moment, and he subconsciously picked up the phone. Little Wind. I'm your Uncle Wang. Yes, it's that Uncle Wang who helped your grandfather Feng Tianyang escape the pursuit of the inhuman realm back then. If it's possible, I'd like to ask you to come to our Wang family compound. In the meantime, Wudong Mountain had also received news of Zhang Chen's accident. Zhou Meng was a little disbelieving that the boy who had an unbelievable talent and had beaten himself senseless had just died in an accident. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Meng thought about it. Straight away, he walked out of the house and went to the cave at the back of Wudong. Looking at the 4 Wang Yuya who were practicing the revamped Wind Queen Shimen, Zhou Meng opened his mouth. Senior brothers, young prince, something has happened to Zhang Chen. With that, Zhou Meng told him about Zhang Chen. I'd like to ask you to tell my fortune to see if that bastard Zhang Chen is still alive. If he didn't die in this air crash, I'm afraid that next, this inhuman world of ours is going to change drastically. Chapter 142 Zhang Chen's deployment. Preparing to completely destroy the Wang Lutu families. At Chaoman's request, the 4 people from Wudong Mountain who had mastered the Wind Queen's strange door simultaneously rose in formation. Ready to calculate Zhang Chen's current situation, the four's array discs were linked together, forming an oversized destiny disc that far exceeded that of an ordinary warlock. However, this oversized life disc was still quite a bit short of Zhang Chen's giant life disc that could envelop a mountain. With the four people's life discs connected to each other after that, the four people's inner landscape lands had also been connected at this time. Because it concerns Zhang Chen, the matter is significant. The consequences brought about by the telling of this hexagram are much better carried by four people than by one person alone. With their hearts in one place, the four of them simultaneously began divining in their inner landscape. When they placed the object of divination on Zhang Chen, a sudden terrifying might instantly envelop the three. Put. Almost at the same moment, all four of them sprayed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The four of us used the Wind Queen's strange door to make our projections, and we all suffered a backlash together. With such a powerful force protecting his body, how could a person die? Although this divination failed to divine any news related to Zhang Chen, but this powerful backlash had gotten to them. Zhang Chen should still be alive and in great shape right now. The four told Zhou Meng about the result. Hearing the words of the four, a hint of joy appeared on Zhou Meng's face. That brat Zhang Chen is indeed still alive. After being happy, Zhou Meng thought for a moment and then spoke. Can you measure our Wudong's future fortune again? The four of them glanced at each other. Although they did not know why Zhou Meng asked this, but they nodded anyway. With the destiny plate unfolding once again, the four of them began to divine according to Zhou Meng's request. A moment later, the four opened their eyes in almost simultaneous and incomparable surprise and spoke together. Sect Master, we, Wudong, are going to prosper. In the meantime, Zhang Chen, who had successfully landed on the ground with the four Xiahe people, a sudden movement of the heart. His keen perception instantly realized that someone was sizing himself up through divination. I'd forgotten about that trick. I'm afraid all those people think I'm dead now. Zhang Chen's mind moved, casually opening the huge destiny disc of his Wind Queen Shiman, and his mind sank into the inner scenic ground. He began to back project along the same feeling he had just had, to see which fellow had dared to gauge himself. A few moments later, Zhang Chen saw four blurry figures in his inner landscape. Seeing these three old and four young people, Zhang Chen didn't need to think much and recognized them as Wudong's Wan Yuya and those three old men at the first moment. It seems the news of my death in a plane crash has reached Wudong. Wan Yuya and the others should have divined me in order to verify the truth of this matter, but it was just a wake-up call for me. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen then directly used the Wind Queen Shiman to forge out a fake destiny that he had already died. Whichever warlock projected himself next came up with one result. That means he, Zhang Chen, has died in a plane crash. After doing so, the five Zhang Chen gathered in one place. Looking at the barren mountains around here, there was not a single human being in sight for hundreds of miles. Zhang Chen and the five of them couldn't help but have some headaches. If they wanted to walk out from inside this wild mountain, even with their cultivation, it would take at least a week or so. However, it might be faster with flying, but right now the plane has crashed. Immediately this neighborhood will be searched by a large area of investigators. Zhang Chen didn't want to directly expose his party's whereabouts right now. Hiding in the shadows where the enemy doesn't know is the only way to deal them a fatal blow. Not to mention, it's now known which guys are behind the curtain. Taking out LVCI and Wang Ai was as easy as pie for Zhang Chen. But there are so many intricacies involved behind these two guys. You might have to fall out with the company if you directly exterminate both of them. Once you fall out with the company, I'm afraid you'll have to face the military purge next. That was the last thing Zhang Chen wanted to see. He could care less. But not LW. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen felt that the most important thing at this stage was to continue expanding his forces for the better. If one can enlist the support of half the number of the 10 brothers and the heads of the regions, then even if they were as strong as the current Wang and Lu families, they would only receive an iron fist. Thinking about this, Zhang Chen pondered over where the next few people should go. Now that the capital could not be returned to for the time being, if he reappeared, Lu Xi and Wang Mi were afraid that they would immediately stop their scheming and continue to deal with themselves instead. In that case, if they wanted to take out the entire forces of the Wang and Lu families again, the delay would be too long. Thinking about this, Zhang Chen began to think about the support he might be able to obtain now. Unsurprisingly, Liao Zhong from the South China region and Hao Yi from the Southwest region. It won't be hard to gain their support. There are 7 regions in total. As long as we can get the support of the heads of 4 of them, it's a sure win. As for the 10th brother, apart from Master and Elder Lu, there's only Feng Zhanghao left, so at the very least, we should strive for the support of 2 more 10th brothers before we can do so. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen had a destination for his next action. He was ready to head to the northeast region first. In the northeast region, there was Guan Shihua, one of the 10 brothers, and Gao Lian, the head of the northeast region. Both of these people, Zhang Chen was confident in getting their support. Guan Shihua cultivates the northeast out of horse kung fu. And Wang Ai, that old thing, is naturally hostile. Guan Shihua seldom attended the 10 brothers meetings ever since the detained spirit dispatch in the hands of both Wang Ai and Feng Zhanghao was exposed. Another Zhang Chen, but he knew some secrets about the head of the northeast region. Gao Lian's daughter, Gao Yushan, the second strongest of the temps. According to the timeline, she should have been assassinated by now, with less than half of her body remaining, and only relying on medical devices to keep her alive. The dual full hands that Zhang Chen now had at his disposal could be used to solve exactly these problems. These were the reasons why Zhang Chen he was prepared to travel to the northeast region first. After making his decision, Zhang Chen discussed his plan with Xia He and the four of them. After it became clear what Zhang Chen was planning to do, all four of the Xia people were prepared to follow Zhang Chen to the northeast region. However, Zhang Chen did not agree to everyone traveling together. After all, there are a lot of people and eyes. In case of exposure, then this drama cannot go on. Therefore, this time when he traveled to the northeast region, he was prepared to bring only Xia He with him. As for Chu Tong, Wang Jinqiu and Ma Xianhong, Zhang Chen had arranged other tasks for them separately. After making a detailed deployment, Zhang Chen refined a large number of magic weapons for a few more people at the same place. Just in case, after making all the preparations, Zhang Chen and his group started off towards their respective destinations. Chapter 143, Encountering Guan Shihua's disciple Tong Yukai. A week later, a Santana, which couldn't be more ordinary, appeared on the streets of the Black Province. In order to be less noticeable, the two Zhang Chens did not choose any overly luxurious sedan this time. However, the driving Summer Harvest was happy at the moment. The two of them, in order to avoid their identities being exposed, Zhang Chen did not let her continue to wear the special maid's outfit for this operation. Instead, they refined her a beautiful white suit, a pair of burgundy high heels that were 10 centimeters in length, and a pair of golden glasses that represented knowledge. And with both full hands, she turned her eye-catching pink hair back to black as well. The current Xiahe was dressed like the private secretary of a boss in a large corporation, both sexy and sensual. But although Xiahe was happy, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He had sized up Summer Harvest many times over the past few days. Although this workplace elite outfit had a distinctive flavor, Zhang Chen still felt that the maid outfit suited her best. We shouldn't be able to go straight to the branch to find Golium now, as we did before, should we? Xia He stopped the car and spoke with a serious face. Of course we can't. After all, we're all dead now. It's not right to expose our identities over this. Let's go. Get off first. It's not easy to come to the northeast region, so let's put business aside and take a stroll first. Maybe if we wander around, we'll find someone? After saying that, Zhang Chen directly opened the door and got out of the car. At this moment, my stomach is still a little hungry. I heard that the Black Province's iron pot stewed goose is very good. Let's go and find a place to try it. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He, who had parked the car, hurriedly followed Zhang Chen's footsteps. The two of them just looked up and down the street for a place where they could eat goose in an iron skillet. Not long after, inside a plainly decorated iron pot goose stew restaurant, looking at the fresh goose that was already in the pot, Xia He and Zhang Chen on both sides of the table couldn't help but gulp. The two had been in a mad rush all week, hardly ever eat well. Now at last I see this delicacy in front of me. Zhang Chen couldn't wait to directly use the leading character technique inside the Chi-Men art to help heat up this cauldron. However, Zhang Chen knew, with the temperature of the leading character technique, I'm afraid that I can refine this pot. Just as the two were beautifully waiting for the pot to be opened, suddenly a few drunken middle-aged men surrounded Xiahe at some point. The smoky alcohol fumes smoked so much that Summer Harvest couldn't help but pinch her nose. Yo, pretty girl, eating here all by yourself? Why don't you have a drink with me? Hey, boss, this chick is not bad. Pretty ones like her are rare. Beauty, this is your oldest brother, right? What's the point of bringing your brother out to dinner? Do you want to bring your brothers along again? Ha ha ha. Listening to the group of drunkards' demented laughter, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth as he lifted his cup of wine and drank it all in one go. For these ordinary people, Zhang Chen did not even bother to make a move. Looking at Zhang Chen's face, Xia He immediately understood what he meant. Just as Summer Harvest was about to get up and pack the drunks up and throw them out, suddenly a large hand from outside the crowd settled on the head of a bald boss among the group of drunks. Dude, what do you mean? Eat and eat, get drunk and get out of here. It's not the style of our northeastern men to molest someone else's big sister in the middle of the day. Hearing this, Zhang Chen and Xia He looked up at the same time. I saw a young man with a bare head and two long, 8-pointed whiskers, cupping the head of another blade-like bald man with one hand. Seeing this person who suddenly stood out and prepared to save the beauty of the hero, Zhang Chen was suddenly happy. Sure enough, no coincidence, I didn't expect that in the effort of eating a goose stewed in an iron pot, I'd run into one of Guan Shirowa's disciples, Tang Yukai. The first moment he saw Deng Yukai, Zhang Chen immediately gave Xia He a wink. Just tell her to hold her hand for a while, calm down and watch the show. Xia He was naturally intelligent and left his position, walking over to Zhang Chen's side and sitting with him in preparation for a good show. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kid, do you know who I am? Let go of me or I'll kill you. The big bald man who was pinched by Tang Yotsai's head didn't give in to softness and directly cursed it out of his mouth. The few little brothers around this big brother also opened their mouths in time to help. There were even two unsuspecting guys who rushed forward to break Tang Yotsai's hands. It's just a shame that they're a bunch of social that skanks who don't usually win fights. How can you break the fingers of Deng Yukai, who is a serious horseman? Tang Yukai slightly exerted force, and that big bladdered bald big brother instantly fell to his knees. The sharp pain coming from his head made him snot and tear up, as stoned as he could be. Big brother, big master, spare your life. I know I'm wrong, don't pinch, my head is about to explode. It wasn't long before a plea came. Tang Yukai watched and it was almost time, directly dragging this 200 pounds upward social big brother to the door. Opening the door, he threw him a dozen meters with a single thrust and rolled several times on the ground. The other juniors, once they saw how raw Tang Yukai was, instantly sobered up a lot from the bit of horse urine they drank. All of them lowered their heads and ran out the door. Looking at the group of guys leaving, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile, deciding to teach these social trash a lesson, just by casually snapping his fingers. A few chi struck the thighs of these people with unparalleled precision, shattered the bones in one of their legs each. Zhang Chen's force was wonderfully controlled. Unsurprisingly, these people are afraid that they will have to walk on one leg from now on. Listening to a scream coming from outside, Tang Yukai gave Zhang Chen a puzzled look. A hint of coldness appeared on his face as he said seriously, "This little brother, it's a bit much, isn't it?" Hearing Tang Yotsai's words, Zhang Chen then smiled slightly and spoke. "Past? I don't really think so. I just asked for a leg so they'd learn a lesson." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, a hint of gravity appeared on Deng Yotsai's face. After the outburst just now, he already knew. Zhang Chen, a small child of a young age, had unfathomable strength. He hadn't even seen Zhang Chen strike clearly just now. If he hadn't taken the initiative to admit it, Deng Yukai wouldn't have dared to be sure that it was Zhang Chen who had just made the move. Just as Tang Yukai was about to ask Zhang Chen where the two of them came from, Zhang Chen's voice, however, sounded in his ears first. "Tang Yukai, a disciple of the northeastern Exodus lineage, and you have a younger brother named Tang Yofu, am I right?" At those words, the expression on Tang Yotsai's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that Zhang Chen would call out his name at a glance, and he knew nothing about the other side. "Don't worry, I mean no harm. Come on big brother Yutsai, this iron pot stewed goose is almost cooked. Let's eat and talk." Chapter 144, Threatening Snake Immortal Lu Kuansheng. Deng Yukai gave Zhang Chen a skeptical look, and after some hesitation, he still sat down at Zhang Chen's table. He took a serious look at Zhang Chen, and there was a pang of suspicion in his heart. This little child, who looked so young, he could be sure he had never seen it before. However, the other party was able to accurately call out his name, and also knew that he was from the Izumo lineage. That intrigued him. Dare I ask where this little brother's teacher comes from? After thinking for a long time, Tang Yukai finally opened his mouth to ask. "It's not convenient to disclose that. If I can, I'd like to ask Brother Arigato to introduce us to Grandma Guan. We're in a special position now, and this will all be clear when we meet Grandma Guan." Hearing Zhang Chen naming his aunt, Deng Yukai was instantly alert. A guy like Zhang Chen, whose identity was unknown but whose strength was high, had to be dealt with carefully. Deng Yukai thought for a moment, but decided that it was better to leave for now. Firstly, Zhang Chen and Xia He were both unidentified, and they didn't know what exactly they were trying to do by going to see their aunt. Secondly, based on Zhang Chen's strike just now, Tang Yukai knew that Zhang Chen's strength should be far above his own. Now that he was alone here, if anything really happened, he couldn't handle it alone. Looking at the sincere Zhang Chen, Deng Yukai picked up his wine cup, muffled a mouthful, and opened his mouth. "Older brother, this matter is in my brother's hands. I'll help you to contact your aunt. Wait here for a moment. Old brother, I'll be right there." After saying that, Tang Yukai placed his wine glass on the table and was ready to scamper away. But this play of his had long been recognized by Zhang Chen. The moment Tang Yukai was about to lift his leg to leave, he was surprised to find a golden chain wrapped around his leg at some point. "I say little brother, aren't you being a little unkind?" Before Tang Yukai could finish his words, Zhang Chen's hand, which was flickering with blue light, suddenly tapped on his shoulder at this time. With the first moment Zhang Chen activated the dual full hands. Tang Yotsai's entire body froze directly there. Although he had defenses against Zhang Chen, he had completely failed to anticipate that Zhang Chen would directly strike at him. After using the blue hand of the double full hand, Zhang Chen easily knew where Guan Shihua was. Now that we know the location, it's much easier to find someone next. Just as Zhang Chen had gotten what he wanted, he was about to erase the memories of the period of time that Tang Yukai had seen him. Suddenly a cold voice resounded in the depths of Zhang Chen's soul. Bold! How dare you touch a disciple of my exit horse lineage outside of this pass? You kid has a lot of guts. Hearing this voice and feeling the soul fluctuations of the person who spoke, even Zhang Chen couldn't help but get serious at this moment. He only heard him ask in a tentative voice, "Is it Master Lu Kuanqing Lu of the Azuma lineage of offerings?" Hearing Zhang Chen ask such a question, the voice became a little colder than before. "Since you know it's me, how dare you use such tactics against a disciple of my Exodus lineage? Quickly release him and come to my place of purification to confess your sins. Otherwise, no matter what your status is, you'll have to stay outside this pass." Hearing Lu Kuanqing's threatening words, Zhang Chen could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Calling you Master Lu is to give you face. You don't really think I'm afraid of a snake charmer like you, do you?" Hearing Zhang Chen's unkind tone, the wisp of the snake immortal soul that was hosted in Tang Yotsai's soul instantly roared. "Which brat are you? How dare you be so unreasonable to the old man? Report your sect. I won't move you, Junior. I'll go and nag your family's adults to see how they usually teach their disciples to be so rude." Hearing this, Lu Kuanqing is crazy, but actually quite principled. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel much better about this snake immortal. "I say, Master Lu, do you really want to go and argue with my master? I'll tell you in advance. My master is very strong." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing smiled disdainfully. "Strong? Mortals only live for 100 years. How strong can they be? Brat, report your sect. I'm going to find your lord." Upon hearing such strong words from Lu Kuanqing, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, could not help but show a hint of a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. "Master Lu, my master's great name is Heavenly Channeler, and he is now the contemporary Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. If you really want to talk to his old man, why don't I pull the strings and build a bridge for you in the middle?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing surprisingly did not react for a moment to who Zhang Chen was talking about in terms of the Heavenly Channeler, but just as he was about to speak forcefully, his entire snake instantly froze in place. "Wait, brat, I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again if you can." Listening to Lu Kuanqing's voice was no longer as strong as before. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile and continued. "Kid Zhang Chen is the shut-in disciple of the 65th Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. If Master Lu really wants to meet my master, why don't I give him a call here? If you're not comfortable going, it's not impossible to have my master come to you." Lu Kunsang. Hearing the name Zhang Chen reported, Lu Kuanqing did not speak for a long time. It did not expect, in any case, that there would be a time when it would kick the bucket. That was the strongest generation of heavenly masters in Longhu Mountain for so many years. Even though it had long been cultivated, it still had to be afraid of this heavenly master of Longhu Mountain for 3 times, for no other reason. It is because this Longhu Mountain's successive generations of heavenly masters, mastered can have the strongest thunder law in this heaven and earth. The celestial master's other feats might not be able to injure him. Lu Kuanqing. But once this 5 thunder positive law is out, in case it triggers his Lu Kuanshang's terrifying heavenly tribulation again, then don't say he a Lu Kuanqing. Even if 10 Lu Kuanqing lined up together are not enough for this thunderbolt. He has practiced on earth for so many years. It also only dares to cross the nest in its acreage, not even dare to go out of the Shanghai Pass. What it was afraid of was in case if any generation of heavenly masters couldn't think of anything else, and took it, a great demon, to get rid of the demons and leave a world of fame. It's too late to cry. I'm afraid. Looking at this, Lu Kuanqing was silent for half a day, but did not say a word. Zhang Chen said with a helpless sigh, "I say, Master Lu, why don't we each take a step back? This time when I came to Guanwai, I wasn't mainly looking for you, but for Grandma Guan. I can keep this Tang Yotsai's memories, but he has to lead the way for me to find Grandma Guan in order to do so, and he must not reveal any of my whereabouts in the meantime." Hearing Zhang Chen's proposal, Lu Kuan gritted his teeth in anger. In its northeastern land, it has been used to running roughshod over the world, and has never been so aggrieved. But it couldn't be helped. Who let this kid's master be that pervert called Heaven's Channeler? Okay, I promise, but you'll have to tell me what you're up to, or else I don't feel comfortable with you, kid. Hearing that Lu Kuanqing had already loosened his tongue, Zhang Chen also nodded with satisfaction and said, "My purpose is simple. I'm here to help Grandma Guan deal with the spirit detaining dispatchers." Chapter 145, Against Spirit Detaining Dispatchers. Wouldn't it be enough to resist with a magic weapon? Helping Sekishika against the spirit detaining dispatch? Boy, you have a big mouth. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals is an 8-chi skill. What makes you able to deal with it? While listening to Lu Kuanxing's skeptical words, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Not on the basis of anything, just on the basis of this spirit detaining and dispatching. I will too. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, he activated his ability to restrain spirits and dispatch generals. As a trace of black air emerged from his body, the soul of Lu Kuanxing, which was hosted in the depths of Tang Youcai's soul, immediately sensed a hint of danger. The first moment he sensed the danger, Lu Kuanxing was ready to withdraw this strand of his soul. However, his movements were still a step slower than Zhang Chen's. Zhang Chen's large black hand easily grabbed his strand of soul and held it in his hand. Master Lu, now you believe what I said, don't you? After catching Lu Kuanxing's soul, Zhang Chen did not make any further moves. Instead, it was put back into Deng Youcai's soul. Feeling that terrifying power just now, his own soul was unexpectedly detained by Zhang Chen without any resistance. There was no doubt that the power that Zhang Chen had just used was indeed the legendary ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals. After being released by Zhang Chen, Lu Kuanxing was silent for a few moments before he finally opened his mouth. You can let Arigato take you to see Guan Shihua, but if your boy dares to do anything out of the ordinary with this ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals, I can't spare you. Zhang Chen naturally did not take Lu Kuanxing's threats to heart. After all, he had come here to prepare to gain Guan Shihua's support and prepare for the eradication of the Wang and Lu families. It's not about killing Guan Shihua, a 10-year-old. 5 minutes later, Deng Youcai woke up from his strange state. He looked at the two of them, Zhang Chen and Xiaohe, who were staring at him with smiles on their faces, and for a moment, his head was filled with questions. Soon, though, he remembered what had happened earlier. Just as he hastily retreated a few steps back, ready to run out of this iron pot stewed goose shop, a voice that hadn't sounded for a long time suddenly resounded in his mind. Arigato, take them to your aunt. I'll be over there later to see what this kid is up to. Hearing the words of Grandmaster Lu in his own mind, Tang Youcai first stared blankly, and then glanced at both Zhang Chen and Xiaohe with great surprise. He didn't expect that these two people would be so capable. It woke up the Ryu in his head. Next, the three of them rode in Tang Youcai's cab and headed towards a deep mountain outside the city. This was Guan Shihua's weekday retreat, and ordinary people couldn't find this place. The group of three arrived in front of a modest courtyard. Deng Youcai quickly stepped forward and knocked on the door of the room. Only after getting an answer from inside did he carefully push open the door to the room. Come on in, Auntie lives here. Ever since Lu Kuanxing said a few words in Tang Youcai's mind, Tang Youcai was then respectful to both Zhang Chen and Xiaohe. Walking into the small, modest courtyard, Zhang Chen saw Guan Shihua, who was trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Chen and the others arrive, Guan Shihua was not surprised. It looked like Lu Kuanxing should have already spoken to her about the news that Zhang Chen's men were coming. The shut-in disciple of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? If I remember correctly, you, Zhang Chen, should have died in the plane crash a week ago, right? Guan Shihua opened her mouth to ask Zhang Chen as she trimmed the flowers and plants. I am indeed dead if the news reports are anything to go by. It's just that I may be a bit of a blessing in disguise, and God doesn't want to take me in for a while. Hearing Zhang Chen open his mouth like this, Guan Shihua couldn't help but smile and then said, I don't think a plane crash could take you. After the joke, Guan Shihua suddenly stopped her hand movements. With a serious face, he looked at Zhang Chen and opened his mouth. When you weren't here yet, I heard Master Lu say that you came here to help our Exodus lineage with the trouble of detaining spirits and dispatching generals? Hearing Guan Shihua's sudden shift to the main topic, Zhang Chen's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile as he thought to himself. It seems that this spirit detention and dispatch is really a problem for their Exodus lineage. That's a pretty good entry point I'm looking for. After a moment of complacency in his heart, Zhang Chen straightened his face and returned. I can help you with the trouble of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. The moment these words of Zhang Chen fell, a light flashed in Guan Shihua's eyes. But, accordingly next you, the exit horse lineage, will have to stand on the same side as me. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shihua's eyes could not help but become complicated. Standing on the same front as Zhang Chen, this matter could be big or small. However, looking at Zhang Chen's posture of not traveling thousands of miles and coming to the northeast to find himself, Guan Shihua felt that this thing that Zhang Chen wanted them to do would definitely not be small. Tell us about it, and then we'll make a decision afterward. Guan Shihua hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Grandma Guan, if we say it now, I think our cooperation will not work out 100%. How about this? You first look at my sincerity. If you feel that the sincerity is enough, then we will proceed to discuss. How do you think? After Zhang Chen finished speaking, Guan Shihua was silent for a long time. Neither nodded yes nor no. However, With this situation, Zhang Chen took it as her default. Ever since Feng Zhanghao of the World Society became one of the company's 10 brothers, you old man has rarely gone to 10 brothers meetings anymore. I know you're worried about nothing more than one thing, the Wind family's spirit detaining dispatch. However, if I can help you solve this problem, so that the disciples of your Exodus lineage no longer have to worry about the effects of the spirit detaining dispatchers, I wonder how about this condition? How is it? These few words of Zhang Chen's were considered to have spoken to Guan Shiruo's heart. Ever since Feng Zhanghao, who had mastered the art of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, became one of the 10 brothers, Guan Shihua had regarded him as a great danger. The other party's gong method, but it completely restrained their exit horse lineage. No matter how powerful a spirit they invited out, they were defenseless in front of the other party's ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals. If what Zhang Chen said was true, he would be able to help himself with the trouble of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Let them out of the horse lineage is no longer confined to the acreage of the northeast region. In that case, working with Zhang Chen seemed like a good choice. Is there anything you can do to help us fight against the detaining spirit dispatch? After some serious thinking, Guan Shihua still couldn't help but open her mouth. It's simple. As long as there are enough that can withstand soul attack spells, it's fine. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shihua was first stunned, and then a hint of anger could not help but appear on her face. Spells? Humph. You brat. What a joke. How rare is something like a magic weapon, let alone one that can withstand soul attacks. If the magic weapon is so easy to get, why would I be afraid to leave the mountain pass for so long? While looking at the angry Guan Shihua, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. It's just a magic weapon. It's not a rare thing. Here, Grandma Guan, take this devouring sack for now. It contains 100 magical artifacts that can help you resist the power of the spirit detaining dispatch general. If that's not enough, I've got plenty more here. Sekishika? Chapter 146, Master Lu. You don't mind if I ask you to get laid, do you? A magic weapon that can withstand soul attacks? Still, or 100 pieces? Little boy, are you kidding me, old lady? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shihua couldn't help but shake her hand holding the eater's capsule. If what Zhang Chen said was true, this one tiny thing could actually hold 100 magic weapons inside, and all of them were also rare high-level magic weapons that could withstand soul attacks. Then the value of such a small phlebotomy capsule was simply incalculable. As for whether it's true or not, won't you know if you look at it? By the way, I forgot to tell you, the name of the thing I threw to you is called the Devouring Sack. It is a spatial artifact. You can fetch things or receive things by injecting your own air into it. There's so much room inside, it's still easy to fit an SUV in there. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, Guan Shiruo's hand suddenly shook again. For some reason, she suddenly felt as if the small phlebotomy capsule weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Good fellow, there's even a space magic weapon. What's going on with this kid? Why does he have so many magic weapons on his body? It's as if he doesn't need any money. Guan Shihua couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. The shock on her face hard to describe in words, only to see her take several deep breaths one after another, tuning her agitated heart to a state of calm. Only after this did she slowly infuse her air into the devouring sack that Zhang Chen had thrown to her. With her air injected into the devouring sack, the next moment she saw an oversized space in the devouring sack. In the midst of this space, 10 rows and 10 columns of golden rings were neatly arranged. If Guan Shihua had guessed correctly, these rings should be the magical artifacts that Zhang Chen had said could be used to fight against the spirit-detaining dispatchers. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua couldn't help but take out a few spells from it and check them out. While she was checking out the spells, Zhang Chen explained the functions of these spells to her from the side. This is a magic weapon that I purposely refined to use against the spirit-detaining dispatch general technique. Simply wearing this ring creates a special layer of golden light on the upper body of the immortal, which protects against any form of soul attack, but does not affect the upper body of the immortal. The only thing that's rather unfortunate is that these spells are disposable, and each ring lasts for 10 minutes. Listening to Zhang Chen's explanation, Guan Shihua became even more interested in these ring spells. If Grandma Guan is interested in this ring, we can totally experiment with it once now. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shiruo's face once again showed a heavy look of curiosity. Experiment? That's a good idea. But where are we going to find someone who can detain spirits and dispatch generals now? Hearing Guan Shiruo's words, Zhang Chen could not help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth. It seems like that guy, Lu Kuanxing, didn't tell Guan Shihua at all about his defeat at his own hands. If it's during normal times, you can only go to the Wang and Wind families, but now well, it just so happens that I know this technique as well. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shiruo's face revealed a look of shock. You're even good at spirit detaining and dispatching generals? At the mention of the words detaining spirits and dispatching generals, Guan Shihua couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At the same time her heart was grateful. Fortunately, Zhang Chen did not come to this place with any malicious intent. Otherwise, as long as his technique of detaining spirits and dispatching generals came out, he would have to play through even if he was a 10-year-old. After calming down, a hint of curiosity suddenly rose in Guan Shihua's eyes. With Zhang Chen's spirit detaining dispatch in place, she now wanted to test whether or not those magic weapons that Zhang Chen had mentioned were able to resist the effects of the spirit detaining dispatch. Well, why don't you come and try it? As soon as Guan Shihua's words fell, she took out a golden spell ring from her devouring pouch and put it on her hand. Zhang Chen smiled faintly at his words, and the black air in his hands began to diffuse continuously. Looking at this black air on Zhang Chen's body, Guan Shihua's heart shook. She had already sensed that the air that annoyed her by detaining spirits and dispatching generals had appeared in Zhang Chen's body. This kid is right. He actually knows how to detain spirits and dispatch generals. This is the 8 Wonders technique. Where on earth did this kid learn it from? The Wang family? Or the Wind family? Just as Guan Shihua was speculating where exactly Zhang Chen had learned the 8 Wonders technique from, another thought suddenly occurred to her. Since it's the 8 strange techniques then, Zhang Chen doesn't necessarily have mastered only one. He was able to refine so many magical treasures. Is it possible that he also mastered the legendary divine mechanism 100 refinements? Just as Guan Shihua looked at Zhang Chen with the eyes of a monster, Zhang Chen suddenly controlled the black air on his body and grabbed towards Guan Shihua. Seeing that Zhang Chen had already struck, Guan Shihua knew that the test had now begun. Please, Master Ryu, get on. In the first moment, Guan Shihua's fingers moved in quick succession, and the kung fu of the first lineage of exit horse was practiced by her to the point of purity. Almost instantly, she invoked Lu Kuanqing's soul into her body. In the meantime, in order to ensure the safety of Moncler outlet store Lu, Guan Shihua also injected her air into the spell ring as she invoked the spirit to possess her body. The moment Lu Kuanqing appeared on Guan Shihua, a faint golden light suddenly appeared around Guan Shihua's body. Is this a soul protection spell? What a rarity! Even old me hasn't seen one in many years. Lu Kuanqing, who had gotten on Guan Shihua's body, looked at this faint layer of golden light in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. Master Lu, we meet again. Are you satisfied with this spell of mine? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing gave him a puzzled look and after thinking for a long time, he faintly said, is this what you said was able to withstand the detaining spirit dispatch? But as good as this spell is, it doesn't seem like it can last too long. Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, Zhang Chen faintly smiled and said, you're right, it won't last too long, but the quantity makes up for the quality. It just so happens that you're here as well. So let's test the efficacy of this magic weapon. After saying that, Zhang Chang then fully operated the soul-detaining dispatch and grabbed towards Lu Kuanqing. Lu Kuanqing originally subconsciously wanted to dodge, but looking at the faint layer of golden light around his body, his heart crossed and he decided to try to resist this hard. Under Zhang Chen's large hand covered in black air, the previous invincible spirit detaining and dispatching generals, at this moment, seemed to have been hindered in some way, failing to detain Lu Kuanqing's soul over. Zhang Chen also experimented just this once and simply stopped. Looking at the surprised look on Lu Kuanqing's face at this moment, Zhang Chen faintly smiled and said, Master Lu, how powerful is this magic weapon? Lu Kuanqing sniffed and nodded, then said seriously, not bad, it does have the effect of resisting the detaining spirit dispatch. With this kind of magic weapon in my possession, I won't be afraid of those children's crooked techniques anymore. Looking at this moment, Lu Kuanqing was in the midst of his excitement. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth smiled slightly as he spoke out a sentence that gave Lu Kuanqing a big shock. Master Lu, I find this inviting of spirits to the body by your northeastern Exodus lineage very interesting. I'd like to invite you over from Grandma Seiki for a temporary experience now, if you don't mind. Chapter 147, Replicating the Horse Immortal Technique. Lu Kuanqing, who was forcibly pulled away. Lu Kuanqing, who had just been interested in the magic weapon on his body, froze for a moment after hearing Zhang Chen's words. He couldn't help but pull out his ears, thinking he had heard wrong, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, what did you boys just say? You're going to ask me to get laid? Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about whether or not you kids know the kung fu of the Izumo lineage, not to mention the fact that we haven't signed any spiritual contract between us, so how are you going to ask me to get on top of you? Looking at the puzzled Lu Kuanqing, Zhang Chen gave him a mysterious smile. Just now, when he used the detaining spirit dispatching general, he had touched the air of the exit horse lineage inviting immortal technique on Guan Shihua's body. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting the air of the Ma Xian Kung Fu. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Is it copied immediately? Hearing this familiar voice ring out, Zhang Chen silently responded in his mind. Reproduce immediately. Zhang Chen's words fell. In the next moment all the contents of all the feats of the Exodus immortal lineage, all of them surfaced one by one in Zhang Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host who has successfully copied the technique. The level of the feat is the same as that of the person being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Wait until the voice that the feat could be used immediately sounded. Zhang Chen then no longer hesitated and directly struck the starting stance of the Exodus immortal lineage technique in front of Lu Kuanqing. This kid, when did he learn this technique? Was it just a short time ago when Sekishika summoned me up? Watching Zhang Chen's movements, Lu Jianqing could not help but be shocked in his heart. If Zhang Chen had really learned this technique in such a short period of time, doesn't that mean that this kid is actually a genius in cultivation? No, genius no longer adequately describes his talent. Should have called him a demon. However, although Lu Kuanqing was shocked in his heart that Zhang Chen was able to learn Exodus Immortal's technique so quickly, but what he was curious about now was the words that Zhang Chen had just said to him. This kid seems to be inviting me on? I'd like to see how he invited me on without a spiritual contract. At this point, Lu Jianqing seemed a bit disbelieving. He just stood there silently, watching Zhang Chen quickly complete the gesture of inviting an immortal to his body from the lineage of the horse immortal. Master Ryu, come play on my side. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Lu Kuanqing was just about to open his mouth to scoff, yet he hadn't had time to laugh out loud. His entire soul then immediately suffered an extremely terrifying pull to pull it towards Zhang Chen's body. What the hell? This kid really made it? Just as Lu Kuanqing was in a daze. Almost instantly, he flew from Guan Shiruo's body to Zhang Chen's. This is, that brat's body? Lu Kuanqing, who had come to the new environment, felt the almost terrifying life cultivation coming from Zhang Chen's body. The strength of this dispositional cultivation was already no less than even his own self who had cultivated for hundreds of years. What's going on with this kid? His body, why is it so strong? It's simply strong and terrifying. How old is this kid? Where did he get all this cultivation from? The more Lu Kuanqing thought about it, the more shocked he became. Just as he was about to take over Zhang Chen's body and check the exact condition of his body, Lu Kuanqing was surprised at this moment. Although he had managed to get into Zhang Chen's body, he was unable to control this terrifyingly powerful body. His own previous method of controlling other people's bodies was surprisingly of no use at all in Zhang Chen's body. TSK, Master Lu's soul is really strong. If it wasn't for my dual full hands being powerful enough to resist your soul invasion, or else I would have been manipulated by you. Feeling that his strength had almost doubled several times since Lu Kuansheng had taken on his body, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh out in admiration. Double full hand? How come you kid even knows this 8 strange techniques? Regarding the effects of the dual perfect hand palm sect technique, Lu Kuansheng had naturally heard Guan Shihua speak about it. At this time within Zhang Chen's body, he is controlling the soul of Ryu Kunsang with the power of his double full hand blue hand, while keeping him from having control of his own body. He himself was still able to borrow Lu Kuansheng's power. It couldn't have been more perfect for Zhang Chen. Ever since the time when Lu Kuansheng's soul left Guan Shihua's body and came into Zhang Chen's body, Guan Shihua violently recovered from the state of inviting the immortal to the body. She looked around a bit confused and couldn't find any sign of Lu Kuansheng anywhere. This caused Guan Shihua to be a little depressed. In the past, when Grand Master Lu left, he would at least command a few words. I didn't expect to leave without a word this time. Just when Guan Shihua thought that Lu Kuansheng had left, she looked up at Zhang Chen, who was standing across from her. With just this glance, Guan Shihua actually felt a trace of fear in her heart. What the hell is going on here? When did this kid become so strong? This sense of terrifying oppression on his body, I've only seen it on Grand Master Lu's body in previous times. Looking at the bland expression on Zhang Chen's face, Guan Shihua was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. At this moment, after feeling the enhancement brought about by Lu Kuansheng's upper body, Zhang Chen then stopped trapping Lu Kuansheng's soul inside his body and directly released him. Seeing the Lu Kuansheng soul that suddenly appeared in front of him, Sekishika was a little dazed for a moment. Master Lu, didn't you just leave? When did you come back again? Hearing Guan Shihua's words, Lu Kuansheng's old face blushed. In front of this junior, he didn't want to bring up the fact that he had just suffered another defeat, especially since he had also suffered 2 defeats at the hands of Zhang Chen. Cough. Just now I had a bit of a prior to take care of. Mu didn't have time to talk to you. Those things have been busy, so you don't have to think about them so much. Listening to Lu Kuansheng's deadpan words, Zhang Chen secretly gave it a middle finger. Seeing the middle finger erected by Zhang Chen, Lu Kuan's teeth itched with anger, but there was nothing he could do. By the way, I remember hearing you guys say earlier that Zhang Chen seemed to have learned the techniques of our Exodus lineage. You just temporarily dismounted me, and I didn't have time to see the whole thing. Master Lu, how is this kid learning? Does it have the caliber of an initiated disciple? Hearing Guan Shihua's words, Lu Kuanqing's face couldn't help but darken with dissatisfaction. You ninny, what a pot to piss in. He's going to learn poorly enough to pull me out of you, and trap me in his body and make me work for him. I've never been so wronged in my life. However, although Lu Kuanqing was very dissatisfied in his heart, he still forced down his fire. Calmly, he spoke. This kid Zhang Chen is very talented in the lineage of the outgoing horse. If I could, old me would want to sign a spirit contract with him. Just as Lu Kuanqing sighed at Zhang Chen's extreme talent in the Exodus lineage, Zhang Chen, who had only just forced Lu Kuanqing into himself, began to inquire about his system and his mind again at this moment. System, is it possible for the Exodus immortal technique to be strengthened now? Chapter 148. How did he manage to invite so many spirits at once and still not be revolted? Zhang Chen's words had just been asked shortly after. Next moment, the system's voice don't ring in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. This technique is the immortal invocation technique of the Exodus lineage, with 3 directions of enhancement. 1. Number of immortals invited. Can invite 100 spirits at a time at the same time. 2. Reinforcement of the spirit body. The spirit body can be reinforced to 100 times its strength. 3. Mythical immortal spirit. You can invite a mythological immortal spirit into your body, and you can obtain mythological immortal spirit enhancement and unique abilities. Note, this ability enhancement is not linked to options 1 and 2. Zhang Chen's face showed a hint of surprise when he saw these 3 reinforcing directions. To be able to invite 100 spirit bodies into one's body at the same time. I'm afraid that the increase in strength brought about by these spirit bodies alone would be beyond the imagination of an ordinary cultivator. Not to mention a second direction of spiritual strengthening. The strength of the spirit body that is invited into the body is directly able to be strengthened to 100 times its current strength. If it was then united with the first enhancement, wouldn't it be that all of the 100 spirit bodies that were invited to the upper body would be strengthened 100 times? With such a powerful might added down, I'm afraid that any of the outgoing disciples who have mastered these strengthening directions, all of them are able to have the strength to challenge the 10 brothers temporarily, right? What surprised Zhang Chen even more was the third strengthening direction, the ability to invite a mythical fairy spirit into your body and gain access to its unique abilities. That's a mythical immortal spirit. For example, the legendary true dragon, Phoenix and these divine beasts, or poor Chi, Tao Tai and these terrible beasts. Either one is a being capable of scaring people to death. After reading these individual enhancement directions, Zhang Chen barely hesitated. Speak directly in your own mind. Reinforce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell. Next moment, he then began to rehearse the system's revamped version of the Exodus lineage's immortal invocation technique under the system's impetus. As he watched, a new wave of spiritual air began to surround Zhang Chen's body. A feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar surged through Guan Shiruo's mind. This is the immortal invocation technique of our exit horse lineage? No. This is more than just our immortal invocation technique. There's something new mixed in there. Zhang Chen, this brat, he's modifying the gongfu that we've passed down for so many years. Witnessing this scene, Guan Shiruo's brows were furrowed, her heart filled with shock and disbelief. For the sake of those 100 pieces of magic weapons, she couldn't help but speak out and remind. Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Arbitrarily altering this long-inherited gong method is simply nonsense. This is not child's play. In case it goes off the rails, the consequences are unimaginable. However, Zhang Chen did not stop his hand movements due to Guan Shiruo's warning. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. It was as if everything was within his grasp. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, closed his eyes and sank his mind, and began to continue the drill according to the rhythm of the system. As he went deeper into his maneuvers, the air around him seemed to become condensed, and an unusual air began to coalesce around him. Guan Shiruo looked on with trepidation. She had never seen anyone who could alter their own feet so recklessly. In her opinion, Zhang Chen's move was tantamount to dancing on a tightrope, and if she was not careful, she would fall into the abyss of doom. If she could, she really wanted to persuade Zhang Chen to hurry up and stop. She didn't want to see a talented young man fall just like that. Xia He, who was dressed in a white suit, stood aside, her face not showing much surprise. Instead, she wore a smile that she seemed to have known was coming. For Zhang Chen's ability to alter people's families' hundreds of years' worth of gongfu, Xia He had long been surprised. If Wang Jinxia was also present this time, they were afraid that the two sisters would have to get together again and start spouting off about their own boss's perverted cultivation talent. Looking at Guan Shiruo, who looked worried at the side, Xia He thought for a moment and said softly, Grandma Guan, you don't have to worry. Zhang Chen, since he dares to alter your immortal invocation technique of the exit horse lineage, he must have 100% certainty of success. I think when he has altered this technique, You will be shocked beyond words by his newly altered technique. Hearing Xiaohe's words, Guan Shirua's tense nerves relaxed a little. Seeing the slightly relaxed Guan petrified, Xiaohe continued, when I followed Zhang Chen before, I often had the same concern. But with time, you get used to it. Look at the confident expression on Xiaohe's face. Guan Shihua also began to gradually believe in Xiaohe's words. At the same time, her heart began to feel a slight curiosity about Zhang Chen's new gongfu that was about to be revamped. Having heard the conversation between the two, Lu Kuanxing, who hadn't left for the time being, also had a curious look on his face. He also wanted to see what would be different about the gongfu that had been revamped by Zhang Chen. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, an unprecedented power erupted from within him, spreading out in all directions, covering the entire area of 100 miles in circumference. Lu Kuanxing and Guan Shihua were a bit stunned by this scene. They were a bit confused as to what Zhang Chen was doing with this mess. However, just as they froze, the originally calm small courtyard suddenly became incredibly lively. The air that Zhang Chen had just spread out seemed to have been responded to by every spirit in this vicinity. Immediately after that, a light of various colors converged from all directions. These lights had the silhouette of a spirit body in them. They were either grasses, trees, insects and ants, or like birds, beasts, fishes and insects, in various forms. All of them sped towards the direction where Zhang Chen was. What came next was even more shocking beyond measure for both men. When these spirits approached Zhang Chen's body, they actually did not have the slightest conflict or resistance, and directly integrated into his body. In this moment, it was as if Zhang Chen had transformed into a gigantic nascent soul space, attracting all the spirit bodies within this 100-mile radius and incorporating them into his body. Lu Kuanxing and Guan Shihua glanced at each other, both of their eyes filled with shock and incomprehension. As far as they knew, no matter how high the cultivation level of the Exodus lineage was, they could not invite multiple spirits into their bodies at the same time, let alone accommodate dozens of spirits at once. This kind of behavior seems to them to be almost impossible and still extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause the spirits to revolt, and one might even be devoured by these spirits. However, not only did Zhang Chen do it, but looking at his expression he seemed to be quite relaxed. Instead of showing any discomfort after absorbing these spirit bodies, his body became much stronger than before. Looking at Zhang Chen, whose strength had risen greatly at this moment, Guan Shihua swallowed hard and spoke incredulously. How is this possible? How on earth did Zhang Chen he manage to invite so many spirits at once and still not get backfired? Chapter 149, What the hell? How can inviting the spirit to possess the body strengthen the spirit? Zhang Chen did not give a direct response to Lu Kuanxing and Guan Shirua's shock. Instead, he continued with the system and started practicing in the second intensive direction. Driven by the system, Zhang Chen's consciousness sank into the depths of the sea of souls within his body, one by one looking at the spirit bodies that had been invited into his body. These dozens of various kinds of spirits with varying strengths surprisingly reached an unprecedented unity within Zhang Chen's body. After a brief exchange, Zhang Chen quickly came to an agreement with these spirits, having all of these dozens of spirits agree to the next enhancement that Zhang Chen would do to them. Subsequently, only an unprecedented wave of energy began to spread out from Zhang Chen's body. Those spirit bodies within him were not only not in any conflict due to their large numbers. Instead, in an instant, all of them were generally activated by this power to activate their potential. The strength of these dozens of spirits of theirs had unexpectedly skyrocketed 100-fold in this instant. As these spirits began to get stronger, Zhang Chen, who had absorbed them into his body, his aura became even more unfathomable. Lu Kuanxing and Guan Shihua sensed that both these spirits and Zhang Chen's power were surging. For a while, the two of them looked at each other, and it was hard to hide the horror in their eyes. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but recall certain profound secret techniques they had once seen in ancient texts. Those who practiced those secret techniques were able to temporarily enhance their upper body's spiritual abilities through special means, but the corresponding cost is immense. It is extremely damaging to both the possessed spirit and the user themselves. What's more, even with that kind of secret method, the spirit that could perform the enhancement could still only be one. What Zhang Chen had done now, however, was to strengthen dozens of spirit bodies so drastically at the same time. Just from the extent of those spirits' strength, at the very least they were strengthened by as much as 100 times. This was unbelievable and unbelievable in their perception. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to believe that there was such a terrifying ability in this world. See this scene. Guan Shihua pursed her lips tightly, and in addition to shock in her eyes, there was also a trace of imperceptible excitement. If such an ability could be mastered by her as well, coupled with the magic weapon in Zhang Chen's body that was capable of blocking soul attacks in his body, then her strength must be able to rank among the top 10. How does this work? Witnessing this scene, Lu Kuanqing was so shocked that he was somewhat speechless for a while. Also being a spirit body, the current Lu Kuanqing was naturally extremely sensitive to the changes in those spirits. Now that he looked at Zhang Chen again, his eyes were filled with incredulity. Among his past experiences, the relationship between spirit beings and humans has always been one of spirits coming to the aid of the humans who have invited them into their bodies. Humans borrow the power of spirits for a short period of time by invoking them to enhance their own strength. But today, he saw a diametrically opposite scene in Zhang Chen. Strengthening the spiritual body with human power is still nearly 100-fold. This completely shattered what he had known for hundreds of years in the past. The moment. A strange light suddenly flashed in Lu Kuanqing's eyes. Obviously, he had been attracted to this unprecedented way of strengthening his power by Zhang Chen's demonstration with all of his attention. He wanted to be like those spirit bodies and get on top of Zhang Chen once again to feel the strengthening of the power for himself. Despite being an experienced immortal, Lu Kuanqing was well aware of the possible risks involved in this newly created technique, but the curious desire to explore this unknown force within him prompted him to make a decision with little hesitation. Zhang Chen, can I try? There was a hint of determination in Lu Kuanqing's voice. He looked straight at Zhang Chen with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Zhang Chen looked at Lu Kuanqing and nodded directly. Yes. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Lu Kuanqing's entire body relaxed. As much as possible, he cooperated with all of Zhang Chen's actions. Immediately afterward, as Zhang Chen once again used the inviting spirit gesture, Lu Kuanqing directly transformed into a spirit body and was once again invited into his body by Zhang Chen. After entering Zhang Chen's body, it was still the same as before, and Lu Kuanqing did not have any control over it. It was still only a matter of being borrowed by Zhang Chen's own power. Those spirits that entered Zhang Chen's body one step ahead of it. As soon as they saw a new spirit come in, they immediately gathered around, ready to show off their enhanced muscles to this new guy. However, when they came to the newly arrived spirits, the spirits all wilted, because they were surprised to see the snake immortal Lu Kuanqing, who was extremely famous outside the entire Shanghai Pass. Lu Kuanqing snorted coldly and did not pay any attention to these guys who were disrespectful to it. After all, he had come here to feel the strengthening of his power, not to show off his godly prowess. Just as Lu Kuanqing was about to complain about how the power hadn't come yet, next moment, Lu Kuanqing only felt a warm current rise from the soles of his feet and quickly spread throughout his body in almost an instant. He felt an unprecedented power surging through his body. It was a power that did not belong to himself, yet could blend perfectly with him. At this time, he only felt as if his body was wrapped in an invisible force. Under this power, he clearly felt his strength become almost 100 times stronger than before. Is this what power tastes like? This is the first time since I stepped out of my body as an immortal that I felt anything close to the power of my own body. Lu Kuanqing muttered as he tried to move his arms and legs, realizing that his soul was filled with unprecedented vitality. It made him a little happy. If every disciple of the Exodus lineage is able to master such a power, wouldn't it be true that even outside of the pass, I would have a power that is no less than that of my own body? Thinking of this, Lu Kuanqing couldn't help but be slightly moved. However, he gave up after a moment's thought. After all, having such a terrifying power attached to one's body, other than Zhang Chen, a pervert, there was no junior who could carry the oppression of such power. A bad one might just crush that junior. Ugh, how is it that geniuses come from other people's homes? How wonderful it would be if this Exodus lineage could have a disciple as powerful as Zhang Chen's talent. Lu Kuanqing sighed helplessly in his heart. Like the many bigwigs of the sects, how they longed for Zhang Chen to be a disciple of their own sect. It was a pity that Zhang Chen was not. Just as Lu Kuanqing felt this rare power, he was there constantly sighing. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's voice rang in the ears of all these spirits. Thank you all for coming to help me with this experiment. Now I'm going to move on to the next experiment. So please return to your places for the time being. All of you who have been invited by me this time can come inside the small courtyard tomorrow to receive a magic weapon in return. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, all the spirits in his body were all sent back to him in a flash. Lu Kuanqing, who had just felt the power but lost it instantly, was depressed by Zhang Chen. Just as he was about to complain to Zhang Chen for a few moments, a terrifying aura immediately came from Zhang Chen's body. It made Lu Kuanqing, who wanted to open his mouth to complain, shut his mouth at once. Chapter 150, What the hell? Zhang Chen summoned a real dragon onto his body? After returning all of these spirits that were invited into the body, Zhang Chen then began to test the use of the last ability. Invite mythical fairies to take on the body. That's a mythical immortal spirit. The fame of the mythical immortal spirit alone caused Zhang Chen to feel some small excitement, not to mention the imminent access to fairy-like powers after inviting them on. For the first time to invite an immortal spirit on your body, let's try the true dragon immortal spirit. After deciding to try the last ability enhancement, only Zhang Chen closed his eyes and concentrated. his entire body's aura suddenly climbing at this moment. His soul entered a strange space in an instant and began to start communicating with the mysterious power deep in the void. Zhang Chen knew that the mysterious force in the depths of the void should be the mythical immortal spirit with terrifying power, the true dragon. After the communication was established, an echo immediately came from the true dragon immortal spirit's side. Next moment, as the power within Zhang Chen's body began to continuously churn and fluctuate, the air around him suddenly became incredibly sticky. An extraordinary sense of oppression began to center around Zhang Chen and spread out continuously in all directions. A few moments later, thunder seemed to boom in the void. Immediately afterward, a majestic and incomparable mass of spiritual air began to rush downwards from the sky. Those spirit airs transformed into a sinuous and circling dragon-shaped silhouette in the air. Every dragon scale, every dragon horn and even every dragon beard on its body all revealed the true owner of this spiritual air. It was the immortal spirit of that legendary true dragon. In an instant, the shadow of the true dragon immortal spirit then covered Zhang Chen's body. By this time, Zhang Chen had been possessed by a true dragon, and what emanated from his body was no longer the aura of a mortal, but the majesty unique to true dragons, the strength of the dragon air in him. It made even Lu Kuansheng, who was the snake immortal of the world, feel a burst of unbearable oppression. At this moment, he couldn't help but slightly bend his waist when facing Zhang Chen, with a slight sense of bowing down. The true dragon aura on Zhang Chen's body was as if it was substantial, surrounding Zhang Chen and causing everyone present to feel a shock from their souls. Suddenly awakened, Lu Kuansheng was shocked in his heart. He hastily took several steps back, looking at the dragon air on Zhang Chen's body with shock in his heart. He had never thought that someone could invite such an honorable immortal spirit, not to mention letting it get on top of him, and only being able to borrow his power by Zhang Chen. At this moment, this behavior of Zhang Chen's was extremely rare even in the entire history of the Exodus lineage, and could even be called unparalleled. After all, it was a real dragon, immortal spirits that only existed in legends, the existence that he, an old man who had lived for hundreds of years, aspired to the most. As in, it would be great if we could obtain a strand of dragon air. Looking at the dragon air that was overflowing everywhere on Zhang Chen's body, Lu Kuansheng was not to mention how envious he was at this moment. As a snake demon practicing to attain the way, its greatest wish is to cross the dragon gate in this life and evolve into that true dragon that exists in legends. However, after these hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, he unexpectedly even failed to cultivate the dragon, and is now just a snake demon with some cultivation. Not to mention that legendary true dragon. The current one was still 100,000 miles away from a true dragon, but if the current one could obtain a strand of true dragon air, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. It could even allow him to metamorphose from a snake demon into a dragon in a very short period of time. Thus, looking at those dragon airs on Zhang Chen's body, Lu Kuansheng couldn't wait to take them for himself. It's just a shame that he doesn't dare to do that now. After all, the one who was now on Zhang Chen's body was a true dragon, which had an unimaginable suppression on him. The snake, once he dared to think such thoughts, fearfully, Zhang Chen would be able to take it down in the first instance with the true dragon aura he had on him at the moment. Against a true dragon, he, Lu Kuansheng, would not resist at all, much less dare to have. At this moment, although Guan Shihua did not understand what was happening to Zhang Chen, to be able to make this Grand Master Lu beside himself, to be able to reveal such a combined expression of shock, fear plus envy. However, it was clear to her that what Zhang Chen had summoned now was definitely an existence she could hardly imagine. Zhang Chen naturally noticed how Lu Kuansheng looked at this moment. However, he did not immediately fulfill his wish by granting it a strand of the legendary true dragon air. Many legendary abilities unique to true dragons now appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. He wanted to experience these abilities beforehand. As for Lu Kuansheng, let him be anxious for a while. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, the power of the true dragon immortal spirit immediately surged within him. Dragons can move clouds and make rain. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt as if he could do it. The moment this thought had just arisen in his mind, he felt as if he had established a connection with this sky. With a movement in Zhang Chen's mind, he only saw his figure spread out, rapidly rising up in the air like a true dragon. His body was extremely light as he flew up into the clouds. The speed was so fast that almost in the blink of an eye, it had crossed above the clouds. Flying in the air, Zhang Chen's will had resonated with the natural power of this heaven and earth at this moment. He looked around at the clouds and hooked his hand casually. These clouds around them were as if they had been summoned by an invisible call. It began to rapidly gather and surround Zhang Chen's body, and within a short time, it formed a large sea of clouds that could not be seen at a glance. As Zhang Chen further mobilized the power of the true dragon immortal spirit, those clouds began to gradually change color. As they gradually deepened in color, the sky, which had just been incredibly clear, immediately changed color. Now look at the weather again. A violent storm is not far away. I'm afraid. As the air pressure in the sky decreased steeply, the wind rose in a flash, and lightning and thunder came out in unison. For a while, the clear sky became cloudy, wild winds began to whistling past continuously, and a bucket-thick lightning bolt of thunder cut through the sky. See that the momentum has been brewing in place. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and waved his hand slowly. Next moment, only to see the raindrops begin to drift downward in the clouds, drop by drop, a hint, a string of. It gradually merged into a downpour that kept pouring down from the depths of those clouds. In an instant, the supreme power of the true dragon immortal spirit that controlled the clouds and rain was used by Zhang Chen to the fullest extent. Looking at the raging storm below him, Zhang Chen felt that it seemed to have not utilized 1/10 of his true dragon's might. If he really used all of the true dragon's might to rain, I'm afraid that it would bring a great disaster to this region. No wonder it can be called a true dragon. Such a powerful means. Raising one's hand is a terrifying heavenly calamity. But it's only with such amazing strength that one can be called an immortal spirit among the myths. Chapter 151, Controlling the Power of Thunder. Preparing to trade true dragon air. After successfully mastering the ability to move clouds and rain, Zhang Chen did not stop there. He glanced down at the thunder clouds below, and an interesting thought bubbled up in his mind. A true dragon's ability is also capable of manipulating thunder. I haven't formally learned the 5 thunder positive technique yet, but being exposed to thunder now seems to be very beneficial to learning the thunder technique in the future. When he thought of this, Zhang Chen cast his own gaze on the constantly roaring power of thunder within the clouds. The idea of harnessing thunder had begun to sprout in his mind. Even though Zhang Chen had yet to learn the 5 thunder positive technique of Longhu Mountain, this was indeed an opportunity for him to come into contact with the thunder technique in advance. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen closed his eyes. Once again, he immersed himself in that unique ability of the true dragon immortal spirit and began to search for the secret method of controlling thunder. Zhang Chen sensed the thunder rhythms around him and tried to establish a connection between him and these thunders as he had done before. Soon, his consciousness merged into the thunder clouds, and he began to try to channel those raging thunder forces, making them move under his control. At first, Raiden didn't seem to want to obey him. Controlling thunder is much more difficult than controlling rain clouds. However, when Zhang Chen gradually began to increase his own true dragon's air, those raging thunders also slowly became obedient under the influence of his true dragon's air. Finally, when Zhang Chen was able to fully control those thunderbolts he had manipulated, a dazzling thunderbolt began to be guided by Zhang Chen. With extreme precision, it slashed at a boulder not far away. Boom! A popping sound came. The head of a mountain in the distance was instantly split in half by this thunder controlled by the charter. Countless pieces of debris scattered in all directions. However, to the immense surprise of the crowd, apart from the fact that the head of this mountain was blown apart by the thunder, but the vegetation around it was unharmed. Obviously, this was thunder that someone was specifically manipulating. At this moment, Lu Kuanqing stood on the sidelines, witnessing the shocking scene of Zhang Chen directing the power of thunder above the clouds to split the mountain. He trembled the moment the thunder fell. If it wasn't for the fact that the thunder struck the distant mountain, he would have thought that the thunder was going to fall on him. If a single thunderbolt landed on his body, I'm afraid that his calamity of transforming into an ogre would have to come in this way. In this present age of the end, it was impossible for any human being to have another chance to ascend to immortality. Not to mention him being a tiny snake demon, the calamity of transforming the ogre could be considered a 9 deaths and 1 life test for him. Just by feeling the terrifying power within that thunder just now, even Lu Kuanqing, who was a realized snake immortal, felt a palpitation at this moment. The destructive power carried in that terrifying thunder was enough to turn any living being that disrespected the vast heavenly might into ashes. Seeing that after that one thunderbolt fell, no more new thunderbolts descended, Lu Kuanqing let out a fierce sigh of relief. He knew that just now, if not for Zhang Chen's precise control of the thunder's landing point, allowing it to avoid the positions of the people present, I'm afraid that I'm already going to start transmitting the transformation Jiao revenge myself now. This Zhang Chen kid just pulls the snake scare all day long. These bull noses of their Longhu Mountain, the old and the young, none of them are good. But this power to control thunder is truly enviable. Lu Kuanqing cursed in his heart, but it did not affect the envy of Zhang Chen in his heart. Along with envy, he felt a tinge of gratitude. Luckily, he had been okay with this kid before. Didn't mess with the unbeatable little guy. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it won't be that hill that gets struck by lightning this time. Instead, it's yourself. After manipulating the thunder, Zhang Chen was able to experience the power of a true dragon in a thorough manner. Although the one who invited the true dragon to take on his body, there was still a long way to go between him and the real true dragon. But Zhang Chen believed that he would just keep practicing. One day he or she will be able to stand on the same level as the immortal spirits of mythology. After all, He was the one who had the system in place. So none of this was difficult. Look down at the thick cloud cover below. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Chen dispersed all these clouds. It made the sky, which had just been raining gale force winds and roaring thunder, once again turned back to a clear and cloudless appearance. After doing that, Zhang Chen felt that there was still a lot of true dragon air remaining in his body. An idea suddenly came to him. Zhang Chen realized that this residual power would only return to nature if it dispersed in this way. How about you can use these true dragon airs to make some deals with Lu Kuanqing? After all, Zhang Chen could see that guy Lu Kuanqing was very attracted to these true dragon airs on him. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen could not help but reveal a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. There were quite a few things that Zhang Chen wanted in Lu Kuanqing's body. Thus, Zhang Chen directly brought the remaining true dragon air and descended from the sky, landing in front of Lu Kuanqing. Lu Kuanqing, who hadn't yet gotten over his shock. The first time he saw Zhang Chen, he was first startled. However, when he saw those true dragon airs permeating Zhang Chen's body, a hint of greed instantly showed in his eyes. That's true dragon air. If I can ask for some true dragon air, then the probability of me crossing the Jiao transformation tribulation can at least be mentioned as 50%. Just as Lu Kuanqing was pondering in his mind how to ask Zhang Chen for some true dragon air, Zhang Chen, who was standing beside him, however, preempted him and spoke. Master Lu, this time I invited the true dragon immortal spirit, and I just experienced the power of the true dragon, and there's still quite a bit of true dragon air left in my body. I was thinking that if I can't use it up it's going to go to waste anyway, so why don't I use these true dragon airs to make a deal with Grand Master Lu? What do you think? Zhang Chen's words were filled with sincerity. He was well aware of Lu Kuanqing's desire to transform into an augur as a snake immortal. Zhang Chen knew that even if he did not mention the contents of the deal, Lu Kuanqing would not hesitate to agree. As expected, he guessed right. Lu Kuanqing almost didn't even think about it. The first moment he heard that Zhang Chen wanted to trade true dragon air with himself, a snakehead immediately nodded frantically like a pile driver. Good. Yes, just name your price for what you want, as long as you can give the old man a trace of true dragon air, even if it's just a little bit. Lu Kuanqing put his attitude extremely low at the moment. There was not the slightest bit of the old might of him. The snake immortal. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Zhang Chen was willing to give him true dragon air right now, he would be willing to let him lick Zhang Chen's shoes for him even once. Looking at the Lu Kuanqing who looked like this, Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. He had thought that negotiating a deal with Ryu Jensen would be a difficult thing to do, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the attractiveness of this true dragon air on himself to this snake immortal. Chapter 152, is it not too much to call these conditions humiliating to the country? If that's the case, then I'm going to start negotiating. Hearing Zhang Chen speak, Lu Kuanqing hurriedly nodded his head frantically. Very eagerly, he spoke. Little old brother of Longhu Mountain, speak quickly. As long as we can get our hands on anything, we promise you everything. Talking about conditions, Lu Kuanqing is not afraid at all. What he was afraid of was that Zhang Chen would not negotiate with him. Looking at Lu Kuanqing's appearance at this moment, Guan Shihua was a bit confused. He had grown up and watched this Grand Master Lu for so many years. It's the first time I've ever seen a flattering look on his face. You should know that this one is a virtuous snake immortal who has been practicing for hundreds of years. It was surprising that he would fawn so much over a disciple of Longhu Mountain. This obviously doesn't make sense. However, in front of Lu Kuanqing, Guan Shihua could only swallow her doubts in her stomach. After all, this was someone's own business. Master Ryu. A guy by himself who needed to rely on Master Ryu's help in fights. But you're not qualified to talk to Master Lu. Xia He, who was on the side, looked at Lu Kuanqing's expression at this moment. A faint smile spread across the corners of his mouth. From the time I met Zhang Chen, this legendary Grand Master Lu Kuanqing, the facial expression change is so rich. It was even more outrageous than the change in expression of Wudong's sect master Zhou Meng, and Tangsek's sect master Yan Lai. Sure enough, following Zhang Chen was able to see images that he had never seen before no matter what. It was so much fun to see the big man lose his cool. Looking at Lu Kuanqing who had an expectant face hoping that he would make a request, Zhang Chen was a bit speechless for a while. He'd never seen a guy in such a hurry to try to sell himself out. Then I'm going to say it. Seeing Zhang Chen still hanging on to his appetite, Lu Kuanqing was so anxious for a moment that he spat up his letters directly in place. If he hadn't been standing here as a soul, I'm afraid the snake's saliva would have flowed all over the place already. To be fair, it shouldn't be too much for me to take these remaining true dragon airs on my body and exchange them with you for 3 demands, right? Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, Lu Kuanqing was instantly surprised. What? All of the rest of these true dragon airs are given to me? And only 3 requests for change? For a moment Lu Kuanqing could not believe his ears. After all, The conditions proposed by Zhang Chen were just too much for him. It's so damn cheap. Right now, there was quite a lot of true dragon air left in Zhang Chen's body, yet he only exchanged 3 requests. This is really a solid deal for Lu Kuanqing. However, Lu Kuanqing quickly calmed down from his excitement. He had lived for so many years and naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Zhang Chen only mentioned 3 requests, so one would think that his requests must not be something simple either. Lu Kuanqing thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and opened his mouth. If it's a request to beat up a character like old Tianchi, I can only oblige you once at most. Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, Zhang Chen could not help but roll his eyes. Am I crazy? Why did I tell you to go beat up my master? And what do you mean you can only say yes once? You haven't been able to successfully transform the augur yet. At most you can only go once. Lu Kun sang. Okay, no more selling you short. My request is simple. First, I want to meet your original body, to see how strong the cultivation of a snake immortal who has been practicing for 100 years really is. Hearing this first request from Zhang Chen, Lu Kuanqing could not help but feel a pang of doubt and could not help but open his mouth to ask, just a glimpse of my essence? That simple? Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, Zhang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Of course not. At the very least, I'll have to go through 2 moves with you, so that you can instruct me on my cultivation. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Pointers and all that are fine, but can we stop inviting real dragons into our bodies? With the true dragon immortal spirit in your body, I don't even have the strength to fight back. Looking at this Grandmaster Lu so honest, Zhang Chen was not in a position to bully him too much, so he nodded. Yes, I don't need to get out of the horse's lineage. As Zhang Chen's words fell, the first request of the 2 of them was quickly reached. The first requirement has been met, so now let's talk about the second. This second request will cost you a little. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing's face could not help but become serious as well. Tell me, just don't hurt my life essence. Hearing Lu Kuanqing reply in such a manner, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth could not help but curl up. I've heard that when a snake immortal transforms into a jiao, it will leave behind the remains of the previous snake immortal, and will also give birth to 2 jiao dragon horns. Master Willow, am I correct? For a moment, Lu Kuanqing did not understand what Zhang Chen was up to, so he nodded seriously and said, good. From what I understand it does go that way. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of a bad smile. His smile looked a little hairy in Lu Kuanqing's heart. Since this is a true statement, then Master Lu, your leftover mold can't be used anyway. How about leaving it to Kid Me to refine a few pieces of defensive treasures? Right. There's also the scaly dragon horn. It's a good thing. It's not easy for you to transform augurs. I just need one. I want to refine a weapon that's handy. It would be, if we could give a few more augur scales. Before Zhang Chen finished his words, the face of Lu Kuanqing on the side had already darkened beyond black, especially after associating it with the fact that he was about to turn into the ugly appearance of a one-horned monster as soon as he transformed into an augur. You asshole kid, you call that a ING condition? If you keep stomping on me, believe it or not Lu Kuanqing opened his mouth for half a day, but didn't get the threat out. Alas, I didn't realize that Master Lu was really stingy. It's not just a useless piece of leftover molt. A horn that will grow another one after 100 years of cultivation, and a few pieces of scaly dragon scales that are of little use. Since Master Lu won't agree, then our deal can only be nullified. After saying that, Zhang Chen put on a stance that he was ready to lift his feet and leave. Lu Kun sang, after a moment of cursing in his mind, seeing that Zhang Chen was really going to take the true dragon air in his body away from him, Lu Kuanqing hurriedly shouted in a hurry. Wait, who says I won't? Isn't it just a relic molt? Isn't it just a horn? Isn't it just a few dragon scales? Here, it's all yours. It's all out of body. It's all yours. Leave me the true dragon air. Lu Kuanqing almost gritted his teeth. Before these almost equal to the loss of power and humiliation shameful conditions to agree to. Hearing Lu Kuanqing surprisingly agree without the slightest bit of bargaining, Zhang Chen was also a bit surprised in his heart. However, he wouldn't bother reminding Lu Kuanqing to bargain with himself at this time. Well, right now while I can only think of 2 conditions, let's keep the rest of that condition for now, and we'll talk about it after Grandmaster Lu successfully metamorphoses into an augur. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing's chrysanthemums tightened violently. Good lord, now Zhang Chen is daring to ask for what he has after transforming into a dragon. If I wait for me to metamorphose into an augur, he shouldn't be hitting on some ideas that will make my liver hurt again. This asshole kid, he's really pissed off. Chapter 153, Seeing Lu Kuanqing's original body. Copying the snake immortal physique. Although Lu Kuanqing was dissatisfied with Zhang Chen's idea of hitting it after it had metamorphosed into an augur dragon, However, for the sake of the true dragon air in Zhang Chen's body, he could only grit his teeth and choose to accept it. For this Zhang Chen fellow, he really loved and hated him now. This guy's mouth was screaming Master Lu with every mouthful, but if it comes to a knife, it's a harder cut than anyone else. Since Master Lu has already agreed, let's hurry up and start the first request. Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, Lu Kuanqing nodded helplessly. After telling Zhang Chen where his own body was located, Zhang Chen then also condensed all the remaining true dragon air in his body. It was handed over to the spirit body of Lu Kuanqing. The Lu Kuansang soul body that had gotten the true dragon air couldn't be happier. After briefly explaining that he would go to him quickly, he directly ran away in a puff of smoke. Begin to return to the location of his own body cannot wait to experience this legendary true dragon air. After Lu Kuanqing left, Zhang Chen once again came in front of Guan Shihua, prepared to discuss the very first topic with her. Grandma Guan, I think we should be able to discuss a deal between us now, right? Guan Shihua looked at Zhang Chen and nodded. Now Guan Shihua didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Chen at all anymore. After all, this was the guy who was able to invite the legendary immortal spirit true dragon into his body. It was reasonable to say that right now Zhang Chen was in a position of strength in the outgoing immortal invitation technique, but it was quite a bit more powerful than her. An old man who had been immersed in this path for decades. I'll take those 100 magic weapons. Tell us what you want. As soon as Guan Shihua's words fell, a smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Before I state my conditions, I'd like to ask Grandma Quan if she has any speculations about that plane crash I experienced the other day? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shihua frowned. She had now guessed what Zhang Chen was probably looking for her for. I heard you say that it should be the void you experienced this time. Is there someone behind it? Zhang Chen nodded and spoke directly and decisively. I'm not hiding anything from you, old man. I've already investigated the real culprit behind the scenes. It's those two old things from the Lu and Wang families. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shihua's brows knitted together fiercely. You didn't come here to find me to deal with those two clans, did you? You're Longhu Mountain, together with our exit horse lineage. Although you have to outperform the Wang Lu two families in terms of strength, this advantage can at most only slightly suppress them, and you also know the weight of those two old things in the company. What's more, this era is not the same as before, and it's not a case of whoever is strong speaks. Seeing that Guan Shihua was apprehensive, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Of course, if you want to completely exterminate the two of them, it won't work if it's just us. What I can guarantee now is that the Wen family and the Lu family will be on our side. On the side of the regional heads, I can take at least 4. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guan Shihua was shocked. She hadn't expected that Zhang Chen already had so much support behind him. It seemed like Zhang Chen was really trying to destroy the two old men, Lu Ci and Wang Ai. How sure are you? Also, have you thought about which of the subsequent sects will be able to take those 2 spots after these two quit the 10? To this question from Guan Shihua, Zhang Chen had already prepared an answer in his mind. Destroying the Wang and Lu families. I'm 100% sure. The subsequent sects to fill these 2 positions. I've also thought of them. Zhou Meng of Wudong and Yang Lai of Tang sect. Hearing Zhang Chen finish, Guan Shihua's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't thought that even the Wudong and Tang sect, 2 semi-hidden sects, could be persuaded by Zhang Chen. If all of what Zhang Chen said came true, then in the future, the entire 10 Brotherhood would, I'm afraid, be able to become Zhang Chen's one voice. Not to mention that Zhang Chen was still so young and had an unlimited future. If she doesn't opt in while she can, then it might really not be able to keep up with the version and be obsolete. Eventually, after some thought, Guan Shihua finally nodded in agreement. To show their support for the entry of the first line of their horses into the gang, Zhang Chen added an additional condition, to provide them with 100 magic artifacts every year going forward. Leaving Sekishika's hut, the two of them, Zhang Chen and Xiaohe, then drove towards the location of Lu Kuanqing's main body. In the car, Zhang Chen once again sized up Xiaohe's concave and convex figure and opened his mouth with a smile. Master Lu's leftover molt is a good thing. When the time comes, I'll refine another maid's outfit for you. What color do you like? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiaohe had a tangled look on his face. Boss, does it have to be a maid's outfit? Even if it's even a white suit like this, a simple sailor suit, even if it's Lolita. After wearing a maid's outfit for so long, it's almost putting a shadow on summer harvest. Listening to Xiaohe's complaint, Zhang Chen thought seriously for a moment and opened his mouth. 1 black and white maid outfit each then. How can you be dissatisfied with a maid's outfit when it's the scrappiest of scraps? If that much material was used on Wang Jinshu, that asshole would be afraid to jump for joy. Summer Hall. In terms of outrageousness, how can I compare to that asshole Wang Jinshu? Soon, the two of them, Zhang Chen and Xiaohe, arrived at the location where Lu Kuanqing was. This is a scenic valley with beautiful mountains and birdsong. Lu Kuanqing's body, which was hundreds of meters long, was just straddling the valley. Sensing the two men coming, Lu Kuanqing raised that huge head. At this moment, happiness was written all over its huge head. Those true dragon airs brought back by the soul had already been swallowed by it in its entirety, ready to be kept for slow digestion. Yo, Master Lu, it looks like the true dragon air is quite effective. How long before your old man can transform into a dragon? When the time comes, the boy will go and celebrate for you. Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, Lu Kuanqing, who had just looked happy, immediately looked sad. Ugh, you pissed off little guy. Where are you celebrating me? Aren't you just eyeing what little I have on me? That's just it. For the sake of those true dragon airs, I'll tell you kid, at most 5 years, I'm going to turn the auger near the waters of Sakura country. And by then I'm afraid I'll have to make quite a commotion. And I'm afraid that earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other disasters won't be uncommon. Hearing Lu Kuanqing speak in such a manner, Zhang Chen could not help but give a thumbs up. Based on this patriotic sentiment of your old man, the first true dragon after the founding of the country is none other than you. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuanqing rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, don't be poor, you kid. If I dare to turn into a dragon within the country, you and your master, these two bull-noses, are afraid that you will be the first to come and clean up old me. I might as well avoid you all in advance and do more good. Forget it, there's no need for idle talk. Let's get started. Hurry up and finish playing with your brat. I'm about to start the preparations for transforming the auger. Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted into a smile as he thought, hey, I can't wait for that either. Snake immortal physique. Ah, soon I'll have it too. Chapter 154, Great Battle Against Lu Kuanqing. Acquiring a half-immortal physique, Zhang Chen looked at Lu Kuanqing's powerful body, and a hint of eager anticipation appeared in his eyes. Ever since Zhang Chen's strength had grown stronger, it had been a long time since he had met a decent opponent. And now, this snake immortal, Lu Kuanqing, was naturally a powerful opponent. This is an old guy who has been practicing for hundreds of years. Even Zhang Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Ready, brat? Let's start when we're ready. Lu Kuanqing had gotten a little impatient at this point. After all, this was a fight that would be a bit of a daunting one for him. He believed that in the event that Zhang Chen did not move to invite the immortal spirit to his body, Zhang Chen would never be a match for himself. What's more, one still owed Zhang Chen a request now. What if I hurt that guy and he blackmails me then? Thus, Lu Kuanqing showed some lack of interest in this battle. What he doesn't realize, however, is this. It was because of his misjudgment of Zhang Chen's strength, but it got him a lot of beatings. Then I'll ask Master Lu to enlighten me. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, without the slightest hesitation, he directly opened his own golden light mantra defense to the maximum. Seeing the golden light spell on Zhang Chen's body, Lu Kuanqing's heart tightened and he immediately continued. By the way, no thunder spells either. I don't want to cross the auger's cauldron in advance. Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, Zhang Chen spoke with a slight smile. Please don't worry, Master Lu. I haven't even bothered to learn the 5 thunder positive technique of our Longhu mountain. Naturally, I can't use it this time. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing let out a fierce sigh of relief. Then only his huge snake head was seen swaying back and forth in the air a few times. With a confident face, he said to Zhang Chen, come on, feel free to use whatever tricks you have on the old man. I'll let you have 3 moves. No, 30, I will never fight back. Seeing that Lu Kuanqing was so confident, Zhang Chen did not treat him politely. He directly assumed the stance of the fighting dragon and tiger fist and raised it to the intensity of 100 times the attack. The current Lu Kuanqing should be the only person, other than his master, who could receive his 100-fold wrestling dragon and tiger fist. Roar! Roar! As Zhang Chen got serious, the dragon and tiger silhouettes behind them appeared together at this moment, each emitting a dragon and tiger roar almost simultaneously. Originally ready to squint, enjoy Zhang Chen to give himself a burst of massage. Lu Kuanqing, at the sound of the dragon's roar, he trembled in fear and instantly opened his eyes. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth. Brat! Didn't I say it's done? No inviting a real dragon up. Just as Lu Kuanqing finished speaking, he saw the dragon and tiger silhouettes emerging behind Zhang Chen. He opened his mouth in shock and disbelief. Wait, what's this? Master Lu, you don't even recognize our dragon fighting and tiger fighting fists from Dragon Tiger Mountain? When he heard Zhang Chen talk about the fighting dragon and tiger fist, it was only then that Lu Kuanqing remembered that they did have such a fist technique at Longhu Mountain. It was just that no one had ever practiced it to the level of Zhang Chen. Forget it, it's just a set of punches. Come, greet the old man. After knowing that Zhang Chen had not violated the rules, Lu Kuanqing once again became incredibly confident. Seeing Lu Kuanxing so careless, Zhang Chen couldn't help but reveal a bad smile at the corner of his mouth as he softly said, "Master Lu, too much carelessness can lead to losses." As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, he then threw a punch at Lu Kuanxing's huge body. This punch blasted out. The sounds of dragons and tigers roared in unison once again. Boom! A loud bang came. The place on Lu Kuanxing's body that Zhang Chen had blasted with his fist was instantly dented into a large chunk. Even the piece of snake scale on his body was slightly cracked by Zhang Chen's punch. Lu Kuanxing also did not expect Zhang Chen's punch to be so powerful. Ah! A scream roared out of his mouth at once. Is this T&D the power of man? What the hell is wrong with that punch, you kid? Lu Kuanxing hadn't finished his words. Zhang Chen's second punch then proceeded to blast over at this time. Boom! Another loud bang came out. There was a lot more shattering on top of that scale just now. Elder's body is really tough. No wonder I was able to get 30 moves out of me. But don't worry, senior. I will break your scales within 10 punches. These words were said just as Zhang Chen's third punch was about to blast onto Lu Kuanxing. Lu Kuanxing finally couldn't help himself, only to see his body twisting. The huge snake tail suddenly lashed towards Zhang Chen. It clashed hard with the fist blasted out by Zhang Chen. After this strike, the golden light spell on Zhang Chen's body shook and took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Lu Kuanxing's huge body retreated quite a bit more than Zhang Chen. I say, Master Lu, didn't you say you'd let me have 30 moves? Why is it that after only 2 punches, you're starting to play hard to get? Lu Kuanxing's old face blushed at these 2 words from Zhang Chen. He finally spoke after half a day of silence. It was indeed me who underestimated your brat just now. I didn't expect your brat to be so powerful. If I really stood there and let you throw 30 punches, I'm afraid that old me would have to suffer a lot of injuries. Since your strength is so strong, there's no need for me to let you. Looking at Lu Kuanxing, who did not want any old face at all, Zhang Chen could not help but raise a middle finger at him. Liu Kuan's teeth were itching with anger, but it can't be helped. Who made the mistake in the first place? He could only grit his teeth and swallow hard at this brat Zhang Chen's mockery. Bastard! Be careful, I'm going to get real next. After Lu Kuanxing finished speaking, the huge snake tail once again lashed towards Zhang Chen with a whistling wind sound. His serpentine tail slid across the mountain wall, cutting a huge crack hundreds of meters long in it. A large number of rocks began to roll continuously down from above. This shows the terrifying power of this dumping of his tail. Facing the incoming serpent's tail, Zhang Chen didn't dare to be slow in the slightest either. Only this time he directly used Taiji's receiving and transforming hair. Zhang Chen's hands resisted Lu Kuanxing's huge snake tail flying backward for a distance of hundreds of meters. It was only then that the tremendous force of this flinging of the tail was all but neutralized. After a tail swing, Lu Kuanxing's huge head ruthlessly smashed over to Zhang Chen. It looked like he didn't want to leave Zhang Chen any chance to fight back. What he didn't know, however, was this. The Taiji power used by Zhang Chen would be returned 100-fold. Looking at the huge snake head of Lu Kuanxing's, without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Chen directly blasted the power of the 100-fold tail fling onto Lu Kuanxing's snake head. The power was quite terrifying. Directly, Lu Kuanxing's body, which was hundreds of meters long, was ruthlessly blasted into the deepest part of this valley. Accompanying Lu Kuanxing's body as it flew out were the scales on top of his head. Zhang Chen stood in midair, looking at the body of Lu Kuanxing that flew out. Couldn't help but exclaim, this snake immortal's body is just strong. With this physique, I'm afraid 100 of those Rohus combined aren't as strong as it. But such a strong body. Soon I'm going to have one too. Just now when he was fighting with Lu Kuanxing, the system's voice had sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting Lu Kuanxing's snake immortal body. You can instantly duplicate the half-immortal physique. Is it copied immediately? Chapter 155 Half-Immortal Body Strength. Lu Kuanxing's shock. Reproduce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, next moment, he visibly felt his body begin to rapidly grow stronger. That power. It was beyond powerful. It made Zhang Chen's body become many times stronger almost instantly. However, such changes did not stop there. Instead, it's been in constant flux. Lu Kuanxing's snake immortal body was equivalent to a human's physical body that directly relied on his physical body to advance to the land god immortal realm. Even as a demonic creature, he had to be quite a bit more powerful than an ordinary land god's physical body. However, just like Lu Kuanxing, he was so ridiculously strong in the flesh. Surprisingly, at this moment, it was slowly grasped by Zhang Chen. Feeling the fleshly strength that was constantly surging within his body, Zhang Chen was thrilled in his heart. All this time he had never replicated anyone's fleshly horizontal power. Originally, he was going to save copying this power for when he dealt with that Ruhu. From the contemporary master of horizontal training, Na Ruhu, his horizontal training technique was copied over. However, right now, Lu Kuanxing's physical body was many times stronger than that of Ruhu's. Then if he was even stronger, he was still just an ordinary flesh body of a human. As for Lu Kuanxing, he was a great snake immortal demon who had lived for hundreds of years. Is there a comparison? There's no comparison at all. Feeling the power in his body growing crazily, he looked at Lu Kuanxing, who was attacking again once more. Zhang Chen's heart crossed. The golden light spell attached to the surface of his body was directly withdrawn. He was going to take this opportunity to thoroughly experience the power of the snake immortal flesh body of his. You bastard boy. How dare you lift all the snake scales from the top of Lao Fu's head? Old me. I've lived for so many years without ever going bald. It's bad luck to meet you. Don't you rely on that layer of golden light curse? Let's see if I don't tear your golden light spell apart and give you a good spanking. Lu Kuanxing hissed, his huge snake head swinging wildly in the sky. The scales all over his body flashed with a creepy cold light. However, what made Lu Kuanxing incomparably shocked was, as soon as he finished these words, Zhang Chen on the opposite side of the room unexpectedly directly removed the golden light spell from his body. See this scene. Lu Kuanxing's advancing pace came to a violent halt as he looked at Zhang Chen standing in the sky and opened his mouth with great dissatisfaction. What do you mean? You kid? You don't want to live, do you? Hurry up and open the golden light curse so I can give you a good beating. Otherwise, you won't be able to carry my full force strike. Hearing Lu Kuanxing's words, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted into a smile as he spoke. Master Lu, don't worry about going all out. I have some small confidence in my own strength. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, he gave him a suspicious look. With his understanding of Zhang Chen over this period of time, this kid should not fight unprepared battles. Since he dared to open his mouth like that, then he himself would not have to take into account staying his hand. Good boy. With gusto. If you dared to be born a few hundred years earlier, the same generation as the old man, I wouldn't be qualified to stand on a battlefield with you. But it can't be helped. Who let the old man take advantage of being born early? As soon as Lu Kuanxing's words fell, he no longer hesitated to continue his attack on Zhang Chen. Looking at the incoming Lu Kuanxing, Zhang Chen's face remained as flat as water, without a single ripple. Just in the time that the two of them had just been chatting, the strength of his flesh had grown more than 10 times again. It's still enhancing rapidly, and I don't know when it's going to end. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was now very eager to experience his growing strength. Looking at the incoming Lu Kuanxing, this time he didn't use any moves. He directly swung his fist at his huge snake head. This time it was a purely physical collision. Zhang Chen, whose physical strength had not reached its limit, was viciously knocked out by Lu Kuanxing's head. And that other place on Lu Kuanxing's head, another piece of scale was hardened by Zhang Chen. How did this kid's power suddenly become so strong? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Obviously just now, he still could only use Taiji in order to receive my power. And now he dares to spar with me purely in terms of physical strength? Lu Kuanxing, who had a large advantage in the sparring, was filled with shock in his eyes at this time. With an incredulous expression, he looked toward Zhang Chen, who had quickly returned to the battlefield from the distance. In a burst of counter-birth triple air, Zhang Chen's damaged right arm was all restored in an instant. Master Lu, again! At this moment, Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with wariness. He was rapidly adapting to this body of his that was getting stronger. Next he would fight, and keep fighting until he was fully acclimated to this body. Watching the injuries on Zhang Chen's body rapidly recover, Lu Kuanxing was once again taken aback. What kind of technique is this kid using? Why is he recovering from his injuries so quickly? And I wonder if he can fix the scales on my head. I don't want to go bald. As Lu Kuanxing thought, he threw up his huge snake tail to deal with Zhang Chen's fierce attack. This time the two collided physically dozens of times in total. What made Lu Kuanxing feel overwhelmed was, he was able to sense that Zhang Chen's physical body was surprisingly in the midst of getting stronger again and again. The force of Zhang Chen's fist blasting on his tail caused him more pain than ever before. This brat can truly be called a demon. If I continue to let him get stronger like this, won't my advantage in the physical body be gone? As a demon race, it's clear that what I'm best at is my physical body. And now this kid is going straight for my strengths. It's too scary. This kid is just too scary. The more Lu Kuanxing fought, the more he was alarmed. Finally the two of them took 2 steps back when they finally landed a blow against each other. And Zhang Chen merely took 10 steps back. The difference between the two of them in terms of flesh strength at this point in time was no longer much. How did you manage to make your physical body grow so fast? You brat wouldn't have utilized any life-threatening secret techniques, would you? If you're going to harm yourself with that just to crush me with your physical body, it's not worth it. Listening to Lu Kuanxing's words of exhortation, Zhang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Master Lu, don't worry. It's not a secret technique. It's simply my ability to learn. Come on, let's get on with it. I have a feeling that my body strengthening is almost over. Hearing Zhang Chen say so, Lu Kuanxing gave Zhang Chen a skeptical look. Then shaking his head helplessly, he spoke. Well, let's get on with it then. I'd like to see just how far your kid's fleshly body will grow. Strike that. This man and snake then fought together once again, until half an hour later, with a loud roaring sound came. After Lu Kuanqing and Zhang Chen's last sparring session, both of them retreated the same distance. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. At the same time, the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host, successfully replicating the snake immortal body. The duplicated physique is identical to the duplicated person. This constitution will remain forever. Chapter 156 Half-Immortal Body Reinforcement. How Zhang Chen is going to be the first to turn into a dragon. Alright, Master Ryu, I think we can end this. Zhang Chen easily put away his fist and put it behind his back, rather like a man of the world. As for Lu Kuanqing, who stood opposite him, he was already a bit confused by Zhang Chen's fist beating at this point. He really couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. The brat in front of himself. It took just under an hour, just by raising his physical body to the same realm as his own, which had taken hundreds of years to fight through. How is this possible? Even a legendary immortal couldn't do it in just 1 hour and raise his strength so much. Lu Kuanqing looked at Zhang Chen, who had a bashful face. For a while, his heart was hard to bear. It's not really his fault. Whoever it was, compared to a demon like Zhang Chen, was going to be struck down by him. Ugh, old age, really old age. I didn't realize that a perverted little guy like you existed under the sky. Even a few hundred years ago, when heaven and earth spiritual air was not so scarce, there was never a demon like you. I also don't know what kind of luck that Zhang Jiwei of Longhu Mountain had, to be able to take you under his tutelage. Lu Kuanqing opened his mouth very helplessly. At this point, he already knew that he was now no match for Zhang Chen. This kid was able to fight against himself with just his physical body. What's more, there were other terrifying means in his possession. Take for example the very first fighting dragon and tiger fist. If Zhang Chen's current physical body were to strike such a punch again, I'm afraid that this old snake of his really can't withstand Zhang Chen's tossing and turning. Now I'm afraid that I can only transform into an ogre in order to continue to have a good time with this kid. This kid, I'm afraid he's already invincible in the world. Lu Kuanqing thought very helplessly. Looking at Lu Kuanqing, he no longer had any thoughts of continuing to fight. Zhang Chen quickly came to his side and opened his mouth. Master Lu, come on, I'll help you heal your injuries. If you were to recover on your own, I'm afraid it would take some time to do so. In that case, the time for you to transform into an ogre will have to be extended backward quite a bit more. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing's heart was immediately moved. I didn't expect this kid to be quite conscientious. I was really wrong about him before, to even offer to help me heal my injuries. He's really a good guy. Just as Lu Kuanqing was about to express his gratitude to Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen's next sentence, however, almost made Lu Kuanqing fall straight to the ground in anger. After all, you must have left a bit of a dark wound when you recovered on your own. If there's a dark wound, this snake immortal remnant will have to drop in value quite a bit. Lu Kuanqing, this kid, what an inappropriate person. And I thought he was nice? I'll be damned. Using the power of both full hands, Zhang Chen managed to heal all the injuries on Lu Kuanqing's body. Right after healing all the injuries on Lu Kuanqing's body, looking at Lu Kuanqing, who was sitting there on his plate with an unhappy face even after his injuries had healed, Zhang Chen had no reason to bother with him, but instead, he let him go on with his secret sentiments. I also wonder if this copied physique can be strengthened a bit more? If it's possible, won't this fleshly body of mine be even stronger? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen directly inquired in his own mind. System, does this copied snake immortal physique have a strengthening direction? Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating the snake immortal physique and obtaining a chance to strengthen it. There are 3 directions of strengthening this constitution. 1. Flesh body strengthening. Flesh body strength is strengthened to 100 times its current level, comparable to a dragon body. 2. Defense strengthening. The host's body can give birth to scales for defensive effects, and the strength of the scales is the strength of the augure's body. 3. Augur dragon might. The host will gain augur dragon might. Does the host perform the enhancement immediately? Looking at the 3 directions of strengthening his snake immortal physique, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This reinforcing direction seems to be related to augurs no matter how you look at it. If I perform the enhancement, doesn't this mean that I have cultivated the Jiao dragon body before Lu Kuanqing? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen could not help but look up at Lu Kuanqing, who was still depressed there. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile as he thought, if I were to cultivate my Jiao long body ahead of time, wouldn't I be able to envy this guy to death? With this in mind, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. Speak directly in your own mind. Reinforce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, next moment, His body then began to grow stronger again under the system. Originally, Lu Kuanxing, who was sitting there cross-legged and depressed, suddenly, he felt a violent power fluctuation coming from Zhang Chen's body not far away. He looked up suspiciously. The huge snake head then couldn't even close its mouth in surprise. What's going on with this kid? Why is his physical strength still increasing? It's clear that just now, his physical body has already reached the power only found in the land god realm among humans. How come it's getting stronger now? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Chen had been staying with Lu Kuanxing all this time, I'm afraid that Lu Kuanxing was about to start wondering where exactly Zhang Chen had stolen the divine elixir from. It can make him stronger with such recklessness. Lu Kuanxing could feel at this moment that Zhang Chen's physical body had begun to evolve in an extremely terrifying direction. Midway through, Zhang Chen's physical body continued to grow stronger. Lu Kuanxing saw that scales had actually started to grow on Zhang Chen's body. Those scales looked shinier, more spiritual, and stronger than the scales on his own body. What made Lu Kuanxing feel even more incredible was that those scales weren't snake scales. They seemed to be the legendary dragon scales. To be precise, it was more like the legendary scales of the dragon. Zhang Chen has actually evolved into a dragon? How can he, a human, evolve into a dragon? Who the hell is this TND kidding? Lu Kuanxing was a bit unconvinced of his judgment at first. It was not until Zhang Chen's body, when a wave of dragon might began to continuously emerge from his body and press into the surroundings. It was only then that Lu Kuanxing's face finally changed, so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It's true. It's even true. Jesus Christ. What the hell did I see? A human, or a teenage brat. He's actually going to transform into a dragon in front of me. This world, it's crazy. Just as Lu Kuanxing was frantically spitting in his mind, suddenly, the clear and incomparable sky was once again covered in dark clouds, and countless thunderbolts began to converge in the dark clouds. The entire sky suddenly turned a dark red color at this moment. Lu Kuanxing, who was frantically spitting in his mind, was shocked into a cold sweat when he saw the scene. He retreated dozens of meters away in a row, looking at this vision of heaven and earth trembling as he opened his mouth. This is actually an augur calamity. Chapter 157, What the hell? Did you cross the thunder tribulation in your sleep? Xia He, who was standing at the side, was shocked for a moment after hearing Lu Kuanxing's words. She opened her mouth a little uncertainly and asked, Elder Lu, what you just said is true. Could such a vision be the legendary Jiao Longjie? Hearing Xia He's words, Lu Kuanxing swallowed a mouthful of water and nodded with difficulty. Can't go wrong. Thunder for miles. Red mist filling the sky. It's the moment when a great demon with accomplished cultivation is going to turn into a dragon. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to be one step ahead of me, to evolve towards the augur. But he's a human. Why is he able to go through this augur calamity? I really can't figure it out. Lu Kuanxing shook his head helplessly. The situation in front of him was really something that had not appeared in the past 1,000 years. Even with his experience, he couldn't say anything. Master Lu, Shaha, you two go hide in the distance before this one gets you involved. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He hadn't had the chance to speak. Lu Kuanxing then spoke in an incomparably anxious rush. What do you boys want? Wouldn't want to forcibly cross the augur's cauldron in this place? Would you? You hurry to the beach now. No, the beach is too late. Hurry to the river. Yes, hurry. Without walking on water in the rivers, lakes, and seas, without letting the 10,000 miles of water share the power of this thunderbolt for you, you don't have any possibility of surviving this thunderbolt. Hearing this anxious and incomparable voice of Lu Kuanxing, Zhang Chen smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. In fact, when he was at Longhu Mountain, he had read the records about the cultivation aspect of the augur inside the hidden scriptures. Whether it's a demon transforming into an augur, or an augur transforming into a true dragon, it is usually done in rivers, lakes and seas, because in this way, those demons can use the natural power of the rivers, lakes and seas to help themselves share the calamity between heaven and earth. But accordingly, in return, when they transformed into augurs, they also had to reside in that place for a period of time and cultivate there, in return for the help of this river, lake, and sea in helping to share the heavenly power. However, the process, when transforming into an augur dragon aka a true dragon, no matter what time of day it is, it will bring great disaster to the neighborhood. The heavenly power shared by the rivers and lakes could be in the process of triggering a supersized flood that could easily submerge all nearby human gatherings. If they were to do it at sea when they were transforming augurs into dragons, they might even trigger a huge tsunami or even an underwater volcanic eruption. Previously, Lu Kuanxing had said that he wouldn't transform the augur within the dragon kingdom for this very reason. Hundreds of years ago, there have been cases where the dragon has gone through the water and transformed into a real dragon. While crossing the heavenly tribulation, he accidentally triggered a supersized flood that submerged the riverbank, cities that have engulfed countless human beings. In the end, after it transformed into a true dragon, it was not allowed to be free. That true dragon had to guard those places it had flooded for hundreds of years of favorable weather conditions to pay back the great karma it had previously owed. For all of this, Zhang Chen was aware. However, Zhang Chen didn't want to be like that true dragon who owed hundreds of years of karma in order to become a true dragon. Zhang Chen was confident that even if he didn't use the power of rivers, lakes, and seas, he would still be able to successfully transform into a Jiaolong body. After all, who let him have the system in place and be a hangman? The system has never been wrong in all this time. Seeing that the thunderbolt was getting closer and closer, Lu Kuanqing saw how he could not persuade Zhang Chen. There is no way around it. He had to withdraw hundreds of kilometers away with Xiaohe first. From afar, he prayed that Zhang Chen would be able to pass through this augur calamity safely. Shortly after Lu Kuanqing and the others left, those thunderclouds that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly roared madly. Those thunders in the thundercloud gathered together and converged into a terrifying and incomparable red thunder. It slashed down at Zhang Chen below. Looking at the terrifying thunder, Zhang Chen was actually slightly worried in his heart. But once he thought about the fact that he had the system in place, his hanging heart quickly relaxed, letting that terrifying thunder strike on himself. It didn't hurt at all? System, what's going on? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the system quickly recovered. The host's physical body has now successfully evolved into the augur body, and this thunderbolt is the thunderbolt of a demon transforming into a Jiao dragon. You have now achieved the Jiao dragon body. This thunderbolt is naturally ineffective against you. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Chen finally understood what was going on. It's like doing a high school math problem. One top student had already scored a perfect score, but then the original paper was brought out for him to retake the test again. Wouldn't this stuff be difficult for him at all? Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was now in exactly that situation. The body had already become an augur body, and then he was allowed to go through the augur calamity. This incomparably terrifying Jiao Longjiao for Lu Kuanqing was like nothing to Zhang Chen, watching the thunder in the sky continue to coalesce and strike at himself again and again. And yet, they can't do any harm to themselves. One time, Zhang Chen, who was in the midst of the thunderbolt, suddenly felt a bit bored. After another period of time, this terrifying thunderbolt hadn't ended. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was already somewhat troubled. Anyway, this lightning tribulation can't do any harm to me, so why not sleep first? Maybe this thunderbolt will pass after I wake up from my sleep. Say it and do it. In order to be able to get a good night's sleep, Zhang Chen purposely used his ability to seal his sense of hearing, just in case this noisy thunderbolt disturbed his sleep. Just like that, in the midst of the roiling thunder, Zhang Chen peacefully entered dreamland. 3 days later, all the black clouds in the sky dissipated and it was another cloudless, clear day. Lu Kuanqing brought Xiaohe and slowly walked towards the place covered by that thunderbolt. Step by tentative step, he walked very carefully. He was afraid that there would be remnants of thunderbolt power on this ground that would give him a sudden attack. However, after some detailed examination, all of their thunderbolts had long since dissipated. It was only at this point that Lu Kuanqing let out a fierce sigh of relief. I don't know how that kid is doing. I don't know if he managed to get through this horrible calamity. Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, Xiaohe then said with incomparable confidence, Zhang Chen, he's definitely fine. It's only a single Jiaolong calamity. It's not hard enough to defeat him. Looking at Xiaohe who was so confident, Lu Kuanqing shook his head helplessly. With your boy's talent, if he were in the rivers, lakes and seas he would certainly be able to survive this calamity. But it's empty land. There's nothing that can share the terrifying heavenly power for him. Maybe he's fallen by now. Just as Lu Kuanqing's words were in mid-sentence, he saw an intact silhouette lying inside a large pit in the distance. Looking closely, the person inside the pit was none other than the Zhang Chen they were looking for. After seeing Zhang Chen, the two of them dashed over, ready to see if this Zhang Chen had an accident or not. However, Lu Kuanqing hadn't had time to get close. Then he heard Zhang Chen's snoring sound, which drifted into his ears. The moment he heard Zhang Chen's snoring voice, Lu Kuanqing's entire snake froze in place. It was only after a long silence that a sentence finally popped out from inside his mouth. What kind of demon is this kid? Sleeping and crossing this terrifying augur robbery? Chapter 158 The Power of the Jiaolong Body. Shocked Lu Kuanqing. Hearing Lu Kuanqing's words, Xiaohe was similarly very shocked. In the past few days, Lu Kuanqing had already told Xiaohe about the dreadfulness of the Jiaolong robbery, although Xiaohe was very confident in Zhang Chen before. However, after realizing the dreadfulness of the Jiaolongjiao, she could not help but worry about Zhang Chen. After all, she didn't want to see Zhang Chen die in the augur scourge. However, anxiously waiting for days she was. at this moment, but he heard Lu Kuanqing say that Zhang Chen had crossed the Jiaolong robbery in his sleep. She suddenly felt that all this was starting to become unrealistic in front of her. Zhang Chen, wake up! Xia He is a bit unconvinced by what Lu Kuanqing said, so he personally runs to Zhang Chen's side to try to wake him up. However, Zhang Chen, who had closed off his hearing, did not hear Xiahe's words in the slightest. Elder Lu, why can't I wake him up? Do you think Zhang Chen he will? Hearing Xiahe's words, Lu Kuanqing also suspiciously went up to check it out. Like Xia he also shouted loudly at Zhang Chen a few times before realizing that he didn't respond in the slightest. Thus a trace of doubt was added to Lu Kuanqing's face. Obviously sleeping so soundly, you're starting to snore. And yet how is it that you can't wake up no matter what? Another shout passed. Unable to do anything else, Xia He directly jumped into the large pit split by the thunderbolt. Prepare to help Zhang Chen up to see what's going on with him. However, before her hand could touch Zhang Chen instantly opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. The moment he opened his eyes, a terrifying auger pressure instantly spread out in all directions from his body. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Xia He froze in place for a moment, not daring to move. On the side, Lu Kuanqing was trembling with fear. Even his body could barely stand up straight. After all, that was the legendary auger body's unique pressure. It was a higher level of existence relative to him. The snake immortal. The fact that he could still remain upright in front of Zhang Chen right now and not directly prostrate himself on the ground was already considered very good. Zhang Chen woke up and saw Xia He and Lu Kuanqing, who had been scared out of their wits, so he hastily put away his body's unique auger air. Only after a few moments had passed did Xia He and Lu Kuanqing slowly recover from their stagnant state. Phew, that just scared the hell out of me. Xia covered her chest with her hand and breathed a long sigh of relief, giving Zhang Chen a rather charming glance. On the side, Lu Kuanqing shook off the huge beads of sweat on the top of his head. It was obvious that he had really just gotten a little too nervous. You've successfully transited the auger's cauldron now? However, you kid is obviously a human. Why can you have a Jiaolongjiao? Lu Kuanqing stared at Zhang Chen for a while before he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Master Ryu, this is considered my personal secret. Zhang Chen did not tell Lu Kuanqing the secret that he was able to cross the Jiaolong tribulation. Of course, Lu Kuanqing was also very sensible. Seeing that Zhang Chen was unwilling to speak, he would not open his mouth to ask again. To be precise, my current body should be considered an auger body. All the abilities that the auger body can use, I can use as well. With that, only Zhang Chen's mind moved, and his arm immediately dragon scaled up. On the side, Lu Kuanqing was very shocked to see this scene. He didn't understand how Zhang Chen managed to make a human's arm able to grow scales of a scaly dragon. I think that right now, with this hardness of my body, ordinary hot weapons should no longer be able to do me any harm. However, for those nuclear-grade weapons then, I don't think it should still be able to carry them. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Kuanqing helplessly rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. You only have the body of an auger and you want to carry a nuclear bomb? What a joke! The kind of stuff that can destroy the world. You think it's a joke? Think about it when you've achieved a true dragon body. Zhang Chen didn't mind what Lu Kuanqing said. After all, the nuclear bomb is something that is the strongest means available to mankind today. I am afraid that those who have already ascended will have to ascend again under the nuclear bomb. After coming out from the bottom of the pit, Zhang Chen properly acclimatized himself. He came in front of a small mountain that was about 100 meters tall and punched out. Boom! A loud bang passed. This small mountain was unexpectedly blown into a puddle of rubble by Zhang Chen's punch. Zhang Chen was naturally very satisfied with his current physical strength. However, Xia He, who was on the side, looked at Zhang Chen's terrifying power but fretted a little, thinking, if this goes on, who can stand him after this? Before leaving, Zhang Chen and Lu Kuanqing discussed the time for him to transform the auger, so that when the time came, Zhang Chen would be able to go to the scene and take a look at it, and maybe even help him out a bit. After you've done that, Zhang Chen then brought Xia He back to Guanshirhua's territory. After she contacted in the middle, Zhang Chen successfully hooked up with Gao Lian, the head of the northeast region. After agreeing on a meeting place, the two of them bid farewell to Guanshirhua and retraced their steps toward the city. 2 hours later, inside a high-end restaurant box, Zhang Chen and Xia He sat across from Gao Lian. I didn't expect that the person who wanted to see me would be you, Zhang Chen. The moment he saw Zhang Chen and Xia He, Gao Lian then recognized Zhang Chen as the very same top executive that the company had lost in the plane crash a few days ago. What he didn't expect was that after a few days, this one came to his territory in the northeast. Since Uncle Gao has already recognized me, let's not beat around the bush and be straightforward and open. Uncle Gao, remember what Grandma Guan told you inside the phone? At the mention of this matter, Gao Lian's face couldn't help but show a trace of hard-to-conceal excitement. Inside the phone, Guan Shihua tells him that his daughter is saved. is it true what was said inside the phone? After a moment of silence, Gao Lian suddenly asked. It's true. I was able to save your daughter Gao Yushan. It will restore her to normal, make the body parts she lost grow back, and make her a normal person again. Hearing Zhang Chen open his mouth so confidently, Gao Lian could not help but start to move on his face. What do you save with? After another moment of silence, Gao Lian clenched his fists and spoke. One of the 8 wondrous techniques. The double full hand. Upon hearing the words double all hands, Gao Lian's eyes instantly widened. You really know double full hands? You didn't lie to me? Upon hearing Gao Lian's excited voice, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, said seriously with a calm face, of course, if I didn't have some confidence, how would I dare come to you like this? Zhang Chen's tone was unusually flat, as if he was just talking about an insignificant matter. When he finished speaking, he stopped talking, giving Gao Lian some time to digest. A moment later, Gao Lian suddenly opened his mouth and asked, You came all the way to the northeast region to say that you only came to treat my daughter's injuries. I naturally don't believe it. Tell me what you're up to. What price do I have to pay to get you to save my daughter? Chapter 159, the Northeast region joins in and treats Koji Strone. As the head of the Northeast region, Gao Lian naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Seeing that Gao Lian was so uptight, Zhang Chen spoke with a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It's easy, just join me. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian was first stunned, then smiled helplessly and opened his mouth to ask, What do I have to do after I join you? Upon hearing Gao Lian's words, Zhang Chen did not open his mouth immediately. Instead, he took out a ball of compost and placed it on the table. Eat this and I promise to save your daughter. Likewise, I will tell you with you the next move. To explain to you in advance, this is compulsion poison. After eating it only I can solve it in this world. The rest no one can solve it. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian picked up the compulsion and took a look at it. To be honest, eating this strange mass was something he inwardly rejected, but he knew that if he didn't choose to consume it, then his daughter would not be saved. I could eat it down, but I have a problem. Hearing Gao Lian's words, Zhang Chen was suddenly a bit surprised. Okay, go ahead and ask. I'll answer for you as best I can. Hearing Zhang Chen's response, Gao Lian suddenly said with a straight face, Is what you're asking me to do going to jeopardize the country? Zhang Chen smiled back with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not really. In fact, I just want your support in the next big thing. It's that simple. Gao Lian looked at the serious expression on Zhang Chen's face and knew that he did not look like he was joking. He then made up his mind straight away, picked up the compote on the table and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing that Gao Lian was so decisive, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the greatness of a father who wanted to save his daughter. That would be able to tell me what to do next, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Gao Lian's words, Zhang Chen spoke with a nod. Next, I'm going to deal with the Wang and Lu families. After telling the whole story of his plan, Gao Lian couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Chen's tactics. At a young age, he actually had such means to remove the Wang and Lu families, which had been passed down for hundreds of years in the inhuman realm. From the 4 great families, I'm afraid that only this guy Zhang Chen would dare to think of such a thing. Gao Lian, who was also one of the 4 great families. In his heart, he couldn't help but begin to mourn for the Wang and Lu families. Alas, Lu Ci and Wang Ai, you 2 old guys, you don't know what you're messing with this kid for? It's so self-inflicted. After ending the conversation, Zhang Chen and Xiaohe then got into Gao Lian's car and drove towards the place where Gao Erzwang's vital signs were maintained. Zhang Chen actually didn't know much about Gao Erzwang. All that is known is that she was out of the Yang God at one time. His body had been attacked by someone else and now he was left with only the upper half of his body and an arm. At that time, it was only because of Gao Lian's timely arrival that she was able to save her little life. Otherwise, there might not be a Gao Yu delete in this world right now. But after the injury, the girl did work very hard, successfully combining the soul gesture of the Out Yang God with electromagnetic waves. You can come and go between networks at will, and become the most invincible hacker in the world. At that time in the plot when Zhang Chulan and his group were on the move, many things could have been accomplished by this girl for them. This time in the rescue of her Zhang Chen also had the intention of wanting to copy her abilities down. At this point in time, the world's network isn't very well developed, and her Zhang's abilities don't come to the forefront yet. Wait another decade or 2 to the internet age, then her Zhang's ability is unbeatable. One man can play a horrible role comparable to that of an army. Soon the group of 3 arrived at their destination. Gao Lian looked at his daughter who was lying inside the life support equipment, and he couldn't help the tears dripping down his face. He touched the instruments outside and whispered, Sam, Daddy was finally able to save you. As the words fell, he opened this life support apparatus, revealing Zhuang's mutilated body inside. Zhang Chen, I'll trouble you next. After Gao Lian barked such a sentence, he silently retreated to the side and began to pray in his heart. Seeing this situation, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and directly pressed his hand on Zhuang's body. The moment his palm touched Zhang's body, the intertwining red and blue colors then lit up in Zhang Chen's hand. Zhang Chen first checked Zhuang's soul and found that her soul was very complete. From this, it seems that Zhang's injuries are only physical. Just as Zhang Chen was about to withdraw his consciousness and focus on saving Zhuang's body, a voice then suddenly sounded in his head. Did you, Dad bring it to help me? Hearing this soft voice, Zhang Chen naturally guessed that the owner of the voice was Zhuang Gaoyu. Delete. Yes, you'll have to cooperate with me next. You'll be healed in no time. It's a healing that restores you to your pre-injury state. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhuang was a bit shocked. After becoming what she was now, she had viewed a lot of medical-related information in her soul position. Those profiles indicate that one is hopeless. But now, this little boy, who looked even younger than himself, was saying that he could save himself. It also helps you get back to where you were in the first place. At this point she was a little less convinced. However, before she could ask any questions, Zhang Chen had already withdrawn his consciousness, started pushing the red hand with all his might to help Zhang recover his body. Zhang Chen put his 100 times strengthened red hand to use. Next moment, all of the missing internal organs on Zhuang's body began to grow wildly. This was followed by the regrowth of blood vessels, nerves, and a host of other things connecting various organs that no longer existed in her body. Gao Lian, who was watching this scene, stared in shock. Even in his dreams, he had never dreamed of this scene in front of him. It was amazing that all the body tissues that his own daughter had lost would grow back in this moment. This is the power of a double full hand? It's a miracle. Grow faster, so that my daughter will return soon. At this time, Gao Lian began to pray without stopping. At the same time, his gratitude towards Zhang Chen was rising in his heart. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to see this scene in front of him in this lifetime. As the minutes ticked by, Zhang had recovered most of his body, with only the last few toes being regrown, probably sensing a hint of abnormality in his body. Cao Yushan's arm suddenly twitched. A moment later, she unexpectedly opened her eyes directly and looked at her dad and Zhang Chen, who was helping her heal. A line of hot tears flowed from his eyes. Chapter 160, Copying Zhang's Ability, Soul Electromagnetization. Congratulations Gao Yushan, you've got your life back. After Zhuang's body had all recovered, Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Looking at the rejuvenated Zhang in front of him, Golan couldn't stop his tears any longer. Old Dad, don't cry. My daughter is back. As much as Zhang tried to force a smile, she couldn't help but sound a little hoarse at this point. She tried with all her might to sit up, but this new body she hadn't quite gotten used to yet. Seeing Zhuang's movements, Zhang Chen could not help but step forward to comfort him. I'm afraid you're going to have to go through a long recovery period next. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhuang raised his head to look at the man who had saved his life. Memorized Zhang Chen's appearance in his heart. Much thanks. Zhang uttered the words shakily. It was obvious that it was more difficult for her to even speak now. There's no need to be polite, but if the tall beauty wants to give her body in return, it's not impossible. Hearing Zhang Cheng's joke, Gao Yushan couldn't help but laugh as well. Ha, you're a real man-child. After a brief joke, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment before getting straight to the point. I've heard that you have the ability to access the signaling network as a soul. Can I see it? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Zhuang's face. It's fine to see it, but it's like you can't see the process of me accessing the signaling network. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and continued to respond. That's fine, as long as it gives me access to your air when you're accessing the signaling network. As Zhang Chen's words fell, Zhuang hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement. Next moment, with a movement of Zhuang's mind, her soul then appeared in front of Zhang Chen once again from inside her body in the form of an outgoing Yangshen. You, of all people, should be able to see my soul, right? Zhang Chen sniffed and nodded. Your strength is really impressive. I'm afraid that when I was your age, I wasn't even half as strong as you. Hearing Zhuang's words, Xia He, who was on the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes and opened his mouth to remind him. Half of Zhang Chen's strength? Let alone you. Even your Northeast Snake Immortal, Lu Kuanxing, is now afraid that he won't be able to reach half of Zhang Chen's his strength. Upon hearing this, Zhuang's soul froze for a moment. Ha, you're not kidding, are you? Master Ryu isn't even half as strong as him? Hearing Xiahe's words, Zhuang was truly shocked and couldn't believe it at all. Gao Lian, who was on the side, was even more shocked with his mouth wide open, but he knew that Zhang Chen was introduced to him by Guan Shihua. Guan Shihua, on the other hand, is considered a disciple of Lu Kuanxing. Since this pretty girl following Zhang Chen dared to open her mouth like that, Then maybe they had already met with Lu Kuanxing Lu Daigong before. If what he says about all this is true, then the strength of this kid in front of him, how heaven-defying must it be? Looking at the shocked looks of the two, Zhang Chen did not deny it. Instead, he reached out his hand directly to touch Zhang's soul. Seeing Zhang Chen's large hand coming, Zhuang instinctively tried to dodge it. However, when she thought that her life was saved by Zhang Chen, she completely relaxed, allowing Zhang Chen's large hand to touch his soul. The moment Zhang Chen's large hand touched Zhuang's soul, the system's voice then appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting the Out of the Young God technique, which can be copied immediately. Congratulations to the host for successfully accessing the ability to electromagneticize the soul, which can be copied immediately. Hearing the two voices of the system in his head, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be a bit surprised. It used to be that one ability could be duplicated at a prompt, but I didn't expect two to appear at once in Zhang's body. However, Zhang Chen didn't want to replicate the Yangshen's ability right now this time. This Chuanjin Gongfu, he was going to copy it when he had the chance to visit Chuanjin sect. After all, this out of Yangshen ability of Zhuan was not very strong. For Zhang Chen, he wouldn't just waste his copying opportunity if there was a better copying object. Thus now he was only prepared to copy this unique ability of Zhang to electromagnetic wave his soul. Copy only the ability to electromagnetic wave the soul. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the system immediately replied. Reproduction of the soul electromagnetization ability will now begin. After the system's voice fell, Zhang Chen's mind then immediately appeared with all the information related to the electromagnetization of the soul. Due to the fact that Zhang Chen's soul strength was now very strong, it didn't take a feat like Exodus Yangshen to get one's soul out of one's body. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, immediately after that, his soul flew right out of his body. Seeing that Zhang Chen easily left his soul out of his body, Zhuang, who was on the side, couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was because right now, in her eyes, Zhang Chen's soul strength was so terrifying. By now, after seeing Zhang Chen's soul, she finally began to believe that Zhang Chen's strength was even more terrifying than Lu Kuanxing's. It's a bit beyond my imagination that you've developed this ability. It kinda works. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhuan was first stunned. She then surprisingly saw Zhang Chen's soul actually use the same ability as her own. It turned into an electromagnetic wave that connected directly to a nearby signal source and disappeared before her eyes. This isn't my power? Zhang Chen, when did he learn my skill as a watcher? Zhang was visibly a bit taken aback, but now Zhang Chen had disappeared into thin air. Even if she wanted to ask Zhang Chen what the hell was going on, she didn't have the time to do so. At this moment, Zhang Chen had already felt his soul transform into the form of an electromagnetic wave and began to travel through the world of the signal source. When he left the source of the signal once more, his soul appeared in a strange place. He was surprised to find that his soul was already inside some office in the Central Plains. In this office, a balding big boss was frantically slapping the table, cursing his ineffective subordinates in a mouthful of Central Plains official language. Zhang Chen, who was standing on the sidelines watching this scene, could not help but sigh in his heart. This is really fast. I'm afraid that even the Golden Light Superior, who ran 1,000 miles to Longhu Mountain with a rootless student back then, is 100,000 miles behind the speed of this electromagnetic wave. It's just a pity that such speed can only be used on top of the soul. If the physical body can also travel on electromagnetic waves, then I'm afraid this whole country is at our mercy. Thinking about this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but start to feel a twinge of anticipation for the enhancement of this ability. Let's go back first and see where the ability enhancement leads. After saying that, Zhang Chen transformed into an electromagnetic wave once again, re-traveled back toward where it had come from. Chapter 161, Flesh Electromagnetization. Returning to Longhu Mountain by sitting on the phone? After returning to the dark fortress in the northeast region, Zhang Chen then directly opened his mouth in his own mind and inquired, "System, can the soul's electromagnetization be strengthened?" Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, the system replied directly without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the new ability, Soul Electromagnetization. Obtained one opportunity for ability enhancement. There are 3 directions of enhancement for this ability. 1. Signal capture. The host's sensitivity to electromagnetic signals has been increased by 100 times, and can capture extremely weak signals. 2. Tracking range. The host can track all signal sources while expanding the tracking range by 100 times. 3. Electromagnetization of the physical body. Based on the electromagnetization of the soul, make one's physical body undergo electromagnetization as well. Does the host choose to undergo enhancement immediately? Looking at these 3 directions of enhancement, the one that Zhang Chen was most interested in was undoubtedly the third one. I didn't think that there was actually this strengthening ability, and that my physical body was capable of electromagnetic wavification. In that case, wouldn't it be that if I want to go somewhere in the future, I can just make a phone call from this end and I'll be able to go there? Thinking about this new ability of his, Zhang Chen couldn't help but get a little excited. Once this ability was strengthened, that golden light supremacy was able to take people on a smooth journey of 1,000 miles with its golden light ability. Zhang Chen naturally looked away. As for the fire virtue sex fire escape technique of traveling thousands of miles in one night, it is even less convenient and rapid than taking the phone directly. Combined with the first enhanced direction, wouldn't I be able to capture signals from satellites in the sky? Even if you want to go to some place without a signal later, as long as that place has a satellite signal, I'll be able to first lift off as an electromagnetic wave and then just project it as an electromagnetic wave somewhere? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen instantly became interested. Without the slightest hesitation, he responded directly in his own mind. Reinforcement immediately. Zhang Chen's voice had just fallen, and he began the special training for ability enhancement driven by the system. On the side was Zhang, who was also standing in the air in the form of a sole electromagnetic wave. Looking at Zhang Chen's movements at this moment, the doubts in his heart increased greatly. She didn't understand what the hell Zhang Chen was doing. His soul had clearly succeeded in turning into an electromagnetic signal, so why was he tossing it now? Zhuang watched Zhang Chen's movements and gradually realized that there was something wrong with Zhang Chen. She now exists as an electromagnetic wave of the soul. It was obvious that Zhang Chen's reaction to various electromagnetic wave signals at this time was many times more sensitive than his current self. Even some of the signals she had to be very careful to discern and pick up on. It seemed like there was no difficulty at all with Zhang Chen. He had access to all of them. What's going on with this Zhang Chen guy? Obviously a newcomer who has just entered this doorway. How come he is acting so much more powerful than me? Zhuang watched as countless signals were filtered by Zhang Chen on the fly. She was a little incredulous for a moment. She had existed in this position for years before she was able to access these things. Instead, Zhang Chen took less than 5 minutes. Not only did he master them all, but he practiced them even better than himself. This little demon. It's just too much of a blow. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was still practicing there with his eyes closed, Zhuang somewhat helplessly skimmed his mouth. However, just as Zhuang pondered how long Zhang Chen could last in such a state, suddenly a scene that made her jaw drop occurred. Only Zhang Chen's electromagnetic wave soul that was originally parked in the air receiving countless signals could be seen, suddenly back in his body. Next moment, only Zhang Chen's physical body, which had originally stopped there, instantly disappeared. Seeing him again, Zhang was surprisingly beyond shocked to find out. Zhang Chen's physical body unexpectedly transformed into the same electromagnetic waveform as his soul at this moment. Standing in the sky, standing side by side with myself. You, why can your flesh be electromagneticized? This can't be right. How did you do it? Looking at the boy beside himself, who was a few years younger than himself, Zhang stuttered his words in shock for a moment. She naturally knew what it meant for Zhang Chen to be in such a state. He was able to electromagneticize his physical body. That means as long as there are signals in this world, he could then travel through any corner of this world at will, no longer limited by space and distance. Such an ability is shocking beyond belief. I didn't expect the body to feel good when it's electromagneticized. Looking at the shocked Zhuang, Zhang Chen did not immediately respond to how she herself had done all this. Zhang Chen reached out and touched Zhuang's head. Then with a thought, he controlled a nearby landline phone and dialed the number of Longhu Mountain, which was thousands of miles away. Feel the signal flow for a moment. Zhang Chen's entire body then instantly rushed out with the location where the signal was flowing. Hello? This is the LW office. Please. At this time, the office on Longhu Mountain. An outer court disciple had just picked up the phone. Next moment, Zhang Chen's figure unexpectedly jumped out directly from inside the phone. It startled this outer disciple who answered the phone. Even the microphone inside his hand was thrown out. This young master nephew, in the future, your cultivation should be more stable. Zhang Chen reached out to catch the microphone thrown out by this little Taoist priest and opened his mouth to comfort him. Zhang, senior uncle Zhang Chen, why are you here? No, that's not right. I remember you just popped up from inside the phone. Could it be that I'm blind? This young Taoist who had just recently come to the mountain rubbed his eyes. A shocked face opened his mouth and asked, No, your eyes aren't crossed. I just came back from sitting on the phone. I'll go check on Master and the others. You continue to stand guard here. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he reached out and patted this little Taoist priest on the shoulder to comfort him for a few moments before getting up and leaving. Looking at Zhang Chen's back as he left, he recalled his words. The shocked look on this little Taoist's face could not be quelled for a long time. Pop. Somewhat confused, the little Taoist reached out his hand and directly gave himself 2 big slaps on the ears, mumbling under his breath. No, I must have been blind just now. It's not just the eyes that are blurry, it's the ears too. Junior Master has obviously passed away. How can he still be alive? He also said that he came here by phone. Isn't this a joke? Wait, there might be another situation where… What? It's haunted? Thinking of this little Taoist who was in charge of answering the phone immediately covered his mouth. Master Ancestor is here. Master Ancestor is here. Don't blame the disciples for their nonsense. This is Longhu Mountain. How could a ghost or monster come? Please don't blame your masters. Please don't blame them. After leaving the office where he had answered the phone, Zhang Chen hurried towards the top of the mountain with fast footsteps. He was going to go to the mountains to see how his master and uncle had been doing all this time. I'm sure that after so much time has passed, the layout of the Wang and Lu families has already begun. Chapter 162 Demonstrating the Augur Dragon Body. Shocked Heavenly Master Teacher brothers and sisters. Zhang Chen's speed was flying. Almost in the blink of an eye he rushed to the location where the Heavenly Master's mansion in the back of the mountain was located. After obtaining the Jiao Dragon physique, Zhang Chen's physical body speed alone now surpassed most people's perceptions. After all, this augur body, but it was already equivalent to the strength of a human's physique after ascension. To put it simply, Zhang Chen's physical body had now become immortal. And it wasn't just any land god, it was a true immortal body. If Zhang Chen didn't want his whereabouts to be discovered, then no one would be able to find out that he had already appeared at Longhu Mountain. In the meantime, the old Heavenly Master, who was playing chess with Zhang Huai in the back of the mountain, suddenly sensed a trace of strange fluctuation of air qi coming from the surroundings. It was a formation that he had purposely set up. The purpose was to guard against some ungrateful curmudgeons taking advantage of the chaos on the mountain during this period of time. Huai, someone's coming, I'll go check it out. Hearing the old Heavenly Master's words, Zhang Huai, who was sitting on the side and was playing chess with him, then opened his mouth with some dissatisfaction. Elder brother, you've used this excuse several times. I'll drop 2 more tiles, and you're a big dragon that's about to be eaten up by me. Aren't you a sore loser? Hearing Zhang Huai's words, the old Heavenly Master's face darkened. He did use this trick several times before this to avoid losing, but not this time. This time it's a real person up the hill. And judging by the fluctuations of the formation he had set up, the person who came up the mountain this time was not simple. He had broken through several layers of his ministry's prohibitions with his physical strength alone. If he guessed correctly, the fellow who had come up the mountain this time was a great master with a horizontal physical body. Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Someone's really here this time. To be able to break through Spirit Jade's differential boundary, and also break through several of my prohibitions in a row, the visitor this time is not simple. Hearing his senior brother's serious voice, Zhang Huai's brows couldn't help but frown. If it's true, let's go see it together. Go meet this friend who can't wait to visit us on the mountain. After Zhang Huai's words fell, the two were just about to get up. They then simultaneously felt an incomparably terrifying aura instantly press toward the two. Feeling this terrifying aura, old Tianchi and Zhang Huai's faces changed at the same time. Based on the scent alone, the person who forced his way through the mountain gate this time was very strong. The two of them perceived that there was no air in this terrifying aura. It's just pure oppression from the power of the flesh. A horizontal exercise grandmaster level character. I'm afraid that he's already touched the flesh body land divine immortal realm. Even that Rohu's horizontal training is 100,000 miles short of this man's. Upon hearing the old Heavenly Master's comment, Zhang Huai's face began to become incomparably grave. By now he had begun to think hard in his head. Right now in this world, who else are all the great masters of horizontal training whose strength can be so strong? However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any useful information. Senior brother, stop thinking if you can't think of it. Prepare for battle. Zhang Jiwei couldn't help but see a glint in his eyes. He had been invincible in the world for so many years, and now he finally had a strong opponent who could make him go all out. At this moment, the old Heavenly Master's eyes were filled with excitement. Just as he was ready to fight, both the Five Thunders Orthodoxy and the Golden Light Mantra were about to go off at the drop of a hat. Next moment, an extremely familiar voice suddenly rang in their ears. This voice caused these two old men who were preparing for a sound battle to instantly relax their guard. Master and uncle, your spirits look quite good. Hear the voice. The two recognized the owner of the voice at the first opportunity. Tatsu's back? That terrifying pressure just now. It came from Chenner, right? After the two of them glanced at each other, they both saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Just how long had it been since he had parted ways with Zhang Chen, and he had already cultivated his physical body to such a degree? This is too much. As the voice fell shortly after, Zhang Chen's figure instantly stood beside the two old men. At the first moment Zhang Chen appeared, the dragon might that had long been suppressed from his body also clearly appeared around the duo. Feeling this faint dragon's might on Zhang Chen's body, the old Heavenly Master couldn't help but frown as he opened his mouth. What's going on with your boy's body? I don't suppose you've had some kind of miraculous encounter since you fell out of the airplane, have you? The legendary Dragon Dan was found by your kid? Looking at the doubt on his master's face, Zhang Chen then hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth without hiding it. Master, how is this augur body of disciple? With this body I have now, I'm already able to physically crush the snake immortal of the northeast, Master Lu Kuanqing Lu. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, a questioning look appeared on all of the faces of the old Tianchi and Zhang Huai. What the hell? You're saying this body of yours is an augur body? What the hell is this augur body? And then there's the fact that you said your current physical body is even more powerful than that old snake in the northeast? The old heavenly master rubbed his ears and opened his mouth to ask with an incredulous expression. Senior nephew. Just tell your master and me. What exactly is this augur body that you're talking about? In all my years under the mountain, why have I never heard of this? Looking at these two old men with puzzled looks on their faces, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and he finally opened his mouth seriously to explain to them. Master, senior uncle. This Jiao Dragon body is the legendary Jiao Dragon body of those aquatic great demons after they have crossed the Jiao Dragon tribulation, except that I, on the other hand, have crossed this augury dragon calamity with a human body. Zhang Chen opened his mouth to explain while forcefully displaying the scales on his arm for these two old men to see. Looking at those scaly dragon scales that were born on Zhang Chen's arms, the two of them, old Tianchi and Zhang Huai, looked a bit dumbfounded. How is this possible? Why are scales growing on you, boy? Are you even human in this body now? Hearing the words of these two old men, Zhang Chen helplessly rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. How can you not be considered human? It's just a special kind of physique. A special kind of physique similar to the one used when opening the reverse life triple. It was only after hearing Zhang Chen explain in this manner that the old heavenly master in Zhang Huai nodded seriously. So it is. But what's your boy doing in the northeast region all of a sudden? Also, how did you get back again? Did you not learn some new ability? Hearing these questions from his own master and uncle, with a faint smile, Zhang Chen began to tell them about what had happened during this period of time. He was talking about this for over 2 hours. Zhang Chen's experience during this period of time made the two old men TSK. Chapter 163, Wang Ai's and Lucy's Underhanded Tricks. Zhang Lingyu who stumped up, listening to Zhang Chen recounting his experiences over this period of time. Especially when he heard that he had crossed that legendary 10 deaths and no chance of survival Jiaolong robbery while he was sleeping. The two of them, old Tianchi and Zhang Huai, couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. This kid is just too unbelievable. The Jiao Dragon robbery that even that old snake in the northeast is scared to death was actually crossed over by Zhang Chen in his sleep. What kind of demonic natural talent is in this child? This is outrageous. After sighing, when the two of them heard Zhang Chen say that he came back by phone, the two of them were even more confused. This phone is obviously a communication tool. How did it suddenly become a means of transportation in Zhang Chen's mouth? Can't figure it out. They just can't. But here's what they know. No matter what outrageous things happened, just put it on Zhang Chen. That's all kinda reasonable, right? In the end, Zhang Chen also informed these two old men about the plan he had been preparing. When he heard that Zhang Chen was actually going to exterminate the Wang and Lu families, two inhuman families that had been passed down for hundreds of years, a hint of seriousness also showed in both of their eyes. They knew that with Zhang Chen's current strength, exterminating Wang Ai and Lu Ci was not a difficult task at all. But if you want to eradicate their family, then I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Because not only did their two families have considerable roots in the inhuman world, in the world of ordinary people, the two of them whether in the military or politics, or within various fields such as business, all have a number of distinguished sons and daughters. It's hard to root them out completely, but this would still be possible if they were just kicked out of the inhuman realm and made to be ordinary people forever. Tatsuer, how far are you prepared to go? Should we let both of their families leave the other world forever? Or should we kill them all? Even as he asked this question, a strange look flashed across the old heavenly master's eyes. It seemed that he was waiting for this disciple of his to see what kind of answer he would give. Banish them from the inhuman world. After hearing Zhang Chen's reply, the old heavenly master was visibly relieved. He was very afraid that his beloved disciple would be overwhelmed by anger. He didn't want to see this beloved disciple of his become as murderous as Shaolin Master Shekon's disciple who had a penchant for killing. In that case, with Zhang Chen's current strength, I'm afraid it would be hard to stop him myself even if I wanted to. Fortunately, however, Zhang Chen was still considered to have a sense of propriety. This matter is internal to our inhuman realm. There is no need to involve ordinary people. However, from now on, all of the people from these two Wang Lu families will be forbidden to cultivate for life. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the hearts of both the old heavenly master and Zhang Huai could not help but be shocked. It seemed that Zhang Chen was prepared to completely cut off these two families' path to becoming inhumans. But that's fine. Think of it as some lesson and warning to the inhuman circle in this dragon kingdom. After Zhang Chen finished his business, he looked up at the old heavenly master and said seriously, "Master, recently those two old things, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, should have also made a move against our Longhu mountain, right?" The old celestial master nodded silently. "Wang Ai and Lu Ci have urged a lot of people from small sects to come to our Longhu mountain to cause trouble. He said that he wants your senior uncle Huai to pay back the debts he owed in the past, or else he will come up to our mountain gate and cause trouble." Hearing his own master's words, Zhang Chen unexpectedly glanced at Zhang Huai before wondering, "Senior uncle, what kinds of things did you do under the mountain back then that were outrageous to people and gods? To be surprised that so many sects have come to seek revenge?" Zhang Huai shook his head helplessly and spoke. "The guys who found me back then and tried to forcefully demand the air body source stream were all severely injured by my hand. If you do the math like that, we should be the ones who have the upper hand in this matter. But then someone comes along behind the scenes and presses all the crappy, broken things that Omnisex has done in the past on my head. Even a while ago, I somehow became the top of all sects." Listening to his own master's uncle recounting the trumped-up charges, Zhang Chen instantly knew that this was those two old things, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, deliberately building up momentum. First of all, the public opinion that Lung Fu Shan had taken in all sects executives was copied, so that Lung Fu Shan stood in the opposing position of all sects. Then the rest of the scheming will take place. I'm afraid that the goal of their two families was the air body source stream that their own master Huai had mastered. These two old things who had tasted the sweetness of the Eight Wonders technique. Naturally, he was even more interested in the air body source flow that Zhang Huai had mastered. I'm afraid it won't be long before they bring a bunch of sects up to Longhu Mountain to force the palace. After guessing the purpose of both Wang Ai and Lu Ci, Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire these two old things for their tactics. This war of public opinion is understood by the two of them. "Master, uncle, who's on top of those small sects under the mountain now?" Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. "Naturally, those senior brothers of yours. Ever since you taught me the improved golden light mantra and the fighting dragon and tiger fist technique, these senior brothers of yours have started to learn these new things as well. Your improved technique has very strong battle power. Just one day yesterday, your senior brother Zhang Lingyu defeated 7 elders of small sects in a row with his own strength under the mountain." Looking at the smile on the old heavenly master's face, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh as well. It seems that this spirit jade senior brother of mine has really branched out. Seeing the look of surprise on Zhang Chen's face, the old heavenly master said seriously, "That's not true? That child Lingyu, but she's been catching up with you all along. He's trying hard enough. Other than you, he's the most talented little guy I've seen in years." Speaking here, the old heavenly master looked at Zhang Chen again and spoke with a helpless expression. "Although that little fellow works hard enough and has a high level of talent, he's still a bit inadequate when compared to a demon like you. I didn't realize how long you've been down this mountain, and even I can't see through your strength now." Listening to his master's sentiments, Zhang Chen smiled faintly. Although Zhang Lingyu was a talented and also very hardworking cultivation genius, but he's a hung man with a system. There is still a gap between genius and genius. What's more, between geniuses and hangers-on. That gap is feared to be like a moat. After learning about the recent situation of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chen was ready to leave first. After all, he's now outwardly identified as dead. If he rashly appeared in people's view, he was afraid that he would alert those two old things. Thus, it will take more time to eradicate both of them. He didn't want to just waste that much precious time. Before Zhang Chen left, he went to see Tian Jinzhong again, who was undergoing rehabilitation training. Seeing that he is now recovering well, he is able to get off the ground and walk slowly. Zhang Chen then bid farewell to the 3 old men. The physical body transformed into an electromagnetic wave and re-entered the dark fortress of the northeast region, which was thousands of miles away. Chapter 164, The Whereabouts of the Demon Sword. Preparing to booby-trap the Bijou Ninja congregation. As the phone inside the dark fortress rang, next moment, Zhang Chen's figure then instantly drilled out from beside the phone. Looking at Zhang Chen who suddenly appeared, the 3 Shaha, who had been waiting for him for a few hours, couldn't help but be a little curious. Where the hell has Zhang Chen been all this time? Probably knowing the doubts in their minds. Zhang Chen directly smiled and opened his mouth as soon as he appeared. "Sorry, I just went back to the Dragon Tiger Mountain and wasted some time." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 3 of them were instantly dumbfounded. What? You said you just went back to Dragon Tiger Mountain? From this northeast region to Longhu Mountain, it's a distance of several thousand kilometers. You ran a round trip in such a short time over such a distance? That's faster than a rocket. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but speak. "Dad, Zhang Chen is now able to make his physical body take the form of electromagnetic waves. Isn't it normal for the rocket to be faster? It's only abnormal if it's not as fast as a rocket. Hearing his own daughter's words, Gao Lian helplessly scratched his head. He had not expected that Zhang Chen would be able to transform his body into the form of an electromagnetic wave. The fact that his own daughter's soul was able to transform into electromagnetic waves had already surprised him. And this hand that Zhang Chen was now revealing had turned his three views upside down. This kid, how in the world did he do that? Gao Lian's mind was very curious for a moment. Zhang, on the other hand, was obviously much more generous than his old man. She directly opened her mouth and asked Zhang Chen, this ability of yours, am I able to learn it? Hearing Zhuang's words, Zhang Chen smiled and rubbed her head and said, yes, but you can't learn it until your body has fully recovered. Otherwise, there's not much of a chance. Hearing Zhang Chen's gentle voice, Zhuang sweetly answered, aha, I'll try to recover next. You can't go back on your word when the time comes. Watching his own daughter suddenly become so close to Zhang Chen, Gao Lian, the old father, naturally loved and hated this. It was clear that the deal was to save his daughter, and he gave Zhang Chen potency in return. How is it that now, all of a sudden, with all this drama, how does this performance of my daughter look like it's going to be for nothing? If this baby bump of ours fell in love with Zhang Chen just like that, then you'll lose a lot of money when the time comes. But think about it. As for who his own baby bump really liked, he, Gao Lian, would naturally agree with all of them. After all, God had managed to give him back a full daughter. He didn't want to interfere with Oliver Zhang's actions. Even if she likes Zhang Chen on this, then, that can only go with her. Since he had already thought about it in his heart, then Gao Lian was not prepared to dwell on these things in his heart. After all, it's a young person's business, so let them work it out. Xia He, who was on the side, always looked at Zhuang, who was lying inside the life support apparatus, with a smile on his face. This girl looks quite pretty after her body has recovered. It's just a pity that it's going to fall to Zhang Chen again, but it's good. With such a powerful physique as Zhang Chen has now, I'm no match for him alone. It seems nice to have a sister to help out. With the Northeast region done, Zhang Chen was next ready to head to his final destination, North China region, Su Xiang's responsible jurisdiction, because Zhang Chen knew that Su Xiang's soft underbelly was none other than Feng Baobao, the temporary worker under him. Using Feng Baobao's secret as a threat, Zhang Chen believed that Su Xiang would not hesitate to stand on his side. However, just as he was about to take Xiahao away, suddenly something came to mind. In this vast northeastern region of the plains, it seemed that a group of Japanese invaders that had once invaded the Dragon Kingdom were still harboring. The group of Bijou Shinobu ninja who remained within the Dragon Kingdom in order to bring back the legendary demon sword. It just so happens that I'm in the northeast region right now, so let's take care of this demon sword and Bishujo Shinobu thing in the meantime. This group of bonobos hiding in the Dragon Kingdom's territory. If I hadn't familiarized myself with the plot, I would have forgotten about you for a moment. Thinking of the demon sword and the dozens of Japanese pirates that were left in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom back then, Zhang Chen couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The blood debt owed for so many years, then it was up to him to help his predecessors to pay it back. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke to Gao Lian. Uncle Gao, I just remembered something. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian clearly froze for a moment. What is it? If you need help, just ask. Zhang Chen nodded and continued to speak. When the Japanese invaded China back then, it seems that the Hiraya Shinobu ninja congregation lost a demon sword in the northeast region. Even though the war ended in the end and the Japanese were defeated, the group stayed behind only to retrieve the demon sword. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, a trace of gravity appeared on Gao Lian. You're right, there is such a thing. Over the years, we've also collected information on those people. Only those guys are just too good at hiding, and we can't find them anywhere. Right, Zhang Chen? You just mentioned this matter. Could it be that you have news about those guys? As the words came out, Golan became visibly agitated. It seemed that the matter of the Beyond the Valley Mountain Shinobi congregation had been a thorn in Gao Lian's heart that he couldn't pull out. Becoming the head of the northeast region, he didn't want to get these bonobos out all the time, and then hand-deliver them. After all, when they fought against the Japanese back in the day, a lot of their senior members of the Gao family had been sacrificed on the battlefield. It's a family feud that has to be avenged. I have no news of the Bikuru Shinobu. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the incredibly excited Gao Lian immediately calmed down, but not before he sighs. Zhang Chen's next words revitalized him. But I do know something about the news of the demon sword they're looking for. As soon as these words were uttered, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Gao Lian's eyes. I knew that the purpose of that group of Bishujo ninjas still remaining in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom was naturally for this demon sword. As long as we can find the demon blade, Then with this demon sword, set a trap for the Bijou ninjas. They will naturally chip away at it. For the sake of the demon sword, this group of lunatics were afraid that they would come to snatch it at all costs. At that point, that's when it's legal to go on a killing spree. Thinking of this, a hint of cruelty appeared in Gao Lian's eyes. Zhang Chen, tell us about the news of the demon sword. As soon as we find this sword, then there's a big credit waiting for us. Zhang Chen looked at Gao Lian, who had a murderous look on his face, and nodded silently. Uncle Gao, if I remember correctly, that demonic sword should be inside some broken temple in Ji province right now. Chapter 165 Demon Sword and Ironic Demon Man ending. After learning of the demon blade's whereabouts, the four of them began a discussion. This time, only Zhang Chen, Xia He and Gao Lian participated in the operation. Our Zhang is not fit to participate in this operation as he has just recovered. She only had to stay in the Dark Fortress for the time being to provide the trio with a bit of logistics. In order to ensure her Zhang's safety, some spells were left for her. The manipulation of these spells was simple, requiring only consciousness to induce the trigger. At the same time, Gao Lian also brought along a satellite phone, which was extremely rare in this era. Once Zhuang encountered danger, then she only needed to notify Gao Lian through a signal. Then Zhang Chen and the others would be able to return to the Dark Fortress immediately. After discussing the countermeasures, Zhang Chen took out 2 devouring sacks. After loading Xiahe and Gao Lian into the devouring bag, he then asked her Zhang to dial the branch number in Ji province. The moment the signal spreads out, Zhang Chen then directly took the 2 devouring sacks and disappeared in front of Zhuang's eyes. Hello, how are you? This is the branch office of Nadu Tongji province. Glad to be of service. A little girl at the front desk had just picked up the phone when Zhang Chen's figure instantly appeared behind her. However, Zhang Chen did not disturb the little girl, but disappeared in a flash. After arriving at the Ji province branch, Gao Lian directly walked towards the branch's building. The chairman of the branch, seeing Golium, the man in charge, arriving. First, he stared, then immediately rose to greet him. Mr. Gao, why didn't you say in advance that you were coming, so I could rush to the airport to pick you up? Don't go to all that trouble. There are important things to do now. As soon as he heard Gao Lian open his mouth and say that there was something important, this branch's chairman's eyes immediately became serious. Please give the task to Mr. Gao, and the Ji province branch will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. For the manner in which this man of his is doing his job, Golan was kinda happy with it. I've just received news that the demon sword Hirumaru, which the Japanese invaders who invaded our dragon kingdom back then were searching for, is now within the borders of your Ji province. The exact location is still unclear. It should be in a dilapidated temple. You first get all the records about temples in Ji province before the founding of the country, and then send people forward to search for them. Remember one thing, when you find any bonobo's saber, don't just go up and touch it. That demonic sword is still evil. It can control a person's body and spirit and turn them into a murderer. Hearing Gao Lian's command, the head of the Ji province branch was startled. He didn't expect that this legendary demon sword would be so demonic. Surprisingly, he was able to control the people who touched him. No wonder he could be called the Demon Blade. So it is. After receiving the order, this chairman of the Ji province branch directly began to follow it. 3 days, at the most, we'll definitely be able to find the whereabouts of that demon sword. Gao Lian clenched his fists in excitement, itching to find that demonic sword immediately, and then use it to fish out the bonobos who are lurking within the Dragon Kingdom. Wipe them out and leave no one behind. As tasks are distributed, half a day later, a record related to the temple was all presented on Gao Lian's desk. Zhang Chen looked over the information one by one. Finally, at the sight of a tattered and torn photograph, a sudden twinge of familiarity crossed his mind. This should be it. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and spoke directly. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian did not hesitate and directly ordered his men to prepare the vehicle. 10 minutes later, an SUV then headed out onto the deserted Great Plains. Unfortunately, there's no phone over there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have to be so much trouble. After a ride on an EMP, Goliath then fell in love with the type of transportation that could move thousands of miles in an instant. Now when he drives again, he always feels that the vehicle is moving too slowly. Right now our country's technology isn't developed enough. In another 10 or 20 years, even the wasteland will be covered with signal sources. At that point, I'll be able to shuttle at will. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian felt a bit incredulous. He didn't think that in only 10 or 20 years, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to develop into what Zhang Chen had described. Looking at the puzzled Gao Lian, Zhang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. If Uncle Gao doesn't believe me, I think you can invest in a few foreign companies, like what Apple, Intel, Nvidia and other such big foreign technology companies. I'm afraid Uncle Gao will have to thank me properly by then. Zhang Chen's words were a little less believable to him though. However, he still committed the names of these companies mentioned by Zhang Chen to his mind. What he didn't know, however, was this. A decade or two later, he invested in these very companies to become the richest man in the entire Northeast region. Of course, all of this is an afterthought for now. 2 or 3 hours later, Zhang Chen and his group of 3 managed to park their car in front of this broken temple. Looking at the broken temple in front of him, which only had broken walls left, Gao Lian frowned tightly. The demon sword Hiramaru, which was famous throughout the inhuman community. It's amazing that you would spend decades in such a dilapidated temple. It's also really ironic. Zhang Chen kicked away the dirt covering this temple, revealing the original appearance of the temple below. Sure enough, this is the right place. When Zhang Chen lowered his head towards the bottom, he immediately saw a lowly skeleton lying on the ground of this temple. Beside the lowly skeleton, on the other hand, lay 2 knives silently. One was a well-worn, rusty wood chipper. The other is a katana that has survived decades and still hasn't gotten a speck of dust. Without a doubt, that katana was the demon sword Hiramaru that Zhang Chen and the others were looking for. The 3 of them looked at each other and jumped down from the top to the skeleton. Zhang Chen pointed at the skeleton on the ground and opened his mouth. This is the demonic man Nadeto Ida who wielded the demon sword back then. And this sword in his hand is the demon sword Hirokimaru that we're looking for. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian could not help but be a little surprised. He looked at the other rusty wood knife on the ground and asked with a puzzled look on his face. What about this rusty wood chipper, and where did it come from? Just looking at the scene, it seems that the demon Ida you mentioned died under this blade. Gao Lian asked his doubts, and Xia He, who was on the side, also looked at Zhang Chen with great doubts. In response to this question, Zhang Chen spoke with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. This sword, it can be said that he has a great deal of history. This is the precious sword that has slain the demon. But to say he's ordinary, it's just an ordinary wood chipper. Yet it was such an ordinary rusty wood knife that, in the hands of a little girl with no hands, became a treasure knife for slaying demons. You see how ironic it is? This ending, Chapter 166 Arrogant Blade Spirit. How did he kneel so quickly? Zhang Chen told the 2 of them, Xia He and Gao Lian, the story he knew about this demon sword. After listening to the story Zhang Chen told, both felt a twinge of admiration for the wood chipper on the ground and the little girl who had once wielded it. The demon with the demon sword ended up dying at the hands of the little girl with the wood chipper. This is the kind of ending that best suits the Japanese pirates who have done nothing wrong. I'll contact the branch and ask them to bring special sheltering tools. After saying that, Gao Lian picked up the satellite phone and prepared to notify the branch. However, Zhang Chen reached out and stopped him at that moment. This was because Zhang Chen knew that with just the strength of the Northeast Great Distinctions Company, it could not clean up this demon sword. In the episode due to Zhang Chen, the demon blade was not at peace when he was institutionalized and caused a lot of trouble. In the end, it was Seiki Shiana, one of the 10 brothers, who stepped in to temporarily seal the demon sword. For Gao Lian's behavior of not knowing the power of the demon sword and being prepared to directly give away his head, Zhang Chen naturally stopped him immediately. Relying on the branch's strength, you can't subdue this demon sword. At the very least, it would take one of the 10 brothers, Guan Shihua, to make a move. Gao Lian, who had long heard Zhang Chen talk about the powerful aspects of this demonic sword, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Zhang Chen was here and stopped him in time. Otherwise, maybe a few more lives would have to be folded in because of this knife. If an accident like that really happened, he, as the person in charge, would have to be given a big demerit. I'm quite interested in the knife, though, just let me try. With that, Zhang Chen was ready to reach out and grab the knife. Wait a minute, isn't that something that only a 10-year-old can suppress? Zhang Chen, you. Before Gao Lian could finish his words, Zhang Chen had already pressed his hand onto this blade. A moment of contact with this demon sword. Instantly, an extremely strong malice filled Zhang Chen's body. That was the malice that had built up after this demon sword, Hiramaru, had killed countless innocent beings. At the first moment he felt this malice, a hint of disgust instinctively appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen knew that this knife had once hurt countless compatriots. Above its blade, it had been stained with the blood of countless forefathers. If it wasn't for the fact that he would have to use this demonic sword next to lure out those Japanese invaders lurking within the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Chen would have slapped this demonic sword into pieces right now. Submit to me and I will give you unimaginable power. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering in his mind whether or not he could attract the Japanese pirates to take the bait with the pieces of this demon sword, an evil to the extreme voice suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Zhang Chen knew that this voice was the evil spirit in this demon sword Hiramaru. What a powerful body. If I can control this body and add my sword skills, then I will be unrivaled in the world. Come on, young man, submit to me. Join me in being invincible in this world. Go ahead and kill to your heart's content. Listening to Knife in the Eye Hiromaru's crazy words, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a disdainful smile. In the world of his soul, Zhang Chen looked condescendingly at the human soul that Hiromaru had transformed into in front of him and said disdainfully, "It's just a broken sword. How dare you speak so loudly? Scream again and shatter you." Zhang Chen's words caused Hiromaru to suddenly freeze. Then it was only heard laughing. "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant young man. But it's not in my style not to be arrogant when becoming a vessel for my Hirokimaru. You boy. I love it. Your body is strong. Give me your body." Hiromaru continued to open his mouth to Zhang Chen in a loud voice. Listening to Hiromaru's words, Zhang Chen felt a bit annoyed, only to see him casually wave his hand. A black air immediately emerged from his palm. This was precisely the power of one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the power of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Hiromaru was only an artifact spirit though, but even an artifact spirit is a type of soul, the spirit-repelling ability of the spirit detainer and dispenser. On the other hand, restrains all spirits under the sun. Even if it was an artifact spirit, it was no exception. It was probably because he felt the threat of Zhang Chentai's air. Hiromaru's arrogant demeanor instantly disappeared, and a trace of gravity appeared on his face. "I say, you young man, how dare you try to make a move on the old man? You're strong though, you really are, but I am a soul. What can you do to me?" Just after Hiromaru's words were finished, he looked at Zhang Chen with a sneer on his face. Looking at Hiromaru's soul's arrogant stance, Zhang Chen sneered. Directly utilizing the ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals, he grabbed towards its soul. "Wait, what's going on with this ability of yours? Anyway?" Hiromaru couldn't understand what Zhang Chen had done. It only felt a steep likeness in its soul. Then its soul detached itself from the demon sword's body, and detached itself. Only the demon blade was left still in place. "Stop it! You stop it! You damned Chinaman!" Hiromaru's soul roared loudly at Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen might have disliked it for being a bit noisy. A hand was then extended and gently crushed. It then erased a large portion of his soul, presented in a soul gesture. The humanoid soul that Hiromaru had transformed into was directly obliterated by Zhang Chen's thigh. "Ah, asshole! What did you do? Damn it! I'm the blade spirit of the legendary demon sword. How dare you treat me like this?" Listening to Hiromaru's rant, Zhang Chen sneered once again. He then proceeded to use his ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals, and pressed his hand to Hiromaru's arm, tearing it gently. Next moment, the entire right arm of Hiromaru's soul stance was instantly ripped off by Zhang Chen. Once again, Hiromaru took a hard hit. Only, this time it didn't dare to break into a rage. "Yo, finally honest?" Looking at Hiromaru's soul who had honestly kept his mouth shut, Zhang Chen opened his mouth disdainfully. "I, for one, want." As soon as he heard that Hiromaru was actually going to put in another hard word, Zhang Chen's large hand with black air was once again placed on its soul. Feeling the threat coming from Zhang Chen's large hand, Hiromaru froze at first, then immediately changed his tone. Very fawningly, he opened his mouth. "I'm going to claim you as my master. Stop erasing my soul. I kowtow to you. I kowtow to you." Strike that. Only to see the soul of Hiromaru in Zhang Chen's hand actually kneeling down in front of him. Heads were pounding like garlic, kowtowing frantically. Xiaohe and Gao Lian, who were on the side, looked at the scene in front of them and stared in shock. Summer harvest is okay. After all, he had followed Zhang Chen for such a long time, and he had seen many big scenes, but Gao Lian, this was the first time he had seen the scene that could be called magical. That's the legendary demon sword that kills countless people. Its blade spirit was actually kowtowing to Zhang Chen and begging for forgiveness? This guy, kneeling is just too fast. Chapter 167, using the demon sword as bait. Gao Lian's beloved defected. Zhang Chen did not give a second glance to the demonic blade that had submitted to him. With a flick of his finger, he flicked its soul back into the blade. After he casually took out a file and put away this demon sword, this Gao Lian opened his mouth. "Uncle Gao, let's get ready to follow the plan." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian nodded seriously. "Now that we've got the demon sword, then it's time for those Japanese pirates lurking in China to be wiped out." However, when it comes to starting a fishing operation, Gao Lian, on the other hand, hesitated a little. It was because he remembered what Zhang Chen had said earlier. He is surrounded by traitors left behind by the Japanese. "Zhang Chen, can you tell me who the mole around me really is?" Looking at the hesitation on Gao Lian's face, Zhang Chen smiled and patted his shoulder as he spoke. "Uncle Gao, I'm afraid that if I open my mouth now, you won't really believe me without enough evidence. Then why don't we just catch him in the act and let him expose himself? What do you think?" After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Golan nodded seriously. He was then seen pulling out his satellite phone. After some hesitation, he dialed the phone number of his beloved old Zhang. "Hey, old Zhang, we've found the whereabouts of the demon sword. Contact the top immediately and ask them to send someone to clean up this demon sword." After the group of three rode the phone back to the dark fortress again, Zhang Chen directly took this demonic sword out of the devouring sack and placed it in a conspicuous place. It was then ignored and began to quietly wait for the enemy to take the bait. Later that night, as Gao Lian's good friend for many years, and his beloved old Zhang who had been born and died many times, quietly, he pushed open the door to the dark fortress. As Gao Lian's beloved, he naturally possessed the authority to freely enter and exit the dark fortress. He was seen first coming to the tempered glass display case that held the demon sword. Extremely greedily, he glanced towards the inside. He was then seen removing a picture from his hand. Started to seriously compare the demon sword in front of him with the one in the photo. It really is this demon sword Hiramaru. I didn't realize that Golian had actually found it. In that case, then the mission I've been lurking here for so many years will finally be accomplished. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared on old Zhang's face. As a ninja carefully bred by Bishonen, he was carrying the burden of finding the demon sword and reviving the Bijou shinobi. The defenses in the dark fortress are now empty. Gao Lian, who was in charge of the security of the dark fortress, was there because he had to report to the top about the demon sword. Can't come back for a while. This gave old Zhang the opportunity to be able to get close to this demon sword. The opportunity to take away the demon knife is now at hand. He absolutely could not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as old Zhang was thinking about how he should take out the demon sword from the dark fortress with the least amount of commotion and successfully escape, suddenly, a familiar mechanical synthesized voice rang in his ears. "Uncle Zhang, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this voice, old Zhang's entire body froze violently. A familiar name came out of his mouth. "Sam?" After shouting the name, old Zhang looked back. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes. "Uncle Zhang, it's me. Are you interested in this demon sword? But my dad says it's a demon sword capable of wreaking havoc. You're better off staying away from him." After hearing Zhuang's words, old Zhang sighed helplessly. "Shan, don't blame your Uncle Zhang for some things. All these years you've been living in this life support apparatus. It's just a lot of living. In that case, then Uncle Zhang will relieve you today." Shan, don't blame your Uncle Zhang. If you want to blame it on this damned world. Let's each do our own thing. Old Zhang looked at the life support apparatus that was keeping Zhuang alive on the side. Slightly saddened, he closed his eyes and casually swung an air chop at the complex wiring of the life support apparatus. "Uncle Zhang, you are even a rebel." Before Zhang could finish her words, her electronically synthesized voice came to a screeching halt. After her life support apparatus stopped, the alarm inside the dark fortress then went off instantly. Hearing these sirens, old Zhang knew he didn't have much time left. He craned his head to look at Zhang's life support apparatus again. Then without further hesitation, he blasted the tempered glass where the demon sword was placed with a single punch. The demonic sword was placed into a wooden box that had been prepared in advance. Then he began to take this demon sword with him and quickly escaped from the dark fortress. Before coming to the dark fortress, he had then notified Yohei Aoyama and Dai in advance through the liaison office of the Bikuru ninja. "Tell them that you will take the demon sword next, and wait for them to pick it up in the meantime." Now that the demon sword had arrived, their new generation of Bijutsu ninjas pickup should be arriving soon. However, as old Zhang took the demon sword and hurriedly left the dark fortress, Zhang's life support apparatus suddenly turned on. A gentle female voice came from inside, traveling into one of the corners of this room. "Dad, Zhang Chen, it's been confirmed. Uncle Zhang, he's the traitor of the dark fort." Gorian, who had been watching the whole thing from the corner, painfully pounding his chest, he said helplessly to Zhang Chen, "I didn't realize that I actually had a spy on my side from Bikyu Ninja, and this person is also the old Zhang, who has accompanied me through life and death and whom I trust the most. This asshole, how dare he lay his hands on Shan." When he said this, a face full of anger appeared on Gao Lian's face. He turned his head toward Zhang Chen, suppressing the anger in his heart as he pleaded, "Zhang Chen, I want to beg you for something. If we fight Bishonen next, can I dispose of this bastard?" "Old Zhang, don't worry, I'll finish this asshole off myself." Looking at Gao Lian's angry face, Zhang Chen nodded silently. For the betrayal of the most familiar people around him, Zhang Chen was able to experience this difficult feeling. He believed that with Gao Lian's strength, he would be able to handle old Zhang with ease. After all, in the original episode, it was Gao Lian who took down old Zhang, the traitor, after inviting the Fox Fairy to come up to him. After agreeing to Gao Lian's request, Zhang Chen looked up at the time and opened his mouth with a smile. "Let's get ready to go. The fish are biting." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian and Xia He, who had already prepared for battle, nodded silently. Before making his move, Golan came toward Zhang's side, glanced at his daughter whose body had fully recovered and no longer required life support apparatus. With a serious look on his face, he opened his mouth to reassure him. After today, all of the sins left behind by the Bishu ninja within the Dragon Kingdom will all be killed to the bone. Not a single one. Chapter 168, One Punch, One Baigulinin, One Slap, One Small Bonobo. For this operation, Gao Lian had sent out the entire personnel within the Dark Fortress. He also borrowed some good men from Guan Shihua, one of the 10 brothers, in order to ensure that the operation would run smoothly. It was imperative that these Japanese invaders hiding within the Dragon Kingdom be eliminated. Only, this time the operation was more urgent. If possible, he, Gao Lian, even wanted to report to the head office and ask them to send some more powerful helpers. After all, Gorian knew, this time, among the Baiguli ninja they would be crusading against, there were a few old things that had participated in the battle of the turbulent sky cave hole back in the day that were still alive. If you put it in the usual way, with the strength of these old things, I'm afraid it would be difficult to take down their dark fortress alone. But now there's Zhang Chen here. Gao Lian, who had seen Zhang Chen's methods, was beyond belief. This little guy in front of himself was strong enough to crush these bonobos. A group of 3 people drove the car, quickly weaving through the mountains and forests, chasing the direction in which old Zhang had escaped. However, old Zhang, who escaped with the demon sword, he had long ago joined the Higurashi Shinobu ninjas in one place, started frantically fleeing towards their usual hiding place at the mountain forest. These Bhikkhu ninja congregations believe, as soon as they got to a place they knew well, they were confident that they would be able to get away from these dark fortress pursuers. Just as the trio drove off at a fast pace, suddenly, 2 masked black-clad ninjas with long swords, raising the long knife in his hand, he chopped at the trio's car. Their swords were quite powerful. Looking at their appearance at this moment, they seemed to be very confident that they could chop the 3 into several pieces with a single slash, along with the vehicle they were traveling in. Looking at the incoming Bijou Shinobu, Zhang Chen, who was sitting on the passenger side, sneered, "Easy to summer harvest," who was driving on the side, "Step on the gas and killed him." Xia He, who had received Zhang Chen's order, had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the 2 ninjas who swung their swords and chopped at them, he laughed lightly with great disdain. The body of this car has been specially refined by Shinji 100 refinements. I don't know how many trees we've crashed into along the way. And you're trying to chop the car along with us with 2 long knives? Are you kidding me? Xiaohe grunted coldly, then nearly blasted the gas pedal into the engine with 1 foot. Next moment, all that could be heard was a roar from the trio's vehicle. It was created at the 2 ninjas that flew in. The 2 Baiguli ninja bearers glanced at the vehicle accelerating towards them. A cold smile appeared at the corner of both of their mouths. Their swordsmanship was handed down from Shinobu Head Butterfly himself, not to mention chopping up a car. Even if they were to chop that locomotive, they were confident that they could cut it open with a single slash. However, just as the 2 ninjas were confidently preparing to cut open the car and take the lives of the 3 people inside, the scene that shocked them happened instead. Just see this iron-sharpening katana in their hands. It instantly disintegrated on contact with the body of this automobile. The body of this automobile was surprisingly tougher than the katanas they had carefully nurtured for decades. Obviously, the body of this car is not your average car body. It's been enhanced by some special power. Just as they were trying to change positions and avoid the car rush. Yet, it was too late. The car, which made a loud roar, had crushed the 2 ungrateful fellows hard under the bodywork. To make sure they don't jump back in and threaten others, on pressing over these 2 guys, Xiaohe also deliberately backed up the car, flattening and smoothing these 2 unlucky people under the car. Only a few screams followed. These 2 Baiguli ninjas then never moved again. Hey, I took out 2-0. Xia He twisted his head and said excitedly to Zhang Chen beside him. Looking at the incredibly excited Xia He, Zhang Chen rubbed her head and smiled. How about a contest to see who takes out more Japanese next? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia He's beautiful eyes blinked and pouted. Humph, I'm not competing with you. With your strength, even 10 of me would be no match for you. Just as the 2 were talking and laughing, suddenly, a shadow of a blade floated in midair, and it chopped over at the position of both Zhang Chen and Xia He. Bastard! Not only did you kill my disciples, but you also dared to taunt them like that. Do you really think that we, the Burgu ninja, are made of clay? Looking at this knife coming from the sky, Xia He was startled, because she did not feel the killing intent of the visitor, nor did she see the other party's silhouette. But the opponent's knife was close at hand. Obviously, the one who struck this time was an expert. Although Xiaohe was taken aback, she wasn't worried about her safety. With Zhang Chen by her side, she believed that no matter who it was, they would not be able to hurt her in the slightest. Fruity, The moment the long knife of the stealth-clothed butterfly had just fallen, Zhang Chen blasted his fist at her long blade. This punch, carrying the terrifying power of the Jiao Dragon physique, exuded a faint Jiao Dragon pressure. Zhang Chen's fist fiercely blasted on top of Dai's long knife blade. Next moment, Butterfly, who was hidden in mid-air, the long sword in her hand that had accompanied her in battle for decades instantly disintegrated into countless pieces. As for her entire body, she was also blown out hundreds of meters away by the terrifying power of Zhang Chen's punch. This is contemporary shinobu head. Butterfly? Looking at Butterfly, who had been blown away by Zhang Chen's punch, Gao Lian in the backseat could not help but be shocked. He had seen it very clearly just now. Zhang Chen hadn't even used a bit of air when he threw his punches. The punch that was thrown with the power of the flesh alone. However, it was this simple punch that the incumbent shinobu of the Bikuru shinobu had failed to block. This scene was a bit too magical for Gao Lian. He knew that Zhang Chen was very strong, but he had never imagined that he could be so outrageously strong. Let's get out of the car and go down and meet them. And by the way, send them all to hell again. After blowing away Butterfly with one punch, Zhang Chen directly pulled open the door and stepped out of the car. The moment Zhang Chen got out of the car, a ninja lurking in the bushes, holding a hand sword, then stabbed at Zhang Chen. But who knew? Zhang Chen didn't even look at him. A casual slap was swung out. It lightly slapped on the body of this ninja. Then there was a bang. The ninja didn't even have time to let out a scream. He was directly slapped into a bloody mist by Zhang Chen. The other two ninjas who had ambushed nearby were shocked when they saw the scene. Even the hand holding the katana began to tremble. Protect the demon sword. Jade shatter. However, after glancing at each other, they all remembered their mission. Pay whatever it takes to intercept the Inhumans in the Dragon Kingdom who are tracking the demon blade. Even though they knew deep down that they were no match for Zhang Chen. However, they still waved their katanas and launched a final yukata charge towards Zhang Chen. It's just a shame. This behavior of theirs, however, did not even attract the slightest bit of interest from Zhang Chen. As they rushed to Zhang Chen's side, Zhang Chen casually slapped out two slaps at them. It was like hitting a mosquito, directly slapping them into two clouds of blood mist. After slapping the two by gully ninja to death, Zhang Chen casually shook off the bloodstains on his hands and opened his mouth with a disgruntled expression. Yohei Aoyama, die. You're all going to die sooner or later anyway. Why don't you just do it and die by my hand earlier? Chapter 169, Fraud Master Yohei Aoyama. Ready to copy the transformation ability. Under Zhang Chen's verbal stimulation, Butterfly, who had just been seriously injured by Zhang Chen's punch, was about to once again put on his cloak of invisibility and kill towards Zhang Chen's location. However, Aoyama Yohei, who had long since become bald on the side, which was holding her down with a deadly grip. This is that kid's agitation. Don't fall for it. This little monster's strength is too strong. Let's not provoke him easily. Just escort the demon sword away. Look at Disc's right arm, which had just been holding a knife, was fractured. Aoyama Yohei had some difficulty imagining what kind of force Zhang Chen's terrifying punch just now contained. From the rear he had a good view. The punch that Zhang Chen had just thrown out had not used any air. That's the power of a fleshly crossbow. I remember that the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom in terms of physical cross-conditioning kung fu should be Naru Hu, one of the 10 brothers. But this kid, where the hell did he come from? This horizontal training skill of his. I'm afraid it's already no worse than that Ruhu. Hearing Yohei Aoyama's comment, Daiichi recalled the punch he had just endured. The body just couldn't stop shaking. The power of that punch was simply more thrilling than the fight she had with those from the Tang sect back then, inside the turbulent sky cave. If not for the fact that she had discovered in advance what was wrong with Zhang Chen's punch and dodged it away at the risk of injuring her arm. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would have become a dead soul under Zhang Chen's fist by now. Just during the conversation between the two, a few popping sounds clearly reached their ears. Yohei Aoyama and Dai looked up, only to see the new Bikyoku Shinobu ninjas that they had worked so hard to raise. Surprisingly, he was easily slapped into a bloody mist by Zhang Chen with one slap. Asshole! I'll kill him. Seeing this scene, being the head of this group of Bijou Shinobu, Butterfly, who had personally raised them to become ninjas, was naturally furious. The men he had worked so hard to train for decades, it was just so easily slaughtered by Zhang Chen. It's hard for anyone to swallow this. Just as she was about to don her cloak of invisibility once again and go to fight Zhang Chen to the death, Aoyama Yohei then stopped in front of her and sighed helplessly. Alas! I told you to put down your demonic swords and just live quietly in this land. It's just a pity that you have to continue to raise these children and have to lead them to their deaths. It's just a demon sword. Is it really that important? You know, we were defeated decades ago. Hearing Aoyama Yohei's words, Butterfly's face turned cold as she gritted her teeth and spoke. I see that over the years, you've been corrupted by the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Going to square dances every day has made you dance to the glory of even the Gully Ninja. If you're afraid of dying, get the hell out of here. Dai sneered as he pushed Aoyama Yohei away and wrapped a bandage around his right arm. Get the hell out of here and protect old Zhang, who has the demon sword with him, so that he can send it back to Sakura Domestic. A new demon suitable for the demon blade has been chosen, and as long as he can grow up, there is still the day when we can fight our way back. Looking at Dai, who was bracing himself and ready to continue going to his death, Yohei Aoyama sighed helplessly. That's just it. The task of escorting the demon sword back to the country is yours. Let me do it for this delivery. Alas, having not touched a sword for decades, I'm afraid I'm even rusty at swinging it. Saying that, he only saw Aoyama Yohei pull over Dai's invisibility cloak as soon as he remembered to drape it over his own body. At the same time, he also exerted his ability to transform himself into the form of a butterfly, whether it was the injuries on Butterfly's body or every detail of her, all of which he mimicked very much. This is the ability of the fraudster Yohei Aoyama, the ability to perfectly mimic the appearance of any person, whether it be skin, or muscle, or bone, hair and all other external features. All were able to be imitated perfectly by him. Even the temperament was able to be identical. After I die, don't put up any more plaques for me. I really don't want to be a part of this Gully Ninja anymore. In fact, after coming along for so many years, I realized that being an ordinary old man in the Dragon Kingdom, going to dance with old men and women if I have nothing else to do, is quite happy. If I could, in my next life I'd really like to be a Lu Qingping of the Dragon Kingdom, not an Aoyama Yohei of the Bijou Ninja. Saying that, Yohei Aoyama smiled at Dai. Then he took out his saber and dashed out from inside the forest in the form of a butterfly. Watching Aoyama Yohei transform into his own form, he prepared to go forward to stall Zheng Chen and his group. Butterfly froze, then with a heartbeat, she continued to escort the demon blade away. She knew that Aoyama Yohei was destined to die there and not come back this time. At this moment, Zheng Chen had already walked slowly to the place where Butterfly had just been sent flying. Looking at a large pit on the ground, Zheng Chen then knew that he had not found the wrong location. It should have fled in this direction. Let's get on with it. Just as Zheng Chen stood on the edge of the large pit, he discerned the direction in which the butterfly had escaped and prepared to continue his pursuit. Suddenly a blade light stabbed directly from the depths of the large pit behind Zheng Chen. It went straight for the back of his heart. Look out! Enemy attack! Gao Lian immediately cried out in shock at the sight of this blade light. He wanted to reach out and block this sneak attack for Zheng Chen. However, the speed of that person's strike was simply too fast, and the location of his attack was tricky enough. Gao Lian failed to stop this sneak attack even with his best efforts. However, to everyone's surprise, this blade of Yohei Aoyama's managed to stab Zheng Chen's body. However, the knife only pierced Zheng Chen's clothes. No injuries of any kind were left for Zheng Chen. How is this? How is this possible? The butterfly that Yohei Aoyama had transformed into let out a cry of alarm. His voice had all become exactly like Dai's at the moment. One strike didn't work, and Yohei Aoyama immediately retreated tens of meters. With a face of horror, he looked at the blade in his hand that had been bent to 90 degrees. This kid's body. What's going on? Is this a body that people can have? Looking at the long sword in his hand, Aoyama Yohei couldn't calm down in his heart for a long time. Are you, Butterfly? Zheng Chen twisted his head to look in the direction that Aoyama Yohei had fled from. With a slight thought in his mind, he then spoke. No, you're not Butterfly. You're supposed to be the fraud master Aoyama Yohei, right? After saying that, Zheng Chen casually waved his hand. The rock pillars of the Wind Queen's chimera then toppled the direction in which Yohei Aoyama was hiding. I didn't realize that in order to stall us, that old woman Dai had given you all of this invisibility cloak. But no matter how good you are at this makeup, you can't imitate a person's air. Hearing Zheng Chen's words, Aoyama Yohei sighed helplessly. This was a problem that he had heard from those in the Tang sect decades ago. But this is an interesting ability you have. You're going to die anyway, so I'll reluctantly accept this ability of yours to be able to change others. Chapter 170, Strengthening Mimicry. Slapping Aoyama Yohei to death. Hearing Zheng Chen's words, Aoyama Yohei froze for a moment. A sneer then appeared at the corner of his mouth as he opened his mouth to mock. Although my fraudulent technique is not a means that can make it into the eyes of the world, it's not something you can learn just because you want to. If this fraudulent art is really that simple, wouldn't my decades of kung fu be in vain? Looking at the sneering Aoyama Yohei, Zheng Chen was not angry. After all, there was no need to say anything to a guy who was about to die. At this moment, the familiar voice had resounded in Zheng Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting fraud. Now you can make a complete copy of the technique. Is it copied immediately? The system's voice fell, and Zheng Chen replied in his head without hesitation. Reproduce immediately. The moment Zheng Chen finished answering, All of the contents and details about the fraud art all flooded into the depths of Zhang Chen's mind in a single rush. Soon, he had learned everything there was to know about fraudulent books. All of it. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating the fraudulent technique. The host's current level of fraud is the same as that of the duplicated person. The host can use the technique immediately. After the system's words fell completely, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted into an unstoppable smile. His understanding and use of fraudulent techniques was now exactly the same as Yohei Aoyama's. Looking at Yohei Aoyama, who had a sneering face, Zhang Chen returned the same sneer. Then he transformed his appearance in front of him, as Zhang Chen began to gradually run the air of the fraudulent art. Next moment, his slightly boyish, but incredibly handsome cheeks actually began to slowly become different. Only his skin became paler and paler, and his short black hair gradually turned into a big blonde wave. Watching Zhang Chen's body constantly changing, it gradually turned into the appearance of Wang Zhenxiu. Xia He, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Zhang Chen would have learned another new technique in such a short period of time, and used it so skillfully, so much so that the Wang Zhenxiu he had now turned into was hardly any different from Wang Zhenxiu himself. Every move he made, every knit of his brows, he carried the look of Wang Zhenxiu, now except for the fact that their air is slightly different. From the appearance alone, it was completely impossible to tell what kind of difference there was between the Wang Zhenxiu that Zhang Chen had transformed into and Wang Zhenxiu himself. Gao Lian, who was on the side, also looked dumbfounded. He hadn't expected it in any case. How did Zhang Chen, a good-looking handsome guy, suddenly turn into a blonde big beauty? It's not just the body image that's changed. Even this skin, hair color, and even the subtle expressions were completely transformed into another person. This is too much for people to handle. Gao Lian simply couldn't dare to think that if a guy with such ability disguised himself as someone he knew well and lurked around him, that would simply be how horrible it would be. Looking at Zhang Chen, who had completely turned into another person, Gao Lian couldn't help but exclaim, could this be Aoyama Yohei's fraudulent technique? To be able to change into another person entirely. But, Zhang Chen, how did you completely learn it all at once? Regarding Gao Lian's surprise, Zhang Chen did not explain to him. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Yohei Aoyama and opened his mouth. Yohei Aoyama, look at my fraudulent technique. How well did I use it? At this point, Aoyama Yohei had long since looked dumbfounded. He didn't realize that he had practiced this mastery for decades. Surprisingly, it was really learned by Zhang Chen in an instant. The fraudulent skill of the kid in front of himself was now completely beneath him. If he takes on his own form later and creeps up on Butterfly, the consequences of this are unimaginable. After all, they, the bonobos, did not have the unique ability of the people of the Dragon Kingdom to be able to rely on air to recognize their identities. Thinking about this, Aoyama Yohei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No, we must not let him leave here alive. If he takes my form, then I'm afraid that all of the shinobi of Mount Bizarro will be tragically victimized by him. The moment Yohei Aoyama made up his mind, even if he himself died, he would take Zhang Chen with him. Even if they couldn't take him, they had to make him seriously injured and unable to pursue. With Zhang Chen's current terrifying strength, coupled with the fact that he had learned his own fraudulent techniques, Baiori Shinobu was no longer a match for him at all. With that thought in mind, Yohei Aoyama set about removing his disguise. After all, one's identity has been recognized. Continuing to fight with his butterfly appearance again would only be a drag for him. He was going to use his strongest strength to stop Zhang Chen and his group from advancing. Yohei Aoyama, who has reverted back to a bald old man. Helplessly, he gave Zhang Chen a glance, and a wave of emotions ran through his heart. If only this kid was a talent from our great Sakura country, the Empire, it may yet make a comeback. It's just a shame that he's our enemy. After lamenting, Aoyama Yohei touched out a bottle of highly poisonous colorless poison from behind himself, applying it evenly on top of his blade. After applying this, he drank the rest of the poison in one gulp. Next, he's really going to start fighting for his life. Zhang Chen naturally took Aoyama Yohei's small action in his eyes. However, Zhang Chen did not care about these poisons. With the compassion saint body in his body, he was not afraid of any poison. Even the legendary Tang Sect Dan Devouring, the world's first strange poison, could only be used as sustenance for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen gave Aoyama Yohei a disdainful look and let him do all those superfluous things, oblivious to his little gestures. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen opened his mouth to inquire in his own mind. System, show me the direction of reinforcement. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. This ability is a Biko Mountain fraud technique, with 3 directions of enhancement. 1. The number of imitations is strengthened. The host can bring 100 people to imitate their appearance at the same time each time. 2. Enhancement of air machine imitation. When imitating appearance, the imitated person's air can be imitated together with the imitated person's air. 3. Ability imitation reinforcement. When imitating another person's appearance, the same ability as the imitated person is available. Note, can only be used for imitation by a living person. Looking at the 3 directions of reinforcement given by the system for the fraud arts, Zhang Chen was really a bit surprised. The strengthened fraud technique was much more powerful than this unseemly contraption that Yohei Aoyama had mastered. I think that Wang Jinxiu, who learned to have a godhead mask, is quite suitable for this enhanced ability. Just as Zhang Chen fell into deep thought, Aoyama Yohei on the side looked at Zhang Chen for a long time without acting. Then he directly held the determination of certain death and killed with his sword. He used the most powerful force he had in his life. This time he made a sword strike. At that moment, Aoyama Yohei's mind was praying, blessed by the emperor, even if I can't decapitate him, but by breaking a layer of his skin, he'll be able to die of poisoning. However, for the incoming Aoyama Yohei, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile. You're useless. Die. Strike that. Zhang Chen lightly tapped his palm. Along with Aoyama Yohei and his poison-famous sword, they were slapped into pieces by Zhang Chen. Chapter 171 Perfect Imitation. Xia He single-handedly abuses the enduring head butterfly. After slapping Aoyama Yohei to death, Zhang Chen then directly said in his mind, reinforce immediately. As Zhang Chen's words fell, he then began the enhancement of his fraudulent techniques, driven by the system. Only Zhang Chen came to Xia and Gao Lian's side and reached out to touch them. A few moments later, something happened that shocked both of them. They watched with their own eyes as their skin began to gradually become fairer, and their hair gradually turned into the same big blonde waves as Zhang Chen's now. Xia looked at the change in her appearance. In particular, his own natural pink hair had turned blonde at this moment. Xia couldn't help but tsk. Immediately after that, she was seen casually taking out a small mirror. When she placed the mirror in front of herself, she was surprised to find it. He himself had actually turned into the appearance of Wang Jinxiu now, just like Zhang Chen. The skin, the height, the hair, all the external appearance became almost identical. This ability, it's amazing. It's almost the same ability as a guy called Domain Painting Poison inside Omnisex. No, it's more than he's capable of. Hearing Xia's words, Gao Lian, who was on the side, also hurriedly came to the side of the car's rearview mirror, looked himself in the mirror. Look at yourself in the mirror as a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Gao Lian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, to the extent that I can even change my appearance. Zhang Chen has truly comprehended this technique to a terrifying realm. After lamenting Zhang Chen's talent in this technique, he remembered again the all-sex domain painting poison that Summer Harvest had brought up. As the head of the Northeast region, he had naturally heard of this all-sex guy. His ability to make a group of people change their appearance is extremely unstable. As soon as you run your air, it will immediately manifest. However, Zhang Chen did not affect their air transportation after changing their appearance. It's like giving them a new body. This marvelous sensation was really a novel experience for both of them, just as the two were surprised by their transformed new bodies. Next moment, surprisingly, they noticed that their air, too, had begun to slowly change. After feeling the change in his air machine, the two of them, Xia and Gao Lian, instantly widened their eyes. They had heard of feats that could change their appearance, but after changing the appearance, along with the air breath also changed the same gong method. Not only had they never seen it, they had never heard of it. Even if it was one of the legendary 8 wondrous skills, double all hands, it could at best only change a person's appearance. It can't be done without changing the person's air as well. And now what Zhang Chen had allowed them to see was almost a miracle. After a person's appearance is changed along with their air, this can almost become another person entirely. Just when the two of them thought that Zhang Chen had exceeded their perceptions. Next moment, Zhang Chen, however, transformed both of them along with himself all the way back to their original forms. Immediately afterward, he only saw Zhang Chen look at Xiaohe, who was on the side, and opened his mouth with a smile. Want to experience what I'm capable of now? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiaohe froze for a moment, not knowing what exactly Zhang Chen meant by that. Looking at the frothing Xiaohe, Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Then once again, he placed his hand on top of her shoulder. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, next moment, Summer Harvest's appearance changed once again. Only, the person she turned into this time was actually Zhang Chen. Xiaohe quietly experienced the strange changes that were happening to his body. By the time the air in her body had completely turned into exactly the same as Zhang Chen's, to her surprise, she realized that her body was filled with an explosion of power. It is? Why do I feel as if I've gotten much stronger after taking on your appearance? Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, Zhang Chen then smiled and spoke. Not as if, but you've got exactly what I have now. Hearing these words, Xiaohe was stunned in place. What? I can't believe I have the strength you have now? Zhang Chen, you're not kidding. Xiaohe naturally knew very well just how strong Zhang Chen was. However, he had now actually allowed himself to have the same strength as him. This was a bit unbelievable to Summer Harvest. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? Zhang Chen reached out and pointed in the direction that Dai and old Zhang had escaped from and opened his mouth with a smile. Xiaohe sniffed and nodded excitedly at Zhang Chen. After learning that she had Zhang Chen's full strength, she had long been unable to hold back her excited heart now. She wanted to quickly go find an opponent to properly test her current strength. Gao Lian, who was on the side, also heard the conversation between the two. At this moment, he looked at the excited Xiaohe, and then twisted his head to look at Zhang Chen, who was full of smiles. He was very tickled now. If he could, he also wanted to temporarily experience Zhang Chen's full strength. It was a pity that Zhang Chen was not prepared to use this ability on himself. After receiving Zhang Chen's promise, Xiaohe gently tapped the ground with both feet. The whole person suddenly rushed out from the spot like a cannonball. Looking at Xiaohe's departing figure, as soon as Zhang Chen pulled aside Gao Lian, he picked up the invisibility cloak that Aoyama Yohei had left behind after his death, flying after Xiaohe's direction. With Zhang Chen's full strength added to it, Xiaohe felt very clearly that he had never seemed so powerful. With the addition of Zhang Chen's powerful strength, Summer Harvest moved forward at a fast pace. It took just under 5 minutes. He had already caught up with Butterfly, old Zhang and the others who had already escaped more than 20 miles away. Seeing Xiaohe transformed into Zhang Chen chasing after him, Butterfly Heart immediately knew. Aoyama Yohei Guy, afraid that something has happened. Only to see her heart cross, she directly opened her mouth to old Zhang. Take the demon sword and go. You must return it to the country. Strike that. Butterfly disregarded the injuries he had received earlier. Drawing out a katana once again, he turned back and drew his sword towards Xiaohe in the sky. If Xiaohe's strength was the same as before, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to dodge Dai's slash. After all, this old thing that had lived for decades, even if its strength wasn't as good as the 10 brothers, the difference wouldn't be too much. Looking at Butterfly's extremely fast chopping knife, Xiaohe's heart was first tense for a while, but eventually it quickly relaxed a bit, because, now in her eyes, the cut wasn't fast at all. Zhang Chen said I already have his full strength. He was able to slap this crazy into serious injury before. Doesn't that mean I can too? Thinking of this, Xiaohe somehow gained some more confidence in her heart. She looked at the katana that was getting closer and closer to her, and an incredibly confident smile appeared on her face. Only Xiaohe extended a hand. Following Zhang Chen's earlier example, it slapped out once more at the incoming Butterfly. Pop! A crunch passed. This new katana that Butterfly had taken, once again snapped in response. Chapter 172, The Old Tradition of Longhu Mountain. Preparing to fight for his life, Gao Lian, Butterfly, who was in the air, looked at Zhang Chen and once again stretched out that big slap with an insulting nature. The misery she had experienced herself before came flooding back to her once more. Can't be hard with him. There's something wrong with this guy's body. Butterfly knew that he was no match for Zhang Chen, and so at the first moment when Summer Harvest's big slap and the katana in her hand collided, straight away, he let go of the katana he was holding. Only then did he manage to dodge the terrifying power of this ordinary slap from Xiaohe. However, she who had dodged Xiaohe's attack did not immediately retreat. Instead, it's just a handful. Hundreds of blood-colored butterflies flew out from her body and surrounded Xiaohe. Although Xiaohe didn't know what these blood butterflies fluttering in the air were, but what she did know was that it could fly out of the hands of Butterfly, the head of the Bijou Shinobi. Definitely not a good thing. But for these blood-colored butterflies, Xiaohe didn't get too attached, because she knew very well how terrifying her current strength really was. This was the exact same power as Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen, however, had already cultivated the Jiao Long body. There is the auger body in the body. Then these blood-colored butterflies are even more powerful. It was also all but impossible to break through Xiaohe's defense. How dare you look down on my blood butterfly? Even if you were stronger, you wouldn't be able to survive the explosion. Give it to me. Blast! As Dai roared out. Next moment, the blood butterflies that fluttered about in the sky were all detonated together by the butterfly in an instant. Boom! 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 After a series of explosions of terrifying and incomparable power, Butterfly instantly retreated tens of meters and looked towards the location of the explosion with a contemptuous face. In her perception, no one could successfully survive from that many blood butterfly explosions. However, the next moment her face was slapped. A blast of smoke cleared. Xiaohe surprisingly remained intact, looking at her with a light smile on her face. You sure have a lot of power with that blast, but it's still a bit inadequate for me right now. Hearing Xiaohe's words, Dai took several steps back in fear. With an incredulous face, he looked at Xiaohe Dao. No, it can't be. How could you have survived that horrible explosion? What kind of monster are you? Butterfly's growl was heard. Xia twisted her head around looking behind herself and laughed lightly. Zhang Chen, this old woman is calling you a monster. I want to go down there and whip her. Butterfly looked backward at the sound of Summer Harvest's voice. Immediately afterward, she saw a scene that made her jaw drop, only to see a Zhang Chen, who was exactly the same as the teenager in front of him, appearing in his field of vision. What? What the hell is going on here? Why do you have two twins? No. How can there be twins who are so powerful that they even have the same air? Butterfly couldn't help but growl out as she looked at both Zhang Chen and Xiaohe. Twins? Where are the twins? This is just a slight improvement on my methods of Yohei Aoyama. Zhang Chen looked down at Dai with a sneer on his face, and told her the truth. Yohei Aoyama's tactics? You're kidding. His methods are nothing more than some unorthodox tricks. How could they be? Zhang Chen didn't pay any attention to the somewhat epileptic butterfly. Instead, he turned his head and opened his mouth to Xiaohe. You don't have to ask me if you smoke a bonobo, do you? Go down and do it. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiaohe stopped hesitating, dodging straight down to Dai's side. He reached out and began to greet her old face with a big slap. Only, Summer Hall is very measured. She knew that with her current power, she was afraid that she could slap Butterfly into a bloody mist, so she purposely charged a large portion of her force to get a big earful of smack. How dare you say that Zhang Chen is a monster? You old hag, see if I don't whip you to death. Watching the movement of Xiaohe's hands, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a maid who follows me, she is more or less steeped in the unique traditions of our Dragon Tiger Mountain. For an enemy, this big mouth must be a treat for her. While Summer Harvest was jerking the butterfly's big ears, Zhang Chen reached out and pointed to old Zhang, who was not far away from a few people, and opened his mouth. Uncle Gao, old Zhang is over there. He's all yours. I'm sending you there now. You focus on him. I'll take care of the others for you. Strike that. Zhang Chen then pulled Gao Lian up into the air once more. In just an instant, he arrived in front of old Zhang. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen directly threw out the Gao Lian in his hand. With Gao Lian landing steadily in front of old Zhang's body, it completely interrupted his plans to escape. Gao Lian looked at the sweaty old Zhang and his fists instantly clenched. Looking at this brother who had been born into death with himself several times, Gao Lian couldn't help but open his mouth. Old Chang. Why? Why be a traitor? What exactly did they grant you? Hearing Gao Lian's words, old Zhang raised his hand and gently wiped the beads of sweat on his own forehead. With a hint of apology on his face, he opened his mouth. Traitor? I guess it doesn't count. After all, I've been a Bishonen since the moment I can remember. Gao Lian, for the sake of being a brother to you for so many years, can I beg you to just let me go this once? As long as I successfully send the demon sword out of the border, I'm willing to come back with you and be punished. Hearing old Zhang's words, the anger on Gao Lian's face grew a few points higher than before. Asshole! Don't you dare take the demon sword. You traitor, you must stay for me. Don't forget, what we hate most in the Dark Castle is traitors. Strike that. Gao Lian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He was seen striking the invitation to immortality pose of the Azuma lineage. After some head shaking, he opened his mouth with all his might and shouted to the sky. Please invite Hu Jiaxian and Hu Tianbiao to come up. Gaolan's words fell. Next moment, an immensely powerful soul was instantly invited upon itself by Gaolan. With this soul coming on board, Gaolan's appearance changed a lot at once, only to see his mouth unexpectedly protruding outwards like a fox. Between her eyebrows, there were also a few more strands of the fox demon's aura. Hu Tianbiao, an immortal of the Hu family's Tianzi generation. Although the seniority is high, if we talk about cultivation, I'm afraid that it's a lot worse than Lu Kuanxing. Looking at Hu Tianbiao, who was invited on by Gao Lian, Zhang Chen sensed its strength. After realizing that it was more than just a star inferior to Lu Kuanxing's strength, he was no longer interested in it. The old Zhang who played against Gao Lian, after seeing that Gao Lian had actually invited this immortal to take on his body, he sighed helplessly, because he knew that once Gao Lian invited Hu Tianbiao to get into his body, it meant that Gao Lian this was ready to fight for his life. Chapter 173, Shinobu Congregation's Great Barbecue. Crumbling Demon Sword. Watching Gao Lian get really angry, old Zhang also knew deep down that he couldn't escape, so he casually handed the demon sword to a bijou shinobi beside him, and was ready to turn around and fight Gao Lian for his life. However, the ninja who had taken the demon sword in his hand had not yet had time to flee with it. He was then directly slapped into a bloody mist by Zhang Chen, who suddenly appeared beside him. Looking at the demon sword that was once again back in his hand, Zhang Chen sneered and casually inserted this demonic sword into the ground. Clasping his arms, he watched the battle between old Zhang and Gao Lian, watching the ninja who had taken the demon sword in his hand die a horrible death. The demon sword has also fallen back into the hands of outsiders. Old Zhang's heart tightened and his fists clenched. He looked at Gao Lian and said coldly, "I didn't realize you had found such a powerful helper, but it doesn't matter. I will definitely take away this demon sword today. Strike that." Old Zhang then stopped holding back. Straight away, he used his lookout stance. His gong method was very similar to the gong method of the Gaolian Yuma lineage. It's all about hiring someone to get into the body. Only what old Zhang had invited was not a living person, or an immortal. He invites the departed souls of the dead ninjas of successive generations of Biku Shinobu. When he used to work with Gorian, he was well disguised. Let Gao Lian succeed in thinking that he was also a disciple of the Exodus lineage. Today, however, when old Zhang no longer hid his abilities, directly when summoning the dead souls of the Bishonen to themselves, that evil power in his body instantly made Gao Lian, who was fighting against him, feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Damn! A stench! Hu Tianbiao, who was possessed on Gao Lian's body, couldn't help but break into a curse as he looked at the black gas on old Zhang's body. Stinky breath? Humph! What do you Kate know? These are the fallen souls of my great Sakura Empire who once died in battle, and this is an honor. As the black aura on old Zhang's body continued to diffuse, the evil aura of the dead souls of those Bijou Shinobu who had once killed countless people gradually spread throughout the battlefield as well. My little ones, grant the power of your heroic souls to reclaim the demon sword. With old Zhang's roar, next moment, dozens of black undead souls on his body instantly flew out of him, possessed the last few dozen of the nearby Bijou Shinobi. It's his last resort. If Bishonen, possessed by the spirit of valor, still can't recapture the demon sword, then not only was their operation a complete failure, the name Biku Shinobu will also completely disappear into history. Jade shatter! Jade shatter! Jade shatter! As a jade shattered roared out from the mouths of these bonobos. Next moment, possessed by the undead who have been dead for many years and have gained the power of the undead, the Bijou Shinobu, it was as if he had been given chicken blood, and he frantically rushed towards Zhang Chen's location. Watching these maddened, desperate Bijou Shinobu, Zhang Chen, on the other hand, had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Do the little bonobos like jade so much? Then I'll give you a good shattering. Speaking, the first by Gully Ninja, whose physical body had been drastically strengthened by the undead, rushed in front of Zhang Chen in the blink of an eye. He raised his arm, which was covered in bruises and looked almost ready to explode. It smashed down hard against Zhang Chen's head. There was not a single moment of hesitation in this process. Looking at him, it seemed like he wanted to put Zhang Chen to death with one strike. However, for this bonobo's attack, Zhang Chen just sneered, and then didn't even raise his eyelids. A punch was thrown at the place where the fist had landed. Bang! A dull thud came from in front of Zhang Chen. The Japanese pirate who had just launched an attack on him was actually hardened by Zhang Chen's punch. It turned into a streak of blood mist that filled the air. This by Gully Ninja had been blown away by Zhang Chen's punch. Surprisingly, the other ninjas did not retreat from this. Instead, they continued to storm towards Zhang Chen's position. Hell's spectral flame, come to hell with me, only to see a greenish-white flame flare up on the body of one of the ninja who had rushed at the very front when he was about to approach Zhang Chen. It's a special kind of flame. As long as any living being was tainted, it would be impossible to extinguish it unless his vitality was completely burned out. This bonobo knew deep down that he was no match for Zhang Chen. He then set himself on fire and rushed to Zhang Chen's side wanting to die with him. However, the Japanese pirate had not yet had the chance to rush to Zhang Chen's body. He was then instantly slapped into a mess of flesh by a large slap falling from the sky. Before this bonobo died, he had thought that his flames would set Zhang Chen ablaze. Let this untouchable guy burn into a fireman and bury himself. However, his proud flames did not harm Zhang Chen at all. Those flames were easily isolated by the scales on Zhang Chen Jialong's body. After finishing off the two Japanese, Zhang Chen felt that his efficiency seemed a bit slow, so he stopped holding back, prepared to wipe out the remaining Japanese without leaving a single one behind. Wind Queen's strange door, open. Looking at the remaining dozens of ninjas, Zhang Chen gently tapped his toes on the ground. Next moment, a huge destiny disc that covered the entire mountain forest immediately spread out in all directions with Zhang Chen at the center. It enveloped all the dozens of ninjas who were hiding in this bright or dark place. In the last moments of your life, please have a Tokyo grill like your predecessors. It's just a shame there's no bomber here and no barbecue chef Li Mei. Leaving the word, purgatory, with Zhang Chen's hand, he gently snapped his fingers. Next moment, where all the ninjas were, the air around them actually began to burn out of nowhere. Ah! Help me! Help me! Fire! It's fire! Help! Dozens of bonobos were completely ignited by this horrible flame almost at the same time. These flames burned slowly, but could not be extinguished in any case. Listening to a scream coming from all around, seeing all of the Bijou endurance ignited by Zhang Chen in a flash, old Zhang, who was fighting fiercely with Gao Lian, suddenly had bloodshot eyes. No! Stop! Stop it! It was a pity that his hissing did not attract Zhang Chen's attention. Instead, when he was slightly distracted, Gao Lian seized the opportunity and instantly managed to suppress him. Hu Tianbiao, who was attached to Gao Lian's body, also took this opportunity to take a bite on those dead Japanese souls attached to old Zhang, devouring all those dead souls one by one. After the last of the dead souls had left his body, old Zhang seemed to have been drained of all his strength and went limp on the ground. We surrender. Spare those children of Higurashi Shinobu. Don't you give preferential treatment to prisoners? Old Zhang hissed with all the strength he had left, looking at old Zhang, who had already been successfully taken down. Zhang Chen sneered and coldly said, "It's true that we give preferential treatment to prisoners, but look where there are prisoners here. All that's left is some coke." As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, old Zhang was just about to break out in curses. Immediately afterward, he once again saw a scene that made his jaw drop. Only Zhang Chen picked up the demonic sword that was stuck on the ground with his hand. A finger was then extended and flicked on the blade. Instantly, the entire demon sword shattered into countless pieces as if it was glass that had been smashed by a hammer. Chapter 174, heading to the North China region. The frightened Su San, with his own eyes, he watched as the demonic sword was crumbled into countless pieces by Zhang Chen. The last struggle in old Zhang's heart gradually stopped. He hadn't thought about it. The legendary demon sword that is capable of controlling humans in turn as soon as it is touched, in the hands of Zhang Chen not only did not play a little role. Instead, the other party used a finger and flicked it into pieces. It's a demon sword that's been passed down for 100 years. It was just so easily shattered by a young dragon nation. Along with the demon sword shattered, there is also old Zhang's heart that expects Bishaonan to be able to return to glory. Uncle Gao, can you do it? If you can't get down, let me help you. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gao Lian, who had already withdrawn his upper body immortal, shook his head slightly at Zhang Chen. It's better if I do it myself. This once best comrade of mine, let me send him on his way myself. After saying that, Gao Lian shook his head helplessly. He looked at old Zhang, who was being held down by himself, and opened his mouth seriously. Tell me, what are the other last words? If I can help, I'll do what I can for the sake of our years of birth and death. Hearing Gao Lian's words, the old man opened his mouth, clenched his teeth, and used the last of his strength to speak. Can you let the Bishanen back in who are still alive? After we die, they won't be Bishanen anymore. Let them go back to the Sakura country and live a normal life. Hearing old Zhang's last request, Gao Lian twisted his head to look at Zhang Chen as if seeking his opinion. Only Zhang Chen spread his hands and pointed at this distant mass of carbon ash and opened his mouth. I don't think that they should be able to go back. None of the dozens of ninjas left from before survived, and all of them joined the barbecue army. Hearing Zhang Chen's light-hearted, not taking the shinobi congregation as human beings, old Zhang was so angry that he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. You are simply a demon. Pop. As soon as his words fell, Gao Lian's big slap slapped him in the face. And you guys have the nerve to call others evil? Did you commit more heinous murders back then? They deserved to die. And you Bishanen deserved to die even if you all died. All the invaders who set foot in the Dragon Kingdom should all be killed. Listening to Gao Lian's words, old Zhang fell into silence for a while. After yelling angrily at old Zhang, Gao Lian also calmed himself. If there are no other requests, then get ready to hit the road. After saying that, Gao Lian no longer hesitated. Straight from his arms, he fished out a sharp dagger. This was a meeting gift from Zhang Chen, a magic weapon. Today he was going to use the blood of a traitor to enlighten this magic weapon, only to see him pick up the dagger and place it on old Zhang's neck with a light stroke. Next moment, blood splashed out in all directions like a fountain. After Gao Lian finished off old Zhang with his own hands, he returned to Xiaohe's side with Zhang Chen. At this point, Butterfly had already been smoked in Xiaohe's hands with only one breath left. Zhang Chen didn't pay any attention to the butterfly that was about to lose his life, but instead smiled and looked at Xiaohe and opened his mouth. How does it feel to be stronger? After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiaohe thought seriously for a moment before speaking. It feels good to get stronger. However, I have a sense of unreality now, probably because it's not my own strength. Hearing Xiaohe's words, Zhang Chen reached out to remove her transformation state and said seriously, not bad, not lost in the power. Since you have this knowledge, then you can't be lazy and cultivate properly next. As Xiaohe transformed back into her original form, she felt the power fading away from her body. She was a little inexplicably lost. However, with Zhang Chen's reminder, she quickly adjusted and nodded seriously. The last bilge endurance. Finish her off. Zhang Chen looked at Butterfly, who was already breathing in less and out more, and spoke directly. Xiaohe really nodded, and finally transported the air and sent this last by Gully Ninja on his way. with Golan on the satellite phone notifying the closing of the net. Soon after, the staff of the Dark Fortress then grabbed the few remaining survivors and returned to the meeting place. Looking at these young by gully ninja, Zhang Chen looked at Gao Lian and opened his mouth. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. I think Uncle Gao would know what to do, right? Gao Lian naturally knew what Zhang Chen meant, and he nodded in response. These are bonobos. There is no need to leave a single one alive. But before you take them out, do a good job of questioning them about any other accomplices. As long as there is still one of them on this great land, then the hunt from the northeast region will never stop. Hearing Gao Lian speak in such a manner, Zhang Chen nodded. In that case, then Uncle Gao, let's leave it at that. After a while, your cooperation will be needed. Hearing Zhang Chen mention business, Gao Lian hurriedly nodded seriously. Don't worry, if you need to use me, you can always ask. I've already heard from Master Hu that in the future, we in the Exit Horse lineage will be able to get out of the Shanghai Pass, and we'll all be relying on you. And that's it. Zhang Chen, thank you again for saving Shanshan. For this favor, I, Gao Lian, owe you my life. Hearing Gao Lian's words, Zhang Chen nodded. Uncle Gao, then we're off. Remember to say hi to Sam for me when you get back. After saying that, Zhang Chen waved his hand at Gao Lian. Then he picked up Gorian's satellite phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. After the number is dialed, Zhang Chen then took Xia He with him and left the northeast region in a satellite phone signal. Looking at the disappearing Zhang Chen, Gao Lian couldn't help but skim his lips. You're such a bad boy. When did you get to call my baby girl by her nickname? Shannon? Ugh. I can't believe Shannon didn't object to this either. What's going on? No. I have to keep an eye on my baby bump. I can't let this bad boy abduct it. Hello, this is the North China branch of Nadutong. Su San, who was sitting in Su Xiang's office as an intern assistant, just picked up the phone. Next moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. Su San was taken aback by the scene in front of him. But what kind of person dares to touch here without saying a word in the North China Region Company, which is open to everyone? Just as Su San raised his own Nianli and prepared to meet the enemy, the person who suddenly appeared in front of him gently waved the small object in his hand. Immediately afterward, an incomparably beautiful, top-notch figure of a great beauty unexpectedly appeared in front of Su San out of thin air. Why is there another one? Bad. It looks like the enemy this time is not simple. Looking at Zhang Chen and Xia He who suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, the cold sweat on Su San's forehead had already started dripping down. Chapter 175, Su Family's Soft Underbelly. The Unaging Feng Bao Bao. You are, Xiao San? Looking at the young man with glasses who suddenly appeared in front of him, at a glance, Zhang Chen recognized that he was none other than Su San, the eldest son of Su Xiang, who was now the head of the North China region. You know me? Hearing Zhang Chen call his name, Su San visibly froze for a moment. However, he quickly reacted. No, I don't think I've ever seen him before. Could this man be trying to get close to me? But why look at his face and feel familiar? And this woman beside him too. Su San once again took a serious look at Zhang Chen and Xia He. A sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. Wait a minute. Isn't this the kid from the plane crash the other day? And this woman next to him? I seem to remember her as being omnisexual. Wait, so pretty and sexy, there's only one in the whole sex. Scrapper. Summer Harvest. After remembering Zhang Chen and Xia He's identities, Su San instantly retreated a few steps back. A wary face looked at the two. You're Zhang Chen, right? And you, it seems, are the all-sexual Xia He? Hearing Su San mention his name and Xia He's name, Zhang Chen looked at Su San, who was wearing glasses. With great surprise, Zhang Chen, who knew the original well, was clear. Although Su San is not as smooth as his brother Su Si in dealing with people, but he is extremely good at gathering intelligence. As a result, he was able to recognize Zhang Chen and Xia He at a glance. I thought I remembered you being in a plane crash? Why are you able to appear inside our North China region branch? Upon hearing Su San's words, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. There shouldn't be much in this world to stop me if I want to go anywhere. Humph. Arrogant. Su San was displeased with Zhang Chen's tone. He knew that there were hidden tigers and dragons in the dragon kingdoms in human realm. So how could Zhang Chen, this little guy, dare to say such a thing? Zhang Chen did not take Su San's reaction to heart. Xia He, who was on the side, had a strange smile on his face after hearing Su San's words. I'm about to see someone's face get swollen again. Xia He thought badly in his heart. She was now looking forward to seeing the moment when Su San's jaw dropped in shock by Zhang Chen. What are you doing here? The North China region doesn't have what you need. After being silent for some time, Su San held his eyes and said with a serious face, Oh, how did you know we were here looking for something? Pretty smart. But you can guess what we've come to the North China region for. Zhang Chen looked at Su San with a smile on his face. For some reason, Su San's heart fluttered a bit when he was looked at by Zhang Chen. Seeing Zhang Chen's strange eyes, Su San had a bad feeling in his heart. Hardly, are they here about the baby? Thinking of this, Su San's heart tensed up. After all, Feng Baobao's matter was the biggest secret of their Su family. Although the old man hadn't spoken to him in detail about it, but after so many years had passed, he, Su San, could still see that Feng Baobao was different from normal people. It's been over a decade. His own old man was getting older. He, Su San, had also grown from a child to an adult. Even his own out-of-tune younger brother, Su Si, had now grown to the point where he was able to stand on his own, but it's been Bao Bao Feng who's been living inside their home. On the other hand, nothing has ever changed in all these years. Until a few days ago, his own old man Su Xiang told him, Feng Bao Bao has looked like this since his father was a child, and there has never been a time in these decades when he has changed. It was only then that Su San truly realized how much of a secret Feng Bao Bao, this silly girl, was hiding. In the meantime, he also truly realized what his old man had been running his power so carefully for so many years. All this is to protect Feng Bao Bao. However, now two people suddenly appeared. Looking at them, it seemed like they were coming for Bao Bao Feng. This immediately made Su San feel a hint of crisis. You guys, are you here to find someone? As he asked these words, Su San's tone was cold to the extreme. He was already ready at any time to call someone in and take down Zhang Chen and Xiaohe. The two of them. Yo, as expected of Su San, you're just quite smart. You're right. That's exactly what we're here for this time. Looking at the incredibly nervous Su San, Zhang Chen naturally knew exactly what was going through his mind right now. After all, that's the biggest secret of the Su family. Hearing Zhang Chen unexpectedly confirm it directly, Su San's cold sweat had already covered his entire forehead long ago. At this moment, he was ready to mobilize his Nianli and fight Zhang Chen to the death at any time. It was at this moment of unrelenting tension. Suddenly, the door of Su Xiang's office was pushed open from outside. Third son, fourth son has taught me another set of powerful techniques, just by the sound of the name. It's called the 18 Styles of Awesome. Do you want me to beat it for you? Feng Bao Bao's voice was heard coming through the door. Su San's heart instantly screamed bad. What a bad time to come. Hearing Feng Bao Bao's voice, Zhang Chen and Xiaohe simultaneously turned their heads to look over. Good chance. Take them down first. Seeing that Zhang Chen and the two of them were distracted by Feng Bao Bao's voice, Su San's heart was in the right place. Although he was still unclear whether Zhang Chen and Xiaohe were enemies or friends. But since they had moved against Feng Bao Bao, let's take them down first before we follow up. Su San knew clearly that if it was his old man Su Xiang who was there, I'm afraid that's what I'm going to do. Get the down. Su San took advantage of the two men's distraction. The first time, he unleashed his chanting ability to the maximum extent. He wanted to take control of both Zhang Chen and Xiaohe before immediately informing Pops and Su Si. When they were all here, they would discuss what to do with the two. It was just a pity that Su San's idea was good and practiced well. However, he had underestimated the strength of the two Zhang Chen men. As his full power of thoughts was unleashed towards Zhang Chen, he only felt as if his chanting power had crashed into an incomparably terrifying flood beast. The terrifying aura on Zhang Chen's body directly affected Su San's ability to think. It was as if he had crashed into a puddle of mud and could no longer be controlled by himself. No, it can't be. How was he able to affect my chanting ability when he clearly did nothing? You know that mine ability is capable of easily lifting even a 1-ton boulder. But why? Yet, does it have no effect on this kid? After the failure of his own chanting ability, Xiao San began to panic. Bean-sized beads of sweat were running continuously down his cheeks. Just as Su San was sweating coldly, something even more desperate happened to him, only to see Feng Bao Bao, who had pushed open the door, holding onto the doorframe, revealing a thieving head that began to look over inside the office. San what happened? What's all the buzz inside this office? Chapter 176, Feng Bao Bao, Bad Chat, Points Zinging, to be planted. Hearing Feng Bao Bao's voice, Su San felt a pang of discomfort, so he immediately shouted at the door, Baby go find Su Si and my father. Hearing Su San's words, Feng Bao Bao, who was lying in the doorway, could not help but freeze for a moment. She took a serious look at Zhang Chen and Xiaohe, and then a big question mark appeared on her tiny face. Saner, what are you guys doing? These two don't look like bad guys. Why are you bullying them with your Nen power? Hearing Feng Bao Bao's words, Su San immediately had a black eye and was helpless in his heart. Oh baby, you don't see who's really bullying who. Not only is this Nian ability of mine ineffective against these two guys, I'm even being counter-controlled by this kid myself. Su San looked at Feng Bao Bao with a naive face, first fixed his mind, then seriously said, you can't tell the bad guys from the bad guys. Anyway, listen to me. You've got to get out of here. Go as far away as you can to find Su-si and my father. Su-san's voice grew louder and louder, like he was trying to attract the attention of the company's employees. It was only a pity that Jiang Chen had noticed this a long time ago. While Feng Baobao was lying on the doorframe, he then casually threw out a ball of innate one air, enveloping the entire office. Now no matter how much Su-san shouted, there was no way anyone would hear him. Junior, stop yelling. No one will hear you. Jiang Chen looked at the somewhat hysterical Su-san, walked up to him and opened his mouth with a smile. After saying that, he sat down on his butt in the position of the branch's chairman. Smiling, he looked towards Feng Baobao who was picking at the doorway, fished out a ring spell from his pocket and beckoned to her. Feng Baobao, I have a treasure here. Do you want to come over and take a look? Upon hearing Jiang Chen say that he had a treasure there, a glint of essence suddenly appeared in Feng Baobao's eyes. Sanner, he says he's got a treasure. You stay here for a while longer. I'll go check on the baby. After saying that, Feng Baobao walked into the office with extreme excitement and headed towards where Jiang Chen was. Seeing this scene, Su-san's eyes turned red with anxiety. You silly girl. It's obvious that he's lying to you. How can he have a baby in his hand when he's a fart of a kid? Don't you believe what he says? Go quickly. They're coming for you. Looking at Su-san so eagerly, Feng Baobao reached out his hand and scratched his head, puzzled. But, Sanner, I didn't sense any malice from him. And then there's the fact that he really does have a treasure in his hand. I'll go over there and take a look in case he doesn't want it. After saying that, Feng Baobao crossed over Su-san with an excited face and ran to Jiang Chen's side. Without the slightest bit of avoidance, he brought his head to Jiang Chen's hand and stared at the ring in Jiang Chen's hand. Ha, that's quite a treasure. Little handsome pot, are you willing to sell this ring? Su-san has money. I'll have him give it to you. Looking at the air flowing from the ring file in Jiang Chen's hand, the knowledgeable Feng Baobao could tell at a glance that the item in Jiang Chen's hand was not ordinary. Looking at Feng Baobao who had come up to him, Jiang Chen smiled and then injected a strand of his air chi into this ring. Next moment, this ring immediately emitted a fiery light that swept past Su-san's head. Feel the horrible burning sensation coming from the top of his head. Su-san was instantly startled. He did not expect that the ring in Jiang Chen's hand was really a treasure. No, it should be a file to be precise. A magic weapon ring capable of emitting terrifying flames. Wow, that's awesome. See this scene. Feng Baobao's attention was instantly drawn to the ring in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen naturally noticed the change in her expression, and then spoke with a smile. Baby, want it? Upon hearing this, Feng Baobao immediately nodded frantically. This is the Fire Forest ring. Back then, our sex ancestor fought with that Fire Qilin in the Fire Forest cave for 981 days, only from breaking one of the Fire Qilin's teeth and refining it into the Fire Forest ring. By the way, along with this ring, there is also the legendary Fire Forest sword, but it was seized by a kid called Broken Wave. Listening to Jiang Chen's serious nonsense, Shaha, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and sneer. However, the dumbfounded Feng Baobao took what Jiang Chen said at face value. With an attentive face, he listened to his made-up story. On the other hand, Su-san, who was on the side, had long been listening with a black line on his head. You asshole kid, aren't you from Dragon Tiger Mountain? When has your ancestor ever fought with the Fire Qilin? And what the hell is this Broken Wave? Isn't that a ING character from Fengyan? Hearing Su-san's tirade, Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. He then rubbed the head of Feng Baobao, who was stretched out in front of him, and spoke with a smile. Ha ha, it was all a lie just now. Hearing Jiang Chen say that he had lied to himself, Feng Baobao froze for a moment and began to think seriously. Looking at Feng Baobao who was thinking with her small head on top, Jiang Chen smiled. But if you like it, this ring can be yours. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Feng Baobao's face immediately revealed a happy expression. However, after a moment's reflection, she suddenly opened her mouth with a curious expression. Do you have many more of these babies? Although Jiang Chen did not know why Feng Baobao asked this, but he nodded subconsciously. After seeing Jiang Chen nod his head, Feng Baobao's face suddenly became strange. As he looked at Jiang Chen, a trace of a strange look passed through his eyes, only to see her smile at Jiang Chen. She then quickly slipped over to Su-san's side and whispered in his ear. Sanner, he said he still has quite a few magic weapons. Why don't we blackmail him and bury him after robbing him? Feng Baobao said as she felt out a shovel from behind her back. At the same time, he gave Su-san a head-killing gesture. Seeing this scene, Su-san's face once again darkened. Lao Si, what have you taught the baby, you bastard? Looking at Feng Baobao who was excited and ready to bury people in the dark, Su-san's heart was already on the verge of bursting into flames with anxiety. This silly girl, he's coming for you, and you want to snatch him up in return? With this guy's terrifying strength, you're a gentle lamb in his hands. Just as Su San was about to open his mouth to persuade Feng Baobao to give up this intention, who knows that before he had a chance to speak, Feng Baobao copied the shovel. Swish disappeared in front of his eyes. Wait, come back. Just as Su San shouted out these words, he heard a loud bang. At this moment, Feng Baobao, who was standing in front of Zhang Chen, there was a pause as he looked at the shovel in his hand, which had broken in two. After about a minute, her slow brain finally responded, only to see her twist her head in great embarrassment. She opened her mouth to Su San. Bad chat. Saner. The point is solid. It's going to plant. Chapter 177. I know this move. It's called turtle armor binding, right? Zhang Chen reached out and touched the spot on his head where Feng Baobao had struck him with a shovel. It doesn't hurt, and it's a little itchy. Looking at the broken shovel on the ground, Zhang Chen knew that this guy must have exerted himself. It was a pity that she had misjudged her own strength, and even more so, she had misjudged Zhang Chen's terrifying physique. Feng Baobao failed to land a single blow and was ready to retreat immediately. However, Zhang Chen was one step ahead of her and directly pinched the back of her neck collar, carrying her whole body into mid-air. He locked eyes with her wide-eyed. He looked at the nervous Feng Baobao. Another look at the shovel broken in two underneath him. She pondered this for a long time, not understanding what the sissy was trying to do. Looking at the puzzled Xia, Zhang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. No need to guess. She's preparing to give us both a black eye. What else do you think she just asked me if I still had a lot of spells for? Harvest? After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia was dumbfounded. Good lord. This sister's got a lot of nerve. I can't believe that even Zhang Chen wants to rob it. Also, isn't this sis from the company? Why does it feel like a triad? Just as Xia was feeling flabbergasted at Feng Baobao's behavior, after Feng Baobao, who was being carried in midair by Zhang Chen, stabilized his stance, he suddenly slapped his palm at Zhang Chen's chest while yelling, "Awesome 18 styles, the old man's wheelbarrow." Feng Baobao's slap came very suddenly. Even Xia, who was standing with her, didn't react. It was only when a palm hit Zhang Chen that she finally reacted. What the hell? The name of this palm seems very wrong? Just as Xia was carefully recalling the four words that just shouted out from inside Feng Baobao's mouth, Zhang Chen, however, directly reached out a finger and flicked it on Feng Baobao's head while saying very helplessly, "Don't learn these strange things from Su Si in the future." A good girl. All brought down by Su Si. After being lightly bounced on the head by Zhang Chen, Feng Baobao's forehead immediately became red and swollen. What a strong force. Go easy on me. I can't stand it any longer. Feng Baobao covered her red and swollen forehead and opened her mouth with a dissatisfied face. Hearing Feng Baobao's words, Zhang Chen's face was filled with black lines. Never mind. I'll let you shut up for a while. Save yourself from saying anything else that could be misleading. Strike that. Zhang Chen then used the golden light mantra to condense into a few chains and chain Feng Baobao in place. Ha! I know this move. Old Four said it's called turtle armor binding. Right. As Feng Baobao's mouth was about to be gagged, she shouted as if nothing was wrong. Zhang Chen. Summer Hall. Su San. Ahem. I think that guy called Su Si has to be beaten up. Look what he's gotten this not-so-bright girl into. Xia spoke with a face full of speechlessness, though she didn't know who Su Si was yet. But looking at Feng Baobao now, she could guess. This one called Su Si is definitely not a good one. I think your idea is good. This bastard Su Si must be beaten up. Zhang Chen naturally strongly agreed with Xiao's idea. At this moment, Su San, who was still unable to move a muscle in place, in his heart, he was even more frantically nodding his head in agreement with Zhang Chen and the two of them. It's just a shame they're on opposite sides of the fence right now. Otherwise, Su San believed that he would be able to go up and make up a few kicks when they punched Su Si. Okay, now let's get down to business. After a little hiccup, Zhang Chen snapped his fingers, causing all of Su San's spiritual energy that was like being stuck in a quagmire to be returned. At this moment, the pressure on Su San's body was violently lightened. Although he didn't understand what the hell Zhang Chen was up to. However, looking at Zhang Chen's current appearance, Su San was roughly able to guess that Zhang Chen was trying to make peace and did not intend to continue with his actions. After the body returns to normal, Su San gently wiped the beads of sweat left on his forehead from his nervousness, forced himself to calm down. He looked up at Zhang Chen, who was sitting very leisurely in his boss chair. With a serious face, he opened his mouth. What to talk about and how? Hearing Su San's words, Zhang Chen smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and continued. This matter can't be discussed with you. Call your father Su Xiang. You can't make the call on this matter now. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Su San's heart was stifled. He clenched his own fists, recalling the embarrassing gesture he had just made in front of Zhang Chen. His fist soon unclenched again once more. Su San knew very well that the current him was far from being Zhang Chen's opponent, not even qualified to negotiate with him. However, Su San quickly figured it out. He was seen coming to the desk of the head of the North China region, picking up the phone and calling into a number. "Dad, there's someone here, in the office." Su San only said these few words and hurriedly hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, Su Xiang led Su Si into his office with a serious face. At the first moment he received Su San's call, he realized that it was not good, because ever since he was a child, Su San had never spoken to himself in that strange tone. Fruity. When the white-haired Su Xiang walked into his office, he saw that Feng Baobao, who he regarded as the biggest secret of his heart, had been tied up with golden chains. Su Si, who came in with him, immediately assumed an offensive stance upon seeing this scene. Very vigilantly, he looked at both Zhang Chen and Xia He. "Let go of the baby," Su Si warned out with a serious face. "Su Si, calm down. You're no match for him. Even we, together, are no match for this guy. He's, so strong." Looking at Su Si, he was ready to strike at any moment. Su San rushed forward and pulled him back, opening his mouth with a serious face. Looking at Su San with a serious look on his face, Su Si and Su Xiang were both shocked in their hearts. Su San they are very familiar with. Normally, he wouldn't say these words to grow others' ambition and destroy his own. But now, Su San directly said so. That explains one thing. Before they arrived, Su San had already crossed paths with these two. Based on this he judged the result. Hearing his son speak, Su Xiang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He twisted his head and looked at Zhang Chen, who was enjoying Xia He's gentle massage, and said seriously, "This little brother, what exactly is the purpose of your visit to our North China region this time?" Hearing Su Xiang open his mouth, Zhang Chen smiled at him and opened his mouth. "Naturally, I've come here this time for important matters, but before we get to the important stuff, let's talk about Bauer. As far as I know, Feng Baobao she should keep this look for many years. Right? Chapter 178, What? You want the Su family to contribute and abduct Bao Bao Feng at the same time? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, a look of shock immediately spread across the faces of the three fathers and sons of the Su family. You know that Feng Bao Bao is the biggest secret of their Su family, but now the secret is known to an outsider, and it was said to their faces. Accurately, how could this not shock them? Woohoo! While the three fathers and sons of the Su family were shocked and speechless, Feng Bao Bao, who had been tied up by Zhang Chen with the golden light spell, did not know what he wanted to say and directly struggled and shouted. It was a pity that she hadn't even screamed a few times before Zhang Chen slapped her on the buttocks. Be honest, it's not time for you to talk. Zhang Chen's slap was very hard, probably feeling the sharp pain coming from his body. Feng Baobao's body, which had been struggling, stopped at once. "You, what are you talking about? Feng Baobao is nothing more than a temporary worker for our North China region. There's nothing special about it." Su Xiang is still trying to beat a dead horse at this time, trying to muddle through this matter. However, Zhang Chen would not give him this opportunity. "Uncle Su, what's going on with Ah Wu? I think you should know better than me, right?" Hearing Zhang Chen mention the name Ah Wu, Su Xiang froze in place as if he had been electrocuted. Wu, this kid, how could he even know about this? Who the hell is he? What does he want? And where does he hear these things? For a while, countless thoughts flashed through Su Xiang's mind. There were also countless times when he pondered over Zhang Chen's identity, but in the end, he didn't even come up with a result that would convince him. At this moment, the beads of sweat on Su Xiang's head had begun to fall like rain in a frantic manner. "Uncle Su, there's no need to be nervous. Just because I know these things doesn't make us enemies." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Su Xiang was first stunned, then his eyes were filled with caution. He didn't know what the hell Zhang Chen was playing at the moment, but he had a hunch that since the other side had come to him like this, then I'm afraid what he wants to do for himself won't be easy at all. Su Xiang bit his tongue hard and forced himself to calm down. "Since you said we're not enemies, then I guess you shouldn't continue to act mysterious. Who are you? Really? What is the purpose of coming here? And why did you set your sights on Feng Baobao?" When he heard Su Xiang throw out these questions in a series, Zhang Chen smiled faintly. He reached out and pointed at Su San and Su Si, and Su Xiang immediately understood what he meant. Only Su Xiang took a deep breath and waved his hand at his two sons, signaling them to go out first. The next thing was for himself and Zhang Chen to discuss in detail. "Dad, Su San and Su Si hesitated for a moment, and did not directly move immediately. "Get out." It was only after hearing Su Xiang's gradually aggravated tone that the two of them sighed helplessly and walked out of the room together. "Now, I suppose we can talk about it?" Su Xiang walked to Zhang Chen's body, pulled a chair and sat down, his expression serious as he stared at Zhang Chen. "Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Chen. It's that unlucky guy from the previous plane crash." Hearing Zhang Chen declare his name, Su Xiang instantly widened his eyes. No wonder he had a sense of familiarity in his heart when he saw Zhang Chen. It turned out to be this kid, but what Su Xiang is curious about is, didn't they say that this kid is dead? Why is he still alive and well? Zhang Chen naturally saw Su Xiang's doubts at a glance. However, he did not offer any explanation, but spoke straight to the point. Uncle Su, what I came to see you about this time is actually quite simple. I'm going to deal with the Wang and Lu families next, and I need you to just give us support at the back. Hearing Zhang Chen say such frightening things so easily, Su Xiang was shocked in his heart. Against the Wang and Lu families? Wait, could it be that these two families were involved in that plane crash he experienced earlier? Been the head of the North China region for decades. Su Xiang naturally guessed what was going on in an instant. However, after guessing what happened, Su Xiang couldn't help but have a more serious expression on his face. After all, dealing with something as big as the Wang and Lu families was not something that he, a small regional head, could help with. At the first moment he heard about it, Su Xiang was ready to shrug it off. However, after he turned his head and saw Feng Baobao, who was tied up tightly, he immediately dismissed this thought. So all of this was set up by him in advance. This kid knows that Feng Baobao's secret is our Su family's soft underbelly, so he took our soft underbelly at the first opportunity. Now it's simply impossible for me to refuse even if I wanted to. Within just a few moments, Su Xiang was shocked at the means used by Zhang Chen. However, he was not prepared to take this dark loss. Instead, he raised his head and revealed a pair of stern eyes, looking Zhang Chen in the eyes and asking seriously, "How sure are you?" 10 points. It's simple to take out those two old guys, except for the forces behind them, which may require your help. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Su Xiang could not help but reveal a cold smile on his face. That's 2 tens. I'm afraid this breath you kid is blowing is a little big, isn't it? In the face of Su Xiang's question, Zhang Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly against the incredibly thick mahogany desktop in his office. Su Xiang stared blankly at Zhang Chen's movements, not understanding what the hell he was up to. However, just a few moments later, this mahogany table in front of him, unexpectedly instantly turned into powder form and disappeared in front of Su Xiang's eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Xiang's eyes instantly rounded, eyes full of disbelief. Without using air, you can knock this table to pieces? How is this possible? Such terrifying physical strength. Even if that Ruhu came, it would be impossible to do so. Just as Su Xiang looked at Zhang Chen with a shocked expression, Zhang Chen, however, suddenly laughed softly. I think that I should be strong enough. I wonder what Uncle Su thinks. Su Xiang swallowed and nodded without answering. Let's put it this way. In order to thank Uncle Su for his support, I can also do you a favor. I can promise you that as long as I, Zhang Chen, am still alive in this world for one day, then I will bring Bao Bao Feng with me for one day, ensuring that nothing will ever happen to her. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Su Xiang was first stunned, then immediately fell into deep thought. Xia He, who was on the side, after hearing Zhang Chen's words, then lightly laughed in his heart. Zhang Chen has played this handful of calculations really well, both wanting the Su family to contribute and preparing to abduct the precious girl from their home. Worthy of my master. This business is a bloody good one. Chapter 179, The Inhuman Realm is about to start a big mess? The first time he heard what Zhang Chen said, Su Xiang's heart was angry. It's the same as what Summer Hall thought. Su Xiang felt that this Zhang Chen kid was too unorthodox. He wanted to get himself to support him against the Wang and Lu families, but he also wanted to take Bao Bao Feng away. This kid wants it both ways. It's a nice thought. Why do you want to take everything good for yourself? But then he turned his mind to think more carefully. Su Xiang felt that if Feng Baobao followed Zhang Chen's side, it might also be a good thing. After all, Feng Baobao's secret of being able to live forever was considered to be the biggest and most amazing secret even if it was placed in the entire inhuman world. It was impossible to keep such a shocking secret by relying solely on their Su family. However, Zhang Chen, who knew this secret, was able to forcefully take away Feng Baobao without relying on his strength, and still be able to make peace with yourself and discuss this matter peacefully. From here, it could be seen that Zhang Chen was not a vicious person. Su Xiang also believes that there are not many people like Zhang Chen in the world. If another existence appeared that knew Feng Baobao's secret and was also powerful, not something that their Su family could deal with, at that time, the entire Su family's death or life, Feng Baobao's stay or go is afraid that there is no need to even talk about it. Everything will be firmly in someone else's hands. As for the conditions proposed by Zhang Chen, let them, the Su family, support behind Zhang Chen when he moved the Wang and Lu families. Su Xiang is clear that this is a trivial matter for the whole big picture. Since Zhang Chen dared to touch the Wang and Lu families, there should be a multitude of forces involved behind him. A small Su family of theirs, even if they were mixed up as the head of the entire North China region, but it was far from being ranked among these great powers. What's more, Zhang Chun had Dragon Tiger Mountain behind him. There was also the presence of that old celestial master who was the most powerful in the inhuman world today. If they could really unite the many forces, then even if they wanted to bring down the Wang and Lu families, it wouldn't be impossible. Thinking of this, Su Xiang raised his head and seriously sized up Zhang Chen a few times again. If he, Zhang Chen, could promise to be good to Feng Bao Bao for the rest of his life, don't let anyone with malicious thoughts threaten Feng Bao Bao's safety and security words, then having her follow Zhang Chen might still be a good choice. Thinking of this, after hesitating for a moment, Su Xiang suddenly opened his mouth with a serious face. I can agree to your conditions, but what you have to promise is to never let anyone threaten the baby's safety. Otherwise, even if I, Su Xiang, am not a match for you, Zhang Chen, then I will do my best to pull you down. Looking at Su Xiang who had a serious face, Zhang Chen nodded at him. Don't worry, Uncle Su, there's no safer place in this world than following my side. By the way, Uncle Su, here are some of the magic weapons I refined. You guys should be able to use it after a while when the Wang and Lu families fall and liquidate. After assuring Su Xiang that he would absolutely protect Feng Bao Bao's safety, Zhang Chen then took out a few files and threw them into Su Xiang's hands. Receiving what Zhang Chen threw at him, Su Xiang was first stunned, and then immediately caught his eyes by a few small things in his hands. This? Looking at the few small things in his hands, Su Xiang couldn't help but be surprised out loud. After becoming an inhuman for so many years, he, Su Xiang, although he knew that there was the existence of magic weapons in this world, but it was the first time he'd ever gotten his hands on one. After all, there were simply too few refiners nowadays, and the thing called a magic weapon had accordingly become a rare item. Inject your air into it and you can see what's inside. After teaching Su Xiang the usage, Su Xiang injected his air into it as Zhang Chen said. While Su Xiang injected his own air, Zhang Chen casually snapped his fingers and re-released the bound Feng Bao Bao. But who knows? The first time Feng Bao Bao was released, it disappeared into thin air with a swish. It appeared in front of Su Xiang like an instant. Good stuff, dog boy. This is good stuff. Bring it to me and let me see it. Looking at Feng Bao Bao who suddenly flashed in front of him with a curious face, a calm smile appeared on Su Xiang's face. With almost no hesitation, he handed over all of the several files in his hand to Feng Bao Bao. For Feng Bao Bao's request, he, Su Xiang, will do everything possible to fulfill it. Wow, that's all good stuff in here. It's all baby cum na. If not for the fact that that brat is too strong, I really want to strip him naked and see what kind of good treasures he still has on his body. Feng Bao Bao was playing with the magic weapon inside the devouring sack. All the while, he glanced his cocky gaze at Zhang Chen from time to time. It seems, the desire to rob Zhang Chen in her heart still hadn't disappeared. The three people in the room looked at the innocent and adorable Feng Bao Bao, and a hint of a smile appeared on their faces. A moment later, Zhang Chen turned his head to look at Su Xiang. Uncle Su, since we've already made an appointment, it's up to you to cooperate next. This big show, it's about to start. After this big show is over, I think your Su family's status should be a notch higher than it is now. Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, Su Xiang's face suddenly became serious. He knew that if Zhang Chen left this time, he was afraid that he was about to make a move against the Wang and Lu families. If he could, he, Su Xiang, really didn't want to get involved in this matter, but there was no way around it. Since Zhang Chen had come to the door to force him to take sides, the Su family, which had been pinned down to its soft underbelly, could only honestly follow Zhang Chen's commands. In fact, as to whether or not the status of the Su family can be brought up a little further, he, Su Xiang, is not too concerned. After all, he joined the company and organized his forces. In fact, it was just to protect Feng Bao Bao. It had occurred to him more than once before this. Once he was gone, could his two sons actually keep this amazing secret? But now, he was relieved, because there is someone stronger to replace himself, willing to protect Bao Bao Feng for himself. Thus, after contemplating for some time, Su Xiang spoke with a slight sadness. Be sure to bring the baby back for more visits in the future if you get the chance. Looking at the reluctance on Su Xiang's face, Zhang Chen rarely became serious. He assured with a firm look in his eyes. Definitely. The door to the office room opened again. Su San and Su Si rushed into the house as if they were flying. When the two of them realized that Zhang Chen and Xia He were no longer inside the house, the two of them were first stunned. But after seeing Feng Bao Bao, the silly girl, disappear along with her, a look of panic appeared on their faces at the same time. Dad, where's the baby? Was she taken by that man? Should we? Su San anxiously opened his mouth. Su Si beside him had also taken out his satellite phone, ready to call someone. Don't hustle. By now the three of them should have returned to Longhu Mountain. Hearing their own father's words, Su San and Su Si were shocked in their hearts. That's thousands of kilometers from North China to Longhu Mountain. How is it possible to get there in such a short time? Dad's kidding. Look at the look of panic on the faces of his two sons. Su Xiang sighed helplessly. Let's put the baby aside for now. I'll tell you more about it when we get back. Now our priority is to hurry up and make good deployments. The inhuman world in the Dragon Kingdom is going to be in a big mess. Chapter 180. Our captives at Longhu Mountain are almost overcrowded. Hello? This is the LW office. The outer disciple in charge of answering the call had just picked up the phone. Zhang Chen then suddenly appeared in front of him. Ah, so it's Uncle Zhang Chen. You scared me to death. When did you get back? Looking at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, the outer disciple who had been startled by Zhang Chen slapped up his chest in succession. Looking at this disciple in front of him who was taken aback by himself, Zhang Chen smiled and patted his shoulder in comfort. Right now you're not used to it. You'll get used to it after some time. Finish your work well, but don't neglect your duties. After comforting this outer disciple, Zhang Chen walked straight out of the phone room. Looking at Zhang Chen's back as he left, this outer disciple, who had already been scared by him twice, scratched his head with a puzzled expression. What's going on with senior uncle Zhang Chen? Why did he go back to the phone room first both times he returned to the mountain? Can't really figure him out. After walking away, he came to an open space. Zhang Chen opened the devouring bag and released both Feng Bao Bao and Xia He that were contained within. Feng Bao Bao, who came out from inside the echidna. At this time, there was no free space on her body. All of it was covered in various kinds of magic weapons. Above her neck, there were at least 20 magic weapon necklaces hanging. On both arms, they were filled with various strings of magical artifacts with different functions. Not even on the ankles. The pockets of her entire body were stuffed with spells. They were all things she had found from inside the phlebotomy sack. If it wasn't for the fact that he already couldn't fit it on his body, he was afraid that he would have to take some more. Looking at Feng Bao Bao's hilarious appearance at this moment, Zhang Chen could not help but laugh. Oh baby, come I'll give you a devouring pouch. You put all these inside the devouring pouch. It's weirdly inconvenient to hold. Feng Bao Bao looked down at the devouring capsule. Then her face twisted and her mouth quirked as she said with great dissatisfaction. Humph, don't look at my long blueberry melon. In fact I'm smart a batch. You can't let go of these babies, can you? Let me put these treasures in here. And what if you sneak them away from me when the time comes? Zhang Chen. Summer Hall. Looking at Feng Bao Bao with a shrewd face, Zhang Chen and Xia He were both quite speechless. Forget it, let her carry it if she likes. Let's go up the mountain first. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly, and then he was ready to head towards the back of Dragon Tiger Mountain. By the way, little Tetsuko, I remember you saying that these magic treasures are all practiced by you. Do you know how to make a shovel or not? I want the kind that can knock you out. Feng Bao Bao's words fell. Dang, the sound. She received a hard pop right on the head. Calling who little Tetsuko? I'm telling you, you're out of shovel magic. Feng Bao Bao, who had been knocked hard on the head, touched the large bag on his head and thought seriously for a while. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Tatsu, big brother, just now I was joking. Shovels, make me 100 shovels. I'll help you bury people. The three of them just heckled their way to the cliffs that led to the back of the mountain, just approaching the vicinity of what is called the bluff. Then he saw a large number of inhumans gathered near this cliff at this time. Some were even armed, with fierce eyes looking across the river. On the opposite side of this cliff, there was a group of disciples from Longhu Mountain gathered. Seeing this scene, Xia He couldn't help but faint a little. What's going on here? Is it so lively on the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Upon hearing Xia He's words, Zhang Chen then spoke indifferently. They're all from some small sects. They should have been encouraged by those two old things, Wang Ai and Lucy I, to find trouble. We don't have to care about them. Let's just get over there. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Feng Bao Bao's brain turned. She was then seen patting her chest and exclaiming in the middle of the crowd, Tatsu, if I bury them all, can you make me a shovel? Feng Bao Bao's voice was so loud that it directly spread across the room. Those alien people who are here specifically. After hearing Feng Bao Bao's voice almost simultaneously turned around and looked towards where they were. Surprisingly, it's three little kids? Not big people, but not small mouths. What? Are you guys also in league with the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Longhu Mountain harbors the sinners of the Kashan Rebellion, and you're even in league with them. Back then, my grandfather lost his life because of what happened in the Asian Rebellion, and Dragon Tiger Mountain, as a member of the world's righteousness, even harbors sinners. Is this still a bit of righteousness? If you guys are with the Dragon Tiger Mountain, you'll have to go through me first if you want a pass. While listening to the disgruntled voices from the group, Zhang Chen sneered and did not respond, only to see him directly pull up Xia He and Feng Bao Bao. With a casual wave of his hand, he pushed the crowd of immobile people away instantly. and took the two of them over the cliff with a gentle leap. Bastards! They're really the guys from Dragon Tiger Mountain. I can't believe I let them get away. Humph. If I had known that they were in league with the Dragon Tiger Mountain, I would have just stepped in and stopped them. If I hadn't looked at the three of them just now, who were so thin-skinned and unbeatable, I would have hollered over with a slap. It's just three little minions. Just go over there. It has nothing to do with the big picture. Let's just think about how to break through the cliff guarded by the old Heavenly Master's personal disciples. Looking at Zhang Chen's departing figure, the group couldn't help but curse behind them. The three of them had just crossed the bluff. A white-haired Zhang Lingyu instantly appeared in front of the trio's eyes. Everyone, if you cross the cliff, you are considered to be at war with Longhu Mountain. Please, little master? When Zhang Lingyu saw the faces of the three, he let out a sigh of relief. Elder brother, why are those guys all making trouble in the mountains? Weren't they still at the bottom of the hill the last time I came back? Hearing Zhang Chen's doubts, Zhang Lingyu could not help but laugh bitterly. Senior brother, you don't know. Over this period of time, more and more sects have been encouraged to come to our Longhu Mountain to cause trouble, and they want us to hand over Master Huai and make the air body source flow public. With more and more people gathering, continuing to stop them at the bottom of the mountain might attract the attention of ordinary people. So Master told us all to go back to the mountain first, and just stop them in front of this cliff. After hearing what Zhang Lingyu said, Zhang Chen nodded seriously. How's it been? Are you guys still coping? As soon as she heard Zhang Chen mention this matter, Zhang Lingyu sighed helplessly and said, there are still some good fighters within this group, and several of our senior brothers are more or less injured. Among them, senior brother Rongshan was injured the most. His buttocks were stabbed. Still, all that's a small matter. The trouble is that even though we've been catching guys trying to get over the bluff every day these past few days, still can't get enough of them. Now our Longhu Mountain captives are almost out of room. Chapter 181 Chunner, are you ready to learn the thunder technique? After listening to Zhang Lingyu's words, Zhang Chen remained calm though, but Xia He, who was familiar with him, knew very well that Zhang Chen's heart had actually been moved to anger. Coming to our Longhu Mountain to cause trouble, and daring to hurt our Longhu Mountain people. Looks like we're still too good for these guys. Senior brother, what happened to the guy who injured senior brother Rongshan in the end? Did you kill him? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Lingyu was startled. This young master made a trip out of the mountain. How come his killing heart has become much heavier? So he hastened to say, no. After capturing him, eldest brother and the few of us gave him a severe beating, and he's still locked up inside the mountain. Master specifically explained not to kill anyone, and we didn't dare go too far. Just break both his legs. I'm afraid he won't be well for a year or two. Only after hearing this result did Zhang Chen nod in satisfaction. He then touched his pockets and took out some empty devouring sacks from them, placing them in Zhang Lingyu's hands. Senior brother, here are some space-based spells. If you catch any more troublemakers, just knock them out and tie them up and throw them in. Also, inside this devouring capsule are some defensive and offensive magic weapons. Later on, you tell him to give them to the disciples of our Longhu Mountain. With the enchantment of these magic weapons, everyone's strength will be increased by at least a large amount. Looking at what Zhang Chen had placed in his hands, Zhang Lingyu was stunned for a moment. F.A., so many spells? Junior brother, did you find the remains of some ascended immortal? Or have you copied a refiner's home? Otherwise, where did you get so many magic weapons from? Zhang Lingyu looked at these magic weapons in his hands with a shocked expression. This thing called a magic weapon, Zhang Lingyu had only heard about it from his own master, old Heavenly Master, but it was never seen. In the end times where auras were scarce, this was a rare item. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, had taken out so many at once, several hundred pieces. The scene in front of her made Zhang Lingyu feel a pang of unreality. Ha, senior brother is joking. These are my own refined magic treasures. You guys can take them and use them first. Just give me a word if you don't have enough. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Lingyu was once again startled. What's going on here? His own youngest senior brother had taken a trip down the mountain to practice, and had even learned all the things of a refiner? His own junior apprentice brother was too perverted. What else in the world does he not know how to do? Just as Zhang Lingyu was shocked beyond belief, when he turned his head, he saw Feng Baobao, who was covered in spells strapped to his body, staring at the devouring sack in his hand with glittering eyes. Do you still want what you have in your hand, little handsome? Being asked by Feng Baobao so suddenly, Zhang Lingyu was a bit dazed for a moment. Oh well, if you don't say it, you don't want it, then I'm not guessed. Oh, just as Feng Baobao's hand was about to reach for the devouring bag in Zhang Lingyu's hand, Zhang Chen's hand blade knocked on her head in time to stop her next move. Elder brother, these are all magic weapons. You should keep them. Outside this is a treasure that's hard to find in 1,000 pieces. You could easily be targeted by a greedy guy like that. After reminding Zhang Lingyu, Zhang Chen picked up the back of Feng Baobao's neck collar and forcibly led her and Xia He together towards the mountain, despite being forcibly taken away by Zhang Chen pinching the back of his neck collar. However, Feng Baobao's eyes never left Zhang Lingyu's hand that was holding the devouring sack. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's all good treasure. After returning to the Heavenly Master's house, Zhang Chen then sought his master and uncle Zhang Huai helping Tian Jinzhong with a series of rehabilitation exercises. At this time, Tian Jinzhong no longer needed assistance from others and was able to walk tremblingly on his own. Zhang Chen felt very satisfied with Uncle Tian's recovery speed. After all, he had the help of his own master and uncle, two of the world's best experts. Tian Jinzhong's recovery speed was naturally much faster than normal. Tatsu's back? Come, see how well your Uncle Tian has recovered. When he saw Zhang Chen, Tian Jinzhong was filled with smiles. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen, I'm afraid I would still be sitting in a wheelchair all day. Old Tianchi and Zhang Huai also nodded at Zhang Chen and the three of them. However, when Zhang Huai carefully sized up the Zhang Chen trio, after seeing Feng Baobao's face clearly, his entire body was as if he had been struck by lightning, and he instantly froze in place, only to see him stretch out a hand and point at Feng Baobao who was covered in spells and exclaimed, You, Zhang Chen, why is she here? Seeing his senior uncle Zhang Huai's shocked face, Zhang Chen naturally knew that he was now afraid that he had already recognized Feng Baobao's identity. Grandpa, who are you? Why do I get the feeling you're a little bit familiar? Feng Baobao also stared wide-eyed, staring at Zhang Huai seriously for a moment and opened his mouth. The old celestial master on the side naturally noticed this girl that Zhang Chen had newly brought back. The old celestial master was able to sense that this girl seemed to be very different from normal people. However, what surprised the old heavenly master was that his own senior brother would know this girl. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but twist his head and glance at his senior brother. Zhang Huai, the heart said with a slight hint of annoyance. Huai, you old boy but really can hide I'm afraid there are still quite a lot of things have not explained clearly with me. It seems like we still need to take some time to practice with you, so that you know what happens when you hide from your senior brother. When he thought about the fact that he had another reason to spar with his own senior disciple, the old heavenly master's hands itched for a while. After all, there weren't many people left in this world who could accompany him in a fight right now. Master, everything has been done at the bottom of the mountain. I wonder how ready you are on your end. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, it was only then that the old heavenly master turned his attention to what Zhang Chen had said. Well done. Since there are no more problems on your end, let's get ready to start. Your senior uncle and I have discussed this and are going to organize an event for the Inhumans in our Longhu mountain. Don't those people of theirs want your senior uncle's air body source stream? Then give them a chance to get the air body source stream. One-on-one. Fair ring competition. Life or death. I just don't believe that those two old things, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, will just stand by and watch someone else snatch away this air body source stream. Speaking here, the old heavenly master gave Zhang Chen a deep look and spoke with a smile. Chen this time, I'm afraid that your senior uncle and I won't be able to make a move. We, Longhu Mountain, will have to rely on you to hold up the fort. I'm going to add another insurance policy before this one starts. Chen are you ready to learn our Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 Thunder Orthodoxy? Chapter 182 Old Heavenly Master's Young Conspiracy. Replicating the 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. Is it finally time to learn about thunder? Upon hearing his master say that he wanted to teach himself the thunder technique, Zhang Chen's heart was really a little excited. When he had invited the true dragon to take on his body before, he had experienced the feeling of controlling thunder and lightning once though, but Zhang Chen knew that it was, after all, a borrowed power that did not belong to him. And now, after learning the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy, he would be able to control the power of thunder with his own strength. This own power is used quite differently than borrowed power. As the old heavenly master looked at the excitement that appeared on Zhang Chen's face, he smiled and stroked his florid beard, his heart very satisfied. He knew that the cultivation talent of this disciple of his was simply too high. There were really not many feats in this world that could interest him. And now, the 5 Thunders orthodox method that he himself had mastered had successfully aroused Zhang Chen's interest. This made him, as a master, finally feel a little more accomplished in his heart as well. After all, he hadn't taught Zhang Chen any other techniques since he had taught him the Golden Light Mantra. Instead, it was him, as the master, who hadn't missed out on learning Zhang Chen's improved Gongfu from Zhang Chen. This made him, as a master, more than a little upset in his heart. In fact, the last time Zhang Chen came back, the old heavenly master then had the intention to teach him the thunder law. It was only a pity that Zhang Chen left in a hurry at that time and didn't have the chance. And now, it was a good time to teach Zhang Chen the thunder law. Zhang Huai and Tian Jinzhong, who were on the side, or hearing that the old heavenly master was going to impart the thunder law to Zhang Chen. They all had smiles on their faces as well. As elders of Longhu Mountain, they naturally knew what it meant to be able to obtain the inheritance of the thunder law. That's the identity of the future heavenly master's heir. As for Zhang Chen, the successor of the heavenly master, both of them were very much in favor of it and did not even have a single objection. Tatsuer, how's the thinking going? The old heavenly master looked at Zhang Chen with a smiling face. Master, I'm kinda interested in our Dragon Tiger Mountains lightning method. Why don't we start now? Looking at Zhang Chen's face in anticipation, the old celestial master smiled and spoke. Look at you monkeying around. This thunder technique is different from other techniques. It can be several notches harder than the golden light incantation. I've already estimated that even with your talent, it will take you at least 3 days to master it proficiently. Speaking here, the old heavenly master stroked his white beard with great confidence and then spoke. 3 days later, I'll release the news to the outside world that our Longhu Mountain is going to host the Inhuman Realm Extravaganza. Let all those guys who want to plot for the air body source stream come to the surface. When the time comes, you'll stay out of the ring for a while, serve as the ace of the finale, and come out at the end of the day to give them assholes a good electrifying overload. Hearing his master's arrangement, Zhang Chen could not help but reveal a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a really dark hand played by his own master, forcing the two old guys, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, from the shadows into the light. If they didn't make a move, this legendary atmosphere body source stream, this technique, would have to be taken by someone else openly and honestly. The people who would get this technique by then could be a few other people from the 10 brothers, or it could be other powerful people. In order to keep what he had been plotting for so long from falling into someone else's hands, these two old guys are bound to make a move. However, if the two of them once made their move, it would be Zhang Chen's turn to come out and challenge them. Ring rules, life and death. It is also the equivalent of being able to legally kill someone. The old heavenly master believed that even if he didn't make a move this time, Zhang Chen, who had learned the thunder technique, would also definitely be able to kill these two old things in an instant before they could cry out and surrender. As long as these two old things died, no one from the small sects that were causing trouble would ever support them again. At that time, would they still have the courage to take on the behemoth of Lung Fushan again? These small sect guys will surely scatter. At that time, when the corporate power Zhang Chen had at his disposal made another push, the pattern of this inhuman realm should change drastically. After this storm, the Wang and Lu families would be completely removed from the inhuman realm. As long as this set rule is carried out, even the company responsible for stabilization can only watch this happen. It's phallic. If you want to play, you have to play the Wang and Lu families to death completely. Zhang Chen was naturally quite satisfied with his master's arrangement. So many years have passed. It seems that his master is still the same nature that he had back then, that he wanted to get people killed at the drop of a hat. A master with such a disposition was indeed to his Zhang Chen's liking. There's no problem with master's arrangement, but master seems to have misjudged one thing. I don't think it'll take 3 days, and tomorrow your old man can send the message out. Looking at the confidence on Zhang Chen's face, the old celestial master could not help but be startled. You mean to say that in just 1 day's time, you'll be able to fully master the thunder law? Chener, the thunder method is not an ordinary gong method. Even after you master the thunder method, you still need a long time to grind before you can do it. I think 3 days. The old heavenly master wanted to talk bitterly some more. After all, in his opinion, no matter how talented Zhang Chen was, it was impossible for him to learn the thunder law in a single day. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Master, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Come on, you can just strike me with lightning. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the old heavenly master's face was filled with questions. What? Strike you with lightning? Shouldn't I show you how the thunder law works first? Looking at the old celestial master who was full of doubts, Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was just about to urge the old heavenly master to let him chop a thunder spell over. Next moment, instead, there was a crackling sound behind him. Come on, nephew, he can't get down. Let me do it. Zhang Huai, who had fought with Zhang Chen and had been stolen by him to learn the source flow of the air body, was naturally well aware of Zhang Chen's amazing cultivation talent. He wanted to try again to see if he could instantly master this lightning method after he had struck Zhang Chen with it. However, he had just pinched his thunderbolt and had not yet had the chance to throw it out. Zhang Chen's voice, however, suddenly rang in his ears. Senior Uncle Huai, just take a rest. Your thunder technique is quite inferior to master's. Zhang Huai, this unlucky kid, talking nonsense about the big truth. It's too hurtful. After being rejected by Zhang Chen for his good intentions, Zhang Huai had no choice but to temporarily put away his lightning method. With both hands, he twisted his head to look at his senior brother. The meaning in his eyes was simple. That's the good disciple you've taught. Senior brother. Use the thunderbolt yourself. Senior brother can't help you. At this moment, the old heavenly master looked at the expression on Zhang Chen's face that could not be refused. He also sighed very helplessly. This disciple of his own was good at everything, but why was the way he learned the gongfu so strange? He had no choice but to condense a thunderbolt in his hand. In the manner Zhang Chen had described, he slashed at him. The moment the lightning fell on Zhang Chen, the long-lost system voice once again sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully accessing the air of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 Thunders orthodoxy. Now you can directly copy the feat. Is it copied immediately? Chapter 183, Extinguishing the Vitality of a Mountain. And you're still not satisfied with the power? Reproduce immediately. Zhang Chen barely hesitated and directly murmured in his own mind. When his words fell, next moment, his mind was then filled with many more things related to the Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 Thunders orthodoxy. From the starting gestures of the thunder method, to the movements when attracting the thunder, to the use of the various thunder methods developed by the old celestial masters. Almost all of them surfaced in the depths of Zhang Chen's mind in an instant. Congratulations to the host who has successfully duplicated the 5 thunders of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The level of use of this feat is exactly the same as that of the person being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Upon hearing the familiar system voice in his head ring out, Zhang Chen was clear about the 5 thunders orthodox method that his master had said he would need 3 days to fully master. He had learned all of them the moment he touched the thunder law. Feeling the raging and surging power of thunder that had suddenly appeared within his body, he was now eager to find a place to properly feel the amazing power of the thunder law. Only Zhang Chen's mind moved. In the palm of his hand, a thunderbolt instantly coalesced into shape, shining with a dazzling blue-white light, accompanied by a subtle crackling sound. One of nature's purest thunder power was just condensed in his palm. Old Tianshi, Zhang Huai, and Tian Jinzhong all had a deep understanding of the lightning method of Longhu Mountain. They both knew deep down that with the complexity of the thunder law, it could never be mastered overnight. However, when they saw with their own eyes that Zhang Chen had not only mastered the thunder law within such a short period of time, but was also able to condense the power of the thunder chord in his hand so casually, the shock on their faces was overwhelming. The old celestial master's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. His eyes, which never seemed to widen, glazed over at the moment. With an incredulous glint in his eyes, he said somewhat incredulously, "How is this possible? This is a lightning method. You gave it a lesson so quickly? Even your master me? Back then. But it took me a few months to fully master this lightning technique." While the old heavenly master was shocked beyond belief, Zhang Huai, on the other hand, had a complicated look on his face. He knew that Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was heaven-defying, but he had never imagined that it would be so heaven-defying. Just by being struck by lightning, he had completely mastered this technique? Put it this way, when he was in the Tang sect, he gave his air-body source flow an instant mastery. Was it also because he had attacked him with the air-body source flow technique? Thinking about this, Zhang Huai could not help but be shocked by Zhang Chen's talent once again. At this moment, Tian Jinzhong was even more confused. His cultivation was the weakest among the 3 senior brothers. The degree of mastery of the thunder law was also the worst, even with only half of it learned. However, now he could tell at a glance. Zhang Chen, who had just learned the lightning technique, had attainments in the lightning technique that far exceeded what he could comprehend. Even more, he thought that Zhang Chen was now strong in thunder law. It was already not far from his own senior brother. Zhang Jiwei, Master, I'm going to go to the back of the mountain to experiment with the lightning method. After saying that, Zhang Chen then directly leapt up in place and flew towards the back of Longhu Mountain between the mountains that were sparsely populated. Old Tianshi and Zhang Huai looked at each other. Then each of them activated their air and chased after Zhang Chen in the direction he had left. Only Tian Jinzhong was left frozen in place. Only after a moment did he react and hurriedly shouted in the direction the two had left. Senior, take me with you. It's just a shame. Old Tianshi and Zhang Huai had already flown far away long ago and could not hear him. Only Tian Jinzhong was left alone in the wind, came between the unoccupied mountains. Only then did Zhang Chen let go. Between these lofty mountains, Zhang Chen's figure transformed into a thunderbolt constantly leaping between the mountains. At this moment, he was like the embodiment of thunder and lightning, and every time he waved his arm, there were flashes of thunder and light, transforming into a thunderous thunderclap that resonated with all things among the mountains. Arriving at the uninhabited mountains, Zhang Chen unleashed the power of thunder law within him to his heart's content. When he ran the power of the thunder law to the extreme, the nearby sky, which was originally cloudless, suddenly changed under the influence of his lightning method. A heavy cloud quickly gathered and obscured the previously clear sky. Not long after, a thunderous boom came along with it. This place had completely become a world of thunder. Old Tianchi and Zhang Huai followed closely behind. After they saw the amazing celestial phenomenon at this moment, it filled the hearts of these two old men with shock. Zhang Huai looked at the scene around him at this moment, and a wave of complex emotions welled up in his heart. Looking at the heavy thunderclouds, he clearly recognized Zhang Chen's accomplishments in lightning techniques had far surpassed his own. Just that layer of terrifying thunderclouds in the sky at this moment. It was already not a realm of thunder law that he, Zhang Huai, could touch, and the old heavenly master, this old senior who had been immersed in the field of thunder magic for decades, was even more shocked beyond words. He watched the changes in the sky caused by Zhang Chen when he exerted his thunder law with all his might, nearly synchronizing with the rhythms of nature. He knew that at this point, Zhang Chen's realm and lightning techniques was no longer below his own. How on earth did this kid do it? Having just learned the thunder technique, I've reached this realm I'm at now. This kid's talent is just too intimidating. The old celestial master's heart marveled repeatedly. He had never seen such a rapid progression, not to mention in terms of feats like the Five Thunders orthodoxy that were among the top in the world in terms of both difficulty and depth. It was close to a miracle. Rumble. With a roar of thunder, the two of them, old Tianchi and Zhang Huai, looked over in the direction of the sound of thunder. Only Zhang Chen was standing in the sky like a thunder god in the nine heavens, controlling the hundreds of thunderbolts around him. At this moment, Zhang Chen topped a hill. A regal thunderous light flashed in his eyes, with a big wave of his hand. Next moment, the hundreds and thousands of thunderbolts around Zhang Chen's body, as if they had obeyed his orders, all of them slashed down towards that mountain in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. With a roar, the small mountain that he had targeted was baptized viciously by countless thunderbolts over and over again. After the terrifying baptism of thunder, this small hill was instantly tens of meters shorter. The originally vibrant hills were now scorched black. The entire mountains, everything seemed to have all been stripped of their vitality by this single bolt of thunder. The entire mountain took on a charred and blackened appearance under the baptism of these thousands of thunderbolts. Looking at the scene in front of their own eyes, both the old heavenly master and Zhang Huai fell into a state of stupefaction. The power of Zhang Chen's lightning method is just too astonishing, isn't it? However, in response to the shock of the two of them, Zhang Chen displayed a flat face. Although the movement of the thunder method is great, the power is still not very satisfying. Surprisingly, it can't even split a mountain. It seems that it's still necessary to strengthen this thunder law a bit. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's mind moved and spoke directly in his heart. System, is there a direction to strengthen the Five Thunders positive technique? Chapter 184, I just transformed into the God of Thunder for a little while. Why is Master scared silly? Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the Dragon Tiger Mountain Five Thunders orthodoxy, and obtaining a chance to strengthen it. There are three directions of enhancement for this technique. 1. Power enhancement. The power of the heavenly thunderbolt attracted by the host is enhanced 100 times. 2. Range enhancement. The range of the heavenly thunder that the host can control is expanded by 100 times. 3. Thor incarnation. Host can temporarily incarnate as Thor and gain the full power of Thor. Does the host immediately carry out the enhancement of the Gongfu? Seeing these three directions of reinforcement, Zhang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The first two are okay to understand. All of these directions of enhancement have been seen amongst the other directions of merit enhancement. This third direction of reinforcement, on the other hand, was something Zhang Chen had never anticipated. Thor incarnate? What the hell is this? I remember that the legend of our Longhu Mountain's thunder technique is that it is the Thunder Park proper technique that was passed down from the thunder god in the sky, right? Now the direction of reinforcement is actually turning into Thor? Good fellow, I haven't even ascended yet. How can I temporarily incarnate the god of thunder? What if I ascend in the future? Zhang Chen's heart was surprised at what was in the direction of reinforcement given by the system though, but the curiosity in his mind now greatly exceeded the shock. He was curious as to what the god of thunder he had incarnated himself into was like. Reinforce immediately. With this curiosity, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to open his mouth in his own mind. Zhang Chen's words just fell. Next moment, he then began the cultivation of the upgraded version of the thunder law, driven by the system. Looking at the sky, Zhang Chen suddenly descended from the sky. Sitting there, he practiced the thunder spell from the beginning. The two of them, old Tianchi and Zhang Huai, were first stunned, not knowing what kind of drama Zhang Chen was pulling. But suddenly, something occurred to both of them almost simultaneously, so couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Difficult. Could it be that Zhang Chen? He even had to improve this orthodox Five Thunders orthodox method himself? How is this possible? This is the legendary gong method that the Thunder Ministry of the Heavenly Court personally passed down to Longhu Mountain. To the two who exclaimed out in shock, Zhang Chen did not respond. Instead, he remained there, maneuvering on his own. A few moments later, Zhang Chen flew up once again as he did before, standing on top of the mountains. Only this time, an unnameable majesty surrounded his body. He only took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands, releasing a stream of thunder in his eyes. At this moment, it was as if a mysterious contract had been made between him and the thunder in heaven and earth. As Zhang Chen's hands waved slightly, the dark clouds in the sky were like receiving a call to arms, instantly surging from all directions, rapidly coalescing and forming a huge vortex of thick dark clouds. In the midst of this dark cloud vortex, the sound of thunder was deafening and resounded through the heavens and earth. This time, the driving force of the thunderclouds looked like it had added a few more points of terrifying might that shook the heavens and earth than before. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master and Zhang Huai, both of their shocked mouths were a little hard to close. They looked at Zhang Chen, who was located at the center of the thundercloud. At this moment, he was like a thunder god, standing quietly in the air, his face flat and incomparable as he watched all of this. Suddenly, as Zhang Chen's large hand covered in lightning gently raised and lowered, a thunderbolt tens of times thicker than before, like the wrath of a god, roared down violently from the depths of the clouds. It seemed to carry a heaven-destroying power in it, slicing through the sky. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have torn a rift in the sky. The landing point of this thunder was still the same mountain. A thunderbolt passed. Its continuous lightning strikes. Each thunders was more spectacular and terrifying than the previous one. Countless thunderbolts intertwined, illuminating the entire mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. A roar continued to resonate through the mountains. Countless pieces of debris began to burst out continuously in all directions. The mountain peaks that hadn't been shattered by that previous bolt of thunder. Now under these thunderbolts, the entire mountain peak began to continuously crumble into countless pieces of rubble. How is this possible? How could the power of the lightning method be so great? Looking at the mountain peaks that had completely disappeared in front of his eyes, even the old celestial master who had lived for more than 100 years and had seen countless things, in this one are completely taught. That's a mountain. Just disappeared under Zhang Chen's thunderous boom? How on earth did Zhang Chen he manage to make the range of the thunder become so large and the power of the thunder increase so terrifying? At this moment, a question began to well up from the old heavenly master's heart. All of this was becoming more and more difficult for him to see. Not long after, the mountain peak in front of them completely disappeared. What was left behind was a giant crater hundreds of meters deep. Around this deep pit, countless debris from the mountain peaks after they had crumbled piled up. It looks extremely appalling. Just when the old celestial master thought that Zhang Chen would stop after crumbling the mountain peak with his lightning technique. However, what he didn't expect was this. When he looked to the sky once more, Zhang Chen's appearance unexpectedly appeared to have changed dramatically. Only at this moment, Zhang Chen's entire body was surfacing with countless lightning lights, and his body was clad in a set of black battle robes made of clouds and mist, which were dancing with the wind from time to time. Within the battle robe, the wearer was wearing an armor that was glowing with golden light. On top of the armor, there was a layer of thunder and lightning tattoos inlaid, which flowed with electric light and constantly released a palpitating pressure. In Zhang Chen's hand, he was holding a thunder god's hammer filled with chaotic chi. This thunder hammer looked terrifying, as if it was able to break through the clouds and shake the entire earth. Behind him, countless soldiers in armor transformed by thunder emerged, so densely packed that they could not be seen at a glance. Looking at this scene that suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky, the old heavenly master was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. His tone was a little shaky as he pointed at the sky and opened his mouth. Thunder. This is the thunder god from the records of Longhu Mountain. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this shut-in disciple of mine would be the legendary thunder god? No wonder his talent is so strong. So he's the reincarnation of the god of thunder. Listening to his senior brother suddenly start babbling, Zhang Huai frowned and looked toward where the old celestial master was pointing. This look didn't matter. He was actually shocked by the vision in the sky and couldn't say a word. Surprisingly, this is surprisingly true. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? And this senior brother of mine has really received a disciple of the reincarnation of the god of thunder? For a while, Zhang Huai was somewhat numbed by the sight before him. At this point, all the visions that appeared before their eyes, it was really exactly the same as the legendary thunder god's descent vision, until Zhang Chen in the sky began to wind down, slowly letting everything around them begin to regain their composure. By the time he had reverted back to his original form, he had returned to the 2 old men, only to find that these 2 old men were still staring blearily at the sky in the past, even though Zhang Chen had rejoined them. None of them had the slightest inkling. Bad. I just transformed into the god of thunder for a little while. It won't directly scare these 2 old men silly, right? Chapter 185 Longhu Mountain widely sends out invitations. The inhuman realm shakes. Master and uncle, are you alright? Looking at the two old men who were frozen there, Zhang Chen asked tentatively, "Master?" Seeing that these two old men didn't pay attention to themselves for half a day, Zhang Chen had no choice but to open his mouth again. However, the two seemed to still be immersed in the sight they had just witnessed, and were unable to return to their senses. Bad. These two old men can't be scared silly by me, can they? How am I going to explain this to my senior brothers and sisters? Look at the two old men who are halfway to their own. Zhang Chen was all a bit freaked out. Just as he was about to run up the ability of his dual full hands to find out if there was something mentally wrong with these two old men. However, the old heavenly master suddenly opened his mouth, startling Zhang Chen. "Chen honestly, are you the reincarnation of the legendary thunder god, Zhang Chen?" Hearing his master's words, Zhang Chen was naturally dumbfounded. "What the hell? How did you suddenly become the reincarnation of the god of thunder?" Zhang Chen adjusted his mind and looked at the incredibly excited master helplessly. "Master, you've been practicing the Tao for so many years. Why are you still superstitious? There's no such thing as reincarnation in this world. You've given me the whole thing." Hearing Zhang Chen say so, the old heavenly master gave him a suspicious look. Obviously, the old heavenly master did not believe what Zhang Chen had said. "Brat, don't pretend. Your master and I saw it clearly just now. You've revealed the likeness of the god of thunder himself in the sky, and you're still saying you're not the reincarnation of the god of thunder? Who'd believe it if I told you?" At this moment, Zhang Huai also came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Chen with a questioning face. Obviously, right now, he was just as stubborn as the old heavenly master in believing that Zhang Chen must be the reincarnated body of the legendary thunder god. After all, as an ordinary human, how could one learn things so quickly? Also, once learned, it is mastered to the highest level. How is it possible for an ordinary human to do all this? Looking at these two old men in front of him, he preferred to believe that he was the reincarnation of the legendary god of thunder. Nor do they want to believe that they are a hang-up. Zhang Chen shook his head slightly helplessly. "Forget it, whatever your old man thinks. By the way, master, senior uncle, just now disciple had a new realization on our Longhu Mountain's 5 thunder positive technique, which can increase the power and range of the thunder technique by a lot. And I don't know if you guys are interested in this lightning method?" In order for these two old men to successfully divert their attention from dwelling on whether or not they were the reincarnation of Thor, Zhang Chen had no choice but to digress in the name of teaching them new lightning techniques. Who knows? Zhang Chen's words had just fallen shortly after. Old Tianchi and Zhang Huai looked at each other and nodded their heads with great tacit understanding. It looked like it was compared to the identity of whether Zhang Chen was the reincarnation of the god of thunder or not. The terrifying lightning technique that Zhang Chen had just used that was capable of shattering mountains was a bit more appealing to them. In this way, Zhang Chen managed to dissuade the two old men from continuing to probe into their identities by using the name of teaching them the thunder technique. Early the next morning, Zhang Jiwei, the heavenly channeler of Longhu Mountain, conveyed a shocking news outward through the two major media of the inhuman realm, the Jianghuin and the Yuxing Society. Zhang Huai, the disciple of Longhu Mountain who participated in the Asian rebellion back then, in order to apologize and atone for his faults back then, he will accept face-to-face accountability from all the foreigners in the world at Longhu Mountain. A portion of its mastery of one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the atmospheric body source stream, will be made available as a ransom for all who participate in the pageant to peruse. At the same time as the accountability conference, Longhu Mountain will also be hosting a martial arts event among the Inhumans of the entire world, inviting friends of Inhumans from all walks of life to come and participate. The event is rich in prizes, and the person who wins the top prize will receive the complete version of the air body source flow, during which neither the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain nor his senior brother Zhang Huai will participate in this event. This message from LWS came out. The entire Inhuman world of the Dragon Kingdom was all shocked. Zhang Huai, who was involved in the Asian rebellion in the year of Longhu Mountain, returned to Longhu Mountain, is something that many Inhumans already know. Even many of the small sects that had once had problems with him had already been making trouble at Longhu Mountain for a long time. However, all the Inhumans in the entire Dragon Kingdom knew about the ancestral calf protector of Longhu Mountain, wanting Longhu Mountain to hand over Zhang Huai and give everyone a trial and conviction. That was naturally impossible. And now, for Longhu Mountain to push him out to give accountability to the entire Inhuman world was already the biggest concession they could make. After all, after doing something like that in the first place, it was only right to get a few scoldings for being tied up with all sects. Even many old guys who had lived for hundreds of years had guessed this outcome. However, what made all of them not expect was, Longhu Mountain was so bold as to take out all of the legendary 8 wondrous skills as a reward. It seems that Longhu Mountain is trying to completely atone for Zhang Huai's sins. Inside the conference room of Witch Doctun Corporation, Zhao Fengshu, who saw this message, first froze, looking at the newspaper in his hand for a long time without speaking. Looking at the silent crowd in the conference room, Bai Yulong finally couldn't help but speak. I say, everyone, are we going to intervene in this matter of Longhu Mountain? When these words came out, the other 5 directors all looked at him. My advice is that it's best to stay out of the way, but give Lung Fushan a warning to not go too far. After pondering for a moment, Su Dong opened his mouth. This is clearly a phallic plot. Old Tianchu's disciple was involved in a plane crash only a while ago, and even his body couldn't be found. I guess they should have found out the murderer behind the scenes and want to use this young plot to trick the murderer into avenging the disciple. Huang Baron spoke his mind directly. The others couldn't help but nod in agreement as they listened. However, the old heavenly master has clearly said that neither he nor Zhang Huai will make a move in this event. In that case, the ones who will do it will only be those disciples of his. Is the old heavenly master so confident in his disciple? After pondering for a moment, Fei Dong voiced the doubts in his mind. At these words, all 6 directors of the company fell into deep thought. They couldn't figure out why the old celestial master had put such restrictions on himself. As for another possibility, God is going to secretly take action against the murderer of his disciple. This thing was not going to happen in their minds. After all, as the directors of the company, they all knew that once the old celestial master did so under such an event, he would personally smash the signboard of Longhu Mountain. Not even if it was to avenge his own disciples. Look at the silent crowd. Zhao Fengshu, who had been sitting there for a long time without speaking, had a sudden movement in his heart. He thought of a possibility that took himself by surprise. Wouldn't it all make sense if the kid from Chongchen didn't die? Old Heavenly Master wants to borrow this event to allow Zhang Chen, who is no less powerful than him, to avenge this with his own hands. Chapter 186, The Stormy Weather and the Beginning of the Party's Schemes. Zhao Fengshu himself was taken aback by the possibility he guessed. No, it can't be. That was a plane crash. Even if Zhang Chen was strong, he couldn't have survived a plane crash. Soon, Zhao Fengshu eliminated this idea in his own mind. However, at this point, there was still a trace of luck in his heart. What if Zhang Chen really isn't dead? For Zhang Chen, a kid with unlimited potential, Zhao Fengshu naturally liked it very much. He even thought about letting this kid take over his position as chairman in the future and manage the entire inhuman world in his place. But he didn't expect an accident to happen to the boy so soon. It's still the air crash with the highest fatality rate. The first time he learned of Zhang Chen's plane crash, Zhao Fengshu guessed that it could be a conspiracy against Zhang Chen. However, after a series of subsequent investigations, except for the fact that the airport where Zhang Chen and the others took off belonged to the Lu family, nothing else related to the Inhumans. According to the conclusions of the final accident investigation, the plane crash was due to engine failure. There is no other reason. Even the investigation mission that Zhao Fengshu privately sent out later on only obtained such a result. He had no choice but to accept this ridiculous result. At the same time, in his mind, he began to have doubts about the Lu family. If the LV family is really behind Zhang Chen's plane crash, and it's also the LV family that they're going to deal with this time at Longhu Mountain, wouldn't it be better then for the company to stay out of this one and let their sects resolve themselves amongst themselves? Thinking of this, Zhao Fengshu decided to help Longhu Mountain for the sake of the dead Zhang Chen. If he could, he would also like to see who the real culprit behind Zhang Chen's death was. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Zhao Fengshu suddenly opened his mouth. I think Su Dong's proposal is great. After all, Zhang Huai's matter is an old story, and all the people from back then are pretty much dead. So I'm afraid that the matter of accountable Zhang Huai is not a big deal. But the one thing we need to pay attention to is the competition for the Air Body Source Stream Fest. When the time comes, just warn Longhu Mountain in advance so that they don't cause too many lives. After Zhao Fengshu finished speaking, the other 4 pondered for a moment before they also finally nodded their heads in agreement with Zhao Fengshu's proposal. Wudong Mountain. Master Shifu, should we go and join in the fun this time? After seeing the latest Inhuman Realm newspaper, Xiao Wang also opened his mouth with an excited face and asked Zhou Meng. Pop, but who knows? What Wang Yuya waited for was not Zhou Meng's answer, but a dull pop. Humph, you just mastered the Wind Queen's strange sect and you want to go to that place to show off? When the time comes, you probably won't even know how you got killed. Being viciously knocked on the head by Zhou Meng, Wang Yuya had an aggrieved look on his face. Master, how dare I go on stage? I just want to go to Longhu Mountain to meet Big Brother Zhang Chen and ask him what's going on in the meantime. As soon as Wang Yuya's words were finished, Zhou Meng knocked another popping chestnut on his head. See what see? The layout of Longhu Mountain is well laid out. If you intervene and make it a bad game, I'll come back and knock you to death. Zhou Meng looked at the young Wang Yuya who was only in his teens in front of him and said with a helpless face, Zhang Chen of Longhu Mountain, just a few years older than Xiao Wang also. That shrewd sticking to the hair is Sun Monkey. But this kid of ours, how come he looks a bit naive now? After a lecture from Zhou Meng, Wang also pondered for a moment and instantly understood what the master meant. After all, they knew that Zhang Chen was still alive, and that had utilized the divination techniques of the Wind Queen's strange sect. Everyone else doesn't even know it yet. If he just went to Dragon Tiger Mountain to look for Zhang Chen with so much fanfare, isn't that just a disguised way of exposing the news? Wang is also not a stupid person. Rather, he is very smart. After a little bit of rudeness from Zhou Meng, he immediately figured out the cause of the matter. Watching Wang also quickly figure out this matter, Zhou Meng's face also showed a rare trace of satisfaction. Not bad. The children are teachable. Zhou Meng pondered for a moment before speaking leisurely. This time, Longhu Mountain has invited all the sects in the world to go together. We Wudong can't not give them face. Last time the four of you divined that our Wudong is about to flourish. I think this event should be the beginning of our Wudong's flourishing. I'm going to call up your three masters. Let's go to Longhu Mountain together and take a look. Shu Zhong, Tang Clan. Tang Miaoxing looked at his senior brother, Yang Lai, and finally couldn't help but open his mouth after a moment. Senior brother, are we going this time, or not? You should give us a definite answer. Yang Lai, who had been staring at the newspaper in his hand for a long time, slapping the newspaper on the table, a serious look in his eyes, he spoke. Go! That kid from Longhu Mountain has a heavenly favor for our Tang sect. Without him, our Dan-devouring inheritance wouldn't be as simple as it is now. Even if that kid's plane crashed and he's no longer alive, this favor must be returned to them. Longhu Mountain. This time, I'll go to war and aim for the Kaiser. But this air body source stream, we can't have it. Let it stay in Longhu Mountain forever. Lujia Village. Welcome Hall. Wang Ai and Lu Ci sat opposite each other, both of them holding the latest newspaper from the inhuman realm in their hands. Brother Wang, it seems that Longhu Mountain has really made a big fuss in order to keep the air body source flow from falling into our hands. Lu Ci picked up the newspaper and slammed it heavily on the table with a sneer. Those two old things from Longhu Mountain, knowing that what we want is the air body source stream, simply opened it up directly to the entire inhuman realm for a competition to snatch it. Does he really think that the two of us can't defeat the other old things with our strength? The corner of Wang Ai's mouth also revealed a cold smile, and the walking stick in his hand clicked several times on the ground, poking out several large holes in the tiles of the Lu family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years. It hurt to see Lu Ci for a while. Ever since that Shaolin bald ass dispersed his entire body's kung fu, the only one inside this inhuman realm who can truly stop the two of us is him, the heavenly channeler. Only this time, neither he nor Zhang Huayi will be attending, and I don't know what the hell he's playing at. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ci suddenly opened his mouth in a very puzzled manner. Whatever the hell he's playing at. Now that Kid Feng Zhanghao is completely able to be used by us, as long as the three of us join forces and use some means, it will be enough to clear all obstacles. As long as the old celestial master doesn't make a move, then this air body source stream will definitely be in our possession. Even if that old thing has any more ideas, he still has to have a face, and he can't renege on his debt in the presence of the world's foreigners. As long as we win this time, then the air body source flow will be shared by our Wang Lu two families. As for Feng Zhanghao, he's just a dog of our Wang family. He doesn't have a share in this kind of divine skill. Chapter 187, you want to end the feud with a magic weapon? You'll have to pay more. The day after the LW message went out, all the forces of the Dragon Kingdom's inhuman realm had already begun to depart for Dragon Tiger Mountain. Although some people from small sects knew very well that with their strength, it was impossible for them to win the top spot in this event. Get that legendary one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the air body source flow. However, one should know that this event had a portion of the air body source stream technique for free for everyone to view. For these small sects, it was satisfying to be able to look at a portion of the air body source flow. There were other sects that came purely to Lung Fushan to gain some insight. Take a look at this highest profile event in the inhuman world. After all, such an event is rare for decades. Being able to bring the disciples under his door to see a long time would be more or less helpful to their future. And as a result, the gates of Lung Fushan are extraordinarily busy today. The few outer disciples in charge of reception were hardly ever idle. Flowing Cloud Sword Sect, come to register for this event. Lu family, sign up for this event. Fujiyama, sign up for this event. Wudong Mountain, sign up for this event. Tang Sect, sign up for this event. As more and more sects arrive, the originally sparsely populated back mountain of Lung Fushan had become extraordinarily crowded even at this moment. This one's a pageant. The old heavenly master had placed the venue for the competition between the mountains at the back of Longhu Mountain. After all, there were quite a few old men with terrifying strength among the participants this time. Their Longhu Mountain's martial arts arena could not withstand the tossing and turning of this group of old men with terrifying strength. The people from various sects who came to compete this time, after having signed a life and death contract, there was hardly any stopover at Lung Fushan. heading straight to the competition venue. The enthusiasm of all the Inhumans was very high, even if some people don't intend to compete. However, in order to be able to grab a good spot to watch the battle, they didn't even participate in the accountability session with Zhang Huai. So much so that there were very few people in the venue purposely open to hold Zhang Huai accountable. Zhang Chen, who had temporarily transformed his form with his fraud technique, couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Zhang Huai, who was sitting there in a depressed state. Senior uncle, it seems that your being the scourge of the Caution Rebellion really doesn't get much attention. That's a great diversion of contradictions. Master. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Zhang Huai was too late to sigh. He saw a bald middle-aged man, furiously coming to the table where Zhang Huai was sitting. Pointing at his nose, he cursed, "You're the old thief who killed my great-grandfather back then." Seeing this bald middle-aged man, Zhang Huai opened his mouth somewhat confused. Who was your great-grandfather? Say his name and see if I remember it." Hearing Zhang Huai's words, this bald middle-aged man froze for a moment, then spoke with a serious face. "Li Erju, practicing our Li family's sword technique, is bald like me. When I went to crusade against you at that time, I brought a 2-meter-long chopper. That was our ancestral sword, lost on the battlefield after that battle." Listen to the man's description. Zhang Huai also seemed to slowly recall that there was indeed such a person. However, this man's so-called Li family blade technique was so sparse that Zhang Huai didn't even remember the name. Well, there is indeed this man, but the grudge from back then is now unspoken. So how about we just let him pass? Hearing Zhang Huai's words, the man just wanted to get angry. However, the next moment, Zhang Huai interrupted him with another exit. "Don't get angry yet. I remember you just said that your family's precious sword was lost in this regard back then, right?" The middle-aged man nodded. "In that case, as a token of apology, how about I redeem myself with this valuable magic artifact sword?" After saying that, he only saw Zhang Huai take out a long sword close to 2 meters out from the file he was carrying. This was a magic weapon that Zhang Chen had refined in advance. The purpose was to use this kind of magic weapon to gag this group of people who came to collect debts. Let them put the past behind them. If they take it, it means the old thing is even out. If they don't take it, then don't take it. If you really want to find him Zhang Huai to take revenge, the martial arts arena of Longhu Mountain is still vacant. After all, back in the day. As for who was right and who was wrong, it's long past time to say. Getting the long magic weapon blade handed over by Zhang Huai, the middle-aged man was first stunned, then somewhat incredulously, he spoke. "This is a magic weapon? Really?" The bald middle-aged man gave Zhang Huai a somewhat suspicious look. "You won't know if it's true or not if you try it." Hearing what Zhang Huai said, the bald man tried to inject his air into this long knife. Next moment, the body of the long sword unexpectedly bloomed with a dazzling light, and the bald man holding the long knife only felt that this long knife in his hand now became exceptionally powerful. It can even sharpen iron like clay. After dancing for a while with the long knife in his hand, the bald man's face actually showed a hint of a smile. However, just when his eyes looked at Zhang Huai again, he instantly put away his smile and put on a look of annoyance as he continued to speak. "That's my great-grandfather's life. Is that all it's worth? A handful of spells?" At the bald man's insatiable appetite, Zhang Huai gave him a blank look. Then he fumbled out a short magic weapon knife. "2 magic weapons. This matter is settled. What do you think? If we can't anymore, let's get in the ring." Zhang Huai hadn't finished his words. Who knew that the bald big man suddenly laughed with his mouth grinning to the root of his ears. Got it. In the future, our Li families and your Zhang Huai's grudges are over. And from now on, our wells do not interfere with river water. Hey, Mana, taking 2 of them at once. Isn't this much more fierce than the broken family heirloom sword from back then? Great-grandfather, you died well. No, your revenge great-grandson finally avenged you. Just like that, this bald big man carried a large and a small magic weapon. With a smile on his face, he left the site of the accountability conference. Looking at the bald and burly man who left, Zhang Huai was speechless. Originally, he had thought that today's accountability conference would be a firestorm. The slightest mishap and you're in for a fight. However, he didn't expect that in the end. He would be hardened by the method that Zhang Chensheng came up with, and made it into an assembly of sending magic weapons to atone for sins. And it works so well. Every guy who comes to accountability in anger ends up leaving with a big grin on his face. If I had known that things could be solved this way, what would I have been doing at the bottom of the mountain? I really didn't expect that the hatred back then could be offset by 1 or 2 magic weapons. Alas, the hearts of men are not in the right place. Looking at Zhang Huai, who had a strange look on his face, Zhang Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior uncle, for those things back then, there aren't really many who really hold a grudge. After all, it's all old scores. Decades of time. The people who had a grudge against you back then have passed it down for 2 or 3 generations. Their descendants have long since forgotten all about it. Tempted with heavy favors at this point, the will end nicely. Hearing Zhang Chen's words and combining them with his own experience, Zhang Huaiyi helplessly nodded in agreement. Since there are no longer any troublesome matters here for you, senior uncle, I'll leave first. Just now, I did see Linglong following the sect leader of Vine Mountain. I see that her eyes are a bit red and swollen, like she has been crying, so I'll go and comfort her first. I'll leave you to yourself on this side, so take care of yourself and just follow the same method as before. Say it. Zhang Chen then got up and chased after Lu Linglong in the direction she had left. Looking at the departing Zhang Chen, Zhang Huaiyi shook his head helplessly and cursed with a laugh. This little brat, really forgetting his senior uncle when he sees his daughter-in-law. Chapter 188 Reuniting with Lu Linglong. Lu Ci goes to battle. Master, I want to visit the place where Zhang Chen lived. After arriving at the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, Lu Linglong became a little sad. I didn't expect that the farewell with Zhang Chen at that time would become the last phase. The man he had obviously just fallen in love with had just inexplicably died in a plane crash. Now that he came to Longhu Mountain again, the scene of the two meeting at the Lu family compound before was still vivid in his mind, surfacing in front of Lu Linglong's eyes from time to time. Ugh, you silly girl. Go on. Say goodbye to him, and from now on just concentrate on your cultivation. You have a long way to go in life. You can't be stuck with this for the rest of your life. The headmaster of the Vine Mountain sect tenderly touched Lu Linglong's head and spoke out to comfort her. After bidding farewell to her master, Lu Linglong wandered aimlessly around the Heavenly Master's mansion. It was her first time coming to the Heavenly Master's mansion, and she had no idea where Zhang Chen lived. Is the girl looking for something? If it's possible, I'd like to lead the way for the girl. Little path. I'm still quite familiar with this Longhu Mountain. At those words, Lu Linglong raised her head slightly. In front of her stood a small Taoist priest with a smile on his face. The little Taoist monk, he was not very old and should look about the same as Zhang Chen. Lu Linglong hesitated for a few moments, and finally gathered her courage. I want to visit the place where Taoist Zhang Chen lived. May I? The little Taoist priest stood there, smiling and listening to Lu Linglong finish. Sure, come with me, girl. Saying that, the little Taoist priest made a gesture of invitation. Then it went ahead of the others. Lu Linglong hesitated for a while, looking at the little Taoist's increasingly distant back. After a moment's hesitation, she took a step to catch up. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where Zhang Chen had previously stayed on the mountain, one after the other. This is it. Let's go inside. With that, the little Taoist priest pushed the door open as soon as he was done, and lightly walked in. Lu Linglong stood outside the door, hesitating whether she wanted to walk into this room to take a look. She was a little scared. It is often said that it is easiest to miss people when you see things. She was afraid that seeing those things from Zhang Chen's past would remind her again of the guy who had been in her mind for a long time. Bastard Zhang Chen, why did you die without saying a word? And you said you'd go to Fujiyama to play with me in the future. You big liar. Lu Linglong hesitated at the door for a long time. Bean-sized tears kept dripping down her cheeks like broken threads. Even the dull hairs on the top of her head were not as energetic as usual at this moment, but instead flopped down softly on her head. Won't you come in and look around, girl? Just when Lu Linglong was sad and in tears, suddenly a voice that was very familiar to her came from inside the house. Lu Linglong suddenly froze when she heard this voice. She thought she'd heard wrong, because this voice is too similar to the dead Zhang Chen. Lu Linglong raised her head somewhat incredulously and looked inside the house. It didn't matter what she saw. The image in front of her instantly stunned her, because she saw Zhang Chen, who had been dead for many days, smiling and waving his hand to himself. Looking at Lu Linglong standing frozen in the doorway somewhat at a loss for words, Zhang Chen smiled helplessly. With that, he waved his hand and used his air to pull Lu Linglong to his side while closing the door of the room. You, who are you? Why did you become like Zhang Chen? Lu Linglong, who was pulled inside by Zhang Chen, changed her face for the first time. At this moment, her face was filled with anger. Her fists clenched fiercely, and she took a fighting stance. This damnable little Taoist. How dare he turn into Zhang Chen's appearance to deliberately tease himself? Really think you're a bully? No, we must beat him up and see if he dares to pretend to be Zhang Chen in the future. Just when Lu Linglong was very angry and wanted to make a move with Zhang Chen, however, sized up Lu Linglong and spoke with a smile. After not seeing you for a few months, my Linglong seems to have even grown taller and has a better figure. It's even prettier than the last time we were at the Lu family compound. This time Tai Grandpa is also here. Let's go meet him later. Zhang Chen's words fell. It made Lu Linglong, who had already revved up her internal energy and wanted to make a move against Zhang Chen, freeze in place. Seeing Great Grandpa? Wait, What does he mean by that? He dares to go see great-grandpa? Isn't he a fake Zhang Chen? Why does he dare to do this? Isn't he afraid that great-grandpa will slap him to death? Looking at Lu Linglong's strange face at this moment, Zhang Chen was somewhat puzzled. Linglong, what's wrong? Not feeling well? You? Who the hell are you? Why are you impersonating Zhang Chen? Lu Linglong hesitated for a long time and finally said with a straight face, impersonation? Only after hearing Lu Linglong's words did Zhang Chen finally understand why Lu Linglong's face looked so strange just now. Ha ha, blame me for not telling you what happened. I'm not impersonating, I'm Zhang Chen. Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Lu Linglong took 2 steps back with an angry face. Impossible. Zhang Chen is dead. Great-grandpa told me himself. You're lying to me. Looking at Lu Linglong's appearance at this moment, Zhang Chen helplessly scratched his head and sighed helplessly. He looked at the anger on Lu Linglong's face and began to slowly talk about what happened when the plane crashed. After a long time, when all was said and done, Zhang Chen talked to her again about the details of their meeting when they were at the Lu family compound at that time. It was only after all the words were said and done that Lu Linglong, who was listening attentively on the side, finally believed the fact that Zhang Chen was not dead. Bastard Zhang Chen, you lied to me for so long. Let's see if I don't bite you to death. Pissed off. Ow. Stinky Zhang Chen, why are you so hard? Bite me in the teeth. Zhang Chen changed his appearance and took Lu Linglong with him as he began to head to the back of Longhu Mountain to prepare to watch this event. This time, all the foreigners in the world were widely invited to participate in the event at Longhu Mountain. Under the lure of the air body source stream, there were quite a few old men inside the sects who also volunteered to fight. However, this creates a result. Youngsters are rarely seen throughout the field, mostly old guys with gray hair. However, there are quite a few young people. These are the people that the elders bring to the Longview. They were not qualified to participate in taking the air body source stream. At this moment, in the huge pit that Zhang Chen had smashed out with his lightning method earlier, Zhou Meng of the Wudong sect was fighting Chai Yan, whose master specialized in fleshly horizontal training techniques, like a tiger, but it was clear that Zhou Meng was swimming in this fight. His Taiji Cloud hand easily cracked Chai Yan's frantic attack. The two fought for over half an hour. Although Zhou Meng did not have any offense, he was seeing eye to eye with Chai Yan's offense and easily cracked all of his moves. Chai Yan knew deep down that he was no match for Zhou Meng and finally had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. This match used an elimination system, and if you lost once you would never have another chance to get the atmosphere source stream. Although Chai Yan didn't want to be eliminated just like that, he was really not as strong as others. Congratulations to Wudong Zhou Meng for successfully advancing. Next battle, Lu Ci, head of the Lu family, versus all sects Tu Jun Fong. Chapter 189, can you copy feats even when watching a battle? Lu family Rui power. Zhang Chen, which one of them do you think will win? Looking at the two people, Lu Ci and Tu Jun Fong, who were already standing opposite each other in the distance, Lu Linglong was curious. Lu Ci will win. This old man's strength is several notches higher than Tu Junfeng. After all, you don't call yourself a mad dog for nothing after all these years. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Linglong couldn't help but focus more on the field. At this time, the competition venue, Lu Ci looked at Tu Junfeng across the room with a cold smile on his face. I didn't realize that the whole sex dared to show up here bright and early. To Lu Ci's mockery, Tu Junfeng did not take it to heart. He was well aware of the terror of Lu Ci's strength. And even more so, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for this long-established Ten brother. However, Tu Junfeng still wanted to try out Lu Ci's strength. After all, he was thinking about how powerful Lu Ci was even if he was. It was also always impossible to be Zhang Chen's opponent, right? After all, Zhang Chen was one of the most terrifying opponents that Tu Junfeng had encountered since his debut. Even Ting Shaman, who has the strongest all-sects right now, he also lost to Zhang Chen in just a few moves. Louis, without further ado, let's get started. There's quite a line of people back there. Tu Junfeng's face seemed to be smiling, but he was watching this battle quite seriously. Good, good. Yes, kid, have a backbone. Then let you see old man's Rui power. After a brief negotiation, the two men then took their stances, ready to start sparring. LV, kid, I just have one move. It's the three corpses technique of our three devils sect. If you can withstand these three corpses, then I'll just surrender without saying a word. Strike that. With a big wave of Tu Junfeng's hand. Next moment, a black air instantly filled his entire body. Seeing this scene, Lu Ci's eyes also became rare and serious. Only to see Lu Ci exerting there as the Lu family's ancestrally gene. White air energy began to climb around him. It was a stark contrast to the black air energy in Tu Junfeng's body. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Lu Ci's body, Tu Junfeng's face became a bit ugly. Although this old man is very strong, it's still quite a bit worse than the oppressive feeling that left one almost defenseless when facing Zhang Chen. It can still be wrestled with. In an instant, Tu Junfang gave his judgment. As Tu Junfang threw out his 3 corpses, he prepared to use this to draw out Lu Xi's 3 corpses. Let Lu Xi fall into the 3 corpses out of the body and immerse himself in the illusion. However, Lu Xi just stood there without any movement. It was just a matter of maximizing the power of the Rui power. The moment Tu Junfang's 3 corpses were about to approach Lu Xi then stopped holding back. The Rui strength air that was running to the extreme transformed into a huge air fist in the air. It smashed out at the flying black 3 corpses. Lu Xi struck without mercy, as a powerful air energy came into contact with the 3 corpses of Tu Junfang in the sky. Next moment, the black 3 corpses were instantly smashed into pieces by this air energy and disappeared into the field. I lost. Seeing this scene, corpse demon Tu Junfang shook his head helplessly. The difference in strength between the two was too great. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll only be seriously injured and carried off. So he had to choose to admit defeat and surrender. Lu Xi win. When the referee from Lungfu Mountain was announcing that Lu Xi had won, Zhang Chen in the audience. Instead, he stretched out his hand and gently grabbed a stream of Rui Jin's air that had not yet dispersed over from above the ring. Looking at Zhang Chen's sudden movement of reaching out, Lu Linglong beside him was puzzled. Couldn't understand what the hell Zhang Chen was doing. Looking at the puzzled look on Lu Linglong's face, Zhang Chen then smiled faintly at her. There's no hurry. You'll understand in a moment. Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, the look of curiosity on Lu Linglong's face was deeper than before. She began to stare at Zhang Chen's movements in earnest, prepared to see what kind of a name he's planning to pull. The moment Zhang Chen came into contact with LVCI Ruijin, the system's voice then rang directly in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully accessing the air of the Lu family's Rui power technique. The current host can directly copy the technique. Is it copied immediately? Hearing the system's voice ringing in his ears, Zhang Chen couldn't help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. You can still steal a lot of lessons from watching a game. That old dog LVCI. If he knew that not only am I still alive, but I've also stolen their LV family's ancestral Rui power, I'm afraid I'm going to be mad at you. When he thought of this, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and spoke directly in his own mind. Reproduce immediately. The moment the system heard Zhang Chen say to copy immediately. Next moment, countless contents about the Lu clan's Rui strength technique flooded into Zhang Chen's mind almost instantly. It also included Lucy's personal epiphanies after so many years of cultivation as well as all sorts of combat techniques and so on. Soon, Zhang Chen browsed over all this new knowledge in his mind once. Congratulations to the host for having successfully duplicated Ruijin. The level of the feat is exactly the same as the user's. The host can use the technique immediately. The system's voice was heard again. Only then did Zhang Chen's mouth reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. Seeing the smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth, Lu Linglong, who had been staring at him on the side, was even more confused. What's Zhang Chen laughing at when he's being nice? Just as she was puzzled, Zhang Chen quietly came to her ear and whispered, Linglong, I've already learned all of the Lu family's Rui strength. Want to see it? Hearing this, Lu Linglong's face immediately revealed a look of shock. Even the handful of dull hairs on the top of his head stood straight up at this moment. It looked like Lu Linglong was really shaken by Zhang Chen's words. What? When? How come I don't know? The dull hair on top of Lu Linglong's head shook several times, and there was some incredulity in her tone. However, she soon remembered that she had seen Zhang Chen reach out and grab a stream of air from the ring earlier. Could it be that one stream of air? Just with a mere stream of air, you can learn a technique? How is this possible? Looking at the confident smile on Zhang Chen's face, Lu Linglong couldn't believe it at all in her heart though. But under Zhang Chen's confident look, she more or less believed it. Here, look here. Just when Lu Linglong was a bit overwhelmed, Zhang Chen's voice once again rang in her ears. Lu Linglong looked over following Zhang Chen's voice. This look doesn't matter. Her big, adorable eyes instantly widened several more points. At this moment, she was surprised to see that Zhang Chen's hand had a stream of air that was exactly the same as the one that Lu Xi had just used. That's the Lu family's Rui Jin. Chapter 190 Rui Power Counter Blast. Zhang Chen surprisingly still alive? This is the Lu family's Rui Jin? I can't believe it's true. How did you do it? Come on, tell me. Looking at the Rui Jin in Zhang Chen's hand, Lu Linglong's eyes were filled with little stars. Your fiancé, I have an outstanding strength talent. Learning a small Rui Jin is naturally no big deal. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Linglong couldn't help but skim her lips, deliberately twisting her head over. But that's just what it looks like. In fact, when she heard the words fiancé coming out of Zhang Chen's mouth, in her heart, she was already happy. Even his face had long since been climbed with a reddish haze. As for the rest of the stuff in the back, it doesn't matter. The word fiancé had filled her heart. Looking at Lu Linglong's shy appearance at this moment, Zhang Chen smiled faintly, then directly operated the Rui power in his hand to its maximum extent, with a burst of powerful air machine fluctuations emanating out. This terrifying commotion instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Lu Ci, who had just finished fighting with Tu Junfeng, just wanted to get off the field and rest a bit for the next fight. However, just then, he suddenly detected an extremely familiar air reaching him. This is the Rui strength of my Lu family? The power of this force is no less powerful than mine. Lu Ci was shocked in his heart and looked back with an incredulous face. Only a youth with a rusty face, about 20 years old, was seen in the audience. Was there obliviously using their Lu family's Rui gene? Looking at the face of this youth, Lu Ci felt that he had never seen this person before. What the hell is going on here? Why would an outsider be so skillful in using our Lu family's Rui power? In the end, it was that fellow inside the family who passed out the Lu family's Rui power. This scene at this moment caused Lu Ci to be both shocked and angry. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly got up and flew towards where Zhang Chen was. Bold fanatic! How dare you privately steal our Lu family's Rui strength? LVCI roared and came straight at Zhang Chen. The surrounding people saw the mad dog Lu Ci bite over. All of them rose instantly in terror and fled in all directions. After all, Lu Ci's reputation as a mad dog is well known throughout the inhuman world. If he were to injure him, it would be a wasted beating. There's not even a place to reason. Seeing the incoming Lu Ci, Zhang Chen reached out and shielded Lu Linglong behind him. Then, running their Lu family's Rui power, he blasted at Lu Ci. Seeing that this person still dared to take a shot at himself, the anger in Lu Ci's heart couldn't help but rise another level. Bastard! How dare you! Lu Ci also ran his Rui power at this moment. It blasted out at Zhang Chen. The moment their fists blasted together, a wave of incredulity appeared on Lu Ci's face. His Rui strength is actually no less than mine? Who the hell is he? After a slap, Lu Ci instantly knew the strength of Zhang Chen's Rui gene. After landing from the air, LVCI took several steps back, staring up at Zhang Chen and Lu Linglong after transforming their forms with a face full of incredulity. Why is the little girl from the Lu family here too? How is she still so close to this kid? Thinking of this, a thought that gave him a fright suddenly surfaced in Lu Ci's mind. Difficult. Could it be that Zhang Chen is still alive? This kid in front of us, could he be Zhang Chen? With this doubt, Lu Ci once again took a serious look at Zhang Chen. Soon, however, he gave up on the idea. Not only did the man in front of him not bear the slightest resemblance to Zhang Chen, even the air of the two men was completely different. Lu Ci, who had lived for decades, naturally knew that there were feats in this world that could change the appearance. But even if such feats can change a person's appearance, nor is it likely to change one's air. One's air is fixed. When he was in the Lu family, Lu Ci had already memorized Zhang Chen's air deeply in his heart, but just now the two exchanged blows. Lu Ci already knew that this person's air had absolutely nothing in common with Zhang Chen's air. No, he's not Zhang Chen. So, who the hell is he? Just like that, Lu Ci used his experience of living for hundreds of years to make a wrong judgment. Just as Lu Ci was about to open his mouth to inquire about Zhang Chen's identity, suddenly, a silhouette instantly drifted from the distance to Lu Ci's body. Lu family head. According to the rules, you may not strike at the audience on stage. If you commit another offense, Longhu Mountain will disqualify you. Hearing this, Lu Ci couldn't help but have an angry look on his face. He was just about to open his mouth and curse. But who knew? When he looked up, he unexpectedly saw the tall figure of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain standing in front of him. The moment he saw the old celestial master, the words Lu Ci was about to curse out were instantly held back. Humph! Helplessly, Lu Ci could only snort coldly and turn around without uttering a word. However, at this moment, he had already memorized the appearance of the young man Zhang Chen had transformed into in his mind. As long as he waited until the match was over, then he, Lu Ci, would definitely make a move to stop this young fellow who didn't know how to die. After all, their Lu family's gong methods were not that easy to steal. After watching Lu Ci leave, the old celestial master smiled at Zhang Chen and then turned to leave as well. The commotion was a big one. To put it mildly, some of the sect masters all directed their gazes towards the vicinity of Zhang Chen and Lu Linglong at this moment. Zhou Meng from Wodong had long since noticed what was happening around Zhang Chen, also recognized his true identity at the first opportunity. He had seen Zhang Chen use the Rui power the moment he saw it. Bad memories of the past then immediately flooded his mind. Think about when you were on Wudong Mountain. Zhang Chen did the same, instantly learning his Taiji Cloud hands. Surprise yourself for a good while. This kid, where on earth did he learn that strange gong method from? That he is even able to directly change the air? Interesting, really interesting. Yang Lai of the Tang sect was acting similarly to Zhou Meng at this time. Seeing that familiar scene reproduced, the depths of his mind first buzzed. The heart was then filled with shock. He's Zhang Chen. There's no mistaking it. Zhang Chen actually didn't die. He fooled everyone. In an instant, this thought spread over Yan Li's brain, but he did not vocalize it. Being a killer by birth, his heart was overwhelmed with shock though, but the surface is still in place enough. This kid, I'm afraid he's plotting something extraordinary. When the time comes, you'll have to cooperate to match him. Wind Family Camp, Feng Jianghao. At this time he naturally noticed the scene in front of him. In the first moment, he also felt in his heart that the young man standing beside Lu Linglong was none other than Zhang Chen. After all along, he had firmly believed that Zhang Chen had not died in that air crash. Now it seems that the idea you have been holding on to has finally come true. However, he was in no hurry to confirm it. Instead, a different thought rose in his mind. If he is Zhang Chen, then next, he will surely improve the Rui gene. In that case, I'm going to have to think about how to cooperate with him. Chapter 191 Rui Gene Reinforcement. Gene follows the heart. System, show me the direction of strengthening Rui power. After personally experiencing the Rui power, Zhang Chen was prepared to strengthen this Rui power here, especially if it's going to be in front of Louis Ci. After all, there's nothing more fun than watching this guy jump in anger. For the technique Rui Gene, Zhang Chen could sense that it was actually one of the top-tier techniques if cultivated well. The ability to turn one's own air into power and manipulate it at will, using it against the enemy or in defense. It was even able to do so under the control of the user's mind. Essentially, this technique was another way of applying air, and the efficiency of this kung fu conversion for the use of air is also very high. Basically, nothing will go to waste. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. The technique is the Rui gene of the Lu family, with 3 directions of enhancement. 1. Increase the power of the air to 100 times the current power. 2. Maneuvering range, increase to 100 times the current range. 3. Strength follows the heart. Rui strength can appear in any position the user's heart desires. In any way, does the host perform the enhancement immediately? Seeing these 3 reinforcing directions, Zhang Sheng could not help but reveal a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. After the first and second enhancement, Rui Jin's combat power will have a significant increase. But number 3 is a direction that can lead to a qualitative change in Rui Jin to strengthen it. Strength follows the heart. Rudraksh can move with one's mind. This includes fighting the enemy, defense, and even any place where Jin Qi might be used. Not to be outdone, reinforce immediately. After reading the 3 directions of strengthening Rui Jin, Zhang Chen then no longer hesitated and directly chose to strengthen it. The moment his words fell, he then began to cultivate the improved Rui Jin under the drive of the system. Lutz returned to his seat. He was just about to open his mouth to tell Wang Ai about the tricky things he had encountered. Yet just then, almost at the same time, he and Wang Ai felt an air that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Feel the qi. The 2 hearts were startled, and almost simultaneously they looked up toward the place where the air came from. This look didn't matter. Wang Ai's face was filled with shock. As for Lu Ci, the anger in his heart rose once again at this time. This guy, it's not enough that he stole our Lu family's techniques. How dare you change our Lu family's gong methods in front of me? Bastard! When this event is over, I will definitely kill this little. Looking at Lu Ci's face full of anger, Wang Ai could only shake his head helplessly. Brother Lu, let's not get angry. After the event is over and we get the air body source stream, let's go out together and take that kid down and interrogate him properly. I have a hunch that this kid must not be simple. But now, you must calm down. But don't do it here. Although Wang Ai had the intention to help Lu Ci and take down this bastard who had stolen the Gung Fu in front of him, Lu Ci, but after all, this is the venue of Lung Fu Shan. The old celestial master has already stepped in once. If they don't give face to the old heavenly master and continue to take shots at the audience, I'm afraid it won't take long. They were about to face the big, merciless slap of the angry old celestial master. For the old sky master, whether it was Lu Ci or Wang Ai, their hearts were quite scornful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to keep plotting the air body source flow in the dark, not daring to show his face. Just as Lu Ci and Wang Ai were shocked, the other sect masters on the field who had contact with Zhang Chen before, all of them also felt the Rui Jin air that was very different from before. Where the Wudong representatives are located, Wang also looked up at his master teacher and spoke in a small voice with a smile. Master, it looks like it can't be wrong. My big brother Zhang Chen. This is deliberately teasing that old man surnamed Lu for fun. Hearing Wang Yuya's words, Zhou Mang also made a rare move by not knocking him on the head. Instead, he responded with a smile. I really want to see what that crazy dog will be stimulated into by this bastard Zhang Chen. As far as I know, this mad dog is a cheap bastard. The bright soul technique that their Lu family later obtained is a topic that can't even be mentioned in front of him. Speaking of this, the smile on Zhou Meng's face grew even wider. Now even their Lu family's Rui gene has been stolen. I'm afraid that Mad Dog, by now, is really mad with anxiety. Whoever goes up against him next will really be out of luck. Where the Wind family is located. Feng Zhenghao was feeling the distinctive Rui strength. The smile at the corner of his mouth was on the verge of being suppressed. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it's you kid. Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen, you're hiding really deep, making your Uncle Feng worry for a while. Upon sensing that Zhang Chen was in the middle of the Rui power technique, Feng Zhenghao couldn't tell you how happy he was. Before, he hadn't dared to be sure that the young man was Zhang Chen. But now, looking at the familiar scene in front of me, Feng Zhenghao was able to be 100% certain that the young man was Zhang Chen. Dad, what the hell is going on and why are you laughing so hard? Feng Xiaoyan looked at Feng Zhenghao, whose mouth was harder to suppress than AK, and opened his mouth to ask with a curious expression. On the side, Feng Xingtong also turned his head to look at his old man. Both of their siblings were wondering at this point why their old man was so happy. Xiaoyan, the Zhang Chen you've been pining for is still alive. This statement was made. Feng Xiaoyan froze for a moment and looked at Feng Zhenghao with an incredulous expression. Last time after hearing about Zhang Chen's plane crash, she was crying for a long time but she didn't get over it. And now, after hearing such uplifting news, for a moment she could not believe it was true. But yeah, you're going to have to step up your game. If you don't work harder, your brother Zhang Chen will be snatched away. After saying that, Feng Zhenghao smiled and looked at Lu Linglong who was standing beside Zhang Chen. Where the Tang clan is located. Miaoxing, it looks like we've been worrying about Longhu Mountain for nothing. People themselves have already set up a game, waiting for someone to jump in. Yang Lai looked at Zhang Chen, who was practicing his new gongfu there, and spoke with a smile. Senior brother, so it seems that our trip was for nothing. Tang Miaoxing also looked towards where Zhang Chen was and responded with a smile. No, it's not a wasted run. Our Tang sect has been hiding in the inhuman realm for a long time in order to solve the problem of Dan devouring. Now that the inheritance of Dan devouring has been resolved, it's time for us to consider bringing back the Tang sect. It just so happens that this grand event is a great opportunity for our Tang sect to return to the limelight. Driven by the system, Zhang Chen had already experienced all three directions of strengthening Rui power. He looked at the place where Lu Xi was in the distance. Mindfulness. Next moment, a powerful aura of Rui strength rushed out. It transformed into a big foot that manifested behind Lu Xi and kicked Lu Xi's butt hard. It directly kicked the defenseless man out several meters away. Wang Ai, who saw this scene, was stunned. He couldn't help but speak persuasively to Lu Xi. I say brother Lu, you just can't beat yourself out of anger even if you're angry. Chapter 192 Wang Clan's Mastery. Painting Dao Divine Coding. Bastard. I'm going to kill him. Lu Xi, who had climbed up from the ground, looked towards where Zhang Chen was with a furious expression. At this moment, Lu Xi's heart was both shocked and angry. He was angry that Zhang Chen had dared to use their Lu family's Rui gene to sneak attack himself in front of so many people. Surprised, he really couldn't imagine how exactly Zhang Chen had used Rui power to sneak attack himself from such a distance apart. Could it be that he just modified our Lu family's Rui gene and it really made him successful? Thinking of this, the shock in Lu Xi's heart couldn't help but rise several points again. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Not only did you learn my Lu family's technique in such a short period of time, you also cultivated it to such an extent. There's also the ability to modify feats when you've just learned them. Such talent. I'm afraid it's even stronger than that dead Zhang Chen. This son must not be kept. Although Lu Xi now didn't know exactly what sect or faction this young man was from, but he was clear. He himself had now formed a bond with this promising young man. If this young man whose talent was no less than Zhang Chen's was allowed to grow up, I'm afraid that he will have one more unimaginable enemy in the future. Lu Xi is a ruthless person. He had lived for so long. He naturally knew that he couldn't let his enemies grow up. At this point in time, in his mind, he had already put the young man that Zhang Chen had transformed into on his must-kill list. However, he had decided to take out the young man before he did. He must force out Zhang Chen's changed Rui gene. After all, this young man's modified Gong method was much more powerful than the Rui gene that he was currently cultivating. Just as Lu Xi's heart was filled with killing intent, the Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple presiding over the match directly opened his mouth and announced, next match, Wang Ai, head of the Wang family, versus Feng Zhenghao of the Feng family. Hearing that it's time to get yourself on the field, and the object of the battle was surprisingly Feng Zhenghao, Wang Ai's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. I didn't expect that I would be pitted against the Wind family's brat, but it's not bad. This way I don't have to reveal my strength in advance. Wang Ai was very happy in his heart at this time. After all, He and Feng Jianghao had long ago reached an agreement in private. He believed that this kid, Feng Jianghao, wouldn't be unintelligent. Brother Lu, I'll go on first. It must be remembered that a little impatience goes a long way. Wang Ai patted Lu Xi on the shoulder as a sign of comfort. Then it was time to walk out onto the field with a calm and confident face. From afar, Feng Jianghao glanced at Wang Ai on the stage with a cold smile on his face. Couldn't help but remember what happened to him earlier when he was in the Wang family. The moment he knelt before Wang Ai, he had already thought of 100 ways to destroy the Wang family in his mind. Especially when Wang Ai, this old thing, humiliated his father and his grandfather in front of him. The killing intent in Feng Jianghao's heart had filled to the peak. However, as a lord of the world, he was aware of his own lack of strength. It had been lurking honestly for a long time. Ostensibly, he expressed his obedience to all the arrangements made by Wang Ai. Now, though, it's no longer necessary, since he already knew that Zhang Chen was still alive. Now, then, it's time to vent some of the anger in your heart. He glanced back at his pair of children, then walked up to the ring with a sense of righteousness. Kid of the Wind family, long time no see. How are you? Wang Ai smiled skinlessly and greeted Feng Jianghao. Feng Jianghao pushed up his glasses and couldn't help but show a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Wang, I didn't expect to go up against you. It seems that I can't do you any favors this time. Hearing Feng Jianghao say so, the smile at the corner of Wang Ai's mouth became a little more intense than before. It's okay, you're still somewhat useful right now. Just surrender and go down, or save old me some effort. Wang Ai's meaning was obvious. He wanted to make Feng Jianghao surrender straight away to ensure his smooth advancement. However, just when he thought that Feng Jianghao would just listen to him, gray as he walks out of the ring, who knew that Feng Jianghao would actually give him a cold smile? Straight away, he took off his black suit jacket. Casually, he threw himself down the field and took a fighting stance. Uncle Wang, kid, I'm one of the 10 brothers with you. Isn't it a bit too humiliating to surrender just like that? Kid wants to try out Uncle Wang's strength. I don't know what Uncle Wang thinks. Hearing Feng Jianghao's words, Wang Ai first froze, then looked at Feng Jianghao with a face full of anger. Asshole, can't you understand what I'm saying? Trying to ruin our big plan for a little useless face? Don't you want the air body source stream anymore? Wang Ai is trying to blackmail Feng Jianghao with the big picture. But the current Feng Jianghao had long since not cared about his set of words. Bent on having a go at this old guy. Since Uncle Wang said so, then I will. Just when Wang Ai thought that Feng Jianghao had listened to his advice and was ready to surrender directly, next moment, Feng Jianghao's strong and powerful fist had then run towards his face. Bastard! How dare you, to be so unmartialized? Seeing Feng Jianghao's fist coming straight for his face, anger surged in Wang Ai's heart, only to see him swing the walking stick in his hand and point it at Feng Jianghao's fist. Wang Ai's attack seemed gentle and feeble. However, when it came to Feng Jianghao's fists, they did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Even the young and strong Feng Jianghao was forced back by Wang Ai by a distance of more than 10 steps. Humph. You kid is really getting fat with guts. I used to think that you were still somewhat useful, but now it seems that there's no need for your Wind family to exist. Wang Ai repointed his cane at his feet and looked at Feng Jianghao with an angry expression. Feng Jianghao naturally did not take Wang Ai's words to heart. After all, Zhang Chen had returned. It's not certain who will destroy who first when the time comes. Uncle Wang's got a big mouth. Then let the kid see how strong Uncle Wang really is. Strike that. Feng Jianghao then stopped hesitating and directly ran the new version of detaining spirit dispatch that Zhang Chen had taught him. Seeing the black air on Feng Jianghao's body, Wang Ai smiled disdainfully. He, Wang Ai, will also be able to detain the spirits and dispatch the generals, and his is still the full version of the spirit detainer dispatch. However, the current Wang Ai was not prepared to reveal his ability to detain spirits and dispatch generals. It was his bottom line, and not many people actually knew about it. For Feng Jianghao, a junior, Wang Ai was confident that even if he didn't use the spirit detaining dispatch, then he would be able to easily take Feng Jianghao down. Facing Feng Jianghao's detained spirit dispatches, Wang Ai raised the cane in his hand once more. As soon as he did, he divided his cane into 2 sections and drew a paintbrush out of it. Immediately afterward, as Wang Ai managed to run his air, their Wang clan's mastery of painting the Dao divine coatings was condensed by him onto the brush in his hand. Outside the arena, seeing this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Something new to be able to replicate. Chapter 193, Feng Jianghao voluntarily admits defeat. Duplicating the Wang clan's divine paint. Seeing Wang Ai pull out a paintbrush, Feng Jianghao's face immediately became serious. His father and grandfather lived in the Wang family for a long time. Naturally, he had an incomparably deep understanding of the Wang clan's Kung Fu Jedi. The Wang family's Shintu together. It was one of the most powerful techniques among the painting paths of the inhuman realm. The two gates in the art of Danmaku back in the day. One was the secret painting lineage, while the other was their Wang family's divine painting. But back then, the secret painting lineage had become almost extinct in the inhuman realm after the civil unrest. Now, inside the inhuman circle, only their Wang family's dancing art was left as a dominant force, the so-called God too. It is as having the power of a magic marker. The ability to temporarily transform a painting under the brush into a solid body through special air and fight for yourself. Such an ability is extremely demanding. Entities generated from paintings require the painter to have extremely strong brushwork, a high level of skill in painting in the air to be able to support the painted entity in battle. Once these requirements are met, then the strength of the person using the divine coating would increase exponentially upwards. As for Wang Ai, he was naturally a powerhouse in the divine coating Dao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take over the position of head of the Wang family. So what if you know how to detain spirits and dispatch generals? Even if you would be the full version, my Wang family is just as fearless. What's more, what your Win family cultivates is a crippled version. I know more than you do about the flaws of your Win family's spirit detention and dispatch. Wang Ai made a mocking remark while swinging his brush back and forth in the air. Not much longer. A golden armored warrior wearing golden armor, holding a golden spear and a golden sword appeared out of thin air. Almost in an instant, Feng Zhenghao was surrounded. Back then, our Wang family was able to capture Feng Tianyang alive, not by picking up the pieces, but by virtue of our Wang family's means, detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Ha! If there's no such thing as a spirit, I'll see how you can detain the spirit. Go, 12 golden armored guards. Finish him off for me. Almost instantly, these golden armored guards then completely surrounded Feng Zhenghao. The first moment he saw these golden armored guards, Feng Zhenghao then attempted to use the means of spirit detention to siphon off the spirits of these guards. However, things were just as Wang Ai had said. His spirit detaining tactics had no effect on these golden armored guards. Back then, Grandpa was afraid that he lost to the Wang family just like that and was captured alive by them. Feng Zhenghao sighed helplessly. It couldn't be helped. The Wang clan's gong method was too much of a restraint on spirit detaining and dispatching generals. However, he wasn't going to admit defeat. After all, the detaining spirit dispatch that he now had at his disposal wasn't what it used to be. Since detaining the spirits won't work, let's try dispatching the generals. Feng Zhenghao no longer had any hesitation at this point. He directly used out the new version of detaining spirit dispatch that Zhang Chen had taught him. With the moment Feng Zhenghao ran his gongfu, an incomparably powerful aura instantly erupted from his body. Although Feng Zhenghao didn't know what kind of ghost god general he was able to summon out this time, still, he put up a good fight. Prepare to see it in the context of your own full deployment of generals. How far can one actually go on one's own? Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Feng Zhenghao's body, Wang Ai was shocked in his heart. He could already tell that what Feng Zhenghao was using now was precisely the dispatch general inside the detaining spirit dispatch general. But the dispatch he used now was vastly different from the dispatch ability he knew. Just the aura on Feng Zhenghao's body at this moment had already reached a level that could make even he, Wang Ai, be shocked. Damn Feng Tianyang. After being beaten like that back then, he still dares to hide it. What a ing asshole. Wang Ai couldn't help but curse out angrily in his heart. He thought that the abilities that Feng Zhenghao was utilizing now were still left behind by Feng Tianyang back then. But cursing aside, the paintbrush in his hand didn't stop in any way. The 12 golden armored gods, the golden rexes, and the uncanny ghosts all come out for me. Take this asshole down. As he spoke, Wang Ai's brush moved in quick succession. Under his paintings, a lifelike god in general and a warrior jumped out of the paintings one after another. Wielding the weapons in his hands, he charged towards Feng Zhenghao. And Feng Zhenghao, who had used his entire body's qi, was powerless to escape at this point. One could only watch as the painted figures raced toward them. God general or ghost general, not coming out yet? As Feng Zhenghao's last roar passed, only a black and a white silhouette emerged directly from the ground. Only, compared to those characters drawn by Wang Ai, the black and white irregulars summoned by Feng Zhenghao carried a trace of the unique death aura from hell. The moment these two black and white invincibles came out, a large amount of dead air instantly filled the scene. From those drawn from the pen of Wang Ai, the moment it came into contact with these dead qi, it instantly disappeared without any resistance. Seeing this scene, Wang Ai was so scared that he immediately retreated tens of meters. The deathly aura on those two black and white irregulars scared even him when he saw them. How did he dispatch such a terrifying fellow? It can't be. It can't be. Wang Ai was naturally very clear about detaining spirits and dispatching generals. He knew deep down that the spirit detaining dispatch general could not possibly have such a terrifying ability. But now, the facts were unfolding in front of his eyes, so that Wang Ai had to believe. looking at the black and white irregulars constantly pressing towards him. Wang Ai has retreated to the edge of the ring. He knew that there was no way back for him now. Helplessly, just as he was about to use his last card, the same time he used the spirit detaining dispatch to spar with Feng Jianghao once. Who knows? Those two black and white invincibles suddenly stopped in their tracks. No more moving forward in the slightest. I concede. Suddenly, a voice that surprised Wang Ai rang in his ears. He had never expected that Feng Jianghao, who had now gained the upper hand, would admit defeat at this point in time no matter what. Although Feng Jianghao had already said that he admitted defeat, but now there was a hint of an intriguing smile at the corners of his mouth. Just now, Zhang Chen had told him through a voice transmission to admit defeat first. He would kill both Wang Ai and Lu Xi together at the last moment. Feng Jianghao didn't have any hesitation after hearing Zhang Chen's voice and directly conceded defeat. After all, he knew that with himself trying to kill Wang Ai, it would be too difficult. Now Zhang Chen had personally promised himself. Then he was relieved. Wang Ai doesn't know how he ended up there. He won very inexplicably, but things always turned out well for him. Not only did he win the game, he was not injured himself and his strength was not exposed much. Just when he was about to come to Lu Xi's side and analyze this matter with him, suddenly, he saw a peculiar monkey that had run up to him at some point, was showing his big red buttocks to himself, as if in mockery. The moment Wang Ai saw this monkey, his eyes directly widened, and an emotion of fear mixed with anger instantly surged through him. After half a day, he held a sentence inside his throat. Bastard! My Wang family's divine coding, how come it's been stolen too? Chapter 194, Duplicating the Wang Clan Shin 2. Angry Wang Ai. While Wang Ai and Feng Jianghao were fighting, Zhang Chen then heard a voice coming from his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing 50% of the Wang family's divine coding technique. The feat may now be copied. Is it copied immediately? Hearing the system's words, Zhang Chen barely hesitated and immediately replied in his mind. Reproduce immediately. The moment the four big words copy immediately rang out. Next moment, a large amount of everything about the art of dancing and the Wang clan's divine coding technique then appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Even Wang Ai's unique insights into the art of divine paint and the many uses of divine paint that had been developed through his hands over the past few decades, all of them appeared in Zhang Chen's mind at this moment. Soon enough, Zhang Chen carefully browsed through these extra things in his mind, combined with the extra memories in his head. Zhang Chen quickly mastered all of the Wang clan's mastery of the art of divine coding. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the divine coding technique. The level of this kung fu is exactly the same as that of the person being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Hearing the voice from the system, Zhang Chen's mouth finally revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. You can't learn to paint with God without a competent brush. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, next moment, he then took out a long-prepared piece of weapon smithing material from his devouring sack. Just like that, in front of Lu Linglong, he was ready to refine this piece of weapon practicing material in his hand into a top-quality magic weapon brush. Lu Linglong, who was on the side, looked at the movements of Zhang Chen's hands with a surprised expression. As the special piece of refining material in his hand gradually shrunk, it slowly turned into the appearance of a paintbrush. Lu Linglong was so shocked that her mouth couldn't even close. Zhang Chen, are you refining a weapon? No, that's not right. I've heard masters say that you must have a training furnace to train weapons, but how were you able to turn such a large chunk of material into the appearance of a paintbrush? Looking at the shocked look on Lu Linglong's face, Zhang Chen smiled faintly at her and said, Linglong, have you heard of the legendary Divine Machine 100 refinements? Although she did not know why Zhang Chen inquired like this, Lu Linglong nodded seriously. I've heard my great-grandfather talk about this. The Divine Machine 100 refinements is one of the legendary 8 wondrous techniques, a technique for refining weapons. Speaking here, Lu Linglong looked at Zhang Chen with an incredulous face as if she had remembered something. Wait, could it be that the ability you just used to be able to directly refine a paintbrush is the legendary Divine Machine 100 refinements? Guess the result of this. Lu Linglong's dull hairs stood up on the top of her head in shock. That's the legendary Divine Machine 100 refinements. How could Zhang Chen even know how to do this? Although Lu Linglong had 10,000 disbeliefs in her heart. However, looking at the smile on Zhang Chen's face, she swallowed with some difficulty and finally accepted this fact. Got a spell you want? Watching the change of expression on Lu Linglong's face, Zhang Chen smiled and continued to ask. Not for a while. Lu Linglong shook her head. Now that she was cultivating in Vine Mountain, she couldn't use such a high-level item like a magic weapon for the time being. Then think about it seriously. You can tell me whatever you want. It can all be refined. Oh, here, take these first. There are quite a few magic weapons with defense and attack attributes in here. Enough for you to use for a while. After saying that, he only saw Zhang Chen touch out a ring from his bosom. The ring, in fact, was a ring-shaped file. It contained hundreds or thousands of refined magic weapons. Lu Linglong watched as Zhang Chen took out the ring and slowly put it on her hand. Looking at the ring that was on his hand, Lu Linglong's cute little face turned red with a swish. Ring, it's too soon. I'm not ready. Lu Linglong looked at the ring on her hand and only felt her head spin. Looking at the shy Lu Linglong, Zhang Chen tenderly touched her head and said softly, "It's yours sooner or later anyway. It's not early at all." While the two of them were making out, Zhang Chen had already successfully refined the magic weapon brush in his hand. Only Zhang Chen gently picked up the brush in his own hand, relying on his mind's understanding of Wang Ai's art of painting. After a few strokes, he managed to outline a monkey with a golden yellow body and a pair of big red buttocks. "Ha ha, my Linglong." Her blush is almost catching up with a monkey's butt. Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Lu Linglong looked up and happened to see the monkey drawn by Zhang Chen showing a pair of big red buttocks scratching his ears. "Oh, your face is the one that looks like a monkey's ass. Bad Zhang Chen. See if I won't bite you." While the two were scuffling, Zhang Chen's mind moved. While Wang Ai was still on the stage and hadn't come down, he directly made the big monkey that was drawn run to the location of the Wang family. When Wang Ai was somewhat dumbfounded and walked off the stage, he happened to see this red butt monkey, painted by their Wang family's divine painting technique, slapping his buttocks and dancing at himself. The moment Wang Ai, who had been accumulating grievances on stage for a long time, finally couldn't help but explode, only to see him instantly turn his head, glaring at Zhang Chen's location with eyes filled with rage. It didn't take much to figure out that this must have been the work of the kid just now. Previously, he had stolen the Lu family's Rui Jin in front of Lu Xi, and now, he had stolen all of their Wang family's Danqing Shen too in front of himself. That asshole. I'm going to kill him. Wang Ai, who had always placed great importance on his family's mastery, the anger in his heart had long since reached its peak at this point. It was only when he had not yet had the chance to take a step towards where Zhang Chen was. On the side, however, Lu Xi suddenly rushed out and pressed those big powerful hands on Wang Ai's shoulders. "Brother Wang, a little impatience leads to a lot of trouble. That kid is deliberately provoking us, in order to force us to make a move against him in the field. If we fall for his tricks and get disqualified, then it's all over. Brother Wang, you must be calm and focus on the big picture." Hearing Lu Xi's words, Wang Ai's head felt like a large pot of ice water had been poured on it. The anger that had just risen in him was doused anew. However, soon Wang Ai realized that something was wrong. Aren't the words that Lu Xi said exactly what he said just now when he was advising him? What a guy! What a windfall! It's your turn so soon? Thinking of this, the anger in Wang Ai's heart mischievously shot upward a few more points. "Feng Zhanghao or you asshole kid, when I get my hands on the air body source stream, none of you will survive." Just as Wang Ai was secretly killing the two in his mind, he suddenly noticed the young man who was just looking at him with a provocative face, suddenly stood still and stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Wang Ai suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but curse angrily. "This bastard wouldn't want to change my Wang family's divine coding technique as well." Chapter 195, Things in Paintings Have Divine Charms After Strengthening? LVCI vs Tang Clan's Yan Lai. Obviously, Wang Ai guessed correctly. The moment he saw the monkey that Zhang Chen had deliberately released, the system's voice had then sounded in Zhang Chen's head. "Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. This technique is the Danqing Shen 2 technique, and there are 3 directions of enhancement. 1. Painting speed. The host's painting speed is increased by 100 times. 2. Strength of painted objects. Strength of the object in the painting is increased by 100 times. 3. A stroke of the eye. The object in the painting will gain a hint of the original object's divinity, and gain a portion of its ability to add to it." Does the host perform the enhancement immediately? Looking at the 3 directions of reinforcement of the divine coatings, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. Whether it's the speed of the painting, or the increased intensity of what's in the painting, all of them have powerful ability bonuses to the divine coating feats. Yet a 3rd direction of enhancement gives the painting a touch of divinity. This was more than capable of causing a qualitative change in the divine coating technique. It's like the drawing board back in the day. It gives the painting a divine flavor and even some of the body's ability bonuses. No longer just some generic painted thing. If Wang Ai could obtain this 3rd strengthening direction, when he and Feng Zhanghao fought against each other, summoned those golden armored gods and generals, yellow scarf warriors, and even ghost generals and ghosts, and a series of other painted objects, all will have a touch of divinity. In this way, even if Feng Zhanghao eventually summoned out the black and white irregulars for himself to drive, then he couldn't possibly be a match for so many with divine rhythm portraits. It was a pity that even if Wang Ai cultivated divine paint for a lifetime, he would not be able to obtain this trace of divinity. When he thought of this, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and spoke directly in his own mind. Reinforcement immediately. The moment Zhang Chen's words fell, he then began to rehearse the new version of the Wang clan's divine coding technique, driven by the system. And while he was rehearsing the new version of the player's god coding feat, Wang AI, who had just stepped out of the ring, saw it clearly. Wang AI was persuaded by Lu Ci, and managed to suppress the anger in his heart. However, when he saw Zhang Chen modifying their Wang clan's divine coding technique, he still nearly tensed up. However, before he had time to get angry, he then saw Zhang Chen, driven by the system, holding a magic artifact paintbrush that flowed with a special air mechanism. It swung wildly back and forth in the air at an incredible speed. Wang AI could see that Zhang Chen was precisely making a drawing, and with a speed tens of times beyond his own drawing he was somehow drawing something there. Could it be that this kid is also proficient in the art of dancing? This one is extremely different from ordinary cultivation. It's impossible to achieve overnight success without decades of drilling. Damn it, is this guy prepared in advance to steal our player's god coding technique? At this moment, Wang AI was greatly alarmed in his heart. He suddenly had the feeling that he was being watched. This feeling even made him, the great master of the Wang family, a little frightened, as Zhang Chen's paintbrush waved repeatedly in the air. A few moments later, a special set of battle armor had appeared on the monkey that had run to Wang AI's side earlier to show off its strength. The monkey's head was also wearing a crown at some point. A long golden rod with C-fixing needle written on it appeared in the monkey's hand at an unknown time. Looking at what he saw in front of him, Wang AI was so shocked that he couldn't help but take several steps back, especially after getting a hard stare from that monkey's glowing eyes. Wang AI was so shocked that he almost sat on his butt. This is Qi Tian de Shang? Why does a hint of divinity appear on the Qi Tian de Shang he drew? The powerful aura on this great sage doesn't look like a character that came out of a painting at all. Just as Wang AI's mind was racing with thoughts, his entire body was terrified. The Qi Tian de Shang under Zhang Chen's pen unexpectedly began to brandish the weapon in his hand and smashed it fiercely at his head. Seeing this scene, Wang AI was so scared that he didn't even have a trace of resistance in his heart and instantly retreated a distance of tens of meters. However, it was as if that Qi Tian de Shang was staring at him. No matter where he retreated to, it looked like a weapon was about to come crashing down on his head. Deception. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Wang AI's heart crossed and he raised the walking stick in his hand to start fighting with this painted Qi Tian de Shang. But just for a moment, the Qi Tian de Shang in the sky along with the weapon in his hand disappeared in an instant. Just when Wang AI didn't figure out what was going on, the disappeared Qi Tian de Shang swung the weapon in his hand and smashed it hard against Wang AI's butt. Ah, bastard! I'll kill you! Wang AI is the same as Lu Ci before him. Not only did they both get hit in the ass by their own feats, but they also knocked him out tens of meters away. Seeing Wang AI's accident, Lu Ci hurriedly ran to his side and reached out to help him up to comfort him. Brother Wang, when did you become so angry as well? How come you've started beating yourself up as well? Hearing these familiar words, Wang AI was a little bit angry, but he couldn't afford to have a fit. After all, when Lu Ci was kicked in the ass by that young man with Rui power earlier, he hadn't taunted Lu Ci much. Only now it was his own turn to be that object of ridicule. Next battle, Lu Ci of the Lu family against Yang Lai of the Tang sect. Will both parties please prepare to enter? Just after Lu Ci had just helped Wang AI up and had a good laugh, the two of them then heard the announcement that it was time for Lucy to enter. Upon hearing that his opponent was Yang Lai of the Tang sect, Lu Ci couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. With regards to Yang Lai as a person, he, Lu Ci, naturally knew him very well. He and Yang Lai had even teamed up when they were killing Japanese pirates in the heaven-penetrating cave. He was naturally aware of Yang Lai's terrifying strength. What's more, it was rumored that Yang Lai was still in possession of the Tang sect's Dan-devouring poison. You should know that this Lung Fu Mountain event is a matter of life and death. If Yang Lai had directly used Dan-devouring when he was up against himself, he, Lu Ci, might be about to fold in this one. Therefore, Lu Ci had to be extremely careful about this battle in order to do so. Upon hearing about Lu Ci's opponent, Wang AI also froze for a moment. He also knew that Yang Lai was a rather difficult master. Based on strength alone, Yang Lai's killing power, I'm afraid that none of the top 10 men in the inhuman realm, other than the old celestial master, could compare to him. The reason it wasn't one of the company's 10 men was because Tang Clan lost too many good men back in the day and they just started avoiding the world themselves. It's definitely not that the Tang Clan isn't strong enough. Thinking of this, Wang AI actually directly forgot about the insult he had just received. Instead, he looked at Lu Ci with a straight face and admonished, Brother Lu, be careful. This guy, he's strong. You can die if you're careless. Chapter 196 LVCI Wang AI cluelessly advances. Zhang Chen prepares to end it all. The second of the Lu family. Long time no see. Seeing Lu Xi make his entrance, Yang Lai spoke with some emotion. I didn't expect that the Tang sect master Yang would also be interested in this air body source stream. I really don't want to go up against you if I can help it. Looking at Yang Lai, who was already prepared for battle, Lu Xi responded with a serious face. Since we're in the ring, there's no such thing as regret. Come on, let me try to see just how far your crazy dog strength has gotten after so many years have passed. After a brief exchange of words, the two men took their positions. As Yang Lai's mind moved, without the slightest hesitation, he directly used the Tang sect's illusory body miasma. In the next moment, Yang Lai instantly disappeared from the field. Tough guy. The moment he saw Yang Lai disappear, Lu Xi didn't dare to slow down in the slightest. Directly, his Rui gene was spread all over the field. As long as Yang Lai touched any of the strands of energy in it, he would be able to get feedback and find out Yang Lai's location in the first instance. Just as Lu Xi was waiting for Yang Lai to expose himself, next moment, a hand thrust suddenly appeared behind him, and it came at his back. The first sign of danger. Lu Xi frantically revved up his Rui power and blasted towards his back. However, Yang Lai seemed to have anticipated this step. The moment Lu Xi's Rui gene was about to touch Yang Lai, Yang Lai then directly turned on the Tang sect's poisonous miasma. Carrying Lu Xi's blow hard, he used the hand thrust in his hand to come through Lu Xi's shoulder. So mean. These guys from the Tang sect, they can't be careless at all. Lu Xi reached out and touched the injured places on his body, his face full of astonishment. If he hadn't dodged in time just now, I'm afraid that the hand thorn in Yang Lai's hand would have stabbed into his heart. Yang Lai was bombarded by Lu Xi's Rui power. Being a 10th brother, Lu Xi's attacks were not that easy to dodge. Although the poisonous miasma around Yang Lai's body warded off some of the damage for him, however, the subsequent force still blasted through the poisonous miasma onto his body. Only Yang Lai's figure paused in the air, and then stood steadily with a backflip. Although he had taken a hard hit from Lu Xi's Rui gene, however, it seemed as if nothing had happened on Yang Lai's body. Not bad. The compassion saint body that Zhang Chen taught me is really good. I've been practicing with Dan Devour for just a few months, and my physique has improved so much. If it were before, if one were to take a hard hit from a Rui gene of that intensity, one would at least suffer some minor injuries. Just as Yang Lai was sighing that his physique had gotten a lot stronger, Lu Xi, who was standing across from him, was on the verge of freezing in fear. What the hell is this Yang Lai? Even with a poisonous barrier to protect his body, how could he not be injured at all by my Rui power in the hard next step? This can't be right. Could it be that he's been secretly practicing horizontal kung fu for so many years? Lu Xi couldn't figure it out no matter what. Why would Yang Lai's physique be far beyond his expectations? After this brief exchange of hands, Lu Xi had understood. If he didn't go all out now, he was afraid that he would be completely defeated. This one is an elimination contest. If you lost, you would never have the chance to get the air body source stream. Therefore Lu Xi didn't dare to have any slack. Seeing the determination in Lu Xi's eyes, Yang Lai couldn't help but be slightly moved. Since you want to fight to the end so badly, then out of respect, I must go all out as well. Brother Lu, next we live or die. The moment these words fell from Yang Lai's mouth, he then stopped holding back. Directly, he ran his Dan devouring stance. Almost the very moment he ran up the Dan devouring, Lu Xi instantly shrugged in sweat. He felt a wave of killing intent permeate his surroundings. This guy, what a nutcase. It's just the beginning of the fight and we're using Dan Devour? The cold sweat on Lu Xi's forehead was pouring down at this moment. He could sense that his body was now covered in Dan devouring poison all around him. All it takes is for him to make the slightest wrong move. Just might run headlong into those Dan devouring poisons. Dan devouring is a strange poison in the world, with no cure. Could it be that I just have to surrender? Next, relying only on that old thing Wang Ai alone, can he last until the end? Actually, Lu Xi was worried about more than just whether Wang Ai could last until the end. Even if Wang Ai did stick around until the end. After all, he eliminated himself so early. At that time, Wang Ai, who had obtained the air body source stream, would keep his promise and share this top-level technique with him or not. Looking at Lu Xi, he already had the intention of surrendering. So just as Yang Lai maneuvered Dan Devour and prepared to step forward and further force Lu Xi off the field, suddenly a voice rang in Yang Lai's ears. It stopped his advance hard in its tracks. Sect Master Yang, do me a favor and let Lu Xi advance. Hearing this familiar voice ring out, Yang Lai recognized that it was Zhang Chen's voice at the first moment. After hearing the voice, Yang Lai nodded at where Zhang Chen was. I recognize that. Before the three words Lu Xi was about to admit defeat could be uttered, Yang Lai, however, suddenly took a step ahead of Lu Xi and spoke loudly to the referee. I concede. Say those three words. Yang Lai left the ring without looking back, leaving behind Lu Xi, whose body was covered in blood. stood in place and froze. What's going on here? Obviously if Yang Lai manipulates Dan Devour one more step forward, I'm going to surrender. Why did he surrender before me? Louis C.I. didn't understand. He couldn't figure out why this was happening at all. With that, Louis C.I. walked out of the ring with a confused look on his face, and got the win of the game. Next match, Wudong Zhou Meng vs Wang Ai of the Wang family. Half an hour later, Wang Ai, who was given a good fat beating by Zhou Meng with a modified version of Tai Chi. Once again, the nosedive inexplicably won the race. Next match, LV family LVCI vs Wudong Hong. Toward the end of the night, the two of them, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, who had already played a day's worth of matches, just managed to advance to the final. The two of them won all the way though, but the winning process left them both a little confused. Along the way, both of them hadn't been beaten up, and they had been beaten up harder than one another. Yet the guys who beat them up, it's like it was discussed in advance. Come up here without saying a word and just turn on the big one. Entertain the two with the hardest of strokes. And also one of them is not a martial art of hitting a set, surrendering and running away. This strange phenomenon had depressed the two of them. However, it is worth their while to be happy. The two of them managed to advance to the end. Tomorrow is the final battle of the finals. The two of them, no matter who would win, would eventually be able to touch the air body source stream. While the two of them were happy, equally happy was Zhang Chen, because tomorrow, it would finally be his turn to put an end to it all. Chapter 197, is this the best you can do? Then prepare to die. Early the next morning, there were also quite a few sects that had traveled from out of town that wanted to participate in the competition. However, the next day was already the final. You can only challenge 2 finalists if you want to participate in this competition. But these people who came late, after taking a look at the field, stood unexpectedly Wang Ai and Lu Ci, the two 10 brothers. They immediately gave up on the idea of a challenge. After all, it's a tenor, one of the strongest existences in the entire Dragon Kingdom and human realm. They're just small sects, couldn't even make it to the game on the first day. And how could it be a match for these two 10 men? After waiting for a long time, he saw that no one was coming to challenge him. Lu Ci and Wang Ai glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of a smile in the other's eyes. It's been a bumpy ride for both of them, though, both were badly injured. But the result is always good. If no one dares to challenge themselves, then only the two of them were left on the field now with the qualifications to capture this air body source stream. Brother Wang, it seems that this air body source stream is still going to fall into the hands of the two of us. Louis Ci rubbed his eyes, which had been punched into a blue-purple color, and bared his teeth in a grin. Brother Lu, there are quite a few Taoists who have helped us this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have advanced so well. Wang Ai speaks with a bit of a leak. If you look closely, he's missing a piece of his incisor at some point. Hearing what Wang Ai said, a hint of anger that was hard to hide appeared on Lucy's face. Humph, the bastards. When we have cultivated the air body source stream, these guys who have helped us, but we have to fight back again one by one. After a long time, it was almost noon. The longer it drags on, the smiles on Lu Ci and Wang Ai's faces grew wider. And so it went on, until high noon. No one else challenged their words. Then the two of them can fight the final battle. No matter which of the two of them wins, the air body source flow was shared by both of them. It was an agreement they had made before they entered the race. Just when they think and have secured, the air body source stream was about to arrive. Suddenly a young voice came into their ears right at this moment. If no one's on, then let me do it. Strike that. Only to see a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s shadow, take a step directly above the ring. The first moment he saw the visitor, the anger on Lu Ci and Wang Ai's faces whooshed up. It's you, asshole? Is it because you think you've lived too long? How dare you come on stage? What a fearless thing. The first time he saw Zhang Chen, Lu Ci and Wang Ai both then clenched their fists, be prepared to strike at him at any time. In response to the mockery of the two, Zhang Chen laughed contemptuously and shot back. Not afraid to die? I'm really not afraid to die. After all, I survived well the last time there was a plane crash of that magnitude. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Ci and Wang Ai instantly froze in place. Air crash? Survived a plane crash? Difficult. Could it be that you are Zhang Chen? No, it can't be. A plane crash of that magnitude. Even the elder masters who went there were all bound to die. What makes you survive? A few moments later, the faces of Lu Ci and Wang Ai both showed a look of horror. They couldn't believe in the slightest what they had just heard. Impossible? Oh, well, then you'll get a good look at who I really am. Zhang Chen's words fell. He then instantly lifted his fraudulent disguise, as Zhang Chen's appearance gradually began to change. Not long afterward, Zhang Chen, who had long been dead in the hearts of Lu Ci and Wang Ai, it just reappeared alive in front of both of them. I can't believe it's really you. How is this possible? Wang Ai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. And aside, Louis Ci. The moment he saw Zhang Chen appear, his heart instantly understood. Why hadn't any of those people he had sent to take out Zhang Chen come back in the first place? It also made sense why he had sent so many no-search parties to the mountains in the first place. None of the search teams found any trace of Zhang Chen and their remains. Not even traces of the remains of his own people were found. It turned out that all of this was all Zhang Chen's doing. In this way, all those previous suspicions can be explained. Humph. I didn't realize a plane crash didn't kill you, brat. You're in luck. Now that being behind the scenes has been poked and prodded, then Lucy I no longer intended to have anything to hide. It's not luck that I survived. It's strength. Zhang Chen smiled disdainfully and directly opened his mouth to mock. Ha ha, ridiculous. Strength? With you? Kid, if you really have the strength, do you dare to challenge both of our 10 brothers at the same time? Wang Ai stared into Zhang Chen's eyes and spoke sorrowfully. TSK, not bad for an old thing that can piss in the same pot as a mad dog. How thick is your skin to say something so shameless? While Zhang Chen was mocking Wang Ai, the many spectators on stage could not help but let out a sigh. You have to know that Wang Ai is a 10th brother in the inhuman world. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was just a teenager. He was able to be so shameless as to say that he would let Zhang Chen himself and LVCI challenge the two tens. That's not something you'd normally say to anyone with a bit of an old face. For Zhang Chen's mockery, Wang Ai did not take it to heart. Instead, he continued to speak. You arranged all of this yesterday, allowing the other sex to step in and inflict so many injuries on us. Wasn't it just for this time of day? What? Are you wimping out now? After hearing Wang Ai mention that they were swung one by the elders or masters of many sects yesterday, Zhang Chen even had a hint of mockery on his face. Those elders didn't eliminate you yesterday, but they did it just to see today's good show. Since you took the initiative to offer to die, then I can kill with confidence. Zhang Chen's arrogant words aroused the anger in the hearts of the two men in the first place. After Lu Ci and Wang Ai glanced at each other, they both saw a hint of killing intent in each other's eyes. Now that things are out in the open, then there's nothing more to say. Just start fighting. Shin 2, Rui Power. The two of them, Lu Ci and Wang Ai, looked at each other after. A sneak attack was launched at Zhang Chen at almost the same time. The quickness of their strikes and the viciousness of their moves were as if they had long been discussed. The purpose was to strike and kill Zhang Chen before he could react. As long as Zhang Chen died in the ring, then there would be no witnesses for what they had done before. Even if the Time Inc. wanted to investigate, there was no way to do so. What's more, it was Zhang Chen who had promised to challenge the two of them. Afterwards, the old heavenly master couldn't do anything about them, just when the two thought their sneak attack was bound to hit. However, a scene that shocked them beyond belief happened at this moment. Only Zhang Chen stretched out his hand very casually. With a light touch, the two of them easily blocked the move that they had struck out with all their might. You guys, is that the best you can do? If you don't have a backhand, then prepare to die. Chapter 198, still using the company to pressure me? It was you two that the company copied first. It can't be. It can't be. How is it possible that he didn't even use air and blocked our attacks with just his physical body? How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? Seeing that Zhang Chen had easily taken the killing moves of the two of them, Lu Ci and Wang Ai immediately had a look of horror on their faces. It's not just them at this point. Even the elders or perhaps the sect masters of the various sects that stood under the stage watching the battle could not help but be taken aback. This kid, why is he so scary with all his horizontal training skills? When did he train his physical body to this level? Zhou Mang looked at Zhang Chen standing on the stage with a shocked expression. Obviously, when he was at their Wudong mountain a few months ago, Zhang Chen's physical body was not this strong. How just a couple months? Zhang Chen had already practiced his physical body to a level even more terrifying than that of a tiger? In terms of air refining, this kid's talent is demonic enough. How is it that he is still so demonic when it comes to physical body cross-training? Is there nothing in this world that can stop him? Hearing Zhou Meng's words, the Wang at the side also couldn't help but cheerfully say, Master Shifu, look at what you're saying. How can I be my Wanya's big brother if I'm not a demon? After all, we are also a genius, and my big brother must be a demon. Dang! As soon as Wang Yuya finished his words, he received a popping chestnut from Zhou Meng. You kid, if you have the energy to blow Zhang Chen, you might as well use it on cultivation. Although this position isn't even comparable to Zhang Chen, the demon, but with your talent, you'll still be able to do something among your peers besides him. When we return to the mountain in the future, if I find you slacking off on your cultivation again, I'll let Yunlong properly educate you. Brat, Zhou Meng said while he was about to raise his hand to knock Wang Yi's head again. Master Shifu, stop hitting. If you keep hitting, you're really going to hit the fool. Yang Lai of the Tang sect, after seeing Zhang Chen's terrifying flesh, couldn't help but look down at his body. I'm afraid that even if you cultivate the compassionate poison sink body to the end, you won't have that kind of terrifying physical strength, right? This kid, he was able to take the attacks of two people hard without getting hurt, just with such a terrifying physical body. I'm afraid that it's already capable of sweeping across the entire inhuman realm. Hearing his own senior brother Yang Li's words, Tang Niaoxing, who was on the side, couldn't help but stare at Yang Li with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. Senior brother, is Zhang Chen's physical body really that powerful? Then if he compares with that Rohu from the ancient sucking pavilion, whose physical body is stronger? Hearing this, Yang Li couldn't help but shake his head helplessly at the corner of his mouth. That Rohu's horizontal training technique. I'm afraid it's too much to handle in front of him. In this world, I'm afraid that only the old snake in the northeast that has lived for hundreds of years will be able to spar with Zhang Chen in the flesh. Feng family. Feng Jianghao looked at Zhang Chen, who was getting stronger and stronger on the stage. The smile at the corner of his mouth never stopped. Good, good, yes, worthy of being the son-in-law that I, Feng Jianghao, have set my eyes on, is just strong beyond everyone's expectations. Hearing his dad say that, the small face of Feng Xiayan, who was on the side, brushed red. Dad, I haven't agreed to marry him, again. Besides, now people Zhang Chen is surrounded by beautiful women. Before Feng Xiayan could finish her words, Feng Jianghao looked at her with a serious expression. Xiayan, as a member of our Feng family, you can't just admit defeat. After he asked these two old denizens, no, you go now. Prepare all the good dishes you've been secretly practicing all this time for Zhang Chen. He'll definitely be hungry after his activities. I'm telling you, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his. Luko, why are you here too? Just as Feng Jianghao was teaching his daughter how to take down Zhang Chen with a straight face, only to see Lu Jin with a dark face. He stood behind Feng Jianghao at some point. That kid from the Wind family. His skills have grown quite a bit in recent years. Even dare to dig up my Lu Jin's wall? It just so happens that the martial arts arena at Longhu Mountain is still empty. So let's go and practice. Strike that. Lu Jin then directly took off his black suit jacket. Pulling Feng Jianghao, he was about to head towards the martial arts arena of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Feng Jianghao had a helpless face. On the way out, though, still crying, he gave Win San Swallow a cheering gesture. His point was simple. Keep up the good work, daughter, and let Pops do the beating. Naruhu, who had been watching the battle from the stage for 2 days and had not appeared on stage to join the Air Body Source Stream competition. On seeing that scene on stage, he instantly aroused interest in Zhang Chen's terrifying and incomparable flesh. This fleshly body, so powerful. I'm no match. When this competition is over, I must stay at Longhu Mountain and spar with Zhang Chen. Even if I lose in his hands, I'm willing to do it. Zhang Chen merely showed this hand. It just caused a lively discussion among everyone on stage. At this time, both Lu Xi and Wang Ai, whom he was fighting, were fearful. They already knew that they were absolutely no match for Zhang Chen. Just admit defeat? Both Lu Xi and Wang Ai were very unwilling in their hearts. It was clear that he had come to the last step, and that the source of the air body was right in front of his eyes. However, they also had to give up on the idea of snatching the air body source stream this time. This was because they had already sensed the terrifying killing intent that permeated Zhang Chen's body. The current Zhang Chen had already set his mind on killing them. No, it must be surrendered. Almost at the same time, both Wang Ai and Lu Xi had already developed a sense of withdrawal in their hearts. The air body source streams they wanted badly, but what they want more than anything else is their lives. Wang Ai and Lu Xi looked at each other, and finally shouted at the same time, I vote. Drop. I surrender too. However, Zhang Chen seemed to have long guessed what the two of them were planning to do. When they were about to say the word surrender, Zhang Chen directly operated the reverse life triple. A ball of innate air was thrown out at the location where the three were. Cut off the sound of their surrender. Trying to survive by surrendering? The idea is quite good, but it's just a pity that I had already expected you two old dogs to be this shameless. Seeing the knot that surrounded him, Wang Ai and Lu Xi were suddenly ashen. They knew that Zhang Chen was really trying to finish them off when he created such a scene. You can't kill us. We're company tenors. Yes, we are the 10 men of the company and play a pivotal role within the company. At this crisis point, Wang Ai suddenly yelled. Hearing Wang Ai's words, Lu Xi's eyes rolled and he followed his words. If you kill us, the company will definitely not spare you. And your Dragon Tiger Mountain, kid, even if your strength is strong, so what? In front of the company, you still have to pop. Before LVCI could finish his words, Zhang Chen delivered a big ear blast to his face. It directly shattered Lucy's mouth full of old teeth, and blasted him around the knot with a slap. Threaten me with the company? It's just a shame that the company you want to rely on is about to raid your two old dogs. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, he looked at the contemptuous smile on his face. The two of them, Lu Ci and Wang Ai, immediately turned ashen. Chapter 199, Kill Wang Ai, Destroy Lu Ci, Liquidate the Wang and Lu families. Upon realizing that Zhang Chen was not only going to take them out, but also go after his own family, both Wang Ai and Lu Ci were shocked by Zhang Chen's ruthlessness. They didn't expect Zhang Chen to be this ruthless at such a young age. Difficult. Could it be that you disappeared for such a long period of time just to make a layout against our Wang and Lu families? Guessing this possibility, Wang Ai's body unexpectedly couldn't help but tremble. No wonder Zhang Chen, who had such strength, did not immediately choose to retaliate after realizing that it was the two of them who had plotted that air crash. Rather, he had plotted for so long during this period in order to wipe out their Wang and Lu families. No, it can't be. There's no way the people at the company are going to support you doing this. There's no way the company's 10 Brotherhood, the heads of the 7 regions, will support you. Although Wang Ai was fearful in his heart, he still pretended to be calm and pointed at Zhang Chen and spoke loudly. TSK, 4 of the 7 regional heads will surely support me. Out of the 10, excluding you two, there are also 4 on my side. Your Wang and Lu families, how many unseemly deeds have you done in private over the years? I'm sure I don't need to say more, right? I've already sent people to collect those things. Don't worry, when you die it won't be long before both your Wang and Lu families will be subjected to a great reckoning. Hearing that Zhang Chen had enlisted so many forces in such a short period of time, Lu Ci and Wang Ai couldn't help but be covered in cold sweat. They had been too underestimating Zhang Chen. At this point, the two of them had begun to regret why they had gone up against Zhang Chen in the first place. However, it was too late for regrets at this point. Looking at the regret on Wang Ai and Lu Ci's faces, Zhang Chen sneered without any mercy. There aren't any pills of regret to take in this world. You two, are you ready for the road? Zhang Chen's tone was icy cold, leaving no room for the two to bargain. I know we won't get away with this one, but could you please, spare our families, by the rules of the road. Woe to the family. After recognizing the reality, Lu Ci no longer held any hope of surviving either, but he still sent a request to Zhang Chen for the sake of his family. Even if I don't kill your family members, I'm sure the enemies you've made over the years won't let them go, so let me give them a hand. Anyone who has committed a crime in the past, not a single one will be left behind. The rest will have their cultivation abolished, and they will not be allowed to enter the inhuman circle permanently. After hearing what Zhang Chen said about the results of the process, Lu Ci was not happy with the result though. However, Zhang Chen was already considered merciful enough when he did not choose to drive them to extinction. One last request before you die. Can you show us your strongest move? To die under your strongest move, I can be considered to have no regrets in death. Lu Ci finished his words. A hint of thirst appeared in his remaining one eye. Okay, meet you guys, that's exactly what I was thinking. After all, I'm going to show the world what happens when you piss me off. Having said that, Zhang Chen then stopped looking at the two, straight up in the air. Shasta. As the aura on Zhang Chen's body continued to rush out, the sky, which was originally clear and cloudless, turned gray. A large number of dark clouds began to gather around Longhu Mountain, one after another. The pressure was so heavy that everyone couldn't breathe. Is this the lightning method of Longhu Mountain? I'm actually honored to see the thunder law of Dragon Tiger Mountain today. It's really not a wasted trip. The 5 thunder positive technique of Longhu Mountain is said to be an inheritance from the thunder department of the Heavenly Court, and I didn't expect to be able to see the full picture today. That brat called Zhang Chen has even put this level of lightning magic to use. It seems like he really wants to get rid of Wang Ai and Lu Ci, the 10 men. Killing 10 men? Zhang Chen's strength is surprisingly so strong. No wonder Wang Ai said earlier that the two of them would deal with Zhang Chen together. So it is. The crowd under the stage looked at the thunderclouds that were gathering more and more in front of them. They were incomparably shocked in their hearts. Under such heavy dark clouds, just how terrifying would the falling thunder be? Rumble. The first blast of thunder rang out in the middle of the sky. Straight away, everyone on stage was refreshed. Shall we take shelter? This thunder won't fall on us, will it? Don't be ridiculous. I'm getting a little scared all over. It's a terrifying thunder that's going to split the 10 brothers. No one can live if it falls. What are you waiting for? Move back. Not long after, the crowd who were afraid of being caught by the thunder waves retreated several hundred meters farther back in a row, in the center of the thunder. Except for those sect heads and the elders who still dared to stay there, none of the rest dared to remain there. In the middle of the ring, Wang Ai and Lu Ci looked up at the terrifying thunder in the sky. Surprisingly, he was a little dumbfounded for a moment. I've seen Dragon Tiger Mountain's lightning method. but I've never seen such a terrifying one. Before I die, I want to know one last thing. That means with your current strength, you can touch the immortal realm? We've been practicing for so long. Can we actually ascend to that so-called immortal realm? Wang Ai looked at the terrifying thunder brewing in the sky. His eyes seemed to have long since drifted through the heavy clouds to the heavens. I don't know, but I'll check it out. Zhang Chen took one last look at the two. Then he extended his own palm and flicked it downward. Next moment, an incomparably terrifying purple thunder that seemed to spread across the entire sky. Boom! Splitting down from the distant sky. This thunder lasted for just a few moments. When the thunder clears, the original ring was gone. A giant crater hundreds of meters in diameter appeared where the ring originally stood. Disappeared along with the ring. There were also the two Wang Ai and Lu Xi. Day 2. Several regional heads that Zhang Chen had long ago instructed. At the first moment he received the news that Wang Ai and Lu Xi had died under Zhang Chen's thunder. Straight away, the action that had been prepared for a long time began. Wang Ai and Lu Xi are dead. Prepare to start the liquidation. Since the top pillar of the Wang and Lu families has fallen, let's bring out all the evidence of the crimes committed by their two families in the past. Always send someone to track the movements of the Wang and Lu families' foreigners on the list. And when you receive the order, execute the arrest immediately. After the deaths of Wang Ai and Lu Xi, the great reckoning against their two families has thus officially begun. These two families that have been passed down in the inhuman world for hundreds of years, is about to officially retire from the inhuman world in the near future. Chapter 200 Cross-Practice Abuse of Naoruhu from Wangzhenshu. The LWF event is over. The technique of air body source stream was left so openly and honestly in Longhu Mountain. That was the end of Zhang Huai's business back then. This time, although the Dragon Tiger Mountain event had quite a number of battles, each sect had also signed a life and death contract. However, in reality, only Wang Ai and Lu Xi, the two big names among the 10 brothers, died in this grand event. The rest, at most, suffered minor injuries. Of course, by the end of the fest, a number of discerning people could see that this fest is a bureau, and it's still a setup specifically for the two 10 men, Lu Xi and Wang Ai. For the deaths of both Lu Xi and Wang Ai. At first, some sects that were not yet clear about the cause were still inquiring about what was going on. Only after realizing what these two old things have done, in almost everyone's mind, they thought they died quite well. Longhu Mountain was considered to have removed two scourges from the inhuman world of the Dragon Kingdom. Wait until the pageant is over. The old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain personally intervened, and some of the sect congregation who came to the event distributed a magic weapon each, as a souvenir of this participation in the event. Of course, this could be considered a disguised form of hush money. Since Longhu Mountain was able to take out so many magic weapons, it meant that they had deep roots. Let those who want to come to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to find things in the heart of the good weighing their own in the end enough to qualify. Lung Fushan dared to kill the two 10 brothers and also dared to take out so many magic weapons as souvenirs. This instantly, the powerful heritage of Longhu Mountain was completely displayed. As the various sects participating in the event gradually dispersed, the originally lively Dragon Tiger Mountain was soon quiet again. Although a lot of sects have gone, many have stayed. For example, one of the two giants, Naoruhu, after seeing Zhang Chen again in the ring, where he had displayed his amazing physical cross-training physique, then Ruhu got an itch. After all, he came from cultivating horizontal training, and he also cultivated only horizontal training, incomparably specialized. Originally, he thought that in the Dragon Kingdom and human realm, apart from Lu Kuanxing from the northeast, there was no one whose horizontal training could surpass his own. But what took him by surprise was this. He had unexpectedly discovered Zhang Chen, a genius in horizontal training, at this event. So early the next morning, he then arrived in front of Zhang Chen's room and knocked on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Which squaw is it? Why are you knocking so early? On that big bed of Zhang Chen's, Feng Bao Bao, who was sleeping soundly, opened his mouth in a very dissatisfied manner after being woken up. It's so nice and disturbing to knock on the door so early in the morning. Shaha also sat up from the bed, yawning lazily. Leave him alone and get some sleep. Lu Linglong, who was hugging Zhang Chen, also had a slight dissatisfaction in her tone. Getting up with a relatively large Win Cheyenne, directly copied the water cup on the bedside and threw it out against the door side. As the water cup was about to hit the gate, she directly activated her spatial ability, only to see the glass of water go through the door and hit Naruhu's head directly. There was a crunching sound. The tall and majestic Naruhu had nothing at all on his head. Instead, the water cup that Feng Xiaoyan had thrown out was directly touched into pieces by that tiger-like head. Hearing the movement of the water cup breaking, Zhang Chen also immediately opened his eyes. He looked at the four men who surrounded him and surrounded him fiercely. A hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Last night it was clear that we agreed on one person sleeping in one place. How is it that when you wake up from a nap, you're all crowding around yourself? It's also fortunate that I'm young. Otherwise, it would have been necessary to put a few of them in their place. Zhang Chen got up from the bed and casually threw out a ball of innate one air, encompassing the four of them. With that, he pushed open the door to the room and saw the mountain-like figure standing in the doorway. When Zhang Chen saw that it was Naru who standing at the door, he couldn't help but look slightly puzzled. That uncle? What are you? When Naru who heard Zhang Chen call himself that uncle, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't realize that I'm quite famous, that even young friend Zhang Chen, one of the two Jedi, would recognize me. Hearing that Roha's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be a bit confused. What the hell is one of these two Jedi? I only know that there is one Jedi in our inhuman realm. When did we get another one? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, that Rohu faintly smiled and said, don't be modest, little friend Zhang Chen. Ever since you lost Lu Ci and Wang Ai with your lightning spell yesterday, our great sects got together and discussed it. Finally, it was agreed that you, now, have reached the same height as your master, the old heavenly master. From now on, you'll be another Jedi in our inhuman world. It was only after that Rohu's explanation that Zhang Chen realized what was going on. However, Zhang Chen did not care about such a name. Then, uncle, you didn't come here just to tell me the news that I'd become one of the two Jedi, did you? Zhang Chen raised his head and looked towards that Rohu. He knew for sure that Nero wouldn't come for that reason. If he could get him to come to himself, it had to be something else. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, that Rohu reached out and scratched his head, opening his mouth somewhat less than kindly. I would like to ask junior friend Zhang Chen to instruct me on something regarding the horizontal training of the physical body. I wonder if my young friend is free. That Rohu didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose for coming here. It was only after hearing that Rohu speak in such a manner that Zhang Chen finally understood exactly why he had come. It seemed that after that battle yesterday, that Rohu had become curious about himself after seeing his strong physical body. That's good to know. I just woke up and haven't worked out yet. So let's warm up with Uncle Na. After hearing Zhang Chen's agreement, a trace of excitement was added to Naruhu's face. Soon, Naruhu watched Zhang Chen go to the martial arts arena with him under the murderous gazes of Lu Linglong, Xia He and the four of them. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen put away his big slap and looked at Naruhu with a smile. And at that moment, Naruhu's entire body was covered in red palm prints. Even several ribs were broken. No more fights. Never with you again. Your body, how could it be so perverted? I'm afraid that even if I cultivate for the rest of my life, I won't be able to catch up with your kid's current physical body. That Rohu leaned against the wall, panting heavily while speaking very helplessly. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, smiled as if he was an alright person and looked towards that Rohu and opened his mouth. Uncle Na, your cultivation in the flesh is really out of one's expectation. If it were a normal person, after receiving so many slaps from me, not to mention being able to speak, it would be good enough for them to breathe. Zhang Chen's words caused Naruhu to roll his eyes for another moment. Just when he wanted to continue spitting out that Zhang Chen's body was really hard and perverted, suddenly, an outer disciple of Longhu Mountain came to the gate of the martial arts arena and shouted at Zhang Chen. Uncle Zhang Chen, there's a call for you. The guy on the phone. He said his name was Wang Jinxiu, and he also said that the person you're looking for, he's found. Chapter 201 Traces of the Immortals, vacant 10-year-old position. Soon, Zhang Chen followed the outer disciple to the phone. As soon as Zhang Chen picked up the phone, he heard Wang Jinxiu's voice coming from the other end of the line. Boss Zhang Chen, I found that old thing Xia Luqing. How's it going on your end? Have you finished dealing with the two old bastards, Lu Ci and Wang Ai? Hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, with a movement of his mind. Next moment, he then transformed into a signal and headed straight to where Wang Jinxiu was. Hello, boss? Boss, why don't you say something? Just as Wang Jinxiu was wondering why Zhang Chen didn't open his mouth to speak, suddenly he felt a movement coming from behind him. He looked back with some surprise. This look didn't matter. It almost scared him so much that he even threw the phone in his hand. Old, boss? Seriously, aren't you at the Dragon Tiger Mountain right now? What's gotten into my side all of a sudden? Looking at the shocked Wang Jinxiu, Zhang Chen smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Learning a new ability, I sat on the phone and came over to you. Hearing that Zhang Chen was actually sitting on the phone, Wang Jinxiu immediately gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but exclaim, the boss is the boss, and you can learn such an ability. If we ever go anywhere again, this will be faster than flying. Listening to this ass-kicking by Wang Jinxiu, Zhang Chen waved his hand, signaling him to stop kissing ass here and get down to business. Both Wang Ai and Lu Ci have already been killed by me, and the heads of several regions have already made preparations, so all we need to do next is to give an order. And the people of the Wang and Lu families won't be able to run away. Come on, tell us about Summer Willow Green. After hearing that Wang Ai and Lu Ci were already dead, Wang Jinxiu's face smiled even wider than before. Those two old dogs died a good death. It's just a shame that I wasn't there to see it. After Wang Jinxiu shook his head at one point, he then opened his mouth. Boss Zhang Chen, the location of my cheap master Xiaoliuqing's seclusion has been found, right next to the other person you're looking for. Jin Feng. I can't believe that this old man is still a lover. Guard his white moonlight for decades at a time. If I hadn't come to spy on them this time, I wouldn't have known about it. Hearing Wang Jinxiu mention this matter, a strange smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face as well. This old fellow Xiaoluqing is also a character of sorts. If we let the current him learn our Longhu Mountain's Yang Five Thunders, then the progress of cultivation will surely be in leaps and bounds. After all, it's really hard to find virgins in their 60s and 70s. After a few jokes, a hint of curiosity suddenly appeared on Wang Jinxiu's face. He looked at Zhang Chen and finally couldn't help but ask, Boss Zhang Chen, I don't think you're looking for Xiaoluqing just for his juggling tactics, right? Is there something else going on with him? Hearing Wang Jinxiu's question, Zhang Chen couldn't help but give the fellow a high look. He also didn't expect that this Wang Jinxiu fellow would be so smart that he could see through his intentions in an instant. But after all, he was one of his own who had swallowed the compulsion. So Zhang Chen felt that there was no harm in telling him. The white moonlight golden phoenix in Xiaoliuqing's eyes. She knows of a place called the 24 Sections Tongtian Valley. Legend has it that in that place, there was once a cultivator who ascended there. And the 8 strange techniques that have been circulating in our inhuman circle were also realized by those people back then in the Tongtian Valley. I want to go there and see if there are any traces of immortality left in that place. Hearing Zhang Chen speak in such a manner, Wang Jinxiu's eyes widened in instant shock, and he looked at Zhang Chen with an incredulous expression. Old boss, what are you planning to do by looking for those traces of ascension? Difficult. Could it be that with your strength, you are now able to ascend to the immortal realm? Looking at the shocked Wang Jinxiu, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm also not sure if my current strength is enough to qualify for ascension to the immortal realm. I've never felt the existence of the immortal realm either. That's why I want to visit the Tongtian Valley to find out if there's a way to ascend to the immortal realm there. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Jinxiu swallowed hard. As he looked at Zhang Chen, who was only in his teens now, the shock in his heart had long been beyond words. This teenager is already thinking of ascending to the immortal realm. Like him, I'm afraid that he has never appeared since the beginning of time. Just as Wang Jinxiu was shocked, Zhang Chen, however, suddenly spoke. You go back first and continue to keep an eye on Xiaoluqing. I'll bring someone to you after I finish the next thing. If we really find a way to ascend to the immortal realm, I'll take you few along for a spin in the immortal realm. Strike that. Zhang Chen patted Wang Jinxiu's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. He was then seen just picking up the unlisted phone. Once again, it was transformed into a segment of signals and re-entered the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Looking at Zhang Chen who had instantly disappeared, Wang Jinxiu seemed stunned for a long time. The immortal world? You say? In this world, does the immortal realm really exist as a place? Listening to Wang Jinxiu talking to himself, an unidentified square of flesh-colored gelatinous mass that had been hidden inside the cabinet suddenly spoke up. Don't ask me. I'm from an alien planet. If you ask me, I don't know. The third day after the death of Wang Ai and Lu Ci, the conference room at the capital city's Nadutong headquarters was already filled with people. There are 6 directors of Wichdutton, the head of the 7 regions of the country. There were also the remaining 8 of the 10 remaining brothers, besides Wang Ai and Lu Ci, all sitting in the conference room. And of course, there was the protagonist that led to this incident. Zhang Chen. Can anyone give me a reasonable explanation for this one? Look at the silent crowd sitting on the stage. Zhao Feinshu opened his mouth with a cold, angry face and asked, Little Zhao, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Just listen to me first. The main responsibility for this incident lies with our Longhu Mountain. I didn't expect that the course of the competition would actually result in human lives, but I think you should also know that there is no competition in our inhuman realm that doesn't go wrong. What's more, all of them have signed a life and death contract before the match. So if they die, they can only blame themselves for not being as skilled as others. Listening to the old heavenly master's nonsense words of protecting his calf, Bai Yulong, who had been keeping a dark face, finally couldn't help himself and said angrily, It's not true that you signed a life and death contract, but this time it's 10 men who are dead. 10 men died in your Lungfu Mountain, and 2 died in one. We are a company, representing the highest authority of the Inhumans in the Dragon Kingdom. This is the loss of 2 pillars at once. How do you want the foreigners at home and abroad to look at us? Bai Yulong slammed the table while shouting angrily. Looking at the angry Bai Yulong, Feng Jianghao seemed to have grasped the key to the problem. He only pushed up his glasses and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Mr. Bai, what you're saying is simple. Isn't it just that there are 2 less 10s? Why don't you just replace them? We've seen quite a few colorful guys at this Dragon Tiger Mountains event, and they're no less powerful than Wang Ai and Lu Ci. Just like Tang Sek Sect Master Yang Lai and Wudong Sect Master Zhou Meng. I think they're perfectly capable of filling in for both positions. Chapter 202. The location of the 10 brothers is determined, and they are ready to go to the Valley of the 24 Sections. Hearing Feng Jianghao's words, the few directors of the company immediately understood that these people seemed to have come prepared. They originally wanted to take advantage of the deaths of Lu Ci and Wang Ai to give the remaining 10 brothers a good knock. Yet the people present seemed as if they were not very much interested in the deaths of these 2 men. The atmosphere on the field right now is bizarre. I think Windy has a good point. This time at the Dragon Tiger Mountain event, Tang Clan's Yang Lai and Wudong's Zhou Meng have indeed performed somewhat surprisingly. Since our company is the highest level of inhuman organization, the company's 10 must be strong enough to do so. The 2 of them, I think, are capable of filling the position of 10 men. Lu Jin, who had always been upright, also voiced his opinion at this point. Seeing that Lu Jin had actually agreed to Feng Jianghao's proposal, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of everyone on the field. After all, it was clear to anyone that Lu Jin had the title of Flawless for Life in her possession. He must have thought long and hard when he made certain points. He was also present at the Lung Fu Shan event at that time. Now he approves of Yang Lai and Zhou Meng joining the 10 Brotherhood. This showed that he had fully recognized the strength of the 2. I was there at the time, and these 2 seniors are capable of holding up the position of 10th brother. Na Ru Hu, who was covered in bandages, also expressed his opinion at this moment. Seeing that Nehru, who had always been silent, even spoke at this moment, the crowd looked over to him in great confusion. However, after seeing that Ruhu's state at this moment, the hearts of the crowd were filled with astonishment. You have to know that Ruhu cultivated is a horizontal training kung fu, and his physical body is strong and unbeatable. And now, he was so heavily injured. The crowd was a little confused in their minds at this point. They didn't understand what kind of god was able to beat that Ruhu to this state. Regarding this matter, we of the Exodus lineage have no opinion. Just as the crowd froze, Guan Shihua, who hadn't come to the 10 Brotherhood meeting for a long time, suddenly spoke up. After Guan Shihua expressed his support for Yang Lai and Zhou Meng to top the 10 brothers, 5 of the 8 surviving tenors have endorsed the proposal. The other 3 glanced at each other, and a slight look of shock passed through their eyes. These 5 old foxes, when did they agree so much? I remember the old days when these things were shunned. What's going on here? Am I being isolated? At this moment, the 3 of them, Jianghu Xiaobing's Muyu, Shaolin's Master Xiekong, and artistic character Sect Master Chen Jinkue, were in a daze, very shocked at all this. Soon, though, they reacted. The 3 of them then looked at Zhang Chen, who was sitting on the side calmly watching all of this, at almost the same time. I'm afraid the only one who can connect these 5 people is this kid. After a moment of hesitation, the 3 of them didn't know exactly how to stand, so they directly chose to abstain. Watching the field go sideways, the 6 company directors were also shocked in their minds. When had these few people, who had always been fond of infighting, become so united? After a long silence, Zhao Fengshu glanced at Zhang Chen with a deep look on his face before looking his head over to the 7 regional heads. What about you guys? As executives of the company, I want to hear from you. Zhao Fengshu had wanted to use these 7 executives to slightly check and balance these guys. What happened next, however, shocked him even more. I don't think the 10-man spot can stay empty for too long. Someone needs to fill it. Since a few seniors have already searched for someone, let them give it a try. What Zhao Fengshu didn't expect was that the first one to open his mouth was the always silent Su Xiang. After Su Xiang opened his mouth, Gao Lian, Hao Yi and Liao Zhong also expressed their support. It left the 3 remaining regional heads in a daze. These 4 guys, when did they agree so much? Obviously, 4 votes trumped 3. Regardless of the opinions expressed by the other 3 regional heads, they too have been outnumbered to win. The 10 guys will be 5-3, head of the region 4-3, according to everyone's opinion. Let's just let Yang Lai and Zhou Meng enter the 10 Brotherhood for a while. Zhao Fengshu and the other 5 directors looked at each other. Both saw a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. There's no way around it. It's the result of a crowd vote. As directors of the company, they must also follow this result. Since the matter of the 10 brothers is over, let's move on to the matters of the Wang and Lu families. After ending this one, Zhao Fengshu took out a large stack of investigation reports from the file bag on the table. With an angry face, he slapped it down on the table. Last night, I suddenly had such a thick pile of papers in my car. What is recorded on it includes a series of things such as the last airplane crash and other things that the Wang and Lu family members used to do explicitly or implicitly on the basis of their privileges. Some of these things, even some of them, have been over a decade in the past, but what I didn't expect was that it took until last night for someone to turn them up. Why didn't some of these things get reported when they happened? Do you have to put it off until now? Did you think the company would harbor what the two of them did? Speaking of this, Zhao Fengshu heavily slapped the table with a furious look on his face. Everything on here is now being verified, and when it's verified none of it will be spared. 1 week later, Zhang Chen was in his villa in the capital. Shaha had changed into that maid outfit and was seriously cooking breakfast. Feng Baobao, who was wearing all the spells, was holding up her eyes and drooling as she looked at the food in the pot there. Win San Swallow, on the other hand, was cultivating her spatial supernatural ability in the courtyard with a serious face, since the last time she was encouraged by her dad. Feng Jianghao. Feng Xiaoyan then crossed his heart and directly followed Zhang Chen and his group to the capital. Under the pretext of letting Zhang Chen instruct himself, he stayed by their side. And Lu Linglong, who was the first to make a marriage contract with Zhang Chen. In the end, it was at the urging of his own master that he parted from Zhang Chen with a great deal of reluctance and returned back to Bine Mountain. She was still unskilled at controlling her natural blood powers. Zhang Chen had already promised her that he would take her back to his side as long as she could stabilize her powers. Since the last meeting, it's been a week. There were quite a few Inhumans who had previously committed crimes in the Wang and Lu families who had been taken back to the company and were waiting for approval. Some stubborn resistance elements were also eliminated on the spot by the company's employees. The originally unrivaled two great lineages were just wiped out in the course of history. Zhang Chen, who was lying on the recliner, stretched his back after reading the news delivered today. He then stood up from the recliner and looked at the three people in the room and spoke. It's about time. I'm going out. If we're lucky, we might be able to find the opportunity to become immortal. Chapter 203, You want to learn my Godhead mask? A phone call was made to Wang Zhenxiu. Next moment, Zhang Chen then turned into a signal and instantly disappeared from the villa in the capital. In almost the blink of an eye, he arrived on the town where Wang Zhenxiu was. Ball, let's go. Go to that old man Xiaoliuqing's place and take a look. Although Wang Zhenxiu already knew that Zhang Chen was able to take the phone and go to any place in the world, but when Zhang Chen suddenly appeared in front of himself and spoke to himself, he was still shocked. Boss, you're too scary even with your godly presence. Sooner or later my little heart is going to give out on you. Wang Zhenxiu patted his chest and couldn't help but complain. Cut the crap and get ready to go. Is there a phone number at Xiaoliuqing's place? Let's go there directly if we have it. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Zhenxiu shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Boss, these two old guys, Wang Zhenxiu and Jin Feng, have been living in seclusion in the deep mountains. How could they have a phone there? They don't even have a signal there, let alone a phone. After Wang Zhenxiu finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded and thought somewhat helplessly. Right now in this world Dragon's infrastructure isn't that strong, and even landlines are a rarity. These two old guys burrowed in the deep woods. Surely they don't have this. It seems that in the future, we have to find a way to quickly popularize mobile communication technology in the country. Why don't we take the time to make a trip to White Eagle Country and tie up Boss Apple? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen felt that this idea seemed somewhat feasible. After all, communications is a mega business in the future. Taking control in advance seems necessary. Looking at Zhang Chen who was there thinking seriously, Wang Zhenxiu didn't dare to interrupt his thinking for a while, and could only accompany him as he froze. Since we don't have a phone, we'll have to drive. Get ready to go. Let's go to Xiaoliuqing's place first. After saying that, Zhang Chen threw a few devouring sacks to Wang Zhenxiu. Inside each of these files is a car. Let Wang Zhenxiu choose which one to drive. After all, he, Zhang Chen, was only responsible for riding in the car. When he was about to set off, Zhang Chen looked at Wang Zhenxiu. Another look at the deepest part of the cabinet inside his room brought a small smile to the corner of his mouth. Isn't this Mr. Meat Ganoderma ready to go out for a spin together? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the lump of flesh Lingji-like aliens hidden inside the cabinet was instantly startled. He didn't know exactly how Zhang Chen had discovered his presence. It was obvious that he hadn't done anything, so how was he suddenly exposed? Wang Zhenxiu, who was preparing to go out, froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Boss, there's really nothing you can hide from me. Come out and meet the boss officially. Hearing Wang Zhenxiu's words, that pile of meat Lingji knew that it couldn't hide anymore. Eventually it was only possible to slowly walk out from inside the cabinet. You're supposed to be from an alien planet. You piece of? Zhang Chen looked at this pile of flesh-colored flesh Lingji in front of him and directly opened his mouth to inquire. Yes. Although the flesh Lingji was surprised as to why Zhang Chen had revealed his identity at the drop of a hat, but he forced himself to reply. I didn't realize there were actually alien creatures in this world. Ball, I remember you used to work in the third-party contact department, right? How was it over there? Although Zhang Chen had long known that Wang Jinxiu had previously been scared off by a third party contacting that organization. However, Zhang Chen did not bring up this embarrassing matter. Sort of gives Wang Jinxiu a little face. Hey, boss, that was all in the past. Let's not talk about that now. It's better to go find that old thing Xia Luqing first. Wang Jinxiu pretended to smile foolishly and scratched his head somewhat helplessly. After all, there was some shame in him quitting the third party contact department. Looking at Wang Jinxiu is really not willing to say. Zhang Chen didn't continue to look deeper into the matter. After all, he was well aware that one person's worldview was much larger than one might think. Their current Earth civilization doesn't even rank in the universe. However, the current Zhang Chen didn't care about this. These are all things for later. Right now the main thing is still to go and find the immortal trail first, to see if there is any such thing as ascension to immortality in this world. Just like that, the trio of Zhang Chen, Wang Jinxiu, and this large chunk of flesh Ganoderma drive a car and continue deeper into the mountains. It wasn't long before the car stopped in front of a small road. Boss, there's no more road inside. Let's walk in. Zhang Chen nodded, and casually used his devouring sack to put the car back together. Taking a step, he followed Wang Jinxiu towards the deep forest. The three were fast. It was not even noon yet, so the three of them had already arrived at the place where Xia Luqing and Jin Feng were secluded. Those were two houses built into the hillside. The houses looked simple, basically made of wood and thatched roofs. Looking at the two familiar huts in front of him, Zhang Chen nodded. It was indeed here all right, and it was almost exactly the same as what Zhang Chen had seen in the anime. Old thing, in or out, is it dead? Squeak if you're not dead? He came to the place where Xia Luqing and Jin Feng lived. Wang Jinxiu doesn't know what it means to be polite either. Walked directly to Xia Luqing's door. Very politely knocked on Xia Luqing's door. After a few polite greetings from Wang Jinxiu, bang! With a loud bang, the door to the house was then kicked hard from the inside. Little brat, how dare you come back? I let you little brat get away last time. Let's see if I don't beat you to death this time. Xia Luqing walked out from the hut with a wolf tooth stick in her hand, and with a ferocious face. She looked at Wang Jinxiu standing in the doorway and said angrily, Yo, you kid even brought help this time? What's the matter? Are you guys trying to come together to taste the hardness of my rod? Xia Luqing swung the wolf tooth stick in his hand and slammed it hard into the ground. The atmosphere is full of energy. I say, you old thing, my boss has come to you to learn your little tricks from you, and to inquire about one more thing in the meantime. I said don't give a damn. For Xia Luqing, who was in the throes of anger, Wang Jinxiu reached out and ran her hand through her blonde hair, and broke into a straight line. Ha ha ha, trying to learn a trick from your old me? With this child? Or this inhuman little thing? Do you really think that my tricks are like cabbages in the market? Something you can learn whenever you want? Get the hell out of here, or I'll pick your balls out for wine. Looking at the arrogant and incomparable Xia Luqing, Wang Jinxiu turned his head to look at Zhang Chen with a helpless expression. Boss, I think you'd better show your hand. This old thing is a stubborn ass. If you don't beat him into submission and scare the piss out of him, he's going to stay stubborn. Hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, Zhang Chen smiled faintly. He naturally knew the stubbornness of this old bastard Xia Luqing, so it was only Zhang Chen who pushed up his sleeves and reached out his hand to Xia Luqing and hooked it. Bragging isn't much of a skill. Come on, let's see how good you are at juggling. Chapter 204, I'm a dragon body. You're playing Nez's third prince? Seeing Zhang Chen, a teenager, dare to provoke himself, Xia Luqing, who had a violent temper, was furious. Well, you kids haven't died before, have you? Come, let your grandpa Xia Luqing educate you properly. The moment his words fell, carrying the wolf tooth stick in her own hand, Xia Luqing instantly sprang out from her spot and smashed it against Zhang Chen's head. In response to Xia Luqing's attack, Zhang Chen surprisingly did not dodge or avoid it. It seemed as if he was about to stand there motionless and let Xia Luqing fight. Seeing this scene, Xia Luqing was first stunned, then the strength of her bat swing was instantly reduced by quite a bit. He thought that this was a lack of reaction on Zhang Chen's part, thinking that Zhang Chen's strength was somewhat lacking. As angry as he was, this was, after all, the person his half-apprentice had brought here. You can't just give it a smackdown all at once, either. Although Xia Luqing had stayed his hand, it wasn't much. His wolfsbane stick, which was laced with spikes, ended up knocking on Zhang Chen's head. However, what was beyond Xia Luqing's expectations was what he had imagined. The image of Zhang Chen being smashed in the head did not appear. Instead, those iron spikes on his wolf tooth rod were actually bent one by Zhang Chen's head. What? Haven't you eaten? Are you trying to give me an acupuncture session in the head with this wolfsbane? Jiang Chen pointed to the place on his head that Xia Luqing had smashed with a Bluetooth rod and mocked with a disdainful face. Good. Yes. Sort of, I underestimated you, kid. I didn't expect to be an expert in horizontal kung fu. I won't hold back with the next blow. After knowing Jiang Chen's strength, Xia Luqing then wasn't going to continue to keep his hand. He wanted to let Jiang Chen see what kind of a fate it was to anger him. Xia Luqing. Next moment, only to see the undersized Xia Luqing instantly bounce off the ground like a cannonball. He continued to swing that one huge wolf-tooth rod in his hand, heading straight for Jiang Chen's face. I know your kid's head is hard enough, so let me see if your kid's cheek is hard enough this time. Boom! After a loud bang, Jiang Chen was still standing in the same place without any movement. Instead, the wolf-tooth stick in Xia Luqing's hand fiercely blasted Jiang Chen's face. No! What the hell is going on with this flesh of yours? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was still standing intact in front of him, Xia Luqing wanted to withdraw tens of meters away with his wolfsbane. What shocked him, however, was this. No matter how hard he tried, the wolfsbane was like it was embedded in Jiang Chen's face, and he couldn't get it out. Ka-ching! Xia Luqing, who was pumping the wolfsbane stick hard, suddenly heard a crunching sound. Next moment, he was surprised to see images capable of shocking himself for the rest of his life, only to see that the pure iron wolf's tooth rod in his hand was actually kept in Jiang Chen's mouth. With Jiang Chen's gentle bite, this wolfsbane was actually directly bitten into two pieces by him. Old thing, I see you really haven't eaten. With such little strength, no wonder Granny Jean Feng can't look at you. Xia Luqing, who froze in place in shock, after hearing Jiang Chen's words, he was instantly furious and his face turned red, directly entering a state of red temperature. Even at this high noon with the sun high in the sky, gouts of white smoke could come out of his head. Wang Zhenqiu, who was on the side, couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up when he heard his words. He didn't realize that his boss was so talkative. Just this simple sentence was like hitting the snake 7 inches, directly poking Xia Luqing's vitals. The first time ruffled Xia Luqing's anger to its peak. The truth is the fast knife. He, Xia Luqing, had chased Jean Feng for so many years, even going so far as to play bachelor for her for the rest of his life. To this day, Jean Feng still has rootlessness on her mind, refused to look at him Xia Luqing more than once. This was a permanent pain in his Xia Luqing's heart. And now, it was actually directly pointed out by Jiang Chen. How could he, Xia Luqing, not be angry? Little brat, you asshole, I'll chop you up today. Today I'll let you see why your grandfather I'm called the Fierce Velvet. Only Xia Luqing roared angrily. Then he fished a white mask out of his arms and just put it on his face. Immediately after that, a colorful aura began to be released around his body. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen smiled. Finally going to use the sigil mask? I've been waiting a long time for this. Mask of the Godhead. The first order borrows God's power. The second order invites God's might. And the third order can transform into God. How many more orders of strength can you now use? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh lightly as he looked at the power of faith of the Godhead mask emerging from Xia Luqing's body. Although your grandfather's strength has long since gone, it's enough to clean you up with this second order invocation of divine might. Please invite Neza, the third prince. As Xia Luqing roared out. Next moment, the power of faith floating around him instantly surrounded his entire body. These powers of faith manifested two more figures similar in shape to it on Xia Luqing's left and right. It forms the 3 heads and 6 arms of the legendary 3 princes of Neza. Ha! Neza's third prince? Funny, just funny. I'm a Jiao Long body, and you interpret a Neza third prince. Do you still want to whip my dragon tendons? After Jiang Chen laughed, he directly stepped forward. In just one instant, his figure shifted and arrived in front of Xia Luqing, only to see his right fist clenched. He swung out viciously at Xia Luqing's abdomen. The audacity of, only to hear Xia Luqing pulling a theatrical accent, preparing to retreat backwards with his feet on the wind and fire wheels formed with the power of faith. However, what he didn't expect was this. The punch that Jiang Chen swung was so fast, he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Stiffly, Jiang Chen's punch smashed into his abdomen. Put! Jiang Chen's punch was extremely powerful. The beating Xia Luqing instantly sprayed out a large mouthful of old blood. The whole person almost paralyzed on the ground, and the whole person's spirit instantly withered. TSK, it seems that you, the fake third prince of Neza, have been bullied by my augmented dragon body. If Neza third prince, his old man, knew that you borrowed his power and were still being bullied by a Jiao Long body, he'd be afraid that he'd slap you to death first. After saying that, Jiang Chen came in front of Xia Luqing once again, reaching out with his big hand. He gave him a gentle pat on the back, instantly slapping the Neza mask on Xia Luqing's face. Along with the mask dispersed the many forces of faith that surrounded him. Ball, come and look after this cheap master of yours. There's a use for him back there. Just don't let him die. After Zhang Chen had greeted Wang Zhenxiu and came over to look after Xiao Luqing, he then recalled the voice that had just come from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully accessing the air of the Godhead mask. Search now for a successful copy of this feat. Is it copied immediately? Chapter 205, Strengthening of the Godhead Mask to Enjoy the Fragrance of the Earth? Reproduce immediately. Zhang Chen immediately chose to copy the Godhead mask without even thinking about it after hearing the system's voice. The moment his voice fell, countless contents about the divine grimoire mask technique flooded into his mind in a flash. It even included Xiao Liuqing's feelings about the Godhead mask technique for so many years. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the divine mask kung fu. The level of the feat is exactly the same as that of the person being copied. The host can use the technique immediately. Not bad. Interesting. It's kinda similar to the Northeast's Exodus lineage kung fu. It's just that the Northeastern Exodus lineage uses the method of inviting the gods to come up to the body, whereas this Nuwa opera lineage of Xiao Luchang is its own rendition of the gods. There is also the fact that these two gong methods, one uses the power of the invited god's own body, while the other uses the power of earthly incense. Other than that, there isn't much of a difference. It's basically borrowed power. After learning about the Godhead masks of the Xiao Luqing Nuwa opera lineage, Zhang Chen quickly put it together and compared it to the Northeast's Exodus lineage technique. After comparing the advantages and disadvantages of the two techniques, only to see Zhang Chen's hand, a wisp of incense power slowly began to gush out. This technique is different from other sect techniques. Although Xiao Liuqing's understanding of the use of the divine grimoire mask has gotten stronger over the years, the power he can utilize is getting smaller and smaller. As an old man, his body can no longer carry that much power of incense. If the Xiao Luqing of his youth was able to utilize the divine grimoire mask to the extent of the third transformation, then now he can only use it to the extent of invoking divine might at the very end. These things, though, aren't really bad for my augur body. Due to the special nature of this gong method, the strength of the divine mask that Zhang Chen was able to use right now was much stronger than Xiao Luqing. Since we have copied the mask of the Godhead, let's try inviting the god to try. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's mind moved. Next moment, only to see the power of the incense and fire in his hand instantly expand by more than hundreds of times. Under the power of these incenses, Zhang Chen directly operated the Godhead mask's gong method to the transformation stage. The god of transformation, Erlang Xian Shangzhen Jun, with Zhang Chen running out the ability of the Godhead mask with all his might. Immediately after that, the power of these incenses moved to his body instantly. It began to transform into a set of battle armor, into a cloak, and a vertical eye manifested at Zhang Chen's queenside. There was even a three-pointed, two-bladed sword that had manifested in Zhang Chen's hand. A few moments later, with the help of the power of incense, Zhang Chen really transformed into the legendary Erlang god Yang Jian. What surprised Zhang Chen was the vertical eye on his forehead that was transformed by the power of incense. Zhang Chen was surprisingly able to sense its presence. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, that vertical eye instantly opened. A golden light shot into the distance from that vertical eye. The scenery dozens of kilometers away was clearly reflected in Zhang Chen's mind at this moment. Surprisingly, it really has part of the might of Erlang god Yang Jian. This Godhead mask, it's really something. It's just a pity that this thing is only a pre-existing technique, and the more you get to the back, the less ability it exerts. Just as Zhang Chen was evaluating the technique of the divine grimoire mask, Xiao Luqing, who was tied to a tree by Wang Zhenxiu, was taken care of. Looking at Zhang Chen, he had already managed to use the ability of the Godhead mask, and even used the third stage of the God transformation ability. It made him gasp in disbelief. How is that possible? The ability of the Godhead mask, why did it appear on him? What the hell is going on here? Xiao Luqing couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. You know that's the third realm of the Godhead mask. How could Zhang Chen, someone who had just come into contact with the Godhead mask, have used it in such a short period of time? Xiao Luqing had trouble comprehending what she was seeing before her eyes. Dang, goofy, now you know how powerful my big brother Zhang Chen is, don't you? The person that we, Wang Zhenxiu, recognize, naturally, cannot be bad. By the way, you old boy, don't be too surprised. My big brother Zhang Chen knows a lot more. Learning this hand from you is just by the way. His cultivation talent can be called the #1 demon of the ages. Wang Zhenxiu sat beside Xiao Luqing and sighed as he joked. Hearing Wang Zhenxiu's mockery, Xiao Luqing struggled with some annoyance. Dang! Before he could struggle for long, a popping chestnut struck Xiao Luqing's head. Be honest, old man. If you really make my big brother angry, your life will be long gone. If it weren't for the fact that you're my cheap master, I wouldn't bother with you. Under Wang Zhenxiu's kind words of comfort, it was only then that Xiao Luqing finally stopped struggling. He was silent for a long time before he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Little Choosy Eye, which sect is this big brother of yours from? Why is it so perverted? Hearing Xia Liuqing's words, Wang Zhenqiu smiled. That's naturally from the famous sect, the Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Righteous Path, and is also a disciple of the current Heavenly Master, Heavenly Channeler. You're an old boy who can't be messed with no matter what. Even Xia Liuqing could not help but be taken aback when she heard about Zhang Chen's life. No wonder this kid is so perverted. So he's that one's disciple. Alas, if only it was that brat that I met back then, instead of your asshole disciple, how much better it would have been. Xia Liuqing looked at Wang Zhenqiu and mercilessly opened his mouth to curse. Shut the up, you old den. During this period of friendly greetings between master and disciple, Zhang Chen had already scratched the surface of the Godhead Mask's ability to transform the gods. It was roughly clear what the strength of himself, who was now in the midst of the Godhead Mask transformation god, really was. After figuring out his current strength, Zhang Chen dispersed the power of the incense on his body. At the same time, he opened his mouth in his own mind and asked, "System, can the Godhead Mask be enhanced?" The moment Zhang Chen's voice fell, the system then responded directly. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating a new technique and obtaining a reinforcement opportunity. The feat is a mask of the Godhead, with 3 directions of enhancement. 1. The power of incense. The power of incense that the host can call upon has been increased by 100 times. 2. The power of the gods. The host's rendition of the gods' battle power is increased by 100 times. 3. Enjoy the power of earthly incense. The host can erect a statue of himself, and can directly enjoy the power of earthly incense from all the worshippers. Zhang Chen looked at the 3 reinforcing directions of the Godhead Mask. Especially when he saw the third item, his heart was filled with shock. Enjoying earthly incense? Isn't that something only the legendary gods are qualified for? Now it just needs to be reinforced?